Family, big stimulation. The traverser Luo Yas martial soul awakens. Golden light surges in the hexagonal array. A strange ball pops out shooting white light, causing immense pain, and a chilling laughter is heard. It turns out he starts in hell mode, with outrageous physical attributes. During the awakening, he unexpectedly gains full innate soul power and is entangled by the remnant soul of Glyza. The life and death game has begun. What happens next? Family, who understands this? Let me tell you, the day my martial soul awakened, I almost died on the spot. At that time, I was standing in that hexagonal stone array, and the next second, wow, the entire wooden house began to twist, looking like it was high on something, with eerie purple light everywhere. Suddenly, a strange ball popped out behind me, a golden sphere with 8 purple spikes, adorned with blue patterns, and a big eye staring directly at you. At that moment, the master named Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, turned pale with fright, almost succumbing to the pressure. And me? I was worse off. That sphere shot a white light directly into my forehead. In an instant, I felt thousands or even tens of thousands of years of memories flooding into my brain like a movie downloading at high speed. It felt like someone was drilling into my skull with an electric drill, and I screamed, rolling on the ground holding my head, my face twisted in agony. Then I heard a voice, a chilling laughter echoing in my mind. This story has to start from when I first traversed. Luo Ya, an unlucky guy from the blue planet, opened my eyes to find myself as an abandoned baby, thrown at the entrance of Shenghan village. Fortunately, the village elder Jack was kind-hearted and picked me up. In this life, I was destined for a hellish start. I was born 3 years earlier than that kid Tang San, the same age as him and Dai Mu Bai. So when a bearded blacksmith brought a baby into the village, I recognized him at a glance. That was the hidden identity of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. And the one in his arms, you could tell with your toes that it was the future King Tang San. However, as a traverser, I couldn't be without some benefits. My physical attributes have been outrageous since childhood, especially my speed, which was simply unmatched. Even the village's big yellow dog couldn't catch up with me. After 6 years of this, I finally awaited the day of martial soul awakening. Elder Jack called me from below the house, and I jumped down from a height of 5 or 6 meters, landing perfectly and unscathed. Grandpa Jack, which master is coming today? I pretended to be confused. It's Master Su Yuntao. I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Sure enough, it was the blind Douluo himself. This was a solid win. On the way to the martial soul hall, I even took a glance at Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Tang San was only 3 years old, and he was probably practicing his purple extreme magic somewhere on a hill. When I arrived, it was just a shabby wooden house. Su Yuntao soon arrived, a handsome young man in his 20s, dressed in white tight clothing, looking quite impressive. He immediately took a liking to me, probably because he was amazed by my bones and my earlier speed left a deep impression on him. The awakening ceremony began, and Su Yuntao first awakened the other children. With a shout of "Lone Wolf, manifest!" he transformed with a bang, muscles bulging, hair turning gray, scaring the other kids into shivering. As for me, I was completely unfazed, even wanting to laugh. This special effect was worth only 50 cents. The first few kids either had sickles or hoes. All were good at farming, and Su Yuntao's face grew darker and darker, almost unable to maintain his composure. Finally, it was my turn. I stood in the array, my heart racing with excitement. The golden light surged into my body. The spectacle was terrifying. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Then came the scene at the beginning. In that bizarre torrent of memories, I saw a void monster named Glyza battling a giant of light for 300 rounds, nearly causing the galaxy to explode. In the end, Glyza was beaten into the sun, but didn't die completely, turning into a purple pearl and wandering in the universe, eventually packing me, this unlucky guy, and bringing me to another Earth, where, after exhausting its energy, it fell into Douluo continent and became me. When I recovered from the excruciating pain, a cold and somewhat mocking voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ho ha ha ha. Human, what are you thinking? I know everything clearly. I was startled. Who was throwing a party in my head? Su Yuntao and the other children looked at me in confusion. I had just been howling like a ghost, and now I was scanning around like a radar, probably thinking my brain was fried. The voice rang again. I am the remnant soul of Glyza. Goodness, it turns out this thing's ghost has latched onto me. Seeing that I come back to my senses, Su Yuntao was so excited he could barely speak. Child, what? Was this martial soul? I steadied myself and casually replied. It's called Glyza, a space-type beast martial soul. Space-type? Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out, quickly taking out a crystal ball to measure my soul power. Hurry, let me see. As soon as I placed my hand on it, the crystal ball emitted a loud hum, bursting forth blinding blue light, illuminating the entire room as if it had entered an underwater world. Ha ha ha. Full innate soul power. It's full innate soul power. I, Su Yuntao, have finally turned my luck around. He laughed like a madman, nearly ready to hug me and kiss me. Then he started wildly painting a big picture for me like a child trafficker. Luo ya, right? Do you want to join our martial soul hall? With your talent, the Holy Soul Village can be renamed Douluo Village. We have the best teachers, the best resources, plus free food and housing, and a salary, with monthly subsidies of gold soul coins. What else could I say? I do, but I needed to clarify what this electronic pet in my head was all about. So I made an excuse to take a day to prepare. Back in my room, I immediately shut the door and questioned the voice in my head. What exactly do you want? Ho ha ha ha. Galiza's remnant soul laughed. Human, you desire power, so I chose you. However, I am currently out of energy and can only talk to you. Otherwise, I would have taken over your body long ago. I felt a chill in my heart. Now, I give you two choices, it continued. Either you become a useless person, stop cultivating, and we wait for death together. Or you strive to become stronger, allowing me to regain energy. When I'm able to move again, we will have a fight. If you win, I will vanish, and you will inherit all my powers, becoming the new void. If I win, this body will belong to me. Family, what is this called? It's a life and death game of companionship, right? By the way, let me remind you, it added, my void body has also become ineffective due to lack of energy. To fully recover, I need at least divine level energy. Ho ha ha ha. Tell me your choice. I remained silent for less than a second. Let's do it. It's just a gamble on life. Who's afraid of whom? But do you absorb energy by devouring others or through normal cultivation? I certainly didn't want to be an evil soul master, chased and hacked at every turn. Both are fine. Plundering is faster, but I am very patient. Galiza smiled sinisterly. Since you are so understanding, I will give you a welcome gift. As soon as the words fell, a white light merged into my brain, and a set of moves called Void Fist Technique was directly inscribed into my DNA, said to be able to shatter space at full mastery. At the same time, a purple-black bracelet appeared on my wrist, a storage soul guide, containing a potion claimed to instantly revive to full health. This gift is quite something. The next day, I set off with Su Yuntao. After bidding farewell to Old Jack, I sat in the carriage and began to gather information about the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao was quite straightforward, perhaps seeing my talent. He shared everything he knew and explained the hierarchical structure of the Spirit Hall from the sub-halls to the Hall of Pope, which got me all fired up. The Hall of Pope, Bibi Dong. I will stand in that place sooner or later. As I fantasized about the future of punching Tang San and kicking Yu Shaojiang, while also getting a glimpse of the legendary Rakshasa Pope, Galiza's BGM played again. TSK, does this human really like that angel woman so much? I couldn't be bothered with it, and continued pondering life. To be honest, it was absurd that such a powerful spirit hall in the original work ended up losing to the overpowered Tang San. How could anyone withstand someone who could die 3 times and still resurrect as a god? And a dual god at that. Was the spirit hall wrong in the end? Hunting spirit beasts to enhance strength is only natural. They even help ordinary people awaken their martial spirits for free, providing a pathway for the lower class and maintaining order in the spirit master world. Looking across the entire continent, which force treats ordinary people as human beings besides the spirit hall. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, for example, is still about bloodline inheritance at its core. Only Bibi Dong, though she went a bit crazy in the end, managed to keep the entire continent more settled during her reign. Of course, every big company has a few rotten apples like that Myers guy, but that can't be helped. Of course, my friend, let me tell you, what's that Myers guy even worth? There are good people in the Spirit Hall too, right? Take Luo Ya for instance, he has a pretty good impression of the Spirit Hall. Of course, half the reason is because he's thinking about that angel's sister. Just as he was pondering this, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Is it because of that angel woman? It startled him. When they arrived in Spirit City, it got even more outrageous. A flurry of golden petals floated over, and someone came to greet him directly. Let me tell you, that reception was at the title Douluo level. Ju Douluo, you know, Bibi Dong's right-hand man. He directly pulled out a token and said, "They'll take this child with me." He even gave Su Yuntao a token that allowed access to the Spirit Hall treasury for 200,000. As I gazed at the expansive display, a new scene began to unfold. The camera shifted, and to my astonishment, there were Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong appeared deeply troubled, her face etched with concern as she looked at Shen Cangqiong. "Cangqiong, are you truly going to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring?" According to Xiao Gang's theory, the first soul ring should last no more than 400 years. This is far too perilous. To my surprise, Shen Cangqiong responded with disdain, asserting that Yu Xiaojing's theory was nothing but a farce. Sister Liu, think for a moment. This young lad may be small, but he is remarkably cunning. He is merely a novice who hasn't even reached level 30, lacking wealth, resources, and connections. What research could he possibly conduct? His so-called 10 theories are either fabricated or pilfered from the Wuhuan Temple. I felt compelled to applaud. He was absolutely right, akin to a voice of reason in the vast expanse of the internet. Yet, Liu Erlong remained unconvinced, stubbornly restraining him from proceeding. Shen Cangqiong, unable to dissuade her, gently patted the back of her hand to offer comfort before turning toward the fainted Wan Nian Jinbei Long. What happened next was utterly absurd. He did not kill the soul beast, but merely made a small incision with a knife to extract a drop of blood. Liu Erlong, taken aback, inquired about his actions. Shen Cangqiong, with an air of calmness, nonsensically declared, "My martial soul tells me that there is no need for bloodshed. A single drop suffices." Of course, unbeknownst to others, he had received a boon from the system, which granted him a 10,000-year soul ring capable of growth, emphasizing an accompanying style of upgrade. The moment this transpired, the entire comment section erupted, with viewers inundating the screen with question marks. Some speculated whether he had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, as there seemed no other explanation. In the next instant, Shen Cangqiong executed a series of gestures that no one could decipher. With a resonant hum, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring materialized out of thin air around him. Liu Erlong was left speechless, and after a moment of shock, her expression turned to one of profound worry as she remarked, "Cangqiong, if this secret were to be revealed to outsiders, not only would I be in peril, but the entire Lan Dianba Wang Long family would be unable to protect you." In response, Shen Cangqiong remained unfazed, launching into an analysis of the world's dynamics. What is there to fear? He remarked, "Only a few can challenge me. The Wuhuan Temple? If they cannot defeat me, they might as well join me. That is what I call flexible employment. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? That old fox Ning Fengji Wuden T dare act without absolute certainty. And the Haoyan School? Huh. They can be dismissed with 2 words." Liu Erlong, still anxious, pressed on, "What about the 2 great empires?" Shen Cangqiong laughed heartily. "The Tiando Empire has a decent relationship with my family. As long as I do not rebel, they would not dare to act against me. As for the Xingluo Empire, what do they even amount to? Let me tell you, those who claim Xingluo to be stronger than Tiando are simply foolish. Their bizarre method of succession, akin to rearing venomous creatures, would lead them to be mired in internal strife. How could they hope to conquer Tiando? I assure you, if I were Emperor Shuiyi, I would simply hire a title de loi to eliminate their emperor and princes and await their inevitable collapse." Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong's face flushed with embarrassment, for she had once considered Xingluo formidable. Now, she found herself confronted with her own nurtured offspring labeling them as fools, and she could scarcely find justification for her indignation. Just as Shen Cangqiong completed his performance, the scene shifted to Tang San. The narrative surrounding Tang San commenced with his martial soul awakening. The attendant Su Yuntao displaying evident impatience while processing the village children. However, when it came to Tang San, a brilliant golden light nearly blinded Su Yuntao. Upon realizing it was merely Lan Yinxiao, his demeanor soured, and had it not been for Tang San's insistence, he would have dismissed even measuring his soul power. The comment section erupted with criticism towards Su Yuntao, accusing him of being blind. Feeling wronged, Su Yuntao defended himself in the comments, claiming he reported it. But the Wuhuan city failed to respond. As soon as his words were uttered, the expressions of Bibi Dong from both worlds turned icy, signaling impending misfortune for him. Subsequently, Old Jack escorted Tang San to enroll at the Nodding Academy. The doorman, with an air of superiority, scoffed at the Wuhuan Temple certificate, sarcastically asserting, "Lan Yinxiao, innate full soul power? That must be a joke." He then tossed the certificate back at Old Jack's face. At that moment, the master made a timely entrance, chastising the doorman and then apologizing graciously to Old Jack as he took Tang San under his wing. This was clearly orchestrated. The doorman was merely a pawn in this theatrical display of heroism rescuing talent. However, the most explosive moment followed. The screen revealed Tang San's inner thoughts. While the master conversed with Old Jack, the camera zoomed in on Tang San's face, with large characters boldly displaying his sentiments. "That doorman is fortunate. Had this master arrived a moment later, I might have been forced to take his life." The third principle of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states that once an opponent is identified as an enemy, one must show no mercy if they possess the means to cause your demise. I was utterly appalled. On the surface, he appeared an innocent child, harmlessly standing there. Yet his thoughts were chillingly ruthless. Merely because someone had spoken harshly, he contemplated murder. He was only 6 years old. Such darkness and cruelty. The audience erupted in chaos. Those who previously praised Tang San for his gratitude were left aghast. All began to discuss the frightening nature of this child, pondering whether a mere glance in his direction could be construed as an invitation for death. The scene transitioned to the present within a Shrek carriage. Ma Hongjun had nearly shifted his seat to be beside Dai Mubai, keeping a cautious distance of 8 feet from Tang San, nervously inquiring, "Third brother, that doorman at Nodding Academy. You didn't really?" Tang San did not even lift his eyelids, simply stating, "No." Ma Hongjun wore an expression of disbelief, while Xiao Wu beside him could only awkwardly nod, confirming that the doorman was indeed alive when they departed. Though what condition he was in remained unspoken. The atmosphere in the carriage grew tense, ultimately prompting Ma Hongjun to change the subject. "Hey, how many levels do you think Shen Cangqiong has reached by now?" Oscar immediately chimed in. "I reckon he must be at least level 70. Think about it. His first soul ring is 10,000 years, and the second and third are 20 and 30,000 years respectively. Calculating that, the first 5 soul rings must all be at least 10,000 years old. The enhancements must be terrifying." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. "Let us not even discuss the rest. Just those 5 soul rings, each exceeding 10,000 years, should elevate his soul power level from 50 to around 60. I tell you, if he hasn't reached at least 10 levels in 6 years, then that would truly be a miracle." Ning Rongrong, with her mouth akin to a machine gun, immediately fueled the fire of Dai Mubai's words. Oscar, however, exhibited a sour demeanor, determined to deny it, insisting that soul emperors level up slowly, asserting that Shen Cangqiong would be lucky to reach level 64. The moment those words escaped his lips, Ning Rongrong's eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head. Her sharp critique directly countered him. "Have you lost your mind? How could a naturally gifted level 50 compete with Shrek's teachers who have endured decades of struggle? This is a blatant case of dimensionality reduction." Oscar was left utterly deflated, resembling a withered eggplant, unable to utter a single word. As the atmosphere in the carriage threatened to plummet to sub-zero, Xiao Wu quickly intervened, suggesting they watch the comparison video in the sky instead. Though Ning Rongrong feigned disinterest, her body betrayed her as she settled comfortably into a relaxed position. Upon viewing the footage, one would be taken aback. The scene illuminated, revealing a 6-year-old Tang San kneeling fervently before Yu Xiaojing, repeatedly proclaiming, "Once a master, forever a father." I tell you, the comment section was filled with praises for his understanding. Yet, dear readers, the twist was more abrupt than a whirlwind. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves in the soul-hunting forest, where Yu Xiaojing, utterly inept, is being chased around by a 400-year-old mandala snake. In the end, it is only 6-year-old Tang San, employing his esoteric throwing techniques, who manages to subdue the serpent. The entire internet erupts in laughter, declaring that this teacher is outperformed by his student. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real bombshell is yet to come. After Tang San defeats the mandala snake, his inner thoughts are broadcasted on the public screen, clearly stating, "It seems the teacher has caught a glimpse of my trump card. What should I do? This is my greatest secret. Should I simply eliminate him? Oh my goodness." The comments section explodes. On one hand, he reveres his father for life, while on the other, he contemplates the demise of anyone who discovers his secret. This maneuver serves as a profound lesson for all in the Douluo continent. In the carriage with Flinder and the others, Flinder grows anxious and hastily advises Yu Xiaojing, "Xiaojing, your student harbors ill intentions." To which Yu Xiaojing responds nonchalantly, "I know." His demeanor is as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. He lays it bare to Flinder, stating that he and Tang San are merely utilizing each other, one exchanging knowledge for growth, the other testing theory with innate talent. It is a purely commercial partnership, or perhaps a wager. As long as they do not infringe upon each other's core interests, their teacher-student relationship remains steadfast. On the other side, within Tang San's carriage, the atmosphere is undeniably tense. Tang San attempts to salvage the situation, gazing earnestly at Xiao Wu and asking, "Do you believe in me?" Xiao Wu's expression is filled with uncertainty, as if to say, "Go on, I'm watching," before finally mustering a hesitant, "I suppose." Tang San begins to swear that whoever harms her must tread over his corpse. Yet, Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, likely has a million questions swirling in her mind. Dai Mubai and Oscar attempt to mediate, stating that Tang San did not actually strike anyone. However, Ma Hongjun subtly shifts away, distancing himself from Tang San. Amidst this awkward tension, the video continues. Yu Xiaojiang commences his lesson, instructing Tang San on how to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring. Tang San, displaying understanding, asks, "Teacher, my blue silvergrass is a plant. Can I absorb an animal's soul ring?" To which Yu Xiaojiang dramatically asserts, based on his research into the core theory of martial souls, that plant and animal souls can indeed absorb one another. He claims this groundbreaking theory has been met with skepticism and asks Tang San if he is willing to assist him in validating it. At that moment, I cannot contain my laughter. The notion that plant martial souls can absorb animal soul rings is common knowledge, akin to asking whether one should eat using their mouth. This man dares to present it as his proprietary research. The comments section erupts in laughter, suggesting that this master must have purchased his title online for a mere price. Tang San, a newcomer to this world and devoid of understanding, genuinely believes him, responding with admiration, "Teacher, I am willing." While the entire internet mocks this duo of the cunning and the naive, our very own Shen Cangqiong steps on the stage. He comments in the chat, "Sister Lu Erlong, did you see? Yu Xiaojiang is ruining talent like this. Blue silvergrass is clearly a healing type. Why force it into a control type? Isn't that absurd?" This comment strikes a nerve with Yu Xiaojiang, who instantly retaliates. Subsequently, a user named 10,000-Year Blue Silver Emperor Ian enters the fray, declaring Shen Cangqiong is correct. "How do you refute my statement?" This ignites a hornet's nest. The two worlds Ian unite to confront Yu Xiaojiang, branding him as a fraud, insisting on personally guiding Tang San's training. Following this, the counterparts of Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Flender engage in a public spat to defend their respective Yu Xiaojiang. The scene resembles a celestial battle. Caught in the midst of a throng of women, Yu Xiaojiang experiences a mix of exhilaration from their support and humiliation, ultimately exclaiming, "Enough. My affairs do not require your intervention." He even tags his counterpart from another world, hoping to rally support. In response, the other Yu Xiaojiang maintains an air of calm, leisurely replying, "Let us see how Little San chooses. I trust he will make the right decision." In essence, he is untroubled, knowing that Shen Cangqiong is a viable alternative. Let me tell you, our Yu Xiaojiang is meticulously plotting, his thoughts racing with schemes to recruit Shen Cangqiong as his disciple, leaving no time to engage with his counterpart. Therefore, while the other Yu Xiaojiang faints from frustration, our protagonist Shen Cangqiong is merrily messaging Sister Lu Erlong, stating, "Sister Lu, I shall return to the Lanba Academy tomorrow." Lu Erlong initially rejoices, but her concern quickly surfaces as she warns. Isn't returning now tantamount to delivering yourself as a sacrifice? Is far too dangerous. In her mind, no matter how impressive Shen Cangqiong has become over the past 6 years, encountering a title Douluo would surely spell disaster. Upon seeing Lu Erlong's disbelief, Shen Cangqiong protests, echoing sentiments from 6 years prior. "Oh, Sister Lu, you wound me. You must make amends." Lu Erlong, left with no recourse, can only placate him. "All right, I will make amends, but first, you must come clean about your current level. If you are below level 90, you must remain honest, or I shall flee, and you will never find me again." For those who understand, this is akin to an ultimatum. 90 levels are a benchmark Lu Erlong believes Shen Cangqiong will never reach. Yet guess what? Shen Cangqiong casually responds, "Oh, Sister Lu, you have miscalculated. I am now a level 94 title Douluo." Let me tell you, upon sending that message, the entire live stream across both worlds instantly froze as if under a DDoS attack. Everyone was left dumbfounded. However, once they regained composure, not a single soul believed it. Not one. They all concluded that this prodigy had finally lost his mind and was merely boasting. On the side of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji remarked, "If this lad claimed to be level 84, I might begrudgingly accept. Level 94? 6 years? One absurd joke. Unless he possessed innate soul power at level 90. Having been born with a century-old soul ring, it was simply unfathomable." The sword Douluo beside him was even more blunt, asserting that the boy was merely fabricating a harmless lie to prevent Lu Erlong from fleeing. However, the crafty Ning Fengji continued to ponder, what if it were true? In that case, even at the cost of Rongrong's safety, I must secure this lad's lineage. I observed the gazes of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. They were sharp as knives, prompting Ning Fengji to hurriedly lift his teacup, pretending to sip water. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan found the entire matter comical, dismissing it outright as nonsense, with only Yu Yuanjin as a title Douluo among them, believing a mere 12-year-old child claiming to be level 94 would be sheer folly. Their primary concern was to dispatch Lu Erlong's unreliable father, Yu Luomian, to the Lanba Academy to persuade her to return. On the side of the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong also began a plot. She ordered the Judo Loa to accompany the old ghost to persuade Shen Cangqiong to depart from Lu Erlong's side. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong is solely motivated by the desire to vex Lu Erlong, willing to engage in any scheme that serves this purpose. Within the screen, Lu Erlong, after a prolonged moment of disbelief, finally regained her composure and commented, "Cangqiong, are you deceiving Aunt Lu?" Shen Cangqiong replied innocently, "I truly am a level 94. When have I ever deceived you? Just like that time, I told the truth and ended up receiving a beating from you." He even sent a cheeky emoji. Oh my. Upon hearing this, the entire comment section underwent a dramatic transformation. The spectators' curiosity was piqued. Expressions of shock and excitement erupted, accompanied by a plethora of lively comments. My friends, although Shen Cangqiong was only 6 at the time and lacked the physical capability, it did not hinder the audience's vivid imagination. Bye-bye Dong, upon witnessing this scene in the secret chamber, couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking to herself, well, this is splendid. Lu Erlong, you flamboyant swordsman, have surely sealed your fate with Yu Xiaojiang. Yet she underestimated Yu Xiaojiang. On the side, Fanda urged him not to overthink, while Yu Xiaojiang, wearing a calm expression, replied, I believe in Erlong. She is not that kind of person. Moreover, how could Shen Cangqiong, being so young, ever take such actions? Just then, Lu Erlong's father, Yu Luomian, joined the commotion, directly asking on the public screen, Erlong, aren't you going to explain? Lu Erlong swiftly retorted with a famous saying taught by Shen Cangqiong. In my lifetime, Lu Erlong, I have no need to explain myself to others. Her father was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly clarifying, no, what I meant was, if you truly develop feelings for Cangqiong, I wouldn't oppose it. Once he comes of age, we shall hold a wedding for you. Remarkably, this father was quite extraordinary, even beginning to urge for marriage, stating that a woman older by 3 years offers a kingdom. As long as Shen Cangqiong married Lu Erlong, the entire blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family would belong to him. Lu Erlong, infuriated, turned a shade of green, insisting he refrained from meddling in matters of romance. Yet after expressing her anger, she felt a sudden jolt within. Was it possible that she had no aversion to this idea? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Shen Cangqiong promptly intervened, suggesting they watch the video first, as Tang San's segment was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the video showed Tang San completing the absorption of the first spirit ring, marking the end of the comparison. Shortly thereafter, a chilling voice resounded across 2 worlds. The first comparison video has concluded. The victor is Shen Cangqiong. Vote percentage, 9,999. I must say, I suspect Tang San's vote count of 001 was merely self-voting. The celestial system then announced its own shortcomings, stating it needed to be supplemented. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was momentarily stunned. What a familiar line. Wasn't this precisely what my runaway golden finger system had said when it first launched? Could it truly be that troublesome entity returning? Before he could ponder further, the rewards commenced. Winner Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1. 10 cross-dimensional symbol fragments. Reward 2. 100,000-year selectable body bone. Reward 3. 1 true soul pill recipe. The rewards left everyone in awe. Then came the rewards for the loser. Tang San. Reward 1. 1 cross-dimensional symbol fragment. Reward 2. 1 10-year soft bone rabbit skull. Reward 3. 1 fragment of the true soul pill recipe. I nearly burst out laughing. 10-year spirit bone? Is that serious? It would be unfit, even for chewing. Next came the most thrilling segment, drawing 10 lucky audience members for a reward of 100,000-year selectable limb bones. When the results were announced, 9 were from our first world, Lu Erlong, Bai Dong, and Ma Hongjun 01. Instantly, someone from the second world protested, claiming it was unfair. Our side swiftly retorted, who told you to lose? Being weak is a sin, understand? In a Shrek carriage, Ma Hongjun clutched the orb of the 100,000-year spirit bone, grinning broadly. He glanced at Tang San, who held the pitiful 10-year rabbit skull, mischievously asking, Third brother, what do you plan to do with that? Shall we make a rabbit head soup? Spirit bones and soup, that is quite nourishing. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, her eyes sharp as blades, instantly silencing him. Just then, Ning Rongrong smiled inquiringly. Fatty, are you selling that spirit bone? Ma Hongjun, intrigued, considered it. He recognized that his fiery temperament made the 100,000-year spirit bone a ticking time bomb. It was better to exchange it for money. Ning Rongrong, exuding confidence, declared. Once we reach Tiano City, come back to my sect. Money is not an issue. When it comes to financial strength, my 7-treasure, Glazed Tile sect will be second to none. The two quickly struck a deal, but Dai Mubai interjected urgently. Fatty, are you out of your mind? That is a 100,000-year spirit bone. Ma Hongjun sighed. Boss Dai, you know my situation. I'm afraid if I absorb it, I might perish before the flames subside. At that moment, a sinister voice came from outside the carriage. If that is the case, then sell me your 100,000-year spirit bone. Everyone was startled. It was Yu Xiaojiang. As he entered the carriage, Ning Rongrong's demeanor turned cold. Teacher Yu, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Right? Yu Xiaojiang, unfazed, retorted. You haven't paid. No transaction has been completed, so anyone can bid. Bid? Ning Rongrong scoffed. Fine, I'll offer 50 million gold soul coins. How much will you offer? I must say, the master turned pale instantly. He had no money. He then resorted to his traditional art of grandiloquence, persuading Ma Hongjun, saying, if you give the spirit bone to Tang San, it is a contribution to the team, a selfless act for the championship, in 3 years. Ning Rongrong immediately countered. To put it plainly, you want Fatty to give his treasure for free to your disciple, allowing him to bask in glory, and in the end, he must be grateful, right? Where is your dignity? Seeing the student's expression shift, Fanda could no longer tolerate it, grabbing Yu Xiaojiang by the scruff of his neck and forcibly dragging him out of the carriage. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong rode his Siberian husky leisurely back to Lanba Academy. The next morning, before dawn, he stealthily entered Lu Erlong's room, taking advantage of her slumber to leap on top of her. Lu Erlong jolted awake, ready to strike, only to hear a familiar, mischievous chuckle. Sister Lu, don't be alarmed. It's me. Upon recognizing Shen Cangqiong, Lu Erlong's face flushed instantly with embarrassment and anger. Get off me. We've grown up. We can't behave like we did in childhood. Shen Cangqiong dismissed her concerns, grinning. What's there to fear? No one is watching. You promised to make it up to me yesterday. To prove his words, he immediately activated his martial soul. In the next moment, I must tell you, the scene left Lu Erlong's eyes nearly popping out. An imposing true dragon martial soul coiled around Shen Cangqiong, adorned with 9 dark red and violet 100,000-year spirit rings. Lu Erlong was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to articulate. Are you truly Cangqiong? To validate himself, Shen Cangqiong performed a secret gesture known only to the two of them. Lu Erlong shivered, letting out a soft hum, finally convinced. Yet she still pondered. But how have all your spirit rings transformed into 100,000-year ones? I shall tell you later. Shen Cangqiong smirked with mischief. Now, Sister Lu, isn't it time for you to make it up to me? Seeing that glint in his eyes, Lu Erlong sensed trouble and quickly assumed the role of an elder. I am your Aunt Lu. What compensation do you seek? Hurry and get off me. But Shen Cangqiong was not to be deterred. With a playful grin, he pounced on her as he did in childhood. Soon, the room echoed with peculiar sounds, while the husky outside curiously barked twice. It took a full 3 hours before tranquility returned to the room. Lu Erlong, furiously pounding the little rascal beside her, exclaimed, No wonder you always claimed you'd repay me when you grew up. This is your idea of repayment? I must ask, is this truly you repaying me? Or am I repaying you? I must say, this cannot be blamed on me. Isn't it just a few more steps and actions than in childhood? Moreover, during those last few hours, Sister Lu, your enthusiasm, my goodness. As soon as I finished speaking, I found myself unceremoniously kicked out of the room by Lu Erlong. I nearly fell apart. Just as I was grimacing in pain, I turned to see that silly dog, the husky, tilting its head, gazing at me with an expression of wisdom. My temper flared as I glared at it. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy getting bullied at home? The husky seemed to revel in my irritation, tilting its head even further, its expression suggesting that I was the fool who couldn't comprehend human speech. I was on the verge of engaging in a debate when Lu Erlong, exasperated, yelled from within, What are you arguing with the dog for? Hurry up and come in. Upon hearing those words, I disregarded the canine entirely, shoving it aside and eagerly slipping inside. I closed the door behind me, severing the gaze of that astute Siberian husky. Our tender moment had scarcely reached the evening when a pigeon fluttered in. Lu Erlong untied a small note from its leg, cast a fleeting glance at it, and her expression darkened. Yu Luomian has arrived. I was not the least bit surprised. Upon my return, various factions would undoubtedly send emissaries to assess the situation. What puzzled me was why her family, the Londian Bawanglong clan, had not been the first to arrive. Lu Erlong, however, appeared unconcerned, brimming with confidence in me, believing I could weather any storm. Thus, we sauntered to the dean's office. As soon as we pushed the door open, a disgruntled voice rang out. "Why have you only just arrived?" Lu Erlong furrowed her brow. "Did you not just arrive?" "Who said I just got here? I arrived at noon. I even had lunch in your cafeteria." Her father, Yu Luomian, was fuming, his beard nearly bristling with indignation. Lu Erlong was taken aback and turned to her assistant, who confirmed that indeed, he had arrived at noon. We exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the homing pigeon had taken a wrong turn. Yet Lu Erlong, dismissive of the thought, simply asked, "What brings you here?" And guess what? Her father scrutinized Lu Erlong from head to toe, then cast a knowing glance at me, before suddenly deflating and waving his hand. I had something to discuss. But now it seems unnecessary. In that instant, I understood. Family. Who can decipher these things? This old man was a human lie detector. He could see that Lu Erlong was no longer the same Lu Erlong. She had transitioned from maiden awaiting marriage to one who had been unwrapped. Lu Erlong, still oblivious, declared, "If there's nothing, please leave." Yu Lumian's face stiffened, and as he reached the door, he paused beside me, patted my shoulder, and quietly said, "Take care of Erlong." At that moment, I stood tall, my chest swelling with pride. Rest assured, it felt as if I had finally gained the recognition from the organization, devoid of any insecurity, only filled with pride. Once they left, Lu Erlong cautiously sat down and asked, "What were you two hinting at?" As I strolled around her office, I calmly explained, "What else could it be? Your father has figured out our relationship. You mentioned he was quite the flirt in his youth. He certainly possesses some insight." Lu Erlong appeared stunned, but after a moment's reflection, she conceded that it could only be that explanation. After a while, her stomach growled, reminding us that we had been busy all day without nourishment. She inquired if I was hungry, and I chuckled. "I am indeed hungry, but Lu Jia, you must have had your fill, right?" In response, a fiery glare expelled me from her office. As I made my way to the cafeteria, I felt nostalgic gazing at the unchanging academy after 6 years. Just as I reached the entrance, someone called out, "Shen Cangqiong?" I turned to see a striking young woman. Of course, I knew who she was. Jiang Zhu, aside from Lu Erlong, was the most radiant presence in the academy back in the day. However, I couldn't call her name outright, lest it reveal my lingering sentiments over the past 6 years. I feigned ignorance. "Excuse me, might I know your name?" She graciously introduced herself as Jiang Zhu, then hesitated, unsure whether to address me as senior or junior. I waved my hand dismissively. "You're older than me, so of course, you should call me Junior." Thus, we became acquainted. I casually asked if she had eaten, to which she replied she had not, fortuitously encountering me. I thought it best to invite her to join me, opening Lu Erlong's exclusive private room. However, the considerate young lady waved her hand, stating she wouldn't intrude on my reunion with the dean, and took her leave. When Lu Erlong arrived, we sat down to eat. I offered her a chicken wing, saying, "You should eat some vegetables, don't just drink water." She scoffed, "Look who is talking. You are the reason for this." With that, she seized the chicken wing and took a fierce bite, and I shuddered, feeling as if she were not gnawing on poultry, but something far more savage. As we dined, she suddenly asked, "I heard you were laughing and chatting with Jiangzhu earlier?" The jealousy was palpable. I hastily explained, "It's merely friendly banter among classmates. One cannot maintain a stern demeanor all the time." She regarded me with a peculiar expression. "You, a 94th rank title Douluo, still wish to be a student?" At that moment, my theatrical instincts kicked in, and I gazed sorrowfully at the ceiling. You don't understand my plight. After mingling in the outside world for so long, being a student is the most comfortable state. Besides, I'm not yet 25. I still wish to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition and return to the novice village to catch a fish. Lu Erlong was rendered speechless, her expression serious as she analyzed, "You, a title Douluo, competing? That would be absurd. Wouldn't the Spirit Hall and other academies go mad?" I pondered for a moment and shifted my perspective. "In that case, I won't compete myself. I'll personally train a few individuals for the competition as a gift for you." This left her troubled, claiming that there were no promising candidates at Lanba Academy. I promptly produced the recipe for a true soul pill and handed it to her. She gasped, saying such a thing, if genuine, could attract deadly trouble. I reassured her, even if I couldn't defeat a 99th rank, I could still make my escape. I then suggested my reform plan for the academy. Let us divide Lanba Academy into inner and outer sections. The outer section would remain unchanged, while the inner section would adopt an elite system, with lifetime contracts instead of indentured servitude. The true soul pill would be reserved solely for our inner circle. Initially, Lu Erlong thought this was irregular, noting no other academy operated this way. I countered with a persuasive argument. Lu Jia, remember, being admitted to the inner section is a privilege for them. We are providing them with an opportunity, not forcing them. They can choose to come or not. In the end, I swayed her. She waved her hand, granting me authority over the newly established inner section while she took charge of the outer section. Once the serious matters were addressed, I thought it prudent to present something tangible, retrieving a piece of 100,000-year-old dragon bone from my storage space. Lu Erlong's eyes widened, but she adamantly refused, claiming it was too precious. I jested. What you gave me is worth far more than this. Her cheeks flushed, yet she still insisted on returning it. Very well, if the large one won't do, let us settle for a smaller one. I produced a piece of a 10,000-year-old fire dragon bone, insisting, you must accept this, otherwise I will truly be upset. I hadn't disclosed to her that this item was of a growth type with boundless potential. This time, she finally accepted it, her face glowing with satisfaction. Noticing the atmosphere was just right, I couldn't help but tease, now that it's more like it. Here, let us have another drink of water, so we can squeeze out a bit more. Get lost. A couple of days later, in the dead of night, we had just concluded an exhilarating game when we heard the Siberian husky howling in the yard, accompanied by the cooing of pigeons. Annoyed, I shouted, but upon stepping outside, I was taken aback. That rascal was carrying a pigeon in its mouth, heading toward the house. I retrieved the note from the pigeon's leg, and my expression turned peculiar. Lu Erlong leaned over to take a glance. Have the elders come? Why are they arriving at this hour? In an instant, we understood. I awkwardly remarked, they must have arrived much earlier. It dawned on us that her father had also fallen victim to this troublesome dog, which had intercepted all the homing pigeons. Lu Erlong stood in stunned silence, then mused, this dog might actually be quite useful at times. At least it can help intercept those we wish to avoid, preserving our precious time together. We hastily donned our clothes and rushed to the reception room. Along the way, Lu Erlong specifically reminded me, Yu Xiaojing might also be here. That is all in the past, so don't be jealous. I grunted in response. Just make sure to keep your distance from him, and absolutely no whispering behind closed doors. She shot me an exasperated glance, but solemnly assured me nonetheless. Upon entering the reception hall, Flander rose and jested, Erlong, we have been waiting for you. We were nearly asleep. Lu Erlong naturally shrugged off the comment. My apologies, Boss Flander. I have a dog that loves to chase pigeons, and I only saw your message after finishing my training. At that moment, a melancholic figure stepped forth from the crowd, his gaze laden with sorrow. Erlong, it has been a while. How have you been? It was Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes and leaned closer to me. Do I appear to be in any distress? Mistaking her sarcasm for sincerity, Yu Xiaojing continued his lament. I'm truly sorry. Our relationship cannot progress further. Lu Erlong dismissed him entirely, turning her attention to introducing the other teachers from the Shrek Academy to Flander, leaving Yu Xiaojing standing there, bewildered and dazed. The scene was akin to an awkward social death. Meanwhile, several young students from Shrek gathered around. A lively girl named Ning Rongrong circled me, inquiring if my initial soul power was genuinely at level 50. I smiled and nodded. She was quite perceptive. Having confirmed her curiosity, she refrained from further questions. I asked her to introduce me to her classmates, but she seemed uninterested in the others. It was Zhu Zhuqing, a cool and aloof girl, who stepped forward to introduce herself, and a girl named Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, I couldn't help but chuckle. She trembled as if she were a mouse encountering a cat upon noticing me. Feigning ignorance, I approached with a smile. Xiao Wu, do we know each other? Why do you look as if you've encountered a ghost? Xiao Wu nearly burst into tears, struggling to articulate her thoughts. A boy named Tang San rushed overprotectively, his face marred with hostility. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? I pressed on, sincerely suggesting, is there some misunderstanding between us? How about we discuss it privately later? Rest assured, I am not unreasonable. A chubby boy named Ma Hongjun murmured softly, Boss Dai, Could it be that this guy has taken a liking to Xiao Wu? Though quiet, his words were audible to all present, and the atmosphere turned instantly peculiar. Tang San's face turned pale, ready to explode as he exclaimed that Xiao Wu was still young and shouldn't be considering such matters. I ignored him, fixing my gaze on Xiao Wu, and leisurely remarked, "Dear bunny sister, you wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you?" My words effectively closed off all avenues for her retreat. Realizing she could not escape, and wishing not to implicate Tang San, she reluctantly nodded, "I understand. Lead the way later." Tang San, upon hearing this, became frantic, yelling his disapproval. His outburst attracted the attention of everyone present. Lu ere long approached, inquiring about the situation, to which I innocently shrugged. I noticed Xiao Wu seemed frightened of me, so I wanted to have a heart-to-heart to clarify any misunderstandings. She agreed, but her brother disagrees. Tang San insisted, "Why can't you say what you need to in front of everyone? Why must it be a private conversation?" I regarded him as if he were a fool. If it could be said openly, wouldn't she have done so already? Tang San remained obstinate, insisting that Xiao Wu was his sister and he must protect her. Not wishing to argue, I tossed the decision back to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you decide." I was acutely aware she would not dare reveal her true identity before so many witnesses. As expected, she awkwardly turned to Tang San and said, "Brother, let me go. Please don't interfere." At that moment, Tang San's frustration was palpable. His eyes nearly bulged as he could not fathom why the Xiao Wu who usually obeyed him was now opposing him. And then, guess who emerged? Yu Xiaojiang. This heavyweight theoretical master reappeared, blocking Tang San and advising him to calm down, signaling him with an assuring glance. I thought to myself, what could he possibly assure him about? He then proposed to Shen Cangqiong, suggesting they find a room within the academy for the two of us, leaving Tang San to guard the door. To the family members present, this suggestion implied that Shen Cangqiong was some kind of monster. Shen Cangqiong laughed heartily, unleashing a torrent of words like a Gatling gun. "Wait, have you all misunderstood the focus? I've said repeatedly. I merely noticed that Xiao Wu appeared a bit fearful of me and wished to inquire about it privately. How has it morphed into an accusation of ulterior motives? What on earth are you all thinking, especially you, Tang San?" Shen Cangqiong nearly poked Tang San in the face. "You claim Xiao Wu is your sister and you wish to protect her. Fine, but does your protection entail preventing her from speaking to any male? Is that protection or control? If you were to say Xiao Wu is your girlfriend and you are jealous, I could understand. Yet you disguise your behavior behind the guise of a brother while acting like a jealous boyfriend. Let me be frank. Your actions are either hypocritical or indicative of a lack of intelligence. It's the latest edition of the overly protective boyfriend." This outburst left Tang San speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a single word. The truth was undeniable. As a brother, he was indeed overstepping his bounds. Lu ere long observed the tension thickening in the air and quickly stepped in to smooth things over, announcing that dinner was ready and suggesting everyone eat while conversing. Flander hurriedly echoed her sentiment, ushering the students of Shrek towards the cafeteria. Tang San still attempted to pull Xiao Wu along, but she shook her head. "Brother, you go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." She had come to a realization. If Shen Cangqiong truly intended to act against her, no one could stop him. It would be better to clarify matters herself, or she would be unable to sleep peacefully in the future. With no alternative, Tang San walked away, glancing back 3 times, leaving behind a parting remark. "If anything happens, just call out. I'll be there immediately." Once everyone had departed, Shen Cangqiong leisurely spoke, his tone laced with mischief and amusement. "My dear little bunny, you possess quite the audacity, daring to mingle in such a grand place like Tiando City alongside Tang San. Are you preparing to venture into Wuhuan City next?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "I'm pink, not white." Shen Cangqiong paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting to places it ought not to. Xiao Wu, flustered, stomped her foot. "Where are you looking?" "I meant my fur is pink." Shen Cangqiong feigned understanding. "Oh, I see." His expression was nothing short of comical. Xiao Wu, vexed, muttered, "You talk about our hearts, yet you're no better." She then shifted to a serious note. "You clearly recognized I am a 100,000-year-old beast. Why did you not act? Do you not desire my soul ring and soul bone?" Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, looking at her as if she were a naive child. "I have no interest in those. My only interests lie in beauty and gourmet food." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned crimson. Just then, Shen Cangqiong unexpectedly reached out and pinched the rabbit ears atop her head. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, startled as she recoiled. "Nothing. I just wondered if those ears were real, Shen Cangqiong replied innocently. Seeing Xiao Wu genuinely irritated, he retrieved a necklace from his storage soul guide and handed it to her. All right, here, consider this my apology. Xiao Wu initially intended to refuse, but Shen Cangqiong's next words shattered her resolve. This item can suppress the soul beast aura on you. Are you sure you don't want it? Xiao Wu snatched it eagerly. Shen Cangqiong chuckled as she fumbled with the necklace clasp, effortlessly taking it from her, moving behind her to lift her long hair, and fastening it around her neck. The scene was poised to be quite picturesque until a thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. What do you think you're doing? Tang San had returned. He launched an array of hidden weapons toward Shen Cangqiong, as though they were free of cost. Shen Cangqiong did not even spare a glance, swiftly pulling Xiao Wu behind him for protection, then extending a finger to gently point forward. In that instant, all hidden weapons froze mid-air, clattering to the ground shortly thereafter. He casually remarked, "Aren't you afraid of hurting Xiao Wu?" This display not only showcased his prowess, but also irked Tang San to no end, driving him into a frenzy. As Tang San approached, he stubbornly retorted, "I have confidence in myself. I would never accidentally harm Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu hastily emerged from behind Shen Cangqiong, interposing herself between the two, acutely aware that Shen Cangqiong was a title de law. If he were truly provoked, Tang San's life would be in jeopardy. She could only weave a benign falsehood, stating that Shen Cangqiong had inadvertently bumped into her, hence her cry, and that the necklace was his compensation. To this, Shen Cangqiong added further insult, fixing a serious gaze upon Tang San. "You claim Xiao Wu is your sister, yet you cannot even bear to purchase her a piece of jewelry? If she were not averse to wearing necklaces, would I need to assist her? Ultimately, the issue lies with you." Tang San, struck by his words, felt the blood rush to his forehead, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We are not like you. We are commoners, and we can scarcely afford to split a copper soul coin, let alone waste money on frivolous accessories." The absurdity of his own statement almost convinced him. Shen Cangqiong laughed outright, his laughter laced with scorn. "Are you jesting? The very hidden weapons you just hurled could easily fetch enough to adorn Xiao Wu from head to toe. It is not a lack of money. It is sheer selfishness. Never once have you considered buying her something." This accusation cut deep, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily stunned, her complexion paling, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Tang San was left speechless. Ultimately, Xiao Wu stepped in to diffuse the tension, expressing her disinterest in adornments, then quietly bent down to collect the fallen hidden weapons. It was evident that while their 6-year bond could not be severed by mere words, the sting of his remarks had left its mark. After they departed, Shen Cangqiong encountered Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been watching from the doorway. The mischievous Ning Rongrong wasted no time in gossiping. "Did you gift Xiao Wu that necklace as a token of affection?" Shen Cangqiong recounted the incident involving the ear-tugging. Just as he finished, he unconsciously glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's cat-like tail, causing her to jump in alarm as she quickly asserted, "This is merely an ornament." Shen Cangqiong found himself in an awkward predicament, while Ning Rongrong laughed uncontrollably nearby. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lu Erlong pulled Shen Cangqiong to sit beside her, informing him of Flinder's suggestion to form a joint battle team between Shrek and Lamba Academy for the upcoming competition, inquiring about his thoughts. Yu Xiaojiang interjected, suggesting that substitutes would suffice. Then came the surprising moment when he boldly proposed to Shen Cangqiong, "Cangqiong, I wish to take you as my disciple. This will allow me to tailor a training plan specifically for you." I nearly spat out my drink upon hearing this. This fellow was truly oblivious. Shen Cangqiong regarded him as if he were a peculiar creature. "You wish to take me as your disciple? Are you aware of my level?" Yu Xiaojiang pondered briefly before estimating. "Around level 62, I would presume." Shen Cangqiong retorted, "You, who cannot even reach level 30, what qualifies you to instruct me? Are you going to teach me how to manipulate levels?" He spared no courtesy, adding that Yu Xiaojiang's outdated theories had been thoroughly debunked, filled with either nonsense or errors. Was he not aware of this himself? Yu Xiaojiang's face turned a shade of purple, unable to contend with Shen Cangqiong. He turned his ire towards Lu Erlong. "Erlong, is this the child you raised? So devoid of manners?" Lu Erlong was incensed, and had Shen Cangqiong not intervened, she would have likely slapped him. She coldly retorted, "If you believe this is a lack of upbringing, you are free to leave." Ultimately, it was Flinder who intervened to restore peace, allowing the meal to proceed without further altercation. The following afternoon, the selection for the joint battle team was set to commence. Everyone had gathered, yet Tang San was absent. Shen Cangqiong inquired of Xiao Wu, who shook her head in ignorance. The two were embroiled in a cold war following their quarrel over the necklace. Shen Cangqiong promptly declared, his absence will be deemed as voluntary forfeiture. Dai Mubai became agitated, asserting that Tang San was their team's strongest member. Shen Cangqiong cast him a sidelong glance. You may not even qualify. Dai Mubai protested, claiming his high soul power level. Shen Cangqiong shot back. If high soul power were sufficient, how is it that the much-lauded Tang San is only at level 31? Dai Mubai fell silent. Clearing his throat, Shen Cangqiong addressed everyone. To join my team, I require 3 criteria: talent, effort, and perseverance. Now, I shall call out the names of those who will enter the main team. All held their breath. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing responded with delight, stepping forward. However, as everyone awaited the announcement of the second name, Shen Cangqiong closed the documents in his hands and calmly stated, at this stage, only Zhu Zhuqing qualifies as a main team member. All others will serve as substitutes. The crowd erupted in uproar, selecting merely 1 out of 10. And choosing the one with the lowest soul power? Who could accept this? Just as Dai Mubai's face turned a ghastly shade of green and he prepared to challenge the decision, a deafening boom echoed across the sky. A colossal screen radiating golden light appeared, displaying lines of text. The second comparison video is now being released. This comparison features the protagonist's first solo endeavor. New notice. Following the comparison, 10 lucky viewers will be randomly selected from those who have sent bullet comments, each receiving 100,000 points. Now, the comparison begins. Shen Cangqiong's 6-year journey compared to the Awakener Tang San's trials in the City of Slaughter. Upon the release of this comparison video, the entire Soul Beast community erupted with excitement. The 2 prominent figures from the Stardow Forest, De Ming and Air Ming, could not remain seated. Insisting on awakening the main figure, they were determined to seize the opportunity for human resources. It was not only them. The Ice Queens from the northernmost region issued their orders, as if preparing to invade the city and compete for jobs with humanity. Those who understand the situation know that pandemonium was brewing outside, while the scene shifted back to Lamba Academy. The curious Ning Rongrong had her eyes fixed intently on Shen Cangqiong. Yet, amid this curiosity, Shen Cangqiong felt a wave of panic. He anxiously fretted over how many divine treasures he had gleaned from his golden finger over the past 6 years. If this video resembled a live broadcast, revealing everything, it would be a grand spectacle. While he was consumed by uncertainty, the screen suddenly lit up. To my astonishment, Shen Cangqiong was only 6 years old at the time, having stolen a horse from the academy to venture forth. His expression was one of pride, as if declaring his intent to explore the world. Where was he headed? Straight to the valley where Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji had once clashed. Upon arrival, despite his small stature, his bravado was immense, launching into a tirade of criticism. He proclaimed that Qian Xuanji was utterly incompetent, possessing a divine-level martial soul, yet still losing despite being at a higher level. 3 against 1. What a display of folly. This maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example of how not to conduct oneself. He then began to ponder Yu Xiaojing's assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, deeming this theory a massive example of manipulation. Was it to imply that all who could not become titled Douluos were simply worthless? Such sweeping generalizations were akin to unleashing a cannon. Even the most powerful artillery would fall silent in awe. The most audacious part came when he began analyzing why Qian Xuanji's defeat became widespread knowledge across the continent. He surmised that these major sects, in their efforts to undermine the Spirit Hall, inadvertently leaked this information, effectively shooting themselves in the foot. Were they not openly signaling to the world, hey, our bloodline theory may not hold water. Look, the Hao Ian Hammer could defeat the 6-winged angel. Was this not a direct threat to their own dominion? Such a level of intellect was truly heartbreaking for those who listened. After expressing his disdain for the foolish individuals, he meandered over to the large circle where Ain was to be sacrificed. Ah, the main event was upon us. He directed his fervent outburst at the grassy circle. Tang Hao, you scoundrel. How could you lay your hands on such a beautiful wife as Ain? Have you grown weary of her? If you don't want her, then give her to me. Such a waste. Then, he began to dissect the logic, leaving me momentarily stunned. First, your wife is pregnant and also a 100,000-year soul beast. Instead of hiding away in the deep mountains, you traipse her around the territory of the Spirit Hall, flaunting her in front of the Pope, Qian Xuanji. Second, of all times, you choose to prance around just as you reach level 90, merely one soul ring away. Third, the chosen battleground is nothing short of brilliant, perfectly avoiding any advantageous terrain for the Lanyan Huang, and selecting the moment when your wife has just given birth, leaving her at her most vulnerable. I tell you, Shen Cangqiong concluded decisively. This is not some tragic love story. It's a meticulously calculated scheme. Tang Hao is deliberately provoking the spirit hall, orchestrating a plan to murder his wife and acquire a set of top-tier equipment spanning 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments erupted in chaos. The entire world was expressing disbelief. The image of Tang Hao as a devoted husband shattered into pieces. Aine from the two worlds could no longer contain her emotions, questioning Tang Hao from afar, a scene to behold. But the most amusing of all, it was Tang San. The two versions of Tang San, completely oblivious that they were discussing his biological father, fervently typed in the comments. Such a shameless wretch. Share my father's name. He deserves to die. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. My friends, this is what one might call performance art of filial piety, where I insult my father while remaining unaware. Tang Hao on the other side of the screen was likely fuming, gripping his Hao-Ian hammer tightly. The Soul Beasts were also in an uproar. Tian and Xue Di issued a full-scale manhunt, ensuring that Tang Hao would never set foot in the forest again. Just as everyone was still processing the shocking revelation about Tang Hao, the scene shifted, revealing Shen Cangqiong riding his pony into the ominous city of slaughter. The atmosphere was chilling. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing a mere child, attempted to shoo him away. Yet, Shen Cangqiong, uninterested in their pleasantries, swiftly delivered a slap that sent the lead guard flying. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired of the remaining guards, "Now, may I enter?" The guards turned pale, hastily bowing and scraping, "Please do come in." Once inside, he was greeted by a receptionist, designated as number 9527, and Shen Cangqiong's smile stretched from ear to ear. The receptionist explained that there were two modes available, a tourism mode for privileged guests and a hell mode featuring real combat with no holds barred. Guess which one he chose? Naturally, he opted for the highest difficulty, leaving behind a bold declaration, "No worries, I am invincible at my level." Soon, he found himself on the arena stage. A burly man, seeing Shen Cangqiong was merely a child, approached intending to demonstrate his prowess by tearing apart a small demon. However, Shen Cangqiong barely moved a muscle. With a light, effortless palm strike, the man was sent flying at a speed 100 times greater than his approach, ultimately crashing into a wall, embedded within it as if painted. The ensuing days were simple. Shen Cangqiong, like clockwork, faced 3 matches daily, effortlessly defeating his opponents without allowing them even a brush against his garments. Over a month, he secured 100 victories with ease. The receptionist, known as Black Pearl, was left in awe and approached him to inquire if he intended to leave. Shen Cangqiong nodded, but suddenly turned to her and asked, "How about you come with me?" Black Pearl was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you joking about? The King of Slaughter would never allow such a thing. The rules here dictate that the living enter and the dead exit. There is no third option. I assure you." Shen Cangqiong's smile at that moment was reminiscent of an adult observing a child. He replied, "He has 2 choices. 1, to be beaten until he agrees. 2, to graciously accept my generous offer and be escorted out." My friends, who can comprehend this air of confidence? Were one unaware? They might mistake him for the true ruler of the city of slaughter. Black Pearl was momentarily dumbfounded, yet upon reflection, she sensed the possibility in his words. After all, she witnessed the King of Slaughter daily, knowing he had long been worn down by the 9-headed Bat King. While her Cangqiong had amassed 100 consecutive victories in the past month, each match a swift triumph. Crucially, the debuffs imposed on Soul Masters in the City of Slaughter had no effect on him. This was undoubtedly a bug-level existence. She made a bold decision. In the blink of an eye, I found myself outside, basking in the fresh air and bright sunlight, as Black Pearl joyfully rolled on the grass, akin to a freshly released husky. As for Shen Cangqiong, he paid her no mind, deep in thought regarding the blood-red light that had just emerged around him, known as the domain of the Slaughter God. And do you know what happened next? He smacked his lips in distaste, exclaiming, "Is this it? It feels rather underwhelming." With that, he summoned his true dragon martial soul, and as the resplendent golden dragon appeared, it devoured the blood-red domain of the Slaughter God, as if it were a mere snack. Yes, you heard correctly. It was consumed. A remarkable repurposing, indeed. The moment this scene unfolded, the viewers of the live stream erupted in chaos. Qian Daolu and Poseidon marveled at this young man's extraordinary martial soul, reminiscing about their past loves. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, filled with jealousy, took to the screen, exclaiming, Shen Cangqiong, impressive. I see you have learned to keep a concubine hidden, huh? Where have you stashed that black pearl? Black Pearl, startled, hurried to clarify, we are pure. Yet, Lu Erlong retorted, if you truly have feelings for Cangqiong, then come to Lanba Academy. I can't handle it alone. What celestial utterance is this? The main wife is actively recruiting a team? Black Pearl hesitated, citing their age difference, to which Lu Erlong responded, his mental age is mature. Indeed, I believe that. The scene shifted 3 days later, with Shen Cangqiong and Black Pearl standing by the seaside, watching the sunset while he pretended to recite poetry. As Black Pearl praised his dual talents, my Cangqiong suddenly smiled, wrapped his arm around her waist, and, before the astonished eyes of many, took a step, then another, and another, walking into the sky. There was nothing beneath their feet. As if stepping on invisible stairs, they ascended into the air, moving deeper into the sea. At this moment, the live chat fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in chaos. A multitude of Douluo, their accounts frozen, stared in disbelief. Qian Daolu and Poseidon exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by this phenomenon, exclaiming that it defied the laws of science. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the pair descended onto an island. Just as they steadied themselves, they were surrounded by a group of burly pirates questioning their purpose. Shen Cangqiong, ever honest, shook his head. I don't know. I just saw people here and came down. The lead pirate was about to utter a threatening remark, asserting that this was Purple Pearl Island, and gestured for his subordinates to advance. Suddenly, from behind the crowd came a commanding voice. Stop right there. A fierce female pirate captain emerged. She was Purple Pearl. Unlike the lesser pirates, she had keen eyesight, having witnessed the duo descend from the sky. Purple Pearl approached directly, questioning Shen Cangqiong's intentions for visiting their island. Although he initially attempted to feign ignorance, she saw through him. Don't play coy. Your expression when you discovered our island made it clear you found what you sought. Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Shen Cangqiong grinned and replied, friends should not expose one another. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and what followed was a scene of unadorned simplicity. Gold and soul coins rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly burying the dozens of pirate henchmen up to their necks, leaving only their heads visible, all of them in a state of shock. Shen Cangqiong clapped his hands and, as if nothing had happened, said, we shall reside here for several days, and this money shall cover our meals and accommodations. Lead the way. First, prepare a lavish seafood feast, and then arrange your finest room. Zijinju was utterly dumbfounded. In the following days, Shen Cangqiong was truly unrestrained, indulging in exquisite food and drink. 3 days later, he flew alone to the sea several hundred miles away and plunged right in. Before long, the surface of the sea began to churn violently, with towering columns of water shooting into the sky. Moments later, accompanied by a colossal beast's mournful cry, a fish the size of a small mountain surfaced, belly up. Shen Cangqiong sat cross-legged atop the fish's head, entirely unfazed. The highlight arrived. Observant viewers in the live stream suddenly noticed something glimmering atop the giant fish's head. Some speculated, could that be a soul bone? Suddenly, everyone was on edge. A soul beast that had existed for over 40,000 years bursting a soul bone. What incredible luck. However, Ning Rongrong commented in the chat, aren't you all focusing on the wrong thing? Isn't the main point that he single-handedly defeated a 40,000-year-old soul beast in the sea? Only then did the crowd realize, indeed, this combat prowess could not merely be measured by the number of soul rings. But before they could fully grasp the situation, something even more outrageous occurred. After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone, Shen Cangqiong, dissatisfied, dove back into the sea. Before long, another massive fish surfaced, and yet another soul bone fell from its tail. If this was just the beginning, what followed was nothing short of a visual feast. For an extended period, Shen Cangqiong operated as if he had activated a cheat code. Every 10,000-year soul beast he fished out of the sea was guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Each kill was certain, one after another. Those in the live stream were in utter chaos, the stream crashing under the excitement. Eventually, it was none other than the Pope of the Spear Hall, BB Dong, who personally intervened, sending a message. Shen Cangqiong, was what we just witnessed real? Shen Cangqiong replied confidently. Indeed, what guidance does the Pope seek? BB Dong, intrigued, expressed a desire to recruit him into the Spirit Hall, mentioning that Lu Erlong could accompany him. Then, Ning Fengji and the Emperor of Tiando could no longer contain themselves, each offering a high price for the soul bones. Shen Cangqiong simply replied with 2 words, "Not for sale." Days later, Zi Zhenju, seemingly completely convinced, approached Shen Cangqiong, expressing that she had previously discovered an ancient building at sea that was inaccessible and wished to collaborate with him on a treasure hunt. She candidly stated her belief that, despite his seemingly unserious demeanor, Shen Cangqiong was a good person and she could trust him not to resort to violence for treasure. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong playfully patted her bottom and said, "All right, lead the way." The trio arrived at the palace-like structure, where Zi Zhenju revealed that, as a soul emperor, she had been unable to break open the door despite her utmost efforts. Shen Cangqiong stepped forward, knocked, and instructed the others to step back. Then, with a tremendous crash, the silver-white door was obliterated by a single punch, leaving not a trace behind. Inside, the building resembled a research facility. Zi Zhenju, with keen eyes, discovered a blueprint on a table, inscribed with designs for a level 5 soul cannon. Upon examining it, Shen Cangqiong noted that this was technology from 10,000 years ago, representing an offensive soul tool with power equivalent to a full-force strike from a Soul King. As he spoke, he discovered a completed model on another table. When Zi Zhenju tested the completed soul cannon, she was immediately astounded, declaring it the dream weapon for support-type soul masters. Outside the live stream, Ning Fengji and others were frantic, offering exorbitant prices for the blueprint, even willing to grant Shen Cangqiong access to the treasures of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, Shen Cangqiong ignored their pleas, shaking his head on screen and stating that this technology could not be disseminated. When Zi Zhenju inquired why, he explained, such technology is beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it were to spread, it would only be monopolized by great powers, leaving common folk without the possibility of rising. Observing her confusion, Shen Cangqiong teased, "If you don't understand, that's an issue of intelligence." Infuriated, Zi Zhenju playfully punched his chest. As they continued deeper, their discoveries multiplied, culminating in a large chamber where they found an even more impressive blueprint for a level 9 rending cannon. While Zi Zhenju lamented the absence of a physical model, an entire wall suddenly collapsed nearby, revealing thousands of boxes within. 8 hours later, after tallying their findings, they counted a total of 1,200 storage soul tools. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, declaring that they would split them evenly. Yet, Zi Zhenju shook her head, stating that she had already received ample benefits and did not wish to take any of the storage soul tools, sincerely expressing that without Shen Cangqiong, she wouldn't have even been able to enter. Shen Cangqiong looked at her and smiled. He accepted all the storage soul tools and patted Zi Zhenju's shoulder, saying, "All right, from this day forth, we are friends. If you ever need to hunt for soul rings or encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to come find me at Lamba Academy." I must tell you, as soon as these words left his lips, Zi Zhenju burst into laughter, pointing at him and exclaiming that a mere child like him was pretending to be an adult. It was utterly ridiculous. "Go ahead, laugh," he replied. "In a few days, you will know who the real big shot is." Thus, they spent over 10 days fishing on the island. Then, Zi Zhenju mysteriously approached him again, claiming she wanted to introduce him to an excellent opportunity called the Sea Goddess Trial, where one could obtain a divine soul ring, rapidly increasing their soul power with countless benefits. She asked if he wanted to give it a try, offering to ferry him there for free. At that moment, I could hardly muster the energy to lift my eyelids, responding with a simple 2-word refusal, "Not going." Undeterred, she persisted, saying that with his talent, going to Sea God Island would be like taking off. Becoming a high priest in the future would be a breeze. I couldn't help but laugh, unleashing a retort. "Sea God? Isn't that just an insufferably hypocritical old man? Forcing me to participate in his trial is nothing short of repulsive." Once those words escaped my lips, Zi Zhenju's face turned pale, as if she had just emerged from a whitening chamber, nearly scared out of her wits. She quickly covered my mouth, glancing around nervously, fearful of eavesdroppers. Let me tell you, she had every reason to be concerned. As soon as I finished speaking in that comparative video, the chat exploded. The people from Sea God Island reacted as if they had disturbed a hornet's nest, with figures like Sea Dragon Douluo and Starfish Douluo clamoring to make me understand why flowers bloom so red. Even the High Priest Poseidon personally entered the fray, demanding that I hastily go to Sea God Island to bow down and apologize or face the consequences. Could I tolerate that? I immediately fired back. Poseidon, you old hag. You can't even leave your island. How could you possibly reach out to bite me? Your strongest subordinates barely reach level 95. If they dare come to Lamba Academy, let us see if I can't handle them. Poseidon was momentarily stunned, questioning how I knew so much about her forces. Without further ado, she placed the blame squarely on Douluo of the Spear Hall. Those in the know would understand. Douluo was online at that moment, utterly bewildered by the sudden accusation. He attempted to defend himself, but Poseidon refused to listen, adamantly holding him responsible. Douluo, feeling unjustly aggrieved, directly tagged me, lamenting that it was my doing and questioning why he was always the one to suffer. I promptly delivered a masterclass in emotional intelligence, explaining that reasoning with a woman like Poseidon was futile. If you could win her over, even flatulence would smell sweet. If not, everything you say would be in vain. To win her affections, you must either make her fall in love with you or make her despise you utterly. Then, in front of the entire continent, I unleashed a barrage of insults towards Poseidon. Poseidon, you little brew, if you have the guts, come catch me. I'll be waiting at Lamba Academy, clean and pristine. If you catch me, I'll show you what a master's task truly entails. This, without a doubt, sent her into a frenzy. It is said she destroyed everything she could within her palace. Not one to shy away from trouble, I added fuel to the fire. Look, you're not even this furious when I insult the sea god. It's evident that the sea god doesn't mean much to you. Enraged, she immediately ordered 3 titled Douluos to apprehend me. Interestingly, the deep-sea demon whale king in the abyss also surfaced, publicly aligning with me, asserting that the sea god is indeed a hypocritical scoundrel. The scene shifted back, and Zhizhanzhu still bore a lingering fear. So I gazed at her earnestly and asked, "Would you betray me?" She paused momentarily before replying, "We are friends, of course I wouldn't." I chuckled slyly, pleased with her understanding. She was curious and inquired how a land soul master could harbor such strong opinions about Sea God Island. Leaning closer to her ear, I half-jokingly informed her that my insights were derived from various historical accounts. She remained skeptical, prompting me to reveal more shocking details. Do you know the guardian beast of Sea God Island, the great white shark, Xiaobai? The demon soul Great White Shark clan is sworn enemies with the evil soul Orca clan, and they are on the brink of extinction. When the sea god was present, he did nothing, merely watching as his steed's kin were slaughtered. After he ascended, his subordinates pretended to be blind, remaining indifferent even when Xiaobai's own brother was killed, refusing to show even a semblance of concern. As I spoke, Xiaobai herself, observing through the video stream, was momentarily taken aback and queried, "Indeed? Why is that?" Poseidon, still attempting to placate the situation, urged me not to sow discord. I responded with a mocking tone, Yes, Xiaobai, rest assured, once that Orca king passes away, this matter will be settled for you. You must understand the difficulties faced by Sea God Island." Xiaobai, being quite perceptive, acknowledged my words, then discreetly dispatched a clan member to inform Zhizhanzhu that Sea God Island was sending someone to capture me. Time seemed to accelerate, and after half a year, I diligently absorbed soul bones, my soul power skyrocketing to level 70, leaving Zhizhanzhu quite disheartened. For the subsequent 2 years, I secluded myself, delving into the mysteries of soul rings and soul bones, leading Zhizhanzhu and others to believe I had gone mad, as they urged me daily to reconsider. It wasn't until I demonstrated my prowess by defeating a 70,000-year sea soul beast before their eyes that they finally fell silent, regarding me with newfound respect. On the day I emerged from seclusion, I sought out Zhizhanzhu and asked, "Sister, where can I find treasures of 100,000 years? Provide me with some information." She turned pale, fearing I intended to sacrifice myself, exclaiming that the difference between 70 and 100,000 years was vast. I grinned mischievously, and she was instantly reminded of the fear I instilled in her, screaming as she threw the information onto the table and fled. 3 days later, following the map I had acquired, I located the territory known as the Iron King Lobster. This creature, quite audacious, initiated an ambush without hesitation, launching an attack comparable to that of a 92nd level title Douluo. I scoffed at its lack of martial ethics, effortlessly deflecting its assault with a swift motion, then charged forward. Who understands the struggle? I, a soul sage without even a 7th soul ring, engaged in a direct confrontation with a 100,000-year soul beast for over 10 minutes, ultimately sinking a small island halfway into the ocean before successfully subduing it. As this scene unfolded, The entire continent fell into stunned silence. Everyone was in a frenzy. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, who had previously been observing, now clamored passionately, vowing to spare no effort to recruit me. Yet, that was not the end. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, I executed an even more explosive act. Despite my soul bones being completely filled, I resolutely grasped that 100,000-year lobster soul bone and forced it into my right arm's soul bone. I aimed to fuse them into one. The sensation was indescribable, causing me immense agony. My visage contorted as sweat poured down like rain. Yet, I gritted my teeth and persevered. At the moment of success, I felt my right arm's soul bone evolve, although I lost a bit in the process. As the 100,000-year soul bone only added 50,000 years to my original soul bone's lifespan, the crucial point was that it worked. At this moment, the entire world not only fell silent, but also seemed to crash entirely. All established knowledge and the understanding of soul masters shattered into fragments. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her face resembling that of a blackened pot. I tell you, the look she cast upon Gue Duo was almost lethal. Gue Duo, terrified, hastily explained that Zhu Hua Pass had been ensnared by Yu Xiaozhang's sticky tactics. Upon hearing Yu Xiaozhang's name, Bibi Dong surprisingly refrained from erupting, instead turning to gaze at her precious disciple, Hulaina, with a beaming smile. Laina, dear, would you like to try fusing soul bones? Hulaina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Teacher, I'm willing. I'm not afraid of hardship. Bibi Dong, satisfied, replied in a tone resembling that of a nurturing caregiver. Good. I'll first find a few unfortunate souls to test the waters and see if there are any side effects. If it's safe, then it will be your turn. Don't worry about wasting it. Our spirit hall lacks nothing but those decades or hundreds of years' worth of useless soul bones to play with. Simultaneously, other major sects and esteemed families convened emergency meetings. The prominent figures argued vehemently, their faces flushed, nearly spitting enough to lift the roof. After much debate, they realized their own inventory was quite meager, with only 7 or 8 soul bones at most. That scene, let me tell you, was the epitome of awkwardness. As they transitioned from discussing grand strategies to feigning interest in the ceiling, avoiding eye contact with one another, the scene shifted back to Shen Cangqiong's face. This fellow even expressed dissatisfaction with the newly acquired soul bone's age. Not satisfied? Then fuse another. Just like munching on potato chips, one after another. With a blink, a new right arm bone was integrated. He continued to comment, not bad, just one more and it will reach 100,000 years. Then, dear friends, you shall witness this spectacle unfold at an accelerated pace. Shen Cangqiong sat there, absorbing soul bones, fusing soul bones, familiarizing himself with the power, and repeating the process. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his soul bones radiated a radiant golden light, both reaching the 100,000-year level, with his soul power soaring to level 80. At this point, the barrage of comments exploded as a group of knowledgeable individuals frantically calculated, wait a minute, 200,000-year soul bones and 100,000-year soul ring. How did he only level up this little? The cost effectiveness is abysmally low. This is undoubtedly an IQ tax. Amidst the uproar about the fusion of soul bones being a financial loss, one user named Zhu Zhuyun snapped everyone back to reality with a single remark. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the colors of his 6 10,000-year soul rings are nearly as dark as ink? The soul power has all been consumed by the soul rings. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. Is it truly possible to play like this? Can the power of soul bones be utilized to upgrade soul rings? Yu Qianheng was the first to jump up and protest. What nonsense! The age of a soul ring is innate. How could it possibly be enhanced? Zhu Zhuyan rolled her eyes in response, sneering. No wonder your Tiando Royal Academy is always second place. Is this the limit of your insight? Shui Yu Air, oblivious to their quarrel, directly tagged Shen Cangqiong in the comments. Brother Cangqiong, is it true? I tell you, Shen Cangqiong is truly mischievous. He unabashedly admitted, indeed. Zhu Zhuyan is correct. However, he swiftly pivoted, blocking any further inquiry. But this is due to my unique martial spirit. You cannot replicate it. Anyone who stubbornly attempts to try it, should you waste or even lose your life, do not come to me for compensation. Ah, what a masterful maneuver. Both assertive and elegant. Yet, even with his warning, there remained a group of fearless souls who believed that their destiny lay in their own hands, preparing to use their own soul rings as guinea pigs. Meanwhile, the cunning old foxes of the major families remained composed. patiently waiting to observe the outcomes for these reckless youths. Then, in the video, Shen Cangqiong made his move. He glanced at the map, soared into the sky, and commenced his plan to eliminate 100,000-year soul beasts. He encountered a 100,000-year giant crab, and after a battle lasting over 6 minutes, he swiftly dispatched it, seamlessly absorbing the soul ring and fusing the soul bones. As the scene flickered once more, the 7 soul bones adorning his body, left arm, left leg, right leg, head, and torso, even an external piece, transformed into a blinding crimson hue, signifying an astonishing 10,000 years of age. His soul power officially breached the monumental level of 90. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. He effortlessly dispatched a nearby unfortunate creature aged 10,000 years, absorbing his 9th soul ring. As the 9th crimson circle illuminated, his soul power ultimately reached a staggering 94. 9 soul rings of 10,000 years, a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones. In a rank of 94 as a title Douluo. At this moment, the entire barrage of comments fell silent, as everyone felt their worldview being mercilessly trampled. The comrades from Sea God Island were left utterly stunned, convening in a panic. What should we even do about this? After much deliberation, they resolved to send someone back to gather reinforcements while the rest remained behind to adopt a strategy of strategic delay. Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect wasted no time, heading straight for his treasury, seemingly prepared to invest heavily in recruiting allies. In stark contrast, Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall remained unervingly composed. She instructed Guime Doa to call back Zhu Hua, deeming further efforts futile. Guime Doa, perplexed, queried, "Your Excellency, what if he is recruited by another faction?" Bibi Dong chuckled. "You are overthinking it. At his level of strength, would he desire to be controlled by another? He would only seek to be the one in control." Just as everyone was reeling from Shen Cangqiong's overwhelming might, the scene shifted back to Zhejian Pearl Island. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhejian Pearl, the screen faded to black, transporting us 3 years into the future. In this future, Shen Cangqiong sat by an extraordinarily beautiful lakeside, fishing. After a prolonged wait without a single nibble, he muttered, "Why are there no fish?" No sooner had he spoken, a gigantic bull head emerged from the water. Booming, "Human child, get lost." Shen Cangqiong, upon seeing this, was amused and replied, "Oh, is that not the Tianqing Luleng?" The bullhead instantly turned green with rage. Bellowing, "I am the Tianqing Yomeng." And what happened next? Shen Cangqiong paid him no heed and delivered a powerful punch straight to the bull's forehead. Poor Daming. His eyes filled with stars, as a cartoonish bump rapidly swelled on his head, causing him to faint. After dispatching Daming, he was soon pursued by another creature, a massive gorilla, which chased him relentlessly for nearly 3 months. Eventually, Shen Cangqiong grew weary of this, and, seeking to resume waiting for Guyuna, seized an opportunity to land another punch, delivering a knockout blow. As the scene dimmed, just when it seemed the display was concluding, the screen turned black, revealing bold letters. The comparison with Tang San officially begins. At Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong smiled warmly at Dai Mubai. "Are you ready to witness the astounding performance of what you claim is half of your team's strength?" Dai Mubai turned pale, shaking his head vehemently. In the next instant, the screen illuminated. A strikingly handsome young man clad in blue, wielding the Haoyan hammer, made his way through with ease to the entrance of the City of Slaughter. The video even thoughtfully emblazoned his face with 2 prominent characters, Tang San. The barrage erupted with excitement. Is this Tang San? Has he undergone a transformation? Is this beauty a result of intellect? Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy was so enamored he nearly drooled, leaning towards Tang San. "Brother San, could you share the secret of your transformation?" Tang San, internally smirking while maintaining an innocent facade, replied, "I truly do not know." In the video, Tang San entered the City of Slaughter. The black-clad hostess who greeted him lacked the respect shown to Shen Cangqiong. Tang San immediately adopted an interrogative stance, inquiring about various matters. Upon learning that no rules existed here, he boldly questioned, "The Spirit Hall prides itself on justice. Why do they not eradicate such a nefarious place as this?" The hostess regarded him with the demeanor one would reserve for a simpleton, explaining, "This place houses the dregs and fallen of the continent. We are merely assisting the continent in managing its waste. Why would the Spirit Hall seek to eliminate us?" "What do you suppose Tang San said in response?" He disregarded her explanation entirely, concocting a grand narrative in his mind, sneering, Indeed, the existence of the City of Slaughter is a result of the Spirit Hall's indulgence. Fellow viewers, who understands this? Such a convoluted line of thinking would confound even an AI. The barrage erupted once more, inundated with accusations of being an ungrateful wolf, biting the hand that feeds him while receiving subsidies from the Spirit Hall. The two versions of Tang San were immediately on the defensive, emerging to argue that he stood for justice and that a place like the City of Slaughter ought not to exist. Shui Yuer could no longer contain herself, interjecting, "Who do you think you are? Are you more astute than Sect Master Ning, Sect Master Yu, or the Pope?" As tensions threatened to escalate, Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong each stepped in to restore order. Amidst the chaos, an assailant launched a sneak attack on Tang San from behind. In the nick of time, an ethereal figure appeared, saving him. This was a strikingly voluptuous girl with captivating eyes. They exchanged a few words, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had maintained a stoic expression, gazed at the screen displaying the enchanting girl, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she softly uttered, "Na na, na na." Fellow viewers, who understands this? Bibi Dong, the matriarch, has begun to play matchmaker between Hulaina and Tang San. This is utterly unexpected. "It seems that the future you may harbor a fondness for this Tang San," Bibi Dong said with a teasing tone, brimming with mischief. Hulaina was left bewildered, pondering. "Teacher, while the transformed Tang San does possess a certain allure, it is but that. I'm not the type to fall for someone at first sight." Bibi Dong continued, emboldened. "If you feel any inclination towards Tang San, perhaps you should engage with him. I would not disapprove. Goodness, this is akin to loving everything associated with him." In the original narrative, had Yu Xiaojiang not been entangled with Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong would never have troubled Tang San. She was well aware of his parentage and yet placed him in Yu Xiaojiang's care, an action I truly struggle to comprehend. Hulaina found an excuse. "Teacher, let's wait a while longer. I wish to focus on my cultivation. Otherwise, even if Shen Cangqiong refrains from participating, our Spirit Hall may still struggle to win the elite tournament." In truth, she held no interest in the current Tang San, but thoughts of Shen Cangqiong's abundant soul bones made her excuse seem quite valid. Hulaina sighed, feeling somewhat deflated. Bibi Dong nodded. "Very well, it is your choice." She then returned to watching the comparison video. After all, she was in no rush. With Qin Daolu still present, unless she revealed her true power, she could only watch Yu Xiaojiang with envy. As the scene transitioned, the interactions between Hulaina and Tang San increased significantly over time. Gradually, Hulaina found herself enamored with the strikingly handsome and powerful Tang San, who went by the alias Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin maintained an air of ambivalence, sometimes displaying concern for her and other times appearing indifferent. Soon, amidst their flirtation, they both achieved 100 victories. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the nameless individual from the first variant Douluo World. "What the hell? This Tang San is actually a twin martial soul. Moreover, his other martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Does this not imply that Tang San hails from the Haotian sect?" This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Everyone inwardly cursed, questioning the intelligence of this person. While it is true that secrets cannot be concealed indefinitely, it is understood among all. Why voice it? Now, the atmosphere has become awkward. The Shrek Academy's Yu Xiaojiang quickly emerged to clarify. Tang San has lived outside since childhood and cannot be regarded as a disciple of the Haotian sect. Furthermore, he is my sole disciple, rather than being a disciple of the Haotian sect. It would be more accurate to say he is a disciple of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The second original Douluo World Xiao Xiaojiang echoed in agreement. Indeed, in the realm of the two worlds, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San expressed their relief that the comparison video did not expose the truth about Tang San being Tang Hao's son, for such a revelation would have led to significant trouble. The first variant of Tang San from the Douluo world promptly stated, "I have lived in a small village since childhood and know nothing of the Haotian sect." Meanwhile, the second original version of Tang San from the same world grew increasingly agitated, asserting, even if I were a disciple of the Haotian sect, I would never acknowledge that identity. If the Haotian sect truly considered us part of their family, how could they ignore us so completely? His words were laced with palpable emotion. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the first variant Douluo world, swiftly extended an olive branch. "It is commendable that you harbor such thoughts. If you are willing, consider joining my Spirit Hall. With your innate talent for cultivation, it is certain you will soon ascend to the rank of titled Douluo and become one of our esteemed elders. The second original Bibi Dong echoed her sentiments. The other version of me has expressed all that I wish to say. Tang San, my spirit hall, stands ready to welcome you. Bibi Dong's cunning strategy was remarkable. Not only could she win over Yu Xiaojiang's allegiance, but she also had a legitimate excuse to protect Yu Xiaojiang's hard-won disciple from those in the offering hall while repaying Tang Hao for his past deeds against Qiang Sunji. Tang San did not refuse her offer, responding, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Holiness. I will consider it." However, his attitude infuriated Tang Hao and Yin, who could only endure their frustration due to their identities. The second original Douluo World as president of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, was incensed. "Bibi Dong, your schemes run deep." Bibi Dong coldly retorted, "If you possess the ability to assist Tang San, I would not oppose it." Lu Erlong was nearly beside herself with rage, but restrained herself, mindful of her family's stance. At that moment, the scene shifted. In the video, Tang San and Hu Liena, having declined the invitation of the King of Slaughter, faced the final challenge of their journey, perhaps due to having offended the King of Slaughter, or perhaps due to their inadequate strength. They encountered a vastly different set of circumstances than when they had faced Shen Cangqiong. As they began to navigate this last challenge, they were confronted with the dark golden, three-headed Bat King and the 10-headed Sun Serpent, among other formidable trials. Ultimately, through mutual support, they precariously reached the final segment. However, at that juncture, Hu Liena, having exhausted her energy, chose to allow Tang San to knock her unconscious. Yet, after he rendered her unconscious, Tang San did not immediately depart with her. Instead, he coldly retrieved a pure, white, celestial herb from his treasure pouch and unhesitatingly cast it aside, urging Hu Liena onward towards the exit, while leaving behind a message. "City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, I hope you enjoy the gift I have left." With this, the scene gradually faded to darkness. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Anonymous in the first variant Douluo World inquired, "Can anyone tell me what that plant Tang San threw away at the end was?" Another anonymous commentator remarked, "I do not know what that plant was, but I can tell you this. In nature, any plant that is exceptionally beautiful is either a heavenly treasure or a deadly poison." A third anonymous voice warned, "That sounds dire. Given Tang San's expression when he threw that plant and his words, it cannot possibly be a heavenly treasure." Young Wu Di, the leader of the Broken Clan in the first variant Douluo World, revealed the truth. "Stop guessing. That plant is the snow-colored swan's kiss. The City of Slaughter is doomed." Yang Wudi had seen through Tang San's true nature. This young man was indeed ruthless. Bai Chunxiang from the Silent Clan in the first variant Douluo World asked, "Grandpa Yang, does this snow-colored swan's kiss possess such power that it could destroy the entire City of Slaughter?" Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan, quickly covered his mouth. "Old Yang, you must not speak carelessly, otherwise it may endanger that child, Tang San." Titan had long suspected that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Yang Wudi, with a sardonic tone, replied, "If we were to discuss understanding of various herbs, who in the entire Douluo continent could rival me, aside from Yueguan from the Spirit Hall?" Yang Wudi's disdain for Titan was evident. He was intent on deceiving Tang San. In the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter panicked and urgently questioned Yueguan, "Yueguan, will this snow-colored swan's kiss truly destroy my City of Slaughter?" Yueguan remained silent, and the King of Slaughter quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. An anonymous commentator in the first variant Douluo World reassured, "Rest assured, King of Slaughter, we have memorized Tang San's face. Should he dare to enter my City of Slaughter, we shall join forces to eliminate him." Another anonymous voice from the second original Douluo World echoed, "Our world has reached the same conclusion." Another anonymous voice in the second original Douluo World added, "Does the Spirit Hall have nothing to say?" An anonymous commentator from the first variant Douluo World pleaded, "We urge the Spirit Hall to take action." Both versions of Bibi Dong declared, "Given that nothing has yet transpired, we shall instruct Elder Yu to strictly guide Tang San." However, this was merely lip service. Meanwhile, in an unnamed forest in the first variant Douluo World, Tang San, feeling wronged, asked Yu Xiaojiang, "Teacher, why can't I post comments?" He stared at the barrage of insults directed at him, his fists clenched in frustration. Yu Xiaojiang comforted him, "You have only one voice. How can you outshout so many? Rest assured, as long as the Spirit Hall does not intervene, you will not come a harm." Tang San gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well." Yu Xiaojiang patted Tang San's shoulder. "Striving to become stronger is more crucial than anything else. Just think if you were already a title Douluo level powerhouse. Who would dare to confront you? Tang San took a deep breath, regaining his composure. This was the right mindset, and Yu Xiaojing nodded in satisfaction. All right, we have rested enough. Let us continue. Meanwhile, Yu Egwan, who had remained silent, suddenly darkened in expression. The second comparison video concluded. Based on the inner acknowledgement of all beings who watched the comparison video across both worlds, the ultimate victor of the second comparison video was Shen Cangqiong. Here are the recognition vote counts for the two protagonists. In the first variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received 431, 241, 017 votes. In the second original Douluo World, Tang San received 4 votes. In the first variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy laughed heartily, haha, with over 400 million votes across both worlds. Tang San only garnered 4 votes. Let me guess, those 4 votes must come from his 2 fathers in both worlds and his 2 teachers. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy added, the key is that even those villains do not recognize Tang San. His existence is a complete failure. Yao Zi from the Plant Academy remarked, last time, Tang San at least received recognition from 1/10,000th of the beings. This time, he has plummeted to just 4 beings acknowledging him. If he participates in the next comparison and still receives only 4 votes, I wonder if it will drop to 0. The barrage was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The awards for the protagonists in the comparison video were about to be presented. A friendly reminder, all types of rewards issued from the comparison video can be traded, but only with the seller's consent. Note, this is the final reminder. Now, we present the reward for the victor of the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong from the first variant Douluo World. Reward 1. 10 fragments of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 1. Acquire a piece of a 10,000-year selectable external soul bone. Reward 2. Obtain 1 recipe for a promotion pill. Reward 3. Gain 100,000 points for the comparison video. The rewards for the victor, variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, have been distributed. Now, we shall commence the distribution of rewards to the 2 Tang Sans from the comparison video for the losers. Reward 1. A fragment of a cross-border talisman. Reward 2. Acquire a piece of a 10-year soft-bone rabbit right arm bone. Reward 3. Obtain 1 recipe fragment for the promotion pill, position 1. Note, gathering 10 fragments of the promotion pill recipe can be combined into a complete recipe. Reward 4. Gain 10 points for the comparison video. The distribution of rewards for the loser, Tang San, has been completed. We shall now draw 10 lucky names. Each recipient will receive 100,000 points for the comparison video. The lucky names from variant 1 of the Douluo World include Shui Binger, Xiao Wu, Shui Yuer, Yao Zi, Huo Shuang, Ditien, Beiji, Suedi, Qinzhang, and Yangdi Guang. In the original Douluo World, an unnamed individual lamented. In the last comparison, our world had at least 1 lucky spot, but this time we have none. It seems our world is merely here to fill numbers. Another unnamed individual replied, indeed. If only we could exchange Tang San for that Shen Cangqiong. The first variant's unnamed individual chuckled. You have quite the imagination. I actually feel it would be more fitting to send your Tang San to us. Then your world could experience a splendid dual brilliance. At the Blue Tyrant Academy of Variant 1, Lu Erlong quietly asked Shen Cangqiong, Cangqiong, are you truly all right? Shen Cangqiong reassured her, I am fine. Lu Erlong resolved, it seems I must strengthen myself quickly. Otherwise, I may become a burden to you. Shen Cangqiong promptly advised her, there is no need to rush. Let us adhere to the plan we discussed earlier. Remember, haste makes waste. By the way, what exactly happened with that Zi Jinju? I wish to know what transpired after that gasp. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shen Cangqiong chuckled wryly. Would you believe me if I said nothing happened? After all, I was quite young at that time, wasn't I? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. Hee hee, do you think I will believe that? At that moment, the voice of the comparison video echoed once more. To enhance the sense of participation for more individuals, the comparison video will randomly issue various rankings starting tomorrow. Those featured in the rankings will be rewarded. The types of rankings include, but are not limited to, the Martial Soul ranking, Combat Power ranking, Talented Individuals ranking, and Beauties ranking. The grand screen dimmed instantly, but the audiences from both worlds grew increasingly excited. The barrage of comments erupted. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Shui Yuan expressed his excitement. If my guess is correct, the Beauties ranking is likely to assess various stunning individuals. Isn't this tailor-made for us at the Water Academy? Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy protested. Snow Dance sees clearly. Not to mention, am I not as beautiful as you? Shui Yuer. Xiao Hua from the Martial Soul Hall interjected. Enough with the nonsense. As for the top of the Beauties ranking, Who else could it be but our martial soul hall's esteemed pope? Debates ensued endlessly. Meanwhile, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Shen Cangqiong led Zhu Zhuqing and a group of 10 to the back mountain of the academy to commence training. Cangqiong, what should we do? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Shen Cangqiong replied mysteriously, you need not do anything. Simply endure for 1 hour within my true dragon domain without using soul power, and you'll pass the first trial. The principle is akin to the gravity chamber in novels. Dai Mubai scoffed, is it really that simple? Simple? I hope you still think so. Later, Shen Cangqiong retorted, sealing the soul powers of the 10 individuals before activating the true dragon domain. With a resounding thud, as the 10 were enveloped by the true dragon domain. Within a mere second, apart from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu who persevered, the remaining 8 were all sprawled on the ground. After several seconds, as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu fell one after the other, Shen Cangqiong retracted the true dragon domain, teasing Dai Mubai, didn't you say it was easy? How is it that you can't even match a girl now? Dai Mubai's face flushed crimson. I wasn't prepared. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Who here was adequately prepared? Dai Mubai, irritated, exclaimed, Zhu Zhuqing, mind your status. Shen Cangqiong immediately reprimanded. Within the academy, everyone's status is equal. And if we're to speak of status, Zhu Zhuqing's position is indeed higher than yours. Do not forget, she is a main team member, while you are merely a substitute. Dai Mubai could only swallow his anger. At that moment, Lu Erlong approached. Cangqiong, the Ning sect master has arrived and wishes to meet you. This time, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is mobilized in full force. Not only the Ning sect master, but even the Sword Duo and Bone Duo have come together. Shen Cangqiong was somewhat surprised. They arrived quite promptly. Rong, you shall accompany me. The rest may disperse. In the reception hall of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Fengji rose and greeted Shen Cangqiong with a smile. So this is the young friend Cangqiong. Truly impressive for one so young. Shen Cangqiong politely replied, Ning sect master, you flatter me. Please have a seat. Ning Rongrong also approached, acting coyly. Baba, both grandfathers. Ning Fengji helplessly stroked his daughter's hair. Young friend Cangqiong, Rongrong is quite mischievous. I hope you can take care of her in the future. Shen Cangqiong smiled. Ning sect master, you yist. Rongrong is simply earnest. Where's the mischief in that? Shen Cangqiong's words resonated with Ning Rongrong, bringing her immense comfort. By the way, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Ning, sect master? Shen Cangqiong proactively asked. Ning Fengji coughed twice and subtly replied, to be honest, it is not of great importance. I merely wish to ask young friend Cangqiong about your impressions of our 7 Treasures Glazed sect and of the martial soul hall. Shen Cangqiong pondered for a few seconds before resolutely stating, I can only say that I harbor no ill feelings towards the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The martial soul hall must not fall. Ning Fengji, the old fox, could hardly remain seated. Let me tell you, when I mentioned that I could evolve your daughter's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, it was akin to tossing a depth charge into a fish pond. In an instant, Ning Fengji, Sword Duo, and Bone Duo sprang up like springs. Ning Rongrong, forgetting her shyness, stared at me with wide eyes, as if gazing at a deity. Ning Fengji's voice trembled as he repeatedly confirmed whether I was joking. Would I jest about such matters? I assured him, if I cannot accomplish this, Rongrong can leave at any time, and I will accept it as mere boasting. Good heavens! I had him completely under my thumb. The old man made an immediate decision. Done. Rongrong will be part of your Blue Tyrant Academy from now on. Should the Academy need anything in the future, I, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, will spare no expense to fulfill it. This deal was simply a bloodbath in profit. Just as I was about to exchange a few words with Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong called from outside, Cangqiong, that Prince Xueqinghe has arrived. Well then, the main event has arrived. Upon entering the room, I was taken aback to see Qian Rinxue, who had a man's face. I remained silent, staring directly at her, making her uneasy and restless. She feigned concern, asking if there was something wrong with her appearance. I thought to myself, there is indeed a major issue. What are you doing here, disguised as a man? However, I casually remarked, it's nothing. I am merely curious. The Crown Prince is so busy. What could he possibly want from me? She began by attempting to recruit me as a patron for the Tiando imperial family, painting a grand picture of the future, claiming that I would need to do nothing but hold a title until the royal family was on the verge of collapse, at which point I could take action. I nearly laughed at her proposal and shook my head in response. She persisted in her persuasion, prompting me to retort, can your Tiando imperial family afford me? Her expression faltered, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. To be honest, her acting was quite impressive. After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure and inquired about my desires. Well, since you have asked so earnestly, I graciously replied that if they could send me the most stunning beauty from the so-called beauty list, I would consider becoming a patron for the Tiando imperial family. Upon hearing my words, Chen Cangqiong nearly lost her composure. With my true vision, I could see clearly beneath her facade. Her face was nearly the color of a liver in anger. Yet she had to maintain her composure and engage in a lengthy analysis of why my request was difficult to fulfill. It was utterly amusing, a true contender for Best Actor of 2025. I simply shrugged, stating that my condition was singular and they could take it or leave it. Unable to maintain her pretense any longer, she forced out a smile that was more pained than joyful, clasped her fists, and hastily departed. I feared that if she lingered any longer, she might genuinely lose her temper and kick me away. Watching her frustrated silhouette, I found immense joy. This girl was quite confident, so certain of her ability to secure the top spot. As soon as Chen Cangqiong left, I brought Xiao Wu and the others to the Great Soul Arena to challenge the venue. However, upon arrival, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and she stammered for a while, admitting she had no money. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. I, of course, understood the situation, but could I let this opportunity to tease Tang San slip by? Absolutely not. I feigned shock, exclaiming, "Aren't you supposed to receive subsidies from the Wuhuan Hall every month? Where's the money?" Xiao Wu honestly replied that she had no soul guide device and was afraid of losing the money, so she left it all with Tang San. The moment Ma Hongjun and the others heard this, they erupted in outrage, each voicing their discontent towards Tang San for spending money on hidden weapons while leaving nothing for Xiao Wu. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who rarely spoke, chimed in, declaring that Tang San was even less reliable than Dai Mubai. I was nearly in stitches. Outwardly, I had to maintain a righteous demeanor as I handed Xiao Wu a soul guide device, stating, "Here, take this. I will lend you 100 gold soul coins. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter." Xiao Wu could not refuse and ultimately accepted it. Just as this matter was resolved, the following noon, I was in a room with Lu Erlong, engaged in conversation, when suddenly a tremendous noise erupted from the sky. A massive list unfurled across the heavens, titled Rouge List. I assure you, the moment this appeared, the entire continent went wild. Starting from the 100th position, names like Lin Feng and Sheng Wenwen were announced, with rewards becoming increasingly extravagant. The key was that not only did the beautiful women on the list receive rewards, but anyone who could win their hearts would also be entitled to identical prizes. This was splendid. All the single men across the continent turned envious. The list scrolled quickly, soon reaching the top 10. Lu Erlong ranked 10th, and the barrage of comments from the likes of Flender erupted in congratulations. I could imagine Yu Xiaojiang's excitement from afar. Lu Erlong was overjoyed and announced a celebratory dinner at Tianxiang Tower for the evening. Names like Shueku, Zhu Zhuqing, Duguyan, and even the soul beast Xiao Bai, A-in, Bai Ji, and ZG made the list, leaving everyone in stunned silence. A soul beast could make the list? This was quite a spectacle. Just as the world buzzed with discussions on why soul beasts were included, someone in the comments asked what that fierce beast truly was. This was my moment to shine. I promptly typed, "A fierce beast is a soul beast with cultivation exceeding 200,000 years. I assure you." The moment I sent that comment, the entire world fell silent, followed by an explosive uproar. At the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Daolu was left in a daze, likely questioning his life choices. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as I imagined her already plotting to capture a few 200,000-year-old soul beasts from the Star Do Great Forest for spirit rings. She immediately dispatched Ghost Douluo to scout the area. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was calculating her next moves, unaware that the entire continent had plunged into a frenzy due to this list. Take the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan, for instance. It was akin to a family drama. The clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, was frantic, pondering my true identity, and his brother, Yulomien, who was simply a doting father, kept insisting, "It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he treats my daughter well." This left Yu Yuanjin fuming, and the two elders began to bicker in the discussion hall. Ultimately, the Grand Elder intervened, urging them to cease their quarrel, and shifted the conversation to the Rouge List. I tell you, these old fellows had quite the peculiar thought processes. The second elder proposed a genius plan. Let all the single male disciples of our sect mobilize to pursue the beauties on the Rouge List. Especially those from smaller clans should directly aim for the position of legitimate wife. Good heavens, I nearly exclaimed, are you running a matchmaking service or a clan? Yet, upon hearing this, all the elders unanimously approved and issued the order, leaving Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian in stunned silence. Not only them, but the muscular men of Haotian clan were equally incensed upon seeing Bibi Dong ranked second, smashing the table in anger. Sect Master Tang Xiao was overwhelmed, hastily calming them down and suggesting they also pursue the beauties on the list. However, one oblivious elder had the audacity to target Tang Xiao's younger sister, Tang Yuehua, prompting Tang Xiao to erupt, declaring, "My sister can marry whomever she wishes. None of you shall lay a finger on her." This quelled the uproar among the old-timers. While these individuals were preoccupied with their marriage strategies, the list continued to unveil its rankings. I must say, the subsequent rankings were explosive. Fourth place went to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, who tied for the title of the Three Beauties of Shrek Academy, with a reward of an additional 97,000 years of soul ring lifespan. Third place was claimed by the Snow Empress and Ice Empress from the extreme north, true king-level soul beasts, rewarded with an astonishing 98,000 years of cultivation. Now, the main event. Second place went to the dual forces of Bibi Dong, the Pope of Wuhuan Hall, alongside Poseidon, the High Priestess of Sea God Island. I tell you, one was the pinnacle of land, and the other was the supreme ruler of the ocean. These two unparalleled beauties, tying for second, left the entire continent in a frenzy. Everyone speculating on who could possibly surpass them. The public screen erupted, with everyone frantically refreshing to discover the identity of the top contender. Finally, with a flash of golden light, the name of the first place emerged. Tied for first place, Qianren Xue. Tied for first place, Gu Yuna. Dear friends, do you comprehend the significance? Qianren Xue, the saintess of Wuhuan Hall, with her location clearly indicated as the Tiando Imperial Palace. Good heavens! Was this not the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe? It was a revelation that left everyone astonished. The emperors of Tiando and Xing Luo erupted in fury on the public screen. The emperor of Xing Luo, known as Shui Yi, mockingly exclaimed, "Old Shui, your household has been infiltrated." To which Shui Yi, being a cultured man, retorted, "You know nothing. This is called having prestige. The Wuhuan Hall values me enough to send someone. Your household? They probably couldn't be bothered to glance at you." The most audacious part was when he ordered Crown Prince Shueqinghe, who is none other than Qianren Xue herself, to take full responsibility for rooting out the spies within the palace. This maneuver was simply transcendent. And the other first-place contender, Gu Yuna, the sovereign of soul beasts. In the starry forest, there lies the slumbering ultimate boss, the Silver Dragon King. Now, both the Wuhuan Palace and the Spirit Beasts have claimed their greatest rewards, instantly transforming the dynamics of the entire continent into a perplexing enigma. Once the rankings were announced and the rewards distributed, the grand screen in the sky dimmed. The scene shifted back to my side. Having just concluded important matters with Erlong Jie, I discovered that there was a confirmation process for the rewards listed. Quite the thorough procedure, I must say. After spending some time with Erlong Jie, I mentioned my intention to lead a training expedition. In truth, I was headed to the Sunset Forest, hoping to ensnare someone and simultaneously help Rong level up. On the way, I deliberately announced, loudly in front of everyone, Rong, I shall take you to a place where you can find the celestial herb that will allow your 7-treasure glaze tile to evolve into the 9-treasure glaze tile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was so excited that tears nearly streamed down her face. She leaped onto me, but lost her balance, and with a duong, her lips met mine. The silence that enveloped the crowd was palpable. I could almost hear Oscar's heart shattering into a million pieces. After this commotion, Xiao Wu approached with a serious expression and inquired about the fierce beasts I had mentioned earlier. I shot her a glance and replied, "Is there any doubt?" This only puzzled her further as she asked, "Then why don't they come out to protect our Spirit Beast clan?" I felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Those old geezers are either selfish or foolish. They cling to their little territories while watching their kin being farmed for experience by humans. Yet they think they're impressive. If they had even a shred of intelligence, would the Spirit Beasts be in such dire straits?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth, saying, "What use will their strength be once the weaker Spirit Beasts are gone?" Surprisingly, this rabbit displayed considerable insight, far surpassing her older sister Gu Yuna. As we continued our conversation, we soon arrived at the Sunset Forest. I stood at the edge of the poisonous miasma and summoned my soul power, shouting, "Duga Bo!" Shen Cangqiong seeks an audience. Shortly thereafter, the miasma parted, and an elderly man with green hair emerged. I got straight to the point, old poison. I am here to accomplish 2 tasks. First, to detoxify you and your granddaughter. Second, I have purchased your dilapidated place. Upon hearing that I could cure him, Douluo's eyes lit up. He was nearly tormented to death by the poison within him and wasted no time in leading me inside. Within half an hour, I had cleansed the toxins from his body, leaving it cleaner than my own face. Douluo was utterly astonished and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, declaring, "This place shall now belong to you. Consider it a token of my appreciation." I chuckled at his sincerity and replied, "Old friend, have you thought this through? Do you understand what you are relinquishing? Are you not concerned that you may regret it later and wish to contest with me?" To my surprise, the old man maintained his composure and even joked, "Is the life of my granddaughter and I not more important?" As if this place could elevate me to godhood. Oh dear, he had inadvertently revealed the answer. I nearly burst out laughing and could only respond meaningfully, "I hope you do not come to regret this decision." Given his frankness, I felt generous and handed him a dragon-shaped celestial herb, saying, "Here, consume this, and your martial soul will evolve, rendering you impervious to poisons henceforth." Douluo was so taken aback by this treasure that he momentarily lost his senses, wanting to share it with his granddaughter. I assured him that I had something even better prepared for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, the old poison expert hurried off to refine the herb. Once he left, I plunged into the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. After over half an hour of searching in its depths, I finally discovered the true form of the Dragon King left behind after its fall. 3 days later, everything was settled. Ning Rongrong successfully evolved her 9-treasure glazed tile, and her father, Ning Fengji, was so elated that he nearly bowed to me, declaring that henceforth, Rongrong would follow me, with the 7-treasure glazed sect as my steadfast backing. Upon returning to the academy, I began training Zhu Zhuqing. Observing her repeatedly engage in direct confrontations with Dai Mubai left me infuriated, prompting me to halt her. I advised her, "Sister, you are an assassin, not a tank. The agile attack system requires you to be swift in movement and strategic in striking. Your task is to create disturbances, find weaknesses, and deliver a lethal blow. Stop trying to trade blows." After contemplating my words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully. I instructed her to reflect on this, and then called over Xiao Wu. I must confess, I was utterly perplexed by her abilities. I directly asked, "Xiao Wu, please clarify for me. What is your actual classification? You claim to be a power attacker, yet I have never seen a power attack soul master initiate with an enchantment skill. Your skill tree is quite skewed, isn't it?" To my astonishment, Xiao Wu appeared quite aggrieved and said, "I am indeed a power attacker. Did you not see my information?" I nearly gasped in disbelief. I am aware of what it states. However, just look at your array of skills. Enchantment, teleportation, invulnerable body, control, displacement, and survival techniques. You encompass all of them. You are a hexagonal warrior. Frankly speaking, had it not been for your protagonist aura, with such a haphazard soul skill configuration, you would not have made it past the 2nd round of the Shrek audition and would have been shown the door long ago. She muttered under her breath, "But bunnies are so adorable. Isn't it normal to charm the opponent?" I rolled my eyes and replied, "A cook bunny is even more adorable." Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks in indignation, ready to argue back when suddenly, boom, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. What on earth was happening? Everyone, including individuals from both worlds, instinctively looked up at the heavens. That damn comparison video was back. The barrage of comments exploded, with people worldwide speculating whether a new ranking would be announced or if a new character comparison was in store. Then, the grand screen illuminated with golden light, revealing a few lines of text. "Today, the talent rankings will be announced, and the character comparison segment, Past Lives and Present, will commence." A chill ran down my spine. Past lives and present? Did they truly intend to go this far? The rankings began to roll out. Talent ranking 100, Xiao Qi Lao. Reward, a great soul master pill. I tell you, when this reward was revealed, the entire world went into a frenzy. An immediate increase of 1 level in soul power with no side effects. Such immense fortune had descended. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy erupted in expletives in the comments, fantasizing about becoming a titled Douluo in just 1 day through pill consumption. Who could comprehend such imagination? Next, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong, showcased her domineering demeanor, proclaiming across all channels, The Wuhuan Palace is buying Great Soul Master Pills in unlimited quantities. The price is negotiable. Goodness. Boss BB Dong was aiming to monopolize all resources in the world. The rankings continued to ascend from 90 to 80, with increasingly generous rewards. At rank 80, Oscar made the list. Old Flender immediately protested vehemently in the comments. Impossible. My little Oscar is the first innate full soul power of the food system. You must be mistaken with this ranking. However, the cold system voice swiftly countered. Ning Rongrong has innate level 9, at 12 years old is level 26, while Oscar is 14 and level 29. How dare you claim he possesses innate full soul power? This statement left Flender utterly speechless. I could hardly contain my laughter. The public shaming broadcasted across the continent was simply delightful. The rankings continued, with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also making appearances, their ranks hovering around 60. With rewards of soul master pills. Dai Mubai's emperor father and older brother were seen in the comments instructing him to return the pills to the family, causing me to shake my head in disbelief. Then came the climax. Talent ranking 12. Zhu Zhuqing from both worlds. Innate soul power, level 7. Acquired comprehensive quality, extreme. Reward, 49 soul sect pills. Davis and his companions were left dumbfounded. How could someone with innate level 7 rank 12th? The system reappeared to clarify. Insufficient innate power can be compensated by acquired strength. The efforts of an individual far outweigh the significance of mere talent. I observed the instant illumination in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a radiant affirmation of her abilities. Her father, Zhu's clan leader, who is known for his opportunistic tendencies, immediately shouted in the comments, "Zhuqing, come home quickly. I shall arrange a position for you among the elders." Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a cold glance and responded, "No need. I'm doing quite well on my own." Hori, such a pragmatic family member, is better off left behind. The rankings continued to rise, with figures such as Dugabo, Zhu Douluo, and Gui all lingering just outside the top 10. Interestingly, no one from Hao Ian clan made it onto the list, and the system hinted that an explanation would follow, leaving the suspense palpable. Then, the top 10 rankings unveiled a stark transformation. Hu Laina claimed the 8th position, while Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Wu shared the 7th spot, both endowed with innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong surged to the 6th place, having evolved her martial soul into the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, also possessing innate full soul power. This left the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan feeling quite envious, as he resorted to sarcastic comments in the chat directed at Ning Fengji. Then came the most explosive revelation. Talent ranking 5, Tang San from 2 worlds. Innate soul power, level 1. Special bonus, Xiantian skill. Reward. Due to the reliance on Xiantian skill for this ranking, no reward shall be granted. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. No rewards granted. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Tang San, the so-called genius, was publicly sanctioned by the system. Shueiwer then inquired in the comments about what Xiantian skill was, and the system replied that it would be explained in the subsequent character comparisons. I could only imagine Tang San's face turning green. It was both his fortune and misfortune, a fitting retribution. Further up the rankings were the likes of Qianren Xue and BB Dong, showcasing a clash of divine beings. Innate soul power reaching level 20 left everyone astounded. BB Dong, possessing a twin martial soul, exhibited unparalleled innate talent and ranked second alongside Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy. Finally, the top position was revealed. Shen Cangqiong. Innate soul power, level 50. Acquired comprehensive talent, supreme ultimate limit. Special bonus, nameless true method. Reward, 5 title Douluo pills. Unquestionably, it was I. As the rewards began to be distributed, the audacious Tang San expressed his discontent, questioning in the comments, why does Shen Cangqiong receive a reward with a special bonus while I do not? The system's frigid voice resonated once more, delivering a fatal blow, because even without the special bonus, Shen Cangqiong remains first. You, lacking Xiantian skill, do not even qualify for the rankings. What a heart-wrenching blow. I could almost hear Tang San's heart shattering. Just then, the rankings faded and the text on the screen transformed. Rewards distribution complete. Commencing the 3rd character comparison, the past and present of Shen Cangqiong. I was taken aback. The moment arrived. Instantly, Liu Erlong and the Shrek youngsters fixated their 11 pairs of eyes upon me, gazing as if I were an extraterrestrial. Lu Erlong approached with an unusual tone, saying, Cangqiong, it seems we will soon uncover your origins. I could only awkwardly smile, my mind racing with expletives. What on earth did my elusive golden finger intend? Was my previous life merely that of an online critic of Douluo? Was it planning to showcase before the entire continent how I once criticized Tang San? As I anxiously awaited, the screen indeed lit up. I hastily looked up, hoping it wouldn't display my dark past. The first image that appeared completely bewildered me. Shen Cangqiong, Doji Li, level 3, low level. A middle-aged man, expressionless, recited as if listing dishes. I was utterly stunned. Doji Li, level 3? Wasn't this terminology from Dopa? Why was it being attributed to me? The native Douluo audience erupted in chaos. Shui Yuerer from Tianshui Academy immediately commented, Doji Li, level 3? What on earth? Did you mean innate soul power level 3? She then began a tirade. What kind of family is this? If their own brother lacks talent, instead of offering comfort, they mock him instead, showing a complete lack of familial warmth. Such a family is doomed to fail. Well, her companion, Huo Wu from Chihua Academy, added fuel to the fire. You expect a family that can misinterpret innate soul power level 3 as Doji Li level 3 to understand what family harmony means. They are clearly devoid of common sense. As the two sisters harmonized their criticisms, the individuals on the screen were left speechless, realizing they had caused a stir. They quickly apologized. Shui Binger said, Your Excellency Cangqiong, my sister is a bit clueless. Please forgive her. Huo Wushuang also chimed in. Your Excellency Cangqiong, my sister spoke without thinking. Please pardon her. I was still dazed, and Lu Erlong nudged me, prompting me to react. What could I say? I hurriedly typed, It's fine, it's fine. Internally, I fervently agreed. Sisters, you are echoing my thoughts. When I watched that segment, I cursed far worse than you. These family parasites were indeed the epitome of internal strife. I added, What you said is the truth. Why should I be angry? Also, please refrain from referring to me as Your Excellency. Just call me by my name. This relieved the younger generation's elders. However, Bulaina from the Spirit Hall soon pointed out a discrepancy. Wait a minute. This Shen Cangqiong looks to be around 10 years old. But we've seen the comparative video of his experiences at this age, and none of this occurred. Moreover, he is now a 94th level title Douluo. How could he be assessed as low level? Shui Wearer perked up, fully revived, and asked me, Yes, Cangqiong Gij, what's the situation? I was at a loss for words and could only offer a small hint. Could it be that you should consider the literal meaning of the words past and present? What followed? A collective confusion engulfed the room. Not a single person comprehended. I could only facepalm. Forget it. Just continue watching and you'll understand. As the scene progressed, the audience gradually pieced it together. This was not a soul power system, but rather something called Do Qi. Locations such as Wutan City and the Shun family were untraceable on their maps. Just then, the iconic moment arrived. A stunningly beautiful girl, seemingly emerging from a painting, approached the screen and sweetly called out, Cangqiong Gij. The screen kindly displayed her name, Gu Suner. I felt utterly defeated, bitterly saying, Do I still have the right to be called that? And guess what Suner replied? She confidently linked her arm with mine, her eyes sparkling. Cangqiong Gij. Don't say that. No matter what others think, in Suner's heart, you will always be the strongest. Oh dear, who can fathom the weight of such affection? How can anyone withstand this? The comments exploded. I wish for a steadfast sister like her. And she was beautiful too. So, her name is Gu Suner? Why wasn't she on the beauty rankings? You beasts, even coveting a sister? What nonsense. Look, everyone else in the family has the surname Shan. Yet she bears the surname Gu. Clearly, she is a child bride. No, I mean a nominal sister. You are all too naive. According to the tropes of these stories, Gu Suner undoubtedly hails from an illustrious background. Shen Cangqiong was once a genius. Their families matched perfectly. Now that he has fallen, this union is destined to crumble. Their tale is fated to be tragic. Just as the discussion heated up, an unexpected figure entered. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She directly commented, As long as there is true love between them, why should one care about the whispers of the world? Worst case, they can find a secluded place to live in peace. What a remarkable turn of events. It appears that Bai Dong has encountered a moment of realization. I could instantly discern that she perceives a reflection of her own relationship with Yu Xiao Gang through mine and Suner's bond, projecting her emotions onto us in an attempt to reconcile her own regrets. The Pope himself has spoken, prompting the earlier naysayer, who had lamented a tragedy. To hastily retract his words, His Holiness is absolutely correct. I was indeed superficial. They are undoubtedly destined to be together. Bai Dong expressed her satisfaction with a nod, signaling for everyone to continue watching. The scene shifted dramatically to a moonless night, atop a treacherous cliff. I lay on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky, consumed by melancholy. Alas, it has been 3 years. Am I truly destined to remain a mere third-tier fighter for the entirety of my life? No sooner had I uttered these words than a sinister chuckle echoed unexpectedly. Little one, do you require assistance? Startled, I sprang to my feet, exclaiming, Who goes there? The voice responded languidly. Do not search further. I reside within the ring on your finger. I swiftly raised my left hand, fixating on the ancient ring adorning my index finger, rendered speechless. Almost immediately, a translucent figure of an elderly man emerged from the ring. You have endured greatly over these 3 years, the old man remarked. Without you, I would have remained in slumber for an indeterminate duration. My expression darkened in an instant, and I gritted my teeth, demanding, Are you implying that my regression in cultivation over these 3 years is your doing? The old man chuckled awkwardly. It seems so. However, I was compelled by circumstances. How about this? I shall offer you ample compensation. What do you say? At this point, the live chat exploded with excitement. Shui Yuer exclaimed, Is it a humanoid wisdom martial spirit? Huo Wu chided her for her fanciful thinking. Lu Erlong beside me inquired about the old man situation. I could only provide a brief explanation, stating that this phenomenon is termed a soul entity, a state where the body perishes, yet the spirit persists. The audience was left in bewilderment, as if deciphering an enigmatic text. I too was perplexed. Did not Yao Lao emerge only after the annulment of the engagement? Why has the plot advanced prematurely? I hope my concerns were unwarranted. Meanwhile, I continued conversing with the old man on screen. Compensation? Do you have any idea what I endured over these 3 years? I was infuriated, my fists clenched tightly. The old man, maintaining his serious demeanor, began to lecture me. I understand you have faced considerable hardships, yet your character has also matured through adversity. It can be seen as a blessing in disguise. My anger nearly compelled me to utter a retort, but the old man, noticing my increasingly sour expression, quickly proposed his compensation plan. How about this? I possess a tome titled Unnamed True Method, which I discovered in a mysterious ruin, and I shall gift it to you. Additionally, I can teach you the art of alchemy, enabling you to become an alchemist. What do you think? The mere mention of the unnamed True Method sent the live chat into a frenzy, as it was precisely the unique enhancement featured on my talent list. The formidable Yang Wudi of the Pajie clan hastily distanced himself from the old man, declaring that he had no connection to them. Shui Bing Er astutely analyzed the situation, noting the old man's pride when mentioning alchemists, contrasted with Shen Cangqiong's grave expression, indicating that this alchemist must surely surpass the healing pill creators of the Yang clan. As the scene unfolded, I began a probe. What rank of alchemist are you? In your current ethereal state, you must be quite vulnerable. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, declared boldly, I dare not boast about everything, but teaching you will be a breeze. To put it plainly, the strongest alchemist in your so-called Jamma Empire, Gu He, would be insignificant in my presence. I rolled my eyes in disbelief. That's mere bragging. Gu is a 6th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing the name of the Jamma Empire, the emperors of both the Tiandou and Xingluo empires became visibly agitated, clamoring for clarification. I had no choice but to reveal the truth. Indeed, it is another world. This statement rendered the entire hall silent, followed by an eruption of chaotic excitement. The naive Davis even inquired if he could venture there to conquer new lands. I merely chuckled and educated them on the hierarchy of that world, from fighters to emperors, ultimately coolly informing them. A mere Do Huang could annihilate your Xing Luo empire within a day. At this moment, the entirety of Douluo continent fell into a state of stunned silence, likely paralyzed by fear. The transaction between the old man and I continued. He elucidated that the most remarkable aspect of the unnamed True Method lies in its capacity for evolution. As the practitioner's cultivation level ascends, so too does the method's rank, with no upper limit. Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, a growth-type equipment. This is akin to the most trendy AI concept stock of 2025, emphasizing a promising future. I promptly acquiesced. Very well, I accept. I am a person of principle. Seeing that his compensation far exceeded my losses, I proactively inquired if there was anything I could assist him with. The old man did not hesitate, expressing his hope that once I had acquired sufficient strength, I could aid him in reconstructing a physical body. The notion of body reconstruction piqued the interest of Yin and Bai Dong, both eager to learn the specifics. I could only tell them that it necessitated a rare fire known as Ihua, a peculiar flame born of the heavens and earth. This phenomenon does not exist in Douluo continent, and I knew they would not comprehend, so I encouraged them to continue watching. As the scene transitioned, a month had passed. My talents were restored, and I was fervently training to catch up. Just then, a group of distinguished guests arrived at my nominal home. The leading lady wasted no time, declaring before my entire clan, Patriarch Shen, I have come today to annul the engagement between my daughter Yanran and your Shen Cangqiong. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. My father, Shen Zhan, wore a face as dark as soot and disregarded the elderly woman named Guyi beside him. His gaze locking onto Nalan Yanran with laser focus, he queried, Dear Yanran, is this matter your family's decision or your own? Little do they understand. Nalan Yanran, without a hint of hesitation, boldly responded, This is my own decision. My family is unaware. What audacity! She carried herself as if it were her birthright to disrupt our family's honor. The elderly Lady Gu Yi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Her smile as artificial as a computer-generated image. She produced a small box from her ring, opening it to reveal a medicinal pill. Patriarch Shen, please do not be angry. Our sect leader is aware that this situation might adversely affect your esteemed household, so he specifically instructed me to bring a gift as an apology. I leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, Oh, a chi gathering pill. Instantly, the elders of my family were entranced, gazing at it with the eyes of starving wolves, their greedy expressions almost igniting the table. The elderly woman beamed with satisfaction, boasting that this pill was concocted by their master Gu He, claiming it to be extraordinarily potent. I could not help but laugh. Before she could finish her grandstanding, I stood up and approached the two of them. I must say, my family's elders were frantic, shouting at me, fearing I might jeopardize the compensation. I ignored them entirely, fixated on Nalan Yanran. She, however, appeared displeased and coldly retorted, I do not like you. Can you not see that? I found her remark amusing and replied, What a coincidence. I do not like you either. However, this engagement was established by your grandfather and my father. You cannot simply come here to annul it and disregard our elders' faces. She, unfazed, responded with impatience. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. I understood her ulterior motives all too well. She was merely attempting to align herself with the powerful Yunlan sect, thinking her family had become insignificant. I scoffed, Oh, such arrogance. Do you even dismiss your grandfather? Very well. With a bride like you, I would not dare accept you even if you were offered for free. With that, I proceeded to write a letter of annulment in front of everyone, tossing it directly into her hands. An annulment? Not a chance. Today I, Shen Cangqiong, am all about countering this narrative. Having completed the letter, I turned on my heel and walked away, leaving a room full of stunned onlookers. I assure you, this uproar even caused quite the stir among those watching the live broadcast from another world. My tempestuous sister, Lu Erlong, was so enraged that she shattered several chairs on the spot, exclaiming that she would make Na Lan Yin Ran understand why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. A peculiar master named Yu Xiaojang, with a rather unconventional thought process, became envious of a meager chi gathering pill and privately inquired if I could concoct some for him. I mused that this could be quite entertaining and teased him, stating that my processing fee would be 1,000 gold soul coins per pill, with the cost of materials to be calculated separately. To my amusement, he was taken aback, stammering and unable to articulate a response for quite some time. Given his financial state, he likely couldn't even afford the remnants of the pill. A prominent figure from the Wuhan temple interjected, declaring that the books authored by this master were funded by others and contained nonsensical content. I couldn't help but chuckle, delivering a final blow by stating that the material cost would be at least several 100,000 gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojang's face darkened, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, and he fell into a silence, too intimidated to speak further. Just as I was reveling in this exchange, my dear sister, Sunner, caught up with me. Her eyes held a hint of melancholy as she confided that she would soon be departing to return to her family. I had long suspected that her background was extraordinary. In our Shen family, the elders scarcely acknowledged my father, the clan leader, yet treated Sunner with the utmost respect. It was quite evident. I gently patted her hair and asked, Is your family quite formidable? Leaning against my shoulder, she softly replied, I hail from the ancient clan, one of the 8 ancient families. Brother Cangqiong, you must grow stronger and come to Zhongzhou to find me. After bidding farewell to Sun Er, a sense of emptiness enveloped me. At that moment, the elder Yao from my ring emerged, advising me that if I wished to see that young lady again, I must devote myself to rigorous training. I promptly inquired if he was aware of the ancient clan secrets. Elder Yao chuckled, cautioning that he feared it might discourage me. I insisted that I could handle it, believing that greater pressure would only serve to motivate me further. Then, I was treated to the most enlightening exposition of worldviews I had ever encountered. Elder Yao explained that in our continent, the realms of cultivation range from Do-Shi to Do-Wang, progressing to the highest level of Do-Di. In our region, a Do-Wang could essentially reign as a local emperor, while a Do-Huang could establish a nation, and a Do-Zone was considered a celestial being. However, Elder Yao revealed that those exalted individuals, when placed among the grand forces in Zhongzhou, would find a Do-Huang merely a mid-level official, and a Do-Zone only managing to rise to an executive position. The true decision-makers were the formidable Do-Zone, who could extinguish a Do-Zone with ease. At that moment, I was left utterly speechless, feeling as though I had been a frog confined to a well. However, Elder Yao urged me not to rush, informing me that this was merely the appetizer. He continued, explaining that above those grand forces existed superpowers, where even Do-Zone were merely regarded as ordinary high-ranking officials. Beyond that lay the supreme forces that controlled the entirety of Zhongzhou, where only a half-saint could have a voice. Moreover, Sun Er's family, the ancient clan, was an ancient imperial lineage that had dominated the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. This realization left me utterly shaken. The disparity between Sun Er and me was even more staggering than the East African Rift Valley. From that day forward, I became utterly obsessed, embarking on a grueling regimen of training. With Sun Er gone, I scarcely left my abode, immersing myself in training day in and day out. Time flew by, and before I knew it, 9 months had elapsed. On the day I emerged from my seclusion, my cultivation had returned to the Do-Shi realm. Eager to share my joy with my father, I soon discovered that the atmosphere within the family was decidedly tense, with the elders wearing expressions of concern. Upon inquiring, I learned that our family's market business was on the brink of collapse, under pressure from another family, the Jiaoya clan, which had monopolized a highly effective healing potion, thereby siphoning away our customers. Without delay, I procured a bottle for study. Elder Yao, upon sniffing it, displayed disdain, dismissing it as a mere battle aircraft among garbage. He casually offered me a formula that would yield results several times superior. My eyes lit up, and I quickly urged him to provide it. Elder Yao rolled his eyes, stating that the formula was for me to concoct myself, as he had no interest in such lowly endeavors. Feeling somewhat uncertain, I stammered, "Can I really do it?" Elder Yao simply replied that I would only know if I tried. He then retreated into the ring, prompting me to head to the city's largest auction house to procure the necessary materials. Let me tell you, alchemy is not a pursuit for the average individual. It requires both fire and wood attributes, along with formidable spiritual strength. The girl from another world, Xiao Wu, who fancied herself adept at fire manipulation, quickly learned that while she might comprehend the concept, her execution was lacking, leading to her friends teasing her mercilessly. This incident even drew the attention of the most prestigious healing family on their side, the Jiao Xian Haidang. The clan leader, Yi Linglong, initially feared that our healing potion's emergence would lead to a mass unemployment among their healers. However, upon hearing my explanation regarding the exorbitant research costs, which exceeded several 100 million gold soul coins, she immediately understood. You wouldn't believe what she decided to do. She promptly resolved to send her daughter, Yi Lingling, to our Lanba Academy for me to personally instruct. This maneuver was nothing short of a textbook investment in the future, leaving the chief academic officer of the Tiando Royal Academy utterly flabbergasted. But that was not the end of it. Meanwhile, as the situation unfolded dramatically on our side, due to Yi Lingling, another version of me, Shen Cangqiong, was also embroiled in his own intriguing saga. The scene shifted to reveal Shen Cangqiong jubilantly cradling a small vial, akin to a 3-year-old child pleading for candy, shouting to his elderly companion, Elder Yao, look, have I succeeded this time? To be honest, he had failed over a dozen times. And this was the first instance where he completed all the steps without triggering an explosion, so his excitement was quite understandable. However, his master, Elder Yao, merely glanced and remarked nonchalantly, barely acceptable. Those 4 words left my other brother utterly deflated, as his earlier excitement evaporated in an instant. Anyone who has experienced such a moment knows how it feels, akin to having your month-long thesis, crafted through sleepless nights, casually dismissed by your advisor with a remark that it was fine, with only a few typos. The emotional impact was considerable, bordering on offensive. Nevertheless, deep down, Elder Yao was grappling with a tumult of emotions, contemplating how he had failed over 100 times during his initial attempts at alchemy. While this young lad had managed to succeed after only a handful of tries, such talent was beyond comprehension. Yet, he remained silent, adopting a PUA-style teaching approach, intent on keeping Shen Cangqiong on his toes and instilling a sense of humility. As my brother celebrated a small victory, his family was in a state of alarm. In the Shen family's council chamber, several elders were frantically pacing like ants on a hot stove, banging their fists on the table. We must confront the Jiaoya clan. Indeed, we can no longer delay. Clan leader, make a decisive choice. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if the world was ending. Just as the elders were about to bring the roof down with their fervor, my brother, Shen Cangqiong, strolled in nonchalantly. The elder, already seething with frustration, immediately erupted upon seeing him, shouting, "Get out. This is not a place for you." I can tell you that previously, Shen Cangqiong might have cowered. However, things were different now. He had gained confidence, maintaining a steady demeanor. Ignoring the elder, he approached the table and, with a flourish, produced a multitude of small jade vials, filling the entire surface. His father, the clan leader Shen Zhan, was taken aback, asking Cangqiong, "What is this?" Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly, exuding an air of tranquility. "Father, this is our Shen family's healing potion." In an instant, the council chamber fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The elders were rendered immobile, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. His father trembled and stammered. "Really?" Without further ado, Shen Cangqiong seized a vial. Dashing toward the elder who had berated him most fiercely, before the elder could react, he swiftly made a cut on the elder's arm and promptly sprinkled the medicinal powder. I must tell you, the scene was utterly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, a gaping wound that was spurting blood began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, scabbing over in less than 3 seconds. Even the grand elder was left dumbfounded, standing there, incredulously touching his own arm, which was as smooth as ever, a look of bewilderment upon his face. The entire assembly erupted in chaos. Shen Zhan's face flushed with excitement as he anxiously examined the medicine bottle, treating it as if it were a rare treasure, before finally remembering to ask, "Cangqiong, where did you procure this medicine?" Shen Cangqiong leisurely settled down and sipped his tea, calmly uttering 4 words, "I concocted it." "What?" His father sprang up from his chair in shock. The grand elder was the first to vehemently oppose. "Impossible. You, a mere 3rd-tier doji li, could never concoct such a potion. To be a pharmacist, one must at least be a doja." It was no wonder they were incredulous in their eyes. Shen Cangqiong was still the genius who had been stuck at the 3rd tier of doji li for a decade. In the face of their skepticism, Shen Cangqiong merely set down his teacup gently and rose slowly. The next moment, an overwhelming aura, entirely unlike that of doji li, erupted with a thunderous force, instantly enveloping the entire conference hall, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. With a tone both frigid and laced with mockery, he declared, "Doja, apologies, but I have been one for over 10 days now." A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall, and I could feel the temperature in the room rise several degrees. Everyone regarded him with expressions akin to those witnessing a monster rendered speechless. Having resolved the family's troubles, my brother returned to his seclusion for cultivation. This time, the medicine elder presented him with a remarkable elixir known as body refining spirit liquid, claiming that immersing himself in it would significantly accelerate his training while simultaneously strengthening his physique. Remarkably, after a mere 10 months of soaking, when he finally emerged from the large wooden vat, his entire aura had transformed, propelling him directly from a doja to a dosher. The medicine elder, observing his exuberance, couldn't help but chide. All right, first put on some clothes." Then, he resumed his customary critiques. "Don't get too carried away with your current strength. You wouldn't even be able to take on the guards of your little girlfriend's family." My brother, aware of his own limitations, promptly regained his composure. "So, medicine elder, what should I do next?" "Go out and train." The medicine elder had already laid out a plan for him. starting with a practice session against the Jiala family before heading to the Monster Beast mountain range. Without delay, 3 days later, Shen Cangqiong donned a black cloak and positioned himself at the entrance of the Jiala family. The once arrogant guards now resembled wilted plants, their spirits crushed. Upon seeing this cloaked figure, they feebly inquired, "Halt! Who are you?" Shen Cangqiong smirked beneath his hood, his voice icy, "The one here to kill you." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, breaking through their defenses with unstoppable force, akin to a bandit storming a village, leaving no one able to stop him. After thoroughly appending the Jiala family, he wasted no time and exited the city, heading toward the Monster Beast mountain range. On his journey, he passed through a place called Qingshan Town, where the medicine elder suddenly exclaimed in his mind, "Wait, do you see that girl in the blue dress ahead? Follow her." My brother glanced over and indeed found the girl quite striking, her demeanor captivating. He asked the medicine elder what was the matter. The medicine elder replied sternly, "Do not ask questions now, just follow her." They trailed behind her until she entered a large apothecary. Once they confirmed the location, the medicine elder revealed the truth. "Let me tell you, this is quite peculiar. That girl is called Xiao Yixian, and she possesses an extremely rare constitution known as the Inan poison body. To put it plainly, it is a ticking time bomb, inherently toxic. Consuming poison is as natural to her as eating food, and her strength rises rapidly. However, the cost is that the toxins accumulate within her body until one day they erupt completely. When that happens, not only will she be in peril, but the entire area within 1,000 miles will be barren, devoid of life. Good heavens, is she not a walking nuclear warhead?" The medicine elder indicated that while this constitution is deadly, if controlled, it could become a formidable weapon. Thus, he instructed Shen Cangqiong to stealthily infiltrate her surroundings that night to assess the situation. However, my brother's stealth skills were rather lacking. Just as he reached the threshold of her door, still contemplating how to enter, a gentle female voice resonated from within. "Since you've come, you may enter." How awkward. It was as if embarrassment had come knocking on his door. He reluctantly pushed the door open and found Xiao Yixian seated calmly in the candlelight, gazing at him. "I am Shen Cangqiong." He introduced himself with a stiff demeanor. "You are Xiao Yixian?" She nodded. "Speak. Why have you been following me?" Shen Cangqiong scratched his head and decided to get straight to the point. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I came to find you because of your unique constitution." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Yixian's previously serene expression changed dramatically. In an instant, several packets of colorful poison powders appeared in her hands, and she entered a battle-ready stance. "Who exactly are you?" Upon witnessing her reaction, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback and quickly raised his hands. "Please calm down. I mean you no harm. I am here to help you." Upon hearing that he was there to assist her, Xiao Yixian finally managed to regain her composure, retracting the poison powders. My heart could finally settle back in my chest. Sensing an opportunity, I swiftly shared with her the entire narrative I had meticulously planned with the medicine elder regarding her condition, detailing the origins and implications of her Inan poison body. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective. A day later, we stood at the edge of a cliff. She pointed to the dark abyss below and said, "The treasure lies within a cave halfway down the mountain." I nodded in agreement, inquiring whether we should descend together or if she would wait above. This girl was undeniably bold. Without hesitation, she insisted on jumping with me. Very well, we would descend together. After some exertion, we finally made our way into the cave. To my astonishment, all that awaited us was a dilapidated stone platform with 2 boxes atop it. I opened one to reveal the 7-colored poison scripture and immediately handed it to her, saying, "Here, this is yours." As she received the book, her eyes gleamed with genuine trust in me. It was only natural. Who wouldn't be bewildered when a stranger suddenly appeared, offering assistance and sharing precious information? The other box contained an item called ZUNE, which could create flying wings. I thought this was quite a find and suggested she take a copy of it with her when we exited. She appeared momentarily stunned, likely not expecting such generosity. After leaving the cave, we found a valley where she went into seclusion. When she emerged, I inquired about her future plans. She looked perplexed, admitting she had no idea where to go next. In a spontaneous moment, I suggested, "Why not follow me?" To my surprise, her face flushed instantly. For those who understand, I had merely spoken thoughtlessly, yet she interpreted it as a confession. She stammered for a while before abruptly stating, "Let me dance for you," without waiting for my consent. She began to twirl gracefully. It was quite the spectacle. However, as is often the case, joyful times are fleeting. A month later, she decided to remain behind, expressing that her strength was too weak and would only serve as a burden. I understood, so I did not press her. Instead, we agreed that once I had grown stronger, I would return to help her resolve her troublesome condition. She promised me that until my return, she would not give up. Observing her earnest demeanor, I knew I had gained a true friend for life. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, I plunged into the depths of the monster beast mountain range alone. 10 days later, I found myself utterly awestruck. I was nestled amidst a thicket of grass when I beheld a remarkable sight. A woman engaged in a fierce battle with an immense magical beast. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. Each strike resonated with such force that the surrounding mountains seemed to crumble as if struck by missiles. I hastily inquired of Yao Lao, "What level are these two?" "They are terrifying." The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of noble elegance, while the beast, a colossal purple-winged lion, emanated an overwhelming presence. Initially, it appeared as though they were negotiating. The woman sought to exchange something called Ling Jing with the lion, who insisted on obtaining a transformation pill. When their conversation soured, they immediately resorted to combat. This was no mere skirmish. Both were fighting with lethal intent. The woman, named Jinyun, exhibited astonishing mastery of wind-based combat techniques. Yet the Zijin Ishir Wang was no pushover. After several minutes of intense battle, a momentary lapse in Yunyun's focus resulted in her being launched away by a devastating attack from the lion, rendering her unconscious. Witnessing this, my heart sank. Yao Lao's voice echoed in my mind with sardonic remarks. "What? Do you wish to play the hero?" I thought to myself. Of course, I cannot pretend I did not see this. Seizing the opportunity, while the lion was distracted, I stealthily made my way towards Yunyun's fallen form. I dragged her to a secluded cave, and when she regained consciousness, her first gaze upon me was one of wariness. "Who are you?" I promptly stuck a roasted fish into the ground and smiled. "I am Shen Cangqiong, merely passing by when I saw you being attacked by the lion and took the liberty of rescuing you. Here, this is a healing ointment. Apply it yourself." She accepted the vial, introducing herself with a false name, Yunji, and stated that once she recovered, she would owe me a favor. Being mindful of the propriety between men and women, I retreated to the cave's entrance to await her. However, a short while later, her feeble voice called out, "Could you come in for a moment?" Confused, I entered to find her cheeks flushed as she softly requested, "I cannot reach the wound on my back. Could you assist me?" I was left speechless. Thus, I reluctantly obliged. In the days that followed, I took it upon myself to care for her. Once her injuries had healed significantly, she suddenly expressed a desire to prepare a meal for me as a form of gratitude. However, in her eagerness to step out and bathe, she inadvertently washed away the beast-repelling powder I had scattered at the cave's entrance. Soon enough, the sounds of beastly roars echoed from outside as several magical beasts were drawn to us. She appeared quite embarrassed, her expression one of mortification. I was both amused and exasperated, feeling as if I were gazing at a fool. Her vexation at my amused gaze ignited her anger, and she huffed. Attempting to confront the situation alone, I firmly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Your powers are sealed. Do you wish to walk into certain death? Stay put." With that, I dashed out myself. When I returned, having diverted the beasts, disheveled and weary, she rushed to support me, her face a mask of concern. Once she was certain I was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and handed me a roasted fish, proclaiming, "Here, try this." I made it myself to apologize. As I gazed at the charred, unappetizing fish, my heart raced with trepidation. Nevertheless, I steeled myself and took a bite. In that instant, I nearly succumbed to the urge to retch. It was a cacophony of saltiness, bitterness, and fishiness. Yet I persevered, feigning delight. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. You must try it." She eagerly accepted the fish and took a hearty bite. The next moment, her expression was priceless, and I could not contain my laughter. Enraged, she lunged at me, and we found ourselves in a playful tussle within the cave. However, amidst our merriment, I sensed something amiss. We both began to feel a burning sensation, our faces flushed like ripe apples. My heart raced, and I quickly inquired, "Which bottle did you use for the seasoning while roasting the fish?" She looked innocently perplexed. "I do not know which is which. I just added a little of everything." Upon hearing this, my face turned pale. Among the various jars, one contained a potent concoction given to me by Yao Lao, not a seasoning at all. The effect set in swiftly. She collapsed into my arms, her rationality slipping away as she gritted her teeth, warning, "Shen Cangqiong, if you dare to do anything to me, I will surely kill you once I recover." I found myself in a state of despair, internally pleading, "Yao Lao, I need help. To my surprise, the old man jested. Isn't this splendid? You've unwittingly acquired a Do Huang wife. I was infuriated and nearly cursed. Nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Think of a solution. Fortunately, Yao Lao ultimately proved reliable, transmitting a secret method to me. I exerted every ounce of strength to expel the medicinal effects from her body before plunging into the frigid stream nearby, relying on the secret technique and the icy water to regain my composure. I assure you, just as I regained my senses, barely catching my breath, I raced back to the cave, fearing for her safety. Upon reaching the entrance, I was met with the sight of Yunji wielding a sword, her expression frosty, poised as if to confront me with lethal intent. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I hastily raised my hands in surrender. Sister, please calm down. I have done nothing. Surely you can feel it yourself? She huffed, yet a blush crept onto her cheeks as she retorted. You may not have acted, but you certainly took advantage. My heart soared at her words, and I spread my arms, adopting a playful demeanor. By the heavens, was it not you who initiated? What could I do? I was equally helpless. Her ire flared at my nonchalant attitude, but she ultimately sheathed her sword and retreated into the cave in silence. Who could comprehend the extreme tension of that moment, which nearly cost me dearly? Days passed, and we found ourselves in the cave, exchanging glances filled with unspoken sentiments. The atmosphere undeniably delicate. One morning, I noticed her hair had returned to its original black hue. My heart sank, realizing her cursed seal had been lifted. The formidable Do Huang was back. True to form, she immediately sought vengeance against the Zijin Yishir Wang. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I blurted out, "How about I assist you?" She cast a sidelong glance at me, her demeanor now radiating the authority of a queen, devoid of the previous vulnerability. I hastily laid out my plan. You draw the beast away while I stealthily infiltrate and retrieve your desired items. We shall coordinate. She furrowed her brow, seemingly concerned for my well-being. Are you certain you can manage? I chuckled, thumping my chest confidently. Fear not, I am quite adept. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded but added, remember, if danger arises, flee without hesitation. The operation commenced. She transformed into a streak of light, successfully diverting the lion. I inhaled deeply and slipped into the lion's lair, only to be caught off guard by the presence of a cub. The little lion let out a roar, summoning a horde of magical beasts. Panic seized me, and I fought desperately, outnumbered and on the verge of being torn to shreds. A streak of azure sword light descended from above, clearing the area in an instant. Union had returned. With my last ounce of strength, I passed her the treasures I had pilfered from the cave, offering her a weary smile before darkness enveloped me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the cave. As I opened my eyes, I was met with Union's furious yet caring expression. Did I not tell you not to overexert yourself? She admonished. Yet, as I listened, warmth spread through my heart. I grinned. I merely wished to avoid disappointing you. She fell silent, struggling to find the words before finally exclaiming, You foolish boy. Had you failed, we could have devised another plan. But if something were to happen to you, then I... Her words trailed off, yet I understood her meaning. I reached out and grasped her hand firmly. She struggled like a startled fawn, yearning to break free, yet I could not allow her to escape. With a swift motion, I pulled her into my embrace. Initially, she resisted for a moment, but soon she quieted, resting against me without a word. After what felt like an eternity, she softly murmured, All right, it has been nearly 10 minutes. How long do you intend to hold me? I released her, gazing intently into her eyes, and earnestly replied, A lifetime would not suffice. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, prompting her to hastily change the subject and inquire about my future plans. I explained that I must continue my cultivation, and once I had grown strong enough, I would seek her out at her sect. It was at this moment that she revealed her true name, Yun Yun, and that she was the leader of the Yunlan sect. My mind reeled, frozen in shock. Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, wasn't my former betrothed, Nalan Yanran, her most cherished disciple. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. I held her, and, as she realized the implications, we both fell into a heavy silence within the cave. The tension thick enough to cut. Later, a sharp pain in my neck rendered me unconscious. When I awoke again, the cave was empty. Yun Yun had departed. The esteemed Yao Lao informed me that she had left behind a piece of blue inner armor, a treasure of the Do Huang level, worth a fortune. I stared at the armor, still warm and fragrant with her essence, lost in thought for a long while. In the following months, I entered a rigorous training mode and, with Yao Lao's assistance, successfully crafted a pill that allowed me to break through to the great Doshi realm. just as I was preparing to venture down the mountain to procure supplies. I overheard an explosive piece of news in a tavern in a small town. There were traces of Ioa in the territory of the serpent people. Yao Lao was instantly exhilarated, and I felt a surge of energy. Without hesitation, we rushed forward, adhering to the principle of better to believe than to doubt, racing to infiltrate the palace of the serpent people ahead of the others. Upon entering, I was taken aback. The queen of the serpent people was breathtaking. Medusa, with the upper body of an exquisite beauty and the lower body of a serpent, exuded a captivating and commanding presence. Yao Lao cautioned me against acting impulsively, warning that the group of black-clad individuals would arrive shortly. We should adopt a strategy of letting them fight while we observed. Indeed, it wasn't long before chaos erupted outside. However, no one anticipated that Queen Medusa was also formidable. Sensing the peril, she audaciously swallowed the Qinglan Yoa. The next moment, a tremendous explosion shook the palace, instantly reducing it to ruins. Had Yao Lao not reacted swiftly to shield me with his spiritual power, I would have met my end on the spot. Amid the confusion, Yao Lao shouted frantically in my mind, "Now is the time. Quickly, grab the Yihoa and flee." Without hesitation, I scrambled through the debris, retrieving the Qinglan Di Xinhua and clutching it tightly as I made my escape. When I finally reached the depths of the desert, I breathed a sigh of relief, only to discover a small, pure white snake coiled around my waist, its innocent eyes blinking up at me. I found the creature rather endearing. But Yao Lao's voice drifted into my thoughts. If I am not mistaken, this little snake is likely the Queen Medusa from earlier. I nearly dropped it in shock. After all the commotion, she had attempted to forcibly refine the Ioa to break through, but had ultimately failed, using some secret technique at the last moment to transform into this creature for survival. Just as I was grappling with this unexpected dilemma, Yao Lao suddenly mentioned, "Yun Yun is pursuing us alone." A shiver ran down my spine, and I shed my cloak, standing still to await her arrival. Moments later, a green figure descended from the heavens. It was Yun Yun. Upon seeing me, she hesitated, but her gaze quickly fell upon the Io in my hands. Her expression filled with concern and fear. "How could you venture into such a dangerous place?" she exclaimed, without questioning my presence or the fate of the Io. Her first instinct was to urge me to flee. "You must go quickly. They will catch up to us soon. Do not engage in such perilous actions again." Her anxious eyes stirred a tumult of emotions within me. I understood that this was not the time for romantic entanglements. My presence would only complicate matters for her. I etched her image into my heart with a deep gaze, then turned silently to leave. However, just as I'd taken about 30 steps away, I suddenly halted. In a swift motion, I turned back and rushed towards Yun Yun, enveloping her in my arms and leaning down to kiss her. In the variant Douluo World Xiao Academy, Shui Yiwei remarked, "Did they just kiss?" In the variant Douluo World Qihua Academy, Hu responded, "Isn't that splendid? At least Shen Cangqiong and Yun Yun will not be estranged due to that unfilial disciple." In the original Douluo World, an anonymous remarked, "This is extremely unfair." I recall that the last time I did something similar, I received a resounding slap. Yet Shen Cangqiong not only escaped unscathed, but also received a response. In the variant Douluo World, another anonymous countered, "That was mere playfulness, whereas Shen Cangqiong's act was mutual affection. Surely they are not the same." In the variant Douluo World, Lanba Academy's core disciple, Ning Rongrong, lamented, "What a pity time is short. Otherwise, there might have been a more thrilling spectacle." In the variant Douluo World Tinshui Academy, Shui Yiwei added, "Even if there were a more captivating show, we would not be able to witness it. It would surely end up as a display of righteousness illuminating the grand screen." Simultaneously, the comparison video flashed on the screen. "Yao Lao, can I begin to refine this Yihoa now?" In a cave within a monster beast mountain range, Shen Cangqiong revealed the Yihoa, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yes. However, you must exercise extreme caution while refining this Yihoa. Otherwise, the fate of Queen Medusa will be your own." Yao Lao spoke gravely. "Rest assured, I will not act recklessly with my only life. By the way, Yao Lao, if I successfully refine this Ioa, to what realm could I ascend?" Taking advantage of the momentary respite, Shen Cangqiong curiously inquired. "This is the Qinglan Di Xinhua, ranked 19th on the Ioa list. If it possessed intelligence, I estimate its power would be at the level of half-step dozone. Thus, upon refining the Qinglan Di Xinhua without harming its essence, You should attain the level of 7-star Doling Yao Lao contemplated before providing a conservative estimate. In the variant Douluo World Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer exclaimed, "My Qinglan Dixin Hua is truly remarkable." In the variant Douluo World Qihua Academy, Hu added, "I never expected such a small flame to possess the strength of half-step Dozong." In the variant Douluo World Leitang Academy, Yu Tianxin remarked, "I cannot believe that I am outdone by a mere flame." In the variant Douluo World, Poison Douluo Dugabo retorted, "Young man, what do you have to say? It is merely a soul zone. As a title Douluo, I too cannot compare to a flame. Yet I have said nothing." In the variant Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy, Dugian interjected, "Grandfather, why do you compare yourself to a child?" In the variant Douluo World, Poison Dugabo replied, "I have always been one to disregard taboos. What is wrong with comparing myself to a child?" In the variant Douluo World, Tiando Kingdom's Prince Xuesheng, known as the Poison Douluo, remarks, "This is a matter of being unconcerned with trifles and devoid of hypocrisy." Chapter 82 begins with the refinement of the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. The variant Douluo World S. Tiando Royal Academy S. Dugian Huffs. What do you mean by being unconcerned with trifles and lacking hypocrisy? It is merely a matter of disrespect for the elderly. Moreover, our perspectives differ significantly. While you all see the immense power of this Qinglian Earth Heartfire, I perceive the shortcomings of Shen Cangqiong. Now, he aims to refine this Qinglian Earth Heartfire to augment his own strength, treating it as a treasure. Yet, when he previously cast the Qinglian Earth Heartfire in the desert while with Qingyun, his actions were fluid and devoid of hesitation. I believe that if this Qinglian Earth Heartfire possessed sentience, it would surely utter, "Shall I take my leave?" Duguyan's words caused Xuesheng to retreat in embarrassment. Yet they reminded many of Shen Cangqiong's earlier act of throwing the Ioa at Qingyun. This sparked a new wave of discussion among the majority in both worlds, quickly filling the comment section with various lighthearted jests. The variant Douluo World S. Poison and Vivibo interjects, "Yin Yin, do not speak nonsense. When a couple is engrossed in each other, any sensible person should gracefully withdraw." Yet, that Ioa even compelled Shen Cangqiong to handle himself and cast it to the ground. Clearly, the fault lies with that Ioa. Duguyan replies, "I did not expect you to be such a grandfather." Wait, grandfather? Are you advocating for Shen Cangqiong because he has provided you with some benefit? Dugabo responds, "No wonder you are my granddaughter. You're truly astute." Duguyan presses, "What? Speak quickly. What benefit have you promised Shen Cangqiong?" A sudden sense of foreboding washes over her. Dubu replies, "I will tell you in person after your current training. For now, let's continue watching the comparison video." After saying this, he shuts his mouth, ignoring Duguyan's barrage of comments, whether they be threats or playful pouts. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Unexpectedly, the 19th ranked Yao has already attained the strength of a half-step Dozong. By the way, Yao Lao, that white flame of yours should also be a type of Yihua, right? After all, the pressure I felt from that white flame was significantly stronger than the current Qinglian Earth Heartfire. Shen Cangqiong, ever curious about Yao Lao's cold yet warm flame, takes this opportunity to inquire. Yao Lao responds, "That white flame is indeed Yaoa and ranks 11th among them." He then reminisces, clearly recounting how he acquired the ancient cold fire. Shen Cangqiong muses, "It seems I have once again been narrow-minded. I used to think that even the top-ranked Yaoa could at most correspond to a barely qualified Dozong expert." He chuckles bitterly, realizing that when one's realm is insufficient, it is unwise to speculate about matters that lie too far beyond reach, lest one be perpetually slapped in the face by reality. Thus, there is still much for you to learn. Allow me to share this. The third-ranked Qing Yaohua possesses power comparable to a 6-star Do Sheng, Yao Lao states with a smile. Yao Lao, how do you know that the Jinglan Yaohua is so formidable? Shen Cangqiong is astonished, thinking that if Yao Lao had indeed witnessed the Jinglan Yaohua, he should be a figure of reverence for future generations, not someone who still walks among the living. The space where the Jinglan Yaohua resides appears periodically. As more individuals enter and exit, naturally, many tales about the Jinglan Yaohua have been shared, Yao Lao explains. He senses the peculiar glances from Shen Cangqiong, but thinks little of it. What does it mean, the space where the Jinglan Yaohua exists? Shen Cangqiong feels increasingly bewildered the more he learns. To carve out a space for habitation from the void is a hallmark of a Do Sheng. Thus, any power possessing a Do Sheng typically resides not on the Duki continent, but in their own created realms, Yao Lao elucidates. Is this real? Shen Cangqiong is left in shock. For someone from a small place, Yao Lao's explanation seems utterly unfathomable. Never mind, I shall refrain from asking further, lest my resolve waver and lead to a failure in refining the Qinglian earth heart fire. Now that he has regained his optimal state, it is time to commence the refinement of the Qinglian earth heart fire. Upon seeing Yao Lao nod in affirmation, Shen Cangqiong chooses not to inquire further. He spends over half an hour to calm his mind, waiting until he achieves complete tranquility before resolutely swallowing the Qinglian earth heart fire to begin his focused refinement. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuerer from the Water Academy observes, I have witnessed the combat prowess of Do Huang experts who surpass semi-deities and have speculated about the powers of Do Zong experts and those above. Yet now, I suddenly realize that I, akin to the elder brother Cangqiong in the comparison video, have been nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Hua Wu from the Blaze Academy exclaims, it is unimaginable what kind of might a Do Sheng possesses. Feng Xiaotian from the Wind Academy encourages, do not fret, Hua Wu. As long as we continue watching, we are bound to see. Yao Zi from the Plant Academy reflects, it is chilling to consider. Do you think our Douluo continent might also be a space created by some powerful being? Yu Qianxin from the Thunder Academy reassures, it should not be the case. Yao Zi, do not frighten me. If we truly were to be placed within a space created by someone unrelated to us, it would be a disaster for us. Shui Yuer asks, Brother Cangqiong, our Douluo continent cannot be a space opened up by a Dosheng, can it? Shen Cangqiong reassures, do not worry, it is not. Chapter 83. Accompanying the Little Medicine Sage. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy responds, that is a relief. As Yu Qianxin indicated, if we were truly placed in a space created by someone with no ties to us, and they failed to inform us, it would be filled with malice. Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy asserts, our Douluo continent could never be a space created by anyone. You must consider how vast our Douluo continent is. It is impossible for a Dosheng to establish it. In truth, it is not unreasonable for Yu Qianheng to hold such a belief, unless witnessed with one's own eyes. It is implausible for mere mortals to fathom the true might of a Dosheng powerhouse, especially in a realm easily swept aside by a pinnacle Douwan. Even if the inhabitants therein possessed the most whimsical imaginations, they could never conceive the genuine power of a Dosheng. Yao Zi of the variant Douluo World, Plant Academy, remarked, perhaps I have overthought this. Upon reflection, it does make sense. Even a Dosheng, regardless of their formidable prowess, can at most create a spatial domain the size of a small city. If a Dosheng were truly capable of manifesting a space as vast as our Douluo continent, would they not be virtually omnipotent? What would that mean for the dignity of a Do-Di? Jokingly, Yao Zi continued, as the video resumed. As time ticked away, Shen Cangqiong's process of refining the Qinglian earth heart fire proceeded so smoothly that Yao Lao, who was vigilantly prepared to assist at any moment, began to doubt whether Shen Cangqiong was indeed refining an extraordinary flame. How does it feel? Yao Lao inquired, his lips twitching when Shen Cangqiong's realm unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of 9-star Do Ling and ceased to ascend. He realized Shen Cangqiong had awakened, and the Qinglian earth heart fire had been successfully refined. What do you feel? Shen Cangqiong blinked in confusion. Since acquiring the Qinglian earth heart fire, he had been warned by Yao Lao about the dangers of refining such extraordinary flames. Is that all? Perhaps it is your exceptional talent, Yao Lao suggested. Or perhaps you share a unique affinity with the Qinglian earth heart fire, allowing you to refine it without encountering any peril. Even elevating your realm to 9-star Do Ling, Yao Lao waved his hand, wishing to move past the topic of the dangers of refining extraordinary flames, fearing that continuing would destabilize his own resolve. Then, Yao Lao, should we continue our training in the Beast Mountain Range or head to Jianan Academy? Shen Cangqiong, sensing Yao Lao's disinterest, shifted the conversation. Let's first gather some medicinal herbs in the valley where Xiao Yixian resides, and then proceed directly to Jianan Academy. Yao Lao replied, all right. Shen Cangqiong acquiesced, rising to leave the cave. The scene shifted. You're back in the valley of Xiao Yixian. Upon seeing Shen Cangqiong at the entrance, she rushed over in delight. Yes, he confirmed. I plan to gather some herbs before heading to Jianan Academy. Come with me. Once we leave Jianan Academy, I will be heading to the central region, where your issues should find resolution. Yao Lao had previously shared their future plans with Shen Cangqiong, mentioning Xiao Yixian's concerns in passing. Really? Xiao Yixian trembled with anticipation. Of course, it's true. So shall we go? Shen Cangqiong had a degree of trust in Yao Lao, and since he stated there should be a solution for Xiao Yixian's issues, it seemed almost certain. Yes. Xiao Yixian was overwhelmed with joy. If there's a chance to avoid demise, who would wish for death? The scene transitioned again. So this is Jian in town? Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian had traversed the chaotic Hejiao region and arrived at the outskirts of Jianan Academy, where Xiao Yixian marveled at the stark contrast between the two towns just under a kilometer apart. After all, Jianan Town, under the dominion of Jianan Academy, was a place where even the denizens of the Hejiao region hesitated to stir trouble. Shen Cangqiong casually responded to Xiao Yixian while internally conversing with Yao Lao. Yao Lao, what do you think? If my senses are correct, the extraordinary flame at Jianan Academy should erupt shortly. Yao Lao responded with excitement. I can't shake the feeling that you seem a bit too gleeful about this. Shen Cangqiong replied, somewhat exasperated. Let us find a place to stay. If Jianan Academy can suppress this extraordinary flame, we shall depart. If not, we will assist in subduing it. Yao Lao seemed to ignore Shen Cangqiong's murmurs and continued. Let us find an inn. Nodding slightly, Shen Cangqiong suggested to Xiao Yixian, who was gazing around, we should find a place to lodge. The scene shifted once more. I apologize, but we only have one room available, said the attendant at the inn, her expression full of regret. Then let us take it, Xiao Yixian interjected, nodding before Shen Cangqiong could respond. Is that appropriate? Shen Cangqiong hesitated. While he was indifferent to his own reputation, he was concerned about Xiao Yixian's. It's fine. Besides, it's the only room available. What else can we do? If we wait any longer, it may be booked by someone else. Are we to sleep on the streets? Xiao Yixian understood his concerns but was unconcerned herself. Well, all right. You can take the bed, and I will manage on the chair for the night. Xiao Yixian made a valid point, and Shen Cangqiong found it difficult to object further. Here is the key to your room. Please take care, the attendant said kindly, handing the key to Xiao Yixian as she noted their decision. Also, please prepare some meals and bring them to our room. After leaving the front desk, Shen Cangqiong ordered a few dishes. Chapter 84. A coveted dual opening Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Lanba Academy of the variant Douluo World stated. With the girls taking the initiative, there should be some extra performances tonight. Although the righteous light would undoubtedly emerge, she still felt a surge of anticipation. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy remarked, it would be wonderful if it could be broadcast live. Perhaps I could even lend a hand, or, at the very least, cheer from the sidelines. Feng Xiaotian from the Shun Feng Academy exclaimed, goodness, I only just realized how many flirtatious girls there are on Douluo continent. Thankfully, my sister Huo Wu is rather pure. Shui Wearer retorted, Feng Xiaotian, have you ever heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together? Do you truly believe that Huo Wu, who can associate with someone like me, could be free from flirtation? Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy interjected, hey, do not slander me. In the variant 1 Douluo World, at the Shun Feng Academy, Feng Xiaotian expresses his trust in Mei Wu. Meanwhile, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer responds with a chuckle. The scene shifts, revealing a comparison video. You seem a bit anxious, a voice remarks. What happened to your courage to intrude into a girl's chamber at such an hour? In the room, Xiao Yixian stifles a laugh. Wasn't I seeking you for a matter of importance? Shen Cangqiong feels quite embarrassed. What difference is there from now? Xiao Yixian gives him a disapproving glance. Esteemed guest, your meal is served. As Shen Cangqiong struggles to respond, the voice of a servant emanates from outside, providing him with a great sense of relief, and the previously charged atmosphere between the two dissipates instantly. The scene transitions, and 7 days later, a thunderous roar echoes from afar as Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian are out shopping. A colossal serpent made of flames soars into the sky, soon engaging in battle with a group of formidable warriors. Yao Lao, is this the Yao from the Jianan Academy, the Fallen Heart Flame? Shen Cangqiong inquires. Indeed, this fiery serpent is the embodiment of the Fallen Heart Flame, Yao Lao affirms, nodding. Let us proceed. Is this the Yao you mentioned waiting for? Xiao Yixian softly asks. Yes. He replies. I wish to see it up close. You should return to the inn. With that, Shen Cangqiong hastens toward the site of the commotion. I will accompany you. Xiao Yixian declares, refusing to heed his advice. It could be dangerous. I may not be able to protect you. Seeing her insistence, Shen Cangqiong halts and shakes his head in refusal. Have you forgotten? I am now a 4-star Do Wang. My realm surpasses yours. The Yinan poison body is not merely a name. Its realm can soar without deliberate control, and it encounters no bottlenecks. Very well, let us hurry. Realizing the growth of Xiao Yixian since their first meeting, Shen Cangqiong acknowledges her transformation. Indeed, she nods cheerfully. Ever since learning how to control her Enan poison body from Shen Cangqiong, she has embraced its powers, using various toxins to rapidly enhance her strength. The scene shifts again. In the forest of Jia Nan Academy, Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian flee, pursued relentlessly by the fallen heart flame. While the Academy's elite have already been heavily injured and forced to retreat by the serpent's tail. Why does this Ioa seem to be pursuing us madly? Xiao Yixian glances back at the fiery-eyed serpent chasing them, puzzled. I do not know. Shen Cangqiong replies as he attempts to lead the fallen heart flame to a place where they can fight safely, following Yao Lao's guidance. This fallen heart flame is no match for even the Dozong experts. Are you truly confident in capturing it? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's uncertainty regarding the flame's ferocity, Xiao Yixian shifts the topic. Rest assured, he assures her, grasping her hand as they accelerate their escape. An hour later, this will suffice. We are now safe. Just as Shen Cangqiong is unsure of their location, Yao Lao's voice resonates in his mind, signaling to stop. Slowing down, he continues for a few hundred meters before halting with Xiao Yixian. What do you need me to do? She asks, aware that Shen Cangqiong has found a suitable place to act. Use your poison to surround the area. Although they are unlikely to be disturbed here, one can never be certain that no magical beasts will cross their path. Understood. Nodding, she conjures gray mist that envelopes the vicinity. Yao Lao, it's over to you now. With everything prepared and the fallen heart flame drawing near, Shen Cangqiong relinquishes control of his body to Yao Lao. Leave it to me, Yao Lao chuckles, engaging the approaching flame with his bone spirit cold fire. Soon, under Yao Lao's formidable strength and the suppression of the bone spirit cold fire, the serpent transformed from the fallen heart flame is subdued before it has a chance to flee, becoming the second Ioa in Shen Cangqiong's possession. You can refine this fallen heart flame here. Yao Lao exhales in relief as he returns control to Shen Cangqiong. All right. However, during the critical moment of refining the fallen heart flame, the presence of heart fire erupts unexpectedly, and the Queen Medusa suddenly takes human form, resulting in both Xiao Yixian and Medusa being caught in Shen Cangqiong's fiery outburst. Chapter 85, Arrival in the Central Region. In the variant 1 Douluo World at Tianshui Academy, Shui Yue exclaims in disbelief. Previously, when Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixian shared a room, she had prepared to witness a grand spectacle, yet nothing transpired. Now, however, she finds herself completely unprepared for this unexpected drama. Nevertheless, she was not mistaken. The light of righteousness has indeed emerged. In the variant 1 Douluo World, at the Lamba Academy, the core disciple Ning Rongrong observes, it seems that Xiao Yixian is quite willing, showing no resistance. Unlike Queen Medusa, whose gaze suggests she would devour senior Cangqiong alive. By the way, brother Cangqiong, what exactly happened back then? What led you to such actions? Although the comparative video allows everyone from both worlds to discern Shen Cangqiong's unusual state, the reason behind his transformation remains unknown. I was influenced by the heart fire of the fallen heart flame, Shen Cangqiong explains, detailing the benefits and drawbacks of the heart fire. One can only say that it was Queen Medusa's destined moment. Why else would she appear precisely when Shen Cangqiong was affected by the heart fire? In the realm of the first variant of Douluo, an anonymous voice remarked, regardless of the reasons, Shen Cangqiong is indeed bullying the Queen Medusa. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong was also influenced by the heart fire. Therefore, while he might bear some responsibility in this matter, it is not entirely his fault. The crux lies in how Shen Cangqiong behaves once he regains his senses. Another voice interjected, wait a moment, isn't the Queen Medusa a pinnacle Do Huang? She is not like Yun Yun. Could she truly be unable to contend with Shen Cangqiong? The first voice responded, brother, it seems you've uncovered something remarkable. Is it possible that Queen Medusa is actually willing, but her pride prevents her from resisting? The first voice continued, regardless of her reasons, I am overwhelmed with jealousy. Both Xiao Yixian and Medusa are unparalleled beauties seldom seen in the world. To win the affection of even one such exquisite woman is a stroke of immense fortune. Yet, Shen Cangqiong has managed to court both of them. Alas, I'm utterly disheartened. As the audience fervently debated Shen Cangqiong's dual affections, the footage abruptly transitioned to a new plot point. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea it would turn out this way. After enduring nearly a day and night of turmoil, Shen Cangqiong had completely regained his senses. Gazing at the two weary women before him, he was at a loss whether to weep or to smile. What do you plan to do with us? Xiao Yixian, unlike the cold and silent Medusa, calmly inquired about Shen Cangqiong's intentions. How about I marry you both? Shen Cangqiong tentatively proposed. Given that events had transpired as they had, no matter how conflicted he felt, he would not shirk the responsibilities he must bear. All right, Xiao Yixian replied, blushing as she nodded in affirmation. And you? Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze towards the silent Queen Medusa. Humph! A succinct exclamation revealed Medusa's current sentiments. Elder Yao, why didn't you stop me earlier? Shen Cangqiong lamented in his heart after facing Medusa's disdain. How could I have intervened? Without your consent, I had no power over your body. But you needn't worry. While you were fighting, I remained within the ring, not daring to look. Elder Yao's tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Sighing, Shen Cangqiong mused. I hope the Queen Medusa won't stab me while I sleep. Ignoring Elder Yao's jest, he chuckled bitterly within. You can rest assured. It won't be long before Medusa reverts to her little white snake form. Elder Yao reassured him. Nevertheless, this situation ultimately posed a potential hazard. It appeared that he must devise a strategy to address her, lest he be plagued by future troubles. Shen Cangqiong certainly did not wish to live in constant trepidation. Cangqiong, what is your current cultivation level? Xiao Yixian suddenly inquired. I have reached the pinnacle of 9-star Do Wang. Shen Cangqiong responded, astonished by the speed of his advancement. When he had previously awakened, he had been so taken aback by the scene before him that he had not had the opportunity to assess his own realm. Wow! Xiao Yixian exclaimed, I initially believed my cultivation speed was quite rapid. I never anticipated yours would be even swifter. This is primarily due to the energy of the Yihua. Thus, if we are to compare, your cultivation speed is indeed more impressive, Shen Cangqiong countered, shaking his head. By the way, do not resist. I will grant each of you a drop of the Fallen Heart Flame's child fire. This will enhance your cultivation speed and refine your Do-Chi. With that, Shen Cangqiong snapped his fingers, and two transparent flames entered the bodies of Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa. Xiao Yixian offered no resistance, while Medusa found herself unable to oppose. This is astonishing. Upon experiencing the child fire, Xiao Yixian immediately tested its effects and was astounded by the remarkable results. Observing this, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow and secretly attempted it as well. The outcome was undeniably delightful. The scene shifted. 3 days later, stepping out of the spatial wormhole, Xiao Yixian glanced back curiously. Were those powerful beings responsible for creating that wormhole? Indeed, Shen Cangqiong replied, though he understood little of it. All he knew was what Elder Yao had imparted to him. The methods of those formidable beings are truly terrifying, Xiao Yixian remarked with awe. You two shall become a true powerhouse in the future, Shen Cangqiong assured her. Huh, you should wait until she can resolve her own physical issues before making such proclamations. Came a retort. After 3 days of interaction, Queen Medusa was no longer the icy figure who remained silent. She occasionally exchanged barbs with Shen Cangqiong. No matter what, I will ensure that Xiao Yixian remains unharmed. This is a promise a man makes to his woman. With that, Shen Cangqiong disregarded the reactions of the two women, oriented himself, and beckoned them to follow. In the realm of the first variant of Douluo, Shuei Wearer from the Shuei Academy exclaimed, Wow! Brother Cangqiong's promise is both domineering and heartwarming. Wu from the Chihua Academy chimed in. You've fallen for him again. This is all you are capable of. Otherwise, any reliable person would be discussing the so-called spatial wormhole right now. Shu Yue replied, Indeed. It seems that Yu Qianheng's previous conjecture was utterly misguided. After all, Brother Cangqiong clearly stated in the video that any powerhouse reaching the Do Zun level can open such spatial wormholes connecting two vastly distant locations. Du Guiyan from the Tiando Royal Academy commented, This is not merely Tianheng's issue. Who would have imagined that a Do Sheng, only 3 major realms beneath the Do Huang, would possess power exceeding that of the Do Huang by such a margin? Thus, rather than labeling Tianheng's conjecture as absurdly misguided, it might be more accurate to say that the disparities in strength and capability among the major realms in the Do-Chi continent are shockingly vast. In the Variant 1 Douluo World, the fiery dance of the Chihua Academy, is there truly a disparity of 3 significant realms? Yet, you remain silent regarding the Zhizhuandozun realm and the lower, middle, and upper stages of the Semi-Saint realm. In the Variant 1 Douluo World at the Tiando Royal Academy, Du Guiyan, these 2 realms are clearly categorized within the Dozuan major realm. Moreover, even if we consider these 2 realms as distinct major realms, the gap between Do Huang and Do Xing is merely 5 major realms. According to the circumstances on our Douluo continent, a difference of 5 major realms is not an insurmountable chasm. In the Variant 1 Douluo World at the Tianshui Academy, Shui perspective is everything. It all boils down to one's viewpoint. Brother Cangqiong, am I not correct? In the Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Indeed, the Douluo continent is too weak. If everything were to be measured against the standards of the Douluo continent, the follies you would encounter in the future would be countless. As Shen Cangqiong's words rendered the inhabitants of both worlds speechless, the comparative video transitioned, revealing a desolate and treacherous land. It appears that the bearers of the Awakeningand poison body indeed lead a difficult existence, observing the increasingly perilous path ahead. Xiao Wu sighed. If we can acquire the means to control the Awakeningand poison body this time, then all who possess this physique shall no longer meet tragic ends. Shen Cangqiong gently clasped Xiao Wu's delicate hand, offering comfort. She nodded shyly, her previous melancholy swiftly replaced by bashfulness. Young man, halt immediately. At that moment, Yao Lao's voice resonated in Shen Cangqiong's mind. What is it? Although he was unaware of what transpired, Shen Cangqiong swiftly pulled Xiao Wu and Queen Medusa behind a massive boulder to conceal themselves. There are likely two 4-star Dozuan experts confronting each other ahead. Yao Lao's tone was laden with gravity. Two 4-star Dozuan engaged in confrontation? Are they simply foolishly wasting their time in such a desolate region? While conversing with Yao Lao in his mind, Shen Cangqiong rapidly conveyed Yao Lao's warning to the two women. The power of a Dozuan is immense, and the destructive force during combat is catastrophic. Hence, Dozuan experts seldom engage in battles lightly. However, when the time comes to determine superiority, most would opt for a secluded location to fight. This is to avoid inadvertently harming the descendants of formidable individuals and to prevent damaging another's territory, which would invite the ire of that faction as stronghold, Yao Lao elucidated. Thus, it is quite reasonable. After all, for those Dozuan, finding an uninhabited battleground is merely a fleeting moment. There is no need to risk offending other powerful beings by choosing a populous locale for a grand battle. Shen Cangqiong concurred with this reasoning. When the two Dozuan experts commence their battle, I will employ my soul power to shield the three of you. As long as you do not create excessive noise, those two Dozuan will not discover your presence. Upon finishing, Yao Lao activated his soul power, enveloping a 10-meter radius around them protection, while Shen Cangqiong cautioned the two women. Just as Yao Lao completed these preparations, the sounds of the ensuing battle gradually approached, and soon the cataclysmic scene of their conflict unfolded before Shen Cangqiong and the others. In the Variant 1 Douluo World, Lanba from Shrek. My goodness, just how vast is this Duki continent, capable of withstanding such destruction? If this were on our Douluo continent by the time these two Dozuan experts finished, it would have already been plowed like a field. No wonder there exists an unwritten rule among Dozuan experts to battle in uninhabited areas. Otherwise, if they were to unleash their powers within a city, what would remain alive aside from those protected by at least equally ranked Dozuan? In the Variant 1 Douluo World, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Speaking of which, am I imagining things? Do I see the space around those two Dozuan experts warping? In the Variant 1 Douluo World, the fiery dance of the Qihua Academy. Your eyesight should be fine, right? At that moment, Huowu too was uncertain about Shui Yu's vision, for she too perceived the distortion of space surrounding the two Dozuan experts. In the Variant 1 Douluo World, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Brother Cangqiong, am I mistaken? In the Variant 1 Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, you are not mistaken. Manipulating space is a standard capability of Dozuan experts. Chapter 87. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? In the Variant 1 Douluo World, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Bing. Hearing about it is one thing. Witnessing it is another. Previously, I merely listened, and even Dosheng experts could only marvel at each other's strength. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, even a mere 4-star Dozuan expert is enough to render one speechless in awe. What Shui Bing expressed is almost the universal sentiment among the inhabitants of both worlds. In the Variant 1 Douluo World at the Plan Academy, Yaozi, I simply wish to inquire, is this truly something a human can achieve? In the Variant 1 Douluo World at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Bing Yaozi. Do not forget, in terms of the realm comparison between the two worlds, the Dozuan experts from that world have already stepped into the realm of the divine, even surpassing it. In the Variant 1 Douluo World at the Plan Academy, Yaozi, well then, it appears my perspective and horizons require enhancement. In the variant 1 Douluo World, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Gurong, the spatial manipulation of Dozuin is vastly superior to my abilities. If I could comprehend this spatial control, would I not be invincible? In the variant 1 Douluo World, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Jian Douluo Chenxian, do not indulge in such daydreams. What realm do others inhabit, and what realm do you occupy? In the variant 1 Douluo World, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Gurong, Old swordsman, await your fate. Once I master spatial manipulation, I shall certainly deliver a thrashing to you daily. Amidst the discussions, the comparative video swiftly flashed through scenes. Soon, the battle of the two Dozuin was approaching its conclusion in fast forward. Finally, the two Dozuin had concluded their clash. Observing the two experts turn away with a cold snort, Xiao Yixian patted her dumpling-like form. Let us proceed. There remains a considerable distance to our destination. Shen Cangqiong replied, without further comment. The scene shifted. A day later, after traversing through a marsh shrouded in toxic mists, Shen Cangqiong and his companions finally reached their intended destination. Shall we enter together? Should any trouble arise, we can lend a hand in resolving it. Before a colossal stone door, Shen Cangqiong articulated his thoughts. I am indifferent. The Queen of Medusa maintained an expression of nonchalance. I shall heed your words. Xiao Yixian gently nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. Upon finishing his words, Shen Cangqiong took a few steps forward and forcefully pushed open the stone door before him. The scene shifted once again. 10 days later, is she all right? The Queen of Medusa furrowed her brow as she sensed that Xiao Yixian's aura was nearly extinguished. Do not worry, Xiao Yixian is fine. In contrast, Shen Cangqiong expressed confusion regarding the Queen of Medusa's condition, noting that according to Yao Lao's conjecture, she should have reverted to her original form as a little white snake by now. Huh, what is it? Am I disturbing you and Xiao Yixian in your endeavors? Medusa spoke with disdain. Your words imply concern for your well-being. Shen Cangqiong replied as he seated himself beside her. I have discussed it with that little one. She has consented to allow me to remain outside for a while longer. Medusa shifted slightly away in a show of disdain, yet unexpectedly provided Shen Cangqiong with an explanation of her current state. So that is the case. Shen Cangqiong nodded in realization. By the way, do you have a name? After a brief pause, he inquired again. Medusa. The Queen of Medusa replied flatly. That cannot be your true name, Shen Cangqiong responded, momentarily taken aback. The queens of the Serpent Clan have always borne this name. It is a long-standing tradition. That will not suffice. I shall bestow upon you a name that is uniquely yours. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong observed Medusa, noting her neither approval nor disapproval, and thus assumed her acquiescence. According to your words, your current form is that of a seven-colored heavenly devouring python. Henceforth, you shall be called Kai Lin. What do you think? Shen Cangqiong found the name rather delightful, yet Medusa offered no response. The scene transitioned once more. On that day, Shen Cangqiong and Kai Lin were cultivating when they suddenly sensed Xiao Yixian's aura returning to normal from a state of near absence. They promptly exited their meditative state. How do you feel? Upon opening his eyes, Shen Cangqiong discovered that Xiao Yixian had also awakened, prompting him to rise and approach her. I have succeeded. Moreover, with the inheritance from this esteemed elder, I am now a 9-star dozong. Shen Cangqiong's voice drew Xiao Yixian back to reality, and in her excitement, she embraced him tightly. I did not expect such an unexpected delight. Shen Cangqiong shared in her joy, realizing that had Kai Lin not been quietly observing, he might have engaged in a playful exchange with Xiao Yixian. Since we have succeeded, let us depart. Yesterday, I received a recall message transmitted through secret methods from my clan. I must return to investigate. Noticing that the two had yet to separate, Medusa interjected. A recall for you? Do you have any idea what has transpired? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong frowned and released Xiao Yixian. I do not know. Medusa shook her head. Very well, let us hasten back. Shen Cangqiong made his decision without a hint of hesitation. In the realm of Douluo, if only I could encounter an inheritance that would elevate me several realms in an instant, mused Yu Tianxin from Thunder Academy. You might consider venturing into desolate places. Perhaps luck will favor you with such an inheritance, replied Huo Wu from Blaze Academy. Haha, Huo Wu, you truly are mischievous, Cham Shui Yuer from Water Academy. At that moment, no one knew whether there existed any powerful inheritances on Douluo continent. Yet, Huo Wu brazenly proposed such a notion. Why not give it a try? What if there is? Huo Wu continued, your method merely consumes time, while mine could cost you your life. I initially thought you had changed, or perhaps had developed feelings for Yu Tianxin, which is why you defended him. Little did I know, your malice was merely hiding here. Two esteemed ladies, what grievances do I hold against you? Yu Tianxin protested. One wishes to squander my time, while the other is even more ruthless, seeking my life. You jest. Look at Shen Cangqiong. He is truly a figure akin to the protagonist of a legendary tale. In their haste to return, Shen Cangqiong and the others opted for a more perilous route. Yet instead of encountering danger, they stumbled upon an extraordinary fire mid-journey. The onlookers from both worlds were captivated by the dramatic unfolding of events in the comparison video. Yao Lao, what is this extraordinary fire? Shen Cangqiong inquired, cradling the unresisting golden flame in his hand. Having previously informed the two women of Yao Lao's existence, he no longer needed to confine his questions to his thoughts. This should be the 9th-ranked Jiu Yu Jin Zhu Hua on the extraordinary fire ranking, Yao Lao discerned after careful examination, exclaiming in astonishment. How curious that a fire of such high rank could be so easily subdued. Shen Cangqiong gazed at the extraordinary fire in confusion. I am uncertain, however. Aside from Jiu Yu Jin Zhu Hua, other extraordinary fires do not exhibit this coloration. Yao Lao too was perplexed by the current situation. Could it be an extraordinary fire not recorded on the ranking? Just as Shen Cangqiong intended to examine the fire more closely, the dark golden flame surged into his body with lightning speed before he could react. Cangqiong, damn it. Young one, how do you feel? This unexpected scene left the three of Xiao Yixian momentarily stunned, their faces filled with alarm. I seem to be fine. Wait, something feels off. Subsequently, under the increasingly worried gaze of Xiao Yixian and her companions, Shen Cangqiong seated himself on the ground. In the realm of the first variant Douluo, an anonymous observer mused, I cannot comprehend the situation. Is it a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Comparing with the footage of Shen Cangqiong, could he possibly have perished here? Has he then reincarnated into our Douluo continent? Another voice interjected, that is unlikely. Look closely. There is not a hint of tension or pain on Shen Cangqiong's face. Therefore, everything must still be under his control. At this moment, not only were the majority of individuals from both worlds discussing the recent events, but even the three from the comparative video were no exception. Yao Lao, is Cangqiong all right? As time slipped away, and after more than half an hour had passed without Shen Cangqiong awakening, Xiao Yixian could no longer restrain herself. Do not worry, Yao Lao reassured. So far, this young man has experienced no harm. On the contrary, his power is rapidly ascending, with his spiritual energy fully activated. Yao Lao was keenly aware of what transpired with Shen Cangqiong. That is a relief, Xiao Yixian responded, a weight lifting from her heart. She then turned to Medusa. You appeared quite anxious for him as well. Bored, Medusa replied dismissively. Do you think I would forgive him for this? I merely feared that if he were to perish, that little rascal would force his way out. Medusa's expression was one of disdain. Is that so? Observing Medusa's insincerity, Xiao Yixian offered a gentle smile and chose not to probe further. The scene shifted. 3 hours later. Cangqiong, do you feel any discomfort? Upon seeing Shen Cangqiong awaken, Xiao Yixian rushed forward, filled with concern. I am fine, Shen Cangqiong replied, brushing his fingers through Xiao Yixian's hair with a smile. You refined that extraordinary flame so easily? Medusa inquired, recalling her own struggle to subdue the Qinglian Earth Heart fire. It wouldn't be accurate to say I effortlessly refined the Jiu Yu Jin Zhu Hua. It seems that for reasons unknown, it willingly submitted to my refinement. Hence, I succeeded in such a short time. Otherwise, with my previous strength, it would have been impossible to achieve. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong summoned the successfully refined Jiu Yu Jin Zhu Hua once more, eager to discern its nature. Enough. Let us hasten our journey. Medusa, slightly vexed by Shen Cangqiong's words, turned to leave, reflecting on her status as a peak Dohuan. She had nearly faced defeat while attempting to forcibly refine a flame ranked 19th, whereas Shen Cangqiong, without effort, had the 7th-ranked flame come to him. It is truly a case of comparison brings despair. In the first variant Douluo World, a voice from Tian Shui Academy stated, this is indisputable. Brother Cangqiong is indeed the protagonist of that world. A voice from Qihua Academy added, it seems even in Douluo continent, Shen Cangqiong enjoys the treatment of a main character. How else could he possess innate soul power of level 50? Another voice from Leitang Academy remarked, you ought to read fewer biographical novels. There are no protagonists in this world. Chapter 89, Xun es Fury. The comparative video continued. Time flies. After several days of relentless travel, Shen Cangqiong and his companions returned to the desert territory of the Snake People. However, the sight before Medusa ignited her fury, nearly overwhelming her composure. Hold on. Let's first search the surroundings for any clues, Shen Cangqiong advised. No need. Our Snake People possess secret methods that can leave behind useful information. With that, Medusa soared toward a specific location. A moment later, what did you find? Upon seeing Medusa open her eyes, Shen Cangqiong quickly inquired. Though we lost some tribesmen, the majority have retreated to a relatively safe location. Medusa's expression improved significantly. Do you know what occurred? Your Snake People are the undisputed rulers of this vicinity. Who would dare provoke you? This left Shen Cangqiong perplexed. Even he, hailing from a lesser place, had heard of the Snake People's might. He could not fathom which power in the entire Jiama Empire would challenge them. I am uncertain. From the information gathered, I only know that those who attacked my Snake People were peculiar creatures. Oh, and these strange beings not only assaulted my Snake People, but also inflicted varying degrees of damage upon the entire Jiama Empire and dozens of surrounding empires. Medusa elaborated. What? Both Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Yixin gasped in shock. Let's head to Wutan City. With that, Shen Cangqiong took the lead toward Wutan City. The scene shifted again. It appears Wutan City has also suffered an attack. Observing the townsfolk laboring to repair the collapsed city walls, Shen Cangqiong's expression turned grave. Do not worry. Given the extent of the damage at the city gates and walls, the assailants were obviously weak. Thus, the Shen family is surely unscathed, Xiao Yixin comforted, flying beside him. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Shen Cangqiong and his companions arrived above the Shen family estate. When Shen Cangqiong sensed his father discussing the recent attacks with family members in the council chamber, he finally exhaled in relief. Enemy attack. As Shen Cangqiong and the others began to descend, the guards of the Shen family finally spotted them and sounded the alarm. It is I, Shen Cangqiong. Upon witnessing the Shen family's tense state, he promptly revealed his identity. Cangqiong? Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Zhan, who had just rushed out from the council chamber, was momentarily stunned. The scene shifted once more. Inside the Shen family council chamber, Cangqiong, you have reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dozome? Even having witnessed Shen Cangqiong flying without wings, Shen Zhan still felt as if he were dreaming. Father, now is not the time for idle chatter. I wish to inquire whether there are any remains left by the assailants within the family, stated Shen Cangqiong. None, came the reply. It is indeed peculiar. Once those individuals are vanquished, they instantly transform into a wisp of black mist. When the matter at hand was broached, Shen Zhan suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling within him and responded earnestly. Just then, a series of eerie sounds echoed from outside. The fiends have returned, Shen Zhan remarked, rising to observe the somber sky, his expression grave as he addressed Shen Cangqiong. Inform everyone in the Shen family to remain indoors. I shall venture out to investigate. Without waiting for Shen Zhan's response, Shen Cangqiong exchanged a glance with the two women and soared into the sky. Yao Lao, are you aware of what manner of creature these are? Outside Wutan City, Shen Cangqiong gazed at the densely packed, peculiar beings below. Despite scouring his memory, he could not identify them. How can this be? In contrast to Shen Cangqiong's bewilderment, Yao Lao's countenance changed dramatically upon seeing the strange creatures. Yao Lao, noticing Yao Lao's demeanor, Shen Cangqiong's expression grew serious. These are the Yimo. Young man, I advise you to hasten and lead your people to the central domain. Yao Lao Uget Ugenti. Are the Yimo that formidable? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong, along with the two women, Xiao Yixin and Medusa, regarded Yao Lao with confusion. I have encountered records of the Yimo within the ruins of the true arts I provided you. It merely contained a single line. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of the ancient Dodi may be linked to the Yimo. Yao Lao's tone was unprecedentedly grave. Hiss. At these words, the three of them simultaneously inhaled sharply. There is no need for further discussion. The weight of the title Dodi alone surpasses all other discourse. Huh. I never anticipated that in such a small place, there would be 3 Dozome. At that moment, from the rear of the Yimo ranks, a hearty laughter suddenly erupted, followed by a gray figure that swiftly approached Shen Cangqiong and the others. A Dozun expert? Sensing the visitor's level, the hearts of Shen Cangqiong and his companions sank. Haha, were it not for other tasks at hand, I might have enjoyed some games with you. As it stands, prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Yimo expert extended his hand, ready to strike at Shen Cangqiong and his companions. Impudence. However, just as Shen Cangqiong intended to unleash the power of Hua to confront the Yimo expert and secure ample time for Xiao Yixian and Medusa to escape, a pitch-black spatial rift silently appeared high above Wutan City's gate. An icy, tremor-inducing voice emanated from within. Sunu? As his gaze met that of the emerging Suner, Shen Cangqiong softly called her name. Brother Cangqiong, this Yimo has displeased me greatly. May I take action to relieve my frustrations? Suner maintained her gentle and understanding demeanor in the face of Shen Cangqiong. Very well, that task is entrusted to you. Shen Cangqiong recognized that Suner was merely trying to spare his pride. Upon hearing this, Suner's smile widened, but the moment she sensed the Yimo Douluo attempting to flee, her expression transformed into one of derision. You think you can escape? As she spoke, Suner employed the same motion the Yimo Douluo intended to use against Shen Cangqiong, raising a delicate hand to firmly grasp the fleeing Yimo Douluo, who had already entered the spatial rift. It seems that no matter how many opportunities one encounter, I still cannot compare to you. Observing the Yimo Douluo being crushed into a wisp of black mist by Suner's grasp, Shen Cangqiong sighed with a wry smile. That is not entirely accurate. Suner relies on the bloodline power of her ancestors to achieve her current prowess, while you, brother Cangqiong, have earned your accomplishments through sheer effort. Stepping closer, Gu Suner wrapped her arms around one of Shen Cangqiong's, just as she had done in their youth. You little girl. Shen Cangqiong chuckled, about to say something when he noticed Suner's gaze shifting from him to Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin nearby, and he inwardly cursed his luck. Brother Cangqiong, who are these two elder sisters? As expected, before Shen Cangqiong could respond, Suner's eyes, now tinged with discontent, scrutinized him once more. This is Xiao Yixian, and this is Kai Lin. They are both with me. Following this, Shen Cangqiong provided a brief explanation of the circumstances surrounding his relationships with Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin, without omitting any details. In Shen Cangqiong's perspective, choosing to conceal the truth would only hurt the three women. It was far better to speak candidly, allowing him to bear the weight of all mistakes. In a different world, a character named Shui Yuer remarked, Brother Cangqiong is indeed a true man. Although he may be a bit fickle, he is far superior to those who play around and refuse to take responsibility, even turning the tables on others. Another character, Wu, noted, Shen Cangqiong is not limited to just Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin. Let us not forget that there is also Yun awaiting him at Yanlan's sect. Oh, and I almost forgot that Yafei from the Wutan City auction seems to harbor feelings for Shen Cangqiong as well. This could potentially trouble Gu Suner, the main consort. A character named Yu Qianxin commented, You all are thinking too simplistically. This esteemed Cangqiong has only been out training for a short, while yet has already accrued so many emotional debts. It is unlikely this will lessen in the future. Ning Rongrong remarked, setting aside the matter of emotional debts, Gu Suner is genuinely formidable. With merely a grasp directed at that Yimo Douluo, he fell without a chance to resist. This is simply invincible. Shui Yuer echoed. Suner is indeed powerful, especially her ability to effortlessly eliminate foes with a simple gesture. It is truly impressive. As the discussions continued in the comment section, the comparison video continued to play. I must say, you are quite the scoundrel. Our young lady has been thinking of you daily within the family. Yet here you are, gallivanting about outside. At that moment, upon observing the family's jewel lost in thought, one of the two who had accompanied her could no longer contain their dissatisfaction. Xianlao, do not speak foolishly. The occurrence of such an event would undoubtedly leave Gu Xuan'er feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, no matter how troubled she felt, she would never permit others to show disrespect towards Shen Cangqiong. Upon hearing of the incident, Suner continued to stand up for Shen Cangqiong, prompting Xianlao to open his mouth to speak, only to let out a resigned sigh in the end. I apologize, Shen Cangqiong said, grasping Suner's now icy hand. His expression filled with remorse and concern. It's all right. This is not something you could control, Brother Cangqiong, Suner replied, shaking her head as she freed her hand from his grasp. A smile returned to her face as she approached Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin, engaging them in conversation. In the variant Douluo world, Yu Xiangxin from Thunder Academy exclaimed, Gu Xuan'er is truly the world's best wife. I wonder when I will encounter a girl as perfect as her to marry. Yu Shenhang from Tiando Royal Academy chuckled. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy remarked, That chuckle conveys 1,000 words. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy added, it also expresses utter disdain. Huo Wu from the Fire Academy stated, is an unabashed display of contempt. Yu Xiangxin responded, Yu Shenheng, does your chuckle truly carry so much meaning? He was left speechless by the remarks of Shui Wearer and the others. Yu Shenheng replied, I'll give you a gesture. Take your time to comprehend the rest. Meanwhile, in the Shen family's council chamber, what? Shen Cangqiong expressed disbelief. You mean our Shen family was once an ancient imperial clan? At that moment, he was not the only one astonished. Apart from Gushuan and the others, everyone else in the chamber, including Xiao Yixin, Kai Lin, and Yao Lao, questioned if their ears had deceived them. The reason I came to the Shen family in my childhood was to obtain the key that could unlock the Do Emperor's cave. Guxun revialet. However, she hesitated, her face flushing slightly. The key to the Do Emperor's cave? Shen Zhan furrowed his brow, suddenly retrieving the clan's insignia from his possession. He was a clever man, and combining what Gushuan had just mentioned, that the Shen family was an ancient imperial clan, he quickly deduced that the so-called key to the Do Emperor's cave might indeed be the insignia passed down through generations of their clan. Indeed, this is it, Gushuan exclaimed, surprised that such a crucial item was carried by Shen uncle. No wonder I searched extensively in the Shen family back then, but found no trace of it. Gushuan shot a glare at Xian Lao and the others, who were breathless at the sight of the insignia, and then, with a mixture of amusement and amusement, continued, this item no longer holds any value for our Shen family. If your ancient clan desires it, you may have it. Even the simplest of minds understood what the Do Emperor represented in the Duki continent. Shen Zhan was well aware that the already weakened Shen family could never protect the fragment that could unlock the Do Emperor's cave. Rather than risk attracting unwanted attention and disaster, it was better to gift it to the ancient clan now. At least the ancient clan had never truly attempted to harm the Shen family, despite knowing the fragment was in their possession. Uncle Shen, this isn't appropriate, Sun protested, shaking her head. Accept it. If you are worried that this young lad, Cangqiong, might have ulterior motives, then consider this fragment as our family's betrothal gift. She added, after all, compared to the ancient clan's heritage, this fragment is the only valuable item we can offer. Upon seeing Sun's face turn crimson, Shen Zhan ceased his teasing and handed the fragment to the elder, known as Xian Lao. Staring blankly at the fragment in his hand, Xian Lao felt as if this once-desired treasure had suddenly transformed into a burdensome hot potato. Without a doubt, if the clan leader were to discover that he had betrothed Sun for a mere fragment of the Do Emperor's cave key, his return would be fraught with difficulties. Brother Cangqiong, Sun said, suppressing her shyness, I came primarily to take you to our ancient clan's Tiamu. Tiamu? What is that place? Shen Cangqiong inquired, puzzled. Let us discuss it as we go. The Tiamu has a time limit for each opening, Gushuan explained. Shen Cangqiong expressed concern about the potential arrival of new evil spirits. Do not worry. Our ancient clan will keep watch, Gushuan assured him with a gentle smile. Very well, since you say so, I shall trust you, Shen Cangqiong replied. After a brief conversation with his father, Shen Zhan, and Xiao Yixin and Kai Lin, he followed Gushuan and the others into the spatial rift. As the scene shifted, Shen Cangqiong found himself hovering above a city. Is this the ancient clan? He wondered. This is merely the outskirts of our ancient realm, Gushuan clarified. Ancient realm? Shen Cangqiong echoed in confusion. Yes, our entire clan exists within a realm of its own, hence it is called the ancient realm. As she spoke, Gushuan pulled Shen Cangqiong higher into the sky, revealing an endless expanse. Just how vast is this ancient realm? He marveled, scanning the horizon for any sign of an end. I do not know. I have never reached the boundary, Gushuan admitted. How many people reside within your ancient realm? I've seen several grand cities scattered throughout, Shen Cangqiong asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Approximately several billion, Gushuan replied after a moment of contemplation, providing a figure that left Shen Cangqiong astounded. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy exclaimed, oh my goodness! The population of just one family surpasses that of our entire Douluo continent by several times. It is truly astonishing. Huo Wu from the Fire Academy added, it is simply unfathomable. Hulaina, the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple, remarked, this is too exaggerated. Compared to the ancient realm, what is our Douluo continent? An island, or merely a fragment? In the realm of the first variant of Douluo, within the prestigious Lamba Academy, the esteemed core disciple Ning Rongrong remarked, in comparison to the video of the Gu family, our Qibao Glaze sect is utterly lacking. On Sea God Island, the high priest Poseidon pondered, is this the true might of a Dosheng? If one were to encounter such a formidable being, despair would scarcely suffice to describe the feeling. The grand offering of the spirit hall, Qian Dao Lu, added, if a Dosheng possesses such formidable power, one can only imagine the overwhelming strength of a Do Di. The fierce beast, the black dragon King Di Tian, declared, the so-called gods of the Douluo continent are unworthy to even hold the shoes of a Dosheng. Shui wearer from the Tianshui Academy exclaimed, Brother Cangqiong, the Dosheng is already so astonishing. How powerful must a Do Di be? Shen Cangqiong replied, the hallmark of becoming a Do Di lies in enhancing the bloodline strength of all one's kin. What does that mean? Inquired Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy. Shen Cangqiong simplified, to put plainly, the moment I ascend to Do Di, my parents and children will instantly elevate their realms to at least an 8-star Dosheng. Those with more distant blood ties will rise according to their proximity in lineage. Understood, Shui Yue responded, I shouldn't have asked. My heart is shattered into 108 pieces, each inscribed with the words Do Di. Di Tian, the Black Dragon King, noted, no wonder the ancient imperial clans were so powerful. By Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, asserted a Do Zun can effortlessly rend space asunder, and a Dosheng can create boundless realms. Yet what do these feats signify? A Do Di can declare, if I so desire, I can produce you in multitudes. At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted in chaos, an unprecedented disorder. The reality of the ancient realms crafted by Doshengs, along with the Do Di's unparalleled ability to produce Doshengs and Do Zuns, was an outrageous phenomenon that none on the Douluo continent dared to dream of. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, the high priest contemplated, should we apologize to Shen Cangqiong? The sea girl Douluo cautiously regarded Poseidon. If we apologize, would that not imply that Lord Sea God erred? Do you realize the repercussions it could have on us? Sea Phantom Douluo furrowed his brow. Yet, the genuine technique in Shen Cangqiong's possession can elevate him to Do Di. The sea girl Douluo warned. What about his disrespect towards Lord Sea God and his insolence towards the high priest? Shall we simply overlook these matters? Though she spoke boldly, Sea Phantom's confidence visibly waned. What alternative exists? None wish for Shen Cangqiong to grow powerful enough to obliterate our entire Sea God Island. In truth, apologizing to Shen Cangqiong would be in consideration of Lord Sea God. Otherwise, should Shen Cangqiong ascend to Do Di, even if he merely attains the rank of a novice Dozong, Lord Sea God would find himself in dire straits. The sea girl Douluo felt increasingly justified in her reasoning. However, this requires Shen Cangqiong to reach Dozong first. This realm is not akin to the one depicted in the comparison video, devoid of myriad peculiarities and various elixirs to enhance cultivation. Thus, Seahorse expressed skepticism regarding Shen Cangqiong's ability to cultivate to Dozong or beyond through his own innate talent. In the past, such doubts might have held water, but with the emergence of this comparison video, everything had become uncertain. Very well, let's continue observing. As for other matters, I shall deliberate further. On another front, Poseidon noticed the escalating quarrel among the Holy Pillars and promptly raised a hand to quell the discord. In response, the Holy Pillars nodded, redirecting their focus to the comparison video. Simultaneously, the video continued. Having transitioned from initial curiosity and shock, Shen Cangqiong gradually regained his composure. At this moment, he stood before a middle-aged man alongside Sun Er. Are you Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family? The middle-aged man inquired, his expression dark. Junior Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family. I pay my respects to you, senior. Though Shen Cangqiong could not entirely ascertain the identity of the middle-aged man, it was evident that someone who prompted Sun Er to bring him forth was likely the patriarch of the ancient clan, her father. I had assumed the Shen Cangqiong that Miss Sun Er spoke of was a being of great prowess, yet you are merely a mere 9-star Dozong at full circle. What qualifications do you possess to be with Miss Sun Er? Before the middle-aged man could respond, a stern-faced youth stepped forward, openly expressing his disdain for Shen Cangqiong. Gu Yao, mind your tone and attitude. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to have you lying on the ground for a year and a half. Gu Sun Er's expression turned cold. Xunia, you know, you're the only one with a divine bloodline in my ancient clan. If you insist on being with Shen Cangqiong, there are matters he cannot evade. Observing Gu Yao and the other youths beside him darken in countenance due to his daughter's words, the middle-aged man reluctantly spoke. Sun Er, leave this to me. Just as Sun Er was about to say more, Shen Cangqiong grasped her hand and shook his head. He did not wish for Sun'er to clash with her entire clan on his behalf. Moreover, a mere one-star Do Zun posed little threat when he unleashed his full combat capabilities. The outcome was uncertain. Very well. Gu Sun'er recognized that Shen Cangqiong would not undertake actions without assurance, so after a brief hesitation, she acquiesced. However, to prevent any future disturbances, Gu Sun'er cast a glance imbued with barely contained fury at those present and declared, "I hope this is the last instance. Rest assured, I assure you, it will only occur this once." The middle-aged man guaranteed. As the patriarch of the ancient clan, he could not fail to test Shen Cangqiong. Otherwise, he would have no explanations for his clan. Yet, should Shen Cangqiong pass the test, if anyone dared to trouble him thereafter, they would find that his 9-star Do Sheng strength was not to be trifled with. Alas, he had only Sun'er as a daughter. Even amidst his profound dissatisfaction with Shen Cangqiong, who had taken a liking to his cherished daughter, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly lend a hand. Thus, Shen Cangqiong and Gu Yao engaged in a fierce battle under the watchful eyes of all present. Initially, Gu Yao, leveraging his superior cultivation level, maintained a dominant position over Shen Cangqiong. However, this advantageous situation was fleeting. As time progressed, the cold smile that had adorned Gu Yao's face since the onset of the battle began to wane. It was only when Gu Yao sensed impending danger, his expression shifting dramatically, that Shen Cangqiong unleashed a meticulously prepared strike, catching him off guard and landing a blow directly to his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yao was sent flying from the arena, akin to a kite severed from its string. At that moment, Gu Yao, still in disbelief over his defeat, attempted to rise and utter a few words, but his efforts only exacerbated his injuries, causing him to tilt his head and lose consciousness. In the variant Douluo World, at Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer exclaimed, "Brother Cangqiong, you are truly remarkable. You are indeed someone I admire." Fire Dance from the variant Douluo World at Chihua Academy replied, "Shui Yuer, you certainly know how to flatter yourself." Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy remarked, "To overcome the strong with the weak and emerge victorious is a rare quality." Fire Dance retorted, "Shui Binger, your sister previously claimed she was stunned for 1,000,000,000 years. How long has it been? And you are already astonished. Shui Binger counted. Can we not be so tedious?" Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from Lamba Academy, mused, "By the way, that middle-aged man must be Gu Sun'er's father, right? I notice he always casts strange glances at Senior Cangqiong." Shui Yi, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, chuckled, "A Rongrong. When you grow up and bring a boy you wish to marry back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you will find your father will cast similar peculiar glances at him." Ning Fengji, the patriarch of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Aknorditgink Juye Vistom. 3 hours later, in the depths of the tomb, Gu Sun'er pulled Shen Cangqiong swiftly toward a specific location. "Brother Cangqiong," she began, "do you recall me mentioning that your Shen family is one of the ancient imperial clans?" Gu Sun'er refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question to Shen Cangqiong. "Of course, I remember that. But how does this relate to where you are taking me?" Shen Cangqiong replied, rolling his eyes. "The place I am leading you to is the burial site of one of your Shen family's ancestors," Gu Sun'er stated. Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. "The burial site of one of my ancestors?" Gu Sun'er affirmed with a nod. "Could it be that my ancestor is still alive, albeit in a different form?" Shen Cangqiong speculated, recalling Yao Lao's current state, wondering if his ancestor also existed as a spiritual entity. "No," Gu Sun'er clarified, "he has completely fallen. However, due to his immense power, a fragment of his will remains." After Shen Cangqiong had informed her of Yao Lao's circumstances, Gu Sun'er understood what he meant by a different kind of existence. "So, he exists through his will? What kind of power did our ancestor possess?" Shen Cangqiong was once again astounded. "Half-step Do Di," Gu Sun'er revealed, her voice tinged with a rare tremor, acknowledging the vast gap between her father and this ancestor of the Shen family. "Half-step Do Di?" Shen Cangqiong stumbled, nearly losing his footing. If that ancestor truly reached such heights, who could have caused his downfall in this era where Do Di rarely appears? This serious question suddenly dawned on him. "The Soul Clan," Gu Sun'er replied coldly. "The Soul Clan? Are they also an ancient imperial clan?" Shen Cangqiong clenched his fist. "Indeed, the Soul Clan is one of the ancient imperial clans. Back then, while your ancestor from the Shen family was gravely injured from a failed breakthrough to Do Di, the Soul Clan launched a surprise attack, paying a heavy price for their audacity." Gu Sun'er stopped there, but Shen Cangqiong comprehended the unspoken implications of her words. How despicable! A cold light flickered in Shen Cangqiong's eyes. Though he had never met his ancestor, this did not hinder his growing animosity towards the Soul clan. Ningrongrong, a core disciple from Lamba Academy, lamented, "What a pity. That was a half-stepped OD. If only Senior Cangqiong's ancestor had successfully broken through to Dodi. The entire Doqi continent would likely belong to the Shun family by now." Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy agreed. That's undoubtedly true. Once that ancestor achieved Dodi, he could simply tend to his fields at home, and countless descendants would assist him in conquering the world. Fidans interjected, "Shui Yuar? I find myself too exhausted to even argue with you." Shui Wearer replied, "What is wrong with that? Am I mistaken? A Dodi expert possesses such formidable capabilities. It would be a waste not to utilize them effectively." Fire Dance conceded, "Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal." Shui Wearer scoffed, "As a girl who grasps things quickly, we are equally matched. No one can claim superiority." With a mischievous smile, she dismissed Fire Dance as protests and redirected her attention to the comparison video. Meanwhile, the footage transitioned, revealing Gu Suner and Shen Cangqiong arriving at the innermost depths of the tomb. "Is this truly the burial site of my Shun family ancestor? How do we enter?" Shen Cangqiong surveyed the area, noting the absence of any entrance. Suddenly, a voice filled with joy emerged from within the tomb. "At long last, after all this time, a descendant of the Shun family has arrived." In the next moment, Shen Cangqiong felt a sudden darkness envelop him. When his vision cleared again, he was astonished to find himself and Suner in a stone chamber, where youthful Shadow stood nearby, gazing at them with a gentle smile. As a descendant of the Shun family, Shen Cangqiong had encountered his ancestor. Although initially surprised by the youthfulness of the figure before him, he quickly deduced the identity of this ethereal being based on the words he had heard before being transported here. "You are quite remarkable. Without the blessing of a Do Emperor bloodline, achieving the pinnacle of 9-star Do Zone at your age is indeed a testament to your prodigious talent." The youthful Shadow expressed great satisfaction. Previously, he had thought that if the Shun family could produce even one Do Wong, he would be immensely grateful. After all, due to his actions, the Do Emperor bloodline of the Shun family had been completely exhausted, and with the Soul clan lurking nearby, he could not even guarantee the family's survival, let alone expect them to produce an exceptionally gifted young generation. The accomplishments of the younger generation are solely due to the efforts of Yao Lao, and a stroke of luck, Shen Cangqiong recounted his journey thus far. "So that is the case," the youthful Shadow nodded. "Time is short. I shall help you restore your Do Emperor bloodline. The future of the Shun family will rest upon your shoulders." Without allowing Shen Cangqiong to respond, the youthful Shadow moved him to a stone pool beside them and initiated the ritual to activate the Do Emperor bloodline. Soon, as the bloodline within Shen Cangqiong was gradually awakened, his power surged exponentially. Ultimately, at the moment his Do Emperor bloodline was fully activated, he ascended to the coveted realm of Do Sheng, a level unattainable by ordinary mortals. Chapter 94. Ungratefulness, what a pity. The youthful Shadow lamented as he observed Shen Cangqiong absorbing the burgeoning power within him. The Do Emperor bloodline of the Shun family has been squandered far too much. "Ancestor," Shen Cangqiong exclaimed, "in less than half an hour, I have progressed from the pinnacle of 9-star Do Zone to 1-star Do Sheng. Such speed is almost mythical. What more is there to be dissatisfied with?" Unfamiliar with the era when the Shun family was the mightiest, Shen Cangqiong could not fathom the ancestral figure's current sentiments. Alas, the youthful Shadow sighed, regardless of regret, it is all irreversible. "Now, this place is on the brink of destruction. Let me escort you both out." He shook his head and prepared to transport Shen Cangqiong and Suner away. "Wait," Shen Cangqiong interjected, "I do not yet know the name of the ancestor. I hope you will enlighten me." As he spoke, the youthful Shadow continued his actions, and just as Shen Cangqiong and Suner were being teleported, his proud voice echoed in their ears. "My name is Shun Xian." The scene shifted. 7 days later. "Yao Lao, I have now attained 1-star Do Sheng. It is time to procure high-quality materials for the creation of a new body." At the exit of the ancient realm, Shen Cangqiong bid a reluctant farewell to the ancient Suner and made his way toward the Dan Tower. Excellent. At last. I have not misjudged you," Yao Lao exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon seeing Shen Cangqiong honor his promise. "Misjudged? Yao Lao, what does that mean?" Shen Cangqiong queried, aware of his limited understanding of Yao Lao. "You are now sufficiently formidable. It is permissible for me to divulge some truths." Yao Lao paused momentarily before beginning to recount his tale. In a parallel realm, a character named Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy remarked, "This Han Feng, the white-eyed wolf, is utterly despicable. Yao Lao took him in, nurtured him, and taught him skills. Yet he offers no gratitude and even conspires with those from the Soul Clan to ambush Yao Lao. He is the very embodiment of ingratitude. He should consider that without Yao Lao's care, he would have perished long ago." Another character, Yao Zi from the Botany Academy, commented, "There likely exists no one in this world as ungrateful as Han Feng." Ning Rong, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy, expressed her curiosity about the unfolding narrative, wondering if Shen Cangqiong would confront Han Feng. "Let us watch and find out," said Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. At that moment, the comparative video continued. "How infuriating! How can such scoundrels exist in this world? If I discover where Han Feng is, I will not let him off easily." Shen Cangqiong fumed after hearing Yao Lao's story. The Duki continent was vast, and locating a single individual within it was no simple task. "Your primary task now is to seek out the Yihua. All else can wait for later," Yao Lao urged, nudging the still agitated Shen Cangqiong. "Understood," Shen Cangqiong acknowledged, recognizing the wisdom in Yao Lao's words. Even as a one-star Do Sheng, finding an individual across the entire Duki continent was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong hurried to the Dan Tower, where, as the champion of that year's alchemy competition, he claimed the reward of the Sanxin Yin fire. Simultaneously, upon recognizing that the mysterious contender for the championship was affiliated with the Soul Clan, Shen Cangqiong did not hesitate to eliminate the opponent and gladly accepted their Yihua. The Haixin Flame. After concluding all matters at the Dan Tower, Shen Cangqiong set off for the next location of Yihua, the Fenyan Valley. Regrettably, the Yihua there was unique. After countless years of inheritance, it bore the mark of Fenyan Valley, rendering it impossible for outsiders to refine. However, out of respect for the first ancestor of Fenyan Valley, a dear friend of his ancestor Shen Xian, Shen Cangqiong chose to assist the current Valley Master in concocting a pill to cure his daughter before departing. Subsequently, Shen Cangqiong traversed various regions, pursuing every lead on Yihua, regardless of its veracity or absurdity, yielding considerable rewards. Though he only acquired 3 Yihua, ranked lower than the 10th. He amassed a wealth of rare materials in several storage rings. Most notably, within the ruins of a half-saint who had passed away, he discovered a perfectly preserved half-saint body. "Yao Lao, I have finally gathered all the materials necessary for body refinement," Shen Cangqiong announced, having temporarily settled within the remnants of the half-saint. He intends to first refine the body of Yao Lao, and then consume all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are beneficial to him, transforming them into pills to elevate his own realm. Yao Lao nodded in agreement. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. "Let's commence without delay," he proposed. Aware of Yao Lao's impatience, Shen Cangqiong refrained from saying more. After presenting all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Yao Lao could assist in refining, Shen Cangqiong closed his eyes, earnestly beginning the process of refining the semi-saint body. In the variant Douluo World at the Chihua Academy, Wu remarked, "It appears we are about to commence the body refinement. I wonder if it will be successful." Meanwhile, in the variant Douluo World at the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin responded, "It should be achievable. However, if complications arise and it fails, it is not catastrophic. The Soul Clan and the Soul Palace harbor a conflict with Shen Cangqiong, so he could always procure a powerful body from them later." "You are indeed ruthless, Yu Tianxin," commented Yao Zi from the variant Douluo World at the Plant Academy. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy added, "Wu, have you noticed that Tang Huo from the Burning Flame Valley seems somewhat akin to you?" Wu replied, "What resemblance could there be? Are not individuals with fire attributes generally of similar temperament?" Chapter 95. A great trouble approaches. Time passed swiftly, and months slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Young man, do you still intend to search for the Yao?" Yao Lao inquired, now materialized beside Shen Cangqiong, no longer in his former ethereal state. "Indeed, I have such intentions, and I have already identified my target, the third-ranked Jinglan Yaohuo on the Yao list." During this period, bolstered by the abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had acquired, along with the Yao's assistance, Shen Cangqiong's realm had ascended to 4-star Do Sheng, giving him confidence in securing the Jinglan Yaohuo. The Jinglan Yaohuo typically resides within its own created space, making it difficult to locate. "Yao Lao Gao Diun, I can revisit the place where the Jingling Yaohua emerged. Perhaps I might discover some clues. Regardless, as long as I employ the old methods, striking whether or not I hit the mark, I may encounter unexpected delights. In that case, proceed as you see fit. Yao Lao acquiesced, aware that each utilization of spatial power left traces. If fortune smiled upon them, Shen Cangqiong might indeed uncover the location of the Jingling Yaohua space. The scene shifted once more, and after several more months, Shen Cangqiong triumphantly declared, "Indeed, diligence does not betray the earnest." He stood in a desolate expanse, faintly sensing the same aura that the Jingling Yaohua had left behind, his joy evident. "Who are you? When did a young four-star Do Sheng emerge in the Duki continent?" A voice of astonishment resonated from the void. "I am Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family." With that, Shen Cangqiong unleashed a punch, directly shattering the space where the Jingling Yaohua resided. "How audacious! It seems your intentions are not benevolent," the Jingling Yaohua exclaimed, assuming a combat stance as Shen Cangqiong boldly stepped into its territory. "If you willingly submit to my refinement, I shall spare your consciousness," Shen Cangqiong proposed. "A mere four-star Do Sheng dares to speak thus to me? What a grand jest!" The Qingnan Nanzu, transformed from the Jingling Yaohua, seethed with rage and promptly launched an attack against Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifted again. "Cease your strikes. You concede? You concede? As long as you do not erase my consciousness, I shall disclose a secret concerning the Do Emperor," the Jing Yaohua lamented, feeling utterly vexed. As a five-star Do Sheng, being bested by a four-star Do Sheng was a profound blow to its pride. "Speak," Shen Cangqiong replied, weary yet resolute. "I know of a location that harbors a semi-finished pill of Do Emperor grade. Should you obtain this pill, you would undoubtedly become the first Do Emperor in millennia." The Jingling Yaohua whispered, clearly wary of eavesdroppers. "Where's this place?" Shen Cangqiong's eyes brightened. "It lies beneath the Jiaolan Academy." After a moment's hesitation, the Jingling Yaohua revealed the information upon meeting Shen Cangqiong's sly gaze. In the variant Douluo World Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Ha! Why do I suddenly feel pity for this Jingling Yaohua?" Huo Wu retorted, "Is this not the tale of speaking the harshest words, yet receiving the harshest punishment?" Ning Rongrong from the Blue Ba Academy remarked, "If the Jingling Yaohua speaks truthfully, then Senior Cangqiong in the comparison video shall soon ascend to the rank of Do Emperor. Does this not signify the imminent conclusion of his comparison video?" In the original Douluo World, an anonymous voice interjected, "It is indeed time for it to conclude. It has dragged on long enough." The comparison video resumed in a forest within Jiaolan Academy. "You do not intend to venture to the Do Emperor's cave now, do you?" The Jingling Yaohua queried within Shen Cangqiong's mind. "What is the harm in that? Are you deceiving me?" Shen Cangqiong narrowed his eyes, prodding the Jingling Yaohua within him with his Do Qi. "I'm not deceiving you, but you presently possess only the strength of a seven-star Do Sheng. What can you accomplish within? Moreover, that semi-finished Do Emperor pill is not to be trifled with. Without the strength of a 9-star Do Sheng, you are merely delivering yourself to your demise," the Jingling Yaohua cautioned. "Tell me, might the Do Emperor's cave you speak of be the same one that can be accessed by the key fragment held by the ancient 8 imperial clans?" At this, Shen Cangqiong posed a question that momentarily rendered the Jingling Yaohua speechless. "I only know it to be the cave of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. As for which Do Emperor cave the ancient clan's key fragment can unlock, I cannot say," the Jingling Yaohua replied. "It appears that we are indeed speaking of the same Do Emperor cave," Shen Cangqiong remarked with a slight smirk. The scene shifted once again. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong heeded the counsel of the Jingling Yaohua and refrained from intruding upon the cave dwelling of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. Instead, he traversed through perilous realms, continuing his endeavors and trials, regardless of their uncertain outcomes. Regrettably, merely a month had elapsed when he was jolted back by alarming news relayed by Gusuner. The information disclosed that the Yi Zhu had reemerged and, within 3 days, had conquered the 4 domains beyond the central region. Concurrently, the Soul Clan, another of the ancient imperial lineages, clandestinely allied with the Yi Zhu, launching surprise attacks on all ancient imperial clans, resulting in significant losses for several of them. Moreover, in a dire turn of events, all the fragments of the keys capable of unlocking the Do Dis cave, possessed by the ancient imperial clans, had fallen into the hands of the Soul Clan, including the 2 key fragments belonging to the Gu clan. Fortunately, Shen Cangqiong found some solace in Gu Suner's assurance that the Shen family, along with those closely associated with him, had been safely brought into the Gu realm and remained unharmed. Chapter 96. The strange thoughts of Huo Wu. The scene shifted once again. "Is this the cave dwelling of Tuashi?" inquired Sun'er's father. At this moment, 10 days had passed since Shen Cangqiong received the news from Sun'er. According to the Jinglian Yaohua and Shiwu Tunyan, this location was merely the outer precinct of Tuashi cave, and entry into the inner sanctum required traversing a hidden passage. As they stood there, all aboard the same vessel, Shen Cangqiong did not withhold any information, directly sharing everything he had learned from the Jinglian Yaohua and Shiwu Tunyan. "Your fortune is truly remarkable," he remarked. "First, you discovered and subdued the Jinglian Yaohua, and then upon returning to the Gu clan, you fortuitously encountered the gravely injured Shiwu Tunyan." Sighing, he continued, "In just a few short years, you have traversed the path of cultivation that took me over a century to complete. This compels me to ponder whether you are the destined child, summoned by the World's will in response to the looming crisis of annihilation." Gu Yuan's final remark garnered the consensus of those present. For aside from the notion of a destined savior, they found it impossible to rationalize Shen Cangqiong's astonishing prowess through any other means. "We should hasten our entry. Otherwise, any unforeseen circumstances would be detrimental," Shen Cangqiong, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gazes of the others, chuckled awkwardly. "Wait a moment," Gu Yuan interjected, halting Shen Cangqiong's advance towards the hidden passage. He then turned to the other clan leaders of the ancient imperial lineages and stated, "I believe that the opportunity to ascend to emperor should be granted to Shen Cangqiong. Do you all have any objections?" "You jest, Gu clan leader," one replied. "To become a Dodite, one must first attain the rank of 9-star Dusheng. Among us, even the strongest is merely an 8-star Duthong. Even if we were to acquire the opportunity to ascend, we would not dare attempt it, for our lives are too precious to gamble recklessly." The speaker was the leader of the Lei clan, and his words were met with nods of agreement from the other clan leaders. "That is well," Gu Yuan emphasized. "Let's remember, if we allow internal strife among ourselves at this juncture, our only fate will be annihilation." With that, Gu Yuan patted Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder, signaling that they could now proceed. In another realm, the elder remarked, "This father-in-law is quite commendable. He truly speaks up for his son-in-law." Another commented, "To relinquish the chance to ascend to emperor to another is indeed remarkable." A third added, "This reflects a grand vision." Yet another observed, "Gu Yuan's vision is indeed lofty. Were it anyone else, faced with such an opportunity, they would not hesitate to prioritize their own kin, even at the cost of betraying others." Ning Fengji reflected that in the face of such immense benefits, he could not envision himself as resolute as Gu Yuan in relinquishing such advantages. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned once more. "Sun'er, it has been almost a month. Hasn't that lad finished absorbing that pill yet?" Gu Yuan, having barely fended off the attacks from the Yi Mo, Yi Zhu, and the Soul clan, returned to the cave dwelling of the ancient emperor in a state of anxiousness. "Not yet," Gu Sun'er replied, shaking her head, her eyes filled with concern. She feared for Shen Cangqiong's safety and worried about not being able to wait for his emergence. Rest assured, the little medicinal fairy comforted her. "You'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Gu Sun'er glanced at the little medicinal fairy, then at Kai Lin, Yun Yun, and Yafei, managing a strained smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. "This is bad. The Yi Mo, Yi Zhu has returned, and this time they have brought a royal-level Yi Mo." "What?" Upon hearing that a royal-level Yi Utho of the same caliber as a Bodhi had arrived, despair washed over the faces of all present. With a deafening crash, before anyone could react, the protective barriers surrounding the Bodhi cave shattered instantaneously. "It is time to end this. Once I eradicate you, no force shall remain in this world to oppose my clan," declared the royal-level EO, a man of action who provided no opportunity for dialogue, raising his left hand to launch a second assault. Just as Gu Yuan and his companions believed their doom was unavoidable, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically as a massive hand of flame emerged from Shen Cangqiong's retreat, intercepting the royal-level EO's attack. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from the Shen family members, who, in an instant, transformed from inconspicuous figures into the most formidable presence among them. "Remarkable. The sheer might of the Dodi is truly terrifying," gasped Shui Yuerer from the Tian Shui Academy. "It only took a moment," added Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy. "The entire Shen family has elevated to at least the Dozun realm. What does this mean for those of us who have toiled so diligently in our cultivation?" Muse Guqingba from the Tian Shui Academy. You could marry a Do Di, and thus your child would emerge as a being more powerful than a deity, he suggested. What a splendid idea, Huo Wu replied. If my child is of Do Di lineage, they would at least be an 8-star Do Sung upon birth. As long as I nurture him diligently. When he eventually becomes a Do Di, I shall undoubtedly ascend to at least the rank of an 8-star Do Sheng. In the variant Douluo World. At Shen Cangqiong Academy, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, Sister Huo Wu, please don't. Such a person could never be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Do you wish to share him with others? Huo Wu's unintentional remarks ignited peculiar thoughts in many hearts, leaving Feng Xiaotian feeling uneasy. Chapter 97. A boy must protect himself outside in the variant Douluo World. At Chihua Academy, Huo Wu asserted, what's wrong with sharing with others? It is not an unacceptable notion. In the variant Douluo World, at Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer cautioned, Brother Cangqiong, Huo Wu has set her sights on you. You must be careful. Do not let her succeed. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong replied, I am not yet a Do Di. In the variant Douluo World, at Lamba Academy, the core disciple Ning Rongrong stated, with Cangqiong's cultivation talent, becoming a Do Di is merely a matter of time. Moreover, he is the only one on the entire Douluo continent who possesses the secret technique to attain Do Di. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer agreed. Indeed, that is the truth. Thus, boys must protect themselves when outside. These days, there are plenty of predatory women. In the variant Douluo World, by Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, remarked, doesn't Tang San also possess the Xiantian skill? Perhaps it could lead one to the Do Di realm? In the variant Douluo World, Shui Wu from Tianshui Academy countered. That is impossible. If Tang San's Xiantian skill could truly allow one to reach the Do Di level, then how could his ranking on the talent list be so low? In the variant Douluo World, Yu Qianxin from Leitang Academy lamented. Seeing you girls so engrossed in conversation makes me envious. Why am I not a girl? Otherwise, I would go find Shen Cangqiong right now. Hee. By the way, Shen Di, how do you feel about that? I solemnly declare here that I do not have such preferences, Shen Cangqiong responded. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer retorted. Yu Qianxin, could you not be so disgusting? I was just about to eat, and now I feel nauseated. In the variant Douluo World, Yu Qianheng from the Royal Academy of Tiando admonished. Yu Qianxin, can you not disgrace our blue lightning tyrant dragon family? In the variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy interjected. Enough already. Let us watch the comparison video attentively. The Battle of Do Di has commenced. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer exclaimed, Brother Cangqiong will surely win. She eagerly gazed at the scenes unfolding in the comparison video. The comparison video continued. Fortunately, Shen Cangqiong broke through just in time. Had it been even a second later, we would have been doomed. A 1-star Do Sheng from the Ling clan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing the fierce battle between Shen Cangqiong and the royal level Emo. It is still not the time to feel at ease. We do not know if Shen Cangqiong can truly emerge victorious. After all, he has only just broken through to Do Di, and there is still a gap compared to that royal level Emo. A strong man from the Stone clan furrowed his brow and stated, what can we do? All we can do is hope that Shen Cangqiong wins. Even a battle at the Do Di level. Not even a 9-star Do Sheng at peak perfection could withstand a single blow. Even if we all joined forces, we wouldn't be able to assist in any meaningful way. Another strong man from the Stone clan helplessly shrugged. At that moment, in the high-altitude battlefield between the two Do Dis, the royal level Yi Vo remarked, your youth in attaining the Do Di rank indicates your cultivation talent far exceeds that of the Soul clan. Here is an opportunity for you. If you are willing to submit to my Yi Moju, I can assure you that we will not harm those dear to you. Sensing Shen Cangqiong's formidable prowess, the royal level Yi Wu felt a sense of admiration. In truth, among their Yi Muju, the number of Do Di level experts, including himself, was few. Therefore, recruiting a Do Di would warrant sparing those individuals. With a cold laugh, Shen Cangqiong responded, intensifying his offensive. You are ungrateful. Since you reject my offer, you shall taste the consequences. With that, the royal level Yi Wu unleashed his full strength. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong, sensing the sudden surge of the royal level Yi Mu's aggression, inhaled deeply and matched his opponent's intensity, unleashing his full power as well. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle from day to night and back again, ultimately culminating in Shen Cangqiong's desperate strike, successfully defeating the royal level Yi Mu before him. Unbelievable. I cannot believe I have been defeated by you, a newly ascended Do Di. The royal level Yi Vo groaned. clutching his wound in disbelief. Defeat? You shall perish here, Shen Cangqiong retorted coldly, also nursing his own injuries. Not good. Just as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, the royal level Yi Aoa sensed an overwhelming danger approaching and instinctively attempted to teleport away. Too late. Shen Cangqiong had anticipated this moment. How could he allow the royal level Yi Aoa to escape? As soon as the royal level Yi Aoa made a move, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him, leaving the royal level Yi Aoa unaware of what had transpired before he vanished forever from existence. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer exclaimed. As expected, Brother Cangqiong has won. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu praised. Impressive. In the variant Douluo World, by Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, commented, the vitality of a Do Di is astonishing. Even with a pierced heart, he remains unscathed. If it were a titled Douluo, he would have surely perished by now. In the variant Douluo World, Yu Hai Ro from Tianshui Academy remarked, he can still live even without his body. Being pierced through the heart is hardly significant. In the variant Douluo World, Huo Wu noted, now, in the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong has become a Do Di and has defeated the royal level Yimo of the same realm, completely eliminating the crisis of that world. I wonder if there are more stories to unfold. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Binger added, certainly. If the story were to end here, why would Shen Cangqiong have come to our Douluo continent? Thus, there must be further events that led to Shen Cangqiong ultimately becoming a child and arriving on Douluo continent. Although I hesitate to say it, the conclusion of this tale may very well be tragic. Chapter 98, Wait for my return. The comparison video continued. 10 years have elapsed since the fateful battle of the Twin Emperors. During this decade, Shen Cangqiong initially harnessed the power of the Do Di to capture every member of the Soul Clan. In the course of these events, Han Feng, a treacherous individual, was seized by Shen Cangqiong in a remote mountain forest and subsequently delivered alive to Yao Lao, allowing Yao Lao to determine Han Feng's fate. Following this, Shen Cangqiong established the Heavenly Court, tasked with addressing the myriad traumas inflicted upon the continent by the monstrous race. At last, as circumstances began to unfold favorably, Shen Cangqiong assumed the role of a hands-off administrator. In the rear garden of the Heavenly Court, Shen Yu, who had just returned from her labors, chided Shen Cangqiong for his languid demeanor as he reclined comfortably, basking in the sun with a cup of tea and attended by maidens. My lord, the emperor, she remarked, while others toil tirelessly, you appear to revel in leisure, utterly enjoying yourself. Ah, it is you, cousin Shen Yu, he replied, eyes still closed. If you are so fond of oversight, why not seek a husband to manage you instead? You are not getting any younger, and if this continues, will you not fear that no one will desire you in the future? Shen Cangqiong, without opening his eyes, recognized her instantly. Only Shen Yu dared to confront him candidly, whether he was a formidable warrior or deemed ineffectual. Mind your own business. Instead of meddling in my affairs, you should concern yourself with the matters of the Heavenly Court. Truly, I cannot comprehend what is so commendable about you that so many young ladies support your indolent ways. They seem to have taken it upon themselves to handle every conceivable task to ensure your continued comfort. As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotion crossed her beautiful eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. Ah, there's indeed a significant development afoot, mused Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy, observing Shen Yu's peculiar gaze directed at her brother. Cangqiong, it is evident that Shen Yu harbors feelings for him. Such an exceptional individual, who could possibly resist him? Chimed Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy. I can certainly empathize with Shen Yu. It is a pity that Shen Cangqiong seems oblivious to her affections. Ning Rongrong from the Lamba Academy added. Even if you were previously unaware, it is clear from the video that Cangqiong has now ascended to the rank of Do Di. Surely, even without opening his eyes, he can sense the fluctuations in Shen Yu's gaze. Does this imply that Shen Dage is inadvertently rejecting her? Inquired Yu Tianxin from the Leitang Academy. That is likely something only Cangqiong himself can discern, replied Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, as the video shifted, Shen Yu, startled by Shen Cangqiong's sudden movement, gazed at the distant horizon. What is it? She asked, her curiosity piqued. We may soon face grave trouble. Shen Cangqiong responded gravely. Has another Do Di emerged? Shen Yu understood that for Shen Cangqiong to label something a significant threat, it could only be another Do Di. It should not be, he continued. After years of cultivation, I have reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Di. If the opponent were merely a Do Di, my current strength would allow me to dispatch them with a single strike, and I would not feel any semblance of danger. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. Shen Yu, taken aback, found herself astonished not only by his remarkable progress, but also by the prospect of an unknown entity that might surpass even the Do Di level. I cannot allow this unknown power to enter our world. Even if I were to triumph, the cost could be devastating. With that, Shen Cangqiong surged forth towards the source of the sense power. Just as he was about to cross the barrier of reality, he paused and sent a thought to Shen Yu below. Wait for my return, and I shall grant you 7 or 8 children. Goodness, remarked Yu Tianxin. That is the most audacious declaration I have ever witnessed. However, it appears to be quite effective. Though her face flushed crimson, Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Ning Rongrong observed. Indeed, Cangqiong has recognized Shen Yu's affections. This promise could be seen as a delightful commitment. But when did Shen Yu begin to harbor feelings for Shen Cangqiong? Pondered by Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family. Every time she encounters him, she seems to express disdain. From my perspective, it seems that after Shen Gongzi brushed against her thigh, he lodged himself in her heart, though she may not have realized it at the time. Conjectured Shui Wu from the Tian Shui Academy. I concur with Shui Wu, added Shui Yuer. I am more curious about what lies beyond the Do Di realm. Mused Yu Tianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy. This revelation should come to light shortly, remarked Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy. Let us continue to observe. Answers will surely emerge. As the video progressed, Shen Cangqiong had followed the ripples of power into a new realm, where he encountered a bizarre creature, distinctly different from the monstrous race, standing before him with an enigmatic smile. Is that power emanating from you? Shen Cangqiong inquired solemnly. Indeed. The creature replied with a dismissive chuckle, clearly underestimating Shen Cangqiong, viewing him merely as a trivial 9-star supreme. You are but a minor figure, easily crushed if I so desire. Who are you, and what is your connection to the monstrous race? Shen Cangqiong sought to extract information, taking advantage of the creature's arrogance. The monstrous race? They are merely my subordinates. The creature scoffed, its demeanor shifting to one of ferocity when discussing its own reputation. The monstrous race is your subordinate? They possess Do Di strength. What realm do you occupy to dare claim them as your underlings? Shen Cangqiong feigned indifference while scrutinizing the strange entity before him. Do Di strength? That is merely the supreme realm of this world. In the presence of a lower-level Earth Supreme, even the myriad supreme realms hold no significance. Lower-level Earth Supreme? Shen Cangqiong was momentarily taken aback. You appear utterly naive. Allow me to enlighten you. Below the supreme realm, we shall not discuss. For only those who have attained the supreme realm can barely be regarded as formidable beings. The supreme realm is categorized from 1st to 9th rank, with the 1st rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Beyond the 9th rank of supreme, there exists the lower-level Earth Supreme, the upper-level Earth Supreme, and the great perfection of Earth Supreme. Above that lies the legendary Heavenly Supreme, divided from low to high into Spiritual Heavenly Supreme, Immortal Heavenly Supreme, and Saint Heavenly Supreme. Observing Shen Cangqiong's bewildered expression, the ostentatious member of the Di Xie clan, Xiang, could not restrain himself from elaborating on the hierarchy of this world to Shen Cangqiong. He then eagerly awaited Shen Cangqiong's astonished reaction, relishing the feeling of having impressed him. So, you are merely 1 rank above me? Unfortunately, Xiang miscalculated this time. After hearing the hierarchy of this world, Shen Cangqiong revealed an odd expression and uttered a statement that darkened Xie Ying's countenance. What do you understand? Although the 9th rank of Supreme is only a single rank below the Earth Supreme, the disparity between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. After saying this, Xiang seemed intent on demonstrating the gap between the two levels, reaching out with one hand towards Shen Cangqiong. In the variant Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng remarked, so many levels have appeared? To which Huo Wushuang from Qihua Academy replied, it's not that many. They can easily be consolidated into the 2 major realms of Earth Supreme and Heavenly Supreme. Huo Wu chimed in, while that may be true, I estimate that the differences among the minor realms within Earth Supreme and Heavenly Supreme are undoubtedly substantial. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy added, does it even need to be said? If the differences were negligible, we could still use the 1-star to 9-star classification. Shui Yuer from the Tian Shui Academy questioned, don't you find this individual rather amusing? Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from Lanba Academy, commented, rather than amusing, this fellow seems to be a boastful clown. By Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, felt, I can't shake the feeling that this guy is just bragging. Claiming the difference between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower-level Earth Supreme is like the heavens and the earth. Yet aside from his initial attack, he has been thoroughly dominated by Shen Cangqiong. Shui Yuera remarked, "As I said, it must be that Brother Cangqiong is exceptionally powerful, allowing him a challenge beyond his rank. Now that Brother Cangqiong has arrived in this new world, we will surely witness the disparity between the Supremes and Earth Supremes as it unfolds." Ningrongrong concurred. That must be the reason. Let us continue watching the video. Is this what you refer to as the difference between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower level Earth Supreme? Shen Cangqiong observed the peculiar creature that had been sent flying, its body splattered with blood, and smiled. He felt this battle was even more effortless than his previous encounter with the Yimuju, although the aura emanating from this bizarre creature was immensely terrifying. When the time for battle came, Shen Cangqiong discovered that this being was merely a silver-coated spearhead. Already humiliated and furious, Xiang was further ridiculed by Shen Cangqiong, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. He was actually so infuriated that he passed out? This fellow is truly peculiar. Shen Cangqiong sensed carefully and realized the other was not feigning, leaving him speechless. The scene shifted. This place truly deserves its reputation as a realm of higher levels. Rare medicinal materials, typically found in the Duki continent, were scattered abundantly across the ground. It seems I must strive to elevate my realm in this world, and once I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, I can bring the entire heavenly court here. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had been exploring this land for several hours, and as he casually wandered into a forest, he was greeted by the sight of countless heavenly treasures, leading him to devise a rough plan moving forward. I wonder if there are other forests nearby. Forget it. It is worth the risk to venture for more heavenly treasures. If I encounter other powerful beings, I can always flee. After contemplating the treasures before him, Shen Cangqiong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to ascend to a higher vantage point. Shui Yuera from Tian Shui Academy remarked, "If I am not mistaken, those small black dots ahead should be large landmasses, correct?" Ning Rongrong from Lanba Academy observed, "The speed at which Senior Cangqiong is ascending is not particularly fast. Whether these are indeed large land masses is evident to all." Huo Wu from Chihua Academy noted, "As far as the eye can see, it is boundless. Just how vast is this new world?" Bai Qinxiang from the Min family added, "I once thought the Duki continent was already vast. Yet, when compared to these land masses, it is akin to comparing an adult to a mosquito. Reflecting on the size of our Douluo continent in comparison to the Duki continent, it is all quite disheartening." Chapter 100 begins with the playback of Tang San's past life. As Shen Cangqiong soared into the sky, barely catching a glimpse of a mere fraction of this new world, he was momentarily lost in thought. However, over the years, Shen Cangqiong had weathered many storms and quickly regained his composure. Yet, he found himself altering the plan he had recently established. The scene shifted again. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong embarked on solitary training within this new world. Along the way, he met several women, including Luo Li, Wen Qingxian, Ing Huanhuan, Ling Qingzhu, Qing Yanjing, and Ling Shi, with their assistance allowing him to swiftly break through to the great perfection of Saint Heavenly Supreme. However, just as Shen Cangqiong believed that his prowess was sufficient to safeguard the heavenly court and transfer it entirely to this new world, an unexpected event transpired. The previously low-profile extraterrestrial evil clan, emboldened by the return of their ancestor from captivity, began a large-scale offensive against the Deqian world. Witnessing this, Shen Cangqiong, acutely aware of his insufficient strength, had no choice but to enter seclusion, hoping to break through to an even higher realm. The scene shifted once more. 1 year later, as the Deqian world teetered on the brink of collapse, the impending doom was palpable. Shen Cangqiong, at the critical juncture, successfully ascended to a higher realm, vanquishing the ancestral figure of the foreign evil clan. Subsequently, under Shen Cangqiong's leadership, the vast world began its counteroffensive against the foreign evil clan, culminating in a final showdown where Shen Cangqiong utterly obliterated the ancestral figure of the foreign evil clan, leaving them with no opportunity for resurgence. As time swiftly passed, another century elapsed. During this century, Shen Cangqiong exceeded his commitment to Shenyu. However, it seemed that Shen Cangqiong was destined for a life of ceaseless toil. By the 120th year following the decisive battle, a new quandary arose. This time, it was not a formidable enemy that emerged, but rather Shen Cangqiong was forcibly transported to another realm, one of superior rank. In this new world, Shen Cangqiong inevitably faced fresh trials and tribulations, along with encounters with new companions. Scenes flashed by rapidly. He endured the annihilation of the seven gods, the legacy of the immortal slaying hall, betrayal in the borderlands, the affliction of the Zhixian curse, the slaying of true immortals, entry into the immortal domain, and the solitary battle against three quasi-immortal emperors, ultimately suppressing the corpse immortal emperor, single-handedly dictating the fate of epics. After securing a relatively safe world for everyone, Shen Cangqiong vanished from sight. As time flew by years later, when the remnants of Shen Cangqiong's celestial court found themselves powerless against the emerging dark powers, they cried out in anguish and desperation. Cangqiong Tiandi, where are you? My lord, can you hear us? We are calling for you. Why do you not return? At that moment, while all the dark powers looked on with derision as the celestial court struggled in despair, a battered figure, unknown from whence it came, materialized before everyone. I am here. I have always been here. Ah, so these are the ones you sought to protect? A dark voice sneered. Alas, you shall not safeguard them. At this juncture, as if to instill despair in all who resisted, 10 dark primordials appeared before everyone, mirroring Shen Cangqiong's presence. Were it not for your ability to resurrect infinitely, I would have long extinguished you all, Shen Cangqiong remarked coldly. Such audacity, they retorted. Upon uttering that, the 10 dark primordials launched a concerted attack against the already battered Shen Cangqiong. Come forth. Did you think that after all these years of enduring wounds to eradicate you repeatedly, it was merely out of boredom? He laughed. You underestimate me gravely. Now, let us march toward destruction together. In unison with the 10 dark primordials, Shen Cangqiong charged into the fray. Ultimately, after a silent burst of light, Shen Cangqiong, the 10 dark primordials, and all the dark powers vanished from the scene. Thus, the saga of Shen Cangqiong's past and present concluded. The contrasting images from the video solidified in time. In the variant Douluo World at the Shui Academy, Shuyu exclaimed, Sister, I detest you. I never anticipated that this story would indeed be a tragedy, replied Shui Binger. Is this my fault? She countered. In another corner of the variant Douluo World, Hu Wu from the Chihua Academy pondered, given the current circumstances, it appears Shen Cangqiong has perished alongside those dark primordials. That seems likely, replied Yao Zi from the Plan Academy. However, since young Master Shen can be reborn, might those dark primordials of equivalent strength also have the chance of rebirth? Unlikely. Shui Bingya Aseatit. Did you not hear young Master Shen in the comparison video mention that this technique was specifically devised to combat the dark primordials? That is reassuring. Remarked by Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family. If those dark primordials truly have the potential for rebirth on the Douluo continent, we would have no means of escape. After all, a Dozun strongman could easily render our entire Douluo continent incapable of resistance, let alone the realm above in the last world. Let's not even discuss that realm above, interjected Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Lamba Academy. From the moment we reached the mastery realm, words fail to convey the shock I felt. I suspect the majority of others share my sentiments. Otherwise, the barrage of comments during that period would not have been so sparse. Meanwhile, at the Lamba Academy, an observer exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Why are there several compilations of novels appearing in this so-called comparative video of my past and present? At that moment, Shen Cangqiong found himself at a loss for words. He was unsure where to begin his grievances. Was he contemplating those companions? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's peculiar expression, Lu Erlong inquired with interest, What are you thinking about? The past and present of Tang San has commenced. Let us watch, Shen Cangqiong replied awkwardly, gesturing towards the comparison video that had begun to play. Chapter 101. Tang San confronted. Seeking an apology now, let us begin the presentation of the past and present, Tang San's arc. In the original Douluo World, an anonymous figure remarked, A new comparison video has begun. I wonder what Tang San's formidable past was truly like. Another anonymous voice added, I hope Tang San's past is somewhat respectable. I do not demand that he be a grand hero saving the world, but he should at least embody the spirit of a true man. A third voice chimed in. I estimate that is unlikely. Nevertheless, the scenes are about to unfold. Let's appreciate them. The comparison video commenced. Several dozen miles from the Tang sect headquarters, Elder Tang Ming, a disciple, reported, We have discovered a village recently slaughtered, with no survivors among the villagers, save for this child who, for reasons unknown, managed to escape this calamity. The opening scene tightened the hearts of most viewers from both worlds, as the speaker's words were far too distressing to bear. Alat, Audo Tang Ming Sai. Since we have encountered this, let us bring the child back to the Tang sect for cultivation. Understood, the disciples nodded in agreement. The scene shifted. Tang San, you are now the most formidable disciple of the outer sect. I believe it will not be long before you are granted special permission to enter the inner sect. When that time comes, do not forget your brothers, a robust young man said, patting Tang San's shoulder with envy. Rest assured, Tang San assured him with an innocent smile. Brother Tang Lian, your care for me will not be forgotten. Once I enter the inner sect, I will certainly find a way to ensure you become an inner disciple too. Excellent. You need only this statement. Indeed, I have not misjudged your character. You are an individual worthy of profound friendship. Upon hearing Tang San's assurance, Tang Lian's face brimmed with joy. Brother Tang Lian, he said, I must return to the practice hall to continue my training for a while. I shall take my leave. At that moment, Tang San spoke up unexpectedly. Very well. I understand. You may go. I shall not lock the dormitory door. Tang Lian had no reason to doubt him. For Tang San habitually trained for several hours at this time each day. Huh, Tang Lian scoffed. Do you think I am unaware? You are merely attracted to my talent, wishing to elevate yourself once I grow stronger. That is why you treat me so well. Do you truly believe I am just a simpleton devoid of understanding? How utterly laughable. Have you even considered your own mediocre talent? How dare you fantasize that I would bring you into the inner circle? Do not speak of my current lack of ability. Even if I were to become the master of the Tang clan in the future, possessing such power, I would still not allow you entry into the inner sect. To admit an outer sect disciple with such pitiful talent would only diminish the prestige of our inner circle. At that moment, within the dormitory, Tang Lian was lost in daydreams of following Tang San into the inner sect, envisioning a life of stability. Little did he know that in Tang San's heart, he was regarded merely as a pawn of little value. Anonymous from the original Douluo World, it is over. In this comparison of two worlds, our side is bound to lose. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Who gave you the audacity to believe that Tang San can defeat the Celestial Emperor? Anonymous from the original Douluo World. One must have dreams, otherwise, how are we different from salted fish? By Shen Cangqiong, the young patriarch of the Min clan from the variant Douluo World. Tang San is truly despicable. He shamelessly revels in others' kindness, while secretly viewing them as mere tools for his own advancement due to their lackluster talent. If he were truly noble, he would have the courage to reject the goodwill of others outright. Xiao Wu from the Shrek Academy of the variant Douluo World. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding here. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy of the variant Douluo World. This is no misunderstanding. Given your title, it is clear you share the same academy as that Tang San. I advise you to be cautious of him. He regards even his benefactors with disdain. So imagine how he views you, his classmates. At any moment, Tang San might betray you for personal gain. Tang San from the variant Douluo World. Nonsense. Tang San from the original Douluo World. I demand your apology. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy of the variant Douluo World. How dare you? What kind of worthless being are you to demand an apology from me? Shui Binger from the Tian Shui Academy of the variant Douluo World. If my sister is wrong, I will make her apologize. However, I do not believe she has said anything incorrect. Your true character is evident in the comparison videos. Furthermore, I need not elaborate on your inappropriate behavior from previous videos. Everyone holds a scale of judgment within. Huo Wu from the Chihua Academy of the variant Douluo World. What audacity does Tang San possess to demand apologies from others? Du Guyan from the Imperial Academy of Tiando. If Tang San were simply shameless, it would not be alarming. After all, there are many without shame in this world. What is truly frightening is that Tang San genuinely does not perceive his own faults. That is the most perilous aspect. As the inhabitants of both worlds continued to discuss Tang San's conduct in the comparison video, the grand screen shifted to a scene 3 days later. In the depths of night, have I not done enough? Tang San pondered, gazing at the distant Cangqiong pavilion, his thoughts in disarray. Why has Tang Si, who is far inferior to me, already become an inner disciple while I have not? Standing before an iron chain bridge, he resolved that he must devise a way to obtain the esteemed texts of the inner sect. It appeared he had no option but to resort to this method. After standing in place for a long time, a flicker of determination suddenly shone in his eyes. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he stealthily made his way to a shadowy spot and donned a set of night attire. Chapter 102. Tang San. Convinced of his innocence, Anonymous from the original Douluo World. Ah, It seems Tang San is planning to steal the so-called supreme texts of the inner sect. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. Surely he wouldn't, would he? After all, he was raised by the Tang clan and taught their skills. Even if he is heartless, it would be unacceptable for him to repay kindness with malice. Shui wearer from the Tian Shui Academy of the variant Douluo World, given Tang San's character. Coupled with his words before putting on the night attire, what more needs to be said about his intentions? In my view, we should interpret all his actions through the most sinister lens. We ought not to harbor any expectations of him. Shui wearer was quite vengeful. Having merely stated the truth previously, Tang San shamelessly demanded an apology. Now, with an opportunity for retaliation, she would not let it pass easily. By Shen Cangqiong, the young patriarch of the Min clan from the variant Douluo World. Comparing a great hero to a despicable person is an injustice to young Master Shen Cangqiong. Wu from the Chihua Academy of the variant Douluo World. By Shen Cangqiong, Tang San belongs to the Haotian sect. He is somewhat your kin. Is it truly wise to speak in such a manner? By Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. What harm is there? Moreover, Tang San is about to infiltrate the tallest pavilion in the comparison video. Soon, we shall see whether he is truly innocent. Meanwhile, as the discussions in the comments section continued, Tang San had already scaled the outer railing and entered the Cangqiong Pavilion. In the footage, clad in dark attire, Tang San entered the Cangqiong Pavilion without even glancing at the various books and materials on the lower levels, making his way straight to the highest tier. Upon spotting the coveted tome resting on a jade platform in the center, his eyes gleamed with intrigue as he approached with quickened steps, trembling hands reaching for the book resting atop the pedestal. This sect's treasure manual is now mine. As he felt the texture of the book, Tang San excitedly opened the volume entitled Xiantian Baolu. As he perused the Xiantian Baolu in his possession, he discovered that the knowledge contained within was indeed profoundly more intricate than that found in ordinary tomes. With utmost caution, he tucked the scripture into his garments and stealthily exited the Cangqiong Pavilion. In the variant Douluo World, Shui wearer of the Water Academy remarked, "Is Tang San a fool?" He brazenly took the sect's treasured scripture, as if he were eager for everyone to know it was missing. At this point, Shui wearer had become Tang San's foremost critic. Fire Dance from the Chihua Academy commented, "Tang San's intellect is certainly questionable. He could have simply transcribed the contents of the scripture using pen and paper. Yet he audaciously carried it away. Is he unaware that such significant texts are routinely inspected by designated authorities?" By Shen Cangqiong, the young patriarch of the Minji clan, expressed disdain. What a foolish and shameless wretch, devoid of gratitude. Shui wearer asked Tang San, "Do you have nothing to say for yourself?" To which Tang San of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy replied, "I am guiltless." In the original Douluo World, Tang San reiterated, "Indeed, I have never betrayed the Tang sect. If you continue to watch, you will understand." At this moment, the scene shifted to a cliffside. What was inevitable has finally arrived. Tang San murmured bitterly against the biting wind, but soon found solace. "I know that stealing my sect's ultimate techniques is unforgivable and against our regulations. Yet, Tang San could swear before heaven that he had never disclosed any of the techniques he had surreptitiously learned. I do not seek the elders' forgiveness. I merely wish to convey that I, Tang San, have never forgotten my roots. I did not in the past, nor shall I ever in the future." As he noticed the elders of the sect standing nearby in silence, Tang San spoke on. In this moment, he was remarkably composed, perhaps the most composed he had ever been. "Everything I am is a gift from the Tang sect, whether it be life or the myriad abilities I possess. They are all bestowed by the Tang sect. Thus, I am, in life, a member of the Tang sect, and in death, I am bound to its legacy. I am aware that the elders will not permit a disciple who has violated the sect's rules to remain among us. Therefore, let me dissolve into the very nature of this mountain." With that, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong, shattering his garments with a resounding blast. "I come naked, and I shall depart the same. The Buddha's wrath lotus may serve as my final gift to the sect. Now, apart from my very being, I have taken nothing from the Tang sect. I have placed the Xiantian Baolu beneath the first brick inside my chamber. At this moment, I return everything to the Tang sect." Laughing heartily, Tang San stepped back and, like a flash of lightning, lunged toward the ominous sight ahead. Thus, Tang San's past and present came to an end as the screen slowly dimmed. Shui wearer exclaimed, "Tang San, confess. Are you out of your mind? I ask you, has a donkey kicked your brain? Why did you strip down? You have sullied my eyes. When utter disgrace." Ning Rong Rong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Sighed, alas, my innocence is lost. There's always a halo obscuring the view before. But this time, not only was there no light, but we also received a close-up. Bai Chenxiang remarked, disgusting. Xiao Wu from the Water Academy stated, it seems that in the future, when watching Tang San's comparative videos, we must not only guard against being incensed by his antics, but also be wary of his propensity to strip in a fit of displeasure. Chapter 103. Continue to confront Tang San of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy declared, a bunch of dullards. You focus solely on my nudity, yet fail to recognize the reason behind it. He continued, moreover, the words I spoke in the comparative video should sufficiently demonstrate my loyalty to the Tang sect. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and others, should you not apologize to me? Shui Yuer ritatet, apologitza? For what? You feared punishment from the Tang sect's regulations, which is why you sought to leap into the abyss. After all, any sect would show no mercy to someone like you who disregards the rules and steals sacred techniques. Fire Dance concurred. What Shui Yuer said is correct. Tang San, do you genuinely believe that by uttering a few eloquent words on that cliff, you can transform your wrongdoing into righteousness? Stealing the sect's ultimate techniques is, under any circumstances, tantamount to betraying the sect. Let me be clear. If the elders of the Tang sect were to overlook your transgressions due to your talent, it would set a dangerous precedent, leading to chaos within the sect and ultimately its demise within a decade. Shui Yuer added, honestly, Tang San, had you chosen not to jump into the abyss, but instead followed the elders back to face your punishment, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Yet, what was the outcome? You lacked the courage to accept your punishment, and now you expect an apology from me? I stand by my words. Do you deserve it? Tang San protested. Can't you see that I was leaping to make a statement? Shui Yuer responded, a statement? What statement? What do you have left to assert? Is it your unwavering allegiance to the Tang sect? Or perhaps that although you disregarded the rules, you still love the Tang sect? Spare me the farce. A true devotee would never openly defy the very rules of their own sect. Shui Binger remarked, moreover, you repeatedly claim that everything you are is a gift from the Tang sect. That naturally includes your life. Under such circumstances, what right do you have to end it? Du Guiyan from the Tiando Royal Academy interjected, there is no need to discuss this further with Tang San. He is incapable of comprehending. His actions reveal a mind that operates vastly differently from a normal person's. In fact, when I first saw Tang San in the comparative video, I sensed an odd feeling, as though I could never connect with him. In the variant Douluo World Lanba Academy, Tang San exclaimed, you are utterly ignorant. Meanwhile, in the original Douluo World Shrek Academy, Tang San replied, let it be. There's no point in conversing with those who harbor biases against us. We shall not intersect with them anyway. As the discussion flowed among the crowd, the sound of the comparative video began to resonate softly. The third comparative video concluded, and based on the consensus of all beings across the two worlds who watched the video, the ultimate victor of this round was Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data regarding the recognition votes received by the two protagonists. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received 431, 241, 0, 18 votes. In the original Douluo World, Tang San received 3 votes. The awards for the protagonists in the comparative video were then announced. The rewards for the winner, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World, were as follows. Reward 1, 10 fragments of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2, 1 self-selected soul ring of 100,000 years. Reward 3, the first 5 volumes of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points in comparative video scores. The distribution of rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong, concluded. Next, the rewards for the defeated Tang San were announced. Reward 1, 1 fragment of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2, 1 self-selected soul ring of 10 years. Reward 3, 1 volume of the True Method of the Sunflower Scripture. Reward 4, 10 points in comparative video scores. The distribution of rewards for the defeated Tang San was completed. Now, 10 lucky spots would be drawn, and each lucky recipient would receive 100,000 points in comparative video scores. The list of fortunate names was then revealed. 1. Shui Binger from the variant Douluo World. 2. Shui Yuer from the variant Douluo World. 3. Gulai Na from the variant Douluo World. 4. Bai Chenxiang from the variant Douluo World. 5. Ning Rongrong from the variant Douluo World. 6. Feng Xiaodian from the variant Douluo World. 7. Mingda from the variant Douluo World. 8. Lu Huangshu from the variant Douluo World. 9. Dianwei from the variant Douluo World. 10. Pan Yinlian from the variant Douluo World. The current comparative video has concluded. Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo World remarked, haha, did you see that? Last time, Tang San received 4 votes. But this time he only garnered 3. I wonder which of his 4 supporters has turned against him. Huo Wu from the variant Douluo World commented, this is already a good outcome. I originally thought Tang San would be lucky to retain 2 votes. After all, based on the content displayed in this comparative video, whether he truly belongs to the family of his world remains debatable. Yao Zi from the variant Douluo World added, perhaps the missing vote was from Tang San's father in one of the worlds. Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo World dismissed it, saying whatever. In any case, someone as worthless as Tang San will eventually be abandoned by all. By Shen Cangqiong, the young clan leader of the Min family, inquired Director Lu Erlong. Does Lanba Academy still accept new members? Director Lu Erlong of Lanba Academy affirmed, yes, we do. Bai Chenxiang continued, if I join Lanba Academy, will I be able to cultivate the original true solution? Director Lu Erlong responded, hold on. Let me ask Shen Cangqiong for his opinion. Chapter 104. By Chenxiang's decision. The shattering titan at Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong turned to Shen Cangqiong, who was perusing the original true solution, and posed the question. What do you think of Bai Chenxiang's inquiry? I shall address it, Shen Cangqiong said as he closed the original true solution. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong stated, Bai Chenxiang, if you wish to cultivate the original true solution, you have 2 choices. The first option is to become a main team member of our Lanba Academy elite competition. However, this choice only grants access to the cultivation methods of the first 3 volumes of the original true solution. The second option is to become an inner disciple of Lanba Academy. This option entails no restrictions. In fact, if I obtain the later volumes of the original true solution, they will be accessible to all members of the inner academy. Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo World exclaimed, wow, the treatment for becoming a main team member of Lanba Academy is exceptional. She suddenly felt that her 100,000-year self-selected soul bone lost its appeal. Huo Wu from the variant Douluo World remarked, Shui Wearer, you may flaunt your soul bone all you like. However, becoming a main team member of Lanba Academy to receive the first 3 volumes of the original true solution is indeed an unparalleled privilege. Not to mention, completing the first 3 volumes would render those so-called gods of Douluo continent inconsequential. Du Guiyan from the variant Douluo World added, in fact, one does not even need to reach the 3rd volume. Mastering the first volume to perfection would suffice to navigate Douluo continent with ease. Take my grandfather, titled his strength barely exceeds 1,000 pounds. Yet the maximum power of the first volume, blood transformation, is a staggering 100,000 pounds. I believe that a punch with such force would leave even the demigods, the pinnacle of soul masters, unrecognizable. Dugabo, the poisoned Douluo concurred quite so. If the Ju Douluo from the Spirit Hall were to take a punch of 100,000 pounds, that pretty face of hers would surely be marred. You Doulu. Yu Guan interjected, do you think I am foolish? Instead of figuring out how to evade the attack, I would simply take it on the face. Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family, addressed Shen Cangqiong, young Master Shen. What stipulations accompany the 2 options you have presented? Bai He, fully aware of his granddaughter's long-held dream, proactively took the lead in the conversation. Shen Cangqiong replied, if one merely becomes a member of my Lanba Academy elite competition's main team, they may leave Lanba Academy at any time after graduation. However, one crucial condition must be met. The original true solution or any other true methods must not be taught to others. Should this occur, I will personally eliminate both the teacher and student, as well as their families and any collaborators. As for the other option, as I previously mentioned, joining my Lanba Academy's inner academy is akin to joining a sect. Members receive unlimited resources for training, but they shall forever remain part of Lanba Academy's inner academy. Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family, queried, if Xiangxiang chooses to join the inner academy of Lanba Academy, will it mean that the Min family will also be associated with Lanba Academy once she inherits it? Shen Cangqiong affirmed, when that day comes, Bai Chenxiang will indeed become the head of the Min Hall within the inner academy of Lanba Academy. Of course, the inner academy will not interfere with the internal affairs of the Min Hall, but it must remain obedient to the inner academy. To put it simply, the relationship between your single attribute 4 clans and the former Haoyan clan is quite analogous. The leader of the Min E clan, Bai He, in the A0 variant Douluo World, inquired, can the members of Min Tang cultivate the original true solution or other true techniques? Shen Cangqiong, from the same world, replied, upon officially joining Min Tang, apart from the Tang Master, All members will have access to the cultivation methods of the first 3 volumes of the original True Solution. However, this is a temporary rule. Should I acquire the subsequent volumes in the future, adjustments may be made. Nonetheless, the guarantee of access to the first 3 volumes will remain unchanged. Bai He responded, "Our mini clan needs to deliberate on this matter." Shen Cangqiong acknowledged, "That is acceptable." Bai Cangqiong, the young clan leader of the mini clan, interjected, "Grandfather, there's no need for deliberation. I have already set off. I will first join the Inner Academy of Lanba Academy to assess its suitability for our Min Yi clan. If it proves fitting, we shall join without hesitation." Bai sighed, "Young ones. Very well. Since you have made this decision, I shall defer to your judgment. For the future of the Min Yi clan will rest upon your shoulders." Titan, the leader of the Li Yi clan, protested, "Old Bai Niao, this is unacceptable." Although Titan's grandson studies at Lanba Academy, he still leans towards Tang Hao, perceiving their single attribute 4 clans as subordinates to Tang Hao. Witnessing Bai He's rebellious inclination naturally unsettles him. Bai He questioned, "What seems to be the issue?" Cangqiong is the future leader of the Min Yi clan. She is entitled to her own choices. Unbeknownst to Bai He, Titan has always regarded their single attribute 4 clans as extensions of Tang Hao. Titan insisted, "As the single attribute 4 clans have always shared a mutual bond, how can you unilaterally make such a significant decision?" Ultimately, Titan dared not mention Tang Hao in front of everyone and sought alternative excuses. Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pai clan, supported Bai He, "It's all right. I stand with Old Bai Niao." Niao Gao, the leader of the Yu Yi clan, concurred, "I also support Old Bai Niao." Titan, witnessing even the other 2 brothers backing Bai He, felt quite frustrated. However, before he could concoct a better excuse to refute the trio, his grandson, Tai Long, delivered a blow to his defenses. Tai Long remarked, "Grandfather, I too believe joining Lanba Academy is quite beneficial." After observing the comparison between Shen Cangqiong and Tang San's past and present, Tai Long's mindset underwent a genuine transformation. Titan retorted, "You little rascal, be quiet." As time pressed on, Shen Cangqiong disregarded Titan's banter in the comment section and dismissed the team. Tai Long approached Shen Cangqiong, a look of flattery on his face. "Senior Shen, may I join the Inner Academy?" Shen Cangqiong replied, "Convince your grandfather first, then we shall discuss." He did not refuse Tai Long, willing to offer them a chance provided the Li Yi clan steered clear of entanglements with Tang San. Tai Long, eager to fulfill his task, departed promptly. Ning Rongrong, filled with eagerness, approached Shen Cangqiong and clung to his arm. "When can I obtain the original True Solution?" Shen Cangqiong considered for a moment before stating, "After dinner, come to the small cottage at the back mountain and recite it slowly." Ning Rongrong pouted in reluctance. "Must I recite it? Can't I just transcribe it directly?" Shen Cangqiong responded, "Transcribing is permissible, but you must do so yourself. I will not assist you." Confident in the protection offered by the comparative videos, he was unperturbed by the possibility of someone attempting to seize Ning Rongrong's handwritten copy of the original True Solution. Ning Rongrong, after some thought, conceded that transcribing would indeed be simpler than memorizing, and thus agreed. "By the way, Zhu Qing, come with Rongrong to the back mountain cottage tonight. I will provide you with the first 3 volumes of the original True Solution. If you wish to transcribe it, remember to bring your own paper and pen," instructed Shen Cangqiong, also reminding Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Shen Cangqiong replied, "There is no need to thank me. This is a reward for your own efforts." This was not mere altruism. Shen Cangqiong disdained the Luo royal family and the Zhu family, wishing to offer Zhu Qing an opportunity for resistance. Of course, if there were other reasons behind his actions, he would merely smile and remain silent. Meanwhile, at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in the A0 variant Douluo World, Feng Ji remarked, "It appears our luck is quite favorable. Rongrong has just joined the Inner Academy of Lanba Academy and has already reaped such significant benefits." In the conference hall, the Sword Douluo Chan Xian expressed his excitement. "This is primarily due to Shen Cangqiong's generosity. Were up to me, I certainly would not have revealed the original True Solution." Bon Duo Gu Rong added candidly, "Although the original True Solution may not be the best cultivation method in Shen Cangqiong's possession, it could inspire others to develop even more formidable techniques. At that point, who knows if it might affect Shen Cangqiong's unique standing." Feng Ji, contemplating further, suggested, "I believe we should thoroughly discuss whether we ought to fully join Lanba Academy." Chen Xian shrugged. "I have no objection. It's a decision for you to make." Bon Douluo Gu Rong echoed the sentiment. At the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong regarded the procession of individuals entering the Hall of Offerings with a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. What brings you here? The second offering, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, retorted without hesitation. Are you the Pope? Will you not take action in light of such significant events? Bibi Dong's expression turned mocking. Are you all after the original true solution? She deemed these elders to be misled in their judgment. Even without direct confrontation with Shen Cangqiong, his ability to incapacitate a 100,000-year soul beast was ample evidence of his exceptional strength. Yet, these individuals sought to provoke trouble with him. We are not foolish. Even if we manage to overcome Shen Cangqiong, we still face the obstacle of the comparative video protection, which means we cannot acquire the original true solution. Our intention is to dispatch a team to negotiate with Shen Cangqiong in hopes of exchanging the original true solution. Let us not forget that Shen Cangqiong harbors considerable goodwill towards our Wuhan temple. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, he may not refuse. The second offering, Jin Yi paused at this point. Additionally, I have heard that Yuguan is currently with Tang San. I hope you can issue an order for Yuguan to bring Tang San back. Thus, even if we do not obtain the original true solution from Shen Cangqiong, we can still acquire the Kuaihua Baodian from Tang San. After speaking, Genie Douluo fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong, anticipating her response. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong showed little interest in the affairs of other factions. After tossing the original true solution to the two women, he retreated into the adjacent room. Thus, the night passed in toil. At dawn, as Shen Cangqiong remained immersed in sweet dreams, an unexpected knocking echoed from outside the door. Cangqiong, are you awake? Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. I am awake. What is it? Startled from his slumber, Shen Cangqiong hastily donned his attire and opened the door to inquire. That girl named by Chunxiang has arrived. Dean Erlong sent me to call you. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong cast a peculiar glance at Shen Cangqiong. She came quite swiftly. Let's go and take a look together. She may soon be like you, a core disciple of our Lamba Academy's inner court. You can familiarize yourselves with one another. Shen Cangqiong disregarded Ning Rongrong's odd gaze, nodded, and walked alongside her. In a Lamba Academy's dean's office, Shen Cangqiong asked, have you made your decision? Be aware that once you choose to join the inner court of Lamba Academy, there will be no opportunity for regret. I have made my decision. If the inner court is unsuitable for our Min family, I will resign from my position as clan leader. At that point, it will not affect the Min family in any way, but Chunxiang stated earnestly. You're quite honest. I appreciate those who speak plainly. Very well. Since you have confirmed your desire to join the inner court of Lamba Academy, I shall approve your application. Shen Cangqiong had a degree of trust in by Chunxiang's character. Although she was related to Tang Hao and Tang San, her conduct was entirely different from theirs. When will I receive the original true solution? Upon receiving Shen Cangqiong's consent, Bai Chunxiang was eager to know. Tonight, bring along pen and paper to the small courtyard at the back mountain for transcription. Currently, it is the time for the elite competition team to train, Shen Cangqiong replied. All right, Bai Chunxiang nodded in resignation, acquiescing. Chapter 106. Tang San's return to seek immortal herbs. At the training ground behind Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong instructed, all right, Xiang, you may come down now. After assessing Bai Chunxiang's martial soul and soul skills, he halted her fluttering wings. Your martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, possesses remarkable speed, which is your advantage. However, I must ask, since your Min clan's martial souls lack offensive soul skills, why not devise a strategy to compensate for the shortcomings of the sharp-tailed swift martial soul? Seeing Bai Chunxiang's anxious gaze, Shen Cangqiong straightforwardly articulated the issues he had observed. Our Min clan is impoverished. We cannot afford high-grade soul bones, let alone low-grade ones. Therefore, even if we wish to enhance our martial souls, it is simply unattainable, Bai Chunxiang admitted, albeit with a hint of self-doubt. You haven't spent all these years contemplating a method to remedy your martial soul's deficiencies with soul bones, have you? Such a lavish approach would be unthinkable. Even for affluent factions like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Shen Cangqiong remarked, exasperated, hand pressed to his forehead. What Cangqiong said is correct. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is wealthy, yet it would be impossible to equip every member with a set of soul bones. Ning Rongrong concurred, nodding in agreement. If we do not use soul bones, what alternative methods can we employ? Bai Chunxiang was not questioning, but genuinely perplexed, as she was unaware of any other options to address the deficiencies of their Min clan's martial souls prior to the emergence of true cultivation techniques. At this moment, Not only by Cangqiong looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion, but the others in the team were equally intrigued, eager to learn what solutions he would propose. It is quite simple. Your Min clan has always maintained a close relationship with the Li clan. Why not have the Li clan forge a batch of quality daggers for you? Then, you could utilize the speed advantage of the sharp-tailed swift to swiftly eliminate your opponents. Shen Cangqiong suggested, rolling his eyes. Based on the original work, it was evident that Tang San's hidden weapons could penetrate divine defenses, and that weapons were prohibited during the Continental Elite competition. Thus, Master Soul power could not defend against ordinary iron weaponry. The notion that Tang San's techniques or the enhancement of the hidden weapons were pivotal was merely a narrative device to elevate the Wu Hun Temple's strength. Otherwise, all members of Tang San's side would have been eradicated by the formidable forces of the Wu Hun Temple. Is that truly possible? Bai Cangqiong initially seemed stunned, before her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Why not? Who decreed that one must use soul ring techniques or soul bone techniques to defeat opponents? Shen Cangqiong was now certain that the entirety of Douluo continent had been subtly manipulated by the divine realm in certain respects. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the Min clan, with its multitude of members, to overlook such a straightforward method. It appears there is no such decree, Bai Cangqiong conceded, scratching her head thoughtfully. Xiang, leave the matter of the daggers to me, suddenly interjected Talon, who had been listening intently and found Shen Cangqiong's logic compelling. If any rare materials are needed for the dagger construction, feel free to inform me. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has an abundance of resources. Ning Rongrong kindly added. Thank you. Bai Cangqiong was deeply moved by this gesture, nearly brought to tears. While she held a certain disdain for the Li clan's unwavering loyalty to Tang Hao, this did not diminish her gratitude towards Talon for stepping forward to assist her. Moreover, she was touched by Ning Rongrong's willingness to offer precious materials from her family for the dagger's creation. Cangqiong, Tang San has returned. Could you grant him another chance to join the team, for my sake? It need not be as a main team member immediately. He can merely train alongside Mu Bai and the others. As the atmosphere on site grew increasingly vibrant, Fanda led Tang San to Shen Cangqiong, feeling rather embarrassed as he inquired. Wasn't he supposed to be training under Yu Xiaojiang? Could it be that Yu Xiaojiang was willing to release him? Shen Cangqiong neither agreed nor disagreed. During the training sessions of the battle team, Tang San would train alongside them. It was only when the team disbanded for free activities that Xiaojiang would begin to instruct Tang San, Fanda explained. That's fine. It's acceptable for Tang San to train with the team. However, I must warn you in advance. Should Tang San misbehave, I won't hesitate to administer some discipline. Shen Cangqiong mused. He could surmise that Tang San surely had some ulterior motives involving Yu Xiaojiang, but having Tang San by his side would also facilitate Shen Cangqiong's plans, who had long desired to ensnare Tang San. Otherwise, despite having countless schemes to ensnare him, Shen Cangqiong had no opportunity to execute them without seeing Tang San regularly. Rest assured, Tang San is very obedient, Fanda replied. However, he suddenly realized that Tang San's true nature had been exposed through the comparative videos, revealing that he was no longer the obedient child he once pretended to be, resulting in an awkward smile. Tang San, I've already observed the martial souls and combat styles of the others. Since you wish to join the battle team training, it is now your turn to showcase your martial soul and combat style, Shen Cangqiong stated, disregarding Fanda's discomfort. Seeing this, Fanda had no intention of lingering and, after exchanging pleasantries with the original Shrek group, departed the training ground. Later that evening, Douluo, do you know how Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile to the 9-treasure glazed tile? After a day of training, Tang San discreetly pulled Dai Mubai aside in a secluded area to inquire about Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution. That's a lengthy story, Dai Mubai replied, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before recounting the events that transpired in the Sunset Forest with Shen Cangqiong. Is that true? Although Tang San asked, he had already wholly accepted the information. After all, he had no doubts that Dai Mubai possessed knowledge of such mystical herbs. The only explanation was that Dai Mubai had indeed witnessed it firsthand. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Fatty and Xiao Ao. If it weren't for Tang San's potential usefulness, Dai Mubai would have considered severing ties. While he wasn't entirely virtuous, he still held certain principles, unlike Tang San, who was a selfish and unscrupulous opportunist. Don't be angry, Douluo. I was merely astonished and wanted to confirm if I had misheard. If so, would you take me to the place in the Sunset Forest where the divine herb grows? Once I acquire the herb, I will share the most suitable one with you. What do you think? Since the comparative videos had already revealed his true self, Tang San saw no reason to continue pretending. One herb seems a bit insufficient. I recall that Shen Cangqiong left behind many divine herbs in that location. Dai Mubai shook his head. A person can only consume one divine herb in a lifetime. Even if I were to provide you with a few, it would be futile. Besides, I don't intend to take more than one divine herb that is useful to me and one for my teacher. That would suffice, Tang San thought to himself, irritated by Dai Mubai's greed, yet maintaining a composed facade to manipulate him. Do you believe that yourself? Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully. Those divine herbs ultimately belong to Shen Cangqiong. If I take too many, he is bound to investigate who is responsible. However, if I only take 3, even if Shen Cangqiong notices a few are missing, I doubt he would choose to make a significant fuss. Tang San's reasoning seemed sound. Very well then, Dai Mubai appeared to accept Tang San's argument, though in his heart, he was secretly contemplating that he was merely guiding the way. Should Shen Cangqiong discover the truth later, he could easily shift all blame onto Tang San. Let us depart at once. Tang San urged Dai Mubai to leave the campus, eager to prevent any potential delays. Meanwhile, in the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy's principal, Lu Erlong, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? I have been waiting for you, Yu Xiaojing admonished upon seeing Lu Erlong enter. Do you have something to say? Lu Erlong stood at the door, arms crossed, his tone cold as he refused to step inside. Could you please come in and close the door? Yu Xiaojing remained oblivious to Lu Erlong's transformation and continued to issue commands as if he were unperturbed, seated with an air of authority. In truth, Yu Xiaojing had never considered that Lu Erlong would abandon him. Following the previous incident that had caused tension between them, he had taken Tang San away for a while, partly due to the timely arrival of Douluo, who served as a free tool, and partly to issue a warning to Lu Erlong, indicating that if she displeased him, he could always seek out the Spirit Hall or even BB Dawn. He believed that, with Tang San by his side, the two of them could nonchalantly walk into the Spirit Hall branch in Tiano City, and if Lu Erlong wished to investigate, it would be a simple matter. Please just state your business. I am quite busy. Lu Erlong did not soften his stance as Yu Xiaojing had anticipated. Instead, he replied with indifference. What kind of attitude is that? Is anything more important than my matters? Yu Xiaojing slammed the table, genuinely enraged this time. He felt that Lu Erlong required a lesson. He had already refrained from blaming her for her previous insolence, yet she remained ungrateful, pushing the boundaries even further. Witnessing Yu Xiaojing audaciously strike the table in front of him, Lu Erlong stepped forward swiftly, gripping Yu Xiaojing by the collar and tossing him out of the office as though he were insignificant. Staring in disbelief at the office door that had slammed shut behind him, Yu Xiaojing stood frozen for several minutes before regaining his senses. Lu Erlong, you will surely regret this day, he silently vowed as he endured intense pain, limping back to his room. It was only then that he truly realized Lu Erlong had changed beyond recognition. Hours later, riding swiftly, Tang San and Dai Mubai finally arrived at the edge of the toxic mist circle in the center of the sunset forest. Is this the place? Gazing at the swirling gray mist before him, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickered in Tang San's eyes. Indeed, this is the place. However, how do you intend to enter? You must understand that the poisonous mist before us was laid down by the poisoned Daw, a tidal Daw of considerable renown. Should you recklessly charge in, you may very well lose your life. What Mubai does not realize is that while the shape and color of the poisonous mist are identical to what he saw during his first visit, interesting modifications were made within the mist when Shen Cangqiong led them away last time. But you need not worry about that. Since I dare to come, I surely have my methods. Now, I shall proceed inside. You can wait here. Once I emerge, we shall return overnight, making it less likely for Shen Cangqiong to detect anything amiss. With that, Tang San consumed the antidote he had prepared and activated his Shen Cangqiong for protection, confidently stepping into the poisonous mist. Ah, you prefer I do not enter alongside you. That is even better. Mubai had initially intended to partake as little as possible in this matter, and Tang San's actions aligned perfectly with his desires. However, before Mubai could find a place to sit, a lithe figure burst forth from the poisonous mist, launching directly at him before he could react. This was followed by Mubai's furious shouts and the anguished cries of Xiao Wu. Ultimately, amidst Dumblebee's irritating veil, the sounds of a struggle resonated through the air. Such a tragedy. It is likely that Mubai will carry the shadows of this moment for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong, who had been lurking in the shadows, observing Tang, San, and Mu Bai, took out a crystal recording stone to capture the scene unfolding below, all the while reveling in their misfortune. 3 hours later, Mu Bai awoke from his unconscious state to find Tang San, also in a state of unconsciousness. Not far away, gritting his teeth and enduring his own discomfort, he kicked Tang San away. However, this action aggravated Mu Bai's own injury, causing him to gasp in pain, the sensation lingering for quite some time before it began to subside. After approximately half an hour, Mu Bai felt significantly better and mustered the strength to rise, slowly approaching the Tang San he had just kicked. At that moment, Mu Bai's eyes burned with fury. Upon reaching Tang San's side, he wasted no words and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the still unconscious Tang San. In no time, the once peaceful visage of Tang San was transformed into a sight of disarray. Did you not claim to have a way to enter? Did you not assert that as long as I led the way, the rest would be left to you? Were you not brimming with confidence? After a while, Mu Bai grew weary of his assault, panting heavily as he stood aside, gritting his teeth. Tang San, as the third prince of the Qing Luo Empire, I have never suffered such a significant loss or humiliation. You are the first to dare treat me in this manner. Fear not. I will not take advantage of your unconsciousness to harm you. That would be far too merciful. I intend for you to live a life of perpetual suffering. With that, Mu Bai's expression hardened, and he summoned all his strength to deliver a vicious kick to Tang San's vital area. Instantly, a scream emerged from the depths of the forest, one far more harrowing than Mu Bai's earlier cries. What a shocking turn of events! Witnessing this unexpected spectacle, Shen Cangqiong widened his eyes in disbelief. Initially, he had only intended to annoy Tang San, allowing him to experience the taste of battling a creature. He never anticipated that Mu Bai would intervene so drastically, leading to Tang San's dire predicament. Mu Bai, what are you and Tang San doing here? And what is the meaning of this? Realizing it was time to reveal himself, Shen Cangqiong descended from above with a feigned look of astonishment, just as Mu Bai was about to make his escape. Senior Shen, vous. Faced with Shen Cangqiong's sudden arrival, Mu Bai became flustered. How would he explain this? Both the incident with Tang San and their purpose for being here were matters he could not disclose. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. How has Tang San sustained such grave injuries? You did not inflict this harm, did you? Otherwise, why did you appear so flustered when I questioned you earlier? Unable to respond to my inquiries? Shen Cangqiong approached Tang San, his expression one of concern, and inquired with a furrowed brow. I did not. Everyone in the Shrek Academy knows that while my soul power level surpasses Tang San's, if it came to a fight, I would not be his match. As Mu Bai spoke, a wave of regret washed over him. He lamented his previous lack of diligence in training. If he were stronger than Tang San, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Are you truly innocent of this? Shen Cangqiong regarded him with skepticism. I assure you, I am innocent, Mu Bai replied, shaking his head. He understood the effects of the drug. Once afflicted, the victim would be unaware of who had harmed them. Thus, as long as he denied it, there would be no evidence to implicate him. Very well. Tang San is gravely injured. We must take him back for treatment. As for who is responsible, we shall ascertain that once Tang San awakens. With that, Shen Cangqiong instructed Mu Bai to ride alongside him as he mounted another horse, urging them swiftly towards Lanba Academy. Though reluctant, Mu Bai, to avoid revealing any signs of guilt, suppressed his pain and nausea, hoisting Tang San onto the other horse to follow Shen Cangqiong. In the infirmary of Lanba Academy, the attending physician assessed Tang San's injuries and declared, the other wounds are not serious. He merely needs to rest for a few days to recover. The pressing issue lies with his vital area, which is severely damaged. If we do not address this promptly, the injury may spread throughout his body. Is there truly no way to assist this child? He is only 13 years old. If he loses that part of himself, how will he live? Flinder glanced at the stunned Yu Xiaojiang before stepping forward to voice his concerns. It is not that I do not wish to help, but I genuinely cannot. The physician shook their head, expressing their inability to provide assistance. What a joke. The situation is dire. What can be done? Cangqiong, do you have no solutions? Flinder then turned to Shen Cangqiong, aware that with his abilities, he might indeed have a way to help. None. I am currently merely a title duh, not the celestial emperor depicted in the comparison video, stated Shen Cangqiong with an expressionless shake of his head. Upon hearing that even Shen Cangqiong was at a loss, Flanders sighed and fell into silence. After all, to Flanders, Shen Cangqiong represented the last glimmer of hope. If even he could not devise a method to save Tang San, Flanders could hardly conceive of anyone else who might assist him. You should swiftly decide whether to address this student's condition. If delayed, he may be in peril. At that moment, the physician from Lanba Academy, witnessing the silence enveloping the gathering, could not refrain from offering a reminder out of concern for the injured. Well, we are merely his instructors and lack the authority to make such decisions. Perhaps we should call in Xiao Wu to decide? After all, she is Tang San's sister and, in a sense, family. The physician's suggestion left Flanders and the others in a quandary, ultimately leading Flanders to propose a rather impractical solution. What kind of absurd idea is that? Can you really let a little girl make such decisions? Flanders, I believe you are regressing. Unfortunately, as soon as Flanders voiced a suggestion, he was met with a fierce glare from Lu Erlong, who retorted sharply. Chapter 109. Tang Hao appears Shen Cangqiong. What on earth has transpired? Why has Tang San come to be in this state? Just as the group fell into silence, once more, due to Lu Erlong's discontent, Yu Xiaojiang seemingly snapped back to reality and turned to Shen Cangqiong, who sat calmly sipping tea and exclaimed in anger. How should I know? When I encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai in the Sunset Forest, he was already in that condition, Shen Cangqiong replied, signaling Lu Erlong to remain silent before continuing in a nonchalant manner. Dai Mubai, Komiya, I have questions for you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang redirected his attention towards Dai Mubai. Master, what do you need from me? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was sufficiently loud to draw the attention of Dai Mubai and the others waiting outside. At this moment, the entire team, eager to uncover the truth, followed Dai Mubai as he entered. I ask you, how did Tang San sustain such injuries? Yu Xiaojiang fixed a cold glare upon Dai Mubai. It goes like this. Yesterday evening, Tang San suddenly approached me, inquiring why Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower. I thought it was no secret, so I explained to him that her martial soul evolved after consuming a celestial herb. Unexpectedly, upon learning this, Tang San expressed his desire to retrieve those celestial herbs and promised me that if I guided him, I would receive 1 herb as well. Unable to suppress my own greed, I agreed. Subsequently, Tang San and I arrived before the toxic mist. He instructed me to wait outside while he ventured inside alone. I did not think much of it and intended to sit down while waiting. However, before I could settle, a shadow struck. After that, I lost all awareness of what transpired. The pinnacle of deceit lies in the art of weaving truth with a single falsehood, a task not beyond the capabilities of Dai Mubai, who excelled in flattery. Moreover, with the passage of time, he had regained his composure and devised a series of countermeasures. So that is how it unfolded. No wonder you and Tang San were found in the heart of the Sunset Forest, Shen Cangqiong remarked, enlightened. Senior Shen, I apologize. Dai Mubai feigned a contrita demeanor. It is of no consequence. It is natural to feel temptation in the face of celestial herbs. However, I hope this is the last instance. Otherwise, both will face consequences. Considering Dai Mubai's actions towards Tang San, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand dismissively, generously deeming it forgiven this time. Thank you, Senior Shen. I shall never again entertain thoughts of those celestial herbs, Dai Mubai replied, putting on a show of overwhelming gratitude. Did you cause Tang San to end up like this? At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang redirected his scrutiny back to Shen Cangqiong. This was not due to Yu Xiaojiang's trust in Dai Mubai. Rather, he was acutely aware that Dai Mubai was no match for Tang San. If a confrontation were to occur, it would be Dai Mubai lying incapacitated on the ground. If I were truly responsible, what could you possibly do about it? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss for words. Just as Shen Cangqiong had stated, if he were indeed the culprit, what recourse would Yu Xiaojiang have? If it were anyone else, even other titled law, he would dare to invoke the power of the Spirit Hall to make them pay the price. But in the case of Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojiang vividly recalled what Zhu Tuoyuan had warned him. Do not provoke Shen Cangqiong, lest the Spirit Hall cannot guarantee your safety. Enough. Let us now discuss how to address the issue concerning Tang San's condition. The physician is still waiting. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's compliance, Shen Cangqiong chose to disregard him. Senior Shen, what has happened to Tang San? From Shen Cangqiong's tone, it seemed that Tang San was entangled in a significant crisis. Xiao Wu, who had been silently standing beside Tang San, her expression concerned, finally spoke up, recalling their past bond. You all should step outside. This matter is for us to handle. Casting a glance at Shen Cangqiong, who intended to speak candidly, Lu Erlong promptly ushered out all the team members aside from Tang San and Shen Cangqiong. Meanwhile, once Shen Cangqiong and the team departed the infirmary, Yu Xiaojiang halted the ongoing discussions and initiated a barrage of messages in the chat area. In the world of titled Douluo Lamba Academy Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang, is His Holiness the Pope present? In front of outsiders, Yu Xiaojiang was astutely aware of his position and refrained from directly addressing Bibi Don by name. In the world of titled Douluo Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Don, what is the matter, Elder Yu? In the world of titled Douluo Lamba Academy Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang, my disciple has been injured, and the injuries are severe. I wonder if His Holiness could dispatch a few high-ranking healing soul masters to Lamba Academy to treat my disciple? Upon receiving an instantaneous response from Bibi Don, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of renewed confidence, dispelling the earlier gloom. In the world of titled Douluo Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Don, your disciple is injured? Who is responsible? In the world of titled Douluo Lamba Academy Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang, I do not know yet. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang longed to say it was Shen Cangqiong who was responsible. But reconsidering, he opted against it. After all, he was uncertain whether Spirit Hall would triumph over Shen Cangqiong, but he was certain that if he spoke those words, he would undoubtedly receive a thorough reprimand from Shen Cangqiong. In the variant Douluo world, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bai Dong, inquired, where was your disciple injured? This matter will be addressed by our Wuhuan Temple. The leader of the Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, responded, in the Sunset Forest. Let's not dwell on this now. Please send a few high-level healing soul masters over. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling somewhat vexed, thought it strange that Bai Dong was not prioritizing the urgency of the situation. Bibi Dong acknowledged, understood. The high-level healing soul masters will arrive at the Blue Tyrant Academy by tonight. Yu Xiaojiang sighed with relief, grateful for her assistance. Unbeknownst to them, upon seeing the exchange between Yu Xiaojiang and Bai Dong in the comment section, Tang Hao abandoned all his tasks and hurried towards the Blue Tyrant Academy, arriving at its gates in just 1 hour. Chapter 110, The Oddity of Xiao Wu. The Wrath of Tang Hao. Senior Shun, is Tang San's battle spirit artifact malfunctioning? Ning Rongrong broke the silence as they made their way to the training grounds. It is too soon to say, Shen Cangqiong replied, gesturing towards the comments on the grand screen. One must admit, Ning Rongrong truly lives up to her moniker as the Little Witch. Her sharp remarks can be quite overwhelming, even for me. Were it not for knowing that Ning Rongrong was merely jesting, Shen Cangqiong would have kept his distance. Yu Xiaojiang dares to call himself a master at this level? When it comes to healing, the top contender has always been the Jiao Xian Haidang family. Yet, here he is, seeking help from the Wuhuan Temple. Their high-level healing soul masters might not even surpass those from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong unabashedly expressed her schadenfreude. Ning Rongrong, since you are aware that the so-called Jiao Xian Haidang family should be sought for healing Tang San, why did you not mention it earlier when we were in the room? Oscar could not help but interject. Why should I? What does Tang San's condition have to do with me? Moreover, seeking the Jiao Xian Haidang family for severe injuries is common knowledge in the spirit master community of the Douluo continent. If Yu Xiaojiang is unaware, who can be blamed? Ning Rongrong had previously shown great interest in Tang San's hidden weapons, often indulging him for the chance to acquire them. However, now that she possessed the first 5 volumes of the original manuscript from Shen Cangqiong, Tang San's weaponry had lost its allure. Therefore, she would not compromise her plans for the sake of ensuring the safety of members possessing the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit. At that moment, Oscar, observing Ning Rongrong's lack of team spirit, frowned and remarked, regardless, Tang San is still our teammate. Humph, Ning Rongrong retorted with an exaggerated eye roll, leaving Oscar's fragile pride somewhat bruised. Senior Shun, what brings you to the Sunset Forest at this late hour? Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. I intended to gather a suitable fairy herb for Xiang, but given the circumstances, I could not proceed, Shen Cangqiong explained, glancing at Xiao Wu, who seemed unusually composed. Logically, with Tang San rendered incapacitated, Xiao Wu should have been distraught. However, for reasons unknown, she maintained a tranquil demeanor since witnessing Tang San's dire state earlier. Oh, Xiao Wu responded, furrowing her brow slightly. Xiao Wu, given Tang San's plight, shouldn't you have some sort of reaction? He is your brother. After all, Shen Cangqiong probed further, his curiosity piqued by her atypical behavior. Xiao Wu's current demeanor was incongruent with her character. This was not the Xiao Wu he remembered. He recalled how, In the original narrative, she had nearly unleashed her fury when Tang San was almost harmed by the two brothers at the blacksmith shop. My martial spirit is merely a rabbit. Even if I worry about Tang San, there is little I can do, Xiao Wu replied after a brief silence. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the direction of the infirmary. You all should retreat to the training grounds, Shen Cangqiong instructed, his expression darkening. Having scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he discerned that Tang Hao was causing a ruckus, showing blatant disregard for Shen Cangqiong. Yes, the team affirmed, sensing the formidable energy and hastily vacating the vicinity. Why are you leaving? Shen Cangqiong questioned when he noticed Xiao Wu not only refusing to depart, but also leaning closer to him in a rather anxious manner. I feel it is safer to stay close to you with the title Douluo around, Xiao Wu stated. Did I not provide you with a necklace that conceals your spirit beast's aura? Fear not with that necklace. Even if you were to leap in front of Bai Dong, she would not uncover your true identity. Shen Cangqiong initially thought something was amiss with Xiao Wu, only to realize it was about her concern for safety. I will stay with you. I promise not to be a burden, Xiao Wu insisted. Her confidence restored as long as the title Douluo was not targeting her. After all, with so many ordinary students around, if they remained unharmed while she found herself in trouble, she would truly question her existence as a rabbit. Suit yourself, Shen Cangqiong conceded, recognizing that he had already intended to protect the numerous students from harm and thus did not mind safeguarding Xiao Wu as well. Ultimately, his primary motivation was that the closer Xiao Wu remained to him, the more distress it would cause Tang San, a prospect Shen Cangqiong relished. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Your Highness, please do not be angered. I have already summoned high-level healing soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple. I believe they will find a way to heal Tang San. Yu Xiaojing, supported by Flender and Zhao Wujin, felt overwhelmed by Tang Hao's imposing presence. Is this how you care for Tang San, whom I entrusted to you? If he were merely injured, I would not make a fuss, but look at his current state. Tang Hao's anger escalated. Were it not for the hope that Tang San could still be healed and use Xiaojing's connections to the Wuhuan Temple and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he might have resorted to violence. We will do everything in our power to ensure Tang San's recovery. Please trust me. I desire Tang San's well-being even more than you do, Yu Xiaojing asserted sincerely. No need for that. I know where to seek treatment for the mistress. Now, summon Daimu Bai and that Shen Cangqiong. I have questions for them. Tang Hao understood that he could not frequently visit Tiando City, so he wished to resolve all matters in one go. Oh, I wonder what you wish to inquire about. As Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu approached the infirmary door, they overheard Tang Hao brazenly demanding to question Shen Cangqiong, which prompted a cold laugh from them. Chapter 111. Tang Hao's defeat and unconsciousness. Shen Cangqiong's dark humor. More than 10 minutes later. Impossible. How could this be? You are clearly a level 94 title Douluo. How can you be so powerful? Above Lanba Academy, Tang Hao spewed a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning. It is not that I am strong, but rather that you are too weak. Words fell flat. Previously, Shen Cangqiong had been thoroughly disgusted by this self-assured Tang Hao. In a fit of anger, he struck Tang Hao from the infirmary into the skies above Lanba Academy. I am weak. Tang Hao felt as if he had heard the greatest joke. You cannot possibly think that the people from the Spirit Hall have not captured you, yet, due to your prowess, can you? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. It seems that after years of absence, my achievements are nearly forgotten. Very well, in that case, allow me to demonstrate the true strength of my Hao Yin Daw. 9 Spirit Ring, explode for me. Tang Hao was oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong was secretly aiding him. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's disdainful expression incensed him. He truly could not believe that the reincarnated Shen Cangqiong, who had seemingly lost everything, could possibly be a match for him. The Haoqian Douluo, capable of defeating a level 95 title Douluo with a single blow. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. Calmly observing the overwhelming energy unleashed by Tang Hao as he charged towards him, Shen Cangqiong merely shook his head. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of all present near Lanba Academy, he extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked Tang Hao's earth-shattering attack. Tang Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, he could no longer maintain his airborne state and plummeted downward towards Lanba Academy. Cangqiong, are you all right? Given Tang Hao's considerable fame, Lu Erlong naturally worried whether Shen Cangqiong might be injured. Although Shen Cangqiong appeared relaxed, one could never be too sure. I am fine. If you do not believe me, look. With that, Shen Cangqiong wiggled his index finger in front of Lu Erlong. How annoying. Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong, the sight of Shen Cangqiong's finger caused her face to flush slightly as she let out a soft scoff. Your Excellency, Cangqiong, might I beseech you to allow me to take my second brother back for healing? Rest assured, I, Yu Xian, shall compensate for any damages caused to your esteemed academy. Just as Shen Cangqiong pondered what Lu Erlong was thinking, a gentle yet elegant voice resonated from the entrance of Lanba Academy. Dan Yi Uehu, interrupted from his thoughts by the voice behind him, Shen Cangqiong turned to see a woman in palace attire, ageless in appearance, standing there. Is indeed I. Tang Yuhua performed a curtsy to Shen Cangqiong. If you wish to take Tang Hao, mere compensation will not suffice. Besides, only an infirmary has been damaged. Lanba Academy is not in need of such trivial sums. We certainly cannot harm Tang Hao now. After all, Shen Cangqiong still wished to provoke Tang Hao in the future. If Tang Hao were to perish now, the game would be over. Then what is your Excellency, Cangqiong desire as compensation? I, Yu Xian, shall exhaust all efforts to procure it for you, as long as we can negotiate. It is acceptable. In truth, Tang Yuhua understood that ordinary material compensation would not satisfy Shen Cangqiong's demands. If I were to say that I desire you, Shen Cangqiong's mischievous humor resurfaced. That is acceptable, but only for one night. Tang Yuhua clenched her fist within her sleeve. Yet she could not abandon her second brother. As for seeking help from the Haoyan clan, she did not dare to entertain such thoughts. Not only were the individuals from the Haoyan clan no match for Shen Cangqiong, but the enmity of several elders towards her second brother would likely result in Tang Hao being dismantled before Shen Cangqiong could even intervene. Is this true? The fact that Tang Yuhua would agree to such a proposition reminded Shen Cangqiong of rumors from his previous world, suggesting that she harbored special feelings for Tang Hao. Initially uncertain, it now seemed more likely. Indeed, Tang Yuhua took a deep breath and replied, Very well, take Tang Hao for now. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Currently, his primary focus was on Tang San, so as long as Tang San remained there, awaiting his demise, that sufficed. Thank you, Your Excellency, Cangqiong. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong relent, Tang Yuhua felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Ultimately, she managed a faint smile, expressed her gratitude, and had her people carry the unconscious Tang Hao away from Lanba Academy. You are not truly planning to seek out Tang Yuhua for mischief tonight, are you? At this moment, Lu Erlong, observing that matters had been resolved, spoke up. She wondered if Shen Cangqiong had any peculiar inclinations. Otherwise, why was he so attentive to women of a certain age? Of course not. With that, Shen Cangqiong exchanged a few more words with Lu Erlong before heading toward the training grounds on the back mountain, accompanied by Xiao Wu, who wore a look of astonishment. Simultaneously, not long after the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao concluded, all who witnessed the spectacle within Tiando City expressed their excitement through the barrage of comments on the grand screen. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. I am utterly amazed that Cangqiong Emperor effortlessly blocked the attack of the Haoyan Douluo with just a single finger. You cannot imagine the breathtaking scene. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. I too witnessed it. It can only be said that the invincible Tang Hao before the Spirit Hall is no more than an ant before Lord Cangqiong. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Shui Yu Air from Tian Shui Academy. Did Cangqiong Guga fight with Tang Hao? Where did they battle? Why did I not see it? Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. They fought above Lanba Academy in Tiando City. Of course, you could not see it from Tian Shui Academy. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Shui Yu Air from Tian Shui Academy. I see. By the way, Cangqiong Gugu, you were not injured, were you? Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. I am unscathed. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Shui Yu Air from Tian Shui Academy. That is good. Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Wu from Chihua Academy. Shui Yu Air, are you foolish? Did you not see those comments stating that Shen Cangqiong merely used a finger to block Tang Hao's attack? Anonymous from the variant titled Douluo World. Shui Yu Air from Tian Shui Academy. I saw it. Thus, I inquired whether Cangqiong Gige's fingers were injured. Otherwise, what did you think I was asking? Chapter 112. The Ascension of the Positive Soul Master Rankings in the days that followed. The astonishing performance exhibited by Shen Cangqiong during his battle with Tang Hao became the talk of the town, captivating the ordinary citizens of both worlds and allowing every faction to gain a clearer understanding of Shen Cangqiong's true prowess. Consequently, there were those who merely observed with indifference, such as various small to medium-sized factions, soul master academies, and a vast multitude of onlookers. Conversely, some factions like Haotian sect and Xinghua Empire began to regard Shen Cangqiong as a potential threat and took measures to guard against him. Among them were also those factions that, while cautious, sought to foster goodwill, such as the Wuhuan Temple, Tiando Empire, and various prestigious Soul Master academies. However, the most conflicted and distressed of them all was Tang Yuehua from Yuexian. That very night, she had prepared herself thoroughly, eagerly awaiting Shen Cangqiong's visit. To her dismay, she found herself waiting until dawn, without even catching a glimpse of a shadow. This left her so upset that she could hardly eat throughout the day. Moreover, the most vexing part was that she could not confront Shen Cangqiong to question why he had not come the previous night, leaving her to wait in vain. After all, if she were to seek him out over such a trivial matter, how would others perceive her if word got out? Ultimately, she decided it was unnecessary to dwell on the matter. He likely intended to merely jest. After all, considering their ages, how could he possibly take an interest in someone as aged as herself? At this point, Tang Yuehua withdrew her gaze from the direction of Lamba Academy. While she felt a sense of relief, there was also a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Of course, this was not due to any affection for Shen Cangqiong, but rather a lament for her own bygone youth. Thus, the tranquil days passed one by one. On one particular morning, as Shen Cangqiong trained the members of his battle team in the usual training grounds on the back mountain, a new development emerged regarding the comparison videos that had been silent for over a month. Two rankings were to be announced today, the positive Soul Master ranking and the negative ranking. Note, those featured on the positive ranking would receive rewards, while those on the negative ranking would be subjected to punishment, with the enforcers receiving corresponding rewards. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, to think a new negative ranking has emerged. Moreover, those who punish the individuals on the negative ranking can receive rewards. This truly involves the entire populace, making the comparison videos akin to my rebirth parents. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. You are being overly naive. We do not yet know the specifics. What if the rewards for punishing those on the negative ranking are particularly generous? It is quite possible that all individuals on a negative ranking will be seized and imprisoned by the major factions, becoming mere experience fodder. At that point, we ordinary people will only be left to envy and resent from the sidelines. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Let us set aside the negative ranking for now. The upcoming Soul Master ranking seems quite similar to the previous talent ranking, does it not? After all, the quality of one's soul ring directly reflects one's innate talent. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. That statement holds some truth. A soul ring represents one's soul, while talent is a separate entity. They are related yet not identical. If a soul ring could entirely represent a person's talent, then all individuals possessing the same soul ring across the Douluo continent would achieve similar outcomes. However, in reality, take the Long Point Tyrannosaurus family as an example. Over a century, they produced only one titled Douluo, while the rest achieved no higher than Soul Douluo. As the discussions among the crowd in the comments section unfolded, the comparison video's audio resumed, announcing the entrance to the positive Soul Master ranking. 100th, Zhang Fei from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Shadow Cat. Identity, Principal of the Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Current location, Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a 1,000-year limit. 80th, by Baoshan from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Heavenly Star Furnace. Identity, Vice Chair of the Tiando Royal Academy. Current location, Tiando Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 21,000 years. 60th, Oscar from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Sausage. Identity, Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek Battle Team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 41,000 years. 40th, Ma Hongjun from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Evil Fire Phoenix. Identity, Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek Battle Team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 61,000 years. 20th, Yao Zi from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Crimson Flamethorn. Identity, Young Lady of the Yao family from Yao City. Current location, Plant Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 81,000 years. 19th, Zhu Zhuyan from the Two Worlds. Soul Ring, Nether Spirit Cat. Identity, Young Lady of the Xinghua Zhu family. Current location, Xinghua Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 82,000 years. Anonymous Zhu Zhantian, head of the Xinghua Zhu family. How strange. Our Xinghua Zhu family has several individuals, so why did only Zhuyan receive a reward? Comparison video. Even with identical soul rings, their qualities can vary. Zhu Zhuyan possesses the highest quality soul ring within the Zhu family. Anonymous Zhu Zhantian, I see. 18th, Davis from the Two Worlds. Soul ring, White Tiger. Identity, Grand Prince of the Xinghua Empire. Current location, Xinghua Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 83,000 years. Anonymous Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Xinghua Empire. What a pity that our family's inherited soul ring only ranks 18th. Anonymous Davis. Father, that is still quite impressive. The inherited soul ring of the neighboring Tiando royal family, the Great White Goose, only ranks 99th. Anonymous Emperor Dai Xuanfeng. Ah, indeed. Dai Xianfeng chuckled with schadenfreude. Chapter 113. Tang Zhao's discontent with the ranking of the Haotian hammer. Anonymous Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire. What is there to be proud of? With so few people in your Xinghua royal family, even if your soul ring ranks 18th, what significance does it hold? At that moment, when a million swans rise together, even your formidable tiger shall inevitably meet its downfall. The nameless individual from variant Douluo World states that the words of the Snowy Night Emperor ring true. A million swans, even if they cannot defeat you, can surely overwhelm your mere 3 or 4 little tigers. The Tiando Empire's Prince Xuexing expresses that this sentiment appears to support our Tiando Empire, yet it oddly sounds rather twisted. Rank 15, Water Wearer from Two Worlds. Maisha Sol, Bibo Dolphin. Status, Young Mistress of the Shui family from Shui City. Current location, Shui Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 86,000 years. Rank 14, Dugu Yin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, by Lin Snake. Status, Young Mistress of the Dugu family. Current location, Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 87,000 years. Rank 13, Feng Xiao Tian from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Twin-Headed Demon Wolf. Status, Young Master of the Feng family from Shunfeng City. Current location, Shunfeng Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 88,000 years. Rank 12, Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Status, Second Young Mistress of the Hua family from Chihua City. Current location, Chihua Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 89,000 years. The nameless individual from variant Douluo World observes that there are many individuals who have concurrently ranked on both the martial soul and talent lists. Yet their rankings differ significantly on each. Wu from Chihua Academy remarks that while she knows little about others, Water Wearer certainly ranks low on the talent list due to her laziness. Water Wearer from Shui Academy counters that she harbors no great ambition, hence her lack of diligence. Moreover, family matters are currently managed by her parents, and when they retire, she plans to entrust household affairs to her younger sister, Shui Bing. Wu responds that Shui Binger is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful sister. Rank 10, Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit. Status, Substitute member of the Lanba Shrek team. Current location, Lanba Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Hulai Na from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Enigmatic Fox. Status, Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Martial Soul Hall. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Gu Rong from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Status, Elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Yuguan from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Miraculous Mushroom. Status, Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Martial Soul Hall. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Gue Mei from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Deceptive Charm. Status, Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Martial Soul Hall. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Rank 9, Ningfeng Ji from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Status, Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 92,000 years. Tied for rank 9, Yu Yuan Jun from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Status, Sect Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Current location, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 92,000 years. Tied for rank 9, Tang San from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Status, substitute member of the Lan Ba Shrek team. Current location, Lan Ba Academy. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 92,000 years. Tang Xiao, Sect Master of the Haotian clan from variant Douluo World, exclaims that it is impossible for the Haotian Hammer, revered as the premier weapon martial soul, to rank only 9th. Jin E. Douluo, the second worshipper of the martial soul hall, retorts that such a claim is absurd. He challenges Tang Xiao to compare the Haotian Hammer with the 7-kill sword to determine which is superior. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lan Ba Academy, adds that the 7-kill sword, wielded by Sword Grandpa, is renowned as the foremost in attack. He notes that the Haotian Hammer is considered the premier weapon not due to its strength, but because it is wielded by many. Should the number of Haotian Hammer wielders ever dwindle to match the rarity of those possessing the 7-kill sword or the 9-heart sea buttercup, the Haotian Hammer's reputation may not surpass that of the Paji clan's Pasol gun. Yang Wu Di, the clan leader of the Paji clan from variant Douluo World, expresses gratitude for the comparison, affirming its truth. He confidently asserts that at the same soul power level, he could easily defeat an opponent wielding a Haotian Hammer. Tang Xiao resigns himself, accepting the comparison's findings. Rank 8, Jin E. from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Status, second worshipper of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Martial Soul Hall. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 93,000 years. Tied for rank 8. Chun Xin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 7-kill sword. Status, Elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 93,000 years. Tied for rank 8. Douluo Bow from variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, 3-clawed Jiao Dragon. Ranked 8th due to incomplete evolution. Status, head of the Douluo family. Current location, Douluo family. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 93,000 years. Chapter 114. The public's queries regarding the Martial Soul rankings. Rank 7. Ain from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor. Status, Blue Silver Emperor. Current location, a certain cave. Reward, a self-selected soul bone package with a duration of 94,000 years. Rank 6. Bye Bye Dong from Two Worlds. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Identity, Wuhuan Temple Pope. Current location, Wuhuan Temple. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 95,000 years. Due to the dual martial souls, the reward is doubled. Ranked 5th. Ning Rongrong from the variant Douluo World No. 1. Martial Soul, Jiu Bao Yuli Tower. Identity, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th. Yi Lingling from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Jiuxin Haidang. Identity, young lady of the Jiuxin Haidang family. Current location, Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th by Qinxiang from the variant Douluo World No. 1. Martial Soul, Emperor Luan. Identity, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 96,000 years. In the variant Douluo World, the patriarch of the Min family, Bai He, inquired, Xiang, has your martial soul evolved? Bai Qinxiang replied, yes. This is the reward for joining the Inner Academy. Grandfather, I have now become a soul master with strong offensive and agile attack capabilities, no longer the awkward type that relied solely on speed. Bai He responded, awkward type soul master? Bai Qinxiang chuckled, hee. This is a category of soul masters specifically designated by our Inner Academy head for our Min family. I believe it is quite fitting. Bai He teased her, you child. Yang Wudi, patriarch of the Pa family, congratulated, old Bai congratulations. From now on, Your Min family will no longer be mere bystanders in battles. Their camaraderie was evident as Yang Wudi spoke without reservation. Niu Gao, patriarch of the Yu family, chimed in, "Old Bai, it's time for you to treat us. Don't be like before and claim poverty." Niu Gao also joined in the teasing, while Titan similarly bantered with Bai He. Ranked 4th, Qian Rinxue from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Identity, Saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. Current location, Tiando City. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 97,000 years. Tied for 4th, Poseidon from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea God. Identity, High Priestess of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 97,000 years. In the variant Douluo World, Haidong Douluo from Sea God Island remarked, "The last talent ranking was based on comprehensive qualifications. So it is understandable that the High Priestess did not make the top 3. But this time, it is the Martial Soul ranking. Why can't a divine Martial Soul even make it to the top 3? Jin Idoa, the second worshipper of the Wuhuan Temple, expressed his curiosity as well. "I would like to know too. Comparing past instances, divine Martial Souls do not guarantee strength. They merely indicate that their possessor has once attained divinity. Take Tang San, for example. His Martial Soul is the Haotian Hammer. Yet he was able to defeat Xian Daolu with the Six-Winged Angel Martial Soul and Poseidon with the Sea God Martial Soul." Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy questioned, "If the Haotian Hammer is superior to the Six-Winged Angel and Sea God Martial Souls, why does it rank lower than these two divine Martial Souls?" The explanation revealed that the quality of these two divine Martial Souls indeed surpasses that of the Haotian Hammer. Qian Daolu and Poseidon lost to Tang San because they were inadequate. If Shen Cangqiong, Bibi Dong, or Shui Binger possessed either of the divine Martial Souls, they could easily overpower Tang San. In fact, Shen Cangqiong could defeat Tang San within 3 moves. This explanation rendered the attendees from Sea God Island and the Wuhuan Temple speechless. The barrage of discontent from the 4 factions of the Two Worlds quickly vanished. Ranked 3rd, Shui Binger from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Identity, second miss of the Shui family from Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 98,000 years. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy exclaimed, "Wow. I was puzzled as to why my sister didn't make the list. Turns out she was waiting here to shock me." Davis, the Crown Prince of the Xingluo Empire, questioned, "Is the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul truly that formidable? I recall that during the previous talent ranking, Shui Binger secured 2nd place due to her comprehensive qualifications. Yet, without any additional enhancements this time, how did she achieve such a high ranking?" Davis's query mirrored the thoughts of everyone present. In fact, even Shui Binger herself was bewildered by her Martial Soul's unexpected 3rd place ranking. The explanation clarified that the perception of the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul as weak stemmed from Shui Binger's misguided cultivation path. The Ice Phoenix Martial Soul should primarily focus on strong offense and agile attack, with secondary emphasis on control, defense, and healing. To clarify further, the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul is versatile and can excel in all categories, yet Shui Binger had only pursued the control aspect, leading to a perception of weakness. To illustrate, utilizing a powerful offensive Martial Soul, like the 7-killing sword for defensive purposes, would yield results inferior even to the simplest defensive Martial Soul. Shui Binger remarked, "So that is how it is. It seems everyone in my maternal family has chosen the wrong path." Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy added, "Is this what they call choice over effort? Choosing incorrectly leads to greater effort, potentially taking one further from their goal." Chapter 115. The announcement of the rankings begins. Ranked 2nd, Lu Erlong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, 4-clawed Silver Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a duration of 99,000 years. Yu Luomian, vice head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, remarked, "Good. Sangqian, I knew I was right about you." Shen Cangqiong responded, "No matter how you look at it, this is what I should do." Yu Luomian chuckled, "Huh? Splendid." Ranked 1st, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. The announcement of the Wuhan ranking has concluded, and the distribution of rewards has commenced. The negative rankings are about to be revealed. In the first variant of the Douluo World, An anonymous individual commented that the Wu Hun ranking had finally reached its end, expressing impatience for the negative list. This individual mentioned having formed a 20-member team with friends and was currently stationed beside the most incompetent person in their city. They remarked on the lack of discussion surrounding the top position of the Wu Hun ranking, noting that everyone was aware that Shen Cangqiong was undoubtedly the first, resulting in diminished anticipation. Consequently, the conclusion aligned with expectations, leading to mere smiles and acceptance. They further acknowledged that had Shen Cangqiong not secured the top position, discussions would have been more fervent. With that, the individual urged silence as the announcement of the negative rankings was about to begin. The list commenced with the following. Rank 100, 2 World Xiao Wu, Wuhan Green Knife. Spirit Ring Ratio, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Spirit Power Level, level 54. Strong Attack Type, Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Tianya will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the punished individual, with the stipulation that no harm may come to the punished individual's life, or no reward will be granted. Note, each individual may only teach a lesson to the same ranked individual once every 7 days. In response, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy expressed surprise at the comprehensive information provided, including the type of Wu Hun, spirit ring ratios, and spirit power levels. This information serves as a reference for those wishing to confront the ranked individuals, ensuring they do not end up being outmatched themselves. Dismissing these thoughts, she resolved to head to Soto City with her Tianshui battle team. Yu Qianhong from the Tiando Royal Academy suggested that the Tianshui Academy should seek other locations, as their royal fighting team was already in Soto City. By the time they arrived, the targets would likely have already been captured. Wu from the Chihua Academy proposed a collaboration between their 2 teams to capture higher-ranked individuals from the negative list. Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy consented. Infeng Xiaotian from the 4 Element Academy advocated for a joint team to enhance their chances of success, subtly aiming to partner with Wu, who might otherwise decline his request. Yuqian Xin from the Thunder Academy acknowledged Feng Xiaotian's ulterior motives, but agreed to participate. Wu Shuang from the Chihua Academy was indifferent to Feng Xiaotian's intentions, believing he was acceptable and would not oppose his sister's potential interest in him. Shui Binger confirmed their plans to depart and gather in Tiando City. The list continued with Rank 99, 2 World Xiao Wu, Shuan. Spirit Ring Ratio, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Spirit Power Level, level 53, Healing Type Battle Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Ikao will receive a reward, contingent on the lesson's severity and the punished individual's ranking. Krank Doksan Sikis, Tevio Verdspule. Wu Hun, Heavenly Double Shield. Spirit Ring Ratio, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Spirit Power Level, level 53, Control Type Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street, Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Baloo will receive a reward, subject to the same conditions. Rank 70, 2 World Zhongyan. Wu Hun, Iron Beak. Spirit Ring Ratio, white. Spirit Power Level, level 11, Control Type Weapon Soul Master. Identity, instructor at Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Current location, Office of the Dean of Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Reason for ranking, enjoys distorting truths. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Zhang Yin will receive a reward under the same conditions. Shui Wearer questioned the alarming prevalence of individuals from Soto City among the 31 announced negative rankings, noting that 11 were from the same city. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wu Hun Temple, demanded accountability from Slari, questioning how he managed the Soul Masters in Soto City and insisting on a report upon his return to the headquarters. Chapter 116, Shen Cangqiong's ranking causes a stir. Rank 50, 2 Worlds Wu Sigwai. Wu Hun, Warhorse. Spirit Ring Ratio, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Spirit Power Level, level 55, Agile Attack Type Battle Soul King. Identity, Lord of Shilin City. Current location, Lord's Mansion of Shilin City. Reason for ranking, betrayed the imperial secrets of the Tiando Empire under the pretext of his concubine. Special reward, Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Wu Sigui will receive a reward based on the same criteria. Rank 11, 2 Worldly Time in. Wuhan, Heavenly Strategy Spear. Spirit Ring Ratio, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Spirit Power Level, level 59, Strong Attack Type Weapon Soul King. Identity, Lord of Tang City. Current location, Lord's Mansion of Tang City. Reason for ranking, willing to harm his own brothers and nephews to become the Lord of Tang City. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Li Time in will receive a reward, with the value of the reward determined by the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, as long as it does not endanger their life. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Rank 10, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Soul Ring Configuration, red, 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 red. Soul Power Level, 95, a full series title Douluo. Identity, Dean of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, a good wife. I shall support your spouse. Evaluation, a true gem. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Shen Cangqiong a lesson will receive a reward, with the value of the reward determined by the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, as long as it does not endanger their life. Otherwise, no reward will be given. At the training ground behind Lamba Academy in the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong was drinking water when he caught a glimpse of his name on the disgrace list, and upon seeing the absurd reason for his inclusion, he spat out his tea. Your reason for being on the list is indeed amusing. By the way, you did not seek out Tang Yuehua that night. Not because she is still a girl, right? Lu Erlong remarked with a sly smile. Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong at that very moment, a similar thought flickered through the heart of Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion, not far from Lamba Academy. Well, Shen Cangqiong scratched his head awkwardly. How was he to explain? Although his failure to seek out Tang Yuehua that night was not due to the reason Lu Erlong speculated, he indeed had a penchant for such matters. Meanwhile, the members of the combat team in the training ground observed Shen Cangqiong's every move while softly conversing among themselves. Senior Shen certainly knows more. Maongjungrind, what are you thinking? Recently, Senior Cangqiong has been with us. Have you ever seen him go out alone? Unlike you, who rushes to Jinxiu Rinjian right after the soul training at the Great Soul Arena every night. Ning Rongrong retorted. Rongrong, that is where you were mistaken. Among our team, I'm not the only one who enjoys going out. Look at Tang San. Hasn't he been going out often since his injuries healed? In contrast, Big Brother Dai seems to have been absent from outings for quite some time, ever since Ma Hongjun sold his soul bone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He and Ning Rongrong had become good friends. I was testing, not playing. Tang San replied coldly. What a joke. Does he think he is worthy of associating with that sort of crowd? If not for Xiao Wu's reluctance and the slap she gave him, how could he possibly lower himself to such a place for testing? Although the places arranged by his father and aunt were quite upscale, no amount of luxury could change their nature. Testing? What did you discover? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. It's merely playing, yet you disguise it as testing. How truly hypocritical. He suddenly felt that if Tang San were compared to a negative list like the pretentious gentleman ranking, he would undoubtedly make the cut. What does that have to do with you? Tang San's expression darkened. In fact, after some maneuvering by Bibi Dong, he managed to seek assistance from the Jiuxin Haidang clan. However, Tang San's injuries were too severe, and too much time had passed. Even with Yi Linglong's help, he could only barely regain some functionality. Now, with the aid of a medicinal pill, he might last around 10 seconds. Without it, he could barely keep his eyes open. Seeing Tang San's attitude, Ma Hongjun lost interest in continuing the conversation and turned to the comment section. Meanwhile, in the comment section, in the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuerer from Tianshui Academy. ISNT, it's just a hobby of Brother Cangqiong? Why is he on the disgrace list? Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. The important thing is not Shen Cangqiong's hobby, but who can teach him a lesson. Even Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of the Haoyan sect from decades ago, could only take a beating, let alone others. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. What is so difficult about it? Don't you all think? ISNT it known that Shen Leoi has such hobbies? You could look for suitable sisters-in-law at home and bring them to negotiate with Shen Leoi. For instance, let him not resist being taught a lesson. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. Goodness. To think of such a method. You truly are clever. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. This method is good. I happen to have someone at home who meets the criteria, and I plan to try my luck at Lamba Academy. Everyone, await my good news. Ningrongrong. A core disciple of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Stop talking nonsense. Senior Cangqiong is not that kind of person. By Shen Cangqiong. A core disciple of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Exactly. With Senior Cangqiong's strength, if he were truly the kind of person who could escape his grasp. But has anyone heard of any negative rumors about Senior Cangqiong in this regard? Chapter 117. Tang San directly confronts Oscar. Rank 9. Jiang Zishang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul. Chessboard. Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. 59. A Control System Weapon Soul King. Identity. Lord of Qiqing. Current location. Lord S. Manor of Qiqing. Reason for ranking. Fooling the masses. Evaluation. A true disgrace. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Jiang Zishang a lesson will receive a reward, with the value of the reward determined by the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, as long as it does not endanger their life. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Rank 8. Oscar from Two Worlds. Martial Soul. Sausage. Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple. Soul Power Level. 32. A Food System Weapon Soul Sovereign. Identity. Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek team. Current location. Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking. Dark thoughts. Evaluation. A true petty person. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Oscar a lesson will receive a reward, with the value of the reward determined by the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, as long as it does not endanger their life. Otherwise, no reward will be given. At the training ground behind Lamba Academy in the variant Douluo World. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oscar, you, my dear fellow, often present yourself with an air of virtuousness, yet it is disheartening to discover that you harbor a rather sinister disposition. Ma Hongjun clicked his tongue, barely restraining his fists. Oscar, whether you're a petty individual or not is of little consequence to me. However, should you not be willing to make some sacrifices? Ningrongrong, Dole, clenched her small fist, eager to participate. With a resounding slap, it was Tang San who took the most direct approach, delivering a stinging blow to Oscar without a word. Tang San, have you gone too far? Exclaimed Dai Mubai, who had long harbored animosity towards Tang San, stepping forward to glare at him. In the context of the comparison video, Tang San remarked, I have already given Oscar a gentle reprimand. Why have I not received a reward? He paid no heed to Dai Mubai and others who shared similar grievances, instead directing his attention to the comparison video. The comparison video indicated that the official proceedings would only commence once all the contenders on the list had been announced. Very well, Tang San acknowledged, nodding in agreement. After all, Oscar was still within his reach and could not escape. He could always deliver another slap later. As for Dai Mubai's obstruction, Tang San regarded it with indifference. Previously, when their relationship was amicable, he might have shown Dai Mubai some courtesy. However, since their return from the Sunset Forest, Dai Mubai's demeanor toward him had grown cold. And Tang San had no intention of continuing to impose his warmth upon Dai Mubai's icy exterior. 7th place, Dai Mubai from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Spirit Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Spirit Power Level. Rank 38 Assault Systems Spirit Douluo. Identity. Substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, fickle and irresponsible. Evaluation, chasing one after another, discarding the previous one. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Dai Mubai a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, provided that no harm comes to the recipient's life. Otherwise, there will be no reward. 6th place, Hulaina from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Spirit Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Spirit Power Level. Rank 54 Control System Spirit King. Identity, Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking, likely to betray the Spirit Hall that nurtured her. Evaluation, a pitiable white-eyed wolf. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Hulaina a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, provided that no harm comes to the recipient's life. Otherwise, there will be no reward. In the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina trembled as she knelt, afraid to lift her head. Rise, Bibi Dong said indifferently. She contemplated her plans to dismantle the Spirit Hall, showing no concern for her disciple's potential betrayal. Indeed, if her disciple chose to betray the Spirit Hall, it would only affirm the correctness of her intentions. Teacher, Hulaina, sensing her mentor's demeanor, felt a rising fear. For Bibi Dong had previously used this very tone when intending to dispose of someone. Sigh. Come here. Bibi Dong's tone softened unexpectedly. Having raised Hulaina as her own daughter, she could never truly wish her harm. Observing Hulaina's frightened and helpless demeanor stirred deep compassion within her. 5th place, Bibi Dong from Two Worlds. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. First Martial Soul Spirit Ring Configuration. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 red. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Second Martial Soul Spirit Ring Configuration. Black, 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 red. Spirit Power Level. Rank 99 Control System Peerless Douluo, currently sealed, can utilize up to rank 97th Super Douluo Spirit Power. Identity. Hope of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking. Appears loyal and affectionate, yet is devoid of compassion and loyalty. Evaluation. A foolish white-eyed wolf. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Bibi Dong a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, provided that no harm comes to the recipient's life. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Teacher, how could you also be on a list? At this moment, Hulaina nestled in Bibi Dong's embrace, asking in disbelief. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong's expression was dark and forbidding, offering no response. Why? I was the one who suffered back then. Why is it that I am the one at fault? Bibi Dong's heart roared with fury. She had deduced the incident referenced in the comparison video, and it was precisely this realization that ignited her anger. Chapter 118. Tang San and Tang Hao both enter the disgraceful list. Bibi Dong's fury was unknown to anyone, and the comparison video remained silent for a brief moment before announcing the next names on the list. 4th place, Tang San from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Spirit Ring Configuration, black, 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 red. Spirit Power Level, Demigod currently controlled, can exert up to rank 91 Spirit Power. Identity, the previous generation Haotian Dawn. Current location, City of Slaughter. Reason for ranking. In his youth, in pursuit of power, he callously utilized innocent lives to hasten his cultivation, thereby creating the vague concept and system of evil soul masters, laying the groundwork for the subsequent proliferation of evil soul masters. Evaluation. The progenitor of the first generation of evil soul masters. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught, provided that no harm comes to the recipient's life. Otherwise, there will be no reward. In the context of the Douluo world, Poseidon Island's high priestess, Bo Shi, exclaimed, Tang San is in the City of Slaughter? Wait, who is controlling Tang San? Bo Seshi's brows furrowed, but she ultimately dared not leave Poseidon Island to rescue him. In the Douluo world, Tang Xiao, the sect leader of the Haotian sect, declared, I do not care who controls my grandfather in the City of Slaughter. You had better release him immediately. Otherwise, the Haotian sect will not rest until we settle this with your City of Slaughter. Bo Shi responded, Your Haotian sect must wait a few days. I will send some titled Douluo to assist you. I am aware of the discord between your Wuhuan Palace and the Haotian sect. Yet I implore you not to meddle in this matter. Qian Daolu, the Grand Elder of the Wuhuan Palace in the variant Douluo world, remarked, Should I merely stand by and watch as you rescue Tang San, only for him to cause trouble for my Wuhuan Palace? Poseidon, the High Priestess of Sea God Island in the variant Douluo world, replied, I will persuade him to let it go. After all, both the Wuhuan Palace and the Haotian sect bear responsibility for that incident from years past. Qian Daolu sighed. An anonymous figure in the variant Douluo world interjected, How amusing. Knowing full well that Tang San is the progenitor of the first generation of evil soul masters, you still intend to send someone to rescue him. It seems Master Shun's words ring true. Sea God Island is certainly not a benevolent place. The anonymous figure continued, You neglected to mention one crucial point. If Tang San is indeed the progenitor of evil soul masters, then does that not imply that the Haotian sect is the very nest of evil soul masters? A chilling thought indeed. Perhaps this explains why the talent rankings exclude all titled Douluos from the Haotian sect. After all, cultivating through harmful means, no matter how swiftly, bears no relation to genuine talent. Tang Lai, the Liang Douluo of the Haotian sect in the variant Douluo world, retorted, This is sheer nonsense. The Haotian sect has always conducted itself with integrity and will not tolerate any slander. Such claims would never be acknowledged by the Haotian sect. For admitting to them would spell disaster. The anonymous figure countered. The assertion that Tang San is the progenitor of evil soul masters comes from comparison videos. I'm far more inclined to believe those than the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao, the sect leader of the Haotian sect in the variant Douluo World, stated, think as you wish. In any case, our Haotian sect is guiltless. Tang Xiao was acutely aware that compared to the authority of the comparison videos, the Haotian sect amounted to nothing. Furthermore, matters such as these often only serve to complicate the narrative, rendering clarity impossible. Thus, he decisively concluded the discussion. The variant Douluo World presented the following ranking. Number 3. Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Wuhuan, Haotian Hammer. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Black, red. Soul Power Level. Level 95 Title Douluo. Identity. Haotian Law. Current location. Yuxian. Reason for ranking. 1 to win over Ayin. He employed various means solely to deceive her heart. Reason for ranking. 2 after successfully winning a Yin's affection, driven by ambition and the desire for power, Tang Hao, despite a Yin's pregnancy, repeatedly brought her to the perilous paths traversed by Chen Cangqiong, under the pretense of showing her the world's wonders. In truth, his intent was to expose Yin's true identity to Chen Cangqiong, compelling her to make a desperate sacrifice for both her and their newborn child. Reason for ranking. 3 acting selfishly, after obtaining the coveted 10,000-year soul ring from a Yin's sacrifice. He disregarded the safety of the Haotian sect and engaged in a fierce battle against Chen Cangqiong's group, resulting in significant losses for the Haotian sect, ultimately forcing them into seclusion. Following this battle, Tang Hao achieved his goal of acquiring the 10,000-year soul ring, garnered sympathy and praise from those ignorant of the truth, and successfully shifted the blame for his heinous actions onto the Wuhuan Palace. Reason for ranking. For to further portray himself as a victim, Tang Hao frequently sought revenge against the Wuhuan Palace upon his return. However, he dared not confront them directly in Wuhuan City, opting instead to destroy smaller cities housing Wuhuan branches and sub-branches, showing little regard for the innocent personnel within. Evaluation. A true villain in every sense, yet a master of deception, he ensnared countless fools with his extraordinary acting skills. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang Hao a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will correspond to the severity of the lesson taught and the ranking of the individual being taught, provided no harm comes to their life. Lest they receive no reward. The anonymous figure lamented, I weep. I am but one of the fools within this narrative. Another chimed in, I too weep. I am among the fools mentioned in the comparison videos. A third added, count me in. Yet another remarked, what is there to cry about? We are merely ordinary people. Is it not normal to be unaware of the truth? The true ones who should mourn are those great powers. After all, the events of that year were disseminated by those very powers, and the praises for Tang Hao originated from them as well. Chapter 119. The reason for Yu Xiaozhang's ranking in the variant Douluo World, Yuxian. Brother Yu. Tang Yuehua gazed in disbelief at the reasons for Tang Hao's ranking displayed in the comparison video, then turned to the visibly distressed Tang Hao, her mind momentarily blank. Yuehua concluded, it seems I must leave this place. Otherwise, not only I, but you may also find yourself in danger. Tang Hao replied gravely, where will you go? Aware of the urgency of the situation, Tang Yuehua suppressed her tumultuous emotions and responded, I do not know. In any case, I must leave the vicinity of Tiando City. His current location had been exposed by the comparison video. If he did not depart immediately, the Haotian might soon face an onslaught. Previously, Tang Hao had not appeared on this so-called disgraceful ranking, thus no one would have sought him out for trouble. However, the circumstances were now different. With the advantages conferred by the comparison video, not only Shen Cangqiong, but also the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect might disregard their alliance with the Haotian sect and take action against him. Moreover, even those he typically dismissed, such as the Tiando royal family and influential figures from the high-ranking Soul Master Academies near Tiando City, might join forces to seize a share of the spoils. Very well then, follow me. At the lowest level of Yuxian, there lay a secret passage leading to the forest outside the city. This was a route Tang Yuehua had prepared for herself, intended for the day when the Haotian sect could no longer serve as her support, allowing her a chance to escape before those who coveted her beauty could capture her. Oh, Yuxian has a secret passage? Initially, Tang Hao pondered where to flee to evade Shen Cangqiong's pursuit. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from Tang Yuehua. Brother, your wife has yet to send a single message questioning you. she must be truly upset. If possible, you should apologize to her, Tang Yuehua advised while swiftly leading the way, offering no further explanation regarding the passage. I understand. Hang Hao nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before sending a message in the barrage section. In the variant Douluo World, Hoshin Doa Tang Hao. I am truly sorry. Tang Hao offered no further explanations. It was too late for words now. In the variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ain. What are you apologizing for? Why not state it plainly? In the variant Douluo World, Hoshin Doa Tang Hao. I merely wish to convey that if everything could be redone, I would surely take you to a safe place to live in seclusion. It was impossible for Tang Hao to claim that he bore no regret for the events of the past. In the variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ain. Unfortunately, nothing can be undone. In the variant Douluo World, Lon Baisher from Shrek Academy Tang San. Mother, please forgive father. You must understand that father has been in despair for 6 years over this matter. Surely, he was momentarily misled and has regretted it since. In the variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ain. I have told you, do not call me mother. You are Tang San of the Tang sect. Not my son Tang San. Ain replied coldly. Initially, she had hesitated, but ultimately she could not accept the notion that her son possessed the memories of another. In the variant Douluo World, Hoshin Douluo Tang Hao. Ain, why must you be so? Regardless of anything, Xiao San is your child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Even if he possesses the memories of the past, does that negate the fact that he is your son? For Tang Hao, as long as Tang San inherited the family legacy martial soul, the Hoshin hammer, and Ain had not betrayed him with other disciples of the Hoshin sect, then Tang San was unequivocally his son. In the variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor Ain. If you wish to acknowledge him, then do so on your own. I shall not. After speaking, Ain disregarded any further words from Tang Hao and Tang San. Without any further entertainment, the onlookers redirected their attention to the comparison video. At that moment, the video conveniently announced a new list of entrants. Second place, Yu Xiaojiang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Dog Pig. Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow. Soul Power Level, 29th Level Assault Soul Master. Identity, Honorary Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 in his youth. Yu Xiaojiang roamed various factions in search of a breakthrough past the 29th level of soul power, ultimately arriving at the Martial Soul Hall. Upon discovering the unique tastes of the hall's Saintess Bibi Dong, who was somewhat naive at the time, he employed certain tactics to successfully win her over and subsequently began to secretly learn the knowledge of the Martial Soul Hall through her connections. However, when Yu Xiaojiang realized that the mundane, confidential knowledge from the Martial Soul Hall could not help him surpass the 29th level, he chose to organize and publish the theoretical knowledge he had pilfered from the hall under his own name. Reason for ranking, 2. He incited discord between Bibi Dong and her mentor Qian Xuanji, leading to one of the greatest calamities in the history of Douluo continent. Reason for ranking, 3. Despite his own faults, he shifted all blame onto the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Xuanji, and Bibi Dong. Even though Bibi Dong had endured considerable hardships to protect him, Yu Xiaojiang portrayed himself as a heartbroken man rejected by Bibi Dong, lamenting that he could never break through to the 30th level. Reason for ranking, for despite the immense support and research resources provided by the Martial Soul Hall, and Bibi Dong's influential assistance in publishing the knowledge he had copied, Yu Xiaojiang never acknowledged their help, instead criticizing the hall at every opportunity. Reason for ranking, 5. He publicly claimed to have been heartbroken by Bibi Dong and in need of time to heal, yet within a month, he developed a promising relationship with another woman. Chapter 120, Bibi Dong's Breakdown. Reason for ranking, 6. Although he recognized the emblem representing the core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family on the other woman, Lu Erlong, he never disclosed his own identity as a member of the same family. He selfishly accepted Lu Erlong's affection, watching her become increasingly enamored without any sense of guilt. Reason for ranking, 7. Exploiting Lu Erlong's feelings, Yu Xiaojiang gradually usurped leadership from his elder brother, Flanders, transforming the team into a mere labor force for his personal research. Reason for ranking, 8. He willingly accepted Flanders' arrangement for his wedding with Lu Erlong. Yet upon learning of Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy, he vanished for several days, returning as if nothing had occurred and choosing to marry Lu Erlong. Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong, during Yu Xiaojiang's absence, he had been inquiring about events in the Martial Soul Hall. Upon learning of Qian Xuanji's demise and Bibi Dong's succession, he hastily communicated his intentions to marry Lu Erlong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This led to Lu Erlong's father intervening on the wedding night, preventing the marriage, while Yu Xiaojiang used the excuse of disapproving of sibling love to escape without bearing any blame, leaving the infatuated Lu Erlong waiting for him for 2 decades. Reason for ranking 9. When Yu Xiaojiang discovered that Bibi Dong, following her ascension, did not invite him back to the Martial Soul Hall as he had anticipated, he once again pursued Lu Erlong. With Flanders' assistance, he established a pact with Lu Erlong after a 20-year wait, agreeing to be spiritual partners without being physically so, yet perhaps accustomed to disregarding his promises. Once Bibi Dong fell, and the Martial Soul Hall was destroyed, and with the Douluo continent under the control of the Heavenly Do and the upper 3 sects, Yu Xiaojiang, now possessing absolute authority, brazenly broke his previous pact and truly united with Lu Erlong. Evaluation: a man who cares for neither family nor others, whose heart is solely occupied by his own selfishness. Special reward: anyone who successfully teaches Yu Xiaojiang a lesson shall receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the rank of the individual being taught, with the condition that no harm may come to the individual, or else no reward shall be granted. In the variant Douluo world, the Grand Elder of the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Daolu, CC. Is this what you meant when you said you would persuade Tang San to let go after rescuing him? In the first variant of the Douluo world, the High Priestess of Sea God Island, Posiasai, remarked, perhaps the destruction of your spirit hall is not solely due to Tang San. The grand offering of the spirit hall, Qian Daolu retorted, do you truly believe that? If it were not for you and Tang San joining forces against my spirit hall, how could the likes of the TheUnprecedented Luo and the top 3 sects even dare to oppose us? Posiasai fell silent, compelled to concede the truth in Qian Daolu's words. Without the alliance between her and Tang San, Qian Daolu alone could easily dispatch those from the TheUnprecedented Luo and the top 3 sections. Moreover, she could not deny that if Tang San was unwilling to relinquish their animosity towards the Spirit Hall, she would undoubtedly support and assist him. Qian Daolu declared, let this matter of rescuing Tang San come to an end. If your people from Sea God Island dare to venture into the city of slaughter, do not blame me for being merciless and taking matters into my own hands. Although he harbored feelings for Posiasai, he had hesitated regarding whether to prevent her from sending aid to Tang San. However, if appeasing Posiasai meant jeopardizing the foundations of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu was clear in his decision. Meanwhile, within the Pope's Hall, the atmosphere had plunged to a chilling low. At one moment, when Bibi Dong's staff finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered, she, regaining consciousness, slightly reigned in the icy aura emanating from her. Then, under the watchful gaze of Hu Laina and the other title Doa, Bibi Dong pointed toward the doors of the Pope's Hall and coldly commanded, all of you, get out. Outside the Pope's Hall, Elder Yueguan pondered the nature of the relationship between his teacher and Yu Xiaojiang. He had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his teacher's face. Gently closing the hall doors, Hu Laina quietly inquired of the nearby Jutho Yueguan. Do not ask. Even if you do, I will not divulge anything, Yueguan replied, casting a furtive glance at the closed doors, seemingly fearful of Bibi Dong overhearing. However, Yueguan's fears were unfounded. Once everyone inside the hall had vacated, Bibi Dong, in a fit of rage, first kicked her papal throne into ruin, then began to wreak havoc, smashing anything within her reach. Soon, the entire Pope's Hall lay in ruins beneath the weight of her overwhelming wrath. How foolish I was to believe your words. You left Lu Erlong not out of lingering affection for me, but rather because I assumed the papal position. As long as you remain single, you could reap greater benefits from me. My teacher did not deceive me. You have been sowing discord between us all along. Shen Cangqiong was right. I am nothing more than a complete fool. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaojiang. I even risked exposure to assist you in elevating your soul power, liberating you from the shackles of a mere 29th level. In the end, I received nothing but your scorn and the label of foolishness. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat amidst the wreckage, her eyes vacant as she stared at the video displaying Yu Xiaojiang's 9 reasons for being ranked, accompanied by his glaringly unfavorable evaluations, emitting a series of chilling laughs. Chapter 121. The first on the disgraceful list, Tang San, Rank 1. Tang San from 2 worlds. First, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Awakening not yet achieved. Second, Martial Soul, Hao Qian Hammer, Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power Level 37. Control System Battle Soul Sovereign. Identity: substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Battle Team. Current location: Blue Tyrant Academy. Reasons for ranking: 1. Extremely petty. For instance, if someone inadvertently provokes Tang San, he will exact relentless revenge. Reasons for ranking: 2. Utterly double standard. For example, in a perfectly fair battle at the Grand Soul Arena, should Tang San's side severely injure an opponent, regardless of intent, he would deem it entirely justified. Yet, if the opponent merely grazed one of his own, he would consider it utterly unacceptable and an affront deserving of death. Reasons for ranking: 3. Incredibly greedy. For instance, Douluo genuinely regarded Tang San as a close friend, gifting him several treasures and allowing him to harvest herbs from his medicinal garden. Ultimately, Tang San left nothing behind, nearly plowing the ground bare. Reasons for ranking: 4. Utterly shameless. When Douluo returned to find his once bountiful garden now stripped bare, he confronted Tang San, who not only denied wrongdoing but brazenly shifted the blame, claiming Douluo had permitted him to gather the herbs, questioning why he now regretted it. Reasons for ranking: 5. Exploiting emotions. Tang San repeatedly leveraged Huliana's affection for his own gain. Reasons for ranking: 6. Ungrateful, cold-hearted. While Douluo may not have understood the value of those herbs, Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, was acutely aware of their significance. Yet, after depleting the garden, he offered not a single herb to Douluo or Douluyan. It is known that all members of the Douluo family who inherited the Bailin snake martial soul have met untimely ends, none living to an old age. This tragic fate could have been averted with just one herb, which would have eradicated the flaw in the Douluo family's inherited martial soul, allowing future generations to escape this curse of short-lived lives. Yet, Tang San chose to ignore it, allowing this tragedy to persist. Reasons for ranking: 7. Malicious intent. Self-interest above all. He clearly recognized that his childhood friend, Xiao Wu, was transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. Instead of safeguarding Xiao Wu, he callously urged her to participate in the elite competition of the continent's top soul master academies, ultimately leading to her true identity being discovered by the Spirit Hall, forcing her to sacrifice herself for her so-called good brother, Tang San. Completely forgotten was the fact that he, due to his father Tang Hao's silent departure, could not accept the harsh reality of being alone. In a bid to reclaim a semblance of family, he insisted on recognizing Xiao Wu as his sister, making a solemn vow that if ever faced with danger, those who would harm Xiao Wu would have to first tread over his own corpse. Reason for ranking: 8. Appearing pure, yet possessing a lascivious nature. He often feigned the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, entirely avoiding the allure of beauty. However, despite the adversities he faced, he always managed to evade attacks directed at him. Yet, when approached by a girl seeking affection, he was invariably unable to escape. Reason for ranking: 9. He completely disregards the goodwill of his own relatives. Though he sought assistance from his aunt, Tang Yuehua, he resorted to violence against those connected to Yu Xian over a trivial conflict, showing no regard for the fact that it was his aunt's territory and those were her subordinates. Reason for ranking: 10. Utterly hypocritical, believing that the fault always lies with others. During his first visit to the Haotian sect, Tang San was still weak, and upon meeting several elders, he maturely acknowledged, "That incident was my father's mistake," even bowing to apologize on his father's behalf. On his second visit, having significantly improved in strength but still unable to confront the elders, he somewhat maturely asserted, "That incident was not my father's fault," yet this time, he refrained from further actions. By his third visit, having gained sufficient strength to easily suppress the elders, he boldly declared that incident was the fault of the Haotian sect and proceeded to take action not to apologize, but to force all present to apologize to his father, Tang Hao. Even his uncle, who had consistently defended both him and Tang Hao, was not spared. Evaluation: 1. Difficult to articulate beyond description. Evaluation: 2. The true progenitor of the evil soul master. From Tang San onwards, the evil soul masters truly rose to prominence. Special reward: anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward, with the value of the reward corresponding to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the lesson recipient. No harm may come to the life of the recipient. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. In the nameless variant of the Douluo world, let me take a moment. The 10 reasons for Tang San's ranking have truly left me astounded. In the nameless variant of the Douluo world, wait. It is truly shocking to realize that among the illustrious Haotian Tang family, 3 out of 4 generations have made it onto the disgraceful ranking, securing the first, third, and fourth positions. One might wonder if Tang Hao's father had not passed away. Would he too have found himself atop the disgraceful ranking? Would this result in a lineage of 4 generations sharing the same dishonor? In the nameless variant of the Douluo world, I have previously only heard of the 3 heroes of one family and the 3 dukes of 4 generations. The Hao and Tang family has certainly opened my eyes, revealing what it means to have 3 disgraceful figures in a single family, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's distrust of Tang San in the nameless variant of the Douluo world at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. To my astonishment, hidden within the Lamba Academy was a soul beast that had transformed over 100,000 years. In the conference hall, Douluo Shen Cangqiong suppressed his excitement and remarked enviously, "I wonder if there are any reckless individuals willing to venture to Lamba Academy to capture that soul beast." In response, Douluo Gu Rong mockingly interjected, "It's hard to say. This world is never lacking in those who would forsake their lives for profit." In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite tempted by Xiao Wu's soul ring and bones. However, he understood that neither he nor the 7-treasure glazed tile school had the capacity to act on it. After all, Ning Fengji did not believe that Shen Cangqiong would fail to recognize the true identity of the rabbit. Since Shen Cangqiong had already discerned the rabbit's real identity, yet chose not to take action, it was clear he must have other plans in place. For now, we can simply observe. If someone indeed attempts to capture that rabbit at Lamba Academy, all we need to do is inform Shen Cangqiong of which faction made the move. After a pause, Ning Fengji continued, "This plan is excellent. Although Shen Cangqiong is powerful, he has risen too quickly and cannot match our intelligence-gathering capabilities. If we can provide him with intelligence support, it would mean he owes us a favor." Douluo Shen Cangqiong wholeheartedly agreed with Ning Fengji's proposal, and even Gu Rong, who often opposed Shen Cangqiong, nodded in agreement without voicing any dissent. In the nameless variant of the Douluo world at the Tiando Imperial Palace, "Father, are we truly going to do nothing about that Xiao Wu? What if Shen Cangqiong is willing to hand her over?" In the study, Shui Beng expressed his discontent. Of course, his intention was not born of naivety, but rather to sabotage the relationship between his elder brother, Shui Qinghe, and Shen Cangqiong. Although Shui Qinghe had not interacted with Shen Cangqiong since their last meeting, who could tell if it was a cunning scheme by his brother? Thus, it was prudent to create trouble. "Get out." Shui was oblivious to Shui Beng's thoughts. Upon seeing Shui Beng's feeble demeanor, he was quite irritated. "Ah, King. Thankfully you are not like your 4th brother and possess some capability. Otherwise, the Tiando royal family would be in grave danger." Watching Shui Beng leave in distress, and contemplating the increasingly aggressive martial soul hall, Shui Yi sighed wearily. "Father, the 4th brother is still young. In a few years, as he matures, I believe he will become capable." Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue advised. We shall see. All right, you may go. The task of capturing those on the disgraceful ranking has been assigned to you." Shui Yi waved his hand. "Your son takes his leave." Meanwhile, various factions, large and small across the Douluo continent, were urgently discussing the capture of those on the disgraceful ranking and the matter of Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year transformed rabbit. However, aside from a few factions accustomed to tyranny in their territories, most merely brushed over Xiao Wu's situation in a few words, focusing their attention entirely on the capture of those on the disgraceful ranking. After all, capturing those on the disgraceful ranking presented tangible benefits, while the rabbit, with Shen Cangqiong watching closely, was not seen as an attainable prize. In the nameless variant of the Douluo world at the training grounds behind Lamba Academy, "Xiao Wu, you are actually a transformed soul beast?" At this moment, the most astonished individual in the arena was undoubtedly Tang San, who had grown up alongside Xiao Wu since the tender age of 6. "Indeed, I am the manifestation of the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit." As she spoke, Xiao Wu discreetly distanced herself several steps from the crowd, particularly from Tang San, whom she referred to as her brother, keeping a significant distance. There was no other choice. The comparison video had clearly stated that she was ultimately to be sacrificed to Tang San. She was unaware of the events that transpired between them in the original storyline. However, at present, she was resolutely unwilling to be sacrificed to anyone, not even to Tang San. "Is it any wonder you have rabbit ears? Initially, I assumed there was some issue during your martial soul awakening that caused certain characteristics of your soul beast to remain within you." At this juncture, Ning Rongrong stepped forward a few paces to stand beside Xiao Wu, gazing at her rabbit ears with a look of astonishment. She had no particular thoughts about Xiao Wu being a transformed soul beast. After all, Xiao Wu was her classmate, and it was beyond Ning Rongrong's heart to harm her fellow student. What is the matter with all of you? Why are you staring at Xiao Wu like that? Do you intend to harm her and seize her soul ring and soul bone? Following Ning Rongrong's initial expression of goodwill, Bai Cangqiong also approached Xiao Wu, glaring at Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, questioning them. Do not forget, Xiao Wu is our classmate. Moreover, Senior Shen will not permit you to act against her. You do not think Senior Shen is unaware of Xiao Wu's true identity, do you? Upon hearing Bai Cangqiong's words, Zhu Zhuqing also stood beside Xiao Wu, her support for her friend evident. Thank you all. As Jiang Zhu, seemingly resolute, approached Xiao Wu, feeling the warmth of goodwill radiating from the others. Xiao Wu was genuinely touched. I should be asking you what your intentions are. I merely expressed curiosity towards a transformed soul beast, having never encountered one before. Yet, you all seem ready to take action against me. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly peculiar, Dai Mubai stepped forward, directing his criticism toward Xiao Wu and her companions. What Big Brother Dai said is correct. I too am merely curious about the differences between someone like Xiao Wu, who is a transformed soul beast, and a true human. Primarily, I am but a food-type soul master. Even if I wished to do something, my abilities would not allow it. With Dai Mubai taking the lead, Oscar quickly echoed his sentiments. Xiao Wu, we have been together for so long. Do you still not trust me? How could I ever harm you? Tang San did not follow Dai Mubai and Oscar's line of reasoning, but instead feigned hurt at Xiao Wu's distrust, expressing his feelings. Are you blind or deaf, Tang San? The comparison video has made it abundantly clear. If nothing changes, Xiao Wu's ultimate fate is to be sacrificed to you. I cannot fathom how you have the audacity to blame her for not trusting you. What is truly disgusting is your expression of being hurt, as if Xiao Wu has wronged you in some way. Anyone unaware might think it is you who is sacrificing yourself for her, rather than the other way around. Witnessing Tang San's pretense, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and she confronted him without reservation. The comparison video did indeed state that you would be sacrificed to me in the future. However, such a sacrifice must be voluntary. Therefore, even if I were to wrong the entire world, my concern for you is genuinely heartfelt. Otherwise, how could you ever willingly sacrifice yourself to me? Tang San disregarded Ning Rongrong's tirade. His primary focus was to regain Xiao Wu's trust. As for the animosity with Ning Rongrong, he would have ample opportunities to address that later. Let's all remain calm. Xiao Wu shook her head. She had seen that fleeting glance from Tang San, which, although momentary, instilled an indescribable sense of dread within her. It felt as if he coveted not only her soul ring and soul bone, but harbored an insatiable, suffocating greed beyond comprehension. You're in charge, just as long as you do not ignore me. Xiao Wu, remember this. I will always be your brother. With that, Tang San ceased his pursuit of Xiao Wu. He understood that she was currently in a state of heightened vigilance. Whatever he said or did would likely be met with skepticism. To regain her trust, he could only wait for the storm to pass and gradually mend their relationship. In truth, Xiao Wu's previous instincts were not misplaced. For Tang San, who had yearned for love since his past life, the sister he desired was one who would never abandon him, no matter the circumstances. Yet, how could a fully conscious individual ever fulfill such a role? Thus, transforming Xiao Wu into his soul ring and soul bone became the only viable solution, although this would mean she could no longer converse or frolic with him. Tang San's objective would be achieved. From that point forth, Xiao Wu would be forever bound to him. Perhaps this notion seemed terrifying to others, but for the self-centered Tang San, it did not appear wrong. After all, he merely wished for a family member who would remain unwaveringly loyal to him. What would be amiss with that? With the conversation with Xiao Wu concluded, Tang San redirected his attention to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Seizing an opportunity while they were distracted, he employed an elusive technique and swiftly approached them, launching a powerful strike aimed at their faces. A series of dull thuds resonated as Dai Mubai and Oscar were sent flying. Tang San, it appears that with the growing exposure from the comparison videos, you have grown too lazy to maintain your facade. Observing the unconscious state of Dai Mubai and Oscar, Ma Hongjun rushed over to assess their injuries. Upon noticing their distorted mouths, he could not help but mock them. Where is my reward for the punishment of Dai Mubai and Oscar? Tang San ingot Ma Hongjun. Standing still for about a minute, when he realized the rewards for teaching Dai Mubai and Oscar a lesson had not been issued, he frowned and inquired. The comparison video. I previously stated that rewards will be granted only after the ranking event concludes. Why the rush? Hasn't the ranking event already concluded? The ranking event has indeed concluded, but I have not declared it finished. Very well, since you are impatient, I shall grant you a favor. I had intended to unveil other rankings ahead of time. With that, the comparison video paused momentarily before a commanding voice resonated. The negative ranking list has been unveiled. From this moment forth, any entity that successfully teaches a lesson to the individuals listed on the negative ranking will be rewarded accordingly. In the realm of the number 1 variant doll, Lan Ba from Shrek Academy, Tang San, found himself quite irked by the comments made in a comparative video, perceiving them as a personal affront. However, before he could voice his grievances, a voice approached from behind, belonging to Ning Rongrong. Prepare yourself. With a resounding impact, Ning Rongrong, having cultivated the original true solution and transformed significantly, unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, Tang San was sent crashing against a nearby mountain wall before sliding down to the ground. What are you waiting for? Everyone join in. This is the top-ranked scoundrel on the list. As long as he isn't dead, let us unleash our fury. With that, Ning Rongrong was the first to charge at Tang San, who was just regaining his footing, delivering a relentless series of 99 slaps. Rongrong, step aside. Allow me to give this Tang San a free haircut. A burst of flames erupted, and with a bruised visage, Tang San was transformed into a Mediterranean hairstyle by Ma Hongjun. A cacophony of sounds followed as Tang San was kicked back and forth like a shuttlecock by Ning Rongrong and by Cangqiong. Let me take my turn. Zhu Zhuqing caught Tang San with her high heels, summoning her martial spirit to inscribe the words "the first scoundrel" upon his body. Jiang Zhu increased the healing intensity. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. With that, Ning Rongrong retrieved numerous small trinkets from her storage soul guide, rallying everyone to assist in applying various effects upon Tang San. Everyone, step back, watch my prowess. At that moment, Tai Long appeared from nowhere with a bag, shooing everyone away before approaching Tang San and placing the bag over his head. Tai Long, what on earth is in that bag? It reeks. Ning Rongrong covered her nose and took a few steps back. Hee, you'll see for yourselves. Sensing it was time, Tai Long dashed a few meters away and used his soul power to slice open the bag. Holy smokes! As the contents were revealed, everyone exclaimed in unison and recoiled several steps, casting speechless glances at the smug Tai Long. In another part of the training ground, Lu Erlong observed with exasperation as the entire team, aside from Xiao Wu and the unconscious Dai, Mubai, and Oscar, engaged in punishing Tang San. Aren't you going to intervene? Why should I? It was Tang San who first breached the code of martial ethics by ambushing Dai, Mubai, and Oscar. Furthermore, Rongrong and the others know their limits and wouldn't actually harm him to death. If they intended to, that initial strike from Rongrong would have sent him to the heavens. Besides, it's a rare delight to witness Tang San being disciplined. It would be absurd to intervene. Do as you wish, as long as you're happy. With that, Lu Erlong stood up, stretched, and loosened her limbs in preparation for her own forthcoming actions. Be cautious when you do so. You are now a 98th level Super Douluo. Do not inadvertently ruin that weakling Yu Xiaojie. Rest assured, I have been familiarizing myself with my newfound powers, and such incidents as inadvertently collapsing a building will not recur. Let us hope so. As Lu Erlong departed in high spirits, Shen Cangqiong observed with a smirk. Half an hour later, Shen Cangqiong remarked, it should be about time. There will be ample opportunities to teach Tang San a lesson in the future. After witnessing the sun gradually set, he approached the fray where Ning Rongrong and the others were engaged. After this lesson, Tang San will have nowhere to flee, correct? Ning Rongrong adjusted her attire, returning to her composed demeanor before asking with lingering curiosity. He has nowhere to escape. Here, he will only endure some hardship. But if he were to flee and fall into the clutches of another faction, he would face a grim fate in perpetual darkness for the remainder of his life. Moreover, he cannot escape. I have marked him, and as long as he remains in this Douluo continent, I will sense his whereabouts regardless of how far he tries to run. Seeing the team share similar concerns, Shen Cangqiong smiled, alleviating their fears. That's reassuring. With a collective sigh of relief, the team, led by Tai Long, proceeded to carry the unconscious Dai Mubai and his companions back. However, unlike Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were gently cradled, Tang San was dragged back by Tai Long by 1 foot. Comparative video, Ning Rongrong successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Sage level replacement ring symbol. Note, the function of a replacement ring symbol is to allow the exchange of a corresponding level soul ring. For instance, the Soul Sage level replacement ring symbol obtained by Ning Rongrong grants the user a chance to absorb a 7th soul ring again. Comparative video by Shen Cangqiong successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Sage level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Zhu Zhuqing successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul King level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Jiang Zhu successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Respect level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Ma Hongjun successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul King level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Tailong successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Jingling successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Respect level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Huang Yuan successfully taught Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Respect level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video, Lu Erlong successfully taught Yu Xiaojing a lesson, now receiving a title Doa level replacement ring symbol. In the realm of the number 1 variant Doa, Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy exclaimed, "This reward is simply extraordinary. If I could obtain a set of 9 replacement ring symbols, Wun Ti that afford me the opportunity to match brother Cangqiong, with all 9 soul rings being 100,000 years of crimson." In the realm of the number 1 variant Doa, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy remarked, "It seems that the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings will no longer be the exclusive standard for geniuses." In the realm of the number 1 variant Doa, Huo Wu from the Fire Academy urged, "Everyone, please move a bit faster. Once assembled, we shall promptly set off to apprehend those listed on the negative ranking." In the realm of the number 1 variant Doa, Feng Xiaodian from the Wind Academy announced, "Sister Huo Wu, our Wind Academy is nearing the agreed meeting point. In the variant 1 of the Douluo continent, the fearsome beast, the Black Dragon King, Di Tian, lamented, 'Is it truly the fate of our soul beast tribe to face inevitable extinction?' In response to a comparison video, Di Tian was reassured, 'You are overthinking it. I regard both humans and soul beasts with equal fairness. Your tribe can also venture forth to reprimand those who find themselves on the disgraceful list. There is no need to fear that the deities will trouble you. I have long sealed off Douluo continent. Although those gods may perceive you, they cannot enter.'" Di Tian pondered, "So that is the case. With such illogical occurrences in Douluo continent, it is indeed strange that the gods would remain unresponsive. They must have been restrained." Meanwhile, as the barrage of comments surged due to the rewards received by Ning Rongrong and her companions, Shen Cangqiong and his group arrived at the front courtyard of Lamba Academy. How peculiar. Typically, this place is bustling at this hour, yet today it feels eerily desolate, Shen Cangqiong observed as they strolled through the courtyard. Only spotting a couple of kittens. Most of the students are gathered at the main entrance, he added with a hint of resignation. It appears Lu Erlong is capable of anything. She has even hung Yu Xiaojing above the main gate of Lamba Academy and roasted him thoroughly. Is something amiss at the entrance? Ning Rongrong inquired, hastily making her way towards the main gate alongside her companions. Very well. If you wish to see, go ahead. However, remember to escort these 3 back to the dormitory first. Otherwise, it may lead to chaos. Observing the eagerness of the remaining few males, Shen Cangqiong waved them off. Chapter 125, Trials and the Disgraceful List. Old Poison, how long do you intend to hide? If you do not emerge soon, I shall take my leave. Shen Cangqiong remarked as he watched Ma Hongjun and Tailong depart, turning his gaze towards a corner with a smile. When have I ever hidden? I merely refrained from disturbing you. As you appear to be occupied, came the response from the corner as a green figure stepped forth. You have come unannounced today, which must indicate you seek something from me, correct? Has Dugu Yin returned? Shen Cangqiong mused, but then recalled that Yu Qianheng had mentioned in the barrage that he intended to remain in Sadaw City with the entire Imperial battle team to capture those on the disgraceful list. As he spoke, he led Dugu Bo to his office. We can discuss Yan Yan's matters when she returns. This can be considered her final assistance to the Academy before departing from the Tiando Royal Academy. In truth, I came primarily to inquire about my martial soul. Why is the evaluation of my current martial soul in the comparison video deemed incomplete in its evolution? Doable questioned. It may be due to the severe damage inflicted upon your body by the poison previously. The immortal herb, in its effort to restore your damaged physique, consumed an excessive amount of energy, resulting in an incomplete evolution of your martial soul, Shen Cangqiong suggested, being the only plausible explanation he could conceive. In truth, had it not been for the comparison video's assessment of Dugu Bo's martial soul, Shen Cangqiong would have been unaware that it had not fully evolved. For the current three-clawed flood dragon martial soul bore no discernible difference from the ideal in Shen Cangqiong's mind. I see, Douluo pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After all, it was an undeniable fact that all hidden dangers had dissipated following his refinement of the immortal herb. Time is of the essence. Since you are here, let us enjoy a drink together. As for your martial soul, I shall contemplate further solutions. By the way, here is the handwritten manuscript of the first 5 chapters of the original True Solution. Take it to practice, Shen Cangqiong stated, affirming his commitment to the Douluo family. Very well. I shall dine here, as it is more lively than returning alone, Douluo replied, glancing at the manuscript Shen Cangqiong had handed him. The characters appear quite elegant. They do not resemble your handwriting. I had Xuanmawai transcribe it. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. Xuanmawai? Douluo expressed surprise. Ah, you mean by Chunxiong? Shen Cangqiong admitted, inadvertently revealing her name. Oh, Douluo exclaimed, his expression becoming knowing. Despite his age, he was still quite perceptive regarding such matters. The so-called Xuanmawai possessed a notable charm. There is nothing between us, Shen Cangqiong declared, taken aback by Douluo's understanding. It seemed this seemingly aloof individual had quite the past. Rest assured, I understand. It is entirely natural for men, Douluo reassured, patting Shen Cangqiong's shoulder with an expression of camaraderie. Think as you will, Shen Cangqiong replied, rolling his eyes and choosing to ignore Douluo. By the way, did you not acquire 5 tidal Douluo pills? Why have you only elevated your soul power by 1 rank thus far? Douluo inquired suddenly. Those pills do not hold significant value for me. My primary focus remains on the nameless true method, which is why I have given all 5 tidal Douluo pills to Lu Erlong. Since she has joined me, I must ensure she possesses sufficient means for self-defense. Otherwise, should any misfortune occur, it would be too late for regrets, Shen Cangqiong explained, recognizing the arduous journey Lu Din had endured. The following morning, Shen Cangqiong addressed Yu Xiaojiang at the entrance of Lamba Academy. We're setting out to apprehend those on the disgraceful list. Are you certain you wish to join? I am certain. Moreover, I can impart some useful knowledge along the way, allowing the team members to experience both training and learning simultaneously, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Though this was merely a pretext, the true reason was his fear that Lu Erlong might devise new schemes against him in the coming days. Despite not suffering any physical harm from yesterday's ordeal, the humiliation he felt was profound. He would rather endure physical punishment for a year than experience such indignity again. In truth, for someone like Yu Xiaojiang, the real blows came not from physical pain, but from wounds to his dignity. You are welcome to accompany us. However, refrain from meddling in the education of students other than your disciple, Tang San, Shen Cangqiong stated, exasperated. I understand, Yu Xiaojiang replied. As Yu Xiaojiang felt the gaze of the crowd upon him, he could only nod obediently in response to their expressions of disdain or indifference. At that moment, he deeply missed the times when Bai Dong would heed his every word. Alas, ever since the exposure of his disgraceful deeds through the video, Bai Dong had ceased all communication with him. For instance, just last night, after finally being released by Flender, he attempted several times to call out to Bai Dong in his room, only to receive the ever-dismal response of He. This led him to believe that Bai Dong might have gone mad. Let us depart. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, leading the way. Meanwhile, within the Pope's hall, Hulaina stepped forward, concern etched on her face as she looked at Bai Dong, whose eyes were red. Teacher, are you all right? I'm fine. Bai Dong replied stoically. By the way, have you dispatched anyone to capture those listed on the disgraceful rankings? Yes, 2 teams have been sent out, led by my brother and Yin, Hulaina cautiously reported, wary of inadvertently offending her teacher. Good. At least Yu Guan and the others are of some use. Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Nana, prepare yourself. You will accompany me to Lanba Academy shortly. Is it necessary for you to go in person? Won't that create too much of an impact? Hulaina hesitated. Not an issue. Go and get ready. Bai Dong waved her off. At this moment, she had no mind to concern herself with the implications of her actions. Chapter 126. Preparing to meet In outside Tiando City. 2 horse-drawn carriages sped forward, one following closely behind the other. Senior Cangqiong, is it not a bit late for us to be setting out? Ning Rongrong's voice came from the front carriage. I saw in the comment section that other academies teams have been rushing out overnight. It matters not. Even if we capture none, we still possess 4 individuals listed on the disgraceful rankings. Shen Cangqiong casually pointed to the carriage behind them. That is true. No other force on the Douluo continent possesses for disgraceful individuals in their grasp without lifting a finger, Ning Rongrong quickly realized. Wait a moment. Shouldn't it be 5 disgraceful individuals? Bai Cangqiong interjected. Have you forgotten that you're also among them, Senior Cangqiong? This was Bai Cangqiong's subtle revenge for Shen Cangqiong previously making her transcribe the original text 100 times under the pretext of eavesdropping. Shen Cangqiong paused, realizing that he had indeed forgotten about his own inclusion in the disgraceful rankings. I believe that Senior Cangqiong ought not to be on that list. It merely reflects some peculiar hobbies of his, and he has committed no wrongdoing, Ning Rongrong stated, holding a differing view. Indeed, it's merely a few small hobbies. Who can claim their heart is devoid of minor secrets. What truly surprised me was Ma Hongjun. I never expected him, among the 4 male students of Shrek Academy, to be the only one not listed on the disgraceful rankings, Ning Rongrong remarked. This serves as a reminder that one should not judge solely by appearances, and that one may know a person as face, but not their heart, Zhu Zhuqing mused, recalling Tang San's previously gentlemanly demeanor contrasted with Dai Mubai's more flamboyant private life. To be fair, Zhu Qing does not oppose Dai Mubai having other romantic interests, provided they are of good family background. Yet, it seems he has countless lovers of various statuses, but none from reputable families, she continued. The only blemish on Ma Hongjun's record pertains to such matters. However, I have heard he never forced anyone, as it was always consensual, Talon chimed in, defending Ma Hongjun. It cannot be said that it was entirely consensual. I witnessed him forcibly breaking up with his girlfriend when I first arrived at Shrek, Xiao Wu interjected. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Previously, Xiao Wu had been quite downcast, and Ning Rongrong had thought it would take her several months to return to her usual carefree self. Yes, I'm well now. Thank you all for your concern. Xiao Wu smiled at Ning Rongrong and expressed her gratitude to the 4 girls who had stayed with her through the night. You've recovered remarkably quickly, Ning Rongrong observed with an odd expression. In truth, Ning Rongrong had misjudged the situation. Without the impetus of the Titan Great Ape kidnapping Xiao Wu, her feelings for Tang San were akin to those of a sister, devoid of any romantic inclinations. The revelations about Tang San, though bitter and painful, did not evoke a sense of despair that would require months of solitude to overcome. Shen Cangqiong, may I join the inner court? Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue at Ning Rongrong and turned to Shen Cangqiong. Consider this carefully. Once you join the inner court, there is no turning back. He responded, seeing no reason to refuse her request. I understand the rules, Xiao Wu nodded. She now found herself isolated and in a precarious situation, thus seeking a protector among humans. Shen Cangqiong, who was aware of her identity yet had not harmed her, clearly emerged as the most suitable candidate. Very well. From this moment, you shall be a core disciple of the inner court of Lanba Academy, Shen Cangqiong declared, producing a handwritten copy of the original text from his soul guide and presenting it to Xiao Wu. How infuriating. I told to transcribe this. Bai Cangqiong exclaimed upon seeing her handwriting on the copy. That is what you get for eavesdropping. Shen Cangqiong shot her a sidelong glance. I did not. It was your voices that were too loud. Bai Cangqiong retorted, flustered. At her words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces flushed slightly, while Talon and the others pretended not to hear, focusing intently on their surroundings. It seems that 100 times was still insufficient, Shen Cangqiong mused, finding amusement in teasing Bai Cangqiong. Bai Cangqiong cast a sidelong glance at Shen Cangqiong, choosing to ignore him despite his tendency to bully her. As time passed, after much walking and stopping, the group finally arrived at a place known as Shenghun Village on the afternoon of the 3rd day. However, the party from Lanba Academy did not enter the village. Under Shen Cangqiong's guidance, they approached a concealed cave instead. What are we doing here? Ning Rongrong asked, glancing around in confusion after dismounting the carriage. There happens to be a ranked individual hiding nearby, ranked 39th on the trash list. This was merely a coincidence, as Shen Cangqiong had originally intended to wait until the trial of the trash list participants concluded before coming to Shenghun Village to retrieve Ian. However, upon checking the locations of the trash list participants using comparative video scores, he discovered that one was hiding in the forest behind Shenghun Village. Thus, Shen Cangqiong naturally chose to make Shenghun Village their first stop. Oh, there's a trash list participant here? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly, and immediately summoned her martial soul, ready for battle alongside the others. He's in that cave over there. Walk about 500 meters ahead, and you'll see the cave. Shen Cangqiong indicated a direction, and proceeded into the cave without waiting to see how the students would capture the trash list participant at the Soulmaster level. Inside the cave, Shen Cangqiong turned back, exasperated. Why are you all following me? We're just capturing a level 41 Soulmaster. We don't need all of you to intervene. Bai Qinxiang remarked. In truth, their curiosity about Shen Cangqiong's intentions for entering the cave was what drove them to follow. How about I take you all to the city of Slaughter to practice against Tang San next time? He suggested casually, yet he did not dismiss the 5 girls, leading them instead to a unique blue silver grass with golden veins. This blue silver grass is quite extraordinary, Ning Rongrong commented as she circled around it, resting her chin on her hand, forming her opinion. Did you really need to say that? Bai Qinxiang knelt down, gently stroking the distinctive blue silver grass before them. This must be the blue silver emperor, right? Xiao Wu hesitated. As a soul beast, her understanding of soul beast surpassed that of Ning Rongrong and the others. Indeed, this blue silver grass is the ruler among them, the renowned 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor, Shen Cangqiong affirmed. The 100,000-year soul beast, blue silver emperor Isn't that Tang San's mother? The other 4 girls gasped in surprise, aside from Xiao Wu. I've already recognized you. How long will you remain still and unresponsive? Do you need me to touch you before you react? Shen Cangqiong teased, observing Yin's lack of response despite the curious girls continuously petting her. What do you intend to do here? Also, how did you know I was here? Yin finally spoke, perhaps fearing that Shen Cangqiong might actually make a move against her. However, since Yin was still just a small blue silver grass, her voice could only be heard by the 4 who had cultivated true skills. I am here to take you away. As for how I knew you were here, that is not something you need to worry about. Without waiting for Yin's consent, Shen Cangqiong directly uprooted her and planted her in a pot he had brought along. You can't just take me like this. Yin protested angrily. Being taken by me is far better than being taken by Tang Hao, Shen Cangqiong retorted. Where are you taking me? At his question, Yin's thrashing branches and leaves stilled, and after several seconds, she resignedly asked, Isn't it obvious? To Lamba Academy, of course. But do rest assured, I will find a way to help you transform back quickly, Shen Cangqiong promised. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. After all, a mere plant was of little interest, and only a transformed Yin could truly bring him joy. If you can indeed help me transform quickly, I will owe you a favor. At this moment, Yin was genuinely moved. When her husband proved unreliable and her son was not truly her own, the only wish left in her heart was to transform. Rest assured, I'm a man of my word. Although he said this, Shen Cangqiong inwardly scoffed, thinking, a favor is of little consequence. A lover would be more fitting. Half an hour later, Ning Rongrong recalled Shen Cangqiong's earlier words and chuckled. No wonder you insisted on bringing Flender along. You intended to make him the deliverman to transport the captured trash list participant back. On the small path within Shenghun village, she couldn't help but laugh at the expression Flender had made upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's remarks. It's fortunate that my soul power level isn't too high. Otherwise, I might not have escaped, Bai Qinxiang remarked, glancing at the pot of blue-silver emperor forcibly placed in her arms, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Flender. Just then, a villager from Shenghun village approached Shen Cangqiong and his group. As the individual drew near and recognized Tang San's somewhat swollen familiar face, he furrowed his brow and angrily inquired, Is that you? It is I, Uncle Parker, Tang San replied, realizing he could no longer pretend to be oblivious and mustered a forced smile to greet him. Uncle? Huh, I dare not take on such a title, Parker. A middle-aged man sneered coldly. You cannot judge me based on the exposure from comparative videos. After all, those disgraceful events may occur in the future. But I have not committed any of those disgraceful acts yet, Tang San insisted anxiously. I loathe you not because you are the first on the trash list, but because I disdain you as an ungrateful wretch, Parker scoffed. How am I ungrateful? Tang San genuinely did not understand why Parker would label him an ungrateful wretch. You are truly a heartless creature, Tang San. If you were merely feigning ignorance, you might still have a 1 in a billion chance for redemption. But I can see that you genuinely do not recognize your own faults, and that is truly hopeless. Let me ask you directly, how was the village chief to you in your childhood? Parker nearly lost control of his temper. The village chief treated me very well, Tang San admitted, unable to deny this fact. Moreover, when he returned to Shenghun village, Xiao Wu had accompanied him. If he were to lie now, she would be even more disappointed in him. Good, since you acknowledge that the village chief treated you well. Why, in all these years, Have you never once returned to visit the village chief? Parker's voice grew increasingly agitated. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. How could he respond? Should he admit that his father, Tang Hao, was no longer present, rendering any return to this place meaningless? When you were a child, your father, Tang Hao, paid you no heed. Without the village chief's assistance, you might have perished from hunger long ago. The village chief does not seek your gratitude, yet during your breaks, you cannot even spare a moment to visit him. Is this not excessive? Are you not a wolf that bites the hand that feeds it? Parker's fists clenched tighter. It is not that I do not wish to return. Rather, my studies are exceedingly demanding. I not only attend classes, but also work at the blacksmith shop during my free time. I scarcely have any leisure to pursue my own interests, Tang San retorted defensively. Upon hearing this, Parker found himself both amused and infuriated by Tang San's response. Without further ado, he relayed their conversation verbatim to the barrage section, intending for everyone to weigh in on the matter. Chapter 128. Tang San's defense crumbles, ready to strike in the world of variant Daw, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer remarked. Without exaggeration or bias, it is clear that Tang San is attempting to deceive us. If someone truly holds another in their heart, how could they neglect to visit for years? If it were me, regardless of my busyness, I would make it a point to return home at least occasionally, even if just for a fleeting moment after work. In the world of variant law, the blacksmith shop owner, Mr. Tai, stated, I must clarify that Tang San worked in my shop. However, we are not a heartless establishment. Should he need to, he could take leave at any time. Furthermore, we do not have an overwhelming amount of business that would prevent him from visiting home. Thus, I can assert with certainty that Tang San's years of absence from the village stem from a complete disregard for the village chief, a reluctance to pay him a visit. It is disappointing that I once thought highly of this hardworking lad. Now he has topped the list of disgraceful individuals and seeks to exploit our blacksmith shop. This is simply intolerable. In the world of variant Douluo, the principal of the Nodding Academy added, we at Nodding Academy must also clarify that our academic workload is not overwhelming. Typically, we have cultural classes only in the morning, with the remainder of the afternoon allocated for self-directed activities. During this time, whether one chooses to cultivate their soul power or engage in other pursuits, the Academy does not interfere. Following the blacksmith shop owner's statement, the principal of Nodding Academy issued a similar declaration. Both the low-level Soul Master Academy and the Intermediate Soul Master Academy conduct half-day cultural classes in the morning, allowing for free activities in the afternoon. The principal of Nodding Academy did not wish for others to misconstrue their institution as an anomaly. After all, being a Soul Master Academy implies a focus on cultivation, with academics as a secondary concern. Otherwise, one might as well attend a regular school. In the world of variant Douluo, an anonymous commentator remarked, honestly, it is no surprise that any disgraceful event occurs involving Tang San. In the world of variant Daw, Lu commented, I once thought I was quite disgraceful, but compared to this Tang San, I am still lacking. In the world of variant Daw, Tianya noted, this is entirely normal. Our rankings on the disgraceful list are modest, while Tang San's position is far more elevated. In the world of variant Douluo, Ikao expressed, though my brothers and I are not exemplary, we at least understand the importance of gratitude, which is the most basic principle of being a decent person. In the world of variant Daw, Parker from Shanghan Village stated, Tang San, do you see? Even your former academy and workplace have issued statements. Clearly, your excuse of being too busy to visit the village chief is nothing but a deceptive fabrication. Do not always consider yourself the sole intelligent one while perceiving others as fools. With a smile, Parker observed the somber expression on Tang San's face, feeling some of his frustration dissipate amidst the barrage of scornful comments directed at Tang San. In the world of variant Douluo, Jack, the village chief of Shanghan Village, sighed. Alas, Parker, let it be. I suppose I misjudged the character of this individual. In the world of variant Daw, Parker replied, Village Chief, your kindness is perhaps excessive. Very well, since you do not wish to pursue this matter further, I too shall refrain from wasting any more time on this disgraceful individual. Engaging him further only sickens me. With that, Parker cast a disdainful glance at Tang San before turning to leave. Wait, Parker. I, Tang San, do not believe I have wronged you. Yet you have taken our conversation and broadcast it for all to see. This is quite confrontational. If you do not provide an explanation today, it will not be so easy for you to depart. Tang San suddenly stepped forward, blocking Parker's path. While the village chief Jack and Parker wished to let things go, Tang San desired to confront Parker directly. What? Do you intend to repay kindness with malice? and strike at me? Do not forget that you grew up on the generosity of Shenghun village. My family has supported you significantly. Parker took a few steps back, feeling a surge of anxiety. Regardless of the fact that Tang San was merely a teenager, it would be quite simple for him to intimidate an ordinary person like Parker. Here, take this gold soul coin. It should suffice to repay you for those meals you received, Tang San said, tossing a gold soul coin toward Parker. However, whether intentional or accidental, the coin fortuitously struck Parker's tear ducts, causing tears and mucus to flow uncontrollably. On the other side, it appeared that Tang San had been emotionally shaken by Parker. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Parker's pitiful state, clenched her delicate fists tightly. Perhaps, seeing that Tang San was about to strike at Parker, Shen Cangqiong quickly stepped in, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Tang San's head just before his fist could make contact. Suddenly, the previously cold demeanor of Tang San was replaced by a flurry of stars before his eyes, leaving him in a daze. Senior Shen, what was that for? After a long moment, Tang San finally regained his composure, grappling with his disorientation. Just as he was about to express his anger, he realized that the assailant was none other than the infamous Shen Cangqiong, and could only ask, vexed, what was that for? Without a word, Shen Cangqiong struck Tang San's head once more and then calmly instructed, apologize. Uncle Parker, I am sorry, Tang San said. Although Tang San felt an intense surge of anger within, he was compelled to lower his head under the eaves, particularly after witnessing the faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of Shen Cangqiong's lips. Tang San became increasingly certain that should he refuse to apologize, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Tang San, even though you arrived in our Douluo as a child, your intellect has already matured to that of an adult. I shall refrain from uttering the inapt remarks about upbringing and education. Nevertheless, I must advise you, actions speak louder than words. Should you persist in your reckless behavior, you may find yourself atop the next negative leaderboard once more. After imparting this lecture, Parker turned and bowed slightly to Shen Cangqiong in gratitude. Chapter 129. Bai Dong finally meets Yu Xiao Gang as Shen Cangqiong and his companions awaited Flinder's return in Shenghun village. The atmosphere at Lanba Academy erupted with excitement due to the arrival of the Pope Bai Dong. Student A of Lanba Academy exclaimed, wow, is this truly Her Holiness the Pope? I never imagined I would witness her grandeur in my lifetime. Student B remarked, I don't know why, but although I shared the same interests as Senior Shen, I find myself unable to harbor even a hint of disrespect in the presence of Her Holiness. Student C added, you are quite bold, unlike me, who dares only to gaze at the enchanting Hulaina trailing behind the Pope. Student D commented, it seems Hulaina is fortunate, having not been discreetly dealt with by the Spirit Hall. In the office of the Academy's principal, Lu Erlong inquired, Bai Dong, what brings you to Lanba Academy? After closing the door to isolate themselves from the students' chatter, she resumed her seat. Lu Erlong was uncertain of the emotions Bai Dong currently harbored towards her. But upon seeing Bai Dong, she could only feel a sense of pity for her. And, Yu Xiao Gang? Bai Dong countered. She had not sensed Yu Xiao Gang's presence when she arrived at Lanba Academy. I don't know. He went out with Cangqiong to capture the offenders from the negative leaderboard, Lu Erlong replied, shaking her head. With his mere 29th level of soul power, he dares to accompany them? A hint of a morbid smile appeared on Bai Dong's face. Are you feeling all right? Lu Erlong asked, her brow furrowing as she sensed something was amiss with Bai Dong. What could possibly be wrong with me? Is Ui questioned. How could you choose a younger man as your husband? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for being an old cow eating tender grass? Bibi nongari markt. What others think has no bearing on me, Lu Erlong replied, resolutely. As long as she had made a decision, she would choose to disregard any opposition. You remain the same as ever, Bai Dong recalled how, even when the majority of Douluo mocked Lu Erlong and Yu Xiao Gang, she had never shied away. Surely you do not wish to engage me in such unproductive topics? Lu Erlong said, somewhat exasperated. I merely wish to understand what kind of person my rival was back then. Bai Dong smiled. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Bai Dong and Lu Erlong had sat together for a conversation. I am now Cangqiong's, not your rival. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. To be frank, had this been a few years prior, Bai Dong's words would have brought her joy. However, now she willingly allowed Shen Cangqiong to act as he pleased, and any mention of Yu Xiao Gang elicited no emotional response. Indeed, we are not rivals. We have never been. We are merely two pitiful souls who were toyed with by Yu Xiao Gang. As she spoke, Bai Dong's voice grew increasingly hollow. You two could find a genuinely loving partner. much like I did. After all, given your age and soul power level, you have a long journey ahead. Rather than endure a life of suffering, it is better to let go and welcome a new beginning. Just as I once loved you, Xiao Gang, deeply, I have since cast him aside. Lu Erlong was at a loss for words, attempting to counsel Bai Bai Dong through her own experiences. Unfortunately, I'm not like you. You can start anew, but I have no such opportunity. Nonetheless, I must thank you. I never expected that the very person I once wished to eliminate would offer me genuine solace. As she spoke, tears once again welled in the corners of Bai Bai Dong's eyes. Seeing Bai Bai Dong cry, Lu Erlong felt a pang of empathy, lamenting how deeply Yu Xiao Gang had wounded her. All right, I shall seek out Yu Xiao Gang now. I will not disturb you further. After a moment, Bai Bai Dong broke the silence, dried her tears, and upon opening the door, instantly regained her composure. I hope you find peace. Lu Erlong silently wished as she watched Bai Bai Dong fade into the distance. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong continued to lead the group from Lanba Academy across various locales in Douluo, reaping abundant rewards along the way. One afternoon, just after finishing lunch and preparing to pursue their next target, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Bibinong. Upon recognizing the visitors, Shen Cangqiong instinctively exclaimed. Shen Cangqiong, we finally meet. Bai Bai Dong approached slowly, accompanied by Hu Laina, greeting him from a few meters away. What brings you here? Are you here for someone? Shen Cangqiong inquired, glancing towards Yu Xiao Gang, whose expression had suddenly changed. Indeed, I am here for Yu Xiao Gang, Bai Bai Dong admitted candidly. Are you intending to personally teach Yu Xiao Gang a lesson? Shen Cangqiong speculated. He could not fathom that after witnessing Yu Xiao Gang's actions in the exposed video, Bai Bai Dong would choose to forgive him after a few days of sorrow. You are correct, but fear not. Once all is concluded, I shall provide you with compensation. What do you say? Bibi Dong smiled. That is agreeable, but please do not go so far as to end his life. Even without compensation, I would not refuse your request, for witnessing Bai Bai Dong personally discipline Yu Xiao Gang is an exceedingly rare spectacle. Hangdu, Bibi Zong not that. Then turned her gaze towards the dazed Yu Xiao Gang. Yu Xiao Gang, do you know the purpose of these pills? At that moment, Bai Bai Dong refrained from immediate action and instead retrieved several jade vials containing pills from her storage soul guide. Yu Xiaojiang trembled as he called out, do you know? These elixirs were all acquired for you. For instance, in this bottle, there is but a single pill. It possesses the power to elevate you from level 29 to level 30. As she spoke, Bibidong opened one of the jade vials and extracted the precious elixir. Upon witnessing the Grand Soul Master pill in Bibidong's hand, Yu Xiaojiang momentarily forgot his unease, swallowing hard. Do you desire it? Bibidong observed Yu Xiaojiang's reaction with satisfaction. Diangia. I. Gazing at the Grand Soul Master pill, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to avert his eyes, yearning to articulate his thoughts. But before he could utter a word, Bibidong delivered a resounding slap to his face, her expression shifting abruptly from playful to frigid. Silence. You dare call out to Dong? Coughing, Yu Xiaojiang, now pale, spat out a few bloodied teeth. Initially, I believed that as long as I could assist you, it would all be worthwhile. Reflecting now, it was entirely my misguided notion. Bibidong stood over the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, looking down at him, and began to exert pressure on the Grand Soul Master pill with her fingers. No. As he witnessed his hopes of reaching level 30 about to be crushed before his very eyes, Yu Xiaojiang disregarded his physical pain and hurriedly scrambled to halt her. Alas, Bibidong intended for Yu Xiaojiang to witness the destruction of his aspirations, and thus, she had no intention of stopping. What a waste. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, undeterred by anything else, frantically searched the ground for remnants of the Grand Soul Master pill. Yet disappointment was inevitable, given Bibidong's formidable strength. The pill had been reduced to powder long before he could hope to find any fragments. Feeling heartbroken, she mused as she watched him scavenge for the remnants. A surge of unexplainable satisfaction swelling within her. Bibidong, you have gone too far. After a fruitless search, Yu Xiaojiang gathered the courage to rise and point an accusing finger at her. With a swift motion, another slap sent him flying. This is my possession. What right do you have to dictate terms? Moreover, consider our statuses. You, a mere waste, dare to speak to me so? Bibidong, clearly enjoying the spectacle, only inflicted enough pain to leave Yu Xiaojiang wincing, but not severely harmed. Bibidong, is there no reason left in you? Did you not claim these elixirs were meant for me? He retorted, spitting out more broken teeth in anger. By the heavens, I am utterly astounded by Yu Xiaojiang's audacity. Bai Qinxiang exclaimed, watching the unfolding drama. Is this surprising? Shen Cangqiong replied nonchalantly. After all, in the original tale, Yu Xiaojing had approached Bibidong seeking the cultivation methods for the twin martial spirits, only to be denied. Rather than introspect, he boldly confronted her. Having witnessed Yu Xiaojing's antics, Shen Cangqiong no longer found any of his actions shocking. Is this not trivial? Shen Cangqiong looked at him, her expression now one of greater astonishment, unable to fathom the depths of Yu Xiaojing's shamelessness. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong replied with a mere smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, not only were Shen Cangqiong and the others astonished by Yu Xiaojing's words, but even Bibidong found herself taken aback by his thought process, suddenly questioning what had drawn her to this man in the first place. However, she quickly regained her composure. As she observed Yu Xiaojing's gaze fixated on the jade vial in her hand, devoid of any shame for his earlier remarks, her interest waned. She felt foolish for thinking she could provoke him with words. In truth, Yu Xiaojing, in his own peculiar way, had become invincible. To stir any emotions within him, one would need to strike at his vulnerabilities. Otherwise, he remained impervious. With this realization, a cold smile graced Bibidong's lips. She raised her hands, and under Yu Xiaojing's horrified gaze, she clapped them together. No! This time, Yu Xiaojing was spared from physical assault, yet his anguished cries echoed through the air, startling a nearby bird into a frantic flight, nearly causing it to plummet. Hearing his wails, and witnessing him tremble on the ground like a wretched creature, scrambling amidst the scattered powder, whether from the vial or the elixir, Bibidong finally laughed wholeheartedly. Yu Xiaojing, these elixirs were originally my gift to you for your birthday. Since you are unworthy of possessing them, their destruction before you becomes their most fitting end. Thus, we shall declare our paths diverged. With that, a glint of coldness flashed in Bibidong's eyes. In the next moment, Yu Xiaojing, who had been desperately searching the ground, suddenly gasped, clutching his vital areas, and fell silently to the ground. On the other side, several male students from the Lanba Academy shuddered at the sight, instinctively protecting their own vulnerabilities. Particularly, Tang San, having already endured this once, was now drenched in cold sweat, feeling the remnants of pain in the areas that had been healed by Jushin Haitong. Tang San, I previously sought a remedy on your behalf out of respect for Yu Xiaojing. Now that I have severed ties with him, it is only fair that I reclaim what is owed. With that, Bibidong struck once more. If she could extend her affection to encompass all, she could equally harbor resentment. Moments later, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but marvel at Bibidong's ferocity. She truly was formidable. Indeed, this is my compensation for you, Bibidong nodded, retrieving 2 tokens engraved with the character dome from her storage soul tool. What are these? Shen Cangqiong inquired, examining the tokens from every angle. They're my personal insignia. Each one permits me to accomplish a task for its bearer, Bibidong explained. Any task? Shen Cangqiong mused, feeling it akin to a favor from Ayin. As long as it is within my capabilities, Bibidong affirmed. Bibidong asserted that anything within her capabilities was permissible. Hence, one token was designated for Bibidong herself, while the other was intended for Qianrenshua. This arrangement seemed sound, yet there lingered a desire for an additional token, one that would encompass Hulaina as well. Resolute in his ambition, Shen Cangqiong contemplated this insatiable greed within the recesses of his mind. By the way, I wish to temporarily entrust Nana to your Lanba Academy. Is that acceptable? At this moment, Bibidong's voice interrupted Shen Cangqiong's musings. Why? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong glanced at the silent Hulaina beside him, surmising that Bibidong had likely discussed this matter with her beforehand. Otherwise, her lack of reaction was perplexing. I shall be entering seclusion for a period. However, you are aware that Nana's future betrayal of the Spirit Hall may be exposed through comparative videos. I fear that during my seclusion, those in the offering hall might pose a threat to her. Bibidong tenderly stroked Hulaina's hair, a flicker of affection shimmering in her eyes. Shall we acquire another token then? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Indeed. With that, Bibidong retrieved another token from her storage soul guide and handed it to Shen Cangqiong. Rest assured, Hulaina will be safe in my presence, he affirmed confidently, patting his ample chest as he accepted the token. Then I leave her in your care. Although Bibidong sensed something slightly amiss with Shen Cangqiong's smile, she dismissed it, offering a few gentle words to Hulaina before soaring towards the Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong, what shall we do next? Shall we return to Lanba Academy, or shall we continue to apprehend those on the disgraceful list? Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had concluded his business, Qinxiang approached him briskly. Naturally, we shall pursue those on the disgraceful list, Shen Cangqiong replied without a moment's hesitation. That's good. In truth, Bai Qinxiang did not wish to return to Lanba Academy so soon due to the matters concerning Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. After all, there were only 100 individuals on the disgraceful list, excluding those who were not apprehensible. The remaining individuals would likely be caught by the time they returned Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San to the academy. Inform Flinder that I shall grant him half an hour to tend to Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's wounds. After that, we shall set off to capture the next individual on the disgraceful list. To be honest, Shen Cangqiong was uncertain of Flinder's true thoughts. He often referred to Yu Xiaojiang with an endearing tone, as if he genuinely regarded him as a brother. Yet, when faced with adversity, Flinder invariably remained passive, silently observing as his people were chastised. This had been the case with Zhao Wuji and Tang Hao in the past, and it was similarly true with Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang now. Understood, Bai Qinxiang replied cheerfully. By the way, how did you find us? After Bai Qinxiang departed, Shen Cangqiong turned to Hulaina and inquired. The teacher is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Locating someone who is not deliberately hiding is quite simple, Hulaina explained, retracting her gaze from Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Ah, I see. Shen Cangqiong nodded, engaging in idle chatter with Hulaina. 5 days later, there are indeed a great many people gathered here, Jiang Zhu remarked as she disembarked from the carriage, taken aback by the crowd of at least 10,000 assembled outside the city of slaughter. Considering the standoff between the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect, it is only natural for there to be a large turnout, Ning Rongrong added as she followed suit. Huh, I wonder where the Haotian sect found the audacity to confront the Spirit Hall now, Bai Qinxiang scoffed. It is puzzling. What on earth is the Spirit Hall situation? They have been in a standoff with the Haotian sect for nearly 3 days now without taking any action, Tai Long remarked in confusion. Who knows? Maon Gujun Shragd dismissivity. Sanqiong Gij, is that you? Suddenly, a melodious female voice called out from a distance. It is I. You must be Shui Yuer. Shen Cangqiong responded, turning to the direction of the voice, where he spotted a blue figure dashing towards him, accompanied by a group from the Four Elements Academy. Am I truly that well known? Sanqiong Gij actually recognized me. Shui Yuer blushed slightly. Perhaps it is solely because you're the only one who refers to Shen Cangqiong as Sanqiong Gij. Bai Qinxiang interjected before Shen Cangqiong could speak. That is still quite nice. At least I have my own exclusive title with Sanqiong Gij, Shui Yuer beamed, undeterred by Bai Qinxiang's words. Greetings, Your Highness Cangqiong. At this moment, the other students from the Four Elements Academy approached Shen Cangqiong. However, due to his status as a titled Douluo and their uncertainty regarding his true disposition, they maintained a respectful distance of 3 or 4 meters, bowing rather than crowding around him like Shui Yuer. As I have stated in the barrage section, you may call me Shen Cangqiong or Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. I told you he is quite approachable, Shui Yuer declared proudly. Sister, do not overdo it, Shui Binger remarked, observing her sister so casually embracing one of Shen Cangqiong's arms, her expression darkening. Sanqiong Gij, how many individuals on the disgraceful list has your Lanba Academy captured? Shui Yuer initiated a conversation with Shen Cangqiong, ignoring Shui Binger's annoyance. Excluding those who were already part of our academy, we have captured a total of 10, Shen Cangqiong replied after a moment of contemplation. Wow, you managed to capture so many. Our Four Elements Academy only managed to apprehend 7, Shui Yuer gasped, her expression filled with envy as she regarded Shen Cangqiong. Our success was also due to a stroke of luck, Shen Cangqiong admitted. In reality, I believe there are far too few individuals on the list. It has barely been a short while, and, aside from those who cannot be apprehended, the remaining individuals have already been cleared out. If there were to be another negative list, it would be splendid if it could encompass 100 million names, Shui Yuer mused whimsically. Ho ho, Shuya? Should the negative list truly extend to 100 million, I suspect you would find yourself on it as well, Huo Wu teased. Someone as pure-hearted and adorable as me could never end up on a negative list, Shui Yuer declared, confident that aside from her occasional infatuation, she harbored no other faults and had never committed any wrongdoing. If even she were to make the list, it would imply that there were no good people left in Douluo continent. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Huo Wu lightly spat. Shen Cangqiong, have you placed all those scoundrels from the infamous list that you captured into the carriage? Yu Qianxin inquired, somewhat puzzled. No. Upon capturing those notorious individuals, our first action was to give them a thorough beating. Then we dispatched them back to Lanba Academy for confinement, Shen Cangqiong replied. Then what is the source of those intermittent cries of pain emanating from your carriage? Yu Tianxin asked with curiosity. Oh, that is the sound of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. I have grown accustomed to it over these past few days. Had you not brought it up, I would not have even noticed, Shen Cangqiong admitted. It seems the Pope has not been lenient. A flicker of complexity crossed Yu Tianxin's face. Although Yu Xiaojiang had long been disavowed by the Lan Dianba Wang family, there remained a familial connection that stirred a peculiar sentiment within her. Perhaps, Shen Cangqiong shrugged. Unspoken was the fact that had he not ordered the carriage to travel at top speed, deliberately choosing the most treacherous routes, the wounds of those two would likely have healed by now, rather than them still crying out in agony each day. Meanwhile, as Shen Cangqiong and the members of the Four Elements Academy conversed, a resounding voice echoed from the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao, you should return to your rat hole and behave. Our esteemed Spirit Hall, under the guidance of our benevolent and trustworthy Grand Priest, will not pursue your Haoyan sect to the ends of the earth, provided you refrain from causing trouble. However, should you insist on entering the city of slaughter to rescue Tang Chan, I shall have no choice but to send you to meet the ancestors of the Haoyan sect. A figure, manifesting in the true form of a spirit, appeared before them. It was none other than the second priest, Jin Douluo, who Lena gasped softly. It appears no one has come from Sea God Island. Compared to Sea God, Poseidon has ultimately forsaken Tang Chun. Unwilling to risk the high-tier combatants of Sea God Island for his rescue, Shen Cangqiong remarked, I wonder if the beleaguered Haoyan sect will reconsider. Ning Rongrong observed as the members of the Haoyan sect emerged from their base, bringing a chair to the carriage to sit and watch the unfolding drama. As the Haoyan sect positioned themselves near Jin Ido, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Many spectators who had gathered to witness the spectacle instinctively retreated several paces. What have you concluded, Haoyan sect? Jin Ido impatiently addressed the silent group before him. Your spirit hall is truly overstepping. We, the Haoyan sect, have come solely to rescue our ancestor. What business is this of yours? The words of Jin Ido provoked the most fiery of the Haoyan sect, the seventh elder, Lai Yang Diluo Tang Lai, who could no longer contain his temper and shouted in anger. It seems there is nothing to discuss. Jin Idoluo's tone turned cold. Imanating a terrifying yoha. After enduring the Haoyan sect's presence for so long, he had completely lost his patience. Had it not been for the Grand Priest's prior instructions to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary, he would have dispatched them upon his initial arrival. You Spirit Hall have only one Super Douluo present, while we of the Haoyan sect have come in numbers. In a genuine conflict, it is far from certain who would prevail. After Tang Lai's declaration, the Haoyan sect, including Tang Xiao, summoned a Super Douluo, 2 titled Douluos, and over 20 soul Douluos and soul saints, all simultaneously unleashing their true spirits and charging at Jin Douluo as if prearranged. They believed they could exploit the Spirit Hall's moment of negligence to swiftly eliminate Jin Douluo and subsequently devastate the city of slaughter, rescuing Tang Chun at their earliest opportunity. As for the ensuing complications, they considered them trivial. If they succeeded in rescuing their ancestor, it would no longer be the Spirit Hall seeking trouble with the Haoyan sect, but rather the Haoyan sect confronting the Spirit Hall. Such audacity! Jin Douluo, witnessing the scene before him, felt his temper rise. He had tolerated the Haoyan sect's provocations for long enough. Instead of gratitude, they had chosen to attack first. Thus, he decided to cast aside all restraint, disregarding the numerical disparity, and leaped forward to engage the over 20 members of the Haoyan sect in battle. On another front, Brother Cangqiong, who do you think will emerge victorious? Shui Yuer asked as she accepted sunflower seeds from Ning Rongrong, cracking one and offering it to Shen Cangqiong, her eyes wide with anticipation. Without a doubt, Jin Douluo will triumph, Shen Cangqiong replied, consuming the seed. But I have heard that the Haoyan sect possesses the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the explosion ring, formidable techniques that allow for combat beyond their level. Shui Yue explains doubts. Divine technique? These are mere fabrications designed to deceive. How could one who is not even a deity develop so-called divine techniques? And what are divine techniques? They are skills of the divine. For a mortal to claim to wield divine techniques, first, it must be questioned whether they can even harness such power. Even if they could, using it would likely result in their own demise, Shen Cangqiong scoffed. In his previous world, every time he heard claims of the Haoyan sect's divine techniques, enabling easy victories over others, he couldn't help but laugh. To illustrate with a game analogy, if one has 1,000 mana, How could they use a skill requiring 1,000,000 mana? It is absurdly exaggerated to glorify the protagonists, disregarding reason. Moreover, the notion that the two divine techniques of the Haotian sect require minimal mana is preposterous. If these so-called divine techniques were truly powerful yet mana-efficient, what need would there be for the Spirit Hall, the Lan Dianba Wang family, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as well as the two empires of Tiando and Xinghua? It would seem that the Haotian sect would have swept across the entire Douluo continent long before Tang San attained divinity. I too do not believe in the purported strength of the Haotian 9 absolutes and the explosion ring. Furthermore, though our Douluo continent may be relatively small over the millennia, countless exceptional talents have emerged. Which of them could be deemed inferior to Tang Chun? Yet, none of them have ever produced even a single divine technique. Why should Tang Chun be the exception, creating the Haotian 9 absolutes and the explosion ring at such a young age? Huo Wu asserted. That makes sense. While I can believe that the Haotian 9 absolutes and the explosion ring might provide a slight boost in combat power, that's about it. However, if we were to discuss the legendary Hao Tian Juju and the skill of Zhao Huan, I would find it utterly implausible to believe in their rumored might. Take Zhao Huan as an example. Even if one were to detonate the 9th spirit ring, which is a 100,000-year spirit ring, it would at best augment the combat prowess of a spirit beast of the same age. This may prove beneficial in a balanced confrontation, but it would be utterly useless in a one-sided battle. Shui Bing'er remarked. Yet, how do we reconcile the fact that Tang Hao, upon becoming a titled Douluo, defeated 3 titled Douluo from a spear hall? Shui Yue questioned, Bufflet. The depth of this matter is profound. Shen Cangqiong shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Of course, the reason Tang Hao was able to vanquish Qinshuanji, Yu Guan, and Gai Mei shortly after attaining the title Douluo status is quite simple. The god of Shura covertly intervened. It can be said that ever since Tang Chun's generation, the god of Shura has been aiding the Hao Tian Tang family from the shadows, assisting Tang San in defeating Bibi Dong. Even the angel god was secretly eliminated by the god of Shura. Otherwise, Qian Rinchue's divine trial would not have been so outrageous and repulsive. Look, the Hao Tian sect is on the verge of defeat. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang pointed towards the battlefield. It is truly disheartening. My grandfather always claimed how powerful the Hao Tian hammer is, and yet, is this the result? Not to mention Tang Xiao and the other 2 titled Douluo. Even the so-called Soul Douluo from the Hao Tian sect, who can contend with titled Douluo, were effortlessly dispatched by Jin E Douluo as if they were mere children. Tai Long scoffed. With so many members from the Hao Tian sect present today, will they all perish here? Jiang Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. In her past experiences, she seldom encountered soul sages, and now witnessing so many formidable beings, all of whom might perish before her eyes, left her feeling somewhat surreal. That is unlikely. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong suddenly sensed a pure aura emanating from afar and speculated. Alas, Jine, let us just provide them with a lesson. Indeed, just as Shen Cangqiong surmised, when Jin Yi's soul technique was about to strike Tang Xiao, a figure exuding a sacred aura spoke. Very well. Qian Doliu's words are not to be disregarded by Jin Yi. After directing his soul technique into ground, he had no choice but to halt his assault. Tang Xiao, I have already stated, forget about rescuing Tang Chun. Do not entertain thoughts of bargaining. My patience is finite. Now, you may leave. After delivering his icy warning, Qian Daolu did not reveal himself, returning instead to Spirit City. Let's depart. Tang Xiao, realizing the futility of the situation, clutched his injured arm, panting heavily, and issued a reluctant order to retreat. Half an hour later, Shen Cangqiong, I did not expect you to be here as well. At this moment, the grand spectacle between the Spirit Hall and the Hao Tian sect had reached its conclusion, and just as Shen Cangqiong intended to lead the group from Lanba Academy away, the familiar voice of Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, suddenly resonated. Since all the participants from the list of disgrace had been apprehended, there was little left to attend to. Thus she had come to observe the spectacle. Shen Cangqiong smiled, believing that he had indeed offended this esteemed lady during their last encounter, and that she would no longer engage with him. How many disgraceful participants did you apprehend? As she spoke, Xue Qinghe's gaze fell upon Dai Mubai and Oscar within Shen Cangqiong's group. Excluding those already from Lanba Academy, we captured a total of 10. Shen Cangqiong reiterated to Xue Qinghe. Impressive. Our Tiando imperial family dispatched over 1,000 individuals, yet we only managed to capture 5. Xue Qinghe chuckled wryly. By the way, can we negotiate? After a pause, Qinghe appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes brightening. Negotiate what? Shen Cangqiong inquired. The disgraceful participants captured by our Tiando imperial family could be subjected to discipline by your Lan Ba Academy members. In turn, our Tiando imperial family could also discipline those disgraceful participants from your academy. How's that sound? Qinghe proposed. That seems rather unfair to us. Shen Cangqiong feigned a troubled expression. How about this? I shall take the lead and allow you to select 5 treasures from our Tiando imperial palace as treasury. What do you think? Qinghe considered for a moment, sweetening the deal for Shen Cangqiong. Are all treasures permissible? Shen Cangqiong thought of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. Although it held little value for him, it was indeed a true treasure for Tang San, to prevent it from falling into Tang San's hands through sheer coincidence. Shen Cangqiong believed it wiser to keep it under his possession. Any treasure is acceptable. Qinghe nodded nonchalantly. After all, one does not feel pain when selling a child as fields. Very well. However, we must agree beforehand that the individuals your Tiando imperial family can discipline are limited to the 10 disgraceful participants we apprehended. Shen Cangqiong stated. What conditions would it take for you to include Tang San and the others? Qinghe was primarily interested in Tang San and his companions who were ranked high on the list of disgrace, as their absence would render the agreement meaningless. How about this? Consider it a favor owed to me for 4 individuals. Conveniently, Tang San, Yu Xiaojing, Dai Mubai, and Oscar each correspond to 1 favor. Shen Cangqiong offered his opinion with good intentions. It must be something within my capabilities. If you expect me to surrender the Tiando throne to you, that is out of the question. Qinghe hesitated before responding. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be within your capabilities. Shen Cangqiong nodded with a smile. It seems Tang San and Yu Xiaojing will have to endure some hardship. After all, they will not perish, and at most, they will only face some tribulations. Chapter 134, Battle Power Ranking. Brother Cangqiong, may I join with my sister? However, I do not possess any treasures to offer you. How about I become your wife? If that is insufficient, I can also include my sister Shui Binger. Wu. Before Shui Yuer could finish her sentence, she was swiftly silenced by Shui Binger, who looked as though she wished to devour her. Young Master Shun, I apologize. My sister often speaks without filtering her thoughts. Please do not take offense. Shui Binger, suppressing Shui Yuer, explained with a hint of embarrassment. No worries. In truth, I rather enjoy Shui Yuer's personality. Having such a lively spirit around makes life far from dull. But honestly, you and Shui Yuer do not resemble a typical sisterly pair. Instead, you seem more like the elder sister, while Shui Yuer appears more like the younger sister. In the face of Shui Yuer's cheerful and straightforward disposition, few could harbor any aversion, and Shen Cangqiong certainly did not belong to that minority. Many individuals who are not particularly acquainted with me and my sister hold such beliefs. This is something Shui Binger often hears. Perhaps it is due to your more mature appearance. Unlike Shui Yuer, who possesses an entirely doll-like visage, remarked Wu Wu. Brother Cangqiong, do you prefer my doll-like face or my sister's mature demeanor? At that moment, Shui Yuer, who had just freed herself from Shui Binger's grasp, rushed to Shen Cangqiong's side to inquire. I cherish both. Shen Cangqiong jested with a smile. Did you not see the comparative video as assessment of me? I am a true Liumong. At that utterance, the crowd present remembered that Shen Cangqiong was ranked 10th on the infamous list, and he had achieved this status due to his reputation as a good husband and the evaluation of Liumong. Shui Yuer, the instigator of this conversation, stared at Shen Cangqiong in a daze, unsure of how to respond. All right, let us depart from here. An increasing number of people are approaching us, likely drawn by the sight of Shen Cangqiong, seeking to ingratiate themselves. After a moment, it was Qinghe, Qianrenchua, who first regained her composure and warned. Glancing at the gathering crowd, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this particular noon, while Shui Yuer was in a restaurant lamenting the delay in the release of the new rankings for the comparative video, as if it had heard her murmurs, the video suddenly radiated with brilliance. Today, the strength rankings and national activities will be announced, along with new character comparisons. Variant Douluo World. Shui Yuer. Could it be that the comparative video heard my voice? Variant Douluo World, Hu Wu, is clearly a coincidence. After all, you are not affiliated with the comparative video. Original Douluo World, anonymous. National activities? Surely, it cannot be akin to the infamous list where we ordinary people merely watch the spectacle. Variant Douluo World, anonymous. Does your second world Spirit Hall not allow ordinary individuals to pay a silver soul coin to challenge a ranked individual captured by the Spirit Hall? Original Douluo World, Anonymous. No, it does not. Wow. Is your first world that fortunate? Original Douluo World, Anonymous. If only I could visit your first world. At that time, even if it required 10 or even 100 gold soul coins to challenge someone, I would still bring my child along. The announcement of the strength rankings commenced. Note, challengers are permitted to confront the ranked individuals, and should a challenger triumph, they will inherit the defeated individual's ranking. Conversely, should the challenger fail, they are barred from challenging any ranked individual for 7 days. Rank 1000, Li Waner from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100, acquired strength 19,000. Auxiliary strength 0. Reward. The ranked individual receives a point of comparative video score daily. Rank 901. Mo Xiao Yu from 2 worlds. Innate strength 110. Acquired strength 2,500. Auxiliary strength 0. Reward. The ranked individual receives 100 points of comparative video score daily. Rank 801. Oscar from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100. Acquired strength 100. Auxiliary strength 30,000. Reward. The ranked individual receives 200 points of comparative video score daily. Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. What does auxiliary strength signify? Original Douluo World. Anonymous. It should be designated for support type, healing type, and food type soul masters. I recall that Oscar's martial soul is dumplings. Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. By the way, does that mean individuals whose martial souls do not pertain to combat can still challenge us, the lower tier assault type soul masters? Comparative video. During challenges, both parties will enter a designated arena. At that time, auxiliary strength can exert its corresponding power, ensuring no loopholes arise. Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. How unfortunate. Rank 501. Li Lang from 2 worlds. Innate strength 120. Acquired strength 50,000. Auxiliary strength 0. Reward. The ranked individual receives 500 points of comparative video score daily. Rank 101. Ning Fengji from 2 worlds. Innate strength 120. Acquired strength 100. Auxiliary strength 80,000. Reward. The ranked individual receives 900 points of comparative video score daily. Rank 61. Yiling Long from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100. Acquired strength 100. Auxiliary strength 115,000. Reward. The ranked individual receives 940 points of comparative video score daily. Rank 51. Tang Lai from 2 worlds. Innate strength 150. Acquired strength 130,000. Auxiliary strength 0. Reward. The ranked individual receives 950 points of comparative video score daily. Rank 19. Emerald Swan BG from 2 worlds. Innate strength 160. Acquired strength 75,000. Auxiliary strength 150,000. Reward. The ranked individual receives 982 points of comparative video score daily. Chapter 135. The top 3 of the strength rankings variant Douluo World. Anonymous. We are now approaching the fierce beasts. This strength ranking can serve as a measure of our superiority over the soul beasts. Original Douluo World. Anonymous. Although our second world lacks Shen Cangqiong, I still consider him the strongest. Original Douluo World. Anonymous. I too believe Shen Cangqiong is the strongest. After all, it is said that Tang Hao could contend with a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape even before becoming a titled Douluo. The Titan giant ape, in turn, is rumored to be capable of battling ordinary soul beasts of 10,000 years and not fall short. This illustrates Tang Hao's power. Yet, when Tang Hao fought Shen Cangqiong, he could not even breach the defense of Shen Cangqiong's fingertip. All of this undeniably attests to Shen Cangqiong's invincibility. Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. There are increasingly more individuals recognizing Shen Cangqiong. Original Douluo World. Anonymous. I merely spoke the truth. How did it become recognizing him? It seems that acknowledging others' excellence remains a challenge for some. Tied for rank 19. Yu Engine from 2 worlds. Innate strength 160. Acquired strength 225,000. Auxiliary strength 0. Reward. The ranked individual receives 982 points of comparative video score daily. Tied for the 19th position. Tang Hao from the 2 worlds. Innate battle power 160. Acquired battle power 225,000. Auxiliary battle power 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 982 comparison video points daily. 17th position, Shen Cangqiong from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 242,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 984 comparison video points daily. 14th position, the Hell Dragon King ZG from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 260,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 987 comparison video points daily. 13th position, the Three-Headed Red Demon Mastiff Chi Wong from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 268,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 988 comparison video points daily. 12th position, the Ice Emperor Scorpion Bing Di from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 190. Acquired Battle Power, 273,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 989 comparison video points daily. 11th position, the Dark Golden Claw Bear Xiong from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 200. Acquired Battle Power, 280,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 990 comparison video points daily. 10th position, the Demon Eye Tree Wan Yao Wong from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 285,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 991 comparison video points daily. Comment from the unnamed individual from the variant Douluo World. It appears that only fierce beasts are making the rankings now. Comment from the unnamed individual from the variant Douluo World. Do not fret. It shall not be long before our human champions are acknowledged. Furthermore, I maintain unwavering confidence in Shen Cangqiong. 9th position, Douluo from the variant Douluo World. Innate Battle Power, 140. Acquired Battle Power, 300,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. True Law Battle Power, 3,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 992 comparison video points daily. Tied for 9th position, Jean E from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 190. Acquired Battle Power, 302,950. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 992 comparison video points daily. 8th position, Qian Daolu from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 392,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 993 comparison video points daily. 7th position, Poseidon from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 395,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 994 comparison video points daily. 6th position, Tang San from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 180. Acquired Battle Power, 400,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 995 comparison video points daily. Note, currently under control, unable to unleash full potential, yet still calculated based on strongest capabilities. Comment from Douluo Yuguan from the variant Douluo World. Old Poison. How is it that you have ascended to such a high rank? Comment from Douluo from the variant Douluo World. Ha! All thanks to my young friend Cangqiong. You shall no longer be able to bully me. Rather, I may now have the pleasure of toying with you. Comment from Douluo Yuguan from the variant Douluo World. You certainly have a beautiful imagination. Do you think I am foolish? I will not meet you alone again. Comment from Douluo from the variant Douluo World. How shameless can you be? 5th position, Lu Erlong from the variant Douluo World. Innate Battle Power, 150. Acquired Battle Power, 400,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. True Law Battle Power, 50,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 996 comparison video points daily. 4th position, BB Dong from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 1,000. Acquired Battle Power, 498,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Note, temporarily unable to unleash full capabilities, yet still calculated based on strongest potential. 3rd position, the Ice Empress Shui Di from the Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 200. Acquired Battle Power, 500,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Chapter 136, Shen Cangqiong, Unranked in Battle Power List. In the 7-treasure glazed tile school of the variant Douluo World. If this Battle Power ranking had been released 2 days earlier, the Li family would not have seized the opportunity to ambush Lu Erlong in Shen Cangqiong's absence from the Lamba Academy. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo Xiao shook his head, secretly reveling in the misfortune of the Li family. One could only say that the Li family was unfortunate, for no one expected Lu Erlong to ascend from a soul sage to a super Douluo in such a short span of time. The speed of her soul power advancement was utterly astonishing, even surpassing that of Shen Cangqiong. You cannot fathom the shock I felt when I rushed to rescue Lu Erlong and witnessed her merely exhale, sending the Li family ancestor, an 81st ranked soul Doa, flying in an instant. Bon Doa Gurong, while not deriving the same pleasure from the misfortune as Chen Cangqiong, also jested about the Li family. Though his demeanor grew serious when discussing Lu Erlong, the Li family are merely fools, thinking that because a junior in their clan is the consort of the Snow Avalanche Prince, they could act without restraint. Now, the situation is turned. Upon hearing this news, the Snow Knight Emperor was infuriated. He disregarded the pleas of the Snow Avalanche and issued a direct order to imprison every member of the Li family in the heavenly prison. Ning Feng Ti remarquet calmly. It is evident that the Snow Knight Emperor intends to leave the resolution of the Li family's fate to Shen Cangqiong upon his return. It is evident to any discerning observer that the sword Douluo Qiao is certainly not oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Alas, the unfortunate predicament of Shueben cannot be overlooked. Despite having done nothing wrong, merely pleading on behalf of the Li family without knowing the truth, he was met with a severe punishment from the Emperor of Snowy Night. As the Bon Douluo Gulong spoke, his smile grew ever wider, prompting even Ning Fengji and Qinshin beside him to join in the laughter. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School supports the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, so witnessing the misfortune of Shueben is undoubtedly a source of joy for them. In the realm of the number 1 variant Daw, the Spirit Hall, it is truly unexpected that Bibi Dong, this woman, has concealed her true strength so profoundly. Had it not been for the exposure of the comparative video, we might have remained oblivious to her capabilities. Within the worship hall, the 3 offerings felt a twinge of fear. Typically, these offerings have provoked Bibi Dong's ire on numerous occasions. Should she harbor a grudge, it is conceivable that she could easily fabricate a reason to trouble them. Should we take advantage of her current inability to utilize her full strength and eliminate her? At this moment, the second offering, Jin Yi, gestured toward Qian Daolu, indicating the removal of Bibi Dong. No, Qian Daolu replied firmly. Regardless of the circumstances, she remains Xuer's mother. If we were to truly harm Bibi Dong, it is likely that Xuer would be infuriated. Prompted by Qian Daoliu's reminder, Jin Yi slapped his forehead, offering a wry smile. Very well. Let us all be more cautious in the future and refrain from provoking Bibi Dong as we have in the past. She will not trouble you all. After all, you are the backbone of our spirit hall, and Bibi Dong would not be foolish enough to undermine her own foundation. Indeed, the voices within the worship hall echoed in unison. In the realm of the number 1 variant Doa, the Wind Whisper Tower, hiss exclaimed Shui Yu. According to the current rankings, Her Holiness the Pope must be the strongest among female spirit masters. Yet, she is so understated. Previously, she had often heard of the illustrious deeds of the Hao Yiqian Doa, Sword Doa, Bone Doa, Poison Doa, Chrysanthemum Doa, and Spectre Doa, but had never encountered any rumors regarding Her Holiness the Pope. Shui Bing, standing nearby, remarked coolly what use his fame. She is inherently a modest person, thus she comprehends Bibi Dong's understated approach quite well. Bah, we may be sisters, but we are worlds apart, Shui Yu retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically before turning her attention to Shen Cangqiong's face. Brother Cangqiong, if all goes as expected, you shall undoubtedly claim the top spot on the combat power rankings. Perhaps, Shen Cangqiong replied, casting a glance at the somewhat displeased Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, beside him, unperturbed. It is not a matter of perhaps, but of certainty, Shui Yu declared, playfully shaking her small fist and redirecting her focus to the comparative video. Second place, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian of 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 300. Acquired combat power, 51,500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked will receive 999 comparative video points daily. Tied for second place, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, Lan Di of 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 300. Acquired combat power, 51,500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked will receive 999 comparative video points daily. First place, the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na of 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 500. Acquired combat power, 1 million. Auxiliary combat power, 200,000. Reward. Those ranked will receive 1,000 comparative video points daily. In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, the Tianshui Academy, Shui Yu exclaimed, "What is this absurdity? It is one thing for me not to be ranked, but why is brother Cangqiong absent from the list as well?" From the original Douluo World. An anonymous voice chimed in, "Indeed. Even Tang Hao, a defeated opponent, ranks 19th. Why then is Shundage unlisted? Is there an error in the comparative video? Or is there perhaps a mysterious zero rank?" Another anonymous voice from a number 1 variant Douluo World quipped, "Doesn't this just illustrate that Shen Cangqiong's prowess is merely inflated by you fervent admirers?" "Fool," responded another. "What are you even saying? Do you not realize the gravity of our current situation? If there are no strong individuals among us humans capable of subduing the spirit beast tribes, you might find yourself never waking from slumber." Chapter 137. The Talents Combat Power Rankings. The comparative video announced, the current list belongs to the older generation. Those under the age of 26 will not be included. The forthcoming list will showcase the combat power rankings of the younger generation under the age of 26. In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yu remarked, "So that is the case. That clears things up. I was genuinely frightened for a moment." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, Leitang Academy, Yu Qianxin exclaimed, "Does this not imply that I too have a chance to enter the combat power rankings?" "Oh no, I mean the Young Talents Combat Power Rankings." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo Academy, Wu stated, "I do not aspire for much. As long as I can rank around 100, that would suffice. In that case, within approximately 120 days, I could exchange for a 100,000-year-old spirit bone." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, Jiwu Academy, Yao Zi remarked, "Wu, this does not seem to align with your character. I recall you being quite competitive." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo Academy, Wu replied, "A higher ranking means frequent challenges, and I would hardly have time to cultivate. It is simply not worth it for just a few extra comparative video points each day." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, Shanfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian declared, "In the future, I shall be Wu's protector. Anyone wishing to challenge her must first defeat me. Otherwise, I will find 100 challengers daily to ensure they have no time to rest." In the realm of the number 1 variant Douluo, Chiwa Academy, Wu retorted, "Do not be ridiculous. I can handle my own matters without your interference." As the discourse among the spectators unfolded in the comment section, the comparative video voice resumed, announcing the list of entrants for the Young Talents Combat Power Rankings. Note, the rules for the Young Talents Combat Power Rankings are identical to those of the Combat Power Rankings. Note 2. Those who are ranked on the Tianjiao Power Rankings may challenge others on the list, while those on the Power Rankings cannot challenge the Tianjiao Power Rankings participants. Note 3. Participants who hold positions on both the Tianjiao Power Rankings and the Power Rankings will receive 2 sets of comparative video points corresponding to their rankings on both lists. Variant 1, Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yu Wow. We can obtain 2 sets of comparative video points. This significantly reduces the time required to exchange for a soul bone of 10,000 years. Variant 1, Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Wu. But you must possess that capability. Variant 1, Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yu. Brother Cangqiong will definitely succeed. I want to witness Brother Cangqiong battle against that Guyuna, who is ranked first on the power rankings. Variant 1, Douluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyuna, rank 100. Yu Qianhe from 2 worlds, innate power, 110. Acquired power, 1000. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 1 comparative video point daily. Rank 501. Ling Yang from 2 worlds, innate power, 110. Acquired power, 2200. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 500 comparative video points daily. Rank 101. Bai Ling from 2 worlds, innate power, 120. Acquired power, 3700. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 900 comparative video points daily. Rank 100. Oscar from 2 worlds, innate power, 100. Acquired power, 100. Auxiliary power, 3800. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 901 comparative video points daily. Rank 90. Ma Hongjun from 2 worlds, innate power, 110. Acquired power, 4100. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 911 comparative video points daily. Rank 80. Dai Mubai from 2 worlds, innate power, 120. Acquired power, 4400. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 921 comparative video points daily. Rank 70. Shui Wearer from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 120. Acquired Power. 4,800. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 931 comparative video points daily. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Wearer. 70 ranks. Not too shabby. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Wu. You lazy one. You should strive to cultivate more. Otherwise, those who wish to seize your ranking may surpass you through their own efforts, and you will be in a dire situation. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Wearer. I still have my sister. She will undoubtedly rank high on the Tianjiao power rankings. If anyone dares to challenge my ranking, I will have my sister Shui Binger deal with them. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Binger. I will not assist you with such matters. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Wearer. If you do not help me, I will use my position as the young clan leader of the Shui family to arrange a marriage. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Binger. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Wu. Do you have someone in mind? It wouldn't be someone random, would it? How about I offer my brother Wu Shuang for consideration? Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Wu Shuang. I'm a person, not an object. What do you mean by offering for consideration? Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Wu. Shui Binger is so lovely and excels in every aspect. If she were to follow you, it would be a fortune you earned over several lifetimes. I am willing to assist you in this matter, and you should simply hide away and enjoy the privilege. Yet you still dare to retort, truly unaware of your blessings. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Wearer. Wu. You need not concern yourself with my sister's affairs. I have already chosen the best candidate. That is, before Shui Wearer could finish her words, the impatient Shui Binger sealed her with a soul skill. Rank 60. Shui Wu from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 110. Acquired Power. 100. Auxiliary Power. 5,500. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 941 comparative video points daily. Chapter 138. Tang Yuehua's Request. Rank 50. Yao Zi from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 120. Acquired Power. 5,800. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 951 comparative video points daily. Rank 40. Wu Shuang from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 130. Acquired Power. 6,000. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 961 comparative video points daily. Rank 30. Duvian from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 120. Acquired Power. 4,200. Auxiliary Power. 2,000. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 971 comparative video points daily. Rank 20. Yu Qianxin from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 130. Acquired Power. 6,400. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 981 comparative video points daily. Rank 17. Wu from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 130. Acquired Power. 6,500. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 984 comparative video points daily. Rank 16. Yu Qianheng from Two Worlds. Innate Power. 140. Acquired Power. 6,600. Auxiliary Power. 0. Reward. Participants ranked on this list may earn 985 comparative video points daily. Variant 1. Douluo World. Unknown. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan is in dire straits. The twins Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, regarded as the stars of the clan, cannot even break into the top 15 of the Tianjiao power rankings. Variant 1. Douluo World Tiando Royal Academy. Duvian, what about your own ranking? Is truly amusing. Aren't you afraid of the wind, causing you to trip over your own tongue? Variant 1. Douluo World Unknown. Neither boasting nor belittling. Across the vast expanse of Douluo Dalu, the younger generation comprises no fewer than 50 million individuals. It is indeed commendable that the brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin have secured the 16th and 20th ranks respectively among such a multitude. Rank 15. Zhu Zhuyun of Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power 130. Acquired Combat Power 6,700. Auxiliary Combat Power 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 986 comparative video points daily. Rank 14. Xiao Wu from the variant Douluo World. Innate Combat Power 130. Acquired Combat Power 6,000. Auxiliary Combat Power 0. True Law Combat Power 800. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 987 comparative video points daily. Note, The age of a transformed soul beast is calculated from the moment it assumes human form. Rank 13, Davis of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 6, 900. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 988 comparative video points daily. Rank 12, Feng Xiaodian of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 7, 100. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 989 comparative video points daily. From the variant Douluo World Xiao Wu, Feng Xiaodian. You are unexpectedly stronger than I am? From the variant Douluo World Xiao Wu Shuang. Sister, have you not realized it yet? Every time we sparred, Feng Xiaodian has always been holding back. From the variant Douluo World Feng Xiaodian. Primarily, Xiao Wu. You are quite formidable yourself. Otherwise, even if I wished to concede, I could not possibly lose without leaving a trace. From the variant Douluo World Shui Yuer, Feng Xiaotian. You truly are a good man. Unfortunately, being moved does not equate to love. Moreover, given Xiao Wu's personality, she is destined not to appreciate such a pursuit. From the variant Douluo World Feng Xiaotian. I believe that sincerity can indeed turn stone to gold. From the variant Douluo World Shui Yuer. Then it is up to you. Knowing Xiao Wu, she has her own standards for a partner. Clearly, from any perspective, Feng Xiaodian does not meet her criteria. Were it not for considering him a friend, Shui Yuer would not even offer a warning. Rank 11, Yi Lingling of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power 100. Acquired combat power 100. Auxiliary combat power 7, 150. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 990 comparative video points daily. Rank 10, Tang San of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power 150. Acquired combat power 300. Auxiliary combat power 0. True law combat power 4000. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 991 comparative video points daily. From the variant Douluo World. An unknown. Haha. Although Tang San's rank is high, he certainly cannot maintain it. The mere thought brings me comfort. From the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua. The master of Moon Pavilion. Shen Cangqiong. Can I utilize gold soul coins to preserve Tang San's rank? From the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. You should discuss this with the comparative video team. What use is it to speak to me? Can I prevent others from challenging Tang San? From the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua. If you merely utter a word, who would dare to disregard your request? From the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. You overestimate my influence. From the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua. It is you who underestimate yourself. From the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong. A core disciple of Lamba Academy. And Yuehua. Does your Moon Pavilion possess sufficient funds to hire Senior Cangqiong? Tang San currently holds the 10th rank, earning 991 comparative video points daily. It takes 100,000 comparative video points to exchange for a 10,000-year soul bone, valued at 100 million gold soul coins. Thus, you would need to provide Senior Cangqiong at least 1 million gold soul coins daily. From the variant Douluo World, Ma Hongjun of Lamba Shrek. A 10,000-year soul bone is already priced at 100 million gold soul coins at the minimum. My own 10,000-year soul bone sold for 130 million gold soul coins to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 139. The Celestial Battle Power Ranking of Qian Rinxue from the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua, the Master of Moon Pavilion. This. Just moments ago, she was contemplating how to retain Tang San's rank through Shen Cangqiong, without considering the financial implications. Now, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's analysis, Tang Yuehua felt utterly stunned. From the variant Douluo World, Princess Shueku of the Heaven Do Empire. Teacher Yuehua, why bother with such a wicked person like Tang San? With your resources, it would be more prudent to have young Master Shen devise a plan to enhance your martial soul. Shueku could not comprehend why. Despite the comparative video revealing Tang San's future disregard for his aunt, Tang Yuehua would still go to such lengths for him. From the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua, the Master of Moon Pavilion. Sigh. You do not understand. The specific reasons were not something Tang Yuehua could reveal. From the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy. I am quite curious to see how Aunt Yuehua looks wielding a hammer. From the variant Douluo World, Tang Yuehua, it would certainly lack elegance. After envisioning herself wielding the Hao-Ian hammer, she shivered. However, her thoughts swiftly returned to Tang San, and she whispered to herself, Brother Hao, I am truly unable to assist Tang San. Rank 9, Yen of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 700. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 992 comparative video points daily. Rank 8. Xiao of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 900. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 993 comparative video points daily. Rank 7. Shui Bing'er of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 1000. Acquired combat power, 500. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individuals receive 994 comparative video points daily. From the variant Douluo World Xiao Wu, if my younger sister has not chosen the wrong cultivation path, I wonder if she would rank higher. In the variant Douluo World at the Qihua Academy, Wu remarked, undoubtedly, it will happen. Meanwhile, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Bing'er responded, the situation has become irreversible. Why dwell on it further? Ranked 6th. Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 6,000. Support combat power, 0. True law combat power, 3,000. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 995 comparison video points daily. At the Xingluo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhiyun addressed her sister warmly. Congratulations, dear sister. Others perceived Zhu Zhiyun's words as insincere mockery, including Davis and their parents, who harbored similar sentiments. Yet, only Zhu Zhiyun understood that her joy for her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, was genuine. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, thank you. Zhu Zhiyun continued, it appears that your decision to flee was indeed the right one. Regrettably, Dai Mubai is not a suitable match for you, no matter how strong you become. With such a burden, your fate remains unchanged. Zhu Zhuqing replied, there is no need for your concern. After much contemplation, she had already relinquished her feelings for Dai Mubai. Her current ambition was to diligently cultivate the original true solution, and upon reaching mastery, return to the Zhu family alone, employing absolute strength to dismantle their cold-blooded rules. Ultimately, she would sever all ties with the Zhu family. Zhu Zhiyun cautioned, since you do not wish to hear this, I shall refrain from further comments. However, allow me to offer one final piece of advice. Take care of yourself. Ranked 5th, by Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 7,000. Support combat power, 0. True law combat power, 2,900. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 996 comparison video points daily. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, by Cangqiong cheerfully exclaimed, Grandfather, you did not expect this, did you? She felt grateful towards Shen Cangqiong. Despite his frequent bullying, he had secretly provided her with numerous precious resources, enabling her rapid advancement. The patriarch of the Min family, by he, expressed astonishment. Indeed, I never imagined one of our kin would emerge as a true prodigy. The patriarch of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, teased, oh by bird, are you treating us again? The patriarch of the Yu family, Niu Gao, suggested, let us return to the same place as last time. The prices are just right. We would want to leave old by bird financially drained. At Blue Tyrant Academy, Tai Long remarked, Grandfather, did you see that? This is the benefit of joining the inner academy. The patriarch of the Li family, Titan, responded, I see it. Just as Titan was about to speak to Bai he overheard his descendant bringing up old matters again, letting out a frustrated sigh. Tai Long asked, so what is your opinion? Titan replied, I will simply observe. Ranked 4th, Hulaina from both worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 11,000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Ranked 3rd, Ning Rongrong from the variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, 100. Acquired combat power, 100. Support combat power, 9,000. True law combat power, 2,500. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Ranked 2nd, Qianrenxue from both worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 25,000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 999 comparison video points daily. In Chapter 140, on Sea God Island, plans were made to gift Xiao by Shen Cangqiong. In the variant Douluo World, at the Infone building, Hulaina reflected on her combat power compared to Shui Jie's, feeling immensely inferior. Despite her teacher's unwavering support, she found herself trailing behind Shui Jie. Stealing a glance at the nearby Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue, Hulaina lamented that no matter how high Qianrenxue's power, it could not alter her lack of dedication. Shen Cangqiong's words hinted at something deeper. Hu Laina, noticing the shift in Shui Qinghe's expression, inquired on her behalf. With an innate soul power level of 20, if Qian Rinxue had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, her level should have surpassed 80, making her current combat power seem implausibly low. Thus, Hu Laina's assertion about her lack of focus held merit. Shen Cangqiong's reasoning eased the tension in Shui Qinghe's clenched fists. Perhaps Shui Jie was preoccupied with significant matters. Conversely, upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, Hu Laina felt a sense of relief but still questioned. What could be more important than enhancing one's strength? As the comparison video emerged, Hu Laina refrained from commenting but mused that given Qian Rinxue's talent, aside from basic needs and relaxation, any other pursuits seemed like a waste of time. Sometimes, Shen Cangqiong found it perplexing that Qian Rinxue chose to act as an undercover agent in Tiando. Whether due to poor judgment or a stubborn desire to defy Bibi Dong at the expense of her future. Uncertain of her exact endeavors, he trusted Shui Jie's intelligence. Whatever her actions, they surely held reason. Hu Laina shook her head, perhaps wary of overstepping. After expressing her thoughts, she turned her attention to the comparison video, which was unveiling a new ranking at that moment. Ranked first, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, unknown. Acquired combat power, 550,000. Support combat power, 550,000. True law combat power, 1 million. Reward. Those ranked here can earn 1,000 comparison video points daily. The rankings for combat power and prodigious talent had been announced. The rewards for comparison video points will be distributed every 24 hours. Note, for those who appear on the battle power rankings and the Tianjiao battle power rankings, if they are successfully challenged by others within a 24-hour period, even if they reclaim their original ranking the very next second, the time will be recalculated. In the variant Douluo World, an anonymous individual states, "Hi Z, at this moment, I assert that Cangqiong Darren is the foremost individual across the entire Douluo continent, and there shall be no dissent." Another anonymous voice in the variant Douluo World remarks, "I have finally come to understand why Tang Hao, the renowned Hao, appears as nothing more than a fledgling chick in the presence of Shen Cangqiong. The disparity in their battle power values is nearly tenfold." In the core region of the Stardow Forest, the master expresses concern. "If Shen Cangqiong were to challenge you, what should we do?" Ditian replies nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? If he wishes to challenge me, let him proceed." Compared to nurturing a relationship with a human powerhouse who does not oppose our soul beast clan, what significance do mere comparison video points hold? Guiyui, in I stages Kori. And Ditian, upon realizing the wisdom in his master's words, hastily offers praise. On Sea God Island, the High Priestess raises a question regarding their future attitude towards Shen Cangqiong. The Sea Maiden Douluo believes that certain matters can no longer be postponed. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Poseidon remains silent and glances at the others. Ultimately, aside from a few trivial exchanges, we harbor no significant enmity against Shen Cangqiong. Since the sea god cannot descend to the mortal realm, I believe it is prudent to foster a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong to safeguard our foundations on Douluo continent. The sea dragon Douluo ponders for a few moments before asking, "What should we offer to resolve the misunderstandings with Shen Cangqiong? We cannot simply appear empty-handed." The sea star Douluo wholeheartedly agrees, but laments that aside from a few large pearls, they possess no treasures. Their stated intention to clarify misunderstandings with Shen Cangqiong is, in reality, an admission of fault from Sea God Island. If they arrive empty-handed, it would be a source of embarrassment for the entire island. However, they lack any suitable treasures to present. The sea phantom glances at Poseidon, seated at the head of the table, hesitant to continue but inwardly pondering. Surely, we cannot present the High Priestess as a gift to Shen Cangqiong. Regarding gifts, the seahorse Douluo suddenly exclaims, "Oh, does Sea God Island possess treasures of which we are unaware?" The Sea Maiden Douluo, intrigued, prompts further inquiry from the others, including Poseidon. "Do you recall the reason Shen Cangqiong ascended the ranking list?" Seahorse Douluo, sensing all eyes upon him, speaks in a conspiratorial tone. "It appears to be due to his connection with a virtuous wife." The sea which quickly concurs. "Therefore, do you not understand?" A gleam of insight flashes in Seahorse's eyes. "But where can we find a suitable partner for Shen Cangqiong?" The sea spear Douluo mentally reviews potential candidates and finds none suitable. This is simple. Xiao Bai is perfectly fitting. At the mention of Xiao Bai, Seahorse remains impassive. Xiao Bai is our guardian spirit of Sea God Island. it would be inappropriate to offer her. The sea which does not oppose Seahorse's idea, but questions the choice of candidate. Do you believe, after what transpired with Shen Cangqiong and our sea god, that Xiao Bai will remain completely loyal to us? I am merely being cautious, Seahorse responds, addressing not only the sea witch, but all present. Chapter 141. The fourth comparison video commences. This seems reasonable. But will Xiao Bai consent? Are you not concerned that she may become too close to Shen Cangqiong and influence him? The sea dragon tentatively agrees with Seahorse's proposal, yet harbors reservations. We cannot reveal the truth to Xiao Bai. We can explain that this choice was made out of necessity and reassure her that her kin will remain here. So she does not feel we are holding her hostage, but rather that this is her home and her family belongs here. However, we must keep a vigilant eye on the Mo Honda by Sha clan, ensuring they are not harmed by the CMO Hu Jing clan as in the past. Seahorse reiterates his suggestions. Seahorse, you surprise me with your cleverness. The sea spear Douluo commends, raising a thumb in approval. Seahorse rolls his eyes, then turns to Poseidon, stating, let us proceed as I have suggested. Sea Dragon, you shall oversee this matter. Upon receiving the collective gaze of the assembly, Poseidon, with an impassive expression, rises and exits the conference hall. As numerous factions gather once more to deliberate Shen Cangqiong's affairs, the sound of the comparison video resonates again. The fourth character comparison is about to begin, with the theme being a comparison of Shen Cangqiong's entrance to Sea God Island versus Tang San's. An anonymous voice in the variant Douluo World remarks, indeed, it is yet another comparison between Shen Cangqiong and Tang San. Another voice interjects, why not compare someone else with Shen Cangqiong? I believe even a random pig from a sty would garner more votes than that petty Tang San. Do not doubt it. The truth is as such. While a pig may not perform any astounding feats, at least it does not commit malevolence, unlike Tang San, who is either engaged in wrongdoing or on the path to it. Now the video is beginning. Pay attention. I shall grant Tang San one last chance. If he remains unchanged, I shall berate him 1,000 times. Simultaneously, the imagery of the comparison video gradually sharpens. Is that Sea God Island ahead? Aboard a grand vessel, Huo Wu stands at the bow, gazing towards a distant, vaguely visible island. Indeed, that is Sea God Island, replies the nearby Zhizhenju, nodding in affirmation. Cangqiong, how do you intend to address the inhabitants of Sea God Island? Huo Wu inquires, seeking Shen Cangqiong's response. The fate of the Sea God Island hinges on whether its inhabitants can withstand our heavenly court's onslaught, much like they did against the Spirit Hall decades ago, remarked Shen Cangqiong with a hint of detachment. With your current prowess, who could possibly withstand even a single strike from you? However, that Poseidon is a stunning beauty. Do you not have any thoughts, you great lecher? Shui Yuer interjected. I have never forced anyone against their will, Shen Cangqiong replied, maintaining an earnest demeanor. Huh? Do you expect us to believe that? Bai Qinxiang approached, her expression dripping with disdain. Why would you doubt me? Have I ever coerced you into doing something you did not wish to do? Shen Cangqiong tugged at Bai Qinxiang's twin ponytails, eliciting a playful pout from her. How shameless. If you have never troubled us, then what about my situation? At that moment, Duge Yin scoffed derisively. That was entirely your own choice, mind you. Even if you were upset, you ought to blame your grandfather instead, Shen Cangqiong said nonchalantly. You were not afflicted by the spring poison. You could have simply refused. Duge Yan's expression darkened. Why would I refuse? A beautiful woman comes to me. How could I possibly say no? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes dramatically. You. Enough, Yin Yan. It has been several years since that incident. What purpose does it serve to bring it up now? Duge Yan wanted to retort, but was halted by Yi Lingling beside her. You are quite right, Lingling, Shen Cangqiong remarked as he gently stroked Yi Lingling's hair. In the realm of the A0 variant Douluo World, a nameless individual commented, why do I feel that the dialogues in the comparison video are increasingly bizarre? Another nameless individual from the original Douluo World replied, you are not alone in feeling this way. In the Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuera remarked, Huo Wu, when you conversed with brother Cangqiong in the comparison video, what did that look of longing signify? Huo Wu from the Chihua Academy retorted, longing? Nonsense. I merely held a slight admiration. It is not as you suggest. Duge Yin from the Tian-Do Royal Academy exclaimed, Grandfather, what did you do in the comparison video? Duge Bo, the poisoned law, responded with a bead of sweat. How would I know? He indeed harbored such thoughts. Yet they had not been executed before being exposed in the video. You better watch out. When I return, I shall give you a proper scolding, Duge Yin declared, her irritation palpable. In the Lanba Academy, Xiao Wu expressed her curiosity. I simply wish to know why the version of me in the comparison video has such a large belly. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the same academy, replied, there is nothing to question. It is undoubtedly due to a little bunny. Bai Chunxiang added, but who is the father of that bunny? Shui Yue responded. It must be brother Tang Xiong's, or could it possibly be Tang San's? However, on another note, the grown-up Xiao Wu, adorned in silvery pink attire, would undoubtedly surpass her current appearance by a multitude of times. Chapter 142. Tang San suffered from Xiao Wu's provocation at this moment in the Infone building. Although the participants jested in the comment section, the atmosphere within was distinctly tense. Xiao Wu, how could you do this? Suddenly, Tang San, who had been resting in his room, burst forth, shouting at Xiao Wu. What have I done? Xiao Wu replied, her astonishment morphing into annoyance. Do you not know? Tang San's face darkened. He could not believe that Xiao Wu was unaware of his intentions. If you're referring to the events depicted in the comparison video, then my answer is, I do not know either, Xiao Wu replied, feeling exasperated with Tang San's absurdity. The version of her in the video had clearly matured, indicating that several years had passed. How could she possibly know what had transpired? Come, return to my room, Tang San insisted, attempting to pull Xiao Wu back with him. Tang San, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Wu dodged his hand, her irritation boiling over. No matter how you feel in my heart, you will always be my sister. Everything I do is for your benefit. Be obedient and come back with me, Tang San said earnestly, sensing her resistance. If you truly regard me as your sister, then you should bless me instead. Look, Xiao Wu pointed to her joyful self in the comparison video. The me in there is smiling so happily. Xiao Wu had grown weary of Tang San's unreasonable behavior, finding him utterly incomprehensible. Tang San opened his mouth, speechless. It was undeniable that the smile on the Xiao Wu from the video was genuine, particularly the affectionate gaze she bore. Such treatment had never been afforded to him during their closest times together. There is nothing to discuss. Since you see me as your sister, then bless me. I believe that if I am destined to be so happy, it means I must love my future husband deeply, and he will surely love me in return. Xiao Wu declared, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, no longer wishing to indulge Tang San in empty conversation. Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression shifting to one of resentment. Yet his ire was not directed at Xiao Wu, but rather at Shen Cangqiong, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. Wait, I have said nothing, Shen Cangqiong protested innocently. Why do you look at me like that? Do you not harbor feelings for Xiao Wu akin to a brother's love for his sister, rather than something romantic? But you are no longer capable of such affection. Even if Xiao Wu were willing, would you dare to let her live in torment for a lifetime? Shen Cangqiong's words provoked a violent twitch at the corners of Tang San's mouth. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, with Dai Mubai's laughter being the most exaggerated, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. After a moment, Xiao Wu added, by the way, the husband I mentioned earlier is certainly not you. Do not get any strange ideas. After being subjected to a wave of ridicule, Tang San, with a blank expression, returned to his room. It was then that Xiao Wu recalled her earlier words, which seemed somewhat ambiguous, and hurriedly sought to clarify. Come on, Xiao Wu. You should take a look at the comparison video of yourself. It appears that even brother Tang Qiong is nearly smitten. Shui Yue interjected tis ingli. Oomph. In the comparison video, you don't seem to fare much better, Xiao Wu retorted, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Hee, feel free to say what you wish. It doesn't bother me. After all, I have never denied anything, unlike you, who refuses to acknowledge the evidence right before your eyes. Shui Yue responded nonchalantly. You. Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment. Allericht, Shui Yue. If you continue to speak so freely, I will have no choice but to seal you away again. Just then, noticing that Shui Yue was about to lead the conversation into a more awkward territory, Shui Binger could no longer hold back and interjected to stop her. She understood her sister all too well. Though she appeared petite and adorable, she was, in reality, quite the flirt. If left unchecked, it wouldn't take long for the conversation to veer into uncomfortable topics. All right, Fine. I won't say anything more. It's hard to tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister, Shui Yue said, casting a wary glance back at the comparison video, unable to resist uttering a familiar quip she had often voiced since childhood. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon my sea god island? As the individuals aboard the ship conversed, the vessel came to a halt, now merely a few thousand meters from Sea God Island. Suddenly, A female voice interrupted their discourse. Are you the magic soul, great white shark, Xiao Bai? In truth, Shen Cangqiong had already noticed her presence. However, he had no intention of complicating matters for her, provided Xiao Bai did not impede their landing on the island. You know me? Xiao Bai, taken aback by Shen Cangqiong calling her name, transformed into a human form and leaped onto the ship where he stood. Not only do I know you, but I am also aware of your high priestess, Posisai, and one of the holy pillars, the sea maiden Douluo. Shen Cangqiong was quite pleased with Xiao Bai's transformed appearance, finding it far more appealing than her depiction in the original anime. Why do you only know about women? Xiao Bai questioned, somewhat perplexed. What is memorable about men? They can love whomever they choose. Shen Cangqiong's response was delivered with an air of nonchalance, causing the nearby women to stifle their laughter while casting reproachful glances at him. So what brings you to our sea god island? Xiao Bai, recognizing Shen Cangqiong as a formidable presence, promptly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. I am displeased with the sea god. Thus, I intend to teach him a lesson and, by extension, claim Sea God Island for myself. Shen Cangqiong spoke candidly. You are audacious. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's audacious declaration, Xiao Bai's anger flared, and she immediately signaled the inhabitants of Sea God Island with a warning. Xiao Bai, before the holy pillars arrive, shall we discuss matters? Shen Cangqiong did not hinder Xiao Bai's warning signal. Rather, he grinned. I have nothing to discuss with those who disrespect the sea god. Xiao Bai regarded Shen Cangqiong warily. Oh, is that so? Not even regarding your brother's vengeance? Shen Cangqiong's tone was playful. What? Startled, Xiao Bai trembled, taking a moment before responding. What good intentions could you possibly have? Do not concern yourself with my intentions. Just tell me, do you wish to avenge your brother? Shen Cangqiong understood that the matter concerning Xiao Bai's brother was a perpetual source of pain for her, one that she could not easily dismiss. Ido, but I do not believe you possess such strength. Having witnessed the high priestess Posisai's inability to assist her in avenging her brother, Xiao Bai doubted this mysterious individual could accomplish such a feat. If I were to capture the entire Evil Soul Whale clan and hand them over to you, would you be willing to join me? Capturing the Evil Soul Whale clan was a simple task for Shen Cangqiong at this moment. If you truly managed to bring the entire Evil Soul Whale clan to me, I would remember you for a lifetime. Xiao Bai did not immediately agree nor disagree, feeling torn between her loyalty to her master and her desire for vengeance for her brother. My lord, is it not somewhat excessive for you to undermine our sea god island in my presence? At that moment, several powerful figures, formidable even to ordinary humans, approached swiftly from the distance. Leading the group was a woman clad in red, her expression revealing her discontent as she spoke. Am I being excessive? Just wait. I have something even more excessive to show you. Would you care to witness? Sensing the semi-divine soul power emanating from the speaking woman, Shen Cangqiong smiled with a hint of audacity. Pray tell, who are you? I do not recall our sea god island ever offending you. Perceiving the malice in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Posisai reflected on recent events and realized that no one from Sea God Island had ventured out. Thus, it was impossible for them to have offended anyone. She questioned him in confusion. The warning issued by Xiao Bai, though of the highest level, merely served to alert the inhabitants of Sea God Island to the strength of the approaching adversary. It conveyed no other information. Consequently, Posisai, still unaware of Shen Cangqiong's earlier disrespect toward the sea god, did not wish for a senseless confrontation between Sea God Island and Shen Cangqiong. Will you speak, or shall I? Shen Cangqiong did not respond to Posisai's inquiry, but instead turned to Xiao Bai as if they were old acquaintances. Xiao Bai, do you know the reason? As Posisai descended beside Xiao Bai, she looked at her in response to Shen Cangqiong's question. He said. Xiao Bai shot Shen Cangqiong a glare and reiterated his earlier words. In truth, after conversing with Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Bai had initially intended to conceal his disrespectful remarks about the sea god from others. However, Shen Cangqiong's audacious demeanor made it clear that even if she remained silent, he would openly speak. How outrageous! At this moment, the other 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island arrived on the scene, and upon hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, the seahorse Dao was the first to leap forward, angrily denouncing Shen Cangqiong. It appears that our High Shen Dao has not displayed its martial prowess to the outside world for far too long, resulting in the audacity of others to provoke us. Following closely, Haimiao Douluo coldly remarked, Indeed, High Priest, we must impart an unforgettable lesson to this young man. allowing everyone to witness that Haishan Dao remains formidable. Upon hearing this, the remaining silent Sheng Zhu nodded in agreement. Youth, you ought not to show disrespect to the sea god. Remember to mind your tongue in your next life. At that moment, Poseidon, no longer addressing him as Your Excellency, summoned her martial soul, accompanied by 8 black and 1 red soul rings. As a guardian, she was acutely aware that without the inheritance of divine status, even the most extraordinary talents could only reach a maximum of level 99. Not sensing any divine aura emanating from the person before her, Poseidon, despite recognizing the terrifying power of her opponent, believed that Shen Cangqiong could not possibly overturn her authority over the seas. What? Are you planning to strike me? Shen Cangqiong quipped. It seems you still do not comprehend the current situation. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. With that, Shen Cangqiong summoned his true dragon martial soul. And 9 golden soul rings radiated an immense pressure, rendering every individual present from Haishan Dao as pale as a sheet. Anonymous from variant Douluo World 1. Can someone explain what this golden soul ring signifies? Aren't soul ring colors ranked from lowest to highest as white, yellow, purple, black, and red? Anonymous from variant Douluo World 1. Since golden soul rings do not fall within these 5 colors and cannot be a year-limited soul ring, could it be possible that this golden soul ring is a million-year soul ring? Anonymous from primitive Douluo World 2. Enough nonsense. How could there possibly be a million-year soul ring in this world? Do not forget that the highest age limit on the entire Douluo continent is likely that of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, and she is but 1. Even if Shen Cangqiong were to defeat her, he would only obtain a single million-year soul ring. Yet in the comparison video, he possesses a total of 9 golden soul rings. Anonymous from variant Douluo World 1. Did Shen Cangqiong not invent a method to increase the age of soul bones? Perhaps he used this method to transform all his soul rings into million-year ones. Anonymous from variant Douluo World 1. I find that implausible. In the comparison video, there were no soul ring rewards. And if Shen Cangqiong truly transformed all 9 of his soul rings into million-year ones using the method of enhancing soul bones, how many high-year soul beasts would he have to hunt? Chapter 144. Poseidon's Conditions. Anonymous from Douluo Palace. Great Elder, do you understand what this golden soul ring represents? Is it truly as speculated in the barrage, a million-year grade soul ring? Second Elder Jean Ao inquired. I am uncertain. However, the probability of it being a million-year grade soul ring is quite high. Qian Dao Lu shook his head, then shared his thoughts. In fact, he had previously asked the angel god about the matter of soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, yet the angel god did not respond. Over the years, through various research and observations, he vaguely discovered that information regarding soul beasts of 100,000 years and beyond seems to be a well-guarded secret. Since even the Great Elder believes that the golden soul rings possessed by Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video are million-year soul rings, it must be accurate. Jean Ao concluded, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Let's continue to observe. Based on my understanding of Poseidon, she will undoubtedly inquire further, and at that point, we shall ascertain whether these golden soul rings are indeed million-year soul rings. Qian Dao Lu dismissed the flattery of the others with a casual wave of his hand and turned his attention back to the comparison video. At this moment, not only Qian Dao Lu, but also the leaders of various factions in the 2 Douluo worlds, after intense discussions within their clans, redirected their focus to the comparison video. What age do these golden soul rings belong to? Poseidon questioned, feeling for the first time that the situation was slipping from her control, a sensation she had never experienced even in the presence of Qian Dao Lu or Tang San. A million-year soul ring. Shen Cangqiong boldly proclaimed. Did the sea god not educate you on the subject? Indeed, it is a million-year grade soul ring, Poseidon murmured. Although she had a general suspicion based on the pressure exerted by the soul rings, suspicion is merely conjecture and cannot be taken as truth. Poseidon, do you still intend to resist? If you truly feel aggrieved, I can allow you to strike first. Otherwise, once I make my move, I fear you will not even have the chance to retaliate. This was not mere arrogance. Given his current strength, even if Poseidon summoned the sea god, he would still lay down as if defeated. Haha, can we really resist Haishan Dao? Had you not concealed your true strength from the outset, perhaps our initial meeting would not have been so fraught with tension. Poseidon sighed, her voice tinged with frustration. It would be disingenuous to claim that Poseidon was unperturbed. After all, she was not foolish. Faced with an opponent she could not possibly overcome, Even if he disrespected the sea god, she would choose to feign ignorance, pretending not to hear. I have not concealed my true strength. Rather, I have reached a state of returning to simplicity. Shen Cangqiong had come to either recruit or obliterate Hai Shen Dao. How could he hide his true capabilities? Whether or not he concealed his strength was inconsequential. Speak plainly, what do you desire? As she spoke, Poseidon retracted her martial soul and soul rings, relinquishing her resistance. Quite simply, I have but one demand. Hai Shen Dao shall henceforth serve as a subordinate force to my Tianting. Of course, to prevent any treachery, I require that every member of Hai Shen Dao must face the sea goddess shadow and thoroughly humiliate him for 10 minutes. Shen Cangqiong declared. That is impossible. Poseidon's expression darkened ominously. Then it seems the only option left is to annihilate Hai Shen Dao. With that, Shen Cangqiong's true dragon martial soul soared into the sky above Hai Shen Dao, energy beginning to convert around him. As a deity, why must you trouble us mere mortals? Do you not fear that after annihilating our Hai Shen Dao, you will be unable to account for it before the divine realm? Feeling the aura of destruction emanating from the heavens, Bo Sai she could only invoke the divine realm, hoping to instill trepidation in the individual before her. You claim I am a deity? Shen Cangqiong regarded Bo Sai she with a knowing smile. Mortals could never possess soul rings of a million-year caliber. Although I am unsure how you conceal the aura of your divinity, the age of your soul rings has betrayed your true identity. Bo Sai she was confident that the person before her was undoubtedly a god. Otherwise, they could not possess such overwhelming strength that she felt utterly incapable of resistance. While Tang San was indeed stronger than her, their strengths were relatively comparable, with only a slight margin of difference. Observing Bo Sai si not demino. Shen Cangqiong could not help but burst into laughter. Senior, if you retreat now, I shall certainly refrain from reporting today's events to Lord Hai Shen. Bo Sai she was perplexed by Shen Cangqiong's laughter and had no interest in understanding it. She only wished to prevent the impending attack from the sky. It appears that your Hai Shen Dao has not interacted with the individuals from Douluo World in quite some time, to the extent that you mistake me for a deity. Enough. My patience is limited. I will count to 10, and if your answer remains a refusal, then the existence of Hai Shen Dao shall no longer be warranted. With that, Shen Cangqiong suppressed his smile and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Wait. If you desire our Hai Shen Dao to join your ranks, it is not impossible. However, I have a condition. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to utter 10, Bo Sai she stepped forward resolutely, gritting her teeth. What condition? Speak. If it is not excessive, I can acquiesce. A smile once again blossomed on Shen Cangqiong's face. Though I am the high priestess of Hai Shen Dao, the truly significant matters are all decided by the shadow of Lord Hai Shen. If you can defeat the shadow of Lord Hai Shen, I will lead the entirety of Hai Shen Dao to join your forces. This was Bo Sai she's final recourse. If even the shadow of Lord Hai Shen is no match for the person before her, then a change in allegiance would not be out of the question. Is it truly that simple? Very well. I accept, Shen Cangqiong proclaimed. He had anticipated that Bo Sai she would seize the opportunity to impose a vexing condition. Yet, this was all. Was it truly that simple? The shadow, though merely a wisp of divine will left by Lord Hai Shen on Douluo World, could wield battle prowess comparable to the true Lord Hai Shen. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree to her terms, Bo Sai she let out a considerable sigh of relief. What the outcome would be next depended entirely on the shadow of Lord Hai Shen. Lead the way. Shen Cangqiong thought Bo Sai she had been so clever that she had ultimately outsmarted herself. He had explicitly stated that all individuals of Hai Shen Dao must humiliate the Hai Shen shadow for 10 minutes. If Shen Cangqiong did not possess the means to capture the shadow alive, how could he have made such a demand? Follow me. With that, Bo Sai she wasted no time and led Shen Cangqiong directly toward the shadow of Hai Shen. In the first variant of the Douluo world, the high priestess of Hai Shen Dao, Bo Sai she, pondered, have you truly capitulated? I possess no knowledge of the outcome, as the matter has yet to unfold. I fail to comprehend why you so readily abandoned Lord Hai Shen when you previously clamored for the destruction of my Wuhuan temple. You cannot even defeat me. Why should I allow Hai Shen Dao to submit to your Wuhuan temple? Yet, I must assert that my Wuhuan temple is indeed stronger than your Hai Shen Dao. You are inferior to me. Can you not afford me a modicum of respect? You are weaker. Shen Cangqiong. Can you enlighten me on how exactly Hai Shen Dao has wronged you? If I were confronted by Shen Cangqiong in reality, I might speculate that it stemmed from our previous quarrels, leading to his disdain for Hai Shen Dao. However, In the comparison video, our Hai Shen Dao has never engaged in conflict with Shen Cangqiong, and yet he still seeks us out. This is patently unreasonable. Supporting Hai Shen is the gravest sin of your Hai Shen Dao. Why? You have never even encountered Lord Hai Shen, yet you harbor such animosity toward him. If I were to claim it was for the sake of the populace, that would seem somewhat disingenuous. You may consider it simply my disdain for Lord Hai Shen. Is there no room for reconciliation, given that he can achieve such heights in the future without the aid of a comparison video? I find it unimaginable what terrifying heights he might reach with its assistance. Therefore, if I can alleviate the conflict between Shen Cangqiong and Hai Shen, I would willingly pay a considerable price. In fact, as I spoke these words, I subtly cast my gaze toward the sea, which seated at the lower position, contemplating whether I should present her in Xiao to Shen Cangqiong. This matter is between me and Lord Hai Shen, as long as you sever ties with him. I shall not enact any harm upon you. You have seen that in the comparison video, I did not genuinely wish to annihilate all of you. Otherwise, I would not have repeatedly granted you opportunities. Sigh. It is evident that Shen Cangqiong is resolute in seeking trouble with Lord Hai Shen. This realization filled Bo Sai Shi and the members of Hai Shen Dao with a sense of helplessness, while simultaneously igniting other thoughts. After all, the world is bustling with interests. If Lord Hai Shen were to grow stronger, they would undoubtedly be willing to fight for him. If the conclusion of failure has long been predetermined, then aside from a few fanatics, the rest will naturally prioritize their own safety and that of their families, choosing to preserve their own well-being. Meanwhile, the video continues. If you wish to leave now, it is not too late. Before a statue of the sea god, Poseidon solemnly declared, "Hurry and summon him." It's merely a shadow of a minor sea god. Shen Cangqiong scoffed, "I do not regard him highly." Very well. Poseidon glanced at Shen Cangqiong with a complex expression and began his summoning ritual. In the number 2 variant Douluo World, an unnamed entity mused at last. Shall I behold the legendary deity? By the way, what rank is this sea god? In the number 1 variant Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy replied. I just inquired. That fellow sea god is a rank 1 deity. This implies he is not an insignificant figure in the divine realm. In the no. 1 variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Tianshui Academy pondered, I wonder if we could usurp the sea god's position. She was intrigued by Shen Cangqiong's assertion that possessing a divine position equates to obtaining a ticket to immortality. In the number 1 variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy interjected, even if we could seize it, it would still be a water attribute, which has little relevance to you as a fire attribute soul master. Xiao Wu retorted. Shen Cangqiong said that even fire attribute soul masters could inherit the sea god's position. Yao Zi questioned, is that truly the case? Shouldn't a soul master of a specific attribute inherit the corresponding divine position? Xiao Wu insisted, that is what Shen Cangqiong stated. Regardless, I believe it. Shui Yuer exclaimed, wow, is this really the sea god? But why is he adorned in metallic decorations? Aren't they heavy? At that moment, summoned by Poseidon, the shadow of the sea god awoke from slumber. Poseidon, who are these people? Why have you brought them to the core of my sea god island? The awakened shadow of the sea god spoke imperiously. Great sea god, Poseidon began, the situation is as follows. After bowing to the shadow of the sea god, he recounted the entire affair in detail. Such exceptional talent. What a pity. Upon hearing Poseidon's account, the sea god's shadow calmly regarded Shen Cangqiong and shook his head. He was not angered by Shen Cangqiong's disrespectful words. In his eyes, the individual before him was merely an insignificant ant, foolishly believing that a few million-year soul rings could rival a true deity. As the sea god's shadow regarded Shen Cangqiong with arrogance, the latter, far from being courteous, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the sea god's self-satisfied face. Huh, the half-divine sea whale king, Lan Di, from the no. 2 original Douluo World remarked, that slap was well-deserved. Indeed, echoed another, I have long wished to deliver such a blow to that hypocritical visage of the sea god. The high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, admonished, Lan Di, you have gone too far. Lan Di retorted, what will you do about it? Do you dare to trouble me on my own territory? Mark my words, apart from the sea god shadow, even all the others from Sea God Island combined would merely suffice to satiate me halfway. Despite the ire of the inhabitants of Sea God Island, they could not deny the truth in Lan Di's words. At this moment, I reckon the sea god's shadow is utterly bewildered, Shui Yuer remarked. Look at his foolish expression. It's a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Indeed, as Shui Yuer suggested, since becoming the sea god. He had encountered none but those who revered him. He had never faced someone like Shen Cangqiong, who approached him in silence and immediately delivered a slap. The sea god's shadow stared in confusion at Shen Cangqiong for over a minute, until another slap jolted him back to anger. You seek death. The sea god's shadow wasted no words and attacked directly, his demeanor shifting from calm to fierce. Foolish, Shen Cangqiong scoffed, dodging swiftly to the sea god's shadow's rear and delivering a kick that sent the shadow sprawling. I shall dismember you. The sea god, now in a most undignified position, was nearly driven to madness by witnessing his own subordinates. With another kick, Shen Cangqiong sent the rushing sea god's shadow flying several meters away, then stepped forward to place the shadow beneath his foot. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I possessed that yellow-brown disc-like object, I would have arranged for a far worse fate. With that, Shen Cangqiong produced a leather strap from his storage soul guide and began to strike the sea god's shadow. In an instant, the great hall echoed only with the sea god's shadow's cries of pain and curses. An unnamed observer from a number 1 variant Douluo World commented, "Is the deity truly this weak? It feels as though Shen Cangqiong is punishing the sea god as one would a disobedient child." Another from a no. 2 original Douluo World noted, "Clearly, this isn't about the sea god being weak. Rather, Shen Cangqiong is simply too formidable. Did you not see the high priest of Sea God Island, a peerless Douluo, lacking the courage to confront him? Alas, the sea god is indeed pitiable. Witnessing his current plight reminds me of the time I misbehaved as a child and received a scolding from my father. Perhaps in this light, as previously mentioned, the scene in the comparison video resembles Shen Cangqiong as a father teaching his unfortunate son, the sea god, a lesson. Haha, I can relate. I too was often treated to my father's stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat during my childhood." Another chimed in, "One could say that a childhood devoid of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat is an incomplete childhood." Amidst the banter of the viewers in the comment section, the sea god's shadow within the comparison video made a new move. "You insolent wretch, to dare humiliate me thus. So be it, let's perish together." The tumultuous sea roared with fury. At this moment, the ethereal figure of the sea god was utterly unconcerned about his own people on the sea god island. In fact, his true intention was to obliterate everything on the island. After all, the disgraceful state he found himself in must not be known to another soul. Otherwise, like the likes of Poseidon, even if they feigned respect, they would undoubtedly mock him in their hearts. "You are quite ruthless," remarked Shen Cangqiong, as he felt the colossal waves composed of water surging from all directions towards the sea god island, taking a moment to savor the situation. "Oh, sea god, why?" While Shen Cangqiong relied on his senses to grasp the external circumstances, Poseidon, as the high priest, was acutely aware of the tremendous power of the raging sea. She couldn't fathom why, armed with such energy, the sea god resorted to indiscriminate area attacks rather than utilizing powerful single-target strikes. "It is because all of you have witnessed what you should not have seen," the sea goddess figure declared, shedding pretense and revealing the truth. "Perhaps believing that everyone present would surely perish. Is that so? I understand now," Poseidon responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. She recognized that the higher one's status, the more one valued their reputation. This was human nature, and she could empathize with the sea god's actions. Chapter 147. Poseidon personally annihilates the sea god's ethereal form. "Hey, people of Sea God Island, did you witness this? This is the true face of the sea god. Are you surprised and astonished? Not just the sea god. All deities are like this. One pretends to be virtuous, yet behind the scenes, they are worse than refuse," said the fearsome beast, the black dragon king Detian. "I feel you are insulting refuse, Detian. Refuse still possesses some value for recycling, but those gods? Huh," remarked the dark gold terror bear, Hongjuan. After this incident, if the people of Sea God Island survive, they should transform from supporters of the sea god to his adversaries. Finally, there's an opportunity to challenge the gods, and any intelligent spirit beast cannot help but mock, muse the core disciple Ning Rongrong of Lamba Academy. That is certain. If the sea god is bent on their destruction, and they continue to support him, they would indeed be foolish, added another disciple by Cangqiong. It is no wonder Shen Cangqiong holds such disdain for the sea god. It turns out the true nature of the sea god is far more revolting than what Shen Cangqiong previously articulated, commented Douluo Wu from the Fire Dance Academy. "I wonder what choice the Poseidon in the comparison video will make," pondered Shui Yuer from the Watermoon Academy. Meanwhile, The comparison video continued. Do you have a method to save Sea God Island? Poseidon turned to Shen Cangqiong and inquired after a moment of silence. Of course, he replied. Very well. If you can save Sea God Island, Poseidon, promise to lead all the powerful beings on the island to join your faction. In truth, Poseidon understood the sea god's actions, but understanding did not equate to genuine loyalty. Her devotion to the sea god was far less than she outwardly portrayed. Otherwise, she would not have harbored murderous intent towards Tang San, who had inherited the sea god's divine position in the original narrative. An astute choice. A smile graced Shen Cangqiong's face upon receiving Poseidon's pledge. He then utilized the seventh soul skill of his true dragon martial soul, taking on the form of a true dragon to seize command over the ocean, dissipating the towering waves that threatened Sea God Island. The subsequent events unfolded effortlessly. The sea god's ethereal form, deprived of dominion over the ocean, saw a significant decline in battle prowess. Shen Cangqiong then confined its divine power, and ultimately, under the collective assault of everyone on Sea God Island, it was entirely obliterated from existence. Remarkable, Poseidon, I never would have guessed you were such a formidable character. Did you see the look in the sea god's eyes in that final moment before he was vanquished? He likely never imagined his downfall would come at the hands of you, the high priest of the sea god, remarked the deep-sea magic whale king, Londi. Indeed, both the green bamboo snake and the yellow wasp stinger are not venomous. But what was that last line again? Inquired another. I acted merely to ensure my own safety. Poseidon stated. You have Shen Cangqiong by your side, allowing you to rest easy. Worst case, you could join his faction as depicted in the comparison video. But what of my situation? She lamented. I do not know, came the response. I shouldn't have asked you, Poseidon sighed. That is indeed correct. You are two versions of the same person from different worlds. It is clear what the other is thinking, remarked Londi. Perhaps you could lead the people of Sea God Island away for now. The comparison video mentioned that the gods of the divine realm cannot descend to the mortal realm. As long as you evade the sea god's figure, there should be no immediate danger. It seems that is the only option, Poseidon conceded. Could you not persuade Shen Cangqiong to confront the sea god's figure? I feel utterly powerless in this situation. Poseidon from the second world felt truly vexed, having been unwittingly caught in a predicament. If this were to occur in your world, would you have any concern for me? None, came the straightforward reply. Then what else is there to discuss? The comparison video continued. 3 days later, Cangqiong, are you truly at ease leaving the original inhabitants of Sea God Island under Poseidon's leadership? Fire Dance inquired with a frown upon the ship's deck. Well, it cannot be said that they are entirely under her command. Xiao Bai and the sea which followed us as we departed, remarked Shen Cangqiong nonchalantly. They are but two individuals. Although both possess the formidable strength of tidal Douluo, they pale in comparison to the multitude on the original Sea God Island. Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Cangqiong and handed him the shelled sunflower seeds. It matters not, as long as I am sufficiently powerful. Poseidon will not dare to harbor ill intentions. With that, Shen Cangqiong tossed all the seeds into his mouth. I still feel uneasy. Poseidon can act against her former master, which illustrates her unreliability. Perhaps we could have Shui Jia or Dong Jia assist Poseidon in managing the newly established Dragon Palace. Xiao Wu suggested, harboring concerns about Poseidon's ruthless nature. Absolutely not. Allowing Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to manage various affairs is out of the question. Shen Cangqiong knew that despite their extensive management experience, they were not suited for this role. Chapter 148 concluded Shen Cangqiong's fourth comparative video. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. If I'm not mistaken, Bibi Dong is indeed the name of the Pope, correct? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. Could it be a case of homonymous individuals? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. What do you think? Who else besides the Pope would have the authority to monitor Poseidon? This unparalleled Doa. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. That is indeed a point. However, this news is rather explosive. Could it be that the Pope will withdraw from the Spirit Hall and join the power established by Shen Cangqiong? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. What if, in the future, not only the Pope chooses to join Shen Cangqiong's faction, but even the entire Spirit Hall falls under his control? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. Hiss. This does not seem impossible. Meanwhile, at the Infeng building, Shen Cangqiong. Your association with Shui Jia is entirely acceptable, as you both are well-matched. However, your entanglement with my teacher seems rather absurd. Hulaina expressed her dissatisfaction. None of this has come to pass yet. Furthermore, if Bibi Dong were to object, I cannot force her. Shen Cangqiong replied, somewhat speechless. You dare to pursue someone as aged as Bibi Dong? I truly admire your audacity. Shueqinghe, Qianrenxue, was now quite irate, simultaneously mocking Shen Cangqiong while inwardly cursing Bibidong's shamelessness. Age is irrelevant. The crux lies in Bibidong's beauty. It is said that one's worldview often aligns with their appearance. As long as someone is attractive, why concern oneself with trivial matters? Not to mention, even if Bibi Dong is considered young, Shen Cangqiong is equally intrigued by the older Poseidon. Were it not for the presence of others. Shueqinghe, Qianrenxue, would have relished the opportunity to reveal her true form, allowing Shen Cangqiong to discern who truly holds the title of the most beautiful in Douluo World. On the other side, at Sea God Island, the high priest spoke. Xiaobai has agreed to my previous plan. Should we proceed as originally intended? The seahorse Douluo spoke bitterly. Let us adhere to the original plan. Poseidon, after a moment of silence, responded to the cacophony outside. See which, would you care to visit Shen Cangqiong? After a considerable pause, having discussed Xiaobai's matters, Poseidon noticed the 7 individuals in the conference room frowning in silence, and thus took the initiative to inquire. I shall go and observe. If Shen Cangqiong proves to be amiable, I will remain there. Upon hearing Poseidon's inquiry, the sea, which glanced at her image beside Shen Cangqiong in the comparative video, hesitated briefly before solidifying her resolve. Very well. You shall take charge of Xiaobai's matter. The rest of us will withdraw from this island as swiftly as possible. With a nod, Poseidon issued her latest orders. At this moment, the comparative video continued. I see you have taken a liking to Poseidon, which explains your preferential treatment. Now that you have both water and fire, represented by Shueyu and me, I presume you desire an east and west as well. With Dongjie already in your grasp, you are merely one Poseidon short. Huo Wu, well acquainted with Shen Cangqiong, discerned his true intentions at a glance. You dare to disregard your husband's dignity? Just wait until tonight. Flustered by Huo Wu's words, Shen Cangqiong retorted fiercely. As if you never chastised me. Huo Wu's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. Tonight shall be double the punishment. No, make it triple. I will also have Rong assist me with her martial soul to enhance my speed. Shen Cangqiong continued with feigned ferocity. You are welcome to state your intentions outright. Huo Wu replied curtly. Enough with the pretense. Confess honestly. How do you intend to deal with Poseidon? Sensing something amiss in Shen Cangqiong's gaze, Huo Wu hastily inquired to prevent any rash actions during the day. Poseidon is a challenging individual. She harbors feelings for Tang San, making it difficult to alter her sentiments. Understanding Huo Wu's concerns, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and expressed his views. Wasn't Dong Jia also infatuated with you Xiaojiang at one point? Yet in the end, she was still won over by you. Huo Wu seemed somewhat unconvinced by this analogy. You do have a point. Shen Cangqiong nodded. By the way, I recall you mentioning that when Poseidon was still serving as the high priest under the sea god, she could not leave Sea God Island. However, now that she has joined our Tianting, she is free. Are you not concerned she might seek out Tang San on Douluo World? At this moment, Huo Wu recalled previous conversations with Shen Cangqiong, feeling a twinge of confusion. Fear not. I have already established restrictions in that location. Any individual who reaches the title Douluo level cannot enter. Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile. You know Tang San's whereabouts? Huo Wu exclaimed in surprise. The king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. As Shen Cangqiong concluded, the comparative video began to fade, the images gradually dimming. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. The king of slaughter is actually Tang San. Variant, one of the Douluo World City of Slaughter, anonym. Although it seems incredible, it is quite reasonable. After all, it is impossible for a peerless Douluo to hide in our city of slaughter without being discovered while we are all searching for him. However, if this peerless Douluo were to be replaced by the king of slaughter, a being we seldom encounter, everything would suddenly appear to be quite natural. Variant, one of the Douluo World Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. It is indeed a mistake. I never realized that the king of slaughter was Tang San. Variant, one of the Douluo World Peerless Douluo Poseidon, Tang San. Variant, one of the Douluo World City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. I am now the King of Slaughter. Not Tang San. I merely occupy Tang San's body. Chapter 149. Confronted from the start, Yinfeng Tower. Rong. I never expected that your 9-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, could be utilized in such a manner. Shueyu glanced at the flushed Huo Wu, then at the awkward Shen Cangqiong, finally casting an ambiguous look towards Ning Rong. I also did not anticipate such an application. Ning Rongrong was also sweating slightly. Whether it was the former 7-treasure glazed tile or the current 9-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong had used it to crack walnuts as a lighting source, and had invented many other uses, yet she had never considered that her martial soul possessed such an efficacy. Why do you speak so freely? Now, I'm going to suffer social death. Huo Wu, whose face was already red, complained to Shen Cangqiong upon hearing Shui Yu's gleeful tone. In comparison, Shen Cangqiong opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not say that this method was derived from other Douluo fanfiction in his original world. Shen Cangqiong, the Grand Priest is calling you. At that moment, while everyone except Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian was chuckling incessantly, Hulaina suddenly spoke. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. What does Grand Priest Douluo want? This served to temporarily alleviate Shen Cangqiong's predicament, and given that in the comparative video, Shen Cangqiong had dealt with both Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue, he was quite polite while speaking to Douluo. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Douluo. You can only choose one between Bibi Dong and my granddaughter Qianrenxue. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Saintess Qianrenxue. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Who would want to be with him? Shueqinghe, Qianrenxue, was livid. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Douluo. I am merely taking precautions. Shen Cangqiong, what is your answer? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. This is the one question I cannot answer nor agree to. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Douluo. Kid, you are being unreasonable. Do you know who Bibi Dong is? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Who she is does not matter. What is important is how she thinks. I can only say that I will never force anyone in such matters. However, as long as the other party is willing, no matter what obstacles lie ahead, I will stand before her, shielding her from all blades and rumors. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Douluo. Alas. Feeling frustrated, Douluo found himself unable to win an argument or a fight. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, you appeared too late. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Spirit Hall Saintess Qianrenxue. He is from another Douluo continent. Even if he had appeared earlier, you would not have encountered him. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. If you do not speak, no one will consider you a mute. With Bibi Dong's words, the fury of the two Qianrenxues surged to a boiling point as before. However, before they could once again join forces to confront Bibi Dong, the sound from the comparative video began to play. Now, beginning the character comparison of Tang San. Purple Pearl Island. What a pity. You are not good people. Otherwise, I could have taken you to that relic to try it out. Purple Pearl stood by the shore, watching the gradually receding boats, contemplating silently. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong, Sister Purple Pearl. Although I may be a bit mischievous, I cannot be considered a bad person, right? Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. I am not a bad person either. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Purple Pearl. I do not know. You would have to ask the other me from another world. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Purple Pearl Island Master Purple Pearl. I do not know either. But I can judge character accurately. Since that me in the comparative video has said so, the problem must lie with you all. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. What problem could we possibly have? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Purple Pearl Island Master Purple Pearl. That is something you must ask yourselves. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Qing. It must be because you are following Tang San. After all, everyone knows Tang San's character. If you associate with him, you will undoubtedly be led astray without realizing it. It is known that like attracts like, if two parties have completely different values, either one side must be willing to change their values to accommodate the other, or it is impossible for them to get along. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple by Qinxiang. Zhu Qing makes a valid point. Variant 2 of the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. Well, I have adjusted and restrained my temper merely to fit in with the academy. There should be nothing wrong with that, right? But if it is not for that reason, I truly cannot think of any other possibilities. Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong. I believe that is the reason. Do not forget that in Shrek, it is entirely dictated by Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. But everyone is now well aware of their true nature. And if you alter yourself based on their intentions, what good could you possibly learn? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Shrek Academy Ning Rong Rong. Wow, it does seem to be the case. No matter who tries to persuade me this time, I must leave Shrek. I do not want to become a detestable person like Tang San and use Xiaojiang in the future. Variant 1 the Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple by Shen Cangqiong. Why is it that the me from another world is also mixed up with Tang San and the others? Variant 2 of the original Douluo World Min Clan's Young Clan Leader by Shen Cangqiong. I do not know. But I can be certain that even without the emergence of the comparative video, I have never considered going to that so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, had it not been for the comparative video, I would not even know who Tang San was or where Shrek Academy was located. In the realm of Variant Daw by Shen Cangqiong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy, contemplated a possibility. Could it be due to the Li family? Among the 4 clans of single attribute, only the Li family remains concerned about Tang Hao. Chapter 150, The Test. The comparison video continues. Days later, Tang San and his companions, after enduring a series of challenges, finally ascended to Sea God Island. However, before they could take a few steps forward, a group of Sea God Island guards obstructed their path. We admire the illustrious reputation of Sea God Island and hope to join by passing the trial. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai stepped forward and declared loudly, "Are you Land Soul Masters?" Hearing this, the middle-aged leader of the guards frowned and inquired, "Is that so?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. Land Soul Masters naturally wouldn't perceive it, but we see Soul Masters can, the middle-aged man replied coolly. "Now, you should leave this place. Sea God Island does not welcome you." The tone of the middle-aged man was rather dismissive. "Isn't it possible to join Sea God Island through trials? Why do you reject us outright?" At that moment, Tang San joined Dai Mubai, furrowing his brow at the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat displeased. In a world of Variant Daw, an anonymous observer remarked that this world indeed revolved around strength. When Shen Cangqiong arrived at Sea God Island, he was warmly welcomed. Yet Tang San and his group were directly barred from entry. The observer continued, "You spoke too soon. Can't you see? The middle-aged man from Sea God Island is actually kind-hearted." Another voice chimed in, "Enough. If you're truly kind-hearted, why not use gentle words? Why resort to cold remarks? To be frank, such so-called good people are more detestable than outright villains." Well said. In my view, such individuals are not kind-hearted, but merely opportunistic. They become domineering when they sense weakness and submissive when confronted with strength. You all are truly overthinking it. He is merely a gatekeeper. What is there to discuss? Let us continue watching, for I wish to discover the benefits of this legendary trial of Sea God Island. The comparison video shifted, revealing Tang San and his companions being led before Man in Black. "I am one of the sacred pillars of Sea God Island, Sea Horse Douluo. It is not impossible for you to participate in the divine trial, but you must first pass my test," the man stated. "Do not think that Sea Horse Darren is targeting you. All Land Soul Masters wishing to join us must first undergo the trial of the sacred pillar Douluo." The middle-aged man explained, noticing the discomfort on Tang San's face. "Since this is the rule, please enlighten us, senior." After contemplating the regulations, Tang San stepped forward and cupped his fist towards Sea Horse Douluo, confidently proclaiming, "Very well. Follow me," Sea Horse Douluo replied, leading the way. "Senior, what is this?" Tang San asked as they reached the shore, sensing the multitude of sea soul beasts in the water. "My test is quite simple. If you can navigate through this sea of seas, you shall pass," Sea Horse Douluo clarified without further explanation. "All right," Tang San conceded after a moment's hesitation. This trial might seem insurmountable for others, but for the Shrek 7 monsters, it was not overly challenging. He was fully confident that they could all succeed. "As the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, I shall go first," Dai Mubai announced. "Very well," Tang San nodded, stepping aside to join the others in observing Dai Mubai as he commenced the trial. In the world of Variant Daw, Dai Mubai of Lamba Shrek remarked, "Zhu Qing, it seems that you ultimately forgave me in the future depicted in the comparison video. Otherwise, you would not worry for me as I attempt to traverse this so-called Sea of Seas." Zhu Qing of Lamba Academy responded, "That is another version of me, not the one in this world." Dai Mubai of the original Daw world added, "No matter which world you hail from, you eventually forgave us. Moreover, judging by our ages in the comparison video, it seems we triumphed in the final struggle for the throne." Davis, the crown prince of Xing Luo from the original Douluo world, retorted, "That is impossible." Zhu Zhuyan from the Xing Luo Royal Academy countered, "A defeat is a defeat. What's so impossible about it?" Based on the ages of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing in the comparison video, if they lost, their best outcome would be house arrest. So how could they qualify to go to Sea God Island? Davis, the crown prince of Xingluo, agreed. The Zhu Yun from another world is right. This is not the time for speculation. Zhu Zhuyan added, Zhu Qing, I underestimated you in the past. You passed through this sea of C's test with such ease. Oscar from Lamba Shrek remarked, is it my turn next? But why am I so close to Ning Rongrong? Did I really end up with her, as per the original story? Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy, scoffed, do you think that is possible? Oscar from Shrek Academy responded, why not? If we were not a couple, would we be this close? Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy explained, in our 7-treasure glazed tile school, there is a rule that core members cannot associate with non-combat soul masters. Just based on this rule alone, you're automatically excluded. I mentioned this before. Have you forgotten? Oscar from Shrek Academy retorted. Then how do you explain this scene in the comparison video? If we were not together, would you let me carry you? At this point, the two Oscars from different worlds began to feel a rekindling of hope. Chapter 151, Tang San. You have truly disappointed me. Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy stated, of course not. If I had to explain, it would be quite simple. The first possibility is that our 7-treasure glazed tile school was annihilated, leaving me as the sole survivor. In such circumstances, with the family vanished, the family rules naturally cease to exist. The second possibility is that within our Qibao Liuli zone, including my father and the 2 grandfathers of Jiangu, everyone has turned into sand sculptures. This would explain why they collectively disregard the family rules, risking the disintegration of the clan to consent to my marriage with a food-type soul master. After all, if the sect leader, the young sect leader, and the elders all lead the way in violating the sect's regulations, the followers will undoubtedly emulate their actions, completely disregarding the sect's rules. At that time, without external pressures, our Qibao Liuli zone would inevitably head towards destruction from within. The third possibility is that, in comparison to the Ning Rongrong in the video, who also possesses the 9-treasure glazed pagoda martial soul, she is not me. Rather, she is a puppet with the same martial soul, appearance, and even memories as mine. Otherwise, I would not only feel completely indifferent towards you, even if I did have feelings for you. I could never selfishly allow my family to face potential ruin just to be with you. As the young sect leader of Qibao Liuli zone, I can be playful and mischievous, but in matters of great importance, I shall not be swayed by personal affections, as it is my responsibility as the young sect leader. This is something that ordinary individuals like you or those selfish family decision-makers will never comprehend. In the second original Douluo World Shrek Academy S. Oscar, I understand. Who says I don't? You have said so much and taken so many detours, just to tell me not to aspire to something beyond my reach. In the first variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong, you have summarized it quite aptly. In the first variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Shrek S. Oscar. Haha. In the first variant Douluo World, Qibao, Lili Zong S. Sect Master Ning Fengji. It seems Rongrong has grown up. In the second original Douluo World, Qibao, Liuli Zong S. Sect Master Ning Fengji. Indeed. I used to worry about her future because of her little witch temperament. It turns out her little witch is so sensible now. I can truly rest easy. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Ning Rongrong. Humph. I have always been sensible. Okay? It's clearly your bias against me. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong. Exactly. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Shrek S. Ma Hongjun. Finally it's my turn. Wait. Oh my. Could it be that I'm a pair with Xiang too? In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core Disciple by Cangqiong. Borrowing Rongrong's words, you, Ma Fatty, can go away. In the second original Douluo World, the Min Family S. Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. You must be mistaken regarding the comparison video. How could I possibly be with this Ma Hongjun? Comparison video. The specific reasons will be revealed later. In the second original Douluo World, the Min Family S. Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. Alright. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Ma Hongjun. Xiang. Although we have yet to meet in this world, since we appear together in the comparison video, it at least indicates that we are fated to be together, right? Shall we give it a try? In the second original Douluo World, the Min Family S. Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. Didn't I just tell you to go away? What fate are you talking about? Don't I know myself? From the gaze of the one in the comparison video, it's clear she is not willingly with you. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Ma Hongjun. Is that so? I didn't notice. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong. Another world, S. Ma Fatty. Just stop pretending. I refuse to believe that someone as playful as you would notice that the Cangqiong in the comparison video has no feelings for you whatsoever. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Shrek S. Mahongjun, Sai. Rong, let us not speak of it. We're still good friends. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. Everyone stop the nonsense. Look at me. Why does the one in the comparison video appear so foolish? As if she has become nothing but a shell. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Zhu Qing. Could it be because you have already made a sacrifice? In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. No. If I had sacrificed, there should be nothing left. In the first variant Douluo World, Tinshui Academy S. Shui Yuer. You've never sacrificed before. How do you know that there would be nothing left after sacrifice? In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Ning Rong. Yes. Didn't Yin also sacrifice? She is now transformed back into a blue silvergrass. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. According to what you said, Rong, I should have turned into a little rabbit. Yet the one in the comparison video is clearly still human. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Xiao Wu. Why are we discussing so much? Why not directly ask the comparison video? Comparison video. Why have I become like this? Comparison video. After you sacrificed for Tang San, due to certain reasons, you did not completely dissipate, but rather transformed back into a rabbit. Then, Tang San utilized some methods to restore you to human form. However, your soul still resides within Tang San's spirit ring. Therefore, the you in the video is merely an animated shell. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Shrek as Tang San. Xiao Wu, did you hear that? No matter what happens, I will never give up on you. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Tang San. Yes, Xiao Wu. I admit I failed to protect you, but I will do everything in my power to save you. In the first variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy S. Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. But my unfortunate sacrifice was precisely a result of your actions. Even if you truly managed to save me in the end, that would still be a debt owed to me. Yet why does it seem like you want me to be grateful to you? In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Xiao Wu, Tang San. You have truly disappointed me. In the second original Douluo World, Shrek Academy S. Tang San. No, Xiao Wu. That was not my intention. Chapter 152. The levels of the divine examination as the members of Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in both worlds gaze at their own selves in the comparison video. Continually astonished and commenting, the 8 individuals in the comparison video had already, through their respective means, safely passed the maritime trial set by the Seahorse Douluo. Your performance has truly astonished me. No, to be precise, it should be, I am deeply impressed. With an unusual gaze directed at the 8 individuals before him, the Seahorse Douluo exclaimed in admiration. Senior Seahorse, may I ask, do we now possess the qualification to participate in the divine examination? With a calm expression on his face, Tang San showed no signs of discomfort. Since you have passed my trial, you have naturally obtained the qualification to participate in the divine examination. However, for you land soul masters, participating in the divine examination of our sea god island is exceedingly perilous. There is no concept of failure. Only success or demise exists. I now offer you one final opportunity, hoping you will contemplate this carefully. Will you brave the mortal danger of the divine examination? Or will you retreat to where you came from? The Seahorse Douluo articulated. There is no need for consideration. We made our decision before arriving at Sea God Island. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged resolute glances and stepped forward in unison. Very well, let us commence. As he spoke, the Seahorse Douluo summoned a streak of blue light from the sacred pillar and pointed towards Dai Mubai. Seahorse Elder, what is happening? Tang San inquired, perplexed. This is to determine the level of the divine examination he will face. The divine examination on Sea God Island is categorized into grades, from lowest to highest. They are white grade, yellow grade, purple grade, black grade, and finally the red grade, which represents the pinnacle of tests, the Seahorse Douluo elucidated. I see. Tang San nodded, then refocused his gaze on Dai Mubai, who was enveloped by the blue light. At that moment, the blue light surrounding Dai Mubai transformed from its original hue to white, then swiftly shifted from white to yellow, followed by yellow to purple, ultimately settling on black. It is indeed the black grade 6 examination. It surpasses my own experience by 2 additional trials. See God, is this individual before us truly a sinner? The Seahorse Douluo murmured, gazing at the receding black light with a complex expression. Seahorse Elder, why do you label Dai Mubai as a sinner? Ma Hongjun could not contain his curiosity. Alas, I have already mentioned the 5 levels of the divine examination on Sea God Island. The white and yellow grades each consist of a single trial. If one passes, it is deemed a success. Upon reaching the purple grade, distinctions begin to emerge. For instance, the purple grade can feature up to 3 trials, meaning one must complete 3 challenges to be considered successful. When it comes to the black grade, there are at least 4 trials and at most 6. The black grade 6 examination is the most challenging among them. I can inform you that in nearly a century, the black grade examination has only occurred 31 times, with 24 resulting in failure. The remaining 7 successful candidates are the current guardians of the 7 sacred pillars on Sea God Island. Yet, even among them, only the mightiest sea dragon Douluo has endured the black grade 6 examination. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that you are all land soul masters, which means that the original time limit for each trial, set at 10 years for sea soul masters, is reduced to a mere year for land soul masters. Thus, I deem him a sinner. Otherwise, how could the benevolent sea god impose the black grade 6 examination, an endeavor nearly certain to lead to death? The seahorse Douluo provided a thorough explanation. In the midst of the discussion, a voice from the variant Douluo World commented, "Haha, let me share a joke. The sea god is quite benevolent. Haha, that truly cracks me up." Another voice from the original Douluo World asked the seahorse Douluo, "Can you share your current feelings?" The first variant Douluo responded, "You're being too cruel. How could you expect the seahorse Douluo to answer that?" The sea dragon Douluo expressed his doubt regarding Tang San's comparison of characters. The seahorse did not explicitly state that the level of the divine examination entirely depends on the innate talent of the individual undergoing it. Given Dai Mubai's talent, he should not have qualified for the black grade 6 examination. If that were the case, the Douluo continent would be flooded with countless extraordinary talents surpassing the black grade 6 examination. A core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Dai Mubai in the comparison video must have consumed celestial herbs, significantly enhancing his innate talent." After all, did the comparison video not mention that Tang San raided the poisoned Douluo's herb garden? The matter of celestial herbs was not something Shen Cangqiong required Ning Rongrong to keep confidential, hence she spoke without reservation. Another core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy concurred, "I support Rongrong's assertion. My swift-tail swallow martial spirit transformed into the current Emperor Luan martial spirit only after consuming celestial herbs." The sea dragon Douluo remarked, "If that is the case, it becomes reasonable." A voice from the original Douluo World noted, "It appears that in this regard, Tang San has acted commendably. At least he shared the celestial herbs with his companions." The first variant Douluo chuckled, expressing naivety. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. "Seahorse Elder, is it my turn now?" At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having regained her focus from the seahorse Douluo's discourse, stepped forward to inquire, "After all I have said, will you not reconsider?" The seahorse Douluo frowned slightly. "We came here to undergo trials. If the challenges are too simple, wouldn't our journey be in vain? Moreover, we have already created numerous miracles. I believe we can achieve yet another one this time." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and replied calmly, "Very well. You indeed possess remarkable determination. Few can match your courage." Upon finishing his words, the seahorse Douluo, with a look of approval, pointed towards Zhu Zhuqing as well. In the variant Douluo World, a core disciple from Blue Tyrant Academy remarked, "Wow, Zhuqing, the version of you in the comparison video appears so composed and confident. By the way, I think this is the first time I have seen you exude such calm confidence." Another core disciple from Tianshui Academy added, "Indeed, I wonder what events transpired in the future to transform this icy beauty so drastically. Could it be due to her victory over her sister and brother-in-law in the fateful battle?" Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo World expressed, "It feels quite strange. Perhaps the version of me in the comparison video truly experienced something earth-shattering in the future, compelling a transformation. Otherwise, I could never have become like the one depicted in the comparison video. It is also possible, as Rongrong jested, that the Zhu Zhuqing who resembles me in the comparison video is merely a puppet." A disciple from a Plan Academy speculated, "It might be due to love. After all, love can change everything and encompass all." Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo World replied, "I have no feelings for Dai Mubai. If not for being born into the Zhu family and bearing the fate of internal conflict, I would have never intersected with him at all." A disciple from the original Douluo World added, "This is precisely what I wanted to convey. In the variant Douluo World at the Qihua Academy, Wu pondered the perplexing situation. Both Zhu Zhuqing had asserted that she would never resemble the figure portrayed in the comparison video, and Rong echoed that the person in the video was not truly her. A sudden chill coursed through her. In the variant Douluo World, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna speculated but remained uncertain. The original Douluo World's Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, believed it was highly likely. The original Douluo World's core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, inquired about the implications. Had her jesting words become reality? Was someone truly plotting against her? Gu Yuna urged them to continue watching. If one among the 8 in the comparison video had indeed attained divine examination, the answer would soon reveal itself. Meanwhile, as the 2 versions of Ning Rongrong felt a growing unease from Gu Yuna's words, the level of Zhu Zhuqing's divine examination was confirmed. Black level 5 examination. Haima Doll was taken aback. Haima, it is my turn now, Oscar reminded. Oh, very well. Haima instinctively responded, shifting his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing. It is also black level 6 examination. Haima had initially assumed that Oscar, being a food-type soul master, would face a lower divine examination than the previous 2. Yet he was completely astonished by the outcome. Exceeding 6 examinations. Before Haima could act, Ning Rongrong approached him, murmuring incantations. It is indeed top level 7 examination. After a moment, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's divine examination level, Haima gasped, his exclamation echoing through the air. Miss, may I inquire your full name? After a long pause, Haima Doa slightly bowed and saluted Ning Rongrong. I am Ning Rongrong. What do you mean by this, senior? Haima Doa's sudden shift left Ning Rongrong bewildered, as did the other 7 present. Miss Ning Rongrong, it is an honor to be your examiner. Should you require anything on the island in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. Haima spoke with utmost respect. Senior Haima, I was merely 1 examination behind Rongrong. Is the difference truly that vast? Oscar blinked and could not help but inquire. Top-level examinations differ from black-level examinations. Since their inception, there has never been a record of failure in top-level examinations. The last occurrence of a top-level examination on Sea God Island was that of our Grand Priest. If Miss Ning Rongrong passes the top-level examination, she will be the Grand Priestess' successor, the future steward of Sea God Island. While explaining Oscar's question, Haima's gaze remained fixated on Ning Rongrong. Is the top-level 7 examination truly easier than the black-level 6 examination? Tang San queried. Certainly not. The overall difficulty of top-level 7 examination surpasses that of black-level 6 by several tiers. However, each top-level examination symbolizes the emergence of a new Grand Priest. Thus, regardless of the challenges, success is assured. Haima Douluo shook his head. Now I understand. Senior Haima, let us proceed. Xiang, it is your turn. Tang San nodded and signaled to Bai Chenxiang beside him. Very well. Without hesitation, Bai Chenxiang stepped forward to stand before Haima. Yellow level 1 examination? Just as Haima prepared for another black level examination, Bai Chenxiang's divine examination level nearly took his breath away. In a variant Douluo World, Bai Chenxiang lamented, is my talent truly so lacking? Shen Cangqiong, am I unworthy of joining the inner academy of the Blue Tyrant Academy? Did you pull strings for me? Shen Cangqiong responded. At the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner academy, we never judge individuals based on their talents, but rather their character. Even someone without a martial soul, provided their character is sound, can train for a decade in my inner academy and still triumph over demigods. Moreover, you must have been targeted by that scoundrel of a sea god. I have seen your original talent, which, while slightly inferior to Rongrong's, could not possibly be merely yellow level 1 examination. Given Rongrong's current talent at top level 7, you should have been around purple level 3 before consuming the celestial herb. In the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong remarked, Xiang, I believe your yellow level 1 examination is a result of the sea god's deliberate targeting, and Tang San's failure to provide you with the celestial herb might also be a contributing factor. It can only be said that, in this matter, Tang San has been rather unkind, even refusing to grant his own cousin a single celestial herb. Chapter 154, Gu Yuna's terrifying inference in the variant Douluo World, Tai Long stated, you should be content. I believe Tang San has been quite benevolent regarding Xiang. Although he did not provide her with the celestial herb, at least he brought her to Sea God Island for the divine examination. Look at me. I do not even have the qualification to be taken to Sea God Island for the divine examination. I wonder if Tang San truly considers our Li Ji family worthy of notice. As he spoke, Tai Long seemed to imply that his grandfather should entirely abandon any intention of mingling with Tang San's family. In the original Douluo World, Tang San suggested, "Is it possible that the figure in the comparison video does not recognize you at all?" In the variant Douluo World, Tai Long retorted, "Do not be absurd. If you know Shen Cangqiong, how could you possibly not know me, the sole direct descendant of the Li Ji family? Let's not forget, any significant decision made by our single attribute 4 clans is discussed collectively, especially concerning matters of family survival, such as re-establishing ties with your Haoyan Tang family. We proceed with utmost caution. It can be said that if any member of our single attribute 4 clans is by your side, it signifies that we are all aligned with you." In the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong warned, "Tai Long, be cautious. For Tang San may utter a phrase that seals your fate." In the variant Douluo World, Tai Long chuckled, "Indeed, it seems I must be more discreet in Tang San's presence." As the group conversed and laughed, Bai Cangqiong, having regained her composure, suddenly flushed and executed an action that left everyone, both within and outside the comparison video, utterly astounded. The scene unfolded with Bai Cangqiong, after a moment of hesitation, seemingly resolved, her face displaying an expression of unwavering determination. Like a whirlwind, she leaped into Ma Hongjuan's embrace, initiating an unexpected wall slam. Ma Hongjun from the second original Douluo World of Shrek Academy exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why has Cangqiong suddenly wall slammed me?" Bai Cangqiong, the young clan leader of the Min tribe from the second original Douluo World, retorted, "Don't call me Cangqiong." To use Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's words, "The person in that comparison video is not truly me." Bai Cangqiong, the core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy in the first variant Douluo World, interjected, "Neither is it me." Ma Hongjun from the first variant Douluo World, now part of the Blue Tyrant Shrek, responded, "What is going on here? Are you all playing games with me?" The same excuse is being recycled. First Rongrong, then Zhuqing, and now you, Cangqiong. Is Xiao Wu going to use it next? Xiao Wu, core disciple from the first variant Douluo World at Blue Tyrant Academy, mused, "It depends on the circumstances. If the need arises, I might use it too." Guyana, the Silver Dragon King from the first variant Douluo World, suddenly chimed in, "This may not be their excuse after all." Ma Hongjun, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Guyana explained, "It is evident that this human girl, named Bai Cangqiong, wall-slammed you as part of a divine trial. However, the actual divine trial would never include such a task." Guyana continued, "I was right. I suspected there was something amiss. The Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in that video have either had their original consciousness erased or their thoughts completely rewritten by those deities. In fact, the moment Bai Cangqiong chose to wall slam you, she was beginning to fall under the sea god's control. I can assure you, by the end of that video, Bai Cangqiong will wholeheartedly accept you." Bai Cangqiong reacted, "What?" Ma Hongjun, "I can introduce my cousin to you, but keep your distance from me." Ma Hongjun replied with a grin, "Really? You would introduce your cousin to me?" He understood that a relationship with Bai Cangqiong was impossible, yet he would not refuse the prospect of gaining a wife through this video scene. Bai Cangqiong affirmed, "Indeed." Ma Hongjun from the second original Douluo World added, "I want in on that." Bai Cangqiong insisted, "As long as you don't have ulterior motives, I can let my cousin who wishes to be with you approach you." She was not deceiving her cousin. Despite Ma Hongjun's appearance, his talent was noteworthy. In a world where strength reigned supreme, many would be willing to marry a promising soul master like him. Ma Hongjun from the second original Douluo World concluded deal. Ning Fengji from the first variant Douluo World questioned, "Miss Gu Yuna, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims?" Ning Fengji, anxious, added, "Isn't it your own daughter who said that the one in the comparison video is not the real her? Why are you now asking me for proof?" Gu Yuna replied, "Even if I provide evidence, what would it matter? Just look at the comparison video. Those lofty deities can manipulate you mortals with just a thought, without even lifting a finger. You are powerless, but to be toyed with in their hands. Oh, by the way, the angel lineage of the Spirit Hall should be cautious. Didn't the comparison video indicate that the Spirit Hall was ultimately destroyed? I suspect that it was not Tang Chun who did it, but rather the sea god using Tang San and his companions." Gu Yuna, familiar with the sordid affairs of the divine realm, recognized the sea god's intentions upon witnessing Bai Cangqiong's divine trial content. To vex the divine realm, she was more than willing to give those deities a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 155, a request from another Douluo World, Qian Daolu. The high priest of the spirit hall from the second, original Douluo World. Acknowledge, I understand. He was no fool. Upon realizing the simplicity of the sea god's divine trial, he immediately sensed a conspiracy. After all, he had participated in the divine trial himself and was well aware of its challenges. If the trial were truly this easy, why would each task require 10 years to complete? Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the first variant Douluo World, implored Tang San. I have entrusted my daughter to you. You must ensure her safety. Despite Gu Yuna's harsh words, Ning Fengji could not refute them. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, even if united, would stand no chance against a level 99 peerless Douluo, let alone the true gods. Reluctantly, Ning Fengji sought the assistance of Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong from the first variant Douluo World reassured him, do not worry. While I cannot claim to take on a god king, I possess some minor capabilities. In reality, Shen Cangqiong, familiar with the storyline, knew much more than Gu Yuna. She confirmed the sea god's conspiracy only upon witnessing by Cangqiong's divine trial task. While Shen Cangqiong had identified the discrepancies even before arriving in this world, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had indeed been covertly modified in their thoughts and ideologies. But it was not the sea god's doing, it was orchestrated by the god of slaughter. The intricacies of this situation ran far deeper than Gu Yuna could have imagined. Ning Rongrong, core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy in the first variant Douluo World, inquired, Senior Cangqiong, are Xiao Wu, Cangqiong, and I all fine? Shen Cangqiong assured her, I have resolved the issues. It was merely a fragment of divine thought, easily dispelled by the power I cultivated through my unnamed true method. Ning Rongrong questioned, then why didn't you inform us? Shen Cangqiong replied, it was not a significant matter. There was no need to burden you. Besides, even if I told you, would you have believed me? Like Gu Yuna, Shen Cangqiong sought to subtly instill disdain for the divine realm among the inhabitants of both worlds, relishing the opportunity to share more in the comment section. Ning Rongrong responded, that cannot be true. I believe everything you say, Senior Cangqiong. However, Senior Cangqiong, from now on, you must keep a close watch over me. I cannot afford to be caught off guard and fall victim to sinister schemes again. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong assured, that will not happen. You have cultivated the original true solution. Those dark hands can no longer reach you. In the original Douluo World, Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy inquired, what about me? As she observed Shen Cangqiong and another version of herself engaged in earnest conversation, a wave of intense unease surged within her. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the original Douluo World, implored, young Master Shen, please rescue my daughter. Shen Cangqiong replied, we are not in the same world. That may present some difficulties. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy, interjected, Senior Cangqiong, do you not possess fragments of the cross-border talisman? Once you collect 100 pieces, you could assemble a complete talisman and traverse over. Currently, I only have 30 fragments. Shen Cangqiong lamented, I do not know when I will acquire the remaining 70. In truth, he possessed 50 fragments, but the other 20 came from his golden finger before it vanished, the origin of which he could not reveal. At that moment, Shui Binger from the Blue Tyrant Academy offered, I have a fragment of the cross-border talisman. It was a reward from a previous encounter with a lowly contender. That still leaves 69 pieces, Shen Cangqiong noted. Ning Fengji reassured him, I will find a way for the rest. The 7-treasure glazed tile school may lack many things, but we are not short on gold soul coins. I refuse to believe that 1 million gold soul coins would not secure a cross-border talisman fragment, which holds no value for ordinary people. Ning Fengji was not foolish. There was no direct connection between the 7-treasure glazed tile school in his world and Shen Cangqiong. The mere willingness of the latter to assist was momentous news, and it was inconceivable to expect that the responsibility of gathering cross-border talisman fragments would fall solely upon Shen Cangqiong. I will also be purchasing fragments, Ning Fengji declared, offering the same price of 1 million gold soul coins per piece. After all, that was his daughter from another world. He would not decline any opportunity to help. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands, Shen Cangqiong said, maintaining a composed demeanor, though internally he reveled at the thought of having 2 Ning Rongrongs by his side. Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy spoke up, young Master Shen, if it is convenient, could you assist me as well? Though it was uncharacteristic for her to solicit help from a complete stranger, Zhu Zhuqing found herself compelled to breach her own principles in light of her potential loss of self. Of course, Shen Cangqiong assured her, and if you, Xiang, are concerned about future threats, do not hesitate to voice your fears. The joy of companionship can only be doubled. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure and Bai Chenxiang's unique twin tails filled him with delight. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing responded. Bai Chenxiang, the young leader of the Min family, remarked, I will await your return at the Min family. Xiao Wu, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy, questioned Shen Cangqiong. What about me and my counterpart from another world? You do not even mention us? You chose this path willingly. Unlike those three, they did not have a choice. Shen Cangqiong replied, Who said I was willing? I have always viewed Tang San as an older brother. There were no other feelings involved, Xiao Wu protested. What about the other Xiao Wu? Is she of the same mindset? Shen Cangqiong pondered, perplexed. As they conversed, Bai Chenxiang in the video completed the task of wall-slamming Ma Hongjun for a duration of 1 incense stick. Is it truly that simple to elevate one's soul power level? One unidentified individual from the variant Douluo World questioned. Indeed, completing a yellow level assessment grants an increase of 1 level. What would occur upon finishing the 6 tasks of the black level assessment? Would one not ascend dozens of levels? Has anyone organized a team to participate in the Sea God Island's divine assessment? We do not seek black level trials, but even a purple level assessment could elevate us by 2 or 3 levels, far surpassing our arduous training, another individual suggested. Do not hold on to such hopes. We are preparing to depart from Sea God Island in batches. Even if you locate it, it'll be of no use, came the response. How unfortunate, another lamented. Infeng Lu, Little Fox, have you participated in the divine assessments of the Spirit Halls, Angel God? Shen Cangqiong inquired. No, in fact, I was unaware of what a divine assessment was until the comparison video appeared, Hulaina replied, shaking her head. The depths of this matter were indeed profound. Shen Cangqiong nodded, pondering the implications. He dismissed the notion that the Shura God acted before the Sea God. Given the Sea God's public invitation for all to partake in the divine assessment, it suggested that even the Shura God was merely a pawn in the Sea God's grand scheme. This revelation clarified why the Shura God, despite being a divine lord, consented to allow Tang San to inherit both his and the Sea God's divine position. Perhaps at that time, the Shura God had already been ensnared by the Sea God's deception, unable to discern reality. After all, it could be argued that the Sea God ascended not through strength, but through the manipulation of Sea Soul Masters and Sea Soul Beasts. Given his talent for deception, it would be effortless for him to mislead an arrogant Shura God. Regrettably, the inhabitants of Sea God Island had already departed. Otherwise, it would have been splendid for everyone to team up and undergo a divine assessment together, likely returning to the Douluo continent as Soul Kings. At that moment, Shui Yuer expressed her aspirations. Do not delve into such divine assessments. Do you believe those gods are so generous? Once you accept the divine assessment, you inherently become a subordinate of that deity, thereby granting them the authority to act upon you as they please. Even if other so-called benevolent deities wish to intervene, they will lack justifiable grounds to do so. Shen Cangqiong responded, Surely, seeking a benevolent deity to participate in their divine assessment should pose no issue. Despite the simplicity and expedience of elevating one's soul power level, Shui Yuer was resolute in her desire not to forfeit such an opportunity. To seek out those truly benevolent deities is essential. Shen Cangqiong cast a sidelong glance at Shui Yuer. In Shen Cangqiong's understanding, there is not a single god in the entire divine realm who could be deemed genuinely kind-hearted. In fact, it stands to reason that a true good person could never ascend to the status of a deity. This mirrors the reality within any powerful faction, where those who reach the position of authority are invariably either hypocritical gentlemen or genuine scoundrels. Meanwhile, the comparative video continued. Alas, I find myself at the 6th level black rank. After putting on a performance in front of the crowd, upon receiving the results of the divine examination, Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disheartened. Rong, please keep an eye on Xiao Wu. At that moment, Tang San disregarded Ma Hongjun and, after entrusting Xiao Wu to the nearby Ning Rong, slowly approached the Seahorse Douluo and stated, Senior, let us begin. Very well, replied the Seahorse Douluo, whose interest was piqued by Tang San among the 8 contestants. Without wasting a moment, he pointed directly at Tang San. Strangely this time, the blue light that enveloped Tang San's body did not swiftly change color as it had for the others. It remained blue. Yet the brilliance of the light grew ever more dazzling. As the spectators watched in confusion, the radiant blue light suddenly split into 2, with one beam continuing to envelop Tang San while the other shrouded the nearby Xiao Wu. Shortly thereafter, the blue light around Xiao Wu flickered, And to the astonishment of Tang, San, and the others, Xiao Wu was transported to his side. Simultaneously, the blue light surrounding both Xiao Wu and Tang San began to change color at an unprecedented speed. Within mere seconds, a red mark representing the highest level of the 7th examination appeared on their foreheads. However, before Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the denizens of Sea God Island, could react, the red mark on Tang San's forehead burst forth with brilliant light, transforming from its original crimson hue to a resplendent gold. In that instant, the entirety of Sea God Island and its surrounding area was bathed in a unique golden radiance. Even Dai Mubai and the others who stood closest to Tang San found themselves entering a state of epiphany due to the golden light. In a world of variant Douluo, Silver Dragon King Guyuna remarked, "Ah, the Sea God's 9th examination. If I previously had 100% certainty, now I possess 1,000% assurance." In the original Douluo world, Silver Dragon King Guyuna stated, "The divine realm cannot interfere with the mortal world. This sea god has clearly breached the rules. I find it utterly inconceivable that Shura would be unaware of such matters." In the world of variant Douluo, Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di noted, "The sea god's ability to bestow the sea god's 9th examination upon someone like Tang San indicates that the future Shen Cangqiong's annihilation of Sea God Island is indeed a boon for our Douluo continent." In the original Douluo world, Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di added, "The sea god's act of transferring divine status to Tang San indirectly reveals the true nature of this entity. It is laughable that all sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts, aside from my Deep Sea Demon Whale clan, regard this sea god, who is clearly a hypocrite, as a benevolent figure." In a world of variant Douluo, Plant Academy's Yao Zi interjected, "How absurd. A hammer soul and a plant soul can inherit a divine status that is evidently water-based? I am truly astounded." In the world of variant Douluo, Fire Dance from the Blaze Academy retorted, "You should have been amazed long ago. Shen Cangqiong has long asserted that inheriting a divine status does not necessitate a match between the attributes of the deity and the inheritor." Chapter 157, Meng Iran. In the world of variant Douluo, Plant Academy's Yao Zi exclaimed, "This is nothing short of nonsense. Clearly, the sea god has opened a backdoor for Tang San. If he truly inherits the divine status, then what is he? Sea god, hammer god, or plant god? The people of Sea God Island are indeed both wicked and foolish." In the world of variant Douluo, an anonymous voice from Sea God Island questioned, "What do you mean? Did our ordinary spirit masters provoke you?" In the world of variant Douluo, Tinshui Academy's Shui Yue remarked, "Is Yaozi not correct? I believe she has shown restraint. Your sea god is utterly shameless. And how could you, as subordinates, possibly be virtuous? Everyone should be cautious when interacting with the people of Sea God Island. Do not be deceived by them. After all, an unprincipled leader breeds unprincipled followers. It is always prudent to maintain vigilance when dealing with the denizens of Sea God Island." In the world of variant Douluo, an anonymous voice from Sea God Island responded. In the world of variant Douluo, Ning Rongrong from Blue Tyrant Inner Academy concurred, "Your is right. Perhaps you people from Sea God Island are unaware. It is truly delightful to teach your future sea god, Tang San, a lesson." In the world of variant Douluo, Talon from Blue Tyrant Academy suggested, "Why don't we record our next lesson for Tang San and send it to the people of Sea God Island?" In the world of variant Douluo, Ning Rongrong from Blue Tyrant Inner Academy replied, "That sounds like a splendid idea." In the world of variant Douluo, an anonymous voice from Sea God Island fell silent as the individuals from Sea God Island were rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the comparative video displayed new footage. "Senior Haima," Tang San inquired, "red is designated for the highest level of examination. What does this gold signify? I sense that my examination is not 7 trials, but rather 9. Could it be that I am facing the 9th level examination?" After a brief moment, Tang San, awakening from his epiphany, posed the question. "Do not trouble the seahorse Douluo," came the response. "This is the first occurrence of such a situation since the inception of Sea God Island. It is not the 9th level examination, but rather the Sea God's 9th examination." Upon hearing this, the seahorse Douluo, who was about to express his own ignorance regarding the level of examination, was interrupted by a voice as melodious as celestial music approaching from afar. "I pay my respects to the high priest." Upon the arrival of the figure, the seahorse Douluo promptly bowed in greeting Tang San and the others. Witnessing the respect shown by even the seahorse, a tidal Douluo, towards the woman in red, were momentarily taken aback, but instinctively prepared to bow as well. Young one, I have awaited you for over a century, and at long last, as I approach the twilight of my years, you have arrived. Can you share your lineage with me? The newcomer did not acknowledge the bows of Tang San and the others, but instead shifted slightly to the side, inquiring. I am Tang San, hailing from Haotian sect. My ancestor's name is a single character, Chun. Although Tang San found the remark about approaching old age somewhat perplexing, he still responded with respect. So you are his great-grandson. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, his great-grandson has grown so large. Upon hearing Tang San disclose his lineage, a hint of nostalgia flickered in the newcomer's eyes. I am Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island. Tang San, remember this. While you're on Sea God Island, you're not required, nor permitted, to bow to anyone, including myself. Do you understand? However, Poseidon did not linger in her moment of surprise for long, quickly regaining her composure. Why is that? Tang San queried, perplexed. I have just mentioned that your divine examination is the Sea God S9 trials. Once you pass this assessment, you shall become the next Sea God. At this moment, with the arrival of Bosexi, the 6 other holy pillars from various regions also gathered. Upon hearing Bosexi's explanation, they all gazed in astonishment at Tang San, who stood before her. In the realm of the variant Douluo, an anonymous voice remarked, the people of Sea God Island may not be remarkable, yet the high priestess is undeniably captivating. Each time I behold her, I am utterly entranced. However, her claim of being aged is something I cannot accept. Another voice from the variant Douluo World, Long Gongming Shu, concurred. There is indeed a hint of absurdity in her words. I wonder how Bosexi maintains her appearance. Despite being older than I, she resembles a mere 18-year-old girl. The voice of Shapizhao Tianxiong chimed in. Are you implying that I am old? Long Gongming Shu quickly denied. No, not at all. I merely feel a sense of lamentation. Shapizhao Tianxiong responded with a chuckle. Do you think I believe you? Ming Aran from the Beast Academy interjected. Grandmother, do not think too much of it. It is evident that Bosexi has already been claimed by Shen Cangqiong. Even if grandfather possessed the greatest courage, he would not dare to pursue Bosexi. The illustrious Douluo Bosexi retorted, Little girl, what are you babbling about? Meng Iran clarified. In the comparative video, Shen Cangqiong explicitly stated it. We all heard him. Bosexi exclaimed, Shen Cangqiong, look at the trouble you have caused. Initially, Bosexi had disregarded the statements made by Shen Cangqiong in the comparative video, but now they have resurfaced, driving her to frustration. Shen Cangqiong remained silent. A student from the Beast Academy laughed. Haha, my Captain Ming, it seems you have offended both Shen Gongzi and Bosexi at once. Long Gongming Shu apologized. Shen Gongzi, I believe Iran did not mean it intentionally. Shapizhao Tianxiong added, we hope Shen Gongzi can forgive Iran's unintentional misstep. The Ming family is willing to make amends. Shen Cangqiong reassured them. It is nothing. I am quite a benevolent person. As long as it is not a deliberate slander against me, there is no need to worry about my actions. In fact, Ming Iran's words hold truth. Although those words were not spoken by me in the present, they were indeed uttered by the version of me in the comparative video. Shen Cangqiong has never been unreasonable, only to those whom he finds displeasing. Meng Iran expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Shen Gongzi. At this moment, her admiration for Shen Cangqiong soared significantly. Chapter 158, the conclusion of Tang San's fourth comparison, the comparative video, continued. In the ensuing days, due to Tang San's presence, the group received the most esteemed hospitality on Sea God Island, and they engaged in their respective divine examinations daily within this remarkably friendly environment. Years passed. High Priestess, is this the Sea God S Trident? Tang San inquired. Indeed, this is the Sea God S Trident, Bosexi confirmed, standing beside Tang San. It is the divine artifact wielded by the Sea God. Divine artifact? This was the first time Tang San had encountered such a term in the Douluo continent. It is perfectly normal if you have not heard of it, Bosexi explained. A divine artifact, as the name suggests, transcends the mundane realm. Such supreme entities are exceedingly rare, even in the divine realm, let alone in the Douluo continent. As she spoke, a look of grace adorned Bosexi's face. Transcending the mundane realm? Does that imply that possessing it would render one invincible across the Douluo continent? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Tang San's eyes. That is approximately the essence of it. Bosexi replied. However, obtaining the recognition of the Sea God S Trident is no simple feat. Even I, the high priestess of the Sea God, find it exceedingly challenging to wield this trident. Bosexi nodded, then shook her head. Even you, The high priestess struggled to use it? This revelation surprised Tang San. The primary reason is that the sea goddess trident is simply too heavy, weighing a staggering 180,000 pounds. Even I must exert all my strength and utilize soul power to barely lift it, Bo Sexy elaborated. What? Tang San was genuinely astonished. The sheer weight of the sea goddess trident left him in awe, deepening his appreciation for this mystical world, which surpassed that of his previous life. Tang San, why not give a try? Observing Tang San's astonishment, Bo Sexy smiled with satisfaction and gestured towards the sea goddess trident on the high platform. Very well. The immense weight of the sea goddess trident did not deter Tang San. Rather, it ignited within him an indomitable spirit, believing that if Bo Sexy, the high priestess, could lift it, there was no reason he, the next sea god, could not. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Wearer from the Water Academy remarked, had this been in the past, I would have been utterly stunned by the weight of the sea goddess trident. Yet, after experiencing the life and times of Shen Cangqiong, I suddenly feel that 180,000 pounds is not so daunting. Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy agreed. Indeed, it seems manageable. Having practiced the original true resolution for only a short time, I could likely handle something weighing around 1,000 pounds without difficulty. Huo Wu from the Blaze Academy added, impressive. With the support of my soul power, I struggle to lift even 200 pounds. An anonymous voice from the original Douluo world interjected. Strength alone does not seem particularly useful, does it? We are soul masters, not mere brutish laborers. Bai Chenxiang from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy countered, it may not have great utility, but if you cannot evade a punch from me, which carries 1,000 pounds of force, your bones would likely shatter. Shu Yue responded, Xing Xing. I have heard that the initial weight of the Haotian hammer is 500 pounds, and that it can exceed 10,000 pounds at its peak. Is this true? Bai Qingxiang laughed. Haha, I have often heard such rumors. However, it is best taken as a joke. If you take it seriously, you will surely be disappointed. Huo Wu added, but that is what is commonly said outside. Could it possibly be false? Bai Qingxiang retorted, of course, it is false, and rather absurdly so. To put it plainly, the newly awakened Hao Tian Chui martial soul, specifically the initial Hao Tian Chui, should weigh around 10 jin, reaching approximately 500 jin only when cultivated to its utmost limit. In the context of the first variant Douluo world, the Wuhuan Temple Xie Yue, such a weight seems reasonable. After all, how could a 6-year-old child, having just awakened their martial soul, possibly wield a Hao Tian Chui weighing 500 jin? In the first variant Douluo world, Shrek Academy's Zhao Wuji, after hearing Xiang's explanation, the doubts in my mind have finally been resolved. I recall, during the entrance ceremony, when I was tested by Tang San, he secretly struck me with the Hao Tian Chui, yet this so-called hammer weighing at least 500 jin did not inflict any harm. It turns out the rumors were mistaken. In the first variant Douluo world, an anonymous voice, wait, so you all believe what Bai Qingxiang said just like that? In the first variant Douluo world, by Chenxiang from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy, how could we, the single attribute 4 clans, not know the exact weight of the Hao Tian Chui martial soul from Hao Tian Zone? In the second original Douluo world, an anonymous voice, foolishness. If your eyesight is poor, I suggest seeking a healing-type soul master for proper treatment. Did you not see the commotion caused by Tang San pulling out the sea god trident in a comparative video? Not only was the entire sea god island shaking, but even the surrounding ocean was in turmoil. If the Hao Tian Chui could truly weigh over 10,000 jin at its peak, then who could withstand an attack from the Hao Tian Zone wielding it along with soul skills? Could we not then infer that if 10 Hao Tian Chuis, each at their pinnacle, struck the ground simultaneously, the entire province would tremble? After all, according to that rumor, the combined weight of 10 fully cultivated Hao Tian Chuis is roughly equivalent to the 80,000 jin of the Sea God Trident, and the size of Sea God Island is comparable to that of a province on our Douluo continent. In the second original Douluo world, an anonymous voice, your analysis is quite thorough. I share your sentiments. In the first variant Douluo world, an anonymous voice, wait a moment, what is happening? Why is the comparative video scene suddenly zoomed out and frozen? Is this comparison regarding Tang San really coming to an end? In the first variant Douluo world, an anonymous voice, it should be so. After every character comparison, doesn't the scene always zoom out, freeze, and then fade to darkness? Indeed, as everyone speculated, when the scene finally faded into darkness, the sound from the comparative video began to resonate. Chapter 159, Water UR's Subtle Movements, Otherworldly Mission card. The fourth comparative video concludes. Based on the acknowledgement from all beings observing the comparative video in both worlds, the final victor of this fourth comparative video is Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data concerning the acknowledgement votes received by the two main characters. In the first variant, Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received 431, 241, 18 acknowledgement votes. In the second original Douluo World, Tang San received 3 votes. Next, we will present the rewards for the two main characters in the comparative video. We now present the rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong from the first variant Douluo World. Reward 1. 10 fragments of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2. 1 Qing Lian Di Xin Fire. Reward 3. Volume 6 of the original True Solution. Reward 4. 100,000 comparative video points. The rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong from the first variant Douluo World, have been distributed. We now begin to distribute the rewards for the defeated. Tang San from the second original Douluo World. Reward 1. 1 fragment of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2. 1 ordinary beast fire. Reward 3. A set of silver needles for cultivating the sunflower manual. Reward 4. 10 comparative video points. The rewards for the defeated Tang San have been distributed. We will now draw 10 lucky slots. Those fortunate enough to secure a slot will receive 100,000 comparative video points. Below is the list of lucky slots. Shen Cangqiong from the first variant Douluo World. Qianrun Xue from the first variant Douluo World. Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di from the first variant Douluo World. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuana from the first variant Douluo World. Wei Xianzhong from the first variant Douluo World. Cao Gonggong from the first variant Douluo World. Li Feiyu from the first variant Douluo World. Zhu Zhuqing from the first variant Douluo World. Zhu Zhongba from the first variant Douluo World. Zhu Zhuqing from the second original Douluo World. The list of lucky slots has been announced. To further enhance everyone's participation, starting from midnight tonight, the Tongtian Tower Challenge will be opened. At that time, anyone can enter the Tongtian Tower to participate in the challenge. By defeating the guardian puppets on each level of the Tongtian Tower, one may ascend to the next level. Note 1. The difficulty of the challenge is the same for everyone on the same level. Note 2. Each challenge can yield corresponding comparative video points based on the final score. Note 3. The same level can be challenged an unlimited number of times. But each person can challenge the same level a maximum of 3 times per day. Note 4. Falling during the challenge will not cause any harm in reality. The announcement for the Tongtian Tower Challenge is complete. Henceforth, the variety of items that can be exchanged for comparative video points will increase. This concludes the comparative video. In the first variant, Douluo World, an anonymous voice. Finally, a truly participatory event has emerged from the comparative video. I can't sleep tonight. I must be the first to participate in the Tongtian Tower Challenge. In the second original Douluo World, an anonymous voice. I just wonder how strong the guardian puppets are. Let us hope that we ordinary individuals who cannot cultivate can at least pass the first level. In the second original Douluo World, an anonymous voice. Even if we don't succeed at first, it doesn't matter. As long as we participate in 3 challenges each day and give it our all to earn more points, through perseverance, we will eventually succeed. In the second original Douluo World, an anonymous voice. That's true. In the first variant Douluo World, an anonymous voice. Why are you still discussing the challenges here? Something major has happened. Quickly check the comparative video points exchange mall. Meanwhile, at Infenglo, sister, come quickly. This otherworldly mission card requires 100 million points to exchange for, and it can actually take us to another world for missions. Moreover, according to the explanation above, this mission can be completed in teams. Most importantly, the mission rewards are extravagantly enticing. Shui Yuer gazed at the million-year soul rings and soul bones displayed, along with other rewards that were simply irresistible, nearly succumbing to excitement. But what good are such rewards? Do you possess 100 million comparative video points? Even if you did, do you have the confidence to complete the mission? Shui Binger, unlike her sister, remained composed after the initial shock. Completing the mission should not pose a problem, right? After all, we can team up with Brother Cangqiong, can't we? Right, Brother Cangqiong? As the conversation drew to a close, Shui Yuer cast a flirtatious glance at Shen Cangqiong, her delicate foot playfully resting upon him beneath the table. Feeling the softness of her foot, Shen Cangqiong felt an immediate urge to look up. Hee, Cangqiong Gij is the best, she remarked, playfully winking at him while her foot began to move again. Shui Yuer, are you truly considering exchanging for that otherworldly task card? Fire Dance inquired, her expression filled with doubt. Based on her understanding of Shui Yuer, she sensed that the latter indeed harbored thoughts of acquiring the otherworldly task card. Aren't you interested in rewards that yield a million-year soul ring or soul bone at the very least? Shui Yuer Isn't that obvious? I am indeed interested. The real issue is, where can we source the points? Fire Dance was always keen on anything that could enhance her strength. The maximum team size for the otherworldly task card is 100. If all the participants from our 4 Elements Academy pooled their points together onto one person, we should be able to gather 100 million points quite swiftly, Shui Yuer proposed. But whose shoulders will the points rest upon? You must understand that the points are not trifles. It would be unwise to place them in anyone else's hands, Fire Dance pointed out, recognizing the inherent risks. Points represented strength, and while the comparison video ensured that rewards would not be stolen, it offered no protection against deceit. If the individual entrusted with the points turned treacherous, they would be left vulnerable. Isn't it obvious? They should be entrusted to Tang San, Shui Yuer stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the Yingfeng Tower turned towards Shen Cangqiong, who was striving to suppress his irritation, and soon everyone began to ponder the suggestion. I believe my sister's idea is quite feasible. Shui Binger broke the silence after a few moments. I have no objections, Fire Dance added, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Cangqiong. Whatever. After all, Shen Cangqiong is one of our own from the Blue Electro-Tyrant Dragon family, remarked Yu Tianxin, smiling lightly as he acknowledged the agreement from both the Tianshui Academy and the Qihua Academy. I concur, sighed Feng Xiaodian, somewhat dejected. All right, since everyone is in agreement, we will calculate based on 50 participants, requiring 2 million points from each. Is that acceptable? No problem. That seems fair, replied Fire Dance and the others. Your Highness, will the Tiando royal family be participating? As the 4 Elements Academy reached a consensus, Shui Yuer then turned her attention to Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue. Certainly, Shui Ke and I will sign up. The Tiando royal family will use their points to enhance their strength. How could Shui Qinghe refuse? She replied, now, including the 2 from the Tiando royal family and our 28 from the 4 Elements Academy, that totals 30. Sangqiong Gij. How many from the Blue Tyrant Academy wish to join? Dean Erlong, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Xiang Xiang, and Jiang Zhu are definitely going. As for the others, it depends on their own desires, Shen Cangqiong responded, looking towards Ma Hongjun and the others, awaiting their replies. We can't afford that many points. So we won't go. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. They were grateful for the opportunity Shen Cangqiong had given them to confront Tang San, yet they dared not ask him to cover the 2 million points. We won't be attending either, Demu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun also shook their heads. Among them, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were genuinely impoverished, while Demu Bai knew he could never procure 2 million points from his family. I need to consult my grandfather before I can decide, Tai Long hesitated. If that's the case, it seems the Blue Tyrant Academy has tentatively confirmed 8 participants. We are still 12 short of 50, Shui Yuer remarked. Can I look for some individuals in the barrage area? Certainly. As long as they're not Tang San, Tang Hao, or Yu Xiaojiang, I have no objections. Shen Cangqiong replied. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy. Do your team members wish to participate in the otherworldly task? Each participant will contribute 2 million points, with Cangqiong Gij leading the team and managing the points. Is there a time limit for submitting the points? Yao Zi inquired. It shouldn't exceed 3 months. Given the ongoing Tontian Tower Challenge, the accumulation of points across Douluo continent will surge within a short time. 90 days, averaging around 30,000 points daily, should be manageable. Shui Yuer responded. That works for us. Our main team of 7 can all join, Yao Zi confirmed. Among the Advanced Soul Master Academies, aside from the Wuhuan Temple Comprehensive Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, and Tianshui Academy, the other prestigious institutions primarily accepted offspring of noble families or affluent clans. For these individuals, any issue solvable by gold soul coins was trivial. Now, with the 7 from the Plan Academy, we still need 5 more participants. Who else intends to join? My granddaughter, Dugian, will also participate, announced Dugabo. My daughter, Yi Lingling, will join as well, declared Yi Linglong, the matriarch of the Jiuxin Haitang clan. I will also participate, added Yu Tianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy. My disciple, Hulaina, from another world will join as well. I will cover her points, stated Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. That is acceptable, responded Shen Cangqiong. Can I join? Asked Zhu Zhuyun from the Xingluo Royal Academy. Shui Yuya. Does Xingluo's team get spot? How many from Xingluo plan to participate? We have 7 from the Xingluo royal team, replied Prince Davis. That is acceptable. You will be considered as auxiliary members, with a package price of 50 million points. Agreed, said the Xingluo Emperor, Dai Xianfeng. Although the 50 million points was evidently a steep price set by Shen Cangqiong, Dai Xianfeng believed that the potential reward upon completing the task made it a lucrative deal. Moreover, the tasks from the Yishiji involve real individuals crossing over. Should one fail, it would indeed be a genuine demise. Thus, it is prudent to have the strongest in the entire Douluo, Shen Cangqiong, lead the expedition to assess the challenges of the Yishiji tasks, which will also furnish him with ample information for his forthcoming plans, achieving a dual benefit. In the first variant of Douluo, Lanba Academy's Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Father, is this not exceedingly unfair? Why is Davis allowed to go while I am not?" To which, in the first variant of Douluo, the Star Luo Empire's Prince, Davis retorted, "Dai Mubai, have I not disciplined you in a while? You seem to have grown rather arrogant, daring to address me so directly." In the first variant of Douluo, Shen Cangqiong interjected, "There remains one final official spot. Mengiran, will you join us?" Ignoring the squabbles between the Dai family, he extended a direct invitation. His intentions were simple. He yearned to experience the unknown, to stage a magnificent tale of dragons and serpents. In the first variant of Douluo, from the Exotic Beast Academy, Meng Iran responded with surprise. "Am I truly eligible?" Initially unfamiliar with Shen Cangqiong, she had been hesitating over whether to sign up, never expecting an invitation from him. In the first variant of Douluo, Shen Cangqiong assured her, "Of course. We are acquainted, are we not?" In the first variant of Douluo, Meng Iran agreed. "Indeed, we are." In the first variant of Douluo, Dragon Prince Meng Shu proposed, "How about this? Let us enroll Iran at Lanba Academy. What do you think?" After all, the Exotic Beast Academy was established by their family, and whether Meng Iran stayed or left was merely a matter of her decision. Chapter 161. Shen Cangqiong and Shu Wearer. In the first variant of Douluo, Shen Cangqiong stated, "Then I shall await you at Lanba Academy." In the first variant of Douluo, Meng Shu replied, "Very well." In the first variant of Douluo, Shu Wearer from Tian Shui Academy remarked, "Now our team is complete. I am eager to discover what kind of Yishiji we will be tasked with exploring." In the first variant of Douluo, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy suggested, "Why not inquire with the comparison video and see if it might provide an answer?" In the first variant of Douluo, Shu Wearer excitedly added, "Yes, I am so exhilarated that I hadn't thought of that. Comparison video. Can you reveal what type of Yishiji task card will take us to?" The comparison video responded, "I do not know. It is random." In the first variant of Douluo, Shu Wearer acknowledged, "I see. It seems we must rely on luck. However, I still hope we can venture to an Yishiji where we can contribute, for if everything falls upon Brother Cangqiong, it would be too burdensome for him." In the first variant of Douluo, Wu from the Fire Academy remarked, "Considering the overall strength of Douluo, it is unlikely that many worlds are weaker than ours. Moreover, we are not particularly strong ourselves, mostly at the Soul King level. Thus, the number of worlds weaker than us is further diminished." In the first variant of Douluo, Yao Zi proposed, "I would rather hope to visit the world where Shen Cangqiong once resided, for there he possesses the mightiest influence. Our presence might render the task effortlessly accomplished." As the group discussed, the 50-person limit was surpassed, leading Shu Wearer and others to engage in light banter. Night fell. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong sat alone, sipping wine as he awaited Shu Wearer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Young Master Shen, may I enter?" Came Shu Binger's voice from outside. Come in," he replied, puzzled as to why Shu Binger would seek him at such a late hour. Nonetheless, being his favored female character, he could not deny her entry. "Am I intruding?" Upon entering, Shu Binger glanced at the spread of dishes, feeling somewhat awkward. "Not at all. Please, take a seat," Shen Cangqiong assured, refraining from revealing that earlier, Shu had inscribed, "I will come to find you tonight" on his body with her delicate foot. "Young Master Shen, might I exchange some points for a few Tihuanfu?" Shu Binger, astute as she was, perceived the need to be direct to avoid disrupting Shen Cangqiong's evening. Previously, without the challenges of the Tongtian Tower, she had lacked sufficient points to broach the subject of exchanging Tihuanfu. However, the circumstances had shifted. "Oh, is there none available for exchange in the point shop?" Shen Cangqiong finally understood the purpose of her late-night visit. None. Shui Binger shook her head. Very well then. I happen to have one each of the Ti Huan Fu, for Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, and Soul King levels. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong retrieved 5 uniquely shaped Ti Huan Fu from his storage soul guide, offering them to Shui Binger. Thank you, young Master Shen. Name your price. I assure you I will not haggle, she replied with excitement as she accepted the 5 Ti Huan Fu. I'm uncertain of the price. Please, take them and use them, he said, valuing Shui Binger's goodwill far more than any currency. After all, there is a saying, when one owes too many favors and cannot repay them, one may have to offer oneself in return. Just then, a sudden voice called from the door. Brother Cangqiong, I have arrived. Shui Binger panicked, realizing she must not be discovered by Shui Yuer. I must hide in the wardrobe, she exclaimed, racing towards the closet, her mind racing without considering why Shui Yuer would seek Shen Cangqiong so late. Shen Cangqiong, astonished, watched Shui Binger dart into the wardrobe with astonishing speed, his mouth opening to speak but ultimately swallowing his words. Why did it take so long for you to open the door? Why does it seem like my sister, Shui Binger's fragrance lingers in your room? Shui Yuer inquired suspiciously upon entering. Perhaps I was seated not far from your sister Shui Binger today, and the fragrance clung to me, Shen Cangqiong replied, slightly sweating as he concocted a plausible excuse. Indeed, that might be the case. It is mainly because my sister has a naturally potent fragrance. Shui Yuer nodded in agreement. Let's not dwell on your sister any longer. Let's first indulge in a late-night snack. Upon hearing the few words from Shui Yuer, who inadvertently revealed her sister, Shui Binger's secret of possessing a natural fragrance, Shen Cangqiong felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, compelling him to steer the conversation in a different direction. Very well, let us have something to eat first. Otherwise, if hunger strikes midway, it would surely dampen the mood. Shui Yuer nodded in agreement, taking a seat to pour herself a glass of wine. Shen Cangqiong, feeling somewhat awkward, wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a few dry laughs, uncertain of how to respond. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and sit down to finish your meal, then we can attend to the matters at hand, Shui Yuer urged. Oh, all right, Shen Cangqiong replied, casting a furtive glance at the wardrobe behind Shui Yuer, grappling with his emotions as he sat down. Half an hour later, he inquired, have you truly thought this through? At that moment, Shen Cangqiong was once again stirred to irritation by Shui Yuer's brazen demeanor, completely neglecting the presence of Shui Binger, who was still hiding in the wardrobe. If I hadn't considered it thoroughly, would I have acted this way? Shui Yuer retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Shen Cangqiong a glare. Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong fell silent. Soon, a melodious song filled the room. The next morning, Brother Cangqiong, I shall return to my own room now. By the way, please do not disclose this matter just yet, Shui Yuer said. Understood. Whenever you wish to speak of it, feel free to do so, Shen Cangqiong nodded. I comprehend. I shall take my leave now, Shui Yuer said, quietly peeking outside before stealthily making her way back to her room. I hope you do not let my sister down, Shui Binger remarked, stepping out from the wardrobe with a complicated expression. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who turns my back on others, Shen Cangqiong replied. In fact, I thought you would be unable to resist coming out to stop me. Shen Cangqiong was genuinely curious. Once my sister has made a decision, she will undoubtedly follow through. Even if I were to emerge and stop her, she would find another opportunity to meet with you, Shui Binger said, fully aware of her sister's temperament. So that is how it is, Shen Cangqiong reflected, recalling Shui Yuer's tenacious demeanor from the previous night, deepening his understanding of her character. I shall take my leave now. I will accept those replacement rings for the time being. Since Shen Cangqiong had now become a member of their family, Shui Binger no longer hesitated over whether to accept the replacement rings, though she would remember this favor. Very well, Shen Cangqiong noted, perceiving the shyness and awkwardness concealed beneath Shui Binger's calm facade, and he refrained from pressing the matter further. After a moment, what is this? Once Shen Cangqiong had completed his morning routine and opened the wardrobe to change his clothes, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. It seemed that Shui Binger had not fared well the previous night either, leaving Shen Cangqiong in a bemused state. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Cangqiong, are you up yet? Came a knock at the door, followed by the weary voice of Bai Chenxiang. Why you look so lethargic? Upon opening the door and seeing Bai Chenxiang's disheveled state, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback and hurriedly helped her to a chair. Isn't it because you made me copy the 6th chapter of the original true explanation 100 times? That is why I'm exhausted. Bai Chenxiang huffed. I didn't ask you to complete it all in one night, Shen Cangqiong replied, exasperated. Who were you secretly dining with in your room last night? Bai Chenxiang ignored Shen Cangqiong's quip, glancing at the half-eaten feast on the table. No one else. I was merely bored and had a drink alone, Shen Cangqiong shrugged. You expect me to believe that? Drinking alone, with 2 cups? Bai Chenxiang scoffed. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. By the way, what is that smell in your room? She casually inquired. Not wanting to divulge anything, Shen Cangqiong remained silent. Just as Bai Chenxiang was about to hand him the completed 6th chapter of the original true explanation, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It must be the smell of the fish, she concluded. All right, you should return to your own room to tidy up. We need to set off back to Lamba Academy soon. With that, Shen Cangqiong wasted no time in ushering her out of the room. An hour later, brother Cangqiong. Now that you possess this ihua, you should attempt alchemy, correct? Inside the carriage, Shui Yuer observed the flickering azure flame dancing at Shen Cangqiong's fingertips and inquired. Indeed, I have 2 recipes for pills. In the coming days, I will endeavor to concoct the pills outlined in those recipes, Shen Cangqiong replied. Referring to the Zhen Aoendan, Zhen Huandan, and Sheng Huandan, recipes obtained after the 1st and 2nd comparison videos. What effects do these pills have? Shui Yuer pondered, feeling at ease since they were among trusted companions in the carriage. The effect of the Zhen Aoendan is to enhance one's soul power. This means that with sufficient consumption of Zhen Huandan, one can elevate their soul power level without the need for arduous training, Shen Cangqiong explained. His ISNT that similar to the Baon Shrigan, Da Huan Shirdan, Enkun Zundan, Huan Zundan. Shui Yuer gasped, and the other women displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, they are quite similar. However, while a single Baon Shridan can elevate a corresponding soul power level, multiple Zhen Aoendan are required to achieve the same effect. Of course, the Zhen Aoendan has its advantages, unlike Ong Shugdan, which can only be consumed effectively by soul masters of a specific rank. The Zhen Aoendan can be utilized by soul masters of any level, Shen Cangqiong elucidated. Senior Cangqiong, is it simple to refine the Zhen Aoendan? Are the required herbs rare? Ning Rongrong asked, her breath slightly hurried, indicating her inner agitation. The refining process is not particularly difficult, and the needed herbs are not exceedingly rare. There are ample quantities available on Douluo continent. In fact, I have already instructed Lu Erlong to discreetly procure a significant number of the necessary herbs, Shen Cangqiong assured her. That is great. Does this mean we can treat Zhen Huandan as candy, consuming one whenever we please? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. You few may have that privilege, but it is uncertain for those who join the Inner Academy in the future. Firstly, you are among the first to join my Inner Academy, thus enjoying a different treatment than those who come later. Secondly, as more individuals join the Inner Academy, it will be impossible for me to supply enough pills for dozens, hundreds, or even more with just my efforts, Shen Cangqiong affirmed. Now that we are aware of the effects of the Zhen Aoendan, what are the effects of the Sheng Huandan? Bai Chenxiang initially contemplated suggesting that if the alchemists were short-handed, they could seek assistance from the Yang family of the Paji clan, but after a moment's reflection, she ultimately decided against it. Can you guess? I shall offer you a hint derived from the name of the pill. Shen Cangqiong gazed mysteriously at the women. Could it be a pill capable of extending the lifespan of Soul Ring? Upon hearing this, Shui Binger could only smile wryly and shake her head, realizing that her thoughts were rather fanciful. Your guess is remarkably accurate. Without delving into Shui Binger's sentiments, Shen Cangqiong gave her a thumbs up. What? At this revelation, the expressions of the women changed drastically in unison. Had they not already formed a certain understanding of Shen Cangqiong, they might have suspected he intended to silence them, revealing the secret only before their demise. According to the records on the Sheng Huandan's formula, each Sheng Huandan could approximately extend a soul ring's lifespan by a year. Shen Cangqiong no longer kept them in suspense. Chapter 163. The Messenger of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Brother Cangqiong, why do I feel that the comparison video is trying to trick you? It even provided you with the formula for Sheng Huandan, which could incite great chaos. Are you not afraid of being coveted by everyone? After a considerable pause, Shui Yuer, the first to react, expressed her astonishment, albeit tinged with deep concern. It must be that the comparison video recognizes that no one on the Douluo continent poses a threat to me, hence it provided me with this. Rest assured, previously, I was uncertain of my standing on the Douluo continent, which is why I had not revealed these two formulas. Shen Cangqiong was also oblivious to the significance of the already departed golden finger. In any case, it should not endanger him. That's true. Until now, our seven-treasure glazed tile school was only aware that Lanba Academy was amassing various herbs. Yet, even with our intelligence network, we could not unearth any useful information, only managing to ascertain that the herbs were being secretly acquired by the second Dragon Dean of Lanba Academy. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Brother Cangqiong, you won't hold it against our seven-treasure glazed tile school, will you? We had no choice. We didn't intend to pry, but all those herb shops are owned by us. No worries. To ensure confidentiality, I had the second dragon acquire all herbs, whether useful or not." Shen Cangqiong understood, well, that once various herbs were acquired in bulk, it would be impossible to conceal from the watchful eyes of others. That is a relief. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. "I have a question. How large is the Shenghuan once refined?" Bai Qinxiang inquired. About this size, Shen Cangqiong indicated towards the smallest gem on Ning Rongrong's attire. "That is not insignificant. I ponder, if we wish to transform a soul ring into one of the million-year caliber, using an initial soul ring of 100,000 years as an example, would we not require at least 90,000 Shenghuan? Should we not then forego meals altogether and subsist solely on Shenghuan?" Bai Qinxiang concluded, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Haha, I wonder if subsisting on Shenghuan would lead to weight gain. By the way, Brother Cangqiong, how long does it take to refine a Shenghuan?" Ning Rongrong's greatest fear was that refining a Shenghuan would be a lengthy process. If that were the case, the Shenghuan would become a seemingly priceless treasure, yet ultimately a flavorless, regrettable waste. According to the explanation provided by the formula, the Shenghuan dissolves upon ingestion, thus requiring no refinement. However, the formula also advised that, conditions permitting, one should not consume them one by one, lest it become a waste of time. Fortunately, the formula further stated that as long as the alchemical furnace is sufficiently large, producing several hundred or even 1,000 in one go is not a daunting task. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong might have genuinely considered abandoning the endeavor. If that is indeed the case, then consuming 90,000 Shenghuan doesn't seem to pose much difficulty. Ning Rongrong expressed her delight. "Shen Cangqiong, please come out for a moment. A messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school is looking for you." At that moment, Hulaina's voice suddenly rang out from outside the carriage. "A messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Are you certain that this messenger seeks me and not Rongrong?" Shen Cangqiong paused, stepping out of the carriage to inquire. The messenger specified they were looking for young Master Shen. Hulaina glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had followed her down, and continued, "Since they are seeking Brother Cangqiong, I shall refrain from joining." With that, Ning Rongrong returned to the carriage. "Let's go see what the seven-treasure glazed tile school wants with me." Shen Cangqiong had already discerned the location of the messenger. "You may proceed alone. I shall not accompany you." Even Ning Rongrong had the sense to return to the carriage, so Hulaina would not be so inconsiderate as to intrude. "Suit yourself." Shen Cangqiong shrugged. Young Master Shen. On the other side, upon seeing Shen Cangqiong approach, the messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school hastily stepped forward and bowed. "No need for formalities. Has Sect Master Ning sent you to convey some matter?" Shen Cangqiong gestured dismissively. "It is as follows. The Li family launched a surprise attack on the second Dragon Dean of Lanba Academy a few days prior. Now, all members of the Li family have been apprehended by the Snow Knight Emperor's men. The Sect Master wishes to know if we should also capture the accomplices involved." The messenger reported respectfully. "The Li family? Never mind. Inform Sect Master Ning that I harbor a greater disdain for accomplices than for the mastermind." After pondering for some time, Shen Cangqiong could not discern what faction this so-called Li family belonged to. "Understood. Might I inquire if young Master Shen has any further instructions?" The messenger felt a tremor of apprehension within, but maintained a composed exterior. "None." Shen Cangqiong shook his head. "A family with no name, such as the Li family, does not even hold the qualifications to provoke my ire. As for the second dragon, a super Douluo at level 98 is not someone to be trifled with by mere nameless individuals from the Tiando Empire." The messenger bowed once more, then turned to mount their steed and depart. Moments later, "Brother Cangqiong, what did the seven-treasure glazed tile school want with you?" At that moment, Shui Yuer, who had been chatting with the other women, noticed Shen Cangqiong lift the carriage curtain and approached, her face filled with concern for him. "The messenger informed me that a Li family from Tiando City had recently launched an attack on the second dragon." Shen Cangqiong replied. What? Shui Yuer exclaimed, while the other women also wore grim expressions. It is nothing to worry about. The second dragon is now a super Douluo at level 98. The Li family would be fortunate to escape without suffering severe repercussions from her. Shen Cangqiong reassured them. That is a relief. Shui Yuer patted her chest, exhaling in relief. After all, the second dragon would be her sister-in-arms in the future, and she certainly did not wish to see her come to harm. Wealth can stir the hearts of men. Currently, the effects of Jinhuan and Shenghuan have not yet been disclosed. Yet there are already forces willing to take risks against Shen Cangqiong. Should the benefits of Jinhuan and Shenghuan inadvertently leak in the future, it is likely that even more factions will be unable to restrain their greed and choose to act. Therefore, I believe that only a select few of us should be privy to the effects of Jinhuan and Shenghuan, and we should not disclose this information even to members of our own families. At the very least, it must remain unspoken for the time being. Shui Binger wore a serious expression. Indeed, my sister's perspective is astute. I share the same sentiment, Shui Yuer similarly remarked. We shall not speak of it to outsiders either. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 164. Discussing strategies against Tang San. By the way, Brother Cangqiong, to whom do you intend to assign the ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list for Tang San? After a brief silence, Shui Yuer inquired. Given the events of yesterday, I did not have the opportunity to contemplate this matter. However, now that each of you holds a ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list, I find myself in a bit of a quandary. Shen Cangqiong rubbed his chin, casting a glance at the women in the carriage, his brows slightly furrowing. This indeed presents a challenge. Shui Yuer nodded. Regardless of whether it is Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong by Qinxiang, Jiang Zhu, or even herself and her sister Shui Binger, they all have their names on the list. It is not that those who are ranked cannot challenge others. Rather, even in victory, a slot would be wasted, indicating that there are still too few true allies. Perhaps we should assign Tang San's slot to Jiang Zhu instead. She currently holds the lowest ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list. Shen Cangqiong suggested. Jiang Zhu has already joined the internal academy of Lamba Academy yesterday. She is now one of us, and Shen Cangqiong would certainly not treat her unjustly. But I am not Tang San's match, having already incurred numerous debts to Shen Cangqiong. Jiang Zhu exhibited a somewhat reckless attitude, ready to accept whatever he offered. This is simple. I will seal off all of Tang San's Xiantian Kung Fu and Guiying Mitzi, and temporarily confiscate the various hidden weapons he possesses. I will also provide you with some powerful items. With this three-pronged approach, subduing Tang San, that little rascal, will be effortless. Previously, before that golden finger vanished, it had indeed supplied him with some battle items, but Shen Cangqiong's strength rendered them unnecessary. Will this truly work? What if your seals prove ineffective on that special arena? What then? After all, from the previous challenges, it appears that once one enters that unique arena, all physical conditions are restored to their peak state. Bai Qinxiang expressed her concern. That is indeed a valid point. To be on the safe side, I shall prepare several pieces of gear to enhance your battle power. Bai Qinxiang's observation was indeed a concern, to ensure absolute certainty. Shen Cangqiong gritted his teeth and decided to retrieve some rather revealing gear. Gear to enhance battle power? The women all looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion. These are the items. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong produced several pieces of equipment that were nearly transparent. In truth, rather than being classified as battle-enhancing gear, it would be more apt to describe them as a set of unmentionable apparel from the original world. As they gazed at the items laid out on the table, the women exchanged peculiar glances with Shen Cangqiong, especially Jiang Zhu, who was about to don these garments, her face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to find the right words to express her thoughts. Brother Cangqiong, will these so-called items genuinely enhance our battle power once worn? Shui Yuer asked with a teasing smile. Indeed, they do enhance battle power. However, the enchantments activated can only be sustained for an hour. After that, these items will be indistinguishable from ordinary clothing. At times, Shen Cangqiong even suspected that this was merely the twisted sense of humor of the golden finger. Otherwise, why would an item meant to enhance battle prowess be designed to be nearly transparent? It could be worn under clothing, thus hidden from view. Yet it can only be utilized for 1 hour. What a mystery. Haha, I knew you were a super lecher. A perfectly good piece of equipment turned into this. I see you harbor wicked thoughts, wanting us to wear them for your enjoyment. Bai Qinxiang's face was equally flushed, filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, The other women in the carriage cast even more peculiar glances at Shen Cangqiong. In response, Shen Cangqiong could only manage a wry smile. There was no way around it. Bai Qinxiang had spoken the truth. Though the design of these items was not his intent, he did indeed wish for his women to wear them, followed by some mischievous thoughts. For instance, he had previously compelled Lu Erlong to wear them several times. All right, these items may appear somewhat indecorous, but as long as they genuinely enhance battle power, it is not an entirely unacceptable situation. Shen Cangqiong, could you elucidate the specific functions of these items? Just as the atmosphere in the carriage grew increasingly awkward, Shui Binger seized the opportunity to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. This garment grants the wearer battle power equivalent to a Soul Emperor in defensive capabilities for 1 hour. This item endows the wearer with agility-based Soul Emperor level power for 1 hour. This rope allows the holder to wield control-type Soul Emperor level power for 1 hour. In truth, these items are not overly powerful. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong would have long since distributed them to all current members of the Internal Academy. The detailed knowledge of each item's effects suggests that he must have frequently examined them. Jiangzhu, you should be cautious. One cannot rule out the possibility that Shen Cangqiong has employed these garments for unspeakable purposes. Bai Qinxiang, observing Shen Cangqiong's familiarity with the items, suddenly envisioned an unsettling scenario. At her words, Jiangzhu's already crimson complexion deepened further. You seem to know far too much, Shen Cangqiong retorted, feeling compelled to marvel at the legendary Douluo continent, where individuals of such youthful age had already become masters in their respective fields. Based on his observations from moments prior, it was evident that even Shui Binger and Shui Yu, the slightly older members, were not exempt from this phenomenon. Even the youngest among them, Zhu Zhuqing, displayed a vague, indescribable fluctuation in her eyes upon hearing Bai Qinxiang's quip. All right, let us return to the discussion of how to ensure Jiangzhu wins against Tang San. As Bai Qinxiang, having transformed into a feisty little leopard, lunged at Shen Cangqiong, Shui Yu quickly intervened to restrain her. Yu is right. In just over an hour, it will be 24 hours. If we do not seize Tang San's ranking within this time frame, he will undoubtedly receive the points reward, remarked Ning Rongrong. She was well aware that Bai Qinxiang and Shen Cangqiong often bickered like quarreling lovers, yet they had never truly fallen out. Thus, she felt no inclination to mediate between them. Chapter 165. The Downfall of Tang San. Then, shall I don this attire now? As she spoke, Jiangzhu picked up the so-called equipment on the table that made her blush profusely, casting a glance at Shen Cangqiong. Wait, I still have other items to present. Naturally, Shen Cangqiong understood her intentions. However, fearing that these items might not suffice, he waved his hand and retrieved dozens of talismans from his storage soul guide. Were these papers? Shui Yu inquired, taking a talisman and examining it without comprehending its purpose. These are talismans. Each one contains a sealed lightning spell. When we ascend the arena, as long as these talismans are thrown out, no matter how swift Tang San may be, he cannot evade them. Once he is hit, Jiangzhu can confidently approach and teach him a lesson. All right, Jiangzhu, change into your gear. I shall step outside to wait. With these preparations in place, Shen Cangqiong was convinced that Tang San, the little rascal, could not possibly triumph over Jiangzhu. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Yu friends. Soon our senior Jiangzhu will challenge that inferior Tang San. If you are interested, do not forget to prepare some snacks to enjoy the spectacle. Variant 1. Douluo World. Anonymous. Jiangzhu, can she truly defeat Tang San? It must be noted that, despite his questionable character, his combat prowess is formidable. Variant 1. Douluo World. Anonymous. Indeed. Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Yu, fear not. We are thoroughly prepared. Variant 1. Douluo World Chihua Academy. Wu. Has something occurred that I am unaware of? Variant 1. Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Shui Yu. You will find out shortly. Variant 1. Douluo World Chihua Academy. Wu. How vexing. I despise those who enjoy keeping others in suspense. Variant 1. Douluo World Yu Xianzhu Tang Yuehua. Alas, it has been nearly 24 hours. I had thought Shen Cangqiong had given up on obtaining Tang San's ranking. Variant 1. Douluo World Lanba Academy. Ning Rongrong. Aunt Yuehua, do not dwell on Tang San. He is not worth it. Variant 1. Douluo World Yu Xianzhu Tang Yuehua. Thank you for your concern, Rongrong. However, he is the only son of my second brother. As Tang Yuehua felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, The broadcast of the challenge echoed across the two Douluo worlds. Now, let the duel between Jiang Zhu and Tang San commence. Please welcome both parties to the arena. 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. With the final word of the countdown, Jiang Zhu immediately followed Shen Cangqiong's teachings, throwing all the talismans in her hand while exclaiming, "Release." Boom! In the next moment, dozens of bolts of lightning descended upon Tang San with lightning speed. On the other side, Tang San barely had time to unleash his first soul skill before he was overwhelmed, collapsing in a cloud of white smoke. Seeing this, Jiang Zhu wasted no time. Utilizing the power of her equipment, she swiftly approached Tang San, her cheeks flushed, and employed the ranged fire attack methods taught by Shen Cangqiong to unleash a barrage upon him. Soon, Tang San was laid bare before everyone in both Douluo worlds. Of course, the most crucial detail was that Tang San's vulnerable areas were entirely exposed to the gaze of all. Variant 2. Original Douluo World. Anonymous. No way, no way. The sea god actually lacks a bell? Is this meant to amuse me and inherit my debts? Variant 1. Douluo World. Anonymous. Tang San is utterly finished. He will likely never show his face again. Variant 1. Douluo World. Anonymous. Your use of she is quite astute. Variant 1. Douluo World. Hao Hian Douluo. Tang Hao. How can this be? Hasn't Xiao San's injury been healed? Tang Hao seethed with rage. Victory to Jiang Zhu. Without delving into Tang Hao's fury upon witnessing his son reduced to a state devoid of dignity, the broadcast declared the outcome after Tang San had completely succumbed. 3 days later, Tiando execution ground. What is happening? Why are so many people being executed all at once? My heavens, this must involve over 10,000 individuals. At that moment, a young man, newly arrived in Tiando City, gazed in astonishment at the continuous stream of individuals being led forth for execution. You must be new to Tiando City, a loquacious middle-aged man remarked. Indeed, I just arrived today. Sir, what great event has transpired in Tiando City? The young man politely offered a silver soul coin. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely, the individuals before us attempted an ill-fated assault on Principal Lu Erlong of Lanba Academy. They failed miserably, and apart from those who were immediately eliminated by Principal Lu, the rest are gathered here. The middle-aged man accepted the coin with a smile, animatedly narrating the events leading to this moment. Wait a moment. There are easily over 10,000 awaiting execution. Did they all partake in the assault on Principal Lu? The young man expressed confusion. If that were the case, surely they would have been intercepted by the city guards before reaching Lanba Academy. Of course, not everyone was involved. Most of those here are relatives of the perpetrators. The middle-aged man replied with a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Relatives? Is it not excessive to hold them accountable? The young man appeared somewhat pained. What's excessive about it? Young man, you must grasp this. It was these individuals who sought trouble with Principal Lu Erlong. Consider the consequences had Principal Lu been captured by them. After saying this, the middle-aged man distanced himself from the young man, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, not far from the Tiando execution ground, in the observation tower, Cangqiong, the young man below, is correct. There are rightful debts and responsibilities. We must eliminate the instigators and accomplices without further burdening their kin. Lu Erlong reiterated her stance. She did not pity the families. Rather, she wished to preserve Shen Cangqiong's good reputation from being tarnished by this incident. Chapter 166. The fierce Tang Yuehua, it is of no consequence. I seek to convey to those restless individuals that dare to interfere with my companions that they should not blame me for taking resolute actions. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to how inconsequential people perceived or spoke of him. Alas, there is truly nothing I can do about you. Although Lu Erlong expressed this sentiment, she felt an undeniable joy knowing that Shen Cangqiong cared for her. By the way, you have just returned, and I have yet to inform you. 3 days ago, Tang Yuehua sought me out, expressing her desire to invite you to Yuexian as a guest. With a moment of sweetness in her heart, Lu Erlong seemed to recall something. Speaking up, she wishes to invite me to Yuexian? Could it be that she intends to fulfill our previous agreement? Shen Cangqiong smirked. You are overthinking it. I have heard that Tang Yuehua first visited the Yi family at Jiao Exine Haidang, and it seems she did not receive a satisfactory answer there, leading her to invite you, the Liu Mong, due to Tang San's injury. Lu Erlong shot Shen Cangqiong an annoyed glance. Since he had been forced to agree to certain matters during their last gaming session, she noticed Shen Cangqiong's increasingly audacious demeanor. It appears that Tang Yuehua does not intend for me to discuss matters with Yi Linglong, but rather to contemplate the revival pill. The fortunate luck of Tang Hao and Tang San is indeed enviable, Shen Cangqiong remarked. Having such a good sister like Tang Yuehua is indeed a blessing earned over several lifetimes. I have seen her express in the comment section that Tang San is, after all, my second brother's son. Liu Erlong wholeheartedly agreed with Shen Cangqiong's assessment. Let's go then. Since she has extended the invitation, it would be somewhat impolite not to attend. At that moment, the cries and pleas from downstairs suddenly intensified as the execution time approached. Nonetheless, Shen Cangqiong merely cast a fleeting glance before disregarding it and stepping outside. You should go alone. She only invited you, not me. Do not blame me if she indeed harbors intentions in that regard and you find your opportunity thwarted. Liu Erlong, not one to be easily swayed, followed Shen Cangqiong out of the execution tower, unfazed by the clamoring voices below. Half an hour later, young Master Shen, please follow me. Our master has been awaiting you for some time. Approaching the entrance of Yuexian, a staff member, filled with reverence, hurriedly approached Shen Cangqiong. Tang Yuehua is quite well informed indeed. I have only returned to Tiando City less than 2 hours, and she is already aware. Shen Cangqiong raised an eyebrow. Please do not misunderstand, young Master Shen. Our master has not been surveilling your residence. Rather, she has dispatched individuals to wait at the various city gates of Tiando City around the clock, the guide quickly clarified. Shen Cangqiong merely smiled faintly at this explanation, choosing not to elaborate further. Please, young Master Shen, our master awaits you within. As they spoke, the attendant led Shen Cangqiong to a door that stood in stark contrast to the overall decor of Yuexian. Nodding, Shen Cangqiong stepped inside, and, as he did, the door gently closed behind him. You have arrived, came Tang Yuehua's gentle voice from within the room. Master Tang, your feigned gentleness is quite unconvincing. Let us speak candidly. Shen Cangqiong could not tolerate Tang Yuehua's deliberately cultivated softness. Moreover, her greeting could easily be misconstrued. I am here regarding Tang San's matter. Stunned momentarily by Shen Cangqiong's directness, Tang Yuehua quickly regained her usual tone. I had anticipated this. After all, you would not come merely to inquire why I sought you out after your absence. Shen Cangqiong teased. I wish to obtain the revival pill. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's jest, Tang Yuehua felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. But she dared not lash out. Instead, she suppressed her displeasure and redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. The revival pill must be obtained through interdimensional missions, and I currently possess none. Truth be told, if Shen Cangqiong indeed had the revival pill, he would be willing to sell it to Tang Yuehua for sufficient compensation. However, this was not an act of kindness towards Tang San, but rather a plan to wait until Tang San regained his confidence before orchestrating another incident to make him experience that heart-wrenching despair once more. I can wait. Are you not planning to form a team to complete the interdimensional mission in due time? Tang Yuehua was not in a rush, considering that Tang San was still quite young. Then, what do you intend to offer in exchange for the revival pill? Understand that a pill capable of resurrecting the deceased and healing any injury is truly priceless, Shen Cangqiong queried. I will offer this. With that, Tang Yuehua rose, adjusting her clothing, revealing a form as flawless as white jade before Shen Cangqiong. What on earth? Shen Cangqiong sputtered, astonished at the bold display of Tang Yuehua. If you agree to give me the revival pill, within a year, you may have whatever you desire, Tang Yuehua said, her eyes reddened and her body slightly trembling. Alas, what is the necessity of this? Shen Cangqiong sighed. Do you believe I am not worth a revival pill? Or are you finding me wanting? Observing Shen Cangqiong's lack of movement, Tang Yuehua inexplicably grew furious. Tang San is truly fortunate to have such an aunt as you. Although Shen Cangqiong remained still, his keen eyes did not miss any of Tang Yuehua's exquisite features. Do not feign pity like a cat crying over a mouse. Are you bold enough to claim that you were not the one manipulating the situation behind the scenes during the arena match between Jiang Zhu and Tang San 3 days ago? I have investigated Jiang Zhu. She is a kind-hearted girl. Had you not orchestrated things from behind, she would never have allowed Tang San to suffer such humiliation before everyone in the two worlds, even if she could defeat him. Just look at the comments in the video comparison section. Even after 3 days, there are still those who exploit Tang San's misfortune for ridicule. How will he face others in the future? Tang Yuehua was no fool. Her previous amiable demeanor was merely a tactic to obtain the revival pill from Shen Cangqiong. Now, seeing that Shen Cangqiong seemed disinclined to engage in a trade, she felt despair and her defenses crumbled. Should you not compose yourself before speaking? Shen Cangqiong observed Tang Yuehua's emotional agitation, noticing the overwhelming turmoil before him and offering a gentle reminder. Hypocritical. Tang Yuehua was acutely aware of Shen Cangqiong's previous gaze. Had he been a righteous person, he would have turned away long ago. I do not recall stating that I would not trade the revival pill with you. What was with that expression of despair and vulnerability you just displayed? Hypocrisy is what it is. After all, one cannot choose whom to behold. Do you mean you have agreed? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua, who was in the midst of organizing her affairs, halted her actions, momentarily uncertain whether to continue ascending or to relinquish her grasp and let it fall. I have 2 requests. Shen Cangqiong extended 2 fingers. I consented. Without a second thought, Tang Yuehua agreed, not even pausing to consider Shen Cangqiong's 2 conditions. To her, offering her most cherished possession as a bargaining chip rendered those requests trivial. Do not rush. Allow me to finish. First, you must not meet Tang Hao again. Second, during your idle hours, you must remain by my side. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand dismissively. He sensed that Tang Yuehua's affection for Tang Hao had become irreparably deep, and as a responsible Douluo Mang, having seen Tang Yuehua's vulnerabilities, he felt compelled to prevent her from sinking further into despair. What? Tang Yuehua was taken aback by Shen Cangqiong's unexpected demands, standing frozen in disbelief. Take your time to ponder. With that, Shen Cangqiong ignored the dazed Tang Yuehua and resumed his meal. After a lengthy silence, I consented. Tang Yuehua exhaled softly. The internal struggle she had just experienced felt as though it had spanned centuries. Ultimately, she could not afford to gamble. If she were to refuse Shen Cangqiong now, what if the challenges of the otherworldly mission were so formidable that only Shen Cangqiong could lead them to success? She was not naive enough to believe that if she turned him down now, he would be so accommodating in the future. You must consider carefully. Once you agree, should you later violate our pact, I will capture Tang Hao and subject him to various tortures before your eyes. Shen Cangqiong set down his utensils. I have made up my mind. Observing Shen Cangqiong's grave demeanor, Tang Yuehua felt a tremor in her heart, but did not waver in her decision. No one knew the depth of her feelings for her brother, Tang Hao. Since she could not bear him offspring, she resolved to protect Tang San with all her might. Even if this Tang San was rather unreliable, she deemed it worthwhile for the sake of Tang Hao. Was it truly worth making such sacrifices for a brother with whom she could never be together? Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Cangqiong's next words caused her pupils to contract, her expression turning pale as she looked up at him in shock. What do you mean? Douluo Xiao Wu. The greatest secret of her heart had been laid bare by Shen Cangqiong, leaving her engulfed in an abyss of fear. It is precisely what I just expressed. Honestly, Shen Cangqiong felt a twinge of anger. Why would such an extraordinary beauty fall for someone like Tang Hao? How did you know? She had never revealed this secret to anyone, not even her brother Tang Hao. Perhaps only the Ain of that era had harbored a slight suspicion. Do not concern yourself with how I know. The evidence of Tang Hao's actions has been exposed. Why do you remain so obstinate? Shen Cangqiong rose and draped a coat over the blushing Tang Yuehua, who had turned crimson from shock. If one truly loves another, how could they be swayed by external matters? Whether he is the revered Hao Qiandao or a despised figure on the list of scoundrels, his status in my heart will remain unchanged. Tang Yuehua let out a bitter laugh. This laugh was a lament for her identity as Tang Hao's sister. Do you truly hold such affection for Tang Hao? Shen Cangqiong inquired. You have never witnessed his youthful charm. You will never understand. Moreover, many girls adored him back then, and they could be lined up from the Wuhuan Palace to the Haoyan sect. Even Ain, a soul beast of 100,000 years, fell for him. Perhaps recalling those youthful days, Tang Yuehua's eyes shimmered with a unique light. Can you not exaggerate a bit? The girls who liked Tang Hao back then could not possibly be so numerous. Even I, who surpassed Tang Hao in strength and appearance, would not dare claim to have such a fan base. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes dramatically. Indeed, love can cloud one's judgment. Tang Hao, who now repulses him with his sour demeanor, is still regarded as a gem by the love-struck Tang Yuehua. This, although Tang Yuehua harbored many grievances against Shen Cangqiong, she could not dispute this fact. In a fair assessment, Shen Cangqiong undoubtedly surpassed the former Hao Qiandao, Tang Hao, by a considerable margin. Enough. Rise now. How long do you plan to remain seated on the floor? As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly halted, realizing he stood while Tang Yuehua was seated, creating an awkward spatial dynamic. Could you please step back a bit? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's sudden silence and his awkward gaze upon her, Tang Yuehua blushed and hastily pushed him away. Unfortunately, her hand inadvertently landed in a rather inappropriate place, amplifying the awkwardness of the moment. 3 hours later. Do not disclose my feelings for my brother to anyone. At this moment, Tang Yuehua spoke somewhat haltingly. I understand. If I wished to speak, I would have done so long ago. Shen Cangqiong was solely focused on creating trouble for Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Hao, and he had no intention of harming anyone who could be of assistance in his endeavors. Why not accompany us on the otherworldly mission? Tang Yuehua suggested. You wish to join? Very well. However, you possess no combat prowess, so do not stray more than 3 meters from my side. Shen Cangqiong was reluctant to let Tang Yuehua practice the original truth resolution, fearing she would hand it over to the Haoyan sect, Tang Hao, and Tang San. I understand. Tang Yuehua felt a bit comforted. At least, this Lu Meng had treated her much better after their earlier encounter. He had even begun to show concern for her. Chapter 168. Tang Yuehua, on the verge of tears. By the way, have you done this for others before? Especially for Tang Hao? Unfortunately, before Tang Yuehua could enjoy her newfound comfort for long, Shen Cangqiong's subsequent remarks nearly sent her into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? In every sense. You're my first. She bit her teeth together, glaring at Shen Cangqiong. Then how come you are so familiar with the art of playing? Shen Cangqiong looked at her suspiciously. He did not doubt Tang Yuehua's relationship with others, but was uncertain regarding her bond with Tang Hao. I am a master of Yuxian, a place where the royal and noble youths come to learn etiquette. The young scions of these families, with a few exceptions, are all proficient in various skills. As their teacher, I have encountered many such individuals and naturally acquired these abilities myself. If it were not for her need to seek assistance from Shen Cangqiong, Tang Yuehua would not have offered even half a word of explanation. Is that so? Then you truly possess exceptional talent, managing to learn merely by observation, without any practical experience. Shen Cangqiong expressed admiration. How infuriating! I will not back down. Tang Zuhu, in a fit of rage, lunged at Shen Cangqiong. Hours later, she was subdued. Now, are you more compliant? Shen Cangqiong observed the exhausted Tang Yuehua beside him, feeling triumphant. It has grown dark. You may leave now. I'm tired and need a rest. Tang Yuehua, feeling utterly despondent, realized she had allowed her anger to cloud her judgment, resulting in the loss of her last bastion of dignity. Do you not require my company? Shen Cangqiong hesitated, feeling that leaving her alone might seem inconsiderate. No need. Tang Yuehua did not even open her eyes, her tone rather indifferent. Very well. Remember, you belong to me. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to confide in me. Recognizing that Tang Yuehua genuinely wished for him to depart, Shen Cangqiong remained silent for a few moments before agreeing. Then I shall take my leave. Rest well. Understanding that Tang Yuehua felt uncomfortable, Shen Cangqiong did not insist on her responding and merely spoke before exiting. Alas, today has been rather chaotic. Throughout his journey, Shen Cangqiong found himself in a state of mild exasperation. This is not an act of hypocrisy on his part. Prior to meeting Tang Yuehua, he had no such intentions. Otherwise, he would have readily taken advantage of the situation when Tang Yuehua was more vulnerable. Regardless, everything has transpired already, so what is there to dwell upon? Besides, he never intended to let Tang Yuehua off the hook. He merely expedited the process. Shen Cangqiong tapped his head, steering his thoughts away from matters that were already settled. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on his own capabilities. Initially, Tang Yuehua seemed like a despondent fish out of water, unresponsive, yet in the end, she was the one who took the initiative. Perhaps it holds true what they say about age. By 30, one should be this way. By 40, that way. By 50, something else entirely. Resolving the inner conflict. Shen Cangqiong's inherent confidence surged forth. In retrospect, Tang Yuehua is indeed commendable. Her knowledge in that regard was absorbed with remarkable ease. She is capable of gracing the halls of high society while adeptly handling domestic affairs, embodying both elegance and grace. Shen Cangqiong mused contentedly. Dean Shen, Dean Liu Erlong instructed me to inform you that she is currently hosting guests in box number 1. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong found himself at the entrance of Lamba Academy, and upon seeing him, the guard approached respectfully. Understood. Shen Cangqiong acknowledged, returning the guard's greeting with a friendly nod. Considering the time, it should be that Yi Linglong and Duga Bo have brought Yi Lingling and Duga Yin over. With this thought, Shen Cangqiong smiled at the guard and briskly made his way to box number 1. Meanwhile, inside box number 1 at Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong glanced at the darkening sky and instructed the maid beside her, "We can't wait any longer. Serve the dishes. Let's eat first. Who knows when that fellow will return." Although Lu Erlong may disregard Shen Cangqiong's preferences, they, as outsiders, cannot afford to show any disrespect. This is not appropriate. Should we not wait a bit longer? It is only around 7 o'clock. Ye Linglong hesitated. Lu Erlong dismissed her concerns, assuring her, "It's fine. It is uncertain whether he will return today. Are we to wait until tomorrow?" Rest assured, Cangqiong is not one to concern himself with trivialities, including matters of timing for meals. Lu Erlong waved her hand, urging Yi Linglong to relax. Dean Lu is correct. I have observed that young friend Cangqiong does not appear to be one who nitpicks over minor issues. Du Gabo chimed in, offering reassurance. He considered himself a friend of Shen Cangqiong, having some understanding of his character. "Grandfather, are you certain your judgment is sound? How do you explain the matter concerning Tang San?" Du Guiyan, who had been reluctantly dragged along by Du Gabo, interjected, akin to a deflated balloon, disrupting the conversation. "That was an accident. Do you understand? Who could have anticipated that the seemingly 12 or 13-year-old child would actually be a middle-aged individual with the mind of someone around 40? Du Gabo retorted, slightly exasperated. "Huh, if your judgment is flawed, it is flawed. What excuses do you seek?" When I first viewed the comparison video featuring Tang San, I immediately discerned that he was no good. How do you explain that? Du Guiyan scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Really? At this moment, not only Du Gabo appeared puzzled, but the others present, except for Yi Lingling, also turned their attention to Du Guiyan. These individuals had previously heard her make similar statements, but had thought she was joking. It is true, during the initial character comparison, when Tang San first appeared on screen, Yin Yin warned us that he was not to be trusted. Before Du Guiyan could speak further, Yi Lingling, sitting beside her, interjected, quickly defending Du Guiyan. "So, does this mean my granddaughter possesses a special talent for discerning character? There is no need for deceit in such matters." And with Yi Lingling's testimony, everyone chose to believe her, while Du Gabo jokingly remarked, "I do not know if I possess such a talent." However, upon first encountering Tang San, I felt an indescribable aversion toward him, a sentiment I have never felt toward anyone else. This was Du Guiyan speaking the truth. Chapter 169, Lu Erlong's Inquiry. It seems everyone is engaged in a lively discussion. Just as the guests in the box were intrigued by Du Guiyan's statements, Shen Cangqiong entered through the door. "Finally decided to return, have you?" Lu Erlong shot a glare at Shen Cangqiong. "Brother Cangqiong, come sit with us." Unlike Lu Erlong, Shui Yiwear rushed overexcitedly to embrace Shen Cangqiong's arm upon his return. "All right, just in time. I'm quite hungry." After an extensive 6-hour endeavor, Shen Cangqiong was indeed ravenous. Coldly, Du Guiyan remarked to Yi Lingling in a whisper only they could hear, "Do you not find that the relationship between Shui Yiwear and Shen Cangqiong seems rather peculiar?" However, unbeknownst to Du Guiyan, all the women present who had cultivated the original true resolution clearly heard every word she had just spoken. "What concern is that of ours?" Yi Lingling replied in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Her demeanor was frigid, devoid of any inclination towards gossip. "You are such a bore. Always like this." Hearing this, Du Guiyan shot a discontented glance at Yi Lingling. "Come, young friend Cangqiong, allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Du Guiyan." Without delving into the whispers exchanged between Du Guiyan and Yi Lingling, Du Gabo, upon seeing Shen Cangqiong settled, immediately pointed to his granddaughter to make the introduction. "Miss Du Gu." "Greetings." Shen Cangqiong nodded kindly towards Du Guiyan. "Hello," Du Guiyan replied coldly. Addressing me as Miss Du Gu feels rather distant. Observing the polite yet frosty interaction, Du Gabo subtly furrowed his brow. "Then I shall call her Yenner." Shen Cangqiong recalled that this form of address seemed to be in use for Du Guiyan, as her friends typically referred to her as Yin Yin. "Very well, let it be so." Du Gabo decisively settled the matter, not affording Du Guiyan any chance to object. "Young Master Cangqiong, this is my daughter, Yi Lingling." After Shen Cangqiong finished conversing with Du Gabo, Yi Lingling turned her gaze towards him, smiling as she introduced herself. "I imagine Lingling must be quite beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't wear a veil." Shen Cangqiong mused internally whether Yi Lingling, like Mu Wanqing, would marry the first person who beheld her true visage. Isn't that obvious? Lingling is ranked 5th on the Rouge list. How could she not be beautiful? Although there was another individual ranked 4th on the list present, Du Guiyan being one of the few who had glimpsed Yi Lingling's true appearance aside from her parents. felt that Yi Lingling surpassed even the individuals ranked fourth on the Rouge list. In fact, she believed that even the most beautiful contender she had encountered by Dong paled in comparison to the unveiled Yi Lingling. Perhaps only the top-ranked individual on the Rouge list could rival her. Please forgive us, young Master Cangqiong. Due to certain reasons, Lingling cannot remove her veil for the time being. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, perceiving Shen Cangqiong's potential dissatisfaction, hastily offered an explanation. Head of the Yi family, you worry unnecessarily. The choice of one's attire is a personal freedom. As long as it is not a look that induces discomfort, I am indifferent. Shen Cangqiong's few words of reassurance brought relief to Yi Lingling. You must be Meng Yiran, correct? After conversing with Yi Lingling, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze to the girl who had been watching him intently. Yes, indeed. I am Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran appeared somewhat anxious. I shall call you Yiran from now on, if that is agreeable. Shen Cangqiong inquired. Yes, that is fine. Meng Yiran nodded vigorously. By the way, where are your grandparents? Upon entering, Shen Cangqiong had observed the absence of Long Gong and Shi Pe and initially thought they might be in the restroom. But their prolonged absence led him to reconsider. My grandparents dropped me off at Lanba Academy and left immediately. They mentioned they had to return to the family to assist me in acquiring comparison video points, Meng Yiran explained. Understanding dawned upon Shen Cangqiong. The Meng family's direct lineage now consisted solely of Long Gong, Shi Pe, and Meng Yiran. If the three of them did not return and instead delegated authority to their subordinates to acquire points, one could only speculate how many golden soul coins would be lost to those subordinates. Young Master Cangqiong, may I ask you a question? Meng Yiran gazed at him with curiosity. Please, go ahead. Shen Cangqiong gestured with a chicken leg, encouraging her to continue. Why is there no ranking for you on the Tangtian Tower Challenge? This was a perplexing point for Meng Yiran. In recent days, not only had the human faction taken the opportunity to accumulate comparison video points, but the Soul Beast faction had also participated. With the current top rank on the Tangtian Tower Challenge held by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, I've been preoccupied lately and haven't had the time to participate in the challenge. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong seized the opportunity to grasp Shui Yue's delicate foot, which had begun to fidget again. Naturally, this was merely an excuse. In truth, Shen Cangqiong had been accompanying Shui Yue, knowing that she would soon return to Tianshui Academy. Thus, they had to make the most of their remaining time together. Speaking of the Tangtian Tower Challenge, I am currently stuck at the 100th level, where I must defeat 2 Soul Kings. Quite a daunting task indeed. As time passed after Meng Yiran mentioned the Tangtian Tower Challenge, Du Guiyan was the first to express discontent regarding the challenge's difficulty, followed by Huo Wu, Ning Rongrong, by Qin Xiang, and others joining the discussion. 5 hours later. Confess honestly, did something occur between you and Tang Yuehua? Upon returning to their exclusive courtyard, Lu Erlong's expression darkened as she questioned him. How did you know? Shen Cangqiong felt a bit embarrassed. How could I not know? You should take a whiff of your own scent. I dare say everyone in the private room must have noticed. Lu Erlong replied with a cold laugh. About that. Shen Cangqiong broke into a slight sweat. Let go, Erlong. Such matters are quite normal. Besides, you did agree, did you not? At this moment, Shui Yue interjected, attempting to mediate with Lu Erlong. Aren't you concerned that more and more people will surround in the future? Lu Erlong replied helplessly. Although she had agreed, she had not anticipated that immediately after accepting Shui Yue's presence, Shen Cangqiong would also take Tang Yuehua into his fold. I don't mind at all. Brother Cangqiong is too formidable. Relying solely on the 2 of us, we surely cannot sustain it, Shui Yue remarked. Chapter 170. Yi Lingling's observations, you little girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Erlong's serious expression shattered instantly. What I said is the truth. He stays for an entire night. If he were to come only every few days, it would be manageable. But once we graduate and live together every day, I fear I might not last a year. Shui Yue admitted, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Lu Erlong could profoundly relate to this. The reason she agreed to Shen Cangqiong was not only because such matters were quite ordinary among the strong, but also because she too could not withstand Shen Cangqiong's antics. Let's consider it as a debt from our past lives. Ultimately, Lu Erlong sighed, rendered speechless. How could that be? It should be said that earning your favor is a blessing I have cultivated in my previous life, Shen Cangqiong replied with a playful grin. You may leave now. Tonight, I wish to share some secrets with you, so you need not stay. Lu Erlong was not swayed by Shen Cangqiong's words. After speaking, she unceremoniously pushed him out of the room. But this is my room as well, Shen Cangqiong protested, feeling aggrieved at being thrust out. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Initially, he had hoped for a delightful evening, but now he was unwilling to simply be cast aside. That's your problem. If it comes to that, you can sleep at Tang Yuewa's place, came Lu Erlong's exasperated voice from within. Sighing, Shen Cangqiong realized that he would have to endure a night alone. Upon hearing the sound of Lu Erlong placing something heavy against the door, he turned to his side and glared at the husky that was cocking its head at him, ruffling its fur in annoyance. Meanwhile, in the suite where Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling, and Meng Iran were gathered, the three were engaged in casual conversation. Look, Senior Cangqiong has begun his challenge in the Tang Tian Tower, exclaimed Meng Iran, pointing at the enormous screen in the sky that was unobscured by any objects. Wow, his speed is astonishing, she gasped. Truly, he is someone who can alter the fate of the entire Douluo continent, she added, reflecting on how she required at least 5 minutes to clear each of the first 10 levels, while he managed to complete each in merely a second. After hearing Meng Iran's remarks, Yi Lingling, astonished by Shen Cangqiong's near-instantaneous progress, couldn't help but express her admiration, setting everything else aside in terms of combat prowess. Shen Cangqiong is indeed formidable. Oh dear, it seems Tianheng will be feeling the pressure for a while, Douluo Yin mused, contemplating the agreement she had with her grandfather, which dampened her desire to check on Yu Tianheng. What does he have to feel bad about? Meng Iran asked in confusion. The captain has been secretly challenging Shen Cangqiong, believing that if he works hard enough, he won't fall short, Douluo Yin explained. For instance, he has already cleared 150 levels of the Tang Tian Tower, while Shen Cangqiong has yet to clear even one. This has given the captain a false sense of superiority in some respects. Yi Lingling, disregarding Douluo Yin's presence, remarked with an odd tone, where does he get such confidence? Meng Iran was taken aback by this, realizing he must have been influenced by the comparison video showing Yin ending up with Shen Cangqiong. Yi Lingling speculated further, noting that before the fourth character comparison emerged, Yu Tianheng did not have the audacity to challenge Shen Cangqiong. It's all due to jealousy, she concluded, observing the expressions of her closest friend and her new roommate. Douluo Yin felt compelled to affirm Yi Lingling's hypothesis to prevent Yu Tianheng from further embarrassing himself. So it seems, she conceded, and Meng Iran's expression softened with understanding. In her view, it was quite normal for a man to act irrationally out of jealousy. If a man did not feel jealousy, it did not signify maturity, but rather an absence of genuine feelings, merely seeking casual amusement. From this perspective, Yu Tianheng had some redeeming qualities, as he was not the type to toy with others' emotions. By the way, Lingling, what are your plans for the future? Douluo Yin seized the opportunity to shift the conversation away from Yu Tianheng. What do you mean by plans? Yi Lingling responded, momentarily bewildered. Don't forget, in the fourth character comparison, Shen Cangqiong is not only accompanied by me, but also by you, Douluo Yin reminded her. I am indifferent. However, my mother wishes for me to be with Shen Cangqiong. Thus, my purpose in coming here, apart from joining the inner academy of Lanba Academy, is to observe Shen Cangqiong's character. Yi Lingling remained unconcerned about having no romantic interest. You little girl, you're not developing a crush, are you? Douluo Yin teased. He already has other women, and you still claim to be indifferent while planning to observe him. Yin, do you really think Yu Tianheng will only have you as his woman in the future? He is a core disciple of the Lan Dian Ba Wang family, one of the twin stars of his generation. Even if he fails to become the sect leader, it is a certainty that he will ascend to a position of power as a core elder. Have you ever seen a core elder of the Lan Dian Ba Wang family marry only one wife? Yi Lingling countered it. I believe Tianheng will not do that. Douluo Yin shook her head. Suit yourself. I only say this because I do not want you to be hurt in the future. Sometimes those involved are blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Unbeknownst to Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling had previously received hints from Yu Tianheng expressing his desire for her to be his girlfriend. However, she dismissed him, perceiving his arrogance as unworthy of her attention. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Is this your justification for not minding Shen Cangqiong having other women? Douluo Yin redirected the conversation back to Yi Lingling, though the latter's words began to take root in Douluo Yin's mind. In another location, within the Tang Tian Tower, Shen Cangqiong exclaimed, "This is far too easy," as he shattered several puppet shadows with a single strike and advanced to the next level. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, continuing for over 5 hours. Finally, this is getting a bit challenging, he remarked, having just vanquished a puppet shadow that had engaged him for half an hour, igniting his interest. Congratulations to Shen Cangqiong for breaking through to the 1000th level. An additional reward has been issued, one high-level Wuhuan card. Note 1. The Wuhuan card allows the user to select a new Wuhuan of the same level. Note 2. The newly acquired Wuhuan does not replace the existing one, but becomes a dual Wuhuan. Note 3. There is no limit to the number of Wuhuan cards each individual can use. Just as Shen Cangqiong was beginning to take the challenge seriously and prepare to ascend to an even higher level of the Tang Tower, the voice from the comparison video suddenly resonated throughout two Douluo worlds. Wait, wasn't it stated that the Tang Tower challenges only grant rewards based on comparison video scores? Why are there additional rewards now? Even more astonishing is that this extra reward is a so-called Wuhuan card. Is it possible that in the future, everyone will possess dual Wuhuan, or even triple, quadruple Wuhuan, or even hundreds of Wuhuan? In the original world of number 2, an anonymous individual remarked, "I see you've just been roused by the sounds of the comparison video. You still appear to be in a daze. If you scrutinize or listen closely, you will realize that this is the additional reward bestowed upon Shen Cangqiong for surpassing the 1000th level. Do you think such accolades come easily? Just look at your pitiful title for breaching the 3rd level. I estimate you shall never conquer the 1000th level in your lifetime." In the variant world of number 1, another anonymous voice interjected, "Do not heed him. Some individuals simply lack self-awareness." This voice continued, "By the way, when did Shen Cangqiong commence his trials? I recall, just before slumber, I specifically monitored the number of levels he had cleared in the Tower of Heaven and found it still at 0. Perhaps he began his trials around 6 hours ago," the first anonymous voice surmised. "I was fortunate to witness Shen Cangqiong's count transition from 0 to 1 while refreshing the page." The second anonymous individual exclaimed, "It has utterly shattered my worldview. To have successfully conquered 1000 levels in merely 6 hours is astonishing. I took approximately 5.5 hours just to surpass the 10th level." "You possess remarkable stamina," commented the first anonymous voice. "Spending 5.5 hours on the 10th level is quite impressive." "Indeed," the second anonymous individual replied with a chuckle. "I am quite well regarded in our vicinity." From the Shrek Academy of the original world of number 2, Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "Shen Cangqiong, are you willing to sell that martial soul card of yours? Would you like it?" Shen Cangqiong responded, taken aback by the appearance of this Yu Xiaojiang from another world, as the one from his own had temporarily ceased his antics. "I do desire it. Name your price." Yu Xiaojiang insisted. "This price is not trivial," Shen Cangqiong replied. "Are you certain you can afford it? I have no pressing engagements, so I intend to indulge Yu Xiaojiang in some banter. If I can take advantage of him, all the better." "Just name your price," Yu Xiaojiang reiterated. "I am currently in no shortage of comparison video points." "Oh, are you truly in possession of such an abundance of comparison video points?" Shen Cangqiong queried, puzzled. Logically, after the exposure of Yu Xiaojiang's character flaws by the Dregs list, no one should be inclined to offer him points, especially not Bai Dong. Unlike her counterpart in this world, who had already eliminated Yu Xiaojiang from Shrek Academy, she would have no reason to maintain any association with him. However, if it were not for Bai Dong, Shen Cangqiong could not fathom who would continue to support Yu Xiaojiang, even prompting him to lament his plight of possessing little more than points. Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Brother Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojiang's points are earned through his own efforts." After stating this, she could not suppress her laughter and leaned against Zhu Zhuqing. "Is that so? Has Yu Xiaojiang truly become so formidable that he can earn points on his own?" Shen Cangqiong expressed further bewilderment upon seeing Ning Rongrong's remarks from another world. This is not merely Yu Xiaojiang's prowess, but rather his adoption of the Spear Hall's tactics, collecting points for others to discipline him at Shrek Academy. "I have taught him a lesson once," Ning Rongrong revealed. "That is quite a clever strategy," another anonymous voice from the variant world of number 1 remarked. "It not only prevents others from fixating on capturing him, but also allows him to accumulate points." "Indeed, it is a commendable method," the second anonymous voice concurred. "However, it does place a burden on the food system's soul masters of Shrek Academy. I have heard they are nearly exhausted." "Huh? Did not Yu Xiaojiang claim that points were his least concern? Why does he not hire more healing soul masters to assist him, rather than causing distress to his own academy?" The first anonymous voice questioned. "Perhaps he is rather stingy. What other reason could there be?" The second voice replied. "Shen Cangqiong, why have you fallen silent?" Yu Xiaojiang urged, disregarding the mockery in the comments. "Name your price. I assure you, I will not haggle." Shen Cangqiong casually suggested. 100 billion points. Is that price not somewhat outrageous? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. "Did you not request that I name my price? Did you not assert that you're not in want of points?" Shen Cangqiong countered. "I did ask you to state a price, but I did not mean for you to toy with me." When have I ever toyed with you? Reflect on this. Is 100 billion points truly exorbitant for a high-level martial soul card? Shen Cangqiong pressed. Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence. For most, that price would indeed be exorbitant, perhaps even astronomical. Yet for him, who sought to prove himself as a powerful individual, the prospect of seizing an opportunity for ascendance justified even 1,000,000,000,000 points. Could you possibly grant me a grace period? After some contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang resolved to purchase the card, while simultaneously nurturing a more audacious notion. What do you think? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Rest assured, I will make the purchase. However, I currently lack the necessary points. If you could allow me some time, I can offer you an additional 100,000,000 points. Furthermore, could you sell me a herb suitable for my Luo, Sand, Pao martial soul? As he spoke, Yu Xiaojiang made his way toward Flinder's office, intending to persuade Flinder to allow Dai, Mubai, and Oscar to also accept this method of accumulating points through discipline, and if possible, to convince Tang San as well. Oh, initially, Shen Cangqiong had no intention of selling the martial soul card to Yu Xiaojiang, but the mention of purchasing herbs sparked a rather promising idea in his mind. Your world must also have herbs, correct? Why seek to purchase from me? With a plan forming, Shen Cangqiong sought to gather more information to tailor his strategy accordingly. Immediately following the release of the comparison video, our world's Douluo cleared out all the herbs, taking his granddaughter to the spirit hall, Yu Xiaojiang explained. Ah, I see. That is indeed a brilliant strategy. After all, the spirit hall remains the only reliable faction on the entire Douluo continent. Shen Cangqiong truly admires the decisiveness of Douluo. In such a critical situation, any hesitation could have resulted in him being surrounded by the Qibao Glazed sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, among other forces. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong remarked to Yu Xiaojiang, I possess the celestial herb you desire and can sell it to you. Yu Xiaojiang from the second original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, replied, name your price. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that he would likely be at the mercy of Shen Cangqiong once more. Yet, the thought of soon becoming a prodigy endowed with twin martial souls, both of high rank, rendered him indifferent to all else. Shen Cangqiong continued, your martial soul is, in fact, the Golden Saint Dragon. However, due to your inherent lack of potential, you were unable to support the mutation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul into the Golden Saint Dragon, leading to its failed evolution and transforming it into a lesser canine-like martial soul. I can prepare 2 celestial herbs to assist your canine martial soul in evolving into the Golden Saint Dragon, but I require a single statement from you. Regarding martial soul cards, Shen Cangqiong could not take advantage, but manipulating the celestial herbs would be a trivial matter. Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat perplexed, asked what statement. Shen Cangqiong insisted. Express your evaluation of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in your heart. The more disparaging, the better. I shall not be lenient in this regard. Yu Xiaojiang responded. Is this really necessary? The comparison video has already exposed me. Shen Cangqiong countered. The video does not provide a comprehensive portrayal. Regardless, you have acknowledged that it has exposed you. Thus, you should not mind elaborating further. With a sigh, Yu Xiaojiang acquiesced. Fine. Since you wish to know, I shall share. As Shen Cangqiong suggested, the comparison video had indeed unveiled much, and Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong had irrevocably severed ties with him. Therefore, revealing more secrets would not yield a significantly worse outcome than the current situation. Speak, Shen Cangqiong urged. Yu Xiaojiang began. Let me first address Bibi Dong. I have quite a few opinions regarding her. In truth, I largely concur with the disparaging evaluation presented in the comparison video. Bibi Dong is an orphan, and all her cultivation and status were granted by the Spirit Hall. She enjoyed the privileges of the next pope, without considering how to repay the Spirit Hall, instead proposing that we elope. To be honest, when I saw her sincerely express this to me, I was taken aback. You all call me despicable, yet compared to Bibi Dong, I consider myself a good person. If I were nurtured by superpower at any cost, I would never abandon that power for a woman. I am incapable of such ingratitude. Thus, my assessment of Bibi Dong is that she is an exceedingly selfish individual who loves only herself. To her, everyone, including myself, is merely an extension of her self-love, a means to possess what she desires. Perhaps this is why Bibi Dong is an orphan. Her parents must have been selfish individuals who abandoned their child for their own pleasure. Having decided to speak candidly, Yu Xiaojiang continued, in truth, I harbor significant dissatisfaction towards Bibi Dong. I never intended to engage in anything untimely with her before I became powerful. I merely wished to utilize her to obtain what I desired, but this was contingent upon her retaining her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, all of this crumbled with her unexpected proposal to elope. As for Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing said, I can only describe her as a foolish girl. Though her temper may be fiery, her character is relatively decent. Had it not been for my aspirations and the yearning to become strong, I might have been with her. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Thus, to achieve my dreams, I was compelled to hurt Lu Erlong, so that the now Pope Bibi Dong would know that my one true love has always been her. After a pause, Yu Xiaojing added, Chapter 173, Gyu Yuna prepares to seek Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong chuckled, Well done. You have successfully acquired the qualification to purchase celestial herbs. He imagined how Bibi Dong, who was not in seclusion in another world, would react upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's evaluation of her. Thank you, Yu Xiaojing exclaimed with excitement. Shen Cangqiong replied, There is no need for thanks. You have merely obtained the qualification to purchase celestial herbs. Whether you can afford them ultimately depends on whether you can gather sufficient points. Yu Xiaojing declared, No matter the method, I will earn enough points as quickly as possible. In that moment, he resolved to make Tang San also accept the lesson of earning points to ensure he could realize his dreams. Shen Cangqiong stated, Very well. Each celestial herb costs 100 billion points. 2 would total 200 billion points. Adding the martial soul card at 100 billion points. The total comes to 300 billion points. I will not require the additional 1 billion points you intended to offer, out of consideration for your honesty. I shall grant you 1 year to gather the 300 billion points. If you cannot procure them within a year, our transaction will be nullified. Yu Xiaojing replied that is acceptable. It's a deal. He refrained from saying more, fearing that any further chatter might jeopardize this hard-won opportunity to purchase the martial soul card and celestial herbs. Ning Rongrong from the Qibao Glaze sect in the second original Douluo world exclaimed, Brother Cangqiong, we have received 3 fragments of the interdimensional token. I will trade them to you. As Shen Cangqiong concluded his discussion with Ning Rongrong, a quarrel erupted in the core area of the Star Do Forest in the first variant of the Douluo world. My lord, I cannot agree with your plan. It is far too perilous. The Black Dragon King, Di Tian, exceedingly rare in his opposition to the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna's decision, asserted, Indeed, my lord. Your plan is exceedingly dangerous. Shen Cangqiong had demonstrated his terrifying strength by surpassing the 1000th level in approximately half an hour. The rare and enigmatic Anjin Kongzhua, Xiong Xiong-jun, did not oppose the Black Dragon King Di Tian, but rather expressed his agreement. Of course, he dared not openly mention that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna had faltered at the 1000th barrier, only alluding to the fact that Shen Cangqiong had successfully passed it. This notion, that Shen Cangqiong harbors no malice towards our Soul Beast clan, was merely the conjecture of our leader. What if he is merely feigning innocence, intending to lure you into a trap, only to strike unexpectedly? At that moment, you might find yourself without a chance to escape, remarked the Emerald Swan by G. Do you find me beautiful? Questioned the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, transforming into human form, as her usually obedient subordinates began to chatter, dissuading her from meeting Shen Cangqiong. My lord is indeed the first on the Yenji list. She is naturally beautiful, replied the Black Dragon King Di Tian, though he could not comprehend why his master posed such a question. No, one must say, my lord possesses an ethereal beauty. Then that settles it. If I am mistaken, I shall simply give him what he desires. Let us not forget, he is the recognized Liu Mong in the comparison videos. I refuse to believe that this true Liu Mong would choose to erase me over gaining my favor. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna was indifferent to such matters. In her view, it was only natural for the powerful to be together. As for the question of affection, it bore little significance. How can that be? Exclaimed the Black Dragon King Di Tian, suddenly leaping to his feet. Why not? Gu Yuna regarded Di Tian with an impassive expression. Because the other party is human, he stammered. Yes, my lord is a divine beast, while the other is merely human. They cannot be considered of the same species. Under Gu Yuna's unwavering gaze, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Di Tian's forehead. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to articulate a suitable response. What of it? In the comparison video, even Medusa is not human. Ultimately, did she not find happiness living with Shen Cangqiong? Gu Yuna waved her hand dismissively. But there are no buts. Di Tian attempted to voice further arguments, but was abruptly silenced by Gu Yuna's decisive gesture. ZG and by G, you two shall accompany me. Having quelled the Black Dragon King Di Tian's objections, Gu Yuna turned to the duo, a dragon and a swan, and spoke with an authoritative tone. Yes, they replied, exchanging glances filled with resignation, knowing they had little choice but to acquiesce to the Silver Dragon King's insistence. The remaining fierce beasts sighed helplessly, pondering that it was insufficient for their lord to go alone. She intended to take both Ziji and Baiji along. Particularly, the Black Dragon King Tian felt a sudden surge of envy. However, this was Gu Yuna's decision. No beast, including Tian, dared to voice dissent. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard behind Lanba Academy, as dawn broke, Shui Yu Air, having abandoned sleep, questioned Song Qiong Gij. You cannot truly intend to sell the Wu Hun card and the 2 immortal herbs to the otherworldly Yu Xiao gang, can you? That is indeed my intention. Shen Cangqiong replied, nodding. Why? Shui Yu asked, puzzled. Did you not despise Yu Xiao gang? What other reason could there be? I suspect he has some ulterior motives, came the voice of Lu Erlong from within the dwelling before Shen Cangqiong could respond. Having grown up with him, she knew him well. Song Qiong Gij, is what Erlong Jia said true? Shui Yu Er inquired, her large, beautiful eyes fixed on him. To some extent, he smiled. What do you plan to do? Shui Yu Er's interest was piqued upon his acknowledgement. Quite simply, I cannot tamper with the Wu Han card, but I can certainly manipulate the 2 immortal herbs. For instance, I could allow Yu Xiao gang to gradually lose his capabilities in that regard after consuming the herbs, and then slowly alter his inclinations. Such knowledge had been acquired by Shen Cangqiong from a golden opportunity he had encountered. Look, I was not mistaken. This fellow often pretends to be aloof, yet he is quite devious at heart. Lu Erlong's voice echoed again from within. Song Qiong Gij, you are rather wicked. Shui Yu exclaimed, Here admiration evident. Hey, I have even more wicked plans. Would you care to try? Shen Cangqiong teased, seizing Shui Yu Er's hand and pulling her indoors, inadvertently pushing Lu Erlong back inside as well. Soon, the sounds of Lu Erlong's indignation and Shui Yu Er's melodious singing filled the room. At the rear of Lanba Academy, having already dined, Du Guyin lounged in the sun, grumbling, why hasn't he arrived yet? Why the rush? Our agreed meeting time is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is only 12:30 now, replied Yi Ling, who had been reading a book, glancing at the clock before resuming her reading. I wonder what he wishes to discuss with us. Among so many at Lanba Academy, he only invited Jiang Zhu and Xiao Wu to accompany us. Du Guyin mused, narrowing her eyes. Perhaps he intends to bestow upon us some immortal herbs. When Rong Rong and Xiang Xiang joined the inner academy, they each receive an immortal herb, Xiao Wu speculated. Those herbs rightfully belong to my Dugu family. My grandfather is truly foolish to have gifted them all to Shen Cangqiong. Du Guyin huffed in displeasure. That is because Shen Cangqiong saved your grandfather from poison. Your grandfather expressed his gratitude by granting him that treasure trove. I heard Shen Cangqiong say that without his help, your grandfather would have had no more than 10 years to live, Xiao Wu countered, unable to contain her retort. Due to Shen Cangqiong, she no longer needed to live in hiding, and thus felt immense gratitude towards him. Hence, she would not remain silent when it came to defending him. Even so, Shen Cangqiong is still too greedy. I frequently visit that treasure trove and know it is filled with countless rare resources. He saved my grandfather's life. I reckon sharing half the resources with him would be fair, Du Guyin replied, realizing she was at a disadvantage but unwilling to concede. You are correct. If it were merely about purging the toxins from your grandfather and yourself, sharing half the resources would indeed suffice. However, if that were the case, I would have no further connection with your Dugu family, came Shen Cangqiong's voice suddenly from behind Du Guyin and the others. You, how can you walk without making sound? You startle me. Moreover, who would want to have a fateful connection with you? Perhaps it is due to the derogatory remarks made about Shen Cangqiong that the subject overheard, causing Du Guyin to feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. It is not that I walk silently, but rather that you are indulging too much in your critiques of me. As for your assertion of being fated to be apart, you might find that rather tragic. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong paid no mind to Du Guyin's increasingly flustered expression and addressed the gathered group of Dai Mubai and others, saying, You may disperse. Today, you are free to pursue your own activities. Haha, splendid. Finally, a day of rest, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, leaping with joy. Ma Hongjun, I advise you to keep a low profile. My cousin will be arriving in a few days. Do not scare her away. Bai Qinxiang expressed her discontent upon seeing Ma Hongjun's exuberant demeanor. Xiang, do not worry. Once your cousin arrives, I shall refrain from going out. Ma Hongjun assured. slapping his own thigh with a resounding thud. Ignoring the exuberance of Ma Hongjun, Shen Cangqiong waved to the newcomers of the inner courtyard, including Douluo Yin. Wait. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly blocked Shen Cangqiong's path. What is it? Shen Cangqiong halted. May I speak with you privately? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Of course, follow me. He instructed the others to wait momentarily and led the way into the distance. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you intend? Dai Mubai felt a surge of unease at the thought of Zhu Zhuqing wanting to speak with Shen Cangqiong alone. Does it concern you? Zhu Zhuqing shot back coldly, ignoring Dai Mubai's displeased countenance as she hurried after Shen Cangqiong. Speak. What do you wish to discuss with me? Once they had distanced themselves approximately 30 meters from Douluo Yin and the others, Shen Cangqiong turned to face Zhu Zhuqing. I wish to join the inner courtyard. Previously, with only Ning Rongrong and Bai Chunxiang as members, Zhu Zhuqing felt no particular concern. However, as more female students joined the ranks, all of whom were part of the inner courtyard, she began to feel an unsettling sense of being left behind at any moment. Have you truly made up your mind? Once you join the inner courtyard, there's no turning back, Shen Cangqiong cautioned. I have decided, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. However, upon my graduation, I must first return to the Zhu family to handle some matters. This may have significant implications. If you mind, then I shall forego joining the inner courtyard. Pausing momentarily, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before continuing. This was one of the reasons she had not chosen to join the inner courtyard of Lamba Academy. Though her demeanor was aloof, her heart was not unkind. She did not wish to bring unnecessary troubles to the academy and her classmates due to her circumstances. Had it not been for the sudden, inexplicable sense of anxiety, she might never have considered joining the inner courtyard. How significant could it be, even if you were to topple the entire Xingluo Empire? What of it? With me around, the Xingluo Empire cannot truly rebel. Moreover, if a power cannot protect its own disciples, it would be better to disband immediately. Shen Cangqiong was wholly unconcerned with Zhu Zhuqing's notion of significant implications. A faction without even a title Douluo had no right to speak. It was simply that Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue were too inept, taking years without success in subjugating the Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire. Were it Shen Cangqiong, he could bring about their demise within a year if he so desired. Enough. Do not overthink it. Since you have decided to join the inner courtyard, come along. Shen Cangqiong placed a reassuring hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, signaling her to follow. Chapter 175, Resolving Yi Lingling's Martial Soul, Issue, 2 hours later. Jiangzhu, this celestial herb is for you. Xiao Wu, this one is yours. Zhuqing, here, this is for you. Mengyaran, come, take this, it is yours. In the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Shen Cangqiong selected the most suitable celestial herbs for Jiangzhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Mengyaran based on his knowledge. And what about me, Lian, Douluo Yin, seeing the 4 girls with their assigned celestial herbs, began to refine them as instructed by Shen Cangqiong. Felt a pang of curiosity. Do not fret. I have prepared something else for you. First, let us discuss the matter regarding Lingling. With that, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze towards Yi Lingling. My matter? Is there something wrong with my martial soul? Yi Lingling inwited. Your Jiuxin Haidang martial soul can only be possessed by 2 individuals at a time. Does that not constitute a problem? Shen Cangqiong countered. That. Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words. As Shen Cangqiong had pointed out, among all martial souls in the Douluo continent, only her family's Jiuxin Haidang bore such a limitation. Since you say so, does that mean you have a solution to Lingling's family martial soul restriction? Douluo Yin was aware that the limitation of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul had led to numerous tragedies in Yi Lingling's family. It is hard to say. How about this? Summon your martial soul. I need to feel it more closely. Shen Cangqiong speculated that the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul was targeted by the divine realm due to its potency. But to ascertain the truth, he needed to investigate further. All right, Yi Lingling nodded, and a massive Haidang flower appeared in her palms. That's enough. As expected, upon scanning the interior of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul with his divine sense, Shen Cangqiong detected a faint yet persistent force suppressing the essence of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul. What do you think? Yi Lingling looked at Shen Cangqiong with anticipation. I have identified the source. If my perception is correct, that subtle force belongs to the Shura God. Given Shen Cangqiong's experience in the City of Slaughter and his familiarity with the power of the Shura God, he was confident in his assessment. Can it be resolved? Douluo Yin was even more anxious than Yi Lingling. It can, but may be somewhat painful. You must endure. It is merely a small remnant of Shura Goddess power, which is inconsequential to me. I can endure. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression turned serious, filled with determination. Compared to the tragedies her family had faced in the past, enduring a bit of hardship was trivial. Very well, I shall begin. With that, Shen Cangqiong extended a finger, pointing towards the Jiuxin, Haidang martial soul still resting in Yi Lingling's palms. In the divine realm of Douluo continent, something stirred. While Shen Cangqiong assisted Yi Lingling in dispelling the power of the Shura god from the Wuhan, far away in the divine realm, the Shura god sensed that the strength he had left within the Jiu Xen Haidang Wuhan was rapidly dissipating. What is it, Shura? Noticing the fleeting peculiarity in the Shura god's demeanor, the life god king inquired with suspicion. It is nothing. The Shura god dared not reveal his actions on Douluo continent to the other 4 god kings. Otherwise, as the law enforcement deity of the divine realm, he would be guilty of transgressing the very laws he is meant to uphold, and he could very well be jointly suppressed by the 4 individuals before him. The reasoning is simple. While deities may possess their own selfish motives, they must exercise moderation. Otherwise, it would disrupt the established regulations that everyone has agreed upon. If each deity pursued their personal desires without restraint, chaos would ensue in the entire divine realm. Is that so? The life god king scrutinized the Shura god. Speaking of which, what have you all deliberated regarding my previous proposal to exile Douluo Star? Upon witnessing the life god king's evident disbelief, the Shura god quickly brought up the previous topic. Let's wait a little longer. When it came to serious matters, the life god king ceased her scrutiny of the Shura god and shared the outcome of her discussions with the destruction god king. What is there to wait for? The entire Douluo Star has already slipped from our control. Should those soul beasts regain their strength, it would spell disaster for our divine realm. And that Shen Cangqiong is undoubtedly an unstable factor. Do not forget how powerful Shen Cangqiong was at his peak. I do not mean to belittle myself, but even if all the deities of our divine realm united against him, we could not withstand a single glance from him during his prime. Although the Shura god's suggestion would jeopardize his meticulously laid plans of a millennium, it was far better than facing obliteration or having his clandestine schemes revealed. From the comparative footage, it is evident that Shen Cangqiong belongs to the lawful faction. As long as we do not offend him, he will not cause us any trouble. Moreover, there are many beauties waiting for him in another world. I believe that once he regains some strength, he will surely depart from Douluo continent to seek out his original world. As for the issue of soul beasts, even the dragon god at his peak was no match for us. What could a wounded avatar of the dragon god possibly achieve? Clearly, the evil god king's stance aligned with the life god king's. I hope you do not regret your decision later. With that, the Shura god rose and departed from the conference hall, with words falling on deaf ears, and unable to persuade the 4 before him. He could only find ways to prepare some contingencies for himself. Meanwhile, in the sunset forest at the Ice Fire 2 instrument Shen Cangqiong withdrew his finger and spoke with a hint of effort. Lingling, are you all right? Dugu Yin supported the drenched Yi Lingling, her eyes filled with concern. I am fine, Yi Lingling replied, closing her weary eyes and shaking her head weakly. You should help Lingling to her room to rest for a while. Next, it will be your turn. Shen Cangqiong indicated toward a nearby room. Understood, Dugu Yin responded as she hoisted Yi Lingling on her back and hurried toward her designated room. Brother Cangqiong, are you all right? Once Dugu Yin left with Yi Lingling, Shui Yuerer, who had been silent all along, gazed at Shen Cangqiong with a heart full of sympathy. I am fine, just a slight depletion of source energy. I will recover shortly, Shen Cangqiong assured. Then you should rest for a while, Shui Yuerer insisted, forcing Shen Cangqiong to sit on a nearby chair, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 176. The new Wuhan of the women. Are you all right? After a while, Dugu Yin returned from settling Yi Lingling, and upon seeing Shen Cangqiong resting in the chair, a ripple of concern crossed her mind. It is nothing. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. I now present you with 2 choices. The first choice is that, like them, I will find a celestial herb most suitable for you. The second choice involves absorbing the energy left behind by the Ice Dragon King. However, the energy left by the Ice Dragon King is exceedingly potent, requiring my assistance in refining and absorbing it. During this process, there will inevitably be some physical contact between us. Thus, consider carefully how you wish to proceed. Shen Cangqiong continued. What is the Ice Dragon King? And what do you mean by physical contact? Dugu Yin inquired, realizing that Shen Cangqiong's question indicated that refining and absorbing the Ice Dragon King's energy would yield greater benefits than the celestial herb. The Ice Dragon King is a divine beast, Explaining further would be overly complicated, so I shall refrain. As for the type of physical contact you are curious about, rest assured, it involves nothing inappropriate, simply our fingers interlocking. If it were not to repay the Douluo family, Shen Cangqiong would not have offered the Ice Dragon King's energy to Douluo Yan for refinement. A divine beast? Does that mean the Ice Dragon King is a deity? Douluo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely. It is for this reason that I say I must assist you in refining and absorbing it, Shen Cangqiong confirmed. Is it truly just a matter of interlocking fingers? At that moment, Douluo Yan felt a flutter of excitement. Indeed, after all, I cannot perform a grand act in front of so many people. Unless they are genuinely my own, I have no interest in such displays. Laughter escaped Douluo Yan's lips. Very well, I accept. Just interlocking fingers is still acceptable to Douluo Yan. Then let us begin. You should take a moment to recover. Once we have resolved matters with Douluo Yan, it will be your turn. Before pulling Douluo Yan away, Shen Cangqiong cast a meaningful glance at Shui Yu'er, raising an eyebrow. Understood, Shui Yu'er replied, her face slightly flushed as she shyly nodded. Having been through quite a bit with Shen Cangqiong throughout the morning, she indeed felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, after Shen Cangqiong and Douluo Yan left, she sought out an empty room to rest. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. You could you tell me what you and Shen Cangqiong were doing in that red and blue pool? Why did you make such sounds? At this moment, the increasingly bored Xiao Wu recalled the events from 3 days prior. We were not doing anything, Shui Yu'er replied bashfully. It is all that bad person's fault. He clearly promised not to speak of it, yet while he kept his word, he directly performed it for others to see. Though Xiao Wu appeared innocent as she inquired about the day's events, Shui Yu'er could see through the knowing glances in her eyes that Xiao Wu had already discerned everything. Even more than just Xiao Wu, it seems that Shui Yu'er and the others present have keenly discerned the truth of the events that transpired in the pool that day. Sigh, all are demonic beings, Shui Yu'er lamented inwardly. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. If nothing untoward occurred, then what accounts for the cataclysmic disturbance in the pool? Good Yu'er, do share your thoughts. We are all good sisters here. What is there to fear? Setting aside the internal monologue of Shui Yu'er, Xiao Wu remained undeterred, shaking Shui Yu'er's arm with fervor. Little white rabbit, would you prefer I drag you into the pool to experience the events of that day firsthand? Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong, having just completed his refinement of the Jinhuandan and Xinghuandan, noticed Xiao Wu, the mischievous rabbit, pestering Shui Yu'er for those embarrassing details and could not help but respond with irritation. Your imagination is rather exquisite. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu released Shui Yu'er, tightening her attire to conceal her modest curves. Here, take this. Inside are the Jinhuandan and Xinghuandan I have crafted over the past few days. Shen Cangqiong ignored Xiao Wu and approached Shui Yu'er directly, presenting her with 4 storage soul guide devices. Why 4? Shui Yu'er was taken aback as she accepted the devices. 2 are for you, and 2 are for your sister, Shui Binger. The red ones are Jinhuandan, and the blue ones are Xinghuandan. Do not mix them up. Shen Cangqiong clarified. For my sister? You do not harbor any intentions toward her, do you? Though I can understand, my sister possesses a kind of ethereal beauty that, at first glance, may seem modest, but the more one gazes, the more her allure becomes apparent. Speaking of which, if you truly have an interest, I could inquire about her on your behalf. Shui Yu'er always enjoyed teasing her sister. You little rascal, Shen Cangqiong sighed in exasperation. Shen Cangqiong, could you check on the status of my martial spirit? At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled some matters concerning her martial spirit and stepped forward to inquire. Summon your martial spirit for me to see. In truth, based on the knowledge imparted by his golden finger, Shen Cangqiong already knew what Xiao Wu's martial spirit had evolved into without needing to look. Observe. As she spoke, Xiao Wu twirled around, and a luminous white rabbit sprang forth from a lunar palace, racing toward her. Your martial spirit is called Yuegong Yutu. During nighttime battles, all soul skill effects can be enhanced by 30%. Confirming his thoughts, Shen Cangqiong recounted all he knew with precision. Yuegong Yutu? An enhancement of 30% for all soul skills at night? What a pity it is that if only it could bolster soul skills during the day as well. Xiao Wu murmured with a frown. Since we have a time now, why not summon your martial spirits for me to see? Ignoring Xiao Wu's whimsical musings, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze to the other women. Very well. The others responded in unison, each summoning their new martial spirits. This is the reincarnation catastrophe cat martial spirit. It possesses 9 tails, each capable of shielding the soul master from a lethal attack. After each tail absorbs a fatal blow, it will become ethereal and requires 30 days to recover. Simultaneously, for each tail that becomes ethereal, the Soul Master's overall attributes will increase by 1% for the duration of 1 hour. Shen Cangqiong pointed to Zhu Zhuqing's new martial spirit. Zhuqing's new martial spirit seems far superior to mine, Xiao Wu remarked. One cannot say so definitively. Ultimately, it depends on how one utilizes it. If Zhuqing misuses her new martial spirit, whether in terms of shielding against lethal attacks or the attributes gained from ethereal tails, it could be quite useless. Against a formidable opponent, even with 9 chances to survive, escape is unlikely. Conversely, against a weaker adversary, it may not even be necessary, unlike your new martial spirit, which can be utilized without hesitation at night. Shui Wearer, however, held a different perspective. By the way, since Zhuqing's Nether Spirit Cat martial spirit has transformed into the Reincarnation Catastrophe Cat, does this not imply she can no longer perform a martial spirit fusion technique with Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial spirit? At this point, Shui Wearer couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Of course, even if my martial spirit remained the Nether Spirit Cat, I would not fuse with Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone indifferent. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had moved beyond any emotional turmoil regarding Dai Mubai. Jiang Zhu's new martial spirit is named the Sacred Scepter. When summoned, a transparent protective shield appears within a 1-meter radius centered on herself. This shield is powered by the Soul Master's soul force and can withstand any attribute attack until her soul force is entirely depleted. Shen Cangqiong did not engage in the conversation between Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Wearer, instead shifting his focus once more to Jiang Zhu. A shield capable of withstanding any attribute attack. This is a dream technique for support-type Soul Masters, Yi Lingling expressed with envy. There is no need for you to envy Jiang Zhu. Your new martial spirit, the creation Divine Hawthorn, may lack a protective shield like Jiang Zhu's, but its healing capabilities have seen a significant enhancement, and the soul force consumed when using soul skills is only half that of the 9-heart Sitang martial spirit. Shen Cangqiong explained. Then what about my new martial spirit? Du Guyan inquired, curious about the unique abilities of her new martial spirit. Your new martial spirit is named Ice Dragon King. Shen Cangqiong believed it was reasonable to name it after the energy of the fallen Ice Dragon King. Does it possess any special abilities? Du Guyan asked, her face filled with anticipation. It grants immunity to ice attribute energy attacks and features an ice domain. Furthermore, it emphasizes exceptional strength. This is indeed a divine-level martial spirit. In truth, Shen Cangqiong felt a twinge of regret. If Du Guyan were willing to cultivate under his protection within the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Eye, her Ice Dragon King martial spirit would undoubtedly become even more formidable. However, cultivating within the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Eye required a bold heart, and since Du Guyan was unwilling, Shen Cangqiong had no recourse. Is my turn now? Is my turn? As Shen Cangqiong finished explaining the new martial spirits of the others, Shui Wearer eagerly urged him on. Your new martial spirit is named the 5 Elements Dolphin. Its special ability is to grant immunity to energy attacks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. And it possesses a 5 Elements domain. This too is a divine-level martial spirit. Naturally, Shen Cangqiong prepared splendid gifts for his beloved. This little thing is surprisingly powerful. Shui Wearer gazed in astonishment at the vibrant dolphins frolicking beside her, occasionally darting in front of her to display their playful affection. It was time to return, as they had been out for several days, and their mission was now complete. Following Shen Cangqiong's command, the group of women deftly retracted their new martial spirits, tidied their belongings, and departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire. In a tastefully appointed yet unconventional room, Tang Yuehua sat in quiet contemplation, oblivious to Shen Cangqiong's entrance. I told you to visit Lamba Academy during the day when you had free time. Why didn't you come? She inquired, her expression one of discontent. Ignoring her glare, Shen Cangqiong settled onto her fragrant couch. You haven't been at Lamba Academy these past few days. What was I supposed to do there? Her face devoid of expression. Tang Yuehua replied, that's not my concern. Such disobedience. I even brought you a gift, Shen Cangqiong said, producing a jade box. I don't want it. Tang Yuehua didn't even glance at the box in his hand. Are you truly certain? Shen Cangqiong's lips curled into a teasing smile. Absolutely not, she asserted firmly. Very well then. I had hoped to present you with an immortal herb to aid in the evolution of your martial spirit, allowing for cultivation. With a sigh, Shen Cangqiong feigned an intention to return the jade box to his storage soul tool. Wait. Upon hearing that it was indeed an immortal herb, Tang Yuehua abruptly halted him. What is it? Shen Cangqiong chuckled inwardly, masking his amusement with a facade of disappointment. Is this jade box truly holding an immortal herb that can enhance my martial spirit? Tang Yuehua hesitated, ultimately unable to resist the allure of cultivation, and posed the question. Of course. Just take a look, he replied, opening the jade box to release an aromatic fragrance that enveloped Tang Yuehua, bringing her a sense of comfort. Are you genuinely giving me this immortal herb? It is worth a staggering 100 billion comparison points. Tang Yuehua's heart stirred with unease. No, you are mistaken. To me, you are the true priceless treasure. Shen Cangqiong stated earnestly, gazing into her eyes. You. Tang Yuehua had heard such sentiments countless times before, yet they had never resonated with her. However, hearing them from this young man, who was young enough to be her grandson, momentarily left her in a daze. Take it. I specifically selected this for you. Shen Cangqiong urged, extending the jade box toward her. After a few moments of hesitation, Tang Yuehua silently accepted the box. She understood that no matter what she said, any words would seem inadequate. Yuehua, Shen Cangqiong said cheerfully as he took her hand and pulled her onto the couch. I've accepted your gift. It is getting late. You may leave now. This time, Tang Yuehua did not resist his grasp. Instead, with her head bowed, she replied, I won't be leaving tonight. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that even if Shen Cangqiong were to be forced out, he would refuse to depart. Thus, under Tang Yuehua's gentle persuasion, Shen Cangqiong successfully reached another milestone. As dawn broke, the moon rabbit set in the west while the golden crow rose in the east, revealing a pale light on the horizon. Yuehua, once I return, do not forget to refine and absorb that immortal herb. I shall return tomorrow to assist you in hunting for a soul ring. Shen Cangqiong reminded her, noticing the weariness in her eyes. I understand, Tang Yuehua responded hoarsely. By the way, have you practiced at all over the years? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Initially, I did not believe I would be unable to break through level 9 forever. So I practiced daily. After 5 years of effort, I realized that no matter how hard I tried, my soul power level remained stuck at 9. In despair, I ceased my training, she recounted. Previously, Tang Yuehua would have shunned discussing this topic, but now, with the promise of the immortal herb, hope had rekindled within her, and she was willing to reminisce about her struggles. All right, since it is still early, let us rest for a while, Shen Cangqiong suggested, noting her fatigue. She murmured, warmth spreading through her as she smiled and closed her eyes. At noon, in the private room of the cafeteria at Lamba Academy, Shui Yuer sighed, Brother Cangqiong. I will return to Tianshui Academy after lunch. She cast a resentful glance at Shui Binger, who sat across from her. You've been away from Tianshui battle team for quite some time. It is indeed time to return. Do not worry. We will see each other every 7 days. And if I have time, I shall visit you at Tianshui Academy. Shen Cangqiong consoled as he gently stroked Shui Yuer's hair. Very well, it must be so. But we agreed that you would visit me at Tianshui Academy whenever you had the chance, Shui Yuer retorted, initially sulking before regaining her spirits. Such is the burden of a young lady. On the other side, Shui Binger observed her sister, who had been in a sulk moments ago, swiftly appeased by just a few words from Shen Cangqiong, prompting her to exclaim with a sentiment usually expressed by parents. Shui Yuer dismissed her sister with a cold snort, ignoring her entirely. Shen Cangqiong, should we consider advancing our plan for the interdimensional mission? Wu proposed. Thus far, the Hua family has assisted my brother and me in acquiring 500,000 points. In about a month, we should have enough for the 400,000 points we need. I have no objection, as long as you have sufficient points, Shen Cangqiong replied for him. Whether in 3 months or 1 month, the timing bore no difference. Very well. I will inform the others in the barrage area, Wu nodded. It was perplexing why some individuals would willingly sell their comparison points. Did they not realize that possessing points ensured their future? Though, Bai Qinxiang lacked wealth. She had never considered selling her points. You are a scion of a prestigious family. Naturally, your actions differ from those of ordinary individuals. For those unable to cultivate, obtaining desirable items through points might require decades of effort. Yet, how many decades can an ordinary person expect to have in a lifetime? Therefore, rather than waiting until the hair turns gray to exchange for something desirable from decades past, it is far more sensible to sell the points now, allowing for a more comfortable existence in the present. Jiang Zhue's mother is an ordinary person incapable of cultivation, hence she understands the mindset of the common folk quite well. However, you are mistaken. During the most challenging times for our clan, we often experience hunger, sometimes going for 3 days with little nourishment, falling behind, even some beggars, let alone comparing ourselves to ordinary people. Yet, despite this, we never contemplated selling any of our cultivation resources. The reason why Bai Cangqiong was so thin in her youth was due to her intermittent meals. It is only now, having joined the inner academy of Lamba Academy, that she no longer has to worry about her sustenance and has gained a little weight. I believe the crux lies in our differing philosophies. Even the most destitute, noble families provide an education that starkly contrasts with that of commoners. Shui Bing'er shook her head. Perhaps, in this regard, Jiangzhu had to concede that Shui Bing'er's perspective held some validity. Since becoming a soul master, she has encountered a few members of noble families at the academy. Although they were from lesser clans, their mindset was indeed entirely different from that of ordinary folk. As the time progressed, amidst the laughter of those present, the banquet gradually approached its conclusion. Cangqiong Gij, remember to think of me every day. At the entrance of Tiando City, Shui Yuer waved farewell to Shen Cangqiong, turning back multiple times. All right, Shen Cangqiong replied, waving his hand in response. Don't make it seem like a tearful parting. Shui Bing'er pulled Shui Yuer into the carriage. Annoying. Remember, you are the younger sister, and I am the elder sister. How many times have I told you? You cannot dictate my actions. It should be the other way around. As the carriage began to move, Shui Yuer's voice of discontent emerged from within. Youth is truly wonderful, Liu Erlong remarked, watching the carriage recede while listening to the sounds of merriment emanating from within. You are not that old yourself, Shen Cangqiong retorted. Haha, at least you can speak well. Liu Erlong replied. Come on, the carriage has already gone far. We should head back. With that, Liu Erlong turned and led the way towards Lamba Academy. Xiao Wu, your outfit is quite lovely, far superior to that pink ensemble you wore before. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded, shifting his attention to Xiao Wu. It was Rong Rong and Yuer who dragged me by it. They paid for everything. Xiao Wu felt a bit shy. Money is trivial. The key is, you look truly beautiful in this attire, Rong Rong remarked. It should be noted that your current appearance aligns perfectly with the ranking you achieved on the Yinji list. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong agreed, acknowledging that her silver-pink attire mirrored her appearance from the comparative video. Chapter 179. Preparing to assist A-in in transformation. It seems like something is missing. Shen Cangqiong mused. Ah, I remember now. We are lacking a rabbit cloak. With that cloak, Xiao would not only be beautiful, but also quite adorable. He paused, then recalled another thought. The comparative video had only recently been released, and the merchants in Tiando City had yet to replicate all the clothing worn by Xiao Wu in the video. However, last night, when we took Xiao Wu shopping, we had already reserved 100 rabbit cloaks from the best merchant in Tiando City, Rong Rong mentioned. 100 cloaks is far too many. I could never wear them all, Xiao Wu responded with a hint of exasperation. It doesn't matter. They're not expensive, Rong Rong shrugged. I wonder if we will eventually have our own exclusive outfits. I feel like the silver pink dress and the light pink rabbit cloak Xiao Wu is wearing were designed specifically for her. Bai Cangqiong expressed her anticipation. Who can say? Although she spoke lightly, Rong Rong held a substantial expectation in her heart, having already acquired an outfit that accentuated Xiao Wu's beauty and charm. She naturally yearned for one that would highlight her own unique traits. By the way, Shen Cangqiong, when I watered A-in today, she asked me when you plan to assist her in transformation. At this moment, Bai Cangqiong suddenly recalled A-in's situation. I'll speak with her shortly. Even if A-in hadn't inquired, I had already intended to assist her in the coming days, Shen Cangqiong replied. All right, I shall not involve myself in this matter. Bai Cangqiong nodded. You brought back Tang Hao's wife? Hearing the conversation about A-in, Duguyan wore a peculiar expression. She remembered the reasons and evaluations about Shen Cangqiong on the scoundrel list from the comparative video. Indeed, it is not safe for A-in to remain there, Shen Cangqiong stated. Is that so? Du Guyan's expression grew even more peculiar, internally criticizing. I believe A-in's safety is far more compromised in your presence. Is there a problem with that? Observing Du Guyan's increasingly odd demeanor, Shen Cangqiong inquired. None at all, Du Guyan thought. Regardless, Tang Hao is no good. Letting Shen Cangqiong take advantage of him serves as a form of retribution for my Dugu family. As the group conversed, Shen Cangqiong and his companions returned to Lamba Academy. Alongside Liu Erlong, he headed to his office to manage academy affairs, while Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, and the others returned to their dormitory to cultivate. Shen Cangqiong, feeling bored, also returned to his designated courtyard in the back mountain. Ayin, how have you fared in these days? Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Cangqiong kicked aside the husky that was wandering beside Ayin and sat down, gently stroking Ayin's leaves. Quite well. The girl named by Chunxiang has been very attentive to me. Ayin responded through a mental wave. She is very kind and was the only one of my previous team who truly cared for you. This was why Shen Cangqiong entrusted the task of caring for Ayin to Bai Chenxiang. 4. Aside from Bai Chenxiang, Rong Rong and Xiao Wu were genuinely unsuitable for such a role. Entrusting Ayin to Rong Rong would leave one wondering how she would be cared for. While with Xiao Wu's carefree nature, it was likely that Ayin would soon be forgotten in a corner. She is kind, so you have been bullying her all along? Ayin's tone turned displeased as she brought this up. When have I ever bullied her? Whom did you hear that from? Shen Cangqiong responded, exasperated. I saw it myself. You often have her do this and that. In truth, Ayin did not mention that Bai Chenxiang often murmured to herself when alone, and having witnessed everything with her own eyes, she naturally sided with Bai Chenxiang. Do you understand? I only allowed her to take on tasks for her benefit. To speak of anything else, apart from Lu Erlong and Xue Yuer, Bai Chenxiang has received the most advantages from me. It is a fact that Shen Cangqiong enjoys bullying Bai Chenxiang, the one with twin ponytails, and it is also true that he wishes to assist her. If you want to help Bai Chenxiang, you can simply provide her with the benefits directly. Ayin remains so naive. In the absence of any merit or toil, granting a benefit once is certainly acceptable. However, if such generosity occurs frequently, it may indeed bring troubles to Xiangxiang. Shen Cangqiong, addressing this naive little grass who had fallen once due to her innocence, yet showed no signs of growth, imparted his wisdom. At this, Ayin fell silent. After Shen Cangqiong's reminder, she realized her error. She put herself in the situation and thought about how receiving continuous benefits from someone could indeed become burdensome over time. If one has affection for that person, it might be a different story, perhaps resulting in a deeper bond, but if one does not harbor such feelings, they might forever feel inferior in that person's presence. There is a saying, great kindness can lead to great enmity. Very well, let us cease this discussion. Now, I will assist you in transforming. Shen Cangqiong declared. Have you already devised a method? Ayin's spirit lifted at his words. In truth, since the introduction of the comparison video feature allowing for points to be redeemed for items, supplementing your cultivation has become remarkably simple, as long as you possess a sufficient amount of comparison video points. However, your soul rings are still with Tang Hao, making your transformation significantly more challenging. Nonetheless, there's always a way. I possess a divine herb known as Luan Hui, which can assist you. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong produced a red divine herb. Why do I sense something amiss with this divine herb? Ayin excitedly sensed the herb claimed to help her, yet after a moment, she felt perplexed. Is a toxic divine herb. This is why, despite having acquired those divine herbs from Douluo long ago, I have only now decided to assist you in your transformation, Shen Cangqiong elucidated. Toxic? Ayin, who had been fervently shaking her leaves in excitement, froze at this revelation. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong nodded. Are you confident? Ayin remained silent for a moment before inquiring. I am. By using this buy-in as a catalyst, along with additional medicinal materials, we can suppress the side effects of Luan Hui. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong produced another divine herb and waved it before Ayin. Might this be a bit extravagant? We have no established relationship, and suddenly asking you to provide 2 divine herbs worth billions of points seems burdensome. Ayin expressed, both excited and hesitant. Chapter 180. Taking Tang Yuehua to hunt for soul rings. It's all right. This was a promise I made when I brought you to Lanba Academy. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, showing no signs of regret. When shall we commence? Ayin felt a bit embarrassed as she asked, having just moments ago questioned the potential wastefulness of the endeavor, only to now appear eager. Perhaps in 7 days. I have yet to procure some of the supplementary herbs. It was during my recent visit to the Binghuo Yangyi that I encountered these 2 divine herbs, which led me to this unconventional method, Shen Cangqiong replied, unconcerned with Yin's inconsistency. Thank you. Under the curious gaze of the husky, Ayin and the herb exchanged a long look, before she emitted an indistinct wave of energy. The following day at noon, in the Yuxian, the absorption of the divine herb went smoothly, I trust. Shen Cangqiong strode confidently into Tang Yuehua's chamber, observing her as she organized her luggage. Quite smoothly, Tang Yuehua replied without turning, placing a beautifully crafted suitcase into her storage soul guide. That is excellent. Do you need to prepare anything else? If not, we may depart now, Shen Cangqiong suggested. Let us go. Everything is ready. Yesterday, due to the evolution of her martial soul, Tang Yuehua was so exhilarated that she did not fall asleep until past 5 this morning. Otherwise, she would not have waited for Shen Cangqiong's arrival while still organizing her belongings. I am uncertain of your current soul power level. However, barring any accidents, reaching level 20 should not pose a problem. As they descended the stairs, Shen Cangqiong sensed Tang Yuehua's soul power and noted her energy fluctuations far exceeded the 10-level threshold. It cannot be that high, can it? Tang Yuehua understood the divine herb was beneficial. It was unclear about the specific advantages of refining and absorbing it. You underestimate the efficacy of the divine herb. Not only can it evolve your martial soul, but it also enhances soul power levels. Coupled with your original 9-level soul power, it is not impossible for your level to soar to 20 after absorbing your first soul ring. Shen Cangqiong recalled that in the original narrative, the members of Shrek Academy generally saw an increase of 5 to 6 levels after absorbing those divine herbs. Moreover, it is crucial to note that at that time, the soul power levels of Shrek's 7 monsters were already in the 20s to 30s, and the soul power required to elevate those 2 realms is significantly greater than that needed to advance a soul master by around 10 levels. If that is indeed the case, then my debt to you only grows, Tang Yuehua remarked with a complex expression. There is no need to overthink it. If you truly wish to repay me, simply perform well during the game, Shen Cangqiong replied, his gaze sweeping over Tang Yuehua. Liu Mang. At this, Tang Yuehua shot Shen Cangqiong an exasperated glance, quickening her pace to hop onto the carriage. Young Master Shen, where are we headed? The carriage driver, seeing Shen Cangqiong following his master into the carriage, hesitated before directly asking him rather than inquiring with Tang Yuehua. To Hanhai City. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded with satisfaction at the understanding driver, appreciating that he had chosen the right path. Are we not going to hunt for soul rings? What purpose do we have in Hanhai City? Tang Yuehua queried, puzzled as she peered through the carriage curtain at Shen Cangqiong. We are going to hunt for the soul rings of the Haihan beasts. Those creatures are the beasts of the sea god, and Shen Cangqiong relishes the thought of confronting them. At least, prior to completely turning against the sea god, he regarded them as adversaries. Why go to such lengths? Why seek distant shores when the Star Doe forest houses suitable soul rings? Tang Yuehua could not comprehend why Shen Cangqiong would choose the more distant Hanhai City over the closer Star Doe forest. I harbor a deep-seated disdain for the sea god, and those sea spirits are merely his subordinates. It is not a secret that Shen Cangqiong would conceal. Tang Yuehua had previously gleaned from comparative video footage that Shen Cangqiong's aversion to the sea god was profound, extending to a level of hatred that encompassed everything associated with him. By the way, you have yet to see what my new martial spirit is, have you? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua summoned her new martial spirit, which appeared to be the Jiutian Xianzheng, an instrument-based control-type martial spirit. It is indeed far more fitting for you than wielding the Haotian hammer with brute force. Shen Cangqiong possessed an herb that could restore Tang Yuehua's martial spirit to its original form, transforming it back into the Haotian hammer. However, the image of such a stunning beauty wielding the Haotian hammer was simply too jarring for Shen Cangqiong's imagination to bear, prompting him to abandon the thought altogether. Are you familiar with this martial spirit? Tang Yuehua had only explored some basic abilities of her new martial spirit the previous day and was unaware of its other fundamental characteristics. Indeed, I once perused a tome titled Douluo Martial Spirit Compendium during my childhood. However, I must reiterate that these insights are merely fabrications woven from Shen Cangqiong's observations of the comparative video characters. Indeed, this aspect has been showcased in the comparative video. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded, harboring no doubts. Although your new martial spirit may not be divine in nature, it will still grant you the Xian Yin domain. Shen Cangqiong remarked. The Xian Yin domain? No wonder. I have been perplexed as to why I felt a noticeable shift in my surroundings each time I summoned this new martial spirit. It turns out to be a matter of domains. Tang Yuehua realized. In truth, her original martial spirit also possessed a domain. Yet she understood the rarity of martial spirits with innate domains, which had prevented her from considering this aspect previously. The Xianyin domain will gradually expand as your strength increases. Within this domain, your opponents will find it nearly impossible to defend against any of your soul techniques, relying solely on their own strength to withstand your onslaught. The possession of the Xianyin domain can be considered a unique ability of a martial spirit. Shen Cangqiong added. To be honest, I initially thought I would be satisfied with merely attaining an ordinary martial spirit to cultivate. Yet, you have bestowed upon me a most delightful surprise. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt a genuine urge to excel during their game. Chapter 181. Announcement of the team rankings while Tang Yuehua was in the throes of excitement. The resonating voice from the comparative video echoed through the two worlds of Douluo once more. Today, the official team rankings will be announced, along with the fifth character comparison. Within the carriage occupied by Shen Cangqiong and Tang Yuehua, the announcement of new rankings and character comparisons began anew. Is the comparative video rolling out another new ranking? Shen Cangqiong remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. I must say this elusive golden finger is remarkably industrious. Previously, in the original world, when I encountered such novels, many golden fingers would only release a ranking or conduct a character comparison every 3 months, 6 months, or even a year or two, unlike this one, which seems to create a stir every few days. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua, who had been lost in thought, burst into laughter upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's jest about the comparative video. This was the first genuine laugh she had shared with anyone other than her parents, Tang Xiao, and Tang Hao since her failed awakening of the Haotian Hammer martial spirit at the age of 6. What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Tang Yuehua replied with a light giggle. The upcoming official team rankings will be based on the final standings from the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. We shall now commence the announcement of the official team rankings. 20th place, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 10. Main Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 5. Substitute Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 1. Academy Reward. Permanent increase of all current faculty and students' cultivation speed by 10. Note 1. If an academy fields multiple teams and achieves 2 or more team rankings, the academy rewards may be stacked. Note 2. A team may consist of a maximum of 10 members. Note 3. Participants in the elite competition must not exceed the age of 25. First variant, Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy's Chief Meng Shinji. This is troubling. Our first team is down to main members. It seems achieving a respectable rank will be quite challenging. First variant, Douluo World, Xingluo Royal Academy's Chief Li Wudi. What a trivial concern. Even if your Tiando Royal Academy's first team were at full strength, it will be impossible to secure a notable rank. To be blunt, with the assortment of misfits in your Tiando Royal Academy, I would wager that your so-called first team wouldn't even pass the preliminary rounds without the benefit of guaranteed placements. First variant, Douluo World, Wuhuan Temple Academy's President Zhang Xinghe. This elite competition will eliminate all guaranteed placements. Everything will depend on one's own strength. First variant, Douluo World, Xingluo Royal Academy's Chief Li Wudi. Our Xingluo Royal Academy wholeheartedly supports President Zhang's proposal from Wuhuan Temple Academy. First variant, Douluo World, Sparta Academy's President. We at Sparta Academy also endorse President Zhang's proposal. First variant, Douluo World, Lingfeng Academy's President Jiang Shui. Our Lingfeng Academy supports this as well. 15th place, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 60. Main Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 30. Substitute Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 6. Academy Reward. Permanent increase of all current faculty and students' cultivation speed by 60. 10th place, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 110. Main Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 55. Substitute Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 11. Academy Reward. Permanent increase of all current faculty and students' cultivation speed by 110. 5th place, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 160. Main Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 80. Substitute Team Members Reward. Permanent increase of cultivation speed by 16. Academy Reward. A permanent enhancement of 160 to the cultivation speed of all current faculty and students at the Academy. 3rd place, position yet to be filled. Team Captain's Reward. A permanent increase of 200 in cultivation speed. Main Team Members Reward. A permanent increase of 100 in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. A permanent increase of 20 in cultivation speed. Academy reward. A permanent enhancement of 200 to the cultivation speed of all current faculty and students at the Academy. Variant Douluo World Character 1. The rewards have suddenly increased. Original Douluo World Character 2. Indeed. I initially thought that with each rank increase, the team captain's reward would only rise by 10. Variant Douluo World Character 1. That is reasonable. After all, the significance of the top 3 ranks is entirely different from the others. Variant Douluo World Character 1. I am now more concerned about how many teams Lamba Academy will dispatch and how many spots they will secure on the team leaderboard. Original Douluo World Character 2. I believe Lamba Academy will at least send out 2 teams, one led by Ning Rongrong and another where Shen Cangqiong will be accompanied by 9 spectators. Variant Douluo World Character 1. A splendid idea. It remains uncertain whether Shen Cangqiong, the strongest in the world, will actually compete. Original Douluo World Character 2. As you mentioned, Shen Cangqiong is the strongest in the world. If he insists on participating, who could possibly stop him? Previously, even if one secured first place aside from some fame, there were no substantial benefits. Perhaps if there were reasonable objections, Shen Cangqiong might have opted out. However, with the rewards now tied to the leaderboard, any reasonable rationale will become unreasonable. Variant Douluo World Character 1. I support Shen Cangqiong's participation. Honestly, if it weren't for the age restrictions, I would seek to join another academy and compete myself. Original Douluo World Character 2. Age is of no concern. Ultimately, whichever academy offers the greatest increase in cultivation speed, I shall affiliate myself as either a teacher or a student. Chapter 182. The 5th comparison begins 2nd place, position yet to be filled. Team Captain's Reward. A permanent increase of 260 in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. A permanent increase of 130 in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. A permanent increase of 26 in cultivation speed. Academy reward. A permanent enhancement of 260 to the cultivation speed of all current faculty and students at the Academy. First place. Position yet to be filled. Team Captain's reward. A permanent increase of 350 in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. A permanent increase of 175 in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. A permanent increase of 35 in cultivation speed. Academy reward. A permanent enhancement of 350 to the cultivation speed of all current faculty and students at the Academy. The team leaderboard has been announced, and rewards will be distributed in real time upon the conclusion of the elite competition among senior Soul Master academies across the continent. Within Shen Cangqiong's carriage. Now that the team leaderboard has been released, you should be considering participating in this elite competition, right? Tang Yuehua inquired, retracting her gaze from the comparison video. Of course. As some in the comment section have noted, Shen Cangqiong is currently contemplating forming a team on his own, while Ning Rongrong, by Chenxiang, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Jiangzhu will constitute the 2nd team, and Duguyan, Yilingling, and Mengyuran will form the 3rd team, aiming to secure all top 3 spots on the leaderboard. In that case, it appears there is no doubt that the first place on the leaderboard is already secured. Tang Yuehua remarked, though this might sound somewhat arrogant. First place is indeed already within my grasp. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Virtue. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes dramatically. Nonetheless, the timing of the leaderboard announcement in the comparison video is indeed fortuitous, providing all factions ample time to strategize. Had the video been released merely days before the elite competition or after its conclusion, many factions would have been left scrambling without the opportunity to prepare. As Tang Yuehua surmised, at this moment, whether it be the superpowers like 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School or Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, or major forces like Tiando and Xinglaw, or even the moderately strong 4 Elements Academy, the true decision-makers within these factions have gathered to prepare for the elite competition. Next, we commence the 5th character comparison. The elite competition segment among senior Soul Master academies across the continent is now commencing with the Shen Cangqiong segment. Office of the President of Lamba Academy. Just now I heard some news. This time, Bibi Dong has prepared 3 high-quality soul bones for the champion team of the elite competition. I estimate she is convinced that her Wuwen Temple team will undoubtedly emerge victorious, which explains her generosity. I wonder what expression will grace Bibi Dong's face when she witnesses your prowess in the finals. Just returned from the Wuhuan subchamber, Lu Erlong heartily laughed, slapping Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder. Is it truly that amusing? Your conflict with Bibi Dong stems from Yu Shaojiang, yet you are now entirely detached from him. Why persist in holding on to BB Dong? Shen Cangqiong replied, visibly perplexed as he brushed Lu Erlong's hand away. That is a valid point. Lu Erlong paused for a moment, but quickly resumed his laughter, saying, nevertheless, witnessing BB Dong's misfortune is a rare delight. My detachment from you, Xiaojiang, does not hinder my enjoyment of this spectacle. Be cautious not to provoke BB Dong. Otherwise, she may retaliate fiercely. Keep in mind that she still regards you as her rival, for you, Xiaojiang, as affections. Shen Cangqiong is acutely aware of BB Dong's deep infatuation with you, Xiaojiang. Even if Lu Erlong refrains from mocking BB Dong, she is likely plotting against him every moment, considering him her rival. If Lu Erlong continues to provide BB Dong with reasons to cause trouble, it is likely she could even dream of ways to undermine him. I am now a level 99 Supreme, Douluo. If BB Dong dares to trouble me, I shall ensure she understands why flowers bloom so vividly. Lu Erlong clenched his fist. BB Dong is far more formidable than you imagine. Do not presume that being merely a level 99 Supreme Douluo makes you invincible. Even a demigod would find it easy to defeat you. Shen Cangqiong shook his head in warning. Is she truly that strong? Lu Erlong queried, skepticism evident in his tone. Let me put it this way. At the same level of soul power, the only one who can consistently defeat Bai Dong is myself. And the only one who could potentially match her without a clear victor is Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy. Aside from that, even formidable semi-divine beings from the older generation, such as Bo Sai Shi, Qian Dao Lu, and Tang Chun, are mere pawns in Bai Dong's presence. Remarked Shen Cangqiong. With such strength, why does her reputation pale in comparison to that of Tang Hao, who lived in the same era? Question Liu Erlong. A hint of confusion in her voice. She maintains a low profile, much like myself. Apart from you, very few are aware of my true capabilities. As for Tang Hao's fame, it is solely the result of his ridiculous vanity. He even plotted against his own elder brother, Tang Xiao, to gain notoriety. When discussing Tang Hao, Shen Cangqiong's expression and tone dripped with disdain. Oh, Tang Hao conspired against his elder brother Tang Xiao? What is the basis for this claim? Lu Erlong inquired, intrigued. The title of Haoyan Douluo, which is exclusive to the Haoyan sect, was originally meant for Tang Xiao. Yet, Tang Hao somehow appropriated it for himself. It is worth noting that the title of Haoyan Douluo has always been reserved for the current sect master of Haoyan sect. What gives Tang Hao the right to use it? In conclusion, Shen Cangqiong could not help but spit in contempt. Indeed, it seems to be the case. Hiss. I had not considered this until you mentioned it. Could it be that the previous sect master of Haoyan sect intended for Tang Hao to succeed him, thus tacitly allowing this situation? Lu Erlong's expression was filled with curiosity. Chapter 183. The role of immortal herbs is fully exposed. Number 1 Variant Douluo World. Tian Shui Academy. Shui Wearer. Brother Cangqiong is truly intelligent. He can think of things that no one has ever considered before. Number 1 Variant Douluo World. Qihua Academy. Huo Wu. Shen Cangqiong's reasoning is quite sound. It is evidently unreasonable for someone else to use a title exclusive to the sect master. Number 1 Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. Is there a possibility that Tang Hao obtained the title of Haoyan Douluo simply because he attained the title Douluo Realm before Tang Xiao? Number 1 Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. You are clearly a devoted follower of Tang Hao. As stated, the title of Haoyan Douluo belongs to the sect master of Haoyan sect. Even Tang Hao has no right to use it casually. This has nothing to do with whether Tang Hao entered the title Douluo Realm before Tang Xiao. Number 1 Variant Douluo World. Anonymous. As previously suggested by Shen Cangqiong, perhaps there is no sane individual within Haoyan sect. Discussing this here serves little purpose. Let us continue to observe the video. Tang Xiao is not inferior to Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Xiao is the elder son. Unless the previous sect master of Haoyan sect was insane, how could he pass the position of sect master to Tang Hao? Shen Cangqiong shook his head, dismissing Lu Erlong's speculation. That is not entirely accurate. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the competition for the next sect master is between Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng, two brothers. The family's criterion for leadership is based on strength, not seniority. That is different. Although Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng are indeed direct descendants of this generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, they are not from the main line of the clan leader. Thus, Yu Yuanjin allows them to compete. Do you believe that if Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng were from the main line of the clan leader, the next clan leader would certainly be the elder one, while the younger would not even qualify to compete? Shen Cangqiong stated. Forget it. I cannot argue with you. Regardless of how Tang Hao obtained the title of Hao Yan de Law, we outsiders are unlikely to uncover the truth. If, as you say, Tang Hao plotted against Tang Xiao, then apart from Tang Hao himself, even the unfortunate Tang Xiao may remain oblivious to the real circumstances. It is not that Lu Erlong suddenly lost interest in the gossip. Rather, she realized something important. Confess honestly, how do you know so much about Bai Bai Dong? Do you share some undisclosed connection with her? Previously, when I asked you, you always deflected the topic elsewhere. This time, I will not be misled. Lu Erlong fixed a fierce gaze upon Shen Cangqiong, clearly indicating that he must clarify matters today. I merely wish to convey that it is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Where are your thoughts wandering? Furthermore, given our relationship, Bai Bai Dong can never compare. Shen Cangqiong protested vehemently. He had never even met Bai Bai Dong, and even if he had such thoughts, it was currently unattainable. Lu Erlong disregarded Shen Cangqiong's first two statements, but his third statement did resonate with her. She and Shen Cangqiong had already formed an intimate bond. And in this regard, Bai Bai Dong, who harbored feelings solely for Yu Xiaojing, could not possibly compare. Cangqiong, in truth, I do not oppose your having other confidants. However, such matters must be disclosed to me. Do you understand? Lu Erlong spoke with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Shen Cangqiong nodded earnestly. You have finally revealed your true colors. You still wish to deceive me. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's immediate agreement, Lu Erlong's expression darkened slightly. When did you become so clever? Shen Cangqiong felt a bead of sweat form, feeling somewhat awkward. Let me tell you, Bai Bai Dong is no simple character. Be cautious lest you become unwittingly manipulated by her. This woman would go to great lengths for Yu Xiaojing, especially if she were to discover that the immortal herb could aid Yu Xiaojing in breaking free from the eternal limitation of soul power at level 29. She might resort to any means necessary to obtain it. Lu Erlong was acutely aware of Bai Bai Dong's mindset, as there had been a time when she too would have sacrificed everything for Yu Xiaojing, as long as she could offer sufficient benefits. What harm would there be in exchanging an immortal herb? Shen Cangqiong shrugged nonchalantly. You are quite generous. You mentioned that as long as one refines and absorbs any of these immortal herbs, a talented soul master would attain the potential to become a deity. Did you not? Lu Erlong remarked. However, you also stated that it must be a soul master who is already a genius to obtain such potential through refinement and absorption. But is Yu Xiaojing truly a genius? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Goodness. The effects of these immortal herbs, after refinement and absorption, could indeed grant a talented soul master the potential to ascend to divinity. Is this not somewhat exaggerated? Anonymous invariant Douluo World. If anyone else had made such a statement, I might have expressed skepticism. Yet, hearing it from Shen Cangqiong's lips, I no longer harbor doubts. Anonymous in original Douluo World. Why was I not made aware of this sooner? Otherwise, I could have discreetly obtained one of those immortal herbs before the poison Doa could relocate them. Poison Doa, youngster, you possess quite the audacity. Contemplating the theft of my immortal herbs. Anonymous in original Douluo World. My excitement led me to speak my mind. Senior Dugabo, please pretend you did not hear that, all right? Chapter 184. Shui Yuer Traps, Shui Binger, again anonymous in variant Douluo World. Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer, Brother Cangqiong. I shall forever love you. I am truly overwhelmed with emotion. I never expected that Brother Cangqiong would silently bestow upon me such a great benefit. This is the potential for divinity. Shui Yuer does not consider herself worthy of such an honor. Moreover, on that day, not only did Shen Cangqiong grant me the immortal herb, but he also seemed to have imparted some other incomprehensible benefits within that blue and red pool. Anonymous invariant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. There is no need for such excitement. It is merely the potential for divinity. Even if one truly becomes a deity, the only commendable benefit is the possession of infinite longevity. Anonymous invariant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. I do not care. Brother Cangqiong is simply the best. I have decided, as the future head of the Shui family, to betroth my sister Shui Binger to you, Brother Cangqiong. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Tianshui Academy Shui Binger. Sister, how long do you intend to trap me? You ought to express your gratitude to Shen Cangqiong. Why not marry him yourself instead of involving me? Anonymous invariant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. I have already repaid him with kindness, but such a grand favor cannot be returned solely by me. You must also repay him in kind. Anonymous invariant Douluo World Xiao Academy Xiao Wu. The more I hear, the more I feel that the phrase repay kindness sounds rather improper. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Planned Academy Yao Zi. Is Shui Yuer being serious? Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. You know nothing. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Poison Bo. It is only now that I truly understand why young friend Shen Cangqiong once expressed a hope that I would not regret such matters in the future. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy Dugian. Grandfather, in truth, we have not lost out at all. At the very least, Shen Cangqiong is infinitely superior to that selfish, ingrate Tang San. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Poisoned of the bow. Of course, I'm aware of this. I'm merely feeling a bit nostalgic. Yet, Yin Yin, it is quite rare for you to defend young friend Shen Cangqiong. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy Dugian. Grandfather, please do not overthink it. I am merely stating the truth. Compared to that foolish and miserly Tang San, Shen Cangqiong has indeed provided our Dugu family with ample benefits. Dugian hastily explained, knowing that if she did not clarify to her grandfather, he might end up betrothing her to Shen Cangqiong, just like Shui Yuer was attempting to do with her sister. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy by Cangqiong. Alas, I originally knew that immortal herbs are priceless treasures capable of evolving one's martial soul. Yet, now I am confronted with the revelation that refining and absorbing these herbs grants the potential for divinity, elevating their value from a priceless treasure to an unparalleled rarity. How am I to repay such a gift? Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. Repay kindness. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy by Cangqiong. If the immortal herbs only possess the effect of evolving martial souls, then repaying kindness could suffice. However, once the term potential for divinity is mentioned, aside from the two peerless beauties ranked first on the Yenji list, no one else is truly worthy. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy Jiangzhu. In the future, just do your utmost to assist the inner academy. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy Zhuzhuqing. Exactly. Anonymous invariant Douluo World. Lamba Academy Mangaran. Sister Jiangzhu is absolutely right. Meanwhile, as the individuals from both worlds engaged in fervent discussions regarding the true efficacy of the immortal herbs, the comparative videos continue to play. Haha, the thing Yu Xiaojiang despises most is being labeled as useless. Your words are akin to sprinkling salt on his wounds. Fortunately, he did not overhear, otherwise, he might actually take a swing at you. Lu Erlong was also amused by Shen Cangqiong's repeated jest directed at Yu Xiaojiang. Do not disgust me. The image of Yu Xiaojiang attempting to punch me suddenly flashed through my mind, causing a shiver. Disgusting? You should be grateful. Even Bibi Dong wishes to enjoy a taste of Yu Xiaojiang's punches and cannot. Lu Erlong chuckled softly. Are you not afraid of Bibi Dong confronting you? Shen Cangqiong sighed. I have often heard you speak of Bibi Dong's formidable strength, and just now, you seem to elevate her to an invincible status. I truly do not believe she is that powerful. Just wait. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I will not wait for Bibi Dong to confront me. I will take the initiative to challenge her. This was not merely due to Yu Xiaojiang. It appeared to Lu Erlong that Shen Cangqiong held a greater interest in Bibi Dong than in her, which left her feeling quite displeased with the omnipresence of that woman. I simply do not know what to say to you. Overwhelmed by her exasperation, Shen Cangqiong embraced Lu Erlong. All right, let us not discuss those individuals any longer. Instead, let us address the selection of candidates for our Lamba Academy's participation in the elite competition. After resting quietly in Shen Cangqiong's embrace for a while, Lu Erlong suddenly recalled that there was still a matter to attend to. What is there to discuss? It should be me, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Jiangzhu Dugian, and that little cat girl Lu Qingqing. Shen Cangqiong replied nonchalantly. That seems acceptable. Is that truly appropriate? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao were all students of the Shrek Academy, led by the Great Elder. Lu Erlong hesitated. If Falan is unwilling, then we can allow Rongrong and the others to withdraw from Shrek first, and then join my Lamba Academy. Shen Cangqiong said with a hint of mischief. You are becoming increasingly wicked, remarked Lu Erlong lightly, as she playfully tapped Shen Cangqiong's mouth. I am not being wicked. I am merely preserving the dignity of Ma Hongjun and his companions. Just consider it. The cultivation pace of those male students from Shrek is utterly incapable of matching that of Rongrong and her two companions. If we were to form a team, the audience would undoubtedly look down upon Ma Hongjun and the others, Shen Cangqiong explained, appearing to be benevolent. Chapter 185, Douluo versus Tang San. Stop talking nonsense. It has not been easy for Boss Fu all these years. Though I cannot be with him, I still wish to help him achieve his dreams concerning the academy. Lu Erlong shifted her earlier stance. Wait, you were hesitating before, and now you've performed a complete 180-degree turn. Who is really talking nonsense here? Lu Erlong's rapid change of expression nearly caused Shen Cangqiong to strain his back. What do you think? Lu Erlong narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding an air of readiness to act should Shen Cangqiong misspeak. Fine, you win. Now tell me, what are your plans? Faced with Lu Erlong, who had raised him yet now turned against him, Shen Cangqiong had no choice but to concede. After all, he was not the type to appear imposing while being cold-hearted. How about this? Let's name our battle team the Lamba Shrek Joint Battle Team. The main team members will be arranged as you suggested, and the substitutes will include Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jingling seeing Shen Cangqiong relent. Lu Erlong felt quite satisfied and then pondered before speaking. Can we have this many substitutes in the elite competition? Shen Cangqiong asked, puzzled. Yes, we can. Generally, as long as the number of substitutes does not exceed 10, the organizers will turn a blind eye to it. Lu Erlong, as the dean, was well aware of this. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest, Shen Cangqiong agreed. Is it really permissible to have so many substitute team members in the elite competition? No wonder the team comparison video specifically limits a team to a maximum of 10 members. If there were no restrictions on the maximum number, Shen Cangqiong's team could potentially have millions of substitutes. Your statement is somewhat exaggerated. Not everyone can latch onto Shen Cangqiong's line. However, having tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of substitutes is still plausible. Haha, a team with a maximum limit of 10 members is what we call fairness. Otherwise, in the second world, where Shen Cangqiong does not exist, we would suffer a great loss. While the audience in the comment section engaged in conversation, the comparison video shifted. 3 days later. All right, above is the list of main team members and substitutes participating in the all-continental elite competition. Shen Cangqiong read aloud the list he had discussed with Lu Erlong in front of all the teachers and students of Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy. Wait, I'm not satisfied. I can accept that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing made it into the main team, but why is that cat girl, whom we bought back from the auction, also included? As Shen Cangqiong was about to leave after announcing the list, Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands behind his back and his head held high, intercepted Tang San, who also wanted to say something, and stepped forward, fuming. Oh, what is it? Do you have an issue? Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang jump in, Shen Cangqiong raised his lips slightly, a smile playing on his face. Indeed, I have a problem. I believe Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar can completely replace Jiang Zhu, Douluo, and that cat girl. Yu Xiaojiang dared not suggest that Shen Cangqiong be removed from the main team. However, when facing Jiang Zhu and cat girl Lu Qingqing, as well as Douluo, who had been defeated by the Shrek 7 Devils, he showed no intention of being polite. Yu Xiaojiang, what do you mean? Douluo did not remain silent like Jiang Zhu and Lu Qingqing, but glared at him with a fierce expression. What I mean is, you are merely a defeated foe of the Shrek 7 Devils. What qualification do you have to be a member of the main team? This elite competition is Yu Xiaojiang's opportunity to prove to the world that he is not useless, and he absolutely will not allow anyone to disrupt it. To that end, he was willing to offend both Shen Cangqiong and Douluo. You are ridiculous. Douluo was enraged. She felt that Yu Qianheng's uncle was truly the epitome of shamelessness. Anyone with discernment could see that their royal battle team did not lose due to strength, but rather due to arrogance in that battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena. If their royal battle team had fought seriously against the Shrek team back then, they could have easily extinguished the Shrek team without a second thought. Enough. Since you are not convinced, discussing it further is pointless. Since all the people from the Academy are here today, let us hold a soul battle right now. If Tang San and the others could defeat Douluo, Jiang Zhu, and Lu Qingqing, there would be no problem to give the 3 girl spots on the main team to Tang San and his companions. Since Yu Xiaojiang insisted on Tang San experiencing some hardship, how could Shen Cangqiong refuse? Is that true? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. He did not believe that his prized disciple would lose to Douluo and the others. He feared that Shen Cangqiong would be obstinate and not give Tang San even a sliver of opportunity. After all, this was Lamba Academy, not the Shrek Academy where he called the shots. In front of so many people, would I still joke with you? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Very well. The first to take the stage will be Tang San. Who will you send? Over the years, Yu Xiaojing had seen far too many disdainful gazes, so he naturally would not take Shen Cangqiong scorn to heart. Moreover, in his view, the fact that he could make Shen Cangqiong yield was already his victory. I will go. Du Guiyan, who had been stirred up by Yu Xiaojing's words, stepped forward with a face full of determination. Very well, Yu Xiaojing nodded nonchalantly. He had great confidence in Tang San, believing that he could easily defeat Du Guiyan. In truth, just now, Yu Xiaojing claimed that Du Guiyan was merely a defeated subordinate of the Shrek team, not out of shamelessness, but rather due to his lack of strength and discernment, failing to comprehend why the Emperor fighting team had lost. Otherwise, he would not have presented himself before his nephew, Yu Tianheng, in such a pretentious manner. Chapter 186. Du Guiyan's public lesson for Tang San. Perhaps it's best for you to concede. If your martial soul were not the Bai Lin Shi, you might have had a sliver of a chance at victory. Alas, on the arena, Tang San's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of disdain before he feigned a gentle expression and spoke. As a disciple of Tang's sect, aside from hidden weapons, poison was also among their arsenal. In this regard, Du Guiyan was utterly outmatched by Tang San, just as in the battle at Soto City a few years prior. With a mere application of his skills, he could render Du Guiyan's seemingly formidable poison techniques utterly ineffective. Huh, it seems you truly are a master and disciple. Even your words are equally detestable. Du Guiyan's anger surged within him. I merely spoke the truth, Tang San replied nonchalantly. Very well, Tang San. I hope you won't regret this later. Amused by his own irritation, Du Guiyan ceased to engage in further banter with Tang San and directly summoned his new martial soul. Hiss, what is your martial soul? No way. Could it be that you possess dual martial souls? As Du Guiyan summoned his martial soul, Tang San, who had previously scoffed at Du Guiyan's warning not to regret, was suddenly jolted, his expression transforming dramatically. Summon your martial soul. Don't make excuses when you lose. Du Guiyan was determined to teach Tang San a lesson in front of everyone, and thus refrained from attacking Tang San, who had yet to summon his martial soul. As for Tang San's inquiries, Du Guiyan had no interest in answering. In the variant Douluo World, Yinlong Wang Guyu Na remarked, is indeed the Ice Dragon King. In the original Douluo World, Yinlong Wang Guyu Na confirmed. This martial soul bears an uncanny resemblance to the Ice Dragon King. But how can that be? In the variant Douluo World, Lanba Academy's Du Guiyan inquired. Are you familiar with the Ice Dragon King? Yes, Guyu Na answered. Is it your martial soul now? Indeed. Could you tell me where your Ice Dragon King's martial soul originated? I'm sorry, I cannot. If you're unwilling to share, then so be it. Just make sure to honor its reputation. Even without Du Guiyan's admission, Guyu Na could surmise that this was yet another scheme by Shen Cangqiong. What do you mean by honor its reputation? Du Guiyan inquired. With a sigh, Guyu Na recounted some legends of the Ice Dragon King. Meanwhile, as Guyu Na narrated the tales, Tang San in the comparison video began to make new moves. What if you possess dual martial souls? Do you think Tang San would fear you? As he spoke, Tang San's eyes darkened. Had it not been for the public setting, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his full power to eliminate Du Guiyan without hesitation. Regardless, possessing a unique genius with dual martial souls, one Tang San was sufficient. Du Guiyan was clearly superfluous. At this moment, Du Guiyan had merely summoned his martial soul without calling forth any spirit rings, which led Tang San to underestimate him, believing he could easily dominate Du Guiyan if he so desired. You're even more arrogant than I was. Having said that, Du Guiyan lost interest in further conversation with Tang San and charged directly toward him, delivering a powerful punch. You will soon learn whether you're truly arrogant. Seeing Du Guiyan's punch coming, Tang San's hands transformed into a silvery hue, returning the strike with a punch of his own. The clash of fists produced a resounding boom from the epicenter of their collision. However, in the next moment, Tang San, who had intended to attack Du Guiyan from the shadows, suddenly turned pale and was sent flying, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Is that all you've got? How dare you question my arrogance? Du Guiyan suddenly felt that dealing with someone like Tang San, who relished in pretense, was best accomplished with a display of brute force. How is it possible that you have become this strong? Tang San, pale-faced, glared at the advancing Du Guiyan. I told you, you were even more arrogant than I was. Last time at Soto's Grand Soul Arena. Had it not been for our arrogance leading us into your Shrek team's trap, we would not have lost. This much is evident. Yu Xiaojing is indeed lacking, but you, despite being a 12-year-old genius who reached level 29, failed to possess even this basic discernment. Du Guyan genuinely could not understand whether the Tang San before him was truly oblivious to the events of that day or simply hypocritical enough to believe his own deceit. My teacher is not someone you can casually belittle. Upon hearing Du Guyan refer to his teacher as worthless, Tang San's anger surged, and he struggled to rise, swinging a fist toward Du Guyan's face. In truth, Tang San had long been aware of Yu Xiaojing's lack of true ability. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded Yu Xiaojing's repeated warnings and chosen to absorb those high-level spirit rings. However, Tang San was excessively prideful. He could not bear any blemish on his life. Thus, even though he had already recognized Yu Xiaojing's ineptitude, he felt compelled to defend his name relentlessly to avoid being mocked for his perceived foolishness. Clap. You overestimate yourself. Before Tang San's fist could reach its target, Du Guyan swiftly slapped him across the face. You scoundrel. Infuriated by Du Guyan's public humiliation, Tang San's eyes turned red with rage, as he appeared ready to devour Du Guyan alive, scrambling to retrieve all his hidden weapons and hurl them at Du Guyan. Such tactics are ineffective against me. Shen Cangqiong had long prepared Du Guyan and the others for hidden weapons and had trained them accordingly. Hence, Du Guyan felt no anxiety as he observed Tang San's feeble attempts. Chapter 187. The pitiful Tang San. How is this possible? As Du Guyan effortlessly evaded all of Tang San's hidden weapon attacks, an initial confidence transformed into disbelief as Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. Nothing is impossible, he remarked, albeit taken aback. However, I did not anticipate that this mere contest of soul fighting would lead you to employ such nefarious tactics against me. While speaking, Du Guyan picked up several long Su needles that had fallen to the ground after demolishing the arena's railing, a cold and exquisite smile suddenly gracing her face. What do you intend to do? Tang San, inexplicably chilled by her smile, instinctively took a few steps back. Nothing, she replied. I merely wish to return your own tactics upon you. Without waiting for Tang San to react, Du Guyan swiftly kicked him to the ground, advancing a few steps to pin him down with her foot. In the midst of Tang San's horrified gaze, she thrust all the long Su needles into his body. The sound of Tang San's cry echoed throughout the Lanba Academy. Stop! At that moment, Yu Xiaogang finally regained his composure, shaken by Tang San's sudden defeat. Ignoring his own meager strength, he leaped onto the arena and rushed towards Tang San. You little scoundrel, are far too ruthless, he exclaimed. Regardless of the circumstances, you and Tang San are classmates. How could you bear to strike him so harshly? I must cancel your participation, he declared. Allowing someone as malicious as you to represent Lanba Academy and Shrek Academy in the elite competition would tarnish the reputations of both institutions. After all, in grand events like the elite competition, friendship comes first, followed by competition. It is not merely a matter of strength, allowing one to act as they please. After checking Tang San's injuries and observing the numerous swollen wounds on his body, Yu Xiaogang furiously pointed at Du Guyan, entirely disregarding the truth of the situation, and laid all blame squarely upon her. You seek death. Du Guyan was no pushover. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang distort the truth and dare to insult her, she retaliated with a series of punches and kicks. In the contrasting video, the scene before them appeared entirely inconsistent with Du Guyan's character. According to my understanding of her, had Yu Xiaogang dared to call her a little scoundrel, she would have undoubtedly placed him in a perilous situation. Indeed, another voice agreed. The Du Guyan in the video seems almost unrecognizable, exhibiting kindness that is uncharacteristic. Although she reprimanded Yu Xiaogang, she did not strike with full force, only causing him pain that left him breathless. Little Yu Feng, have you lost your mind? Or do you believe I am incapable of wielding a blade, daring to slander me so? Du Guyan retorted. However, her strikes in the video were indeed too lenient. To insult me as a little scoundrel is unforgivable. I suspect it may be that Brother Cangqiong has changed her, muse another. Impossible, Du Guyan replied. Do not dismiss it so quickly, the voice urged. In our world, you did not speak in rebuttal. Water you air, cease your nonsensical chatter. I merely find it tiresome to discuss matters devoid of answers. As Water You Air continued her dialogue with the two versions of Du Guyan, the video presented a new scene. Tang San, seizing the opportunity while Du Guyan was preoccupied with reprimanding Yu Xiaogang, endured his pain and stealthily hurled another long Su needle at her. This time, driven by anger and shame, Tang San disregarded the public setting and aimed the needle directly at Du Guyan's vital points. Tang San, you have truly enraged me, Du Guyan declared. Contrary to his belief, she had not devoted all her attention to Yu Xiaogang, but rather had been vigilant of Tang San's every move. Upon realizing his intent to harm her, she was instantly filled with fury. Without holding back, Du Guyan swiftly caught the long Su needle he had thrown and retaliated by targeting him in return. Tang San's anguished cry shattered the silence. If the three of you are not satisfied, feel free to challenge me. I can grant you the opportunity to strike together. Having incapacitated Tang San, Du Guyan ignored the lamentations of Yu Xiaogang at his side and coldly regarded Dai Mu Bai and his companions. No, they stammered in fear, hastily shaking their heads in submission. Facing Du Guyan's icy glare, they shivered, unwilling to provoke her wrath. They recognized that should she decide to eliminate them as well, they would have no recourse. Du Guyan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Are you aware of Tang San's identity? You will regret this. With that, Yu Xiaogang hoisted the unconscious Tang San onto his back and limped away from Lanba Academy. This is the Du Guyan I know, mused one voice. Indeed, poor Tang San seems to be at the mercy of fate, both in the video and in reality, another observed. With Tang San incapacitated, I wonder if Tang Hao will seek retribution against Du Guyan, speculated yet another. Certainly, after all, he is somewhat of a father figure. How could he remain passive when his child is wronged? If Tang Hao confronts Du Guyan, he will inevitably encounter Shen Cangqiong. I missed their last battle in Tiando City, but this time I can witness it. Chapter 188. The Fall of Tang Hao in the comparative video. The comparative video continued. Nighttime enveloped the Lanba Academy. Outside Du Guyan's dormitory. What are you doing lingering outside my door so late? Du Guyan inquired suspiciously, opening her door to find Shen Cangqiong seated on a tree. I am simply waiting for Tang Hao, he replied. Are you so certain he will come tonight? Du Guyan raised an eyebrow. That scoundrel is fiercely protective. Do not think that because you merely wounded Tang San, even a light slap would provoke Tang Hao to seek you out for retribution. Even during the entrance examination of the Shrek Academy, Tang Hao would seek trouble with Zhao Wujia for having harmed Tang San, let alone having incapacitated Du Guyan. Do you believe you can handle Tang Hao alone? Or should I call upon my grandfather as well? Du Guyan was aware of Shen Cangqiong's formidable strength, yet she remained unaware of the true extent of his power. Were it someone else, Du Guyan would not fret over Shen Cangqiong being inadequate. However, this time his opponent was the renowned Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao, which left Du Guyan feeling uncertain. No need. You should retire for the night. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Sleep? I advise you to relish this final moment of consciousness. Otherwise, once you perish, no matter how desperately you wish to awaken, it will be impossible. Before Du Guyan could respond, a chilling voice, one that sent shivers down the spine, suddenly echoed. Finally, you have arrived. Hearing such pretentious words, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, you knew I was coming? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao paused, warily scanning his surroundings, fearing it was a trap to draw him out. Tang Hao, no need to look around. It is just Du Guyan and me here. Shen Cangqiong descended from the tree and spoke. Since you knew I was coming and even recognized my identity, how is it that you did not inform the Spirit Hall, but instead chose to wait for me here? What should I say to you? After observing for a while and confirming there was no ambush, Tang Hao let out a significant sigh of relief. I understand that you sought trouble with me for having incapacitated Tang San, your son, but do you know the circumstances surrounding this? Do you comprehend why I acted in anger against Tang San? At this moment, Du Guyan interjected. I do not require the details, nor do I need to know the reasons. All I know is that you harmed my son. Thus, I shall take your life to provide my son with an explanation. Seemingly provoked by Du Guyan's words, Tang Hao's aura surged dramatically, and a pitch-black hammer appeared before him. Ha! Now I understand why Tang San is so despised. It turns out it is all inherited from you. I never would have imagined that the esteemed Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao was secretly such a muddled fool lacking discernment. Du Guyan scolded. In any case, if Shen Cangqiong prevails, even if her insults were to be fierce, Tang Hao would be left powerless to retaliate. Conversely, if she could deliver her rebukes comfortably before her demise, she would not consider a loss. Bold indeed. Originally, Tang Hao intended to instill profound terror in Du Guyan and Shen Cangqiong through mere words. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Du Guyan's reprimands. Thus, Tang Hao abandoned his previous plan, directly raising the Haoyan hammer to strike at Du Guyan. Your opponent is me. As Tang Hao swung the hammer towards Du Guyan, Shen Cangqiong wrapped an arm around her and effortlessly intercepted Tang Hao's furious attack with his bare hands. What? initially confident that a single blow would vanquish Douluo. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Shen Cangqiong effortlessly deflect his strike. I have withstood your attack. Now, it is your turn to endure mine. Ignoring Tang Hao's increasingly grim countenance, Shen Cangqiong smiled lightly and extended his index finger towards him. You are too arrogant. Regardless, I am the illustrious Hao Douluo. Yet this peculiar young man regards me with such disdain, attacking with but a finger, which fills Tang Hao with a sense of unprecedented humiliation. Young man, let me enlighten you. Excessive arrogance and pride will only lead to one's own destruction. Although Tang Hao felt somewhat shaken by Shen Cangqiong's singular finger attack, he seized the opportunity presented by Shen Cangqiong's hubris, channeling all his strength and even detonating his ninth ring, intending to obliterate Shen Cangqiong in one fell swoop. Alas, Tang Hao ultimately underestimated Shen Cangqiong's strength. At the moment of collision between finger and hammer, Tang Hao was sent flying, spitting blood, with the Haotian hammer shattering into countless pieces. Tang Hao, do you still think I am arrogant? Retracting his finger, Shen Cangqiong, embracing the dazed Douluo, strode towards the fallen Tang Hao. Cough, cough. Who are you? I cannot believe there exists a spirit master on Douluo continent capable of withstanding my full force strike with a mere finger. Could it be you are a deity? Tang Hao coughed several times, staring in disbelief at the approaching Shen Cangqiong, then suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming in horror. A deity? Ha! In response to Tang Hao's exclamation, Shen Cangqiong merely offered a noncommittal smile. No, I have many matters left unfinished. I absolutely cannot fall here. I must flee. Upon witnessing Shen Cangqiong's lack of denial, Tang Hao's pupils contracted, and seeing Shen Cangqiong closing in, he steeled himself and unleashed his eighth ring. Ha! You wish to escape? Do you think you can? Did you not hear, since you have come? Then be at peace here? Confronted with the power he gained from unleashing his eighth ring, the fleeing Tang Hao was met with Shen Cangqiong's derisive laughter, followed by a fierce glare. Bang! In the next instant, Tang Hao, who had been secretly rejoicing that Shen Cangqiong did not pursue him, was utterly obliterated into a fine powder. Chapter 189, Shen Cangqiong's Mischief. Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji, Tianshui Xuan Shui Yuer, Cangqiong Gij. The phrase, since you have come, then be at peace here, seems inappropriate in this context, does it not? Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji, Shen Cangqiong. Since you have arrived, let be that you rest here. Is that not quite fitting? Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji Tianshui, Shuyuan Shui Yuer. Ah, is that how this phrase is interpreted? Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji, Shen Cangqiong. Indeed, that is the correct interpretation. Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji, Tianshui, Xuan Shui Yuer. Very well, Cangqiong Gij has the final say. What you say goes. Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji Lamba, Xuan Yuanzhong Liu Erlong. Shen Cangqiong. You ought to refrain from reading such nonsensical literature and stop misinterpreting various famous quotes. Your own ignorance is one thing, but do not mislead others. Yihao Biani Douluo Shiji Lamba Niyuan by Cangqiong. Director Liu, you are unaware. When in private, this fellow Shen Cangqiong rambles incessantly in front of me. For instance, he interpreted the phrase "sanshi li" to mean that only when 30 individuals join forces against me am I worthy to rise and confront them. He explained "isai shi biu hua" as the ability to instill doubt in the lives of 40 adversaries who dare to challenge me. The saying "fu mu zai, biu yuan yu," yu bai yufang was interpreted as a warning that if you commit a transgression, do not even think of fleeing, for your parents are still here. Even if you escape, there are ways to bring you back. In the world of variant Doa at the Chihua Academy, Huo Wu exclaimed, "Haha, Shen Cangqiong truly revels in mischief. He rarely shows this side of himself." At the Shen Cangqiong Academy, Feng Xiaotian remarked, "Isn't your focus a bit misplaced, Huo Wu? Shouldn't we be discussing the fall of Tang Hao as depicted in the comparison video?" Huo Wu retorted, "What is there to discuss about someone who is so easily defeated by Shen Cangqiong? His fame is indeed outrageous, but upon engaging him, I can only wonder what sorcery this is. Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuxian's side? Ah, second brother, you should keep your distance from Shen Cangqiong. It would be best to avoid him for life." Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Did Tang Hao just vanish like that? Dong Guoyin gazed in disbelief at the spot where Tang Hao had been obliterated. What is all this astonishment about? He was merely a minor figure, Shen Cangqiong replied. Tell me honestly, how strong are you now? And what did Tang Hao mean by God? Dong Guoyin inquired. I am uncertain of my own strength, Shen Cangqiong confessed. Regardless, Someone as hollow as Tang Hao poses no threat to me. As for the god he mentioned, Shen Cangqiong paused and proceeded to share essential information regarding the concept of divinity with Dong Guiyan. I always believed the legendary level of becoming a god was merely a beautiful lie, yet it appears to be true. Dong Guiyan was initially astounded by Shen Cangqiong's prowess, only to be further overwhelmed by the revelations about divinity. Well, the matter is resolved now. We can return to rest, Shen Cangqiong said, releasing Dong Guiyan. The scene shifted to the following morning. The city of Tiando is truly bustling today, Jiang Zhu remarked as she observed the throngs of people on the way to the elite competition venue. After all, the elite competition is a grand event held once every 5 years across the Douluo continent, hence the excitement. Unlike Jiang Zhu, Dong Guiyan had witnessed such lively scenes countless times throughout her life and felt no thrill. The more lively it is, the more embarrassed I feel, Ningronggrong lamented. Unlike the mysterious and striking blue-purple competition uniforms worn by the students of Lamba Academy, the attire of the Shrek Academy students, including Ning Rongrong, was utterly distasteful. This only reflects the peculiar taste of your principal, Dong Guiyan thought to herself, suppressing a chuckle while feeling fortunate that Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong did not share Flinder's peculiar sense of humor. If it weren't for Principal Lu Erlong persuading me, I would never have donned such an unattractive and repulsive competition uniform. Ning Rongrong continued. Look at Xiao Wu. She is normally so lively, yet now she resembles a quail, unable to lift her head. In truth, Ning Rongrong was starting to regret wearing the competition attire after being convinced by Lu Erlong. Although the design was somewhat acceptable, the color was intolerable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been staring at the ground since putting on the uniform, finally lifted her face and forced a smile. This is just the beginning. Let me share some good news. Flinder is currently out there securing various advertisements. Shen Cangqiong interjected, reveling in their misfortune. What? Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gasped in unison, while Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, instinctively exclaimed, No, I must go speak to my darling and have him secure all the advertisement spots. Wearing an unattractive uniform was already Ning Rongrong's limit. If it were adorned with ridiculous advertisements, she would have no face to show in public. Rongrong, I support you. You can handle this, Xiao Wu encouraged. Rest assured, it is a minor issue. My darling dotes on me. Once I speak up, he will surely comply, Ning Rongrong reassured, patting her chest. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. Chapter 190. Standing firm in the world of variant Douluo at the Lamba Academy, Ning Rongrong sighed in relief. Fortunately, I have joined the Lamba Academy. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to tears by the hideous Shrek competition uniform in the comparison video. Xiao Wu echoed, me too. If I had to wear such an ugly outfit, I would be utterly mortified. At Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun expressed his discontent. It's truly frustrating that you all have gone to Lamba Academy while we remain here. In the original Douluo world, Ma Hongjun chuckled. At least we have a few unfortunate souls from another world to share our embarrassment. Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, interjected, Hongjun, are you dissatisfied with the uniform I personally designed? Not at all. Your uniforms are the most beautiful. Right, Oscar? Ma Hongjun replied. Ah, yes, indeed, Oscar agreed. A nameless individual remarked, how pitiful. The Shrek uniform is hideously ugly, yet they still feign admiration. By Chen Xiang of the Minji clan commented. Perhaps this is why Principal Lu Erlong would rather choose that useless Yu Xiaojiang than Flinder. Just from the comparison of the uniforms between Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy in the video, one could see their vastly different perspectives on certain matters. The esteemed dean of Shrek Academy in the original world, Flandra, known as Erlong, was indeed taken aback by Chen Xiang's barrage of comments. At that moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. In the variant world, the dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, remarked, since the version of me from another realm is reluctant to speak, allow me to express my thoughts, Flandra. In a certain sense, Chen Xiang is not mistaken. We lack a common language in many aspects. Therefore, from the moment I truly began to understand everything about you, I realized that our paths could never converge. Lu Erlong aimed these words not only at Flandra from the alternate world, but also at the Flandra of his own realm. Flandra, the dean of Shrek Academy in the variant world, replied, Erlong, I believe I comprehend your sentiment. As both versions of Flandra came to this realization, the group led by Shen Cangqiong had arrived at the exclusive box of Lamba Academy within the competition venue. Fortunately, they had access to a dedicated entrance for contestants. Otherwise, They might have faced an interminable wait to enter. Upon settling onto the sofa, Ma Hongjun exhaled with relief. Indeed, he confirmed. I estimated that there are at least a few thousand people queuing outside. Dai Mubai added, we have arrived rather late. Otherwise, we would have witnessed a scene of hundreds of thousands waiting to enter. Dong Huiyin, familiar with the elite competitions, nodded in agreement. Wow, hundreds of thousands. Just the ticket sales alone must yield a substantial profit. Oscar's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold soul coins at the thought of such an audience. On the first day of the elite competition, there would typically be a warm-up match. I wonder which two academies will be drawn this time, Dong Huiyin mused, filled with anticipation. I hope one of them is our team. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together eagerly. If it is indeed our team, how do you plan to arrange the participants? Dong Huiyin inquired, glancing at Shen Cangqiong. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Talon, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and myself. Shen Cangqiong stated after taking a sip of tea without a moment's hesitation. Since I have promised Lu Erlong, I must provide the members of Shrek Academy with the opportunity to compete. You going up there? What use is that? Dong Huiyin rolled her eyes. I will merely act as support. Unless those six cannot secure victory, I shall refrain from intervening, Shen Cangqiong clarified. I see. That seems quite feasible. Dong Huiyin nodded in agreement, considering Shen Cangqiong's approach. The scene shifted, and suddenly, the air erupted with the sound of fireworks. It has begun. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once our team's name is announced, proceed along this path, Lu Erlong instructed, opening the box door and gesturing towards the left corridor. With a series of explosive sounds, a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Welcome everyone to this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I'm a host, Dodo. First, let us welcome the esteemed Emperor of Tiando, the Snow Knight Emperor. As she spoke, Dodo paused in midair, smiling as she initiated the applause. Next, let us welcome the Platinum Bishop Surath from the Spirit Hall. Again, she clapped enthusiastically. Finally, let us welcome the Sect Master Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It must be said that as the premier host of the Grand Soul Arena, Dodo's hosting skills were beyond reproach, with just a few words. She commanded attention and made everyone feel like the center of focus. Now, we will invite all participating academies to take the stage one by one. Please direct your attention this way, she continued. The first team to appear is, of course, the members of the Tiando Royal Team, representing the Tiando Empire. The audience, witnessing their formidable presence, anticipated their performance in the upcoming matches. Despite the Tiando Royal Academy being looked down upon by other prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academies, they still held considerable esteem in the hearts of the common populace. As Dodo concluded her introduction, the crowd erupted into cheers. Ah, the moment has arrived, Dodo remarked, her expression revealing an understanding of the audience's excitement. The second team to take the stage is the Tianshui Academy's Tianshui team. Her raised eyebrows hinted that the audience would understand her implication. Tiando team, Tiando girl group, the crowd chanted. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo when the 7 students from Tianshui Academy emerged in their light blue battle attire. While our status may be elevated, we cannot compete with the popularity of these young and beautiful maidens, Snow Knight remarked playfully to Ning Fengji, who merely shook his head with a wry smile. Unsure how to respond. Are these spectators out of their minds? Tianshui Academy is merely clad in slightly more revealing attire and boasts a touch of beauty. What is so remarkable about that? The captain of the Tiando team commented, feeling overshadowed by the attention garnered by the Tianshui team. Meanwhile, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy in the original world observed, the Tiando team is truly overestimating themselves, thinking they can reclaim their pride in the preliminaries. Even the first team from Tiando Royal Academy would not dare to act so arrogantly before us. What grounds do they have to do so? In the variant world, Shui Wearer echoed, it's simply due to their lack of intelligence. In the variant 1 Douluo World at the Chihua Academy, Huo Wu remarked, there is no need to pay attention to the foolishness of the Tiando Royal Academy. When we encounter them in the elite competition of the real world, we shall simply crush them. Feng Xiaodian from the Shenfeng Academy agreed, stating, indeed, as long as they don't die, we shall strike them relentlessly. Do they truly believe that our 4 Elements Academy is weak and that any random pretender can bully us? Yu Shenhang from the Tiando Royal Academy interjected. Let's consider this matter settled. Our true adversaries are the Wuhuan Temple Academy and the academies from Xinglua. There's no need for us to squabble amongst ourselves. Rest assured, I will deal with them on your behalf. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy responded. then we grant you 3 days to teach them a lesson. However, should we be dissatisfied with the outcome, the Tiando Royal Academy can fend for itself. Tianshui Academy dares to stand against the Wuhuan Temple, so we certainly will not regard the Tiando Royal Academy or the Tiando Royal family with any respect. The captain of the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy protested. Isn't Tianshui Academy being a bit excessive? To which Yu Shenheng retorted, silence. His expression darkened, realizing that Shui Yuer's words held truth. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy truly seemed lacking in intellect. It must be noted that Tianshui Academy is not merely a group of ordinary individuals who could be bullied at will by the students of Tiando Royal Academy. Although it may not rival the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, Tianshui Academy stands as a formidable force, only surpassed by the Wuhuan Temple and the top 3 sects. Should they provoke Tianshui Academy, even the intervention of the Tiando Royal family might prove futile. The chief Meng Shinji of the Tiando Royal Academy declared, tomorrow, I shall bring the entire second team to Tianshui Academy to apologize. At this moment, not only was Yu Shenheng deeply dissatisfied, but even Meng Shinji could no longer tolerate the situation and voiced his concerns. Meng Shinji wished to avoid enmity with Tianshui Academy over trivial matters. Moreover, Tianshui had done nothing wrong. They were merely more popular than the Tiando second team. The haughty offspring of noble families unjustly harbored animosity towards the female members of the Tianshui team, which only highlighted their own shortcomings. The vice president of Tianshui Academy, Shui Linghua, responded, very well. We shall await your arrival graciously. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Next, let us welcome the esteemed talents of Qihua Academy to the stage. As the female members of the Tianshui team took their positions, Dodo cheerfully exclaimed, Huowu. The excitement surrounding Qihua Academy was notable. While it may not rival the fervor of Tianshui Academy, it certainly surpassed that of the Tiando second team, particularly when the confident Huowu, clad in fiery red, stepped before the audience. Thunderous cheers erupted. Next, let us welcome the Shunfeng Academy to the stage. Now, let us welcome the Leitang Academy. Following that, let us welcome the Jiwu Academy. Dodo continued to introduce each academy in her unique hosting style, and when she reached the Jiwu Academy, it was inevitably met with enthusiasm. Although the main competitors from Jiwu Academy were not as stunningly beautiful as the 7 leading members of Tianshui Academy, they were still considered attractive, especially the 2 captains of Jiwu Academy, whose appearances were on par with those from Tianshui Academy. Now, we shall witness a rather unique academy take the stage. They are a combined team formed by Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy. Now, let us welcome the talented members of the Lamba Shrek Academy to the stage. Dodo's voice resonated once more. Can 2 academies truly team up? Is this not somewhat unfair to others? If it were genuinely unfair, the other academies would have raised objections long ago. Do you think they are as uninformed as we are until this moment? I actually find Lamba Academy quite forthright, as long as they do not disclose it themselves. Who would know that their team consists of 2 academies? This is absurd. I do not know what is absurd, but I can say I am about to be sick. The attire of the Lamba Shrek Academy is simply dreadful. That is not entirely true. It is merely the green uniforms that are unattractive. I find the blue-purple uniforms far more appealing than any previous academy's attire. As the audience continued to critique the uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and her fellow team members, clad in Shrek uniforms, exchanged flushed and hushed comments. This is utterly humiliating. Hearing the derisive laughter from the stands, Ning Rongrong felt as though she might burst. Indeed, Xiao Wu echoed her sentiment. Zhu Zhuqing, typically silent, let out a resigned sigh. Despite having cultivated a resilience to external ridicule due to family reasons over the years, even she found it somewhat unbearable at this moment. On the other hand, Dodo, who had been smiling brightly, found her expression faltering upon seeing the uniforms of the Lamba Shrek Academy. Well, it appears that our Lamba Shrek Academy is indeed full of character. Stifling her laughter, Dodo managed to say, with a forced smile, unsure of how to proceed with the introduction in light of the peculiar situation. The scene shifted. Everyone, please be quiet. Due to the presence of the unconventional combined team of Lamba and Shrek Academy in this year's participating academies, the organizing committee decided to alter the traditional format of a single match on the opening day to 2 matches. Furthermore, one of these matches would be designated for Lamba Shrek Academy. Now, let us invite the Platinum Instructor Salis to draw the opponents for Lamba Academy, as well as the slots for the second match, Dodo announced. The scene shifted again. I hereby declare that the first match of this year's Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition will be between the Lamba Shrek Academy team and the Tiando Royal Academy second team. The second match will feature the Lamba Shrek Academy team against the Xiangjia Academy team. Please prepare for the matches. After concluding her announcement, a somewhat fatigued Dodo descended to the resting area, intending to take a brief respite during the 10-minute interlude. In the VIP area, Shui Yi remarked, "It is evident that Salis is up to something. Should we intervene?" "No need," Feng Zhi replied. "I trust that Lamba Shrek Academy will be able to navigate this predicament." Ning Fengzhi turned his gaze away from the Lamba Shrek Academy, shaking his head. At this moment, he felt a twinge of confusion, as he had not seen Tang San among the ranks of the Academy's team. However, with Shen Cangqiong, a little fellow even he could not fathom, present, victory in the competition seemed rather assured. "Are you so confident in Lamba Shrek Academy?" Juye Ingwudit Somahat Astonishit. "To be honest, my daughter is part of that very academy and a member of the main team." Ning Fengzhi hesitated for a moment before choosing to disclose this information, knowing that Shui Yi was acquainted with Ning Rongrong, and it would not be long before he learned the truth regardless. "Oh, Rongrong is also at Lamba Shrek Academy?" Shui Yi pondered, realizing he indeed had not spotted her among the academy's ranks. Perhaps it is because Rongrong has been keeping her head down. He acknowledged, the battle attire of Lamba Shrek Academy is rather difficult to accept. If Ning Rongrong were not the daughter of Ning Fengzhi, he might not recognize her either. So that's the case, Shui Yi mused, recalling that many individuals from Lamba Shrek Academy had been walking with their heads bowed. "By the way, you mentioned that Rongrong is part of this team. Does that mean that Lamba Shrek Academy has the support of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Juye, aware that Lamba Academy was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, speculated that Ning Rongrong could indeed be a student of Shrek Academy. Not quite. Ning Fengzhi proceeded to share some information about Shrek Academy, including the fact that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao. Is that truly the case? Shui Yi understood the weight of this revelation and would not dismiss it lightly. Indeed, Ning Fengzhi confirmed. "It seems that with the combined forces of the Hao Ian Hammer and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda from your sect, Xiangjia Academy is destined for defeat." "No wonder you have such confidence in Lamba Shrek Academy," Shui Yi thought, recognizing that the team, armed with the Hao Ian Hammer and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, possessed extraordinary strength. However, you have overlooked the captain of the Lamba Shrek joint team, Shen Cangqiong. Ning Fengzhi revealed a piece of information unknown to Shui Yi. Shen Cangqiong? Shui Yi recalled a figure walking at the forefront of the Lamba Shrek joint team, a man with a faint smile. "According to the information I have gathered, Shen Cangqiong's strength is undoubtedly superior to Tang San's." Ning Fengzhi and Jiangu had speculated that Shen Cangqiong's soul power level was likely at the Soul King level, and he possessed treasures that could obscure the probing of soul power levels. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to ascertain it. However, Ning Fengzhi would not divulge all this information to Shui Yi. "This elite competition is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing," Shui Yi remarked, suddenly filled with curiosity about this year's elite contest. Meanwhile, in the box of Lamba Academy, "We're being targeted by the Spirit Hall," Cangqiong stated. "When we face the Tiando second team and Xiangjia Academy, should we attack together or one at a time?" Ning Rongrong, having been trained in a prominent family, had a good grasp of Sarath's maneuvers. "The Tiando second team can follow my previous suggestion, with Dai Mubai and his 5 companions going in first. As for Xiangjia Academy, we can send anyone to eliminate them. We could just sit back and watch the show." Shen Cangqiong replied nonchalantly. "How about I take this one?" Ning Rongrong proposed, eager to participate. "Very well, you may go." In the face of overwhelming strength, there was no need to hold back, since Ning Rongrong wished to take part. Shen Cangqiong naturally would not refuse. Hee. Ning Rongrong gleefully waved her small fist upon receiving Shen Cangqiong's approval. Chapter 193. Confounding the View. Huowu shows interest at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. 10 minutes had passed, and Shen Cangqiong had led Dai Mubai and the others onto the stage, standing face to face with the 7 members of the Tiando second team. "You both have 1 minute to unleash your martial spirits," Dodo, flapping her wings, announced in her role as both host and judge. "The stage is yours. Remember, you either bring down the 6 opponents or I will bring down your 6. As Dodo's words fell, Shen Cangqiong turned his back and walked towards the far end of the stage, reminding them with a tone laden with threat. How outrageous! A mere Lamba Academy and an obscure Shrek Academy dare to be so arrogant. The members of the Tiando second team, accustomed to their lofty status, could hardly endure being looked down upon by others and erupted in anger, shouting indignantly. Did you hear that? When the time comes, do not hold back. Shen Cangqiong did not falter in his steps despite the insults hurled by the Tiando second team, merely uttering a remark that left Dai Mubai and the others, who were equally furious, feeling a mix of emotions. Captain of the Lamba Shrek joint team, do you not plan to summon your martial spirit? Dodo could not help but ask as Shen Cangqiong had reached the far end of the stage. She had heard his previous remarks, but found his nonchalant demeanor during the competition unprecedented. No need, thank you. Shen Cangqiong replied kindly. All right. Though Shen Cangqiong's approach was somewhat unconventional, it did not violate the rules of the elite competition, and Dodo could not say much, redirecting her attention to Dai Mubai and the Tiando second team. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the Four Elements Academy, Sister Shui Yuer nudged Shui Binger, who was engrossed in a book. Do you think the captain of the Lamba Shrek joint team is truly capable, or just putting on an act? How would I know? Shui Binger closed her book with a roll of her eyes, interrupted in her reading. Aren't you clever? Analyze it. Shui Yuer insisted, shaking her sister's arm, demanding an opinion. He should indeed possess genuine skills. Otherwise, the other 6 members of his team would not have been so intimidated at the outset that they dared not utter a single word in rebuttal. Unable to resist the insistence of Shui Yuer, Shui Binger could only offer her analytical insights based on a previous observation. It is clear that you already know the answer. How much better it would be had you spoken candidly from the very beginning. Truly an unreliable younger sister. Shui Yuer, dissatisfied, pinched Shui Binger's delicate face. Look, the Battle of Souls is about to commence. I wonder if the Lanba Academy of Shrek can secure victory even with one less participant. At this moment, Shen Luyu suddenly interjected. It is indeed difficult to say. Judging from the martial souls and spirit power levels of both combatants, they appear to be evenly matched. However, this fellow named Dai Mubai is already a rank 41 soul master, and yet, even so, he cannot be considered a key player in the Lanba Shrek alliance team. Is this a deliberate ploy by the Lanba Shrek Academy to mislead us? Or has the alliance truly reached a level of strength where they disdain a rank 41 soul master? As she spoke, Huo Wu's expression grew exceedingly grave. One must understand that a rank 41 soul master is entirely capable of serving as a captain in teams of moderate strength. Furthermore, even in esteemed teams such as the Four Elements Academy, a soul master has already qualified to be a pivotal member. I suspect that the likelihood of Dai Mu by being a distraction orchestrated by the Lanba Shrek Academy is considerably higher. This is not to imply that I look down upon Lanba Academy or the so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, in every elite tournament prior, Lanba Academy has typically focused on participation, perpetually ranking at the bottom, while Shrek Academy has been virtually unheard of. Given this context, it is already a stroke of immense fortune for the Lanba Shrek Academy to have recruited a Dai Mubai. To claim that the other 6 main team members, aside from Shen Cangqiong, are also rank 41 soul masters would be utterly preposterous. Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Yu Tian Xin, why do you wear such an expression? Do you know something? Just as Shui Yuer was about to nod in agreement with Feng Xiaotian, she inadvertently caught sight of Yu Tian Xin's peculiar countenance, prompting her to voice her suspicions. In truth, I do not know much. I'm unclear about the strength of the other 6 main team members of the Lanba Shrek Academy. However, Shen Cangqiong's powers are undoubtedly far superior to everyone present. Upon noticing that everyone's gaze was directed at her due to Shui Yuer's remarks, Yu Tian Xin hesitated for a moment before wryly smiling. Oh, are you implying that Shen Cangqiong is a soul king? Huo Wu's eyes lit up with intrigue. Do not ask me. I only learned of Shen Cangqiong's formidable prowess by chance, overhearing some conversations among the elders of my clan. But I am not privy to the specifics. Yu Tian Xin shook her head. It is rather vexing. I was listening intently outside when the elders inside discovered me and promptly chased me away. Very well. Once this opening ceremony concludes, I shall personally ascertain what makes Shen Cangqiong so remarkable. Huo Wu, unfazed, planned to approach Shen Cangqiong for a practice session. Or perhaps, should I go instead? Feng Xiaotian timidly suggested. No need. After speaking, Huo Wu did not give Feng Xiaotian a chance to continue, redirecting her focus to the arena where the victor had been determined. Tapte sin 94, Ungria yang Shen Cangqiong. At this moment on the arena, the Battle of Souls has concluded. The Lanba Shrek Alliance team has emerged victorious, as the last member of the Tiando second team fell to the ground. Besieged by Dai Mu Bai and his 5 companions, Douluo promptly announced the outcome. Fearful that Dai Mu Bai and his team would not relent against the fallen Tiando second team members who writhed in pain. Not bad. At least they did not bring shame to the Lan Ba Shrek Academy. Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction. Hey, Hith. To be honest, when you first said not to hold back, I was torn between excitement and apprehension, wondering if we could teach those boastful fellows a lesson while fearing that our 6 could not overpower their 7. Unexpectedly, once we engaged, they turned out to be mere bluster. Ma Hongjun jogged over to Shen Cangqiong, who was walking over, and chuckled. Do not be complacent. You might regret it later, and I will not take responsibility. After a moment, Shen Cangqiong replied, all right, you all may head down now, and please bring Rong Rong and the other 6 over. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Certainly. Ma Hongjun, with a demeanor of unwavering loyalty, patted his chest and swiftly descended from the arena. In the realm of the transformed Douluo world, Prince Xuesheng of Tiando remarked, 7 individuals, under completely fair circumstances, were soundly taught a lesson by 6. This is indeed the epitome of ineptitude. Meng Shenji, as the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy, do you have nothing to say? Meng Shenji, chief of the Tiando Royal Academy, responded dismissively to Prince Xuesheng. What do you wish for me to say? As for Prince Xuesheng, Meng Shenji harbored no fear, speaking without excessive courtesy. Besides, everyone in the Douluo continent is well aware of the peculiarities of the Tiando Royal Academy. That he manages to run it without major issues is already commendable. Can we genuinely expect those entitled individuals to achieve any notable success? Prince Xuesheng retorted, if you cannot manage the academy, then relinquish the position of chief. I am quite idle myself, and could reluctantly accept the role to manage the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the sole master strength of the Tiando Royal Academy is not strong, its members are all scions of noble families. If Xuesheng can leverage his position as chief to assist these elite descendants and forge beneficial connections, it would be immensely advantageous for Xue Bing. Emperor Xue Yi of Tiando added, just ensure Xue Bing is well educated. Other matters are not your concern. Prince Xuesheng acknowledged, understood. Xuesheng sighed inwardly, lamenting his failed bid for actual control over the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the comparative video continued. Do the members of the Lan Ba Shrek Alliance require a break? Douluo inquired. No need. Let the members of the Xiangjia Academy come up immediately. Shen Cangqiong urged. Do you think that winning against the Tiando second team with 6 against 7 gives you the right to be arrogant? Let me tell you, our Xiangjia Academy is not comparable to the waste that is the Tiando second team. The disdainful gaze of Shen Cangqiong incited an immediate reaction from Hu Yuanli, who had been waiting impatiently beneath the arena. He, along with the members of Xiangjia Academy, leaped onto the stage, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Cangqiong in indignation. Shen Cangqiong responded with a disinterested "Oh." How infuriating! Hu Yuanli clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Rong Rong, they are in your hands now. With that, Shen Cangqiong led the remaining 5 women toward the rear of the arena once more. Wait, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's words and witnessing that he had left only one person behind, Hu Yuanli nearly exploded with rage. Isn't it obvious? Shen Cangqiong halted, turning to address him. Do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one duel? Suppressing his mounting fury, Hu Yuanli followed the counsel of the Platinum Bishop Salis and directly issued a challenge to Shen Cangqiong. You wish to engage me in a one-on-one duel? Shen Cangqiong's expression was one of amusement. Indeed. Do you dare? Wu Yuanli Dounta. Hey, your opponent is me. Ning Rongrong interjected, clearly dissatisfied. You a support-type soul master. Think you can challenge all 7 of us? Isn't that a grand joke? Enough. You should stay at the back. We wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you when we engage. Hu Yuanli recognized Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You. Now as Ning Rongrong's turn to nearly explode with anger. All right, Rongrong. Step back. Shen Cangqiong intervened, preventing her from charging at Hu Yuanli. He entrusted her to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. It seems you are accepting my one-on-one challenge. Wu Yuanli inquired. You alone are insufficient. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. You all can come at me together. After a brief pause, Shen Cangqiong continued, very well. Congratulations. You have successfully provoked my ire. Hu Yuanli felt that he had endured a lifetime of frustration here today with Shen Cangqiong. Judge, may we commence? Hu Yuanli, now disinterested in further banter, turned to Douluo beside him. If both parties have no objections, the duel may commence at any time, Douluo replied. I have no objections. Neither do I. Then let us begin. You have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. Upon hearing these words, both Shen Cangqiong and Hu Yuan Li expressed their agreement, prompting Douluo to take flight and declare Xiangjia Academy Battle Team, Captain Hu Yuan Li, Martial Spirit, Diamond Mammoth. 43 Extreme Defensive Battle Spirit Sect. With that, Hu Yuan Li and his 6 companions simultaneously shouted, summoning their martial spirits. Blue Tyrant Shrek United Battle Team, Captain Shen Cangqiong, Martial Spirit, True Dragon. Shen Cangqiong likewise declared his basic information in accordance with the customs of Soul Masters. Since both sides are prepared, I declare the duel to begin. Observing Hu Yuan Li's rising frustration due to Shen Cangqiong's failure to disclose his soul power level, Douluo, eager to conclude the duel and allow Hu Yuan Li to rest, swiftly announced the start of the duel without granting him an opportunity to speak. What the? Hu Yuan Li widened his eyes at Douluo, pondering if the host and judge was secretly favoring Shen Cangqiong due to his own perceived shortcomings. However, before Hu Yuan Li could unravel this thought, he heard the urgent cries of his teammates and the astonished gasps of the audience. Boom! In the next instant, a cloud of dust erupted around Hu Yuan Li and the other 6 members of the Xiangjia battle team, and he ultimately failed to comprehend what had transpired before he, along with his 6 teammates, was engulfed in darkness. In the world of the first variant of Douluo Xiao Academy's Hu Wu remarked, Hu Yuan Li is truly pitiful. He didn't even see what happened before being knocked unconscious. In the world of the first variant of Douluo Tinshui Academy's Shui Yuer commented, this is the fate of showing off in front of Brother Cangqiong. However, Hu Wu, it seems you also intend to practice with Brother Cangqiong. As seen in the comparison video, I wonder if Brother Cangqiong would also knock you out with a single strike. The thought is quite exciting. Do you think I'm foolish? How could I challenge a clearly overpowering opponent compared to the one in the video? Hu Wu retorted, that's a pity. I prefer to see your rebellious demeanor. Just as Shui Yuer teased Hu Wu, the scene in the comparison video shifted. It appears that Cangqiong is about to gain fame across the Douluo continent. In the exclusive box of Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, listening to the unceasing cheers from outside for several minutes, expressed her pride, stating, this is just an appetizer. Du Yin recalled how effortlessly Shen Cangqiong had dispatched Tang Hao the night before and thought to herself that this was merely the beginning. Shen Cangqiong. The individuals from Xiangjia Academy are clearly acting under the orders of the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall to trouble Blue Tyrant Academy. Why did you not severely injure them, but instead merely knock them out? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. You little spicy rabbit head, you are quite ruthless, Shen Cangqiong remarked, tugging at Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. How annoying. Don't call me spicy rabbit head. Besides, didn't you say that we must not show mercy when facing enemies? Xiao Wu protested, swatting Shen Cangqiong's hand away. The people from Xiangjia Academy and Xiangjia Sect are almost fully aligned with the Spirit Hall. Perhaps Shen Cangqiong does not consider them enemies. After all, Shen Cangqiong had repeatedly stated his intention to take down the entire Spirit Hall and the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall. Speaking of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall, Du Yin noticed the fleeting displeasure on the faces of Shrek's 3 beauties and immediately awkwardly ceased her conversation. Are the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall more beautiful than our Shrek's 3 beauties? Ning Rongrong scoffed. To discern whether the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall or your Shrek's 3 beauties are more stunning, we shall find out when we visit Spirit City and compare. The opening ceremony has concluded, and we shall return to the exclusive room prepared for us by the Lamba Academy to rest. In the evening, we are also scheduled to attend the banquet hosted by the Emperor of the Snow Knight for all participating academies. Lu Erlong waved his hand, interrupting the escalating tension between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As the days progressed, due to the astonishing prowess displayed by Shen Cangqiong during the opening ceremony, every subsequent battle involving the Lamba Shrek United team against other teams resulted in a swift concession. Ultimately, the Lamba Shrek United team secured first place in the Tiando Division preliminaries with an impeccable record and subsequently advanced with the same distinction in the following rounds. Xiao Wu inquired, do you know where Tang San has gone? While riding in the carriage towards Wuhuan City, Shen Cangqiong posed the question. I do not know. Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. Isn't he your brother? Shen Cangqiong had not sparred with Tang San for several days, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. I have long since parted ways with him, Xiao Wu stated. I see. Shen Cangqiong remarked, no wonder you showed no reaction when Yinner incapacitated Tang San on the arena. I thought you two were at odds, merely a baseless rumor. Shen Cangqiong feigned indifference, as he could not let others perceive his awareness of the situation, lest it complicate matters. Indeed, there was a time when Tang San and I shared a mutual enmity. However, everything changed once our Shrek group arrived at Lamba Academy. I realized that Tang San possesses an overwhelming sense of control. Whenever I drew near to you, he would silently confront me. Over time, their relationship had grown distant. Xiao Wu felt a pang of frustration as she recounted this, having already made it clear to Tang San that her bond with Shen Cangqiong was purely platonic, devoid of romantic feelings. Yet, Tang San remained unconvinced, leaving Xiao Wu feeling as though her sincere emotions had been misplaced. So it is my presence that drove a wedge between you and Tang San? Shen Cangqiong remarked. Yet, it seems we spend most of our time together with the entire team, and our private conversations scarcely exceed 5 instances. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Who knows what Tang San is thinking? Even during those few private conversations, apart from the first, the subsequent exchanges barely lasted a few minutes. He ought to consider whether such brief encounters suffice for anything meaningful. As their conversation unfolded, Xiao Wu's inherent nature as a lively and spirited character emerged. Perhaps Tang San is simply swift in his actions, which is why he suspects you and Cangqiong, Ning Rongrong interjected, also adopting a teasing tone. Perhaps, Xiao Wu shrugged. I cannot follow him every moment. He might take advantage of an opportunity when alone to engage in activities unbeknownst to us. Stop, Ning Rongrong interjected. We are in this carriage with others. If you wish to discuss such matters, it will be best to do so when we are alone later this evening. At that moment, De Yin, overhearing the increasingly inappropriate exchange between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, rushed over to cover their mouths. Is this comparison video starting to go awry again, broadcasting everything indiscriminately? Is it not destined to embarrass me? Ning Rongrong lamented. Enough, by Chen Xiang chimed in. Your reputation as a lively spirit is already common knowledge. Understanding the truth without voicing it is what binds us as friends, Ning Rongrong replied. Do not worry, Rongrong. Xiao Wu and I shall accompany you. We can refer to ourselves as the Tiando Trio, Shuei wearer of the Tiando Academy added. Indeed, we are no longer merely the Shrek Trio. We are now the 9 beauties of Lamba. Qinxiang, you are one of the 9 beauties too, Xiao Wu proclaimed. 9 beauties matter little. Sister Qian Rinchue's beauty cannot be compared merely through numbers, Hulaina of the Wuhuan Temple commented. Bah, I do not believe Qian Rinchue is that stunning. If she possesses such beauty, let her reveal herself for my inspection, Ning Rongrong challenged. You shall have your opportunity. Qian Rinchue responded from the Wuhuan Temple. As the comparison video transitioned, the participants from Tiando had arrived at a valley. Prepare for battle. An ambush lies ahead. Shen Cangqiong warned. He had initially thought that without Tang San, Bibi Dong would refrain from sending anyone. Clearly, he was mistaken. An ambush? Who would be audacious enough to set a trap for the Tiando Empire and so many esteemed Soul Master academies? The commotion within the carriage ceased, with the women collectively taken aback, and Ning Rongrong was the first to respond, furrowing her brow. The Wuhuan Temple, Shen Cangqiong revealed without hesitation. The Wuhuan Temple? But why would they ambush us, the participants? Ning Rongrong questioned, recalling that while the Wuhuan Temple was notorious, they were not known for such reckless behavior. After contemplating, it became apparent that Shen Cangqiong, being outside their plans, warranted their unorthodox approach. It is likely due to my presence, though it is not out of the realm of possibility that you all are considered targets as well. After all, your abilities showcased in the advancement rounds would certainly pique the interest of the Wuhuan Temple, Shen Cangqiong explained as he alighted from the carriage. Is it true? The Wuhuan Temple would actually dispatch individuals to ambush the Tiando participants? A voice from the crowd questioned, incredulity evident. Is that so strange? Responded Xue Xing, the Tiando prince. In recent years, the Wuhuan Temple has clandestinely engaged in numerous similar activities. However, their actions have been executed with such subtlety that the ordinary populace remains entirely oblivious. In the A0 variant Douluo World, an anonymous voice remarks, no matter how questionable our deeds may be, they are far more reliable than those of your Tiando Empire. To which another voice responds, you speak without understanding. The first voice continues, though I am a citizen of the Tiando Empire. My trust lies more with the Wuhuan Temple. Another anonymous voice concurs. I too place my faith in the Wuhuan Temple. When I was once bullied, it was a master from the Wuhuan Temple who came to my aid. The first voice retorts, a mere token of kindness has swayed your allegiance. It seems your aspirations are quite limited. At this moment, the video continues to play without interruption, despite the heated exchanges in the comment section. How did you discover our ambush? One observes as the Tiando convoy halts, and the royal knights assume defensive postures. The known figure, Douluo, no longer conceals his presence and floats several meters away, inquiring, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" The leader of the royal knights, wary of the unknown assailant, responds with a pointed question instead, realizing that danger lurks. "You need not inquire about my identity, knowing it would serve you no benefit. Heed my counsel and step aside. I seek only one from your group. Once I have captured them, I shall depart without harming the rest of you." As Yueguan finds no further answers forthcoming, he abandons his line of questioning and instead attempts to persuade the royal knights with feigned cordiality. That is impossible. The royal knight leader firmly shakes his head. It would be foolish to comply with the masked figure's demands. Returning home after such an act would bring dire consequences. "What a pity," Yueguan laments. "I had no intention of engaging you, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice." With that, his eyes sharpen, and he prepares to strike. Chapter 197. What is your strength now? The one you seek is me, isn't it? Just as Yueguan is about to make his move, a voice filled with playful intrigue emerges from a distance. By the time the last syllable is uttered, Shen Cangqiong stands at the forefront of the group. "Your resolve is commendable. Here is my proposition. I shall refrain from attacking you if you willingly accompany me." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yueguan lowers his raised hand and retrieves a drawing of Shen Cangqiong's likeness, scrutinizing it closely before chuckling softly. "You expect me to comply? Had the person behind you made such a request, I might have acquiesced. But from you? I find it hard to oblige." Shen Cangqiong teases, "So, you are aware of my origins?" Yueguan dismisses this with a nonchalant attitude. "Of course," Shen Cangqiong replies, whispering the words Wuhuan Temple into Yueguan's ear. "Good lad. You know where I come from and who stands behind me. Yet you remain disrespectful. It seems the one surnamed you was correct. You are indeed an unpredictable variable." The mere mention of his origins prompts Yueguan to recall the words of Yu Xiaojiang. Although he holds Yu Xiaojiang in contempt, he cannot deny the wisdom in his previous counsel. "The one surnamed you? Does this mean that Yu Xiaojiang has brought Tang San to your domain?" Shen Cangqiong discerns the implication in Yueguan's words. "Since you refuse to recognize your standing, I shall be obliged to treat you with less courtesy." Without answering Shen Cangqiong's inquiry, Yueguan lunges for his shoulder. However, before he can make contact, Shen Cangqiong swiftly maneuvers behind Yueguan and delivers a forceful kick to his rear. With a resounding thud, Yueguan finds himself in an undignified position, clinging to the mountain wall before sliding down slowly. In the A0 variant Douluo World, Shuei wearer from the Shuei Academy remarks, "To dare engage with brother Cangqiong in combat, one can only say that Zhu Douluo possesses remarkable courage." Meanwhile, Guei Dao of the Wuhuan Temple adds, "Though it was a rather embarrassing defeat, at least he lives to tell the tale." This can be considered a stroke of good fortune, wouldn't you agree? Yet, Zhu Douluo warns, "Old Guei, do not celebrate too soon. We operate in tandem. You cannot escape. Nor can I." Indeed, moments after Zhu Douluo's comment, the situation in the comparison video shifts once more. As Zhu Douluo collapses to the ground, a shadowy figure flashes towards Shen Cangqiong from behind, poised to strike. "Perfect. The other side of the mountain is yours," Shen Cangqiong muses. However, the speed of the shadow is no match for his own, and just as it reaches for him, an irresistible force propels it into the opposite wall, where it, like Yueguan, becomes suspended before gradually sliding down. The Sword Douluo, rushing to assist Shen Cangqiong, gasps at the surreal scene unfolding before him. He is well aware of the identities of the two combatants, and he realizes that even with his own strength, lacking the aid of Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it would require considerable effort to defeat either of them. After all, any titled Douluo who has reached the pinnacle of level 95 is not to be underestimated. Defeating them effortlessly is either the stuff of dreams or sheer folly. "Sword Douluo, you have arrived too late." Shen Cangqiong smiles at Chen Cangqiong. "What is your current strength?" Chen Cangqiong stutters, uncharacteristically at a loss for words. He had previously speculated alongside Gu Rong that Shen Cangqiong was a high-level soul king, but now they realized they were gravely mistaken, far from the truth. Perhaps at the peak of 99. Certainly, this merely reflects Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, rather than his true capabilities. He chuckled. "Young friend Cangqiong, are you jesting? By the way, how do you plan to deal with these two gentlemen on the ground?" Chen Cangqiong initially believed that Shen Cangqiong was merely teasing him about his actual strength. So he refrained from further inquiries and shifted the topic to Yu Guan and Gue Mei. It is not surprising that the sword Douluo doubted Shen Cangqiong's claim, as the assertion of being at the pinnacle of level 99 was indeed outrageous. In truth, if Shen Cangqiong had merely stated that he was a level 95 title Douluo, Shen Cangqiong could have reluctantly accepted that assertion. Let us take them back to the carriage and return them to the Wuhuan Hall, Shen Cangqiong suggested. At that time, let Bibi Dong come personally to redeem them. What about the others who are lying in ambush? Shen Cangqiong inquired, nodding in agreement. If they do not reveal themselves, we shall act as if we have seen nothing, Shen Cangqiong replied dismissively. Most of them are merely ordinary individuals or soul masters below the rank of soul emperor, and I am disinclined to pursue them. Very well, Shen Cangqiong agreed. Surely, upon witnessing the fate of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, they will not dare to show themselves again. All right, he concluded. I must return to protect Feng Ji. We shall meet again in Wuhuan City. With that, Shen Cangqiong leaped onto his 7-killing sword Wuhuan and soared into the distance. Among those lying in ambush, the highest soul power level was merely that of a soul Douluo, and Shen Cangqiong similarly did not wish to trouble them. In the world of the one variant Douluo, at the Wuhuan Hall, Zhu Douluo Yuguan remarked, this is what it means to share both trials and tribulations as good brothers. Hui Douluo hui me retorted. I have no desire to be your brother in adversity. Yuguan laughed. That is not for you to decide. After all, we possess a Wuhuan fusion technique. 3 days later, is this Wuhuan City? Though it appeared significantly smaller than Tiando City, it exuded a far greater sense of grandeur. At the city gates, Ma Hongjun remarked, Wuhuan City is the sacred land of soul masters, incomparable to any mundane city. Yu Guan scoffed, the sacred land of soul masters? Is there such a notion? Why was I unaware? As he spoke, Ma Hongjun glanced at Flander. It is not a matter of great significance. Hence I did not mention it, Flander explained awkwardly, adjusting his glasses. Very well, Ma Hongjun replied, slightly disgruntled. Flander often dismissed various topics as unimportant, leaving him feeling embarrassed before outsiders due to a lack of guidance. Let us proceed into the city. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and stepped into Wuhuan City first. The scene shifted to the conference room of the hotel where Lanba Academy was located. Speak, Bibi Dong stated calmly. What must you offer to secure the release of Yu Guan and Gue Mei? I seem to lack nothing, Shen Cangqiong replied. Perhaps you could propose what you are willing to exchange for their freedom. As Shen Cangqiong appraised Bibi Dong, he marveled inwardly, even without a smile. She can captivate a nation. I could truly envy Qian Xuanji. 2 soul bones of 50,000 years, he stated. Bibi Dong's displeasure was evident as her brow furrowed. Eager to conclude the matter, she presented her lowest offer. You think 2 50,000-year soul bones can trade for 2 level 95 title Douluo? Such title Douluo cannot be so undervalued, Shen Cangqiong countered, shaking his head. His intent was not to challenge Bibi Dong, but rather to highlight her attempt to take advantage of him. Even a level 91 title Douluo far outweighed the value of a single soul bone with a 10,000-year age limit. I can offer you 1 billion gold soul coins at most. Given the rarity of soul bones, Bibi Dong was unlikely to concede another. Thus, she focused on the monetary aspect. How about this? I will provide you with 2 50,000-year soul bones, along with 1 billion gold soul coins. In exchange for the 2 title Douluo, rest assured, I am not greedy. I do not require them to be level 95, as long as they reach level 91. With this, Shen Cangqiong produced 2 50,000-year skulls and a gold card, casting them before Bibi Dong. It seems you possess great confidence in your own strength, Bibi Dong observed, suppressing her impulse to seize the soul bones before her. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could I dare to send someone to negotiate with you? Since my offer does not meet your satisfaction, why not let you propose your own terms? Faced with Shen Cangqiong's audacity, Bibi Dong, wishing to conceal her true strength for the time being, softened her tone slightly. I have heard that your disciple Hulaina is quite remarkable. If you could send her to me for a year, I would be willing to forego your soul bones and gold soul coins. I would also release Yu Guan and Gue Mei immediately. Shen Cangqiong was well aware that Bibi Dong would never accept such conditions. He was merely indulging in jest with this ice-cold beauty, who displayed a frosty demeanor towards others aside from Yu Shaojiang. Preposterous! Bibi Dong slammed her palm on the table. Her expression filled with fury as she glared at Shen Cangqiong. Did you not instruct Cangqiong to propose his own terms? Why do you become angry when he does so? At that moment, Lu Erlong entered the room, casting a disdainful glance at the irate Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong, how dare you come to Wuhuan City? Bibi Dong's fury intensified upon seeing her. Do not look at me like that. I no longer harbor any feelings for you, Xiaojiang. You are the only one who regards him as a treasure, Lu Erlong retorted with a cold smile. What? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Is what you say true? After a brief pause, she quickly pressed for confirmation. Indeed, it is true, Lu Erlong replied, directly confronting Shen Cangqiong with a pointed remark. You all? Bibi Dong stood stunned by the revelation. She could scarcely fathom how Lu Erlong, who once held deep feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, might have shifted her affections. Yet the reality before her compelled her to accept it. Now do you believe? Lu Erlong regarded Bibi Dong with a smug expression. In the past, Bai Dong had always desired to separate Lu Erlong from Yu Xiaojiang. However, upon witnessing Lu Erlong's shift in affections, she felt an oddly complex emotion within her heart. What could it be? Perhaps it was simply that she no longer held Yu Xiaojiang in high regard. Reflecting on it now, she realized how naive she had been. What virtues did Yu Xiaojiang possess? His appearance was mediocre, and his cultivation talent was lacking. Aside from that ludicrous pride, he was utterly devoid of merit. Lu Erlong remarked nonchalantly, "It appears this is indeed true." Bai Dong understood that if Lu Erlong were feigning her sentiments, she would never speak ill of Yu Xiaojiang, as it pertained to the dignity that Yu Xiaojiang cherished most. What do you think? Do you truly believe I would say such things merely to please you? Lu Erlong responded with silence. No, Bai Dong knew Lu Erlong well. She was a fiery spirit who would not go out of her way to flatter her. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. After a brief silence, Bai Dong spoke once more. Without casting a glance at Yu Guan and Gue Mei, she left the conference room with a complicated expression. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Shui Yu Air from the Tianshui Academy remarked, "So, Judo Luo and Gue Do Luo have been abandoned?" In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Wu from the Chihua Academy replied, "Shui Yu Air, this is your flaw. You insist on pouring salt on others' wounds." In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Jiwu Academy added, "You'll get used to it." In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Judo Luo Yu Guan from the Wuhuan Hall sighed, "Alas, this is not the Pope's fault. I can empathize with her." Chapter 199, Precautions Against Fire, Theft, and Close Friends simultaneously. The scene in the comparison video shifted. At the Great Soul Arena in Wuhuan City, Zhu Zhuqing addressed. "It was one thing for you to ignore me before, but this time, the battle against Davis and his team concerns our future. I absolutely will not allow you to act recklessly." Within the private box of Lamba Academy, Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Zhuqing with bloodshot eyes. "You're only at level 41. What use would it be for you to go up? Do you think you could defeat the level 49 Davis?" Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent, not wishing to retaliate like Dai Mubai. "Is it not normal for me to be younger than Davis by 6 or 7 years and have a lower spirit power level? Moreover, can you guarantee that you can defeat your sister? Do not forget, Zhu Zhuqing has already reached level 47. Dai Mubai, still unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true strength, naturally did not believe she could overcome Zhu Zhuyan. "Come on, do you think I do not know how much younger you are than your elder brother?" Zhu Zhuqing found Dai Mubai rather laughable. "I will not argue with you about this. Regardless, I must participate in this battle against Davis's team. I do not wish to place my life in someone else's hands." Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to discuss the issue of age with Zhu Zhuqing. "That is impossible. I have already made arrangements with Shen Cangqiong. I will be the sole participant in the match against the Xing Luo Royal Academy." Zhu Zhuqing also had her selfish motives. If the entire Lamba team were to participate together, she would not mind Dai Mubai joining. However, as she was the only one representing the Lamba Shrek joint team, what would Shen Cangqiong think if she allowed Dai Mubai to join her on stage? "What? You actually intend to go up alone? Zhu Zhuqing, did you have some fake wine this morning? Why are you speaking nonsense?" Dai Mubai's face turned pale with fear. After all, today's match against the Xing Luo Royal Academy was of utmost seriousness. A defeat would mean a countdown to their lives. "Do you think I would be as unreliable as you? Enough. This matter is settled." With that, Zhu Zhuqing ignored the visibly distressed Dai Mubai and, after a moment's hesitation, approached Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifted. An hour later, the announcement came. "Now, please welcome the Lamba Shrek joint team and the Xing Luo Royal team to the stage." On the central platform, a referee from the Wuhuan Hall proclaimed, "Have you truly made your decision? Bear in mind that it is not only Dai Mubai watching, but also your sister and Davis. Once you proceed, there will be no turning back. Just before stepping on the stage, Shen Cangqiong asked Zhu Zhuqing one last time. I have decided. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, murmuring to herself. I long ago made my decision. Very well. Since Zhu Zhuqing had taken the initiative, Shen Cangqiong, as a man, would not falter at this moment. Thus, he extended his hand to Zhu Zhuqing, who did not hesitate to place her small hand into his. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Ning Rongrong from the Lamba inner courtyard expressed her frustration. How infuriating. I thought either I or Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old Luoang rabbit, would be with senior Tang San first. I never expected that Zhu Qing, the usually quiet little spirit cat, would intercept him. It seems one must indeed guard against fire, theft, and close friends. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Zhu Zhuqing from the Lamba inner courtyard responded with silence. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Lamba inner courtyard remarked, Rong, if you want to talk nonsense, can you at least not involve me? In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Ning Rongrong retorted, what are you pretending for? Don't forget, among us, you were the first to have a baby. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Xiao Wu remained silent. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Shui Yu Air from the Tinshui Academy noted, Rongrong's combat power is truly formidable. She has rendered both Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu speechless. In the A0 variant of Douluo World, Ning Rongrong chuckled, haha, I am indeed known as the Little Witch. My combat power is naturally strong. Back in the day, as Ning Rongrong boasted about her past glory, the comparison video continued to play. Zhu Qing, what are you doing? At that moment, Dai Mubai felt as if countless sheep and cattle were racing across his head. What am I doing? Is it not obvious? Zhu Zhuqing mockingly lifted her hand, entwined with Shen Cangqiong's. Do not tell me that you, a master in this realm, cannot discern my intentions. After a pause, Zhu Zhuqing spoke with disdain. You, unable to bear it any longer, Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Let's ascend the stage. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai faint from anger, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no visible reaction, neither on her face nor in her heart. All right, Shen Cangqiong nodded, and together with Zhu Zhuqing, they ascended the platform side by side. Zhu Zhuyun interjected, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is happening? Who is this person? Where's Dai Mubai? Just as she was about to deliver her customary taunt towards Zhu Zhuqing, she was met with an astonishing scene. Is it not obvious? Zhu Zhuqing replied, raising her small hand tightly clasped with Shen Cangqiong. Dai Mubai has succumbed to the shock of the spectacle. Nonsense, Zhu Zhuyun retorted, her expression darkening. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? I'm entirely aware of my intentions, Zhu Zhuqing responded coolly. And who are you? Do you comprehend the significance of Zhu Qing's identity? Are you aware of the burdens she bears? Knowing Zhu Zhuqing's temperament all too well, Zhu Zhiyun realized that once her beloved younger sister made a decision, it was as if 1,000 oxen could not pull her back. Thus, she redirected her ire towards Shen Cangqiong. I am Shen Cangqiong, he stated. As for the trivial matters between the Xingluo Zhu family and the Xingluo Dai family, who in the Soul Master world is unaware. In response to Zhu Zhiyun's furious inquiries, Shen Cangqiong maintained an air of indifference. Since you understand everything about Zhu Qing, why would you provoke her? Are you oblivious to the fact that this could endanger her? Zhu Zhiyun wished she could dismember the person before her, who claimed to be Shen Cangqiong. Endanger Zhu Qing? Do not jest. Your families, the Xingluo Zhu and Dai families, lack the capacity to do so. Had he not known that Zhu Zhiyun was merely concerned for Zhu Zhuqing, Shen Cangqiong would have dismissed her entirely. My friend, I am curious about your lineage. To speak so arrogantly while disregarding both the Xingluo Dai and Zhu families. At this juncture, Dai Wei spoke up. Are the Xingluo Dai and Zhu families truly formidable? I seem to recall that neither of your families possesses a title Douluo. It was not that Shen Cangqiong held the Xingluo Dai and Zhu families in contempt. Rather, it was their own lack of ambition that was evident. Are you suggesting that I should test the sharpness of the blades of my million-strong Xingluo army? Dai Wei's expression darkened at this sensitive remark. After all, among the Wuhuan Temple, Tiando, and the Xingluo factions, only they lacked a single title Douluo under their command. What does it matter if you wield 1,000,000 soldiers when they are merely ordinary individuals who lack the capacity to become soul masters? To genuine, advanced soul masters, the sheer number of these ordinary people posed no threat whatsoever. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities. Pray tell, what is your current soul power level? Dai Wei's acknowledged that once a soul master reached the soul sage level, the quantity of ordinary people became inconsequential in the face of such strength. However, he did not believe that the Shen Cangqiong before him could surpass the threshold of a 70th level soul sage, let alone an 80th level soul Duo or a 90th level title Duo. This battle is between me and you. If you wish to ascertain Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, you must first defeat me, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. In truth, she was also unaware of Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, only knowing that he was immensely powerful, so formidable that even she, a 57th level soul king, stood no chance of retaliation. Very well, let us see how far that little girl, who once had to flee to preserve her life, has grown, transforming from her previously cautious demeanor into such arrogance. Dai Wei's found the situation amusing, while Zhu Zhiyun could only sigh inwardly, unable to intervene. Ahem, have both sides concluded their discussions? The referee, who had been a mere spectator until now, cleared his throat as both parties turned their attention towards him. He had refrained from interrupting their dialogue, not out of curiosity, but because Bi Dong had discreetly instructed him to overlook this matchup. We have concluded, Dai Wei stated with a grim countenance. Let the match commence. Commence the match? But what of the remaining 5 members of your Lanba, Shy-like United team? The referee inquired, momentarily taken aback. Is only us two, Zhu Zhuqing clarified, or rather, I shall be the sole combatant. Very well, the referee nodded, recalling the Pope's directive. Moments later, at the referee's signal, Zhu Zhuqing and the 7 members of the Douluo Royal Academy simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. However, when Zhu Zhiyun beheld Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit, so strikingly different from the Yoming Lingmao, she gasped in astonishment. Zhuqing, what has happened to your martial spirit? Her greatest concern was whether her sister's martial spirit had undergone a troubling mutation. I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. My martial spirit has evolved, Zhu Zhuqing explained, as 5 black, 10,000-year soul rings gradually appeared and hovered around her form. The spectacle was so extraordinary that it sent shockwaves through the arena, even prompting Bi Dong to rise instinctively in astonishment. Am I hallucinating? How is it possible that this soul king, named Zhu Zhuqing, possesses 5 black 10,000-year soul rings? An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You are not mistaken. She indeed possesses 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. But how can this be? Beside him, a young man in his 20s, despite having witnessed the 5 black 10,000-year soul rings with his own eyes, still found it hard to accept. Alas, this girl is still too young. Were I in her position, I would not dare to compete in the elite tournament, but would instead hide away in absolute safety until I attained the rank of title de law before revealing myself. The elder shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, this little girl is now in peril. A middle-aged man in the front seat lamented. On the other side, in the VIP section, Ning Zhongzhi remarked, I have heard that your daughter is also part of the Lambus Shrek United team. Are you aware of the origin of Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings? At this moment, Bi Dong had regained her composure from the earlier shock and began to inquire with Ning Fengji. I sincerely apologize, Your Holiness. Ever since Rong joined the Lamba Academy through Shrek Academy, she has only returned home once. I truly do not know the details regarding Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings, Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. In truth, he felt quite troubled, believing that his daughter should have hinted to him about such a significant matter. Really? Bi Dong expressed her skepticism, clearly doubting Ning Fengji's words. As daughters grow older, they often keep many things from their parents. If not for the fear of being struck down by Bi Dong, Ning Fengji would have liked to reveal that his daughter had become more secretive due to influences from the outside world, just like Bi Dong did in her youth. Upon hearing this, Bi Dong's expression shifted rapidly as she seemed to recall something, then silently turned her gaze back to Zhu Zhuqing on the competition stage. Meanwhile, on the central arena, Zhu Qing was filled with both joy and melancholy, emotions intertwining within her. Impossible. I cannot believe this. It must be a fabrication. Despite my extensive experience, I have never heard of anyone absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring as their first, Zhu Zhuqing thought. Do not think that such illusions can deceive me. In contrast to Zhu Qing's complex feelings, Davis, upon seeing the 5 10,000-year soul rings surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, felt a sense of foreboding. Although he was not inherently malicious, he had been ruthless against competitors like Dai Mubai to ensure his own survival. Even though it seemed Zhu Zhuqing had severed ties with Dai Mubai, one could never predict future developments. Think whatever you wish, Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged that her soul ring configuration was indeed hard to believe. However, She was disinclined to offer any explanations. Let the competition commence. Before Davis could finish his thought, the referee, prompted by Bibidong's telepathic communication, signaled the beginning of the match. Zhu Qing, be cautious. I am about to strike, Zhu Zhiyun declared as she charged towards Zhu Qing, disregarding the displeasure of Davis, who had been interrupted. To her astonishment, Zhu Zhiyun was unable to withstand a single blow and was knocked down by a punch to her abdomen, losing her combat capability. Just as she was about to let out a bitter laugh, she heard 6 muffled groans echo in succession. When she turned to see what had happened, she was taken aback to find Zhu Qing standing expressionless before her once more. You have emerged victorious, Zhu Zhiyun conceded, kneeling on one knee as she gazed at the defeated Davis and the other 5 teammates. That is because I encountered the right individuals. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Qing approached and helped Zhu Zhiyun to her feet. Indeed, you encountered the right individuals, Zhu Zhiyun nodded, refraining from further inquiry, recognizing this as a secret between Shen Cangqiong and Zhu Qing. Moreover, this was not an appropriate setting for discussion. The Lamba Shrek United Team triumphs. Upon hearing Zhu Zhiyun's concession, the referee approached and raised his hand to announce the result. With the conclusion of the match, the audience erupted into animated discussions. Zhu Qing is extraordinarily powerful. The individuals from Xingluo Royal Academy are simply on a different tier. One spectator exclaimed, You are absolutely correct. The duration of this match, from the commencement to the conclusion, was merely around a minute, resembling a child's play, devoid of any challenge. Another spectator agreed. Now, our Wuhuan Temple team is in peril. I wonder if Ulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, the Golden Generation, can defeat Zhu Qing. Not all spectators were merely enjoying the spectacle. A concerned individual from the Wuhuan Temple, witnessing Zhu Qing's formidable prowess, displayed an expression of worry. It seems daunting. Let us not forget that the Lamba Shrek United team has only Zhu Qing competing. When they face our Wuhuan Temple team, the other 6 equally enigmatic core members will join forces, and I doubt even the Golden Generation can endure for long. A companion shook his head, harboring little faith in the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Temple. As the audience's fervent discussions echoed, the grand screen shifted once more. Tang San, you have joined the Wuhuan Temple and become its 4th member of the Golden Generation? Days later, when the elite finals of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament arrived, Shen Cangqiong was astonished to see Tang San among the opposing Wuhuan Temple team. I can join whichever faction I desire. I have not betrayed Lamba Academy or Shrek Academy. Why should you concern yourselves? Tang San replied coldly, his voice slightly shrill. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson from that day, still so audacious before us. Douluo Yin remarked with a sneer upon witnessing Tang San's insolent demeanor. Times have changed. This time, it is you who should exercise caution, Tang San retorted, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Since being brought to the Wuhuan Temple by Yu Xiaojing, he had access to a plethora of precious metals, which facilitated his quest for vengeance against Douluo Yin. Utilizing the connection between Yu Xiaojing and Bibidong, he had crafted many high-tier hidden weapons for himself. Oh, how intriguing. I am genuinely curious about the source of confidence from a defeated opponent who lacks the ability to retaliate. Douluo Yin dismissed Tang San's threat entirely. After all, she is now a Soul Emperor at level 69, and she does not believe that the individual who recently lacked the ability to retaliate under her command could surpass her so swiftly. You will see. Tang San is brimming with confidence, and within his heart, he contemplates. Not only will you see, but you shall also regret it. Very well, let us speak of this when the competition concludes. Currently, there remains 1 minute for the activation of the martial souls. At this moment, the referee abruptly interjects. Chapter 202. Tang San's face is disfigured by Douluo Yin. Activate your martial souls. Having his conversation with Douluo Yin interrupted by the referee, Tang San let out a cold snort and commanded, simultaneously marking the referee in his mind with a label indicating a path to demise. You all may activate your martial souls now. There is no longer a need to conceal your strength. Observing that the 7 members of the Wuhuan Temple team have already activated their martial souls, Shen Cangqiong retreated behind the 6 women and spoke. Agreed. The 6 women nodded in response. Douluo Yin, vice captain of the Lamba Elite Shrek United Team. Martial Soul, Ice Dragon King. A powerful attack type, Soul Emperor at level 69. Douluo Yin was the first to declare. Ning Rongrong, a core member of the Lamba Elite Shrek United Team. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. A support type Soul King at level 57. Ning Rongrong spoke second. Xiao Wu, Another core member of the Lamba Elite Shrek United team. Martial Soul, Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. A powerful attack type, Soul King at level 58. Xiao Wu was the third to announce. Zhu Zhuqing, a key member of the Lamba Elite Shrek United team. Martial Soul, Reincarnation Evil Cat. A swift attack type, Soul King at level 57. Zhu Zhuqing was the fourth to speak. Jiangzhu, another core member of the Lamba Elite Shrek United team. Martial Soul, Holy Scepter. A healing type, Soul King at level 57. Jiangzhu spoke fifth. Lu Qingqing, a vital member of the Lamba Elite Shrek United team. Martial Soul, Light and Shadow Cat. A swift attack type, Soul King at level 55. Lu Qingqing was the last to announce. As Lu Qingqing's words fell, the entire arena erupted with gasps of astonishment. Fortunately, the finals are being held within the Wuhuan Temple, where the audience comprises notable figures. Although shocked, they quickly regained their composure. Will you not summon your martial soul? Awakened by Bibi Dong's telepathic message. The referee looked at Shen Cangqiong, the only one who had not summoned his martial soul, and inquired tentatively. You need not concern yourself with me. If necessary, I shall summon my martial soul. Shen Cangqiong disregarded the gazes directed at him and calmly shook his head. Very well, the referee responded with regret. I now declare the victory of the Lamba Elite Shrek United team. This was a direct command from Bibi Dong to the referee. What? I am a captain of the Wuhuan Temple team, and I have not conceded defeat. What right do you, a mere referee, have to make decisions for me? Tang San, who had been somewhat solemn, was suddenly enraged upon hearing the referee, whom he had already marked with the label of a path to demise, declare their team's defeat. This is the command of Her Holiness the Pope. If you have objections, do not bring them to me. The referee, also a soul sage of the Wuhuan Temple, had long been displeased with Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's arrogance, and was naturally unwilling to show Tang San any courtesy. How could this be? Tang San gazed incredulously at Bibi Dong on the high platform. It was I who issued the command. In facing the Lamba Elite Shrek United team, you have no chance of victory whatsoever. Seeing Tang San looking at her, Bibi Dong, considering Yu Xiaojiang's reputation, elaborated. I do not believe it. Duguyan, do you dare to engage me in a one-on-one soul duel? We shall each represent our respective teams. The losing side, along with their team, shall be defeated. How about it? Tang San had awaited this day for far too long to willingly concede. Go ahead. Meeting Duguyan's gaze, Shen Cangqiong nodded without hesitation. Then let us begin. With Shen Cangqiong's consent, Duguyan smiled sweetly, and then turned to Tang San with a cold remark. Very well, witness my Yama seal. Upon receiving Duguyan's agreement, and to avoid prolonged uncertainties, she directly employed her ultimate technique. With a narrow escape from Tang San's nearly stealthy attack, and witnessing the terrifying scene caused by the Yama seal on the ground, Duguyan's expression shifted, ultimately transforming into a faint cold smile. In the next moment, Duguyan vanished from her position. In the transformed Douluo World, Shui Yuer exclaimed. Thankfully, Duguyan evaded Tang San's attack. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. Tang San is truly ruthless. In the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy's Tang San responded, What do you mean I am too ruthless? Did you not see how Duguyan treated me in the comparison video? In that video, she completely incapacitated me. Such a deep-seated grudge warrants any method I employ against her as justified. In the transformed Douluo World, Shui Yuer remarked, Indeed, those who lack shame are invincible. You only mentioned that Duguyan incapacitated you in the comparison video. Why do you not mention what you did in that video to provoke Duguyan's brutality towards you? Tang San, one can lack shame, but there must be limits. Everyone clearly sees what transpired. What is there left to argue? In the transformed Douluo World, the Fiery Academy's Huo Wu commented, Shui Yuer, do you not understand? Engaging in discussion with such a scoundrel is futile. In conclusion, I reiterate, every time I watch the character comparison of Tang San, my disdain for him intensifies. In the transformed Douluo World, the Plan Academy's Yao Zi stated, My views align with Huo Wu's. In the transformed Douluo World, Bai Qinxiang from the Lamba Inner Academy remarked, By the way, Tang San's mother, Yin, fell due in part to the Wuhuan Temple. Now that Tang San has joined the Wuhuan Temple and serves it, does this not equate to recognizing a thief as a father? In the transformed Douluo World, Shui Yuer replied, That should not be the case. After all, in this matter, Tang San's biological father, Tang Hao, is the true mastermind. Since Tang San has already acknowledged Tang Hao as his father, recognizing another accomplice as a father seems quite reasonable. Simultaneously, as Shui Yuer and others ridiculed Tang San, a voice of despair echoed from the comparison video, carrying his agonized cry. As the screen illuminated, the moment when the vanished Douluo Yin reappeared at the same spot, Tang San was already on the ground, clutching his face, which bore numerous wounds, writhing in agony. In Chapter 203, Tang San revealed the tragic fate of Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast. Since you have lost all semblance of dignity, this face is merely a waste. Out of compassion, I shall personally help you obliterate it, Douluo Yin remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed Tang San's lamentations. You, Tang San, with one hand covering his face and the other pointing accusingly at Douluo Yin, was rendered speechless by rage. You need not thank me. Rest assured, the power I have left in your wounds means that, aside from us few, no one else on the continent of Douluo can restore your face to its former state. Consider this your just reward, Douluo Yin stated coldly. What? Upon hearing Douluo Yin's assertion that no one could save his face, Tang San's pupils constricted in horror. Xiao Wu, since arriving at Lanba Academy, you have always been with Shen Cangqiong. You must have learned a thing or two from Douluo Yin's methods, right? Can you help me expel the power she left in my wound? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San seemed to recall something, gazing at Xiao Wu with hopeful anticipation. I'm sorry, I cannot do it, Xiao Wu replied, looking at Shen Cangqiong, who merely exchanged a fleeting glance with her and remained silent. After hesitating for a few seconds, she ultimately shook her head. Xiao Wu, do not forget, Douluo Yin and Shen Cangqiong are merely transient figures in your life. Once this elite competition concludes and you graduate, you shall have no further ties with them. Unlike me, who has been your brother since childhood and will continue to be a family member you can rely on for life. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's refusal to assist him, a cold glimmer flickered in Tang San's eyes, yet for the sake of his appearance, he suppressed his inner fury and spoke gently, appealing to her reason. I intend to remain at Lanba Academy after graduation, Xiao Wu declared. No, I do not consent, Tang San retorted, having long regarded Xiao Wu as his possession. He could not possibly allow her to slip from his grasp. Moreover, if Xiao Wu graduated and did not follow him, his face might indeed be beyond salvation. What right do you have to disapprove? Xiao Wu nearly laughed in disbelief. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our past affections? Sensing her obstinacy, Tang San swiftly switched to a sorrowful demeanor, gazing at Xiao Wu with a mournful expression. Yet, the wounds on his face only served to evoke a sense of dread rather than tenderness. I remember everything from our past, Xiao Wu replied, lost in thought. If that is the case, once you graduate, will you return to my side? I promise, Tang San assured her. I will never quarrel with you again or bring you distress, and I will treat you as I did before. Seizing upon Xiao Wu's momentary distraction, Tang San pressed his advantage. It is too late, Xiao Wu countered. Do you know? Once, I thought you were my only one. Yet in the end, I discovered that you were not. As Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, she once again rejected Tang San. What do you mean? Tang San was left in confusion. Do you remember when I was captured by the Titan giant ape, and you recklessly pursued to rescue me? Xiao Wu reminisced. Of course, I remember, Tang San replied, his gaze shifting uneasily. What he did not reveal was that, at that moment, he had merely been putting on an act. For no one would believe that a 29th level soul master could return alive after being taken by a Titan giant ape. His reckless display was merely an attempt to maintain his image as a loyal and devoted person before the students and teachers of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he would not have delayed seeking Xiao Wu after defeating Meng'eran in a force competition, instead opting to teach her some techniques and how to absorb soul rings. In reality, Tang San had already resigned to the thought that Xiao Wu was at the mercy of the Titan giant ape, and retrieving her corpse was far less significant than absorbing the soul ring that was so well suited for him. As for his claim that absorbing the soul ring would make it easier to rescue Xiao Wu, that was merely a pretext. In the presence of the Titan giant ape, the difference between a 2-soul ring great soul master and a 3-soul ring soul master was negligible. Do you also remember when I returned from the Stardow Forest and asked you to comb my hair? Xiao Wu continued, oblivious to the unease in Tang San's eyes. You may not know, but that wooden comb was a gift from my mother. She told me that if I ever encountered someone I wished to entrust my life to, that person should use this comb to style my hair. As she spoke, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San, a serene smile gracing her face. She was not reminiscing about the past, but rather bidding farewell to everything that had been. Xiao Wu, what do you mean? Tang San's face lit up with hope as he misinterpreted her words. Tang San, I merely wish to convey that we are no longer possible, whether as siblings or anything else. It is all impossible now. From this point onward, let us become familiar strangers, Xiao Wu interjected, shattering Tang San's illusions. Xiao Wu, are you serious? Tang San stared in disbelief at Xiao Wu, who had delivered him a crushing blow. Would I jest about such matters? Xiao Wu responded earnestly, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Tang San's heart. Haha, if that is the case, do not blame me. You can only blame yourself. You were the one who was unkind first. Tang San fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly erupted into wild laughter, his mirth growing more frenzied. What do you mean by that? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. Ha! What I cannot possess, no one else shall have, Tang San declared, and without answering Xiao Wu, he continued to laugh for several moments before abruptly ceasing, turning darkly to Bibi Dong on the VIP platform, saying, Your Holiness, this Xiao Wu before you is a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. In Chapter 204, the narrative continues with the tension between Tang San and Bibi Dong, as well as the unfolding events in the Lan Ba Academy. Upon witnessing the comparison video, Tang San's betrayal of Xiao Wu incited great ire in Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing, a rare voice in the Blue Tyrant Academy of the A0 variant Douluo World, remarked, It is hardly surprising that someone like Tang San would commit such an act. Xiao Wu, however, countered, the scene depicted in the comparison video, where I was taken away by Ming, never transpired in my reality. Perhaps she had long since grown indifferent to Tang San, or had seen through his true nature, unlike Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who expressed their disdain openly. Xiao Wu's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Shui Binger of the Heavenly Water Academy noted, The grand screen displays a world devoid of comparison videos. Yet, in reality, such videos do exist. It is quite normal for discrepancies to emerge. Shui Ware added, My sister is astute. She has articulated my thoughts perfectly. It's akin to a delicate butterfly flapping its wings at an inconspicuous moment and place, potentially triggering cataclysmic events elsewhere. Xiao Wu conceded, You present valid points. Duming, the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, inquired, Sister Xiao Wu, are you not enraged by Tang San's betrayal? Xiao Wu replied, It is I who was blind. There is nothing to be angry about. Ming, the 10,000-year Titan giant ape, suggested, I believe the primary reason is that Sister Xiao Wu has found a new love, thus she is less concerned about her former affection for Tang San. Xiao Wu retorted, Ming, cease your nonsense. My feelings for Tang San have always been those of a sister toward her brother, not the old love you speak of. Ming chuckled. It seems you have not denied the existence of a new love. As Xiao Wu pondered in silence, the comparison video continued. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as Tang San's true identity was revealed. The previously lively scene fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Bibi Dong's astonished voice echoing. Xiao Wu's brows furrowed as she prepared to confront Tang San, but the next moment she felt a surge of power emanating from Bibi Dong, causing her to forget everything around her and gaze vacantly at Bibi Dong. Capture her, commanded Bibi Dong. Previously, she had been unable to discern Shen Cangqiong's authenticity and held some reservations regarding him. Thus, she refrained from confronting Shen Cangqiong over the matters concerning Douluo. However, the allure of Xiao Wu, a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, obliterated any lingering caution within Bibi Dong. Yes, came the response. With Bibi Dong's order, the soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple charged towards Xiao Wu without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang San cast a cruel glance at Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Wu, and the other members of the joint team from the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Sigh, he thought, since I dare to bring Xiao Wu to the Wuhuan Temple, I possess absolute confidence in ensuring her safety. Surely, you people of the Wuhuan Temple must have anticipated this. Observing the rapidly approaching figures from the Wuhuan Temple, Shen Cangqiong shook his head in disappointment. A powerful dragon roar pierced the heavens, and 9 soul rings, 5 red and 4 gold, manifested around him. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable pressure, pinning the approaching soul masters to the ground. Impossible! Tang San gasped in disbelief as he witnessed Shen Cangqiong's soul rings, his cruel smile fading into shock. This cannot be. According to Xiao Gang's theory, such a soul ring configuration should not exist. On the other hand, Bibi Dong contemplated denying the authenticity of Shen Cangqiong's soul rings, attributing them to illusions. Yet, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him confirmed their reality. Could it be that Shen Cangqiong also possesses twin martial souls? She pondered, feeling a sense of relief as the possibility dawned upon her. Bibi Dong, Do you owe me an explanation? Shen Cangqiong's voice resonated, demanding her attention. What do you wish for? Realizing the situation had escalated beyond her expectations, Bibi Dong understood that if mishandled, Shen Cangqiong might retaliate against the Wuhuan Temple. Although she had intended to destroy the Wuhuan Temple, she was concerned that the ensuing chaos might endanger Yu Xiaojiang. I have two conditions, she stated. The sole masters of the Wuhuan Temple had committed no wrongdoing. Provided they did not provoke further hostility, Shen Cangqiong would offer them mere lessons without undue hardship. However, Bibi Dong, an unpredictable variable, could not be spared easily. Speak, she demanded, realizing her limited choices. Of course, if not for the fear of Yu Xiaojiang's safety, Bibi Dong would not be so compliant, Shen Cangqiong declared. First, I require the removal of the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit soul ring and soul bone from you. Second, I demand your resignation from the position of Pope to serve by my side for 3 years. Bibi Dong found these conditions utterly unacceptable, let alone both. Should you refuse, I will replicate the events that transpired with Tang San upon Yu Xiaojiang. Sensing Bibi Dong's obvious reluctance, Shen Cangqiong smiled and communicated telepathically, understanding her vulnerabilities and knowing that he must exert pressure on her to comply. Are you not afraid of a mutually destructive outcome? Bibi Dong threatened in return, her pupils narrowing. You may attempt it, Shen Cangqiong replied, his gaze gleaming with intensity. Can you guarantee Yu Xiaojiang's safety? Feeling Shen Cangqiong's fleeting yet immense power, Bibi Dong's interest waned as she inquired telepathically, realizing that her perceived strength was dwarfed by his. In that fleeting moment, she felt akin to a small boat tossed upon a raging sea, utterly powerless to resist. That depends on your performance, he replied confidently. Rest assured, I'm not one to act recklessly. What I refer to as performance pertains to your attitude during the 3 years you have been by my side. Shen Cangqiong conveyed this through a voice transmission. While he maintained control, Shen Cangqiong also held his own boundaries. This is not hypocrisy, but rather a refusal to become the very person he once detested. All right, I acquiesced. Bai Dong, seemingly resigned, responded through the transmission. As Bai Dong consented to Shen Cangqiong's terms, the grand screen gradually zoomed out until it froze. The fifth character comparison, focusing on Shen Cangqiong, came to a close. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. Why did it end so abruptly? Let us continue playing the video of Tang San's subsequent lessons. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Chi Hua Academy. Wu. Tang San has already been crippled by Du Guyan, and now he has been further humiliated by her. The exciting parts have been shown. Continuing will only reveal mundane scenes of him being beaten, which seems rather uninteresting. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Lanba Academy. Du Guyan. By the way, Shen Cangqiong's abilities are quite impressive. Based on the information from the fourth character comparison, it seems he has completely won over the Pope's heart from Yu Xiaojiang over the course of 3 years. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Wearer. That is indeed true. Brother Cangqiong not only captured the heart of His Holiness the Pope, but also yours, Du Guyan. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Lanba Academy. Du Guyan. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Qianheng. Meanwhile, the voice of the comparison video began to play as the next segment showcased Tang San. Third brother, allow me to take the stage. I must avenge the humiliation our Shrek Academy suffered at the hands of the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, the first half of the opening ceremony had concluded. Ma Hongjun disregarded the disdainful gazes around him, clenching his fists tightly as he spoke to Tang San. No, Tang San shot Ma Hongjun a glare. We will proceed according to the original plan. Fine, Ma Hongjun relented, resembling a deflated balloon. Xiao San, you take charge, Dai Mubai said, coming over to pat Tang San on the shoulder, passing the responsibility of arranging the team to him. All right, Tang San replied, not hesitating. Those who will appear next are Dai Mubai, myself, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long. Later, we will execute the first attack plan. The humiliation we endured at the Tiando Royal Academy was inflicted by Prince Shuexing. However, the Tiando Royal Academy symbolizes the Tiando imperial family. Although Dean Flander and the teachers are not present, I understand their intentions clearly. If we wish to have a good future, we must defeat the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy as swiftly as possible. I believe 1 minute should suffice. Tang San's expression was icy as he concluded. Indeed, a mere second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. 1 minute is more than enough, Dai Mubai echoed, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tiando Prince Xuixing. It's amusing how we, from the Tiando side, seek to regain our honor. What right does a star Luo prince like Dai Mubai have to act arrogantly within Tiando territory? It seems I have indeed chosen the right target by troubling the Shrek Academy. Surely, these individuals from Shrek have been bought over by the star Luo faction long ago. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tiando Emperor Shui Xing. Silence yourself. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tiando Prince Xing. Am I wrong? As a Tiando person mingling with a star Luo prince and boasting about teaching the Tiando Royal Academy a lesson, if there's no underlying scheme here, who would believe it? Do they think everyone is a fool? Number 1 variant Douluo World Tiando Emperor Shui. Enough. We have already discussed these matters. Stop dwelling on them. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tiando Prince Xing. At this moment, the grand screen shifted its imagery. This is truly infuriating. They are clearly using us as a backdrop to highlight the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Huang Yuan exclaimed angrily as he witnessed the grandeur of the second team's entrance. You're mistaken. We are not mere backdrops. We are being treated like dung. Jing Ling retorted. Later, everyone will know who the real dung is, Tai Long declared, raising his fist fiercely. Let us go. It's our turn to make an entrance. Dai Mubai stated coldly. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tian Shui Academy. Shui wait. I find it somewhat perplexing. The ones humiliated by the Tiando Royal Academy were from Shrek Academy, and it is understandable that Shrek Academy harbors disdain towards Tiando Royal Academy. But why do Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long from Lanba Academy seem to express even more hatred towards the Tiando Royal Academy than those from Shrek Academy? Number 1 variant Douluo World Lanba Academy. Huang Yuan? I have no idea either. Huang Yuan remarked in confusion, looking at his own image in the comparison video. Number 1 variant Douluo World Lanba Academy. Jing Ling. Could it be that we have also been influenced by Tang San? This was the only possibility Jing Ling could conceive. Number 1 variant Douluo World Lanba Academy. Tai Long. That must be the reason. Chapter 206. The critique of cowardice inciting trouble. The comparison video continued. What a bunch of toads. Dressed like that, they dare to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies from across the continent. Sneered a petite boy from the Tiando second team as Shrek's group ascended the platform. How unfortunate. How could we be facing such a team? He lamented. It's like a toad landing on your foot. It doesn't hurt, but it's disgusting. As the petite boy finished, a flamboyantly dressed girl beside him covered her mouth and nose, expressing her discontent, seemingly afraid of catching an unpleasant odor from Shrek's group. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. Why did she have to join such a repulsive academy? Hearing this, the petite boy nodded, his gaze lingering on Xiao Wu with a hint of infatuation. One is ambiguous, and the other is a courtesan. It's truly our misfortune, Xiao Wu coldly retorted, not holding back in her response to the disdainful Tiando second team. Number 1 variant Douluo World Tian Shui Academy. Shui where? Xiao Wu, you are truly fierce. The moniker 100,000-year-old lychee rabbit is indeed aptly assigned. In the realm of Douluo, the esteemed Lanba Academies, Xiao Wu claims, I am pure. You know, this is certainly not akin to being a 100,000-year-old lychee rabbit. Meanwhile, Shui wearer from the Tian Shui Academy laughs and retorts, yes. Indeed, you are pure. Henceforth, I shall call you Spicy Rabbit Head, just like brother Tang Qiong. At this moment, while Xiao Wu is eager to engage in a duel with Shui wearer, the comparative video continues to play. The atmosphere in the arena has become increasingly tense following the banter between Xiao Wu and the members of the second team of Tiando. At a crucial moment, when the referee finally announces the commencement of the match, the members of Shrek Academy, already filled with a mix of old grievances and new animosities, unleash their full might, swiftly overwhelming the second team of Tiando, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Even when a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy attempts to protest, Tang San swiftly silences him with a sharp retort. Shui wearer from the Tian Shui Academy remarks, the second team of Tiando is not composed of good individuals. However, neither is Tang San a paragon of virtue. One might say he is merely surviving in this harsh world. Huo Wushuang from the Chihua Academy observes, the main issue lies in the arrogance of the members of the second team of Tiando. Had they not been so careless from the outset, they would not have been so easily defeated by Tang San and his companions. Feng Xiaodian from the Shenfeng Academy concurs, stating, indeed, apart from Dai Mubai and Tang San, The other members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, have not yet reached the 40th level of soul power. Compared to the overall strength of the second team of Tian, the difference in soul power levels is not insurmountable. With a competent commander, they could at least have put up a spirited fight against Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, the grand screen shifts its focus. Days have passed since the last opening ceremony. During this time, due to the outstanding performance of Shrek Academy, the attitudes of both rival teams and the audience have shifted from disdain to solemn admiration. Soon enough, following several more matches, Shrek Academy finds itself pitted against another rival with whom they share a history of enmity. The outcome, as one might expect, was not in doubt. In their confrontation against Sanghui Academy, led by Tang San, the members of Shrek Academy showed no mercy, leaving all 7 participants of Sanghui Academy utterly incapacitated. Zhang He from Sanghui Academy exclaims, "What the hell?" Tang San, along with the students from Lanba and Shrek, are utterly disgraceful. Initially, it was your Shrek Academy that sought trouble with us at the inn outside the TheStir Great Forest. How is it that now, at Lanba Academy and Shrek Academy, we appear to be the ones in the wrong? Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy inquires, "What transpired?" Zhang He responds, "Certainly. On that occasion, a junior from our Sanghui Academy needed to advance her soul ring. Thus, our director Yi Jiqiu personally led us to hunt souls in the TheStir Great Forest. Unfortunately, while we were resting at an inn outside the forest, we encountered the students from Shrek Academy, who were also hunting souls. Had we been dealing with any other reasonable academy, we likely would have had no interactions with them. But we were unfortunate enough to cross paths with the unreasonable Shrek Academy. As soon as we entered the inn, before we could do anything, we were provoked by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. In the end, not only did we, the students, suffer greatly, but even our director Yi Jiqiu was severely reprimanded by Zhao Wujin. Oh, and I distinctly remember their students claiming that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. A sentiment, they said, was imparted to them by their dean. Shui Yuera responds, "Avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Who uttered such nonsense? It leaves me utterly speechless." Huo Wushuang adds, "As a dean, to educate 1S students in such a manner is simply outrageous." Feng Xiaodian remarks, "Such a dean truly defies comprehension. Our goal should be to neither provoke trouble nor fear it, rather than espousing the idea that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. What would happen if a student, influenced by such a philosophy, provoked the wrong individual and faced dire consequences?" Chapter 207. Investigation. Just as Shrek Academy and Flander are once again criticized in the barrage of comments. The comparative video transitions to the scene where the organizing committee of the competition arrives to investigate the members of Shrek Academy. "I apologize for the intrusion, Dean Flander," Ning Fengji says, offering a cordial nod to Flander. "You honor us with your presence at Shrek Academy." Faced with the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Flander is cautious and promptly returns the gesture. "Allow me to introduce you to Dean Flander. This is the Platinum Bishop Salis, the head of the Martial Spirit Hall in Tiando City." Ning Fengji smiles slightly and steps aside to make way for Flander. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Platinum Bishop Salis," Flander responds courteously. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's introduction, Flander smoothly bows again, ensuring Salis has no opportunity to cause trouble. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I'm not here for idle chit-chat. We're your participating students. I have questions for them." Regrettably, Salis, being there to instigate trouble and armed with a perfectly valid reason to do so, offers Flander no friendly demeanor. "Well," Flander suggests, "it would be more appropriate for us to discuss this in the conference room." "Very well, lead the way, Dean Flander." Given the connections between Tang San, Tang Hao, and the Haotian school, as well as his own daughter Ning Rongrong's ties to Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji naturally would not refuse Flander's request. Pongban Salasi glanced at the distant Shrek Academy students, pointing and whispering, hesitating briefly before refraining from voicing any objections, thus tacitly acquiescing. "Please follow me," he instructed. Noticing Salasi's evident hostility, Falande led the way, subtly signaling Yu Xiaogong. "Falande," he began, "I trust you are aware of the purpose of our visit to Shrek Academy. I expect your institution to cooperate fully with the investigation conducted by our competition committee. Do not entertain any false hopes or engage in unnecessary schemes." Throughout the journey, Salasi spoke rather rudely, having observed Falande's earlier gestures. However, he dismissed the notion that a mere academy like Shrek could devise anything unexpected, thus not paying it much heed. "Salasi," Ning Fengji interjected, We have yet to commence our investigation into the matter at hand and cannot ascertain whether the students from Shrek deliberately inflicted harm upon those from Tsanghui Academy. Your premature certainty regarding Shrek's culpability is rather inappropriate. Before Fa Londe could respond, Ning Fengji countered. Regardless of the circumstances, it remains an undeniable fact that all 7 members of Tsanghui Academy have suffered severe injuries at the hands of Shrek students. Salasi was unperturbed by Ning Fengji's support for Shrek, confident that as long as he could prove Shrek students had harmed those from Tsanghui, he would stand on solid ground. There are always exceptions. Our purpose here is to uncover the truth behind this incident. Otherwise, we could simply announce the verdict without further ado. Ning Fengji retorted, I have come to investigate solely to determine whether the participants from Shrek intentionally harmed the students of Tsanghui Academy. This is of utmost importance. After all, should it be proven that Shrek's students acted with intent, each and everyone present on that day must face the consequences for my Wuhuandian. Of course, regardless of the outcome of the investigation, those from Shrek who participated must be disqualified from the competition. This is my utmost leniency. Salasi's tone was frigid. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the conference room. Please. At that moment, Fa Londe, who had been ignored until now, suddenly spoke up. Fa Londe, you heard the conversation between Ning Zhongzhu and me, did you not? Upon reaching their destination, Salasi nodded and took a seat. I heard everything. I kindly request that Bishop Salasi show mercy. Regardless, those students are still just children. Although Fa Londe feigned anxiety, he was not overly concerned, for he believed that with Yu Xiaogong present, Salasi would not pose a significant threat. Nevertheless, he preferred to avoid involving Yu Xiaogong if possible, lest Liu alone become furious. In response, Salasi merely scoffed, remaining silent as he took a sip of tea. Yet, in the next moment, his expression soured. Montianxing? Fa Londe, your tea leaves are quite subpar. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, observing Salasi's displeasure, struggled to suppress his laughter and turned to Fa Londe. Alas, I must ask for the esteemed guest's forgiveness. Our Shrek Academy is simply too impoverished. All our funds are dedicated to training students. Typically, I cannot even afford to drink Montianxing. These tea leaves were purchased years ago specifically to entertain distinguished guests. Fa Londe lamented. I see. It appears that you, Fa Londe, are indeed a commendable principal, willing to endure hardships for the sake of nurturing these students. Ning Fengji could not help but admire Fa Londe's acting skills. Had he not previously interacted with him, he might have been swayed by Fa Londe's words. Enough. Let's not digress. Where are those students? Salasi inquired. To be frank, Bishop Fa Londe replied. Those children are severely injured and find it difficult to move. Bishop Salasi, you mentioned that our Shrek Academy students harmed those from Tsanghui Academy and that you are here to investigate. But who shall we turn to for justice? Given that our students are also injured, Fa Londe feigned agitation. If your Shrek students have indeed sustained injuries, why not report it to the committee? Fa Londe, Salasi warned, I've already told you not to attempt any tricks. Otherwise, your Shrek Academy will face severe penalties as well. We simply wish to avoid troubling the committee and do not want to jeopardize the futures of those students from Tsanghui Academy over matters that can be salvaged. However, given the current circumstances, it seems that Tsanghui Academy has not accepted our goodwill. Bishop Salasi, since they from Tsanghui Academy have shown no compassion, we cannot be blamed for lacking righteousness. They have accused our Shrek Academy students of injuring theirs, and I too shall accuse them of harming our students. Fa Londe was undeterred by Salasi's words, countering with a strike against Tsanghui Academy. The act of muddling the truth and reversing black and white was a familiar game for someone like Fa Londe, who thrived on chaos. You may accuse Tsanghui Academy as you wish, but you must allow your injured students to come forth for examination. Otherwise, your single word cannot serve as evidence. Salasi replied coolly. No, the children's injuries are too severe. They cannot be presented to others. Doing so would hinder their treatment, Fa Londe insisted. That is unacceptable, as is your refusal. It appears you are intent on opposing our committee, Salasi stated. I can now interpret your actions as Shrek Academy's refusal to comply with our committee's investigation. In light of this, our competition committee reserves the right to disqualify Shrek Academy from this prestigious continental elite competition. Regardless, Salas's ultimate aim is to eliminate Tang San from the contest, and the means to achieve this are of little consequence. Wait a moment, interjected Ning Fengji, who had remained silent while observing the tense exchange between Salas and Flander. It seems rather inappropriate to hastily decide on Shrek Academy's disqualification without a thorough investigation. As Salis appeared poised to make a decision, Ning Fengji quickly interrupted. This is not a matter of denying Shrek Academy an opportunity. I requested their students to participate in the inquiry, yet they refused to cooperate, even threatening to report Songhui Academy. I also asked them to present evidence of their injuries inflicted by Songhui Academy, but they remain unwilling to comply. Under such circumstances, Master Ning, how do you suggest I adjudicate Shrek Academy fairly? Salis maintained a demeanor of indifference, convinced that the rationale was entirely on his side. Director Flander, are your participating students truly gravely injured? I seem to recall that one student was not injured severely. Might we request his presence for our investigation? This matter pertains to the competition's regulations. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Ning Fengji understood that if Shrek Academy remained silent, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Why must we submit to an investigation? Since the competition upholds rules, the judges ought to have witnessed the events that transpired. Songhui Academy employed a 7-in-1 fusion technique. Would they have shown mercy to us at Shrek Academy? Had our students not withstood their assault, it is likely none would have returned alive. Everyone witnessed that our students were merely defending against Songhui Academy's attacks. They did nothing wrong. If the competition committee still seeks to disqualify Shrek Academy, we have no further recourse. Flander's eyes glistened with indignation. You stated that yourself. Salis' eyes flickered with a glimmer of satisfaction. Your Excellency, the Platinum Bishop, what grievance have we at Shrek Academy caused you to target us so relentlessly? After a brief pause, Flander continued. I am curious to see how you will expel us from this competition. Tomorrow, I shall escort Xiao Gang to meet His Holiness the Pope, seeking his judgment on this matter. In his final words, Flander pounded the table in frustration. There is no other choice. I am not a fool and can clearly see that Salis is intentionally targeting Shrek Academy, leaving me no option but to invoke the name of Yu Xiaojiang. In an alternate variation of the Douluo World, an anonymous voice remarked, I wondered why Flander appeared so arrogant. It turns out he considers Yu Xiaojiang as his trump card. However, I am uncertain whose side His Holiness will take when this matter reaches him. Another voice chimed in. It goes without saying. He will undoubtedly support Yu Xiaojiang. One need only consider the relationship between His Holiness and Yu Xiaojiang. Yet another voice countered, that may not be the case. I believe His Holiness will side with Bishop Salis. After all, Salis, the Platinum Bishop, acts against Shrek Academy in the interest of the Spear Hall. If under these circumstances, His Holiness were to side with an outsider like Yu Xiaojiang, it would diminish his prestige significantly. If I were in Salis's position, I would no longer heed any of His Holiness's commands. You are oversimplifying things. In the eyes of His Holiness, there is only one white moonlight like Yu Xiaojiang. However, numerous individuals aspire to be the Platinum Bishop. If Bishop Salis were to defy orders over this incident, he could simply be replaced. Your boldness is remarkable, discussing such matters so openly. Are you not afraid of being noted by His Holiness? Chapter 209. Farewell, one voice remarked. Initially, Flander seemed to be playing the sympathy card, pretending to be a weak and oppressed figure. Yet, as time passed, he appeared genuinely enraged. Can someone explain this to me? Is an explanation necessary? The comparative videos clearly show that the students of Shrek were not injured at all. If they were summoned for an investigation, the truth would inevitably come to light. Faced with the unyielding Bishop Salis, Flander had no choice but to feign anger being deliberately targeted to conceal the truth. Another voice added, in reality, Salis need not go to such lengths to deal with Shrek Academy. Flander himself indicated that they are so impoverished they cannot even afford the most basic tea. This alone serves as the best excuse to disband Shrek Academy. After all, an advanced Soul Master Academy that cannot afford even ordinary tea is unworthy of continuation. If such an academy were allowed to persist, it would only lead to the corruption of the youth. The previous speaker concurred, stating, indeed, Flander may appear shrewd, but in truth, he is merely a somewhat self-righteous fool, lacking even the simplest cleverness. Meanwhile, Flander continued his discourse. Master Ning, you have witnessed the audacity of Shrek Academy. If we do not impose penalties on them, how can we justify our actions to the other competing academies? Salis disregarded Flander's outbursts and turned his attention to the increasingly anxious Ning Fengji. Well, if you intend to seek an audience with His Holiness, you may depart at once. I hereby announce that Shrek Academy has violated the competition rules. Seeing that Ning Fengji was finally at a loss for words, Salis smirked triumphantly. However, before he could finish his sentence regarding Shrek Academy's disqualification, a grave voice suddenly interrupted from outside the door. Salas, before you make any decisions, think carefully. Many matters, once misstepped, lead to irreparable consequences. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang entered the room. Although his expression did not betray the same fury as Flanders, the flames of wrath within him were sufficient to incinerate the entire Douluo continent. In truth, he had no intention of boasting. Should Salas dare to expel the student from Shrek Academy, thereby preventing Yu Xiaojiang from utilizing this elite tournament to redeem himself, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in obliterating Salas's entire lineage. Who are you? From the moment he arrived at Shrek Academy, Salas found a somewhat unremarkable individual with a buzz cut to be vaguely familiar. However, after pondering for a considerable time, he still could not recall who the person was. Witnessing the other's audacity, he hesitated and inquired. When questioned about his identity, Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, merely snorting coldly as he tossed a token toward Salas. Hiss! Upon receiving the token, Salas cast a swift glance and was immediately struck with realization, inhaling sharply. It was only at this moment that he fully recalled who this pretentious individual truly was. It was absurd, given the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and the current pope. Even if he were merely a platinum bishop, any elder of the title Douluo rank would find themselves at a severe disadvantage should they provoke Yu Xiaojiang. Farewell. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Salas abruptly changed his previously domineering demeanor, respectfully placing the papal token on the table, and then swiftly departed from Shrek Academy without a backward glance. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. I said the Spirit Hall was unreliable. Yet, some insisted on arguing with me. What now? It's merely a papal token, and it has cast aside all the rules he established. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Alas, I understand Bishop Salas's actions, but I have since become indifferent to the Spirit Hall. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. No way. This is just a comparison to the plot in the video. How did it escalate to reality? Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Don't forget, without the exposure of the comparison video, Bibi Dong would not have seen through Yu Xiaojiang's true nature. Therefore, everything depicted in the comparison video is destined to transpire. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. And that is not all. For instance, those who have committed misdeeds, who were supposed to be captured by the Spirit Hall, could potentially be spared due to Yu Xiaojiang's influence, right? Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Listening to you all, it's as if a light has dawned upon me. It appears that the Spirit Hall is no different from powers like Tiando and Xingluo. Perhaps the only distinction is that the latter's many unsavory actions are overt, making them appear more glaring, while the Spirit Hall's misdeeds are shrouded in secrecy, imperceptible to those without sufficient strength and background. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Wow. You guys are getting increasingly absurd. The Spirit Hall isn't as unreliable as you claim. At most, there are a few individuals who, relying on their status, disrupt the rules. Bibi Dong from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall. You still have the audacity to show your face. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. The reputation of our Spirit Hall is nearly tarnished because of you. Qian Richue from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall. You have truly grown bolder. Do you genuinely believe I wouldn't take action against you? Hulaina from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall. Teacher, please calm down. Snow Sister did not intend to offend you. As Hulaina found herself mediating between the two proud individuals, the footage from the comparison video continued to play. In the ensuing days, thanks to the presence of Yu Xiaojiang as a backup, the incident where the students of Tsanghui Academy were severely defeated by those from Shrek Academy ultimately faded into obscurity. However, Shrek Academy did not overly escalate the situation. After the investigation team from the organizing committee departed, they publicly announced a 2-day hiatus to recuperate, thus indirectly granting the committee some face. During these 2 days of recuperation, the preliminary rounds of the elite tournament approached their conclusion. Currently, the top-ranking teams in the Tiando competition area were Thunder Academy, having fought 26 matches with 25 victories. Their only defeat being against Shen Cangqiong Academy. Shen Cangqiong Academy also had 26 matches with 25 victories, their sole defeat against Qihua Academy. Shrek Academy, having fought 26 matches and won 24, suffered losses to Thunder Academy and Shen Cangqiong Academy due to their 2-day recovery. Qihua Academy had 26 matches with 23 victories. Tiando Academy also had 26 matches with 23 victories. Xiangjia Academy had 26 matches with 21 victories. At this point, although the preliminary rounds were yet to conclude, the 5 advancing teams had already been determined. The only uncertainty lay in their rankings within the preliminary rounds. Shuei Wearer from Variant Douluo World Tiando Academy. Judging from the current rankings, if not for the emergence of the comparison video, it seems that Shen Cangqiong Academy would be the strongest among the Four Elements Academy. It's a pity that Shen Cangqiong Academy has Feng Xiaotian, who is a disgrace. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong Academy would have achieved 26 victories in 26 matches and could have secured the top spot in the preliminary round ahead of time. Feng Xiaotian from Variant Douluo World Xiao Wu Academy. Yu Qianxin from Variant Douluo World Thunder Academy. Speaking of which, Qihua Academy is in a precarious position in this elite tournament. If Shen Cangqiong Academy did not deliberately lose to Qihua Academy, they might have to face off against Xiangjia Academy for the final qualifying spot. Huiyan Li from Variant Douluo World Xiangjia Academy. Damn. Feng Xiaotian, just wait. When I encounter you in this elite tournament, I will make you question your existence. Feng Xiaotian from Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong Academy. Haha, you think too highly of yourself. Have you forgotten that I can fly while you cannot? You really think you can make me question my existence? Moreover, in the comparison video, our two teams have already clashed and we emerge victorious. Feng Xiaotian is no pushover. Apart from Wu, he fears no one. Huiyan Li from Variant Douluo World Xiangjia Academy. All of that is ancient history. In any case, just wait. With the comparison video points, I can acquire many invaluable treasures I previously dared not imagine, so my confidence has soared. Hu Wushuang from Variant Douluo World Qihua Academy. Feng Xiaotian, you would make a good brother-in-law, but Hu Wu truly does not suit you. Observing Feng Xiaotian, who tirelessly supports Shrek Academy every day due to a promise made with his sister, Hu Wushuang couldn't help but lament once more. Unfortunately, Hu Wushuang still held the same opinion as before, feeling that unless a miracle occurred, otherwise, the paths of Hu Wu and Feng Xiaotian would never converge. In the realm of the first Variant Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian of the Shunfeng Academy. Meanwhile, the scene of the comparison video shifts. As 2 days pass, the Shrek team reappears in their full glory on the competition stage. This time, they face the formidable opponent known as the Tianshui team, famously referred to as the Tianshui Girls Group. It is during this encounter that the previously popular Shrek team, buoyed by a series of victories, finds themselves overshadowed for the first time by the captivating dance performance of the Tianshui Academy students. As the Tianshui team's dance reaches its crescendo, several members of the Shrek team, captivated, begin to cheer for their opponents. In the first Variant Douluo World, an anonymous voice exclaims, Tianshui Girls Group. Another voice from the original Douluo World echoes, Tianshui Girls Group. Hu Wu from the first Variant Douluo World comments, Shui Bing Air, you truly managed to perform even amidst competition. In the first Variant Douluo World, Shui Bing Air of the Tianshui Academy replies, this is a signature performance of our Tianshui Academy. In every elite competition, our Tianshui team presents a dance. Hu Wu responds, I'm well aware of that. However, I never expected someone with your personality, Shui Bing Air, would willingly dance in front of such a large audience. It seems I still do not know you well enough. In the first Variant Douluo World, Shui Yu Air of the Tianshui Academy retorts, Hu Wu, why should you, as a girl, concern yourself with my sister? Are you perhaps preparing to become true sisters in the future? Hu Wu from the first Variant Douluo World. In the first Variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Botanical Academy expresses, I'm currently contemplating whether our Botanical Academy should also perform a dance on the stage when the elite competition commences. Yu Tian Xin from the first Variant Douluo World encourages, go ahead. Although your team might not match the Tianshui team in appearance, you are still undeniably beautiful. If you choose to dance at the elite competition, your popularity will surely soar. Hu Wu from the first Variant Douluo World asserts, that is certain. The captain and vice-captain of the botanical team, along with 5 main members, are all recognized beauties. How could they not shine? In the first Variant Douluo World, Shui Yu Air from the Tianshui Academy suddenly asks, Brother Cangqiong, is my dance beautiful? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong responds, it is indeed beautiful. Shui Yu Air from the Tianshui Academy beams, hee. Then when I arrive in Tiando City, I will dance just for you. Is that agreeable? Shen Cangqiong replies, of course, it is agreeable. Shui Yu Air from the Tianshui Academy concludes, it is settled then. Now, I must go rehearse a new dance. Chapter 211 concludes the 5th character comparison. The comparison video continues. At this point, the Tianshui team's dance has concluded, and their match against Shrek Academy officially begins. However, aside from a few matches where Shrek willingly forfeited, they have never known defeat in the preliminaries. Coupled with Tang San's overconfidence, he grossly misjudges the true strength of the Tianshui team. Consequently, the Shrek team, which considers itself invincible, experiences the taste of defeat for the first time in this match against Tian Shui. Had it not been for Shui Bing Er's kindness in sparing Tang San, he would have either perished or been gravely injured, rendering him unable to compete in the subsequent elimination rounds and finals. Nevertheless, even with Shui Bing Er's mercy resulting in a draw between the Shrek and Tian Shui teams, Tang San remained shaken, questioning his own worth after this encounter. Ultimately, had it not been for the counsel of Douluo Bo, the outwardly composed yet internally struggling Tang San might have succumbed to despair and made ruinous decisions. Xiao Wu from the first variant Douluo World remarks, Shui Bing Er is truly formidable. This further affirms that the comparison video was entirely justified in elevating her status. It now appears that among the 4 elemental academies of this generation, Tian Shui Academy reigns supreme. Shui Bing Er of the Tian Shui Academy humbly states, "It is the fusion technique of my martial soul with Xiao Wu that proved strong. If it were just me alone, I would likely not have triumphed over Shrek Academy." Xiao Wu from the first variant Douluo World counters, "You are too modest." Clearly in this match, the self-proclaimed powerful Tang San was entirely under your control. In fact, had the so-called Shrek 7 not consumed the celestial herb, you alone could have easily defeated all 7 of them. Even with Tang San's enhancements, they would have been ineffective. Shui Yu Er from the Tian Shui Academy remarks, "Speaking of the Shrek 7, I find it amusing. How can they, with such meager talent, dare declare themselves the champion without rivals? My sister, Shui Bing Er, is 2 years younger than Daimu Bai. Yet her soul power level rivals that of Daimu Bai after consuming the celestial herb. Despite this, I have never seen my sister display any arrogance." Ning Rong Rong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy asserts, "My innate soul power is substantial, and Xiao Wu's innate soul power has even reached level 10, while Zhu Qing's is slightly lower at level 7. The true underperformers are Daimu Bai and his companions." Before the comparison video emerged, they each boasted innate soul powers of level 10 or 9. Yet, the reality is they are nothing but a bunch of disappointments. Shui Yu Er from the Tian Shui Academy concedes, "Alright, you are correct. I initially reacted without realizing that your soul power levels were not high after consuming the celestial herb." Ning Rong Rong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy responds, "Humph. That is merely because I was too lazy to train. Otherwise, I would have certainly had the highest soul power level when I entered Shrek Academy." Du Guyan from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy interjects, "I have been observing your conversation for quite some time and feel you are entirely missing the point. Do you not find it regrettable that Shui Bing Er showed mercy to Tang San?" Shui Yu Er from the Tian Shui Academy agrees, "Indeed, it is quite regrettable. Had my sister been a bit harsher, Shrek Academy would have been out of the picture. However, that is beyond her nature. My sister is inherently kind-hearted and would never seriously injure or annihilate an opponent merely for a soul battle." Meanwhile, as Shui Yu Er and Du Gu Yin divert the conversation back to Shui Bing Er's mercy towards Tang San, the comparison video shifts once again. In the following period, after a period of recuperation, Shrek Academy successfully advanced through the ranking matches without any unforeseen incidents. Subsequently, while en route to Wuhuan City, the group from Shrek Academy encountered an ambush set by the Wuhuan Hall. Fortunately, with assistance from various parties, they managed to fend off the Wuhuan Hall and reach Wuhuan City without any significant danger. Thereafter, in the finals, Shrek Academy triumphed over the combined team of Qihua Academy and Shunfeng Academy, as well as the fated confrontation with the Xingluo Royal Academy. Ultimately, through the clever tactics of Tang San, they defeated the Wuhuan Hall team, led by the renowned Hu Laina, who was part of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, thus securing the championship of this elite competition. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, dislodging the Shaanxi Duanchang from Xiao Wu, revealing her identity as a 10,000-year-old transformed spirit beast before all the title Douluo and soul Douluo present in the square. The final scene of the comparison video lingered on the moment when Tang Hao intervened to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually pulling away. The 5th comparison video concluded. According to the inner recognition of all beings from the 2 worlds observing the comparison video, the ultimate victor of the 5th comparison was Shen Cangqiong. Below are the data regarding the recognition votes received by the 2 protagonists. In variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong garnered 431,241,019 votes, while in the original Douluo World, Tang San received a mere 2 votes. Next, the rewards for the protagonists in the comparison video will be distributed. Now, we present the rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. The rewards are as follows. Reward 1, 10 fragments of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2, 1 Tiangang furnace. Reward 3, Volume 7 of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points in comparison video scores. Special reward, the ability to completely resurrect a being without damage, provided that the name, birth date, and place of demise are stated. Note, the special reward is an additional reward for winning 5 consecutive character comparisons. The rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World, have been fully distributed. Now, we shall present the rewards for the loser, Tang San. Reward 1, 1 fragment of the cross-boundary talisman. Reward 2, 1 ordinary alchemy furnace. Reward 3, a complete set of golden needles for cultivating the sunflower collection. Reward 4, 10 points in comparison video scores. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been fully distributed. Chapter 212, Xiao Wu's request and conditions. We will now draw 10 lucky slots. Each recipient of a lucky slot will receive 100,000 comparison video points. Below is the list of lucky slots. Variant Douluo World Xiao Wu. Variant Douluo World Shui Binger. Variant Douluo World Huo Wu Shuang. Variant Douluo World Xiao Wu Ji. Variant Douluo World Lin In. Variant Douluo World Hanjiao. Variant Douluo Luo Hua. Variant Douluo World Jeanette. Variant Douluo World Yi Xingyu. Variant Douluo World Lan Bao Bao. The list of lucky slots has been announced. The comparison video has concluded. In the variant Douluo World, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu said, Shen Cangqiong, could you grant me this opportunity for resurrection? If you agree, I shall comply with any request you make. In response, Tang San from the variant Douluo World, representing Shrek Academy, firmly stated, No, Xiao Wu, you cannot do this. Did you not see the scenes in the comparison video? When you were in danger, I would certainly stand before you to protect you. This holds true, even against the Wuhuan Hall. Therefore, no matter what difficulties you face, I will assist you without needing to seek help from others. Previously, Tang San had been ensnared by the comparison video, leading to a decline in Xiao Wu's trust in him, leaving him in silent agony. However, this time, the video clearly showcased his courageous act of standing in front of Xiao Wu when she was in peril, providing him with an opportunity to finally explain himself. Huo Wu from a variant Douluo World, representing Chihua Academy, retorted, In 5 character comparisons, you lost every single one. How dare you boast that you can help her without needing anyone else's assistance? What gives you the confidence to believe you could defeat Shen Cangqiong? Did you not notice that this time, the number of supporters on your side has dwindled? Moreover, while I may not have interacted much with Xiao Wu, I am aware that what she truly needs is to resurrect her mother. And you claim to care for her, yet remain oblivious to her deepest desires. I find it utterly nauseating that you repay her with such foolishness in the character comparison. Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo World, representing Tianshui Academy, added, I believe Tang San is not unaware of what Xiao Wu truly wants. Rather, he is incapable of delivering it, hence he feigns ignorance. Huo Wu concurred. What you say holds merit. We should harbor the darkest thoughts about this scoundrel Tang San. Once again, I assert that the breeze that blew away the Shaanxi Duanshanghong from Xiao Wu was indeed suspicious. Throughout the intense battle, the Shaanxi Duanshanghong remained firmly on Xiao Wu, only to be dislodged by a mere breeze after the battle concluded. This is simply absurd. Shui Wei responded, Your reasoning is sound. I maintain my stance that even if this breeze was not orchestrated by Tang San, it is undoubtedly connected to him. Tang San retorted, Xiao Wu, do not listen to them. He restrained his fury as he spoke. Shui Wei and Huo Wu had thoroughly berated him, unraveling his inner turmoil and unspoken thoughts. Had it not been for Shen Cangqiong's presence, Tang San would have confronted the two at Tianshui Academy and Chihua Academy, demonstrating the consequences of speaking recklessly. Xiao Wu, undeterred by Shui Wei and Huo Wu's taunts directed at Tang San, and paying no heed to his sweet words, only desired to resurrect her mother. Shen Cangqiong replied, I am watching. Xiao Wu asked, Do you agree? Shen Cangqiong responded, Erlong's mother also requires this opportunity for resurrection. This was a veiled refusal from Shen Cangqiong. Indeed, the reason Shen Cangqiong remained silent moments ago was that he was contemplating whether this opportunity for resurrection should be bestowed upon Xiao Wu's mother or Lu Erlong's mother. Ultimately, Shen Cangqiong resolved to grant this chance to Lu Erlong. Although the conditions proposed by Xiao Wu were quite enticing, Shen Cangqiong was not the type to take for granted what he had received. Since Lu Erlong had followed him first, her precedence undoubtedly outweighed that of Xiao Wu. In the one variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu spoke. Lu Erlong, Cangqiong, please allow this opportunity to go Xiao Wu. My mother has been gone for so long that I have grown accustomed to her absence. Moreover, in the comparison video, I am also Xiao Wu's mother. For the sake of Xiao Wu calling me mother, I shall not compete for this chance of resurrection. Of course, this did not imply that Lu Erlong was indifferent to her own mother. Rather, she believed that with Shen Cangqiong's prowess, he would surely have another opportunity to resurrect a being in the future. In the one variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, mother, thank you. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Xiao Wu was immediately moved to tears. Unable to restrain herself, she called Lu Erlong mother, just as her counterpart in the comparison video had done. Lu Erlong replied, "Good. Cangqiong, let this matter be settled. If in the future you acquire the chance to resurrect other beings at will, you may grant me that opportunity then." Shen Cangqiong asked, "Have you truly considered this?" Lu Erlong affirmed, "I have." Shen Cangqiong responded, "Very well. Xiao Wu, please provide me with your mother's name, birth date, and the location of her demise." Xiao Wu complied, meticulously detailing her mother's name, birth date, and the site of her passing, fearful that a single misstep could lead to her mother's resurrection failing. In Chapter 213, Roqing Shuang. Within the carriage where Shen Cangqiong and Tang Yuehua were situated, Tang Yuehua inquired, "Are you about to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother?" There was a tinge of envy in her voice, for she too yearned for such an opportunity to bring back her own mother. However, she understood that given the transactional nature of her relationship with Shen Cangqiong, his provision of celestial herbs was already a significant act of kindness, and she felt it inappropriate to request anything further. Shen Cangqiong nodded and began to silently recite all of Xiao Wu's mother's information correctly in his mind. As he completed the final word in his thoughts, a magnificent 9-colored pillar of light descended from the heavens, visible throughout the entire Douluo continent, illuminating the carriage where Shen Cangqiong was located. In the next moment, a voice filled with both vigilance and confusion emanated from within the radiant pillar. "Who are you? Where's this place? How'd I end up here? Was I not already deceased?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's mother was trapped in the memory of her demise. Utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, Shen Cangqiong turned to Tang Yuehua and said, "Yuehua, please fetch some of your clothing for her." Upon witnessing the colorful light dissipate, Xiao Wu's mother stood before them, and Shen Cangqiong, slightly sweating, quickly instructed Tang Yuehua. "All right," she replied, retrieving a set of unworn clothing from her storage soul guide and offering it to Xiao Wu's mother, saying here, "It may not fit perfectly, but please make do with it." "Thank you," Xiao Wu's mother said, feeling a sense of kindness from Tang Yuehua, which eased her wariness a little. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the clothing and began to wear it. "By the way, let me explain what has transpired," Tang Yuehua remarked, glancing at Shen Cangqiong, who had his back turned. Xiao Wu's mother, eager to understand her current situation, readily agreed, deliberately avoiding mention of the earlier embarrassing incident. "My name is Tang Yuehua, and this is Shen Cangqiong. He is the one who resurrected you." With Xiao Wu's mother consenting to her proposal, Tang Yuehua proceeded to recount the events from the appearance of the comparison video to the present moment. In the one variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu asked, "Shen Cangqiong, was that 9-colored pillar of light the commotion caused by my mother's resurrection?" "Indeed," he confirmed. Xiao Wu inquired, "But where is my mother? Why can I not see her?" Shen Cangqiong replied, "She is with me." Xiao Wu called out, "Mother, can you see my messages?" In the one variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year-old Rogu rabbit, Roqing Shuang, responded, "I can see them." "Xiao Wu, I am relieved to know you are well." Earlier, Tang Yuehua had informed her of Xiao Wu's circumstances, and Roqing Shuang found herself shuddering at the thought. It was fortunate that Xiao Wu had encountered Shen Cangqiong, and that the comparison video had appeared. Otherwise, her Xiao Wu would have faced a tragic fate. In the one variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Mother, I can finally see you again. I miss you so much." Tears flowed as she beheld her mother, unable to contain her emotions. In the second original Douluo World 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Xiao Wu added, "Mother, I miss you too." Although this mother belonged to another world, the Xiao Wu from a second world could not help but call out for her mother. In the one variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year-old Rogu rabbit, Roqing Shuang sighed, "You're also a good daughter. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will surely come to bring you." Witnessing the otherworldly Xiao Wu call for her, Roqing Shuang felt a pang of sorrow. She understood that the Xiao Wu from the other world faced greater hardships, potentially encountering danger at any moment, as she lacked the protection of Shen Cangqiong. In the second original Douluo World 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Xiao Wu replied, Yes, mother. I will wait for you. In the one variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu urgently asked, Shen Cangqiong, where are you now? The Xiao Wu from the first world bore no jealousy towards her counterpart from another realm. Instead, she was eager to reunite with her mother. Shen Cangqiong answered, I am on my way to Hanhai City. You must remain at Blue Tyrant Academy. After much anticipation, your mother has returned, only for you to meet your own demise. In the world of variant Douluo, the 10,000-year softbone rabbit, Roqing Shuang, remarked, Shen Cangqiong is right. Little Wu, be obedient and do not act recklessly, or else mother will be displeased. Roqing Shuang was acutely aware of how highly humans valued the 10,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones. Although the advent of comparative videos and scoring systems has somewhat diminished their previously untouchable status, who would ever complain of having too many treasures? In the variant Douluo world, the Blue Tyrant Academy, Little Wu acknowledged the dangers of leaving the academy alone, thus refraining from acting on impulse. Roqing Shuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared that her absence over the years might lead Little Wu to stray from her guidance and learn ill from Tang San. By the way, Dean Erlong, I have yet to express my gratitude to you. Without your generosity, I would not have had the chance to revive, Roqing Shuang conveyed. You need not thank me. I simply have a fondness for Little Wu, which is why I granted her the opportunity for revival. Furthermore, I understand all too well the anguish of losing one's mother, replied Lu Erlong, the head of Blue Tyrant Academy. No matter the circumstances, you may forego my gratitude, but I cannot remain entirely ungrateful, Roqing Shuang insisted. Momins late. She continued, in truth, it is you whom I ought to thank, Shen Gongzi. Without your intervention, all this would be mere empty talk. After a heartfelt exchange with Lu Erlong, Roqing Shuang turned towards Shen Cangqiong and bowed deeply, her earlier wariness replaced by genuine appreciation. Even without me, Little Wu could potentially utilize the Wan Fudan to resurrect you. Shen Cangqiong waved off her gratitude. That is not the same. The Wan Fudan functions more as a healing elixir, but the requirements for reviving a being are exceedingly stringent, Roqing Shuang countered. She understood the limitations of the Wan Fudan and acknowledged that, without Shen Cangqiong's assistance, Little Wu alone would find it nearly impossible to meet the conditions for her revival. In fact, had it not been for the bond between you and Little Wu, I would have allowed her to recognize Dean Erlong as her adoptive mother. Roqing Shuang remarked. Observing Shen Cangqiong's silence, she continued, I assure you, nothing has transpired between Little Wu and myself. Despite her words, Shen Cangqiong thought to himself that this only added to the thrill of the situation. I understand, but the future remains uncertain. Upon learning from Tang Yuehua regarding the possibility of Shen Cangqiong fathering a child with her precious daughter, Roqing Shuang deemed it prudent to sever any inappropriate connections in advance. Very well, your reasoning is sound, Shen Cangqiong conceded, as he could hardly refute the words of Little Wu's mother. Moreover, he had his own inclinations toward Little Wu. Otherwise, she would have long since been transformed into the ensemble of a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit spirit ring, spirit bone, spicy rabbit head, and roasted whole rabbit. Speaking of which, Qing Shuang, what is your current level of strength? Tang Yuehua inquired, having observed the conclusion of Shen Cangqiong's discussion with Roqing Shuang. By the standards of spirit masters, I would estimate my spirit power level to be around 93. The comparative video is indeed remarkable. My current state mirrors that of my existence before my demise, including the retention of my spirit rings and spirit bones, Roqing Shuang explained. She had already assessed her condition multiple times upon her revival. Congratulations to Blue Tyrant Academy for gaining yet another titled Douluo powerhouse, Tang Yuehua remarked with a forced smile, her words betraying her true feelings. Her inquiry stemmed not from mere curiosity, but from a desire to ascertain whether Roqing Shuang might pose a threat to Tang San. However, it appeared that if she did not intervene, once Roqing Shuang reviewed the comparative video showcasing Tang San's actions toward Little Wu, the outcome for Tang San would not be favorable. Qing Shuang, may I request a favor? After a brief hesitation, Tang Yuehua decided to be forthright. What is it? Roqing Shuang inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. She felt that Tang Yuehua was being rather presumptuous, as they had only known each other for about an hour. Hardly enough time to warrant such a request. Could you refrain from causing trouble for Tang San? Tang Yuehua observed Roqing Shuang's expression and could not help but smile bitterly. It was unexpected for her, a woman of etiquette, to utter such a plea. Yet, for the sake of Tang Hao, she felt compelled to speak. Who is Tang San? Roqing Shuang pondered, realizing she did not recognize this so-called Tang San. Tang San is little Wu's brother, Tang Yuehua clarified, knowing that first impressions are vital. If that is the case, then you should be more concerned about others troubling Tang San rather than asking me to refrain from doing so, Ro Shuang countered, subtly gesturing toward Shen Cangqiong. That is not the point. Tang Yuehua sighed, recognizing Ro Shuang's misunderstanding. She proceeded to recount all that had transpired in the comparative video. How outrageous! What is Tang San's intention? Is not little Wu his sworn sister? Did he not declare that anyone who dares to harm little Wu would have to step over his corpse? Yet here he is, thriving and gaining immense renown while my daughter, little Wu, has become his spirit ring and spirit bone, Ro Shuang exclaimed, her demeanor shifting from calm to furious, culminating in a chilling sneer. It appears Tang San has orchestrated this quite cunningly. He proclaims that others must tread upon his body to harm little Wu. Yet it is he who has trampled upon her to ascend to the title of Sea God. As Tang Yuehua narrated the events, Ro Shuang's expression transformed from indifference to a deepening scowl, ultimately settling into a pallid rage. It is all Tang San's fault. Yet, he has already faced the most excruciating retribution. To allow Ro Shuang to vent her frustrations and to evoke a sense of pity for Tang San. Tang Yuehua disclosed the secret regarding Tang San's predicament to Ro Shuang. It was well-deserved, Ro Shuang remarked with resentment. I only ask that you forgive Tang San for all his past actions up to this point. I can assure you, Tang San will never engage in any further wrongdoing. Tang Yuehua vowed. Whether he will commit any misdeeds in the future is of no concern to me. However, since young Master Shen and Xiao Wu have already chosen to overlook the past, I too can let bygones be bygones. Remember, Tang San must keep his distance from my daughter. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to ensure that he faces dire consequences. As a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years, her methods and ruthlessness are decidedly formidable. When Ro Shuang says she will ensure Tang San suffers, she truly means it. This is not to mention that even the gentle Banyan Huang Ayin, when provoked, can unleash a terrifying wrath. Thank you. I will keep a close watch on Tang San. Seeing Ro Shuang finally relent, Tang Yuehua expressed heartfelt gratitude. She feared that Ro Shuang would never forgive Tang San. If that were the case, even if she procured the Wan Fu Dan and healed Tang San, with Ro Shuang's profound disdain for him, he could easily be rendered incapable once more. Chapter 215. Farewell to Zizenzu, the purpose of Haitian Island. Young Master Shen, what are we preparing to do now? Ro Shuang disregarded Tang Yuehua's gratitude and promises, turning instead to Shen Cangqiong beside her. We're going to assist Yuehua in hunting for a soul ring. Shen Cangqiong replied, shifting his gaze from Tang Yuehua. Hunting for a soul ring? Isn't it possible to exchange points for a soul ring now using comparison videos? Why pursue the hunt? Ro Shuang was not accusing or questioning Shen Cangqiong. She was merely expressing her resistance to the notion of hunting soul rings, having once been a member of the soul beasts. One of the victims of such hunts by humans. The sea soul beasts do not count as soul beasts. Their master is the sea god. It is inconsequential if they are all exterminated. In response to Ro Shuang's query, Shen Cangqiong reiterated the reasoning he had previously shared with Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua. I see. Does young Master Shen also harbor grievances against those deities? Upon hearing this, Ro Shuang's resistance diminished significantly, replaced by curiosity about Shen Cangqiong. The matters between the divine realm and the soul beasts are largely unknown to Xiao Wu, but she vaguely comprehends some truths. The sea god transferring his position to Tang San is the gravest of sins. For this reason alone, the divine realm deserves a thorough cleansing. Shen Cangqiong had previously expressed these sentiments and was not inclined to conceal them now. Is that the sole reason? Ro Shuang was taken aback. She had initially assumed Shen Cangqiong disapproved of the divine realm's tyranny and hypocrisy, as well as their obstruction of unparalleled talents from ascending to divinity through their own merits. And this is it. Indeed, it is for that reason. In the original world, Shen Cangqiong was infuriated by Tang San's actions, and now in the Douluo continent. If he does not unleash all the pin-up anger within him, his thoughts will remain obstructed. I will supervise Tang San, ensuring he makes changes. I do not expect him to become a paragon of virtue, but he must at least refrain from becoming a villain and should not react as he did in the comparison videos. Before Ro Shuang could continue, Tang Yuehua interjected. I intended to tell you that you should not harbor too many expectations for Tang San. He is excessively selfish, preoccupied only with himself. Do not think that, as his aunt whom he has barely met, you are exempt. Even if you were his biological parents, if you were to obstruct his interests, he would unceremoniously label you as a hindrance deserving of demise. Shen Cangqiong believed that Tang Yuehua's hopes for Tang San to change in ways that contradicted his interests were utterly fanciful. It is a matter of effort. Tang San's reckless behavior stems from a lack of parental guidance during his upbringing. Fortunately, he is still young. If I educate him properly, I believe he can be brought back onto the right path. While saying this, Tang Yuehua conveniently overlooked the fact that Tang San's mind is that of a man in his 30s. Suit yourself. Observing that he could not alter Tang Yuehua's convictions, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and chose not to elaborate further. After all, he was all too familiar with Tang San's true nature, having been a detractor in the original world. One could only say that as long as Tang Yuehua continues to oversee Tang San, she would eventually provoke him to take drastic measures. When that time comes, and Tang Yuehua realizes that Tang San is unworthy of her support and sacrifice, her departure and indignation would be quite the spectacle. After all, witnessing Tang San become a pariah would delight Shen Cangqiong immensely. In the ensuing moments, the three individuals in the carriage ceased discussing Tang San and the divine realm, instead engaging in casual conversation. Soon, under the driver's swift pace, they arrived at Hanhai City by midday the following day. Shen Cangqiong, upon alighting from the carriage at the city gate, was greeted by a somewhat familiar voice. "Zizenzu, what brings you here?" Shen Cangqiong exclaimed in surprise. "I was in the barrage area and saw you on your way to Hanhai City, so I decided to wait for you here." Zizenzu smiled as she approached him. "I see. By the way, where's Hai Zenzu? The last time you brought her along, you left without even saying goodbye. If I had not seen the note you left, I would have thought you both had been captured." Shen Cangqiong nodded, then inquired further. "Hai Zenzu is attending to a guest." As she spoke, Zizenzu's smile grew even brighter. "A guest? Who might that be?" Shen Cangqiong asked with curiosity. During the time he spent with Hai Zenzu and Zizenzu, he had never heard of them having any acquaintances. "Guess who? I can give you a hint. This guest has come to see you." Zizenzu cryptically prompted him to guess. "Could it be someone from Haitian Island?" Shen Cangqiong suggested. "How did you know?" Zizenzu was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat vexed that he had guessed correctly. What force could possibly appear in Hanhai City with the authority to seek me out, if not Haitian Island? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. "Humph. Even if you could deduce it is someone from Haitian Island, so what? You will certainly not guess who it is or the purpose of their visit." Zizhenju, with a hint of defiance, remarked that regardless, the denizens of Haitian Island either sought to trouble her or to reconcile. However, since they were regarded as guests by both her and Zizhenju, she surmised that their visit was for the latter purpose. As for the identity of the visitors, she genuinely could not fathom. Shen Cangqiong, after all, was not omniscient and could not predict every event. Sighing, she decided to speak plainly. Having already pieced together much of what Shen Cangqiong had inferred, Zizhenju lost interest in continuing the banter. The individuals from Haitian Island this time were the Sea Maiden Daw, Hai Majuan, and the magic soul Great White Shark Xiao Bai. They conveyed that they had come on the orders of the High Priestess of Haitian Island, Poseidon, to discuss reconciliation. Furthermore, to demonstrate their sincerity, Haitian Island would allow the magic soul Great White Shark Xiao Bai to remain by Shen Cangqiong's side. If necessary, even the Sea Maiden Daw Hai Majuan could stay as well. Pausing briefly, Zizhenju continued. Even the Sea Maiden Douluo can remain. It seems that Haitian Island is truly making significant concessions this time. Shen Cangqiong expressed in astonishment. Indeed, to be honest, I too did not anticipate this. The once lofty Haitian Island and its sacred pillar, in the face of absolute power, would resort to such unprincipled actions, Zizhenju remarked. Before meeting Shen Cangqiong, she was merely an obscure figure, completely oblivious to the various machinations among powerful factions. Naturally, she held reservations about Haitian Island's opportunistic tendencies. This was quite understandable. A spokesperson of a faction that lacks the ability to navigate the winds of change could find their organization obliterated at any moment. It is not related to Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua's intelligence has returned to its zenith, transforming her back into the adept Tang Xian master, who can maneuver amidst the royal family of Tiando and the great clans with ease. So hypocritical. Aren't you tired of it? Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's explanation, Zizhenju curled her lip, clearly unimpressed. She suddenly felt that those from the powerful factions, while appearing magnificent on the surface, lived less freely than she did. At least, as long as she did not act foolishly or undertake tasks beyond her capacity, she could do as she pleased without having to ponder various concerns. This was not hypocrisy. It was merely the unspoken code of conduct among the powerful factions. If you're not someone close to Shen Cangqiong, I would never share these thoughts with you, let alone teach you these principles. Tang Yuehua responded, somewhat speechless at Zi Zhenju's accusation of hypocrisy. Yet, in order to cultivate a good relationship with those around Shen Cangqiong, she patiently explained, forget it. I'm not interested in such things. Shen Cangqiong once said that in the face of absolute martial power, any scheme is but a paper tiger. Rather than squander time learning such matters, I would prefer to dedicate that time to cultivation. Zi Zhenju favored a straightforward approach. Very well, Tang Yuehua had initially assumed that Zi Zhenju, being a spokesperson of a minor faction, would hold some interest in such knowledge. Clearly, she had overestimated her. Here we are. Guomin. Zi Zhenju led Shen Cangqiong and the others to a lavishly decorated inn, guiding them to the largest private room inside. Shen Cangqiong, please take a seat. I will go inform the owner to prepare the dishes and summon He Zhenju and the Sea Maiden Douluo along with Xiao Bai. Zi Zhenju instructed after ensuring Shen Cangqiong and his companions were comfortably seated. All right, go ahead, Shen Cangqiong nodded. What are your intentions regarding Haishan Island? Watching Zi Zhenju exit the room. As long as the people of Haishan Island do not associate with the sea god any longer, then there shall be no significant animosity between Haishan Island and myself. Shen Cangqiong replied, sipping his tea. In the comparison video, you effectively subdued the entire Haishan Island. Are you not considering subjugating at this time? Tang Yuehua observed Shen Cangqiong with an unusual expression. Why do I feel as if you harbor animosity towards Haishan Island? Shen Cangqiong returned her gaze with equal peculiarity. You are overthinking it. I have had no interactions with Haishan Island. How could I possibly harbor animosity? Tang Yuehua, slightly flustered, averted her eyes and weakly explained. If you say there is none, then so be it. Shen Cangqiong was not one to pry excessively. Everyone had their secrets. And since Tang Yuehua chose not to disclose hers, he would not press the matter. As long as she did not betray him, he would allow her freedom regarding other matters. Actually, it's nothing much. I just have some grievances against Poseidon. After Shen Cangqiong finished speaking and closed his eyes, Tang Yuehua, still not entirely familiar with him, assumed he was upset. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to be candid. Grievances against Poseidon? Logically, she is your grandfather Tang Chen's beloved and can be considered your elder. Shen Cangqiong could not fathom the reasoning behind Tang Yuehua's sentiments. Precisely because Poseidon is my grandfather Tang Chen's beloved that I feel discontent. Regardless of whether they are women from our Tang family or those who married into it, they all meet tragic ends. Yet, why should Poseidon, an outsider, receive my grandfather's affection and earn the respect of our Tang family? Tang Zihu Pauset Aboli. Pondering inwardly, what's wrong with me? Why do I seem so unguarded in front of Shen Cangqiong? It became clear to Shen Cangqiong what Tang Yuehua was truly thinking, despite her unfinished thoughts. However, this cannot be blamed on her. Upon careful reflection, one could indeed ascertain that what Tang Yuehua stated held truth. All the women of the Tang family were marked by tragedy. Whether it was Tang Chen's spouse, the mothers of Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua, or even those like Yin, who were core members of the Haoyin clan, none had lived long lives. All had perished prematurely. This was a pattern that extended even to the women among the Tang family's own bloodline. If such occurrences were rare, it could be excused, but when they happened repeatedly without exception, who would believe there were no conspiracies at play? Shen Cangqiong, it has been quite some time. A cheerful voice broke through Shen Cangqiong's musings belonging to He Zhenju. Indeed, you seem to have gained a bit of weight, Shen Cangqiong responded, returning to his senses, casting aside his grim thoughts and joking with He Zhenju. How rude. He Zhenju shot him a glare before seating herself beside him. Young Master Shen, I am the sea woman Douluo of Haishan Island, known as the Sea Demoness. She is the spirit of the great white shark, named Xiao Bai. I trust that our intentions have been conveyed to you by Zizenzu. At this moment, a mysterious woman clad in black, whose age was indiscernible, spoke up from the entrance of the private room. Indeed, Zizenzu has indeed informed me of your purpose, replied Shen Cangqiong with a nod. Then, may I inquire about your thoughts, young Master Shen? The sea woman Douluo asked. I bear no animosity towards Haishan Island. Shen Cangqiong reiterated what he had earlier conveyed to Tang Yuehua. Chapter 217, Xiao Bai and the sea woman Douluo's decision. What? Your expression suggests disbelief in my words. Observing the astonishment on the sea woman Douluo's face, Shen Cangqiong shot her a disapproving glare. Not all. I merely did not expect this matter to proceed so smoothly. She quickly countered. In truth, she had anticipated a challenging negotiation, one that might require sacrifices from both herself and Xiao Bai to resolve their conflicts. However, the discussion had concluded almost before it began. I have noticed a recurring issue. Many believe I am difficult to approach. Numerous individuals from Tiando hold this view, as do you from Haishan Island. Yet, I have stated many times in the bullet screen that I am a very amiable person. For instance, regarding this matter with Haishan Island, as long as you sever ties with the sea god and do not support Tang San, I have no intention of causing you any trouble. While this was his assertion, Shen Cangqiong understood the underlying truth. After all, in the entire Douluo continent, anyone who has achieved the rank of title Douluo or higher invariably exhibits a certain arrogance. During our first encounter, we from Haishan Island must maintain a semblance of decorum. As for the sea god and Tang San, rest assured, ever since the high priest personally eliminated the sea god's apparition in our comparisons, there is no turning back. Furthermore, that double-faced wolf, Tang San, is someone we cannot support, nor have the capacity to assist. The sea woman Douluo had indeed seen Shen Cangqiong proclaim in the bullet screen that he was a kind-hearted individual. However, having never interacted with him in reality, she hesitated to take his words at face value. Then it is settled. Since Haishan Island has made the right choice, our relationship is as I initially stated. There is no animosity. Shen Cangqiong declared. Agreed, young Master Shen. She nodded repeatedly, though inwardly she thought, how convenient it is to speak so eloquently. Had we not severed ties with the sea god and Tang San, your expression would likely resemble that of a burnt pot. By the way, Xiao Bai, did Posiasai manage to capture that cursed tiger whale king for you? Shen Cangqiong, unaware of the sea woman Douluo's inner thoughts, shifted his focus to the spirit of the great white shark Xiao Bai. No, Xiao Bai shook her head, glancing at the sea woman Douluo, who appeared momentarily stunned. I see. Shen Cangqiong mused. Let's sit down and prepare for our meal. After we dine, we shall venture out to capture the cursed tiger whale king together. Moreover, the first soul ring for Yuehua can be derived from the cursed tiger whale king, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor that Shen Cangqiong would not overlook. Really? Xiao Bai was more concerned with the sincerity of Shen Cangqiong's offer than with the soul ring for Tang Yuehua. Of course, it is true, Shen Cangqiong replied, his gaze earnest as it met Xiao Bai's excited yet apprehensive eyes. Thank you. If you truly help me capture the cursed tiger whale king, I, Xiao Bai, shall be your fish. From now on, should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Upon perceiving the sincerity in Shen Cangqiong's eyes, Xiao Bai pledged her loyalty. You must remember your promise, for I have taken note of it, she warned. I shall not go back on my word. It remains as I said. My willingness to heed the counsel of Posiasai and seek your assistance stems from my desire to eradicate the cursed tiger whale clan. As a leader of the great white shark clan and an elder sister, I am prepared to pay any price. Is it safe to absorb 100,000-year soul ring for the first ring? The sea woman Douluo, unlike Xiao Bai, immediately considered the safety concerns. With me around, there will be no danger. Given Shen Cangqiong's current strength, he could effortlessly suppress the energy released during the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring. Very well. It seems I have been overly cautious. The sea woman Douluo had initially raised concerns about the safety of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring merely to leave a favorable impression on Shen Cangqiong. Now that her objective had been achieved, she chose not to elaborate further, lest it appear as if she were questioning him. Speaking of which, what are your future plans? Do you intend to return or remain at Lamba Academy? While various delectable dishes were brought to the table, Shen Cangqiong took a bite of a vegetable and continued his inquiry. That depends on your wishes. If you want me to stay at Lamba Academy, I shall accompany you back. If that is not your intention, I shall return. The sea woman Douluo had already contemplated her return before arriving. Then it is decided. You shall accompany me back to Lamba Academy. With you voluntarily offering to come along, it would be illogical for Shen Cangqiong to decline. Even if he could not achieve much in the short term, having her around would be a delightful sight. The decision is yours. The sea woman Douluo responded obediently. This scene left Zizenzu, who had just taken her seat, in astonishment, while silently applauding Shen Cangqiong for his ability to command respect without the need for force. In the following period, the two parties, having quickly concluded their serious discussions, began to enjoy their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Shen Cangqiong utilized various humorous remarks, eliciting peals of laughter from both the sea woman Douluo and Xiao Bai, thereby swiftly bridging the gap between them. Soon, the lively dinner in the private room gradually approached its conclusion amidst the laughter of the attendees. Chapter 218. Shen Cangqiong and He Jinju. 3 hours later. Shen Cangqiong. This is my daughter by Xiao. At this moment, after finishing their meal, Shen Cangqiong and his companions arrived at the command ship of the Zijinju fleet, where Xiao Bai called out to her daughter from the sea and introduced her to Shen Cangqiong. Frozen fish? Upon Xiao Bai's introduction, Shen Cangqiong instinctively uttered the nickname he had used for Bai Xiao in his original world, as he noticed her curious gaze directed at him. What do you mean by frozen fish? Xiao Bai asked, somewhat puzzled by Shen Cangqiong's words. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Cangqiong chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the numerous Mo Honda by Sha circling around the Zijinju fleet, and changed the subject. Are you planning to have all your people come along? Yes. Our Mo Honda by Sha and the Xie Mo Hu Jing clan have been mortal enemies for generations. Now that we have the opportunity to eliminate the Xie Mo Hu Jing, of course, I must rally all our kin. The animosity between the two clans had deep roots, transcending mere family grievances. Xiao Bai would never think of seeking her own satisfaction while abandoning her entire clan. Will we find the Xie Mo Hu Jing? Will you send your kin to confront their ordinary fish directly? Or shall I first immobilize those Xie Mo Hu Jing before you can engage them? Shen Cangqiong wished to seize the opportunity to win Xiao Bai's favor, for if he failed to cultivate their relationship sufficiently, she might end up as inactive as a dead fish, which would be quite dull. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong harbored an unspeakable thought in his heart, one that would require a solid emotional foundation for Xiao Bai to agree to. If it's convenient, it would be better for you to immobilize those Xie Mo Hu Jing first. Initially, Xiao Bai intended to let her kin take action themselves, but after reconsidering the potential losses, she hesitated and chose to allow Shen Cangqiong to act first. After all, opting for a method that could eliminate the Xie Mo Hu Jing without any casualties, instead of risking heavy losses for the Mo Honda by Sha clan, would be a significant dereliction of duty for her as their leader. What inconvenience could there be? Fine, leave this matter to me. When the time comes, your ordinary kin can simply charge forward without a second thought. Suppressing some ordinary soul beasts that have not even reached 100,000 years is merely child's play for me. Thank you. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's assurance, Xiao Bai expressed her gratitude once more, feeling that following Shen Cangqiong would be infinitely more beneficial than following the sea god. We are all kin. There is no need to keep saying thank you. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Bai Xiao, asking, how old are you? I recently took on my form. In total, I have only a few months of experience, so I could say I'm not even a year old. Or I could claim to be several thousand years old. Bai Xiao, unsure of Shen Cangqiong's intent behind the question, answered honestly out of gratitude. You chose to take on your form, so your age should be calculated based on that. How about this? When we return to Lanba Academy, you join the Lanba Academy battle team and participate in this elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent. How'd that sound? Although Shen Cangqiong was curious as to why Bai Xiao had not grown like Xiao Wu did from childhood, he refrained from probing further. As long as Bai Xiao could join the Lanba battle team. No problem. I agree on behalf of Xiao. Xiao Bai interjected eagerly. Joining the Lanba battle team would present only advantages for Bai Xiao, and Xiao Bai would not allow such an opportunity to slip away from her daughter. My mother has the final say. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes dramatically at her mother, then turned to Shen Cangqiong and nodded, expressing no objections to joining the Lanba Academy battle team, but feeling somewhat frustrated by her mother's tendency to treat her like an inexperienced child. Let us head to the cabin first. We can also choose our own rooms. At this moment, Zijinju, having concluded her conversation with her subordinates, approached with graceful feline steps. Very well. Lead the way. Shen Cangqiong glanced at the sky before following Zijinju. The ship was neither overly large nor small, and after about 3 minutes of walking, they arrived at the doors of several rooms on the top deck. This is my room. The one next door is He Jinju's. Aside from these 2 rooms, you may choose any of the other rooms on this floor. Zijinju pointed and stated, you may select first. The remaining rooms belong to me. After hearing Zijinju's words, the others turned their gazes toward Shen Cangqiong, who signaled for them to choose first. This was not out of courtesy. In fact, Shen Cangqiong intended to have a deep conversation with Zijinju that evening and had no plans to return his own room. Why do I feel like you had some ulterior motives when you looked at Zijinju's room just now? As Zijinju opened the doors one by one, He Jinju, who had been quiet, suddenly remarked with a smirk, "Hee, you know how it is." In response, Shen Cangqiong blinked and assumed a playful expression that he would only show in front of true allies. I don't understand at all. As He Jinju said this, She opened her own door, but before she could react further, Shen Cangqiong pushed her inside. Soon, melodious singing, not well suited for soundproofing, echoed from the room, leaving Xiao Bai and the others looking quite uncomfortable. "Knight, what are you doing here so late?" Shen Cangqiong approached Zi Jinju from behind and draped a cloak from his storage soul guide over her shoulders. Enjoying the sea view, Zi Jinju did not turn around, merely tightening the cloak around herself. "You've been watching for over a decade. Aren't you tired of it yet?" Shen Cangqiong stepped forward to stand beside Zi Jinju. "Weren't you and He Jinju being all lovey-dovey? Why did you come out?" "Zi Zinzu repidin akadumtone. Hee. You're not feeling down because of that, are you? Is that why you came out to enjoy the sea view?" Shen Cangqiong detected a hint of jealousy in Zi Jinju's tone and chuckled in response. Chapter 219. Shen Cangqiong and Zi Jinju. "You think too much." Caught off guard by Shen Cangqiong's insight into her thoughts, Zi Jinju's face flushed red. Yet her naturally assertive and somewhat unconventional nature made her reluctant to admit it. "Oh really?" Shen Cangqiong stepped in front of her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Where did you learn that smile? It's truly an eyesore." Zi Jinju gazed at Shen Cangqiong, whose lips were nearly curling up to his ears, and could not help but respond with annoyance. "An eyesore? Is this smile not appealing? This is merely the standard crooked smile of the war god Dragon King. It took considerable practice for me to master it, to the point where my jaw almost dislocated," Shen Cangqiong said with a hint of mischief. "Huh, I cannot be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. I am retreating to my room to sleep. You may continue your search for your He Jinju." With this playful tease from Shen Cangqiong, the gloomy mood of He Jinju was considerably lifted. Without caring for Shen Cangqiong's reaction, she tossed her cloak back at him and turned to leave. "Now you wish to depart? Do you not think it is rather late?" After finishing his words, Shen Cangqiong swiftly stepped forward, completing the assembly work in a flash amidst Zi Jinju's exclamations. In Xiao Bai's room, it seemed another round had commenced, and this time, it appeared a new person had joined. Douluo was initially discussing matters in Xiao Bai's room, but before she could recover from the enchanting melody of He Jinju, another wave of heart-racing, blush-inducing song filled the air. Judging by the voice, it should be Zi Jinju this time. Beside her, although Xiao Bai's cheeks were flushed, she was evidently better off than the uninitiated Douluo. "You, how can you listen so intently when others would cover their ears in such situations?" Douluo remarked, speechless. "Ahem, I am merely curious and wish to know who it is this time." After being called out by Douluo, Xiao Bai cleared her throat several times and hastily explained. "By the way, if one day Shen Cangqiong were to make such a request of you, would you agree or decline?" Ignoring Xiao Bai's explanation, Douluo hesitated for a moment, her expression turning serious as she inquired. "Do I have any choice in the matter? Moreover, I have already stated that as long as young Master Shen helps my Mohandabaisha clan annihilate the evil Mohujin clan, I shall be his fish from that point onward. Even if I truly gave myself to him, I would not regret it. But you, if he were to propose such a demand to you, would you consent or refuse?" Xiao Bai initially expressed her thoughts calmly before turning the question back to Douluo. "As for the future, I do not know. However, I am certain that if Shen Cangqiong were to make such a request of me now, I would not agree. To be honest, my sense of belonging to Yuan Haitian Dao is rather weak. I cannot bring myself to sacrifice everything for the island," Douluo said. "I understand. Individuals of your caliber, such as the titled Doa level of Yuan Haitian Dao's holy pillar, cannot be said to be entirely loyal. At least 99% of them gather around the sea god purely for their own interests." Xiao Bai had lived longer than anyone on Yuan Haitian Dao, witnessing every generation of the sea god and the 7 holy pillars grow. In such circumstances, how could she be oblivious to the true nature of each generation? In fact, prior to the release of the comparison video, she, as the seemingly overlooked king of the Mohandabaisha, was the most loyal to the sea god. Unfortunately, her unwavering loyalty only earned her the sea god's disregard. What I truly cannot comprehend is why the final trial to unlock the sea god's divine examination hinges upon the fall of the high priest as the key. It is known that as an unparalleled Douluo, one stands at the pinnacle of Douluo continent. How could such an individual willingly sacrifice everything for another? Speaking of myself, if I were to discover that all I had attained was merely to serve as a key for others to unlock the divine examination, then during my time as high priest, it would be impossible for anyone to receive the sea god's examination while I was in power. Even if it were to happen, I would ensure that the individual vanished without a trace. Ever since learning the truth behind the position of high priest, Douluo had come to believe that the sea god was quite deluded. Perhaps the sea god was overly confident. After all, having achieved divinity through his own efforts, he might think that the world should revolve around him. Xiao Bai, having spent time with the sea god, understood well how confident, or rather arrogant, he had been back then. Such inexplicable confidence. He never considered that if he were in the high priest position, would he be content to be merely a key? How could one harbor any loyalty towards a being that caused such circumstances while occupying a position that could at any moment be used to benefit others? It is no wonder that the high priest in the comparison video ultimately chose to confront the shadow of the sea god. If you truly wish to know the reason, you can inquire in the bullet comment section with the sea god, suggested Xiao Bai, observing Douluo's perplexed expression. A splendid idea. Without hesitation, Douluo directed her focus towards the lively bullet comment section. Variant Douluo World Douluo Haimonu, sea god. Are you present? I have a question for you. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Wow, such an impolite tone. It sounds like a parent commanding their child. Original Douluo World Anonymous. The Douluo is a woman. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Oh, then let's change it to a mother commanding her child. Original Douluo World Anonymous. Variant Douluo World Hailong Douluo Hailong. Haimonu, what do you intend to do? Variant Douluo World Douluo Haimonu. I intend to ask the sea god something. Sea god, are you there? Please say something. Variant Douluo World Tian Shui Shui Yuan Shui Yue. By the way, I have yet to see any god from the divine realm speak in the bullet comment section. Variant Douluo World Douluo Haimonu. Is it possible that this fellow is absent? Variant Douluo World Sea God. Chapter 220. Equal treatment the next morning. What is the matter with you all? Why do you look at me so resentfully? Shen Cangqiong entered the exclusive dining room shared by Zi Zhenju and He Zhenju. Noticing that aside from He Zhenju, the other women were all staring at him with peculiar expressions, prompting his confusion. Last night, the commotion between you and Zi Zhenju was too loud and no one could sleep. At this moment, only He Zhenju, who understood Shen Cangqiong the best, dared to speak the unvarnished truth without hesitation. That can't be right. If you say Tang Yuehua was disturbed and couldn't sleep, I would believe it. But you all, did you not team up to silence the sea god throughout? I estimate that if the sea god had a slightly weaker mentality, perhaps by today, you could pay him a visit. Last night, the barrage area erupted with the words of Douluo. Isn't this now not here? After summoning the sea god, the ensuing excitement was undoubtedly unparalleled in history. Weren't you immersed in work last night? How did you know? He Zhenju asked in astonishment. Zi Zhenju informed me, he replied. Indeed, I was engrossed in my tasks, but Zi Zhenju's work is quite the opposite of mine. As he began to speak, Shen Cangqiong was about to reveal a smug smile when he was kicked by the blushing Zi Zhenju. All right, let's not dwell on that. Let's discuss serious matters. According to Douluo and Xiao Bai, we will soon enter the territory of the evil spirit Orcus in about an hour. Observing Zi Zhen's He Zhenju shot a fierce glare at Shen Cangqiong and redirected the conversation to important matters. So soon? Shen Cangqiong expressed surprise. Hanhai City is not too far from Sea God Island. Previously, there were dangerous areas we needed to circumvent, which made the journey seem longer. But with you here, the fleet chose to cut straight through various perilous zones, Xiao Bai elucidated. I see. Shen Cangqiong nodded, though confusion lingered as he inquired. Isn't Sea God Island supposed to have dominion over the entire ocean? Are there truly places in the sea that even you from Sea God Island deem dangerous? There are indeed many such places. Those old beasts of 10,000 years who possess intelligence will not harm the inhabitants of the original Sea God Island. However, those without wisdom cannot be trusted, Xiao Bai further explained. The reality, however, is that it is the sea god who governs the entire ocean, not the original Sea God Island. Aside from the deep-sea demon whale clan, all other marine soul beasts and soul masters heed the sea god's command, but they may not regard the people of the original Sea God Island with the same respect. After all, in the eyes of those marine soul beasts and soul masters, they are equally subordinates of the sea god, just like the inhabitants of Sea God Island. Otherwise, the conflict between the evil spirit Orcus and the great white shark clan would not have arisen. As Xiao Bai concluded, Douluo hesitated before adding, is that so? Shen Cangqiong had always found it perplexing how the evil spirit Orcus dared to provoke the guardian beast of Sea God Island. Now, with Douluo's explanation, he finally grasped the reason. It made sense, for the sea god, whether the beings were from Sea God Island or other marine soul beasts and soul masters. As long as they were loyal, they were all his subordinates. Unless he harbored special feelings for a particular subordinate, he would hardly concern himself with their internal disputes. Ultimately, whoever emerged victorious could become the Grand Priest or the Holy Pillar of the Sea God, a mere matter of his decree. Hearing you say this, I feel more like a fool. No, a foolish fish. Unlike Shen Cangqiong's contemplative demeanor, Xiao Bai's resentment towards the Sea God deepened further after Hainu Douluo's remarks. Do not be upset. You will have your chance to teach that Sea God a lesson. Here, have a youtiao. As Shen Cangqiong regained his focus, the attendant presented the prepared breakfast. He promptly handed a youtiao to the rather glum Xiao Bai. This is for you. The moment he sensed several gazes directed at him, Shen Cangqiong's smile faltered, and he hastily offered youtiaos to the other women as well. Now that's more like it. You cannot show favoritism just because Xiao Bai perfectly matches your preferences. Remember, only by treating everyone equally can harmony be ensured. He Zhenju warned as she accepted the youtiao. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong remained unfazed, and Tang Yuehua and Zi Zhenju, who had played games with him, felt no discomfort. However, Xiao Bai and the others exchanged awkward glances. Particularly, Xiao Wu's mother, glancing at the youtiao just handed to her, suddenly thought of Xiao Wu. In an instant, the once lively private room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Soon, more than half an hour passed in quiet dining among the group. Considering the time, we should be nearing the territory of the evil spirit Orcus, Shen Cangqiong remarked. Xiao Bai, have your kin prepare. Once everyone had finished breakfast, he broke the silence in the room. Understood, Xiao Bai replied, clenching her fist, and swiftly headed towards her kin with Bai Xiuxiu. What about you all? Do you plan to join us, or return to your rooms for rest? Shen Cangqiong turned to Zi Zhenju and He Zhenju. Do you even need to ask? Of course. We will accompany you, Zi Zhenju affirmed, followed by He Zhenju nodding in agreement. And you too? Shen Cangqiong inquired of Hainu Douluo and Roqing Shuang. To be cautious, I will stay back to protect Tang Yuehua, Hainu Douluo stated, knowing of the friction between Roqing Shuang and Tang Yuehua, thus choosing to safeguard Tang Yuehua, effectively addressing multiple concerns. Then I shall protect Zi Zhenju and He Zhenju, Roqing Shuang added, casting a lingering glance at Hainu Douluo before assuming the responsibility of safeguarding the two. Very well, it is settled then. Although Shen Cangqiong was entirely confident in his ability to prevent the evil spirit Orcus from launching an attack, he saw no need to dismiss the goodwill of Hainu Douluo and Roqing Shuang. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and his entourage had arrived at the forward deck of the command ship. Shen Cangqiong, may I go live? Suddenly, just as Shen Cangqiong was about to take action, He Zhenju interjected. As you wish. Shen Cangqiong understood that the live streaming feature had been introduced at midnight the previous night, coinciding with the release of the new comparison video. Then, I shall proceed. With that, He Zhenju pressed a few buttons. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the sky. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Xiao Academy, Shui Yuer. I never expected that Brother Cangqiong would also go live. I must lend my support to him. Live space message. Shui Yueker supports He Zhenju with 520 points of comparison video credits. Live space message. Shui Yuerer supports He Zhenju with 1314 points of comparison video credits. Live space message. Shui Yueker supports He Zhenju with 9,999 points of comparison video credits. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. What's going on? Wasn't I supporting Brother Cangqiong? Why did it turn into He Zhenju? The name He Zhenju sounds exceptionally familiar, does it not? In the first variant, Douluo World, He Zhenju, I am the one who was brought out from the city of slaughter by Shen Cangqiong. Therefore, your assistance to me is tantamount to aiding Shen Cangqiong. In the first variant, Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Shui Academy. So, it is you. No wonder the name He Zhenju resonates with me. Fortunately, since we are allies, I did not waste my comparative video points. In the first variant, Douluo World, Wu from the Chihua Academy. The title Blind Monk indeed describes a talent like you, Shui Yuer. I am at a loss whether to call you adorably naive or foolishly silly. Did you truly not notice the grand He Zhenju livestream title above? In the first variant, Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Shui Academy. My eyes only see Brother Cangqiong. I have no time to notice anything else. In the first variant, Douluo World, Wu from the Chihua Academy. Speaking of which, Sister He Zhenju, what is Brother Cangqiong preparing to do? In the first variant, Douluo World, He Zhenju, I am assisting the king of the evil spirit Orcus, Xiao Bai, in dealing with the malevolent Orca clan. In the first variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year evil spirit Orca king. What? The news from Heizhenzhou startled the evil spirit Orca king, who had been secretly eavesdropping, causing him to panic and immediately turn to flee, disregarding his kin. With the 7th soul skill, true dragon form, alas. Before the evil spirit Orca king could escape far, Shen Cangqiong's chilling voice reached his ears. Soon after, the evil spirit Orca king, with fear in his eyes, helplessly watched as a colossal claw, moving with an unfathomable speed, lifted him from the sea as if he were mere seafood. Spare my life. Lying in Shen Cangqiong's grasp, gazing at the towering figure of Shen Cangqiong's martial soul, which reached over 10,000 meters, the evil spirit Orca king trembled, pleading for mercy. Devoid of any thoughts of resistance, there was no way. His 30-meter frame appeared as merely adorable in the presence of Shen Cangqiong. He is entrusted to you. Shen Cangqiong disregarded the pleas of the evil spirit Orca king, exerting a slight force with his claw, rendering the evil spirit Orca king completely immobile before tossing him toward Xiao Bai. True dragon domain. In the next instant, Shen Cangqiong unleashed a resounding roar, as invisible forces enveloped the sea below. Soon, the evil spirit Orcas surfaced, belly up, their eyes filled with despair. These ordinary evil spirit Orcas are now entrusted to you. Sensing that the entire evil spirit Orca clan had surfaced without a single escapee, Shen Cangqiong finally addressed the eager ordinary magic spirit great white sharks. Roar. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words, the ordinary magic spirit great white sharks erupted with excitement, rushing towards the now defenseless evil spirit Orcas. In the first variant Douluo World, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy. Am I the only one who finds the scene between Brother Cangqiong and the evil spirit Orca king delightfully contrasting? It is just a pity that the evil spirit Orca king lacks those pitiable starry eyes. Otherwise, the contrast would have been doubled. In the first variant Douluo World, Douluo Wu from the Qihua Academy. Shui Wearer, your peculiar thought process truly amazes me. In the first variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy. One cannot deny that the martial soul reaching 50 levels from inception is indeed exceptional. Just the sheer size of the martial soul's true form could easily send an opponent flying. In the first variant Douluo World, Poseidon Douluo Bo, say, she. Even a divine martial soul's true form stands no chance against Shen Cangqiong's martial soul true form. In the second original Douluo World, the Unnamed, this is merely the effect of a 10,000-year soul ring. I wonder what might happen when Shen Gongzi's soul ring reaches 999 million years. How formidable would he become? In the first variant Douluo World, the Unnamed, I cannot fathom how powerful Shen Cangqiong's martial soul true form will be with a 999 million year soul ring. However, I am certain that if Shen Cangqiong's martial soul true form grows alongside the soul ring's age, he may indeed be capable of obscuring the heavens. In the first variant Douluo World, the Unnamed, when that day arrives, it will have no bearing on insignificant individuals like us who do not even possess names. In the second original Douluo World, the 10,000-year magic spirit great white shark, Xiao Bai, seeing the calamity befalling the evil spirit Orca king and his kin in another world reassures me. Yet, I wonder when I will possess the strength to eradicate our own evil spirit Orca king and his clan. In the first variant Douluo World, Xiao Bai, Shen Gongzi will eventually come to your second world. As long as you wait at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you need not worry about lacking the opportunity to seek Shen Gongzi's assistance. At this moment, the evil spirit Orca king, having been thoroughly subdued by Xiao Bai's various means, was on the verge of losing consciousness. To prevent him from perishing, she ceased her actions and, witnessing her counterpart's sentiments from another world, empathetically offered what she believed to be a very feasible suggestion. Chapter 222, Confrontation within the Haotian sect. Yu Hua, you may come to retrieve the soul ring. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong, ignoring Xiao Bai's conversation with her counterpart from the second world, observed the evil spirit Orca king nearing death, beckoning Tang Yuhua. Yes. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuhua, breathing rapidly, nodded, retrieving a dagger from her storage soul guide. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward to end the already gasping evil spirit Orca king. Are you ready? If you are, we shall commence. Do not worry. With my presence, no harm shall befall you. As the evil spirit Orca king met his end, a crimson 10,000-year soul ring began to materialize. Shen Cangqiong reverted from his martial soul true form and approached Tang Yuhua, saying, "Let us begin. I am prepared." Sensing the faint concern in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Tang Yuhua felt a swell of emotion. However, she refrained from speaking further, took a deep breath to quell her tumultuous thoughts, and nodded, indicating her readiness. "Let's commence." With that, Shen Cangqiong placed a hand on Tang Yuhua's shoulder as she sat cross-legged, beginning to assist her in refining the evil spirit Orca King's soul ring. In the first variant Douluo World, the unnamed, what is happening? Is Shen Cangqiong not at odds with the Haotian sect? Why is he now aiding Tang Yuhua, a member of the Tang clan, in absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? In the second original Douluo World, the unnamed, it is quite simple. A hero often falters in the face of beauty. Do not be deceived by Tang Xian's age. She is indeed stunning, especially the noble aura she exudes, which adds significantly to her allure. In the first variant Douluo World, the unnamed, indeed, only those of noble disposition who can be compared to Tang Xianzhu are perhaps Qian Ren Shui, Guyuna, as well as Her Holiness the Pope and Poseidon. These four illustrious and powerful ladies. Moreover, there is one crucial point to consider. The Haotian Tang family is the Haotian Tang family, while Tang Xianzhu is Tang Xianzhu, who says that marrying Tang Xianzhu means one cannot continue to contend with the Haotian Tang family. In the first variant of the Douluo World, the sect master of Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, remarked, "Ah, our great sect master has emerged. Aren't you going to share your thoughts?" To which Tang Xiao responded, "My sister has long departed from the Haotian sect. She has her own choices, and I shall not interfere with her decisions." The patriarch of the Yu family, Niu Gao, chuckled. "I see, it's not that you wouldn't interfere with her choices, but rather that you dare not. After all, once you provoke young Master Shen, you Haotian sect members might find yourselves sent back to Haotian sect with a single slap from his martial soul." The second elder of the Haotian sect, filled with indignation at being belittled by a former subordinate, retorted, "How dare you speak to us so insolently?" Niu Gao responded, "You call us insolent? How amusing. Do you still think this is the past? I, Niu Gao, am a titled law of the 95th level in defense. Shall we find a place to duel and see who is truly being disrespectful?" Since the advent of the comparison video points, Niu Gao had exchanged approximately 95 of his family's assets into comparison video points. Now, he harbored no fear in facing the elders of the Haotian sect. Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pa family, added, "If necessary, I can also practice with you Haotian sect individuals. I, Yang Wudi, am a titled Douluo of the 95th level in offense. The Pa family is wealthier than the Yu family, yet most of their assets consist of various herbs. Thus, Yang Wudi had only exchanged about 20 of his family assets for comparison video points. Otherwise, his soul power level could be even higher. Upon realizing that both Niu Gao and Yang Wudi had reached the 95th level as titled Douluos, the second elder could only mutter "you too" before falling silent. While not particularly astute, he was not foolish either. He understood that their rapid ascent to the 95th level was due to the utilization of comparison video points. In that moment, the second elder felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. Why should their former subordinate factions live so comfortably outside, while they, as a prominent family, were forced to hide in such desolate places, lacking even the funds to purchase comparison video points? Sectmaster, could you persuade Tang Yuhua to send us more gold soul coins each year? Times have changed. In the past, 3 million gold soul coins were barely enough for our survival in the Haotian sect. Now, in addition to surviving, we must also acquire comparison video points, or else it won't be long before we are completely eliminated. With this thought in mind, the second elder disregarded further banter with Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, redirecting his focus towards Tang Yuhua. Of course, this was not due to his audacity to offend Shen Cangqiong, but rather because Tang Yuhua had recently sent 3 million gold soul coins, leading him to mistakenly believe that Shen Cangqiong was indifferent to such matters. Is 3 million gold soul coins insufficient? How many people do we have in the Haotian sect? If you weren't clinging to past glories and still indulging yourselves, we could at least save 290,000 gold soul coins each year. Hearing the second elder's desire for Tang Yuhua to send back even more gold soul coins, Tang Xiao withdrew his gaze from the Haitian Pearl livestream and said with a cold demeanor, "What do you mean by that? Regardless of whether we are only focused on enjoyment, is it not your main lineage, Tang Hao, who has caused our Haotian sect to fall to this state?" To be honest, not only should we have Tang Yuhua send back 3 million gold soul coins each year, but even 30 million gold soul coins would be justified. This is what your main lineage owes us branch families. With the hope of rescuing Tang Chan extinguished and having lost all trepidation, the second elder showed no respect towards Tang Xiao. You know you are merely a branch lineage. How dare you act in defiance? Tang Xiao slammed the table, his eyes icy as he glared at the second elder. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Haotian sect's conference hall was thick with the tension of impending conflict. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of the Haotian sect faced off against one another, Tang Yuehua had just completed the absorption of her first soul ring. So soon? This speed is significantly faster than absorbing a 10-year soul ring. Could there be an issue? He Zhen furrowed her brow, fully aware that the higher the age of the soul ring, the slower the absorption process. Rest assured, there will be no issues. The complications arising from absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring are mere trifles to me. In truth, once you have cultivated the original true resolution to a foundational level, by studying the structure of soul rings and soul bones, you could easily achieve this. In response to He Zhen's concerns, Shen Cangqiong explained with calmness, I am now level 20. At that moment, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes, discovering that her soul power level had indeed reached 20. Just as Shen Cangqiong had previously stated during their time at Yixian. She looked at Shen Cangqiong with delight. Quite normal, excluding the celestial herbs. Even the soul ring from the evil demon whale king is sufficient to elevate your soul power level to 20, Shen Cangqiong stated nonchalantly. Thank you. Without you, even with the existence of comparison videos, I might never have become a true soul master. Being well aware of her own circumstances within the Haotian sect, Tang Yuehua understood that the low-quality training resources that even ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect disdain would barely suffice for her, let alone the various rare treasures. While she was not short of money, desiring to procure training resources would require her to purchase them externally, limited to ordinary resources. If she were to seek out those exceedingly precious resources capable of transforming her martial soul and allowing her to continue her cultivation, she would likely face fierce competition from superpowers. Furthermore, it was more probable that the first to trouble her after she finally acquired those invaluable resources would not be external forces, but rather her own kin within the Haotian sect. You have repeated these sentiments to me countless times. In truth, I would much prefer to hear your nonsensical musings during our playful banter rather than just a simple thank you. Once again, hearing Tang Yuehua express her gratitude, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and with a mischievous grin, he leaned down and whispered into Tang Yuehua's ear. To her surprise, Tang Yuehua did not expect Shen Cangqiong to utter such words. Even someone as seasoned, as she was momentarily rendered speechless and stood there in a daze. Yuehua, were the 2 soul skills of your first soul ring? Observing Tang Yuehua's expression, it became apparent that Shen Cangqiong was, at his core, a superlative piquant black pearl. Thus, it was easy to deduce that he must have said something rather unflattering to her. Promptly, someone stepped in to alleviate Tang Yuehua's predicament. My first soul skill is called Whale Fall. All things revive. It can disregard the opponent's soul power level, absorbing all types of energy from them, and using that energy to replenish our own. The second soul skill is named Azure Waves, Rampant Tides. This is an offensive skill, and its potency is contingent upon the soul master's power level. Tang Yuehua cast a grateful glance at the black pearl who had come to her aid then, in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, pushed Shen Cangqiong away and said, Indeed, it is truly remarkable for a soul ring of 100,000 years. The effectiveness of the soul skills is simply astonishing. Another voice chimed in, I agree. I feel that Tang Xuanju could easily ascend to the ranks of top-tier support soul masters relying solely on Whale Fall. All things revive. I truly envy Tang Xuanju, someone remarked. Rather than envy Tang Xuanju here, we should find a way to follow young Master Shen. Have you all not noticed? Everyone who follows young Master Shen has reaped immense benefits. This is entirely different from Tang San, who is selfish and only cares about his own interests. No need to mention Tang San. Just hearing his name brings me bad luck. However, what you said does hold some truth. It's a pity I'm not in the first world. Otherwise, I would have rushed to Lamba Academy to request young Master Shen to allow me to become his follower. Your thoughts are commendable, but somewhat naive. Let me put it this way. Unless you're listed on the Yinji list, most of you can only aspire to be ordinary disciples at Lamba Academy. Becoming an ordinary disciple at Lamba Academy is still commendable. At least, as an ordinary disciple, one can gain some of the original truths. Another one who only knows how to boast. Lamba Academy has been open for quite some time. Those who truly wish to join have long since applied. For instance, I did. As soon as I learned that Lamba Academy was recruiting, I immediately submitted my application. I have already completed 1 trial task. Once I finish 2 more, I will become a named disciple of Lamba Academy. Do you only have 3 trial tasks? It seems you must be a graduate of Lamba Academy, or perhaps still a student there. I applied to join Lamba Academy as well. Unfortunately, I am neither a graduate nor a current student. Therefore, I must complete 9 trial tasks to truly become a named disciple. Is that so? No wonder Lamba Academy has been expanding. I was wondering where all these students came from. Meanwhile, in the chat room of the Black Pearls livestream, discussions about Lamba Academy were fervently ongoing when Shen Cangqiong and his companions returned to the Zizinzu's fleet, swiftly heading toward the next territory of sea soul beasts, reaching the 100,000-year mark, closest to the domain of the Xiema Hujing. 3 days later, in the afternoon at Lamba Academy's entrance, as Shen Cangqiong and his companions had just alighted from the carriage, a pink figure darted like a sharp sword into Ro Qingxuang's embrace, accompanied by a choked sob. Xiao Wu, do not cry. Mama is back. Ro Qingxuang, finally reunited with her cherished daughter, gently stroked Xiao Wu's little head, her eyes also glistening with tears. In that moment, the scene was profoundly touching. Cangqiong, in Longwang Guyu Na, is here to see you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Erlong, witnessing the emotional reunion between Xiao Wu and her mother, wiped away a tear and suddenly seemed to remember something, approaching Shen Cangqiong and softly said, "Oh, where's she now?" Shen Cangqiong asked, somewhat surprised. "I have arranged for them to stay in your courtyard," Liu Erlong replied. "Them?" Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. In addition to Gu Yuena, there are 3 other women. They introduced themselves as Biji, Ziji, and Gu Qiu'er, Liu Erlong explained. "Gi Kui, who is that?" "Never mind. I shall go see for myself," he decided. "I will leave the matters here to you." With that, Shen Cangqiong headed directly to his courtyard and soon arrived at the entrance. "Come in. The door is unlocked." Just as he was about to knock, a melodious yet slightly cool voice resonated from within. Without hesitation, Shen Cangqiong pushed the door open and stepped inside. Instantly, 4 stunningly beautiful faces appeared before him, each emanating a unique aura, some aloof, others gentle, some alluring, and others lively. "You 3 may leave. I have matters to discuss privately with young Master Shen." After gazing at Shen Cangqiong for a few moments, Gu Yuena smiled slightly and waved her delicate hand, sending Biji and the others away. "You," Shen Cangqiong began, but as he turned back to speak, he was taken aback by Gu Yuena's fully mature appearance and instinctively took a step back, his mind swirling with questions. Was that step back serious? Does my physique appear frightening? Gu Yuena, her complexion slightly flushed from her transformation, raised an eyebrow at Shen Cangqiong's reaction, which she found quite offensive. "No." Shen Cangqiong quickly shook his head in denial, sensing the shift in her expression. "Then why did you take a step back?" Gu Yuena pressed on, feeling genuinely affected by Shen Cangqiong's reaction. In her perspective, given her current state, Shen Cangqiong ought to be gazing at her with a mix of intrigue, even if he did not approach directly. However, it turned out that she merely failed to react in time. This was not so much a case of Shen Cangqiong speaking nonsensically. Previously, he had always taken the initiative to deal with Liu Erlong and Xue Yiwei, but encountering Gu Yuna, a silver dragon king who was completely unconventional and intended to fend for herself, naturally left him somewhat unaccustomed. "So how do you perceive me?" Perhaps noticing the unintentional retreat Shen Cangqiong had just made, Gu Yuna's expression softened slightly, yet she still displayed her impressive stature and inquired, "Is there really any need to ask?" Being at the pinnacle of the Yanji list has already provided the correct answer. Since Gu Yuna herself seemed unconcerned about being observed, Shen Cangqiong, too, refrained from feigning modesty, allowing himself to gaze with openness for a moment before delivering a candid response. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us proceed." With a satisfactory answer received, the displeasure on Gu Yuna's delicate visage finally dissipated. She then opened her arms, reverting to her aloof demeanor, and stated that as a soul beast, she lacked the human tendency for concealment and deceit. She always approached matters directly. "Isn't this inappropriate? After all, this is our first meeting." Shen Cangqiong found himself somewhat speechless. He indeed had an appreciation for beauty, which was undeniable. Yet, Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, gave him the impression that she was pursuing him rather than the other way around. Furthermore, Shen Cangqiong preferred to engage in such activities only after establishing a foundation of mutual affection, rather than behaving like a raucous beast, indulging in intimacy at their initial encounter. What is wrong with that? If the ultimate goal is to engage in such matters and you're interested, I see no reason to be concerned about the timing of our introduction. Though Guyuna was a divine beast, transcending the mundane, she ultimately lacked comprehension of human sentiments. After all, in the realm of soul beasts, as long as both parties found each other appealing, they would simply return home together without any convoluted pretense. Am I truly to join you? Having reached this juncture in their conversation, if Shen Cangqiong continued to hesitate, it would appear rather hypocritical. Let's proceed. Gu Yunan nodded expressionlessly, seemingly indifferent to the significance of their relationship. However, the faint blush adorning her cheeks betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Shen Cangqiong noticed the rosy hue on Gu Yunan's face, yet seeing her unwavering determination, he hesitated briefly before stepping forward to embrace her. Eventually, amidst a rustling flurry, he placed Gu Yunan's delicate form upon his shoulder, initiating a most delightful game. In the ensuing time, the sounds emanating from a room were exceptionally melodious, while outside Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiu'er, who stood vigil at the door, felt somewhat uneasy, yet their expressions bore no surprise. Clearly, Gu Yunan had already discussed this matter with them en route to Lanba Academy. Sai, Bi, Ziji, what do you think our master is thinking? There are myriad ways to collaborate. Why resort to such methods? After a while, Gu Qiu'er, struggling to shake off the unusual sensations prompted by Gu Yunan's enchanting voice, finally halted her restless pacing and remarked with difficulty. Perhaps our master believes that having a child with Shen Cangqiong would be the most secure form of collaboration. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji withdrew her gaze from the room, contemplating before proposing what she deemed the most plausible answer, while Ziji playfully lifted Gu Qiu'er's delicate chin, exhaling softly and teasingly remarked, "Do not fret. The three of us cannot escape this fate." Chapter 225, A Conversation with Gu Yunaba. Our master stated that everything is based on our own volition. If you wish to engage, then by all means do so. I shall not accompany you. Provoked by Ziji's words, Gu Qiu'er blushed with embarrassment and annoyance, swatting Ziji's hand away and covering her face as she fled to the courtyard, unwilling to discuss such matters with the audacious Ziji. Nor could she bear to listen to the enchanting melodies emanating from the room. This girl is still too young. Observing this, Ziji shook her head. Very well. Let the divine beast decide for itself. I believe, with our master and the two of us, we have sufficiently demonstrated the sincerity of our soul beast clan. If necessary, we can also include that blue silver emperor. In conclusion, Bai Ji pointed towards Ain, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard, placed there by Chenxiang. Indeed, how did I not think of that? I recall that in the comparison videos, it was mentioned that Shen Cangqiong has a particular fondness for married women, and the blue-silver emperor perfectly fits that description. Moreover, notably, this married woman happens to be the spouse of Shen Cangqiong's enemy, which adds further allure. From previous comparison videos, Ziji had observed Shen Cangqiong's attitude towards Tang Hao, and now, prompted by Bai Ji's suggestion, the spark of inspiration in her eyes grew ever brighter. Watching as Ziji seemed to awaken to some peculiar notion, Bai Ji opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. With the utmost sincerity, she had no ulterior motives when suggesting the inclusion of the blue-silver emperor. Her sole concern was that Shen Cangqiong might perceive their soul beast clan's intentions as lacking. Wait a moment. It seems those two soft-bone rabbits are quite promising as well. Not only do they possess the attributes of a married woman, but they also boast other enticing enhancements. Yes, that settles it. Bi, you and Qiu'er remain here to keep watch. I shall retrieve those two soft-boned rabbits. Ziji, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Bai Ji's face, continued her soliloquy, becoming increasingly animated before bidding farewell to Bai Ji and rushing off towards where Xiao Wu and Roqing Shuang were sensed to be. Wait, you, on the side? Bai Ji listened to Ziji's ramblings, initially speechless, then attempted to interject and halt her. But alas, Ziji had already dashed out of the courtyard. Not hearing her words, sigh, that Ziji. Ultimately, Bai Ji resigned herself to the situation, reasoning that they were merely two soft-boned rabbits. Given the significant sacrifices made by their master, herself, and the fierce Ziji for the future of the Soul Beast clan, how could those two little rabbits possibly refuse? It was unlikely that upon transforming into human form, they would truly consider themselves part of humanity. As Ziji's figure vanished from sight, Bai Ji let out a sigh, putting her worries aside. Meanwhile, within Shen Cangqiong's room, He panted slightly after concluding a game and asked, "Now, you can finally explain to me the reasons behind your actions." "Naturally, it is for the future of our Soul Beast clan." Gaiwina tightly embraced Shen Cangqiong, and it was not until a considerable time had passed that her tense body finally relaxed, allowing her to release him. With a weary voice, she remarked, "Is this truly the reason? If so, it seems you have made a considerable sacrifice." As far as Shen Cangqiong was concerned, the issues between the Soul Beast clan and humanity would eventually be resolved by him. There was no necessity for Gaiwina to pay such a steep price for this exchange. "I wish to know how you plan to treat our Soul Beast clan in the future." Gaiwina did not respond to the notion of loss, but instead inquired about the future of the Soul Beast clan. "In the past, once I gain control over the divine realm, I shall wield its authority to alter the conditions under which soul beasts can produce soul rings and soul bones on Douluo continent. Simultaneously, I shall implement a different training system from another world for both soul masters and soul beasts on Douluo continent. Of course, I am not one to impose unreasonable demands. Should soul masters and soul beasts wish to continue their original training system, I will not oppose it. However, the lengthy training duration for soul beasts and the issues surrounding soul rings for soul masters mean that I can only allow soul masters to rely on their own abilities to condense soul rings. Beyond that, I am powerless." Shen Cangqiong candidly expressed his original thoughts. "And what of the present? Regardless of the circumstances, I have given everything to you," Gaiwina pondered. Despite her fierce demeanor, she could not truly disregard the significance of her first experience. She yearned to understand her standing in Shen Cangqiong's heart. "For now, the Soul Beast clan shall undoubtedly remain under your guidance. As long as you ensure equality with humanity, you may proceed as you wish, and I will support you wholeheartedly," Shen Cangqiong stated earnestly. After locking eyes with Shen Cangqiong for several seconds and perceiving the sincerity within his gaze, Gaiwina averted her eyes, feeling a slight sense of relief. "By the way, I wish to personally slay the Shura God. Will you assist me in capturing him in the future?" She tentatively inquired about her enemy, the Shura God. "That is certainly feasible. Even without your request, I would not let the Shura God escape. In fact, I would spare any deity from the divine realm. But I would never forgive the Shura God and the Sea God." The reason was simple. In the original text, they had transferred their divine positions to Tang San and had repeatedly violated rules to assist him, which ignited Shen Cangqiong's ire whenever he recalled these two. "Then it is settled," he affirmed, and upon receiving Shen Cangqiong's commitment, a captivating smile graced Gaiwina's lips. "However, truth be told, I never expected you to possess such peculiar interests. You do not find it distasteful?" Having concluded their serious discussions and feeling a weight lifted from her heart, the coolness emanating from her jailer caused Gaiwina's smile to falter, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain as she remarked with an exasperated expression, "What is distasteful about it?" "I have a great fondness for jailers," Shen Cangqiong replied nonchalantly, having heard similar sentiments from Lu Erlong, Shui Yuer, and Tang Yuehua in the past. "Everything has its price and will only bring you harm," Gaiwina retorted bluntly. "Ha! Then let me see how this price will harm me," Shen Cangqiong declared, seizing Gaiwina's jailer as they embarked on a new round of playful engagement. Synopsis: Variant 1, Douluo World Xiao Wu. I never expected you to be this kind of person. This will be the last time I call you third brother. From now on, we will keep our distance. Variant 2, Original Douluo World Xiao Wu. Tang San, you have truly disappointed me. Shen Cangqiong, what are you all planning to do?